About 10 years ago, on a bright day in Seoul, South Korea, a massive 99-story tower suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rising high in the middle of Gangnam. But it wasn't just in Korea, a total of 100 towers appeared simultaneously all over the world. Governments quickly sent teams to investigate, but what they discovered only deepened the mystery. The tower stood about 990 meters tall and was made of an unknown, incredibly strong material, so strong that even nuclear weapons couldn't damage it. No one could find a way inside. Then, one day, a few people suddenly emerged from the tower. They were surrounded by reporters and authorities, hoping for answers about what was inside or how they got there. But those people had no real explanation. One man said he was simply pulled into a black hole one day, and when he woke up, he found himself on the first floor of the tower. The media began calling these people awakeners. They seemed to be chosen at random from around the world by some mysterious force and dropped into the towers. During press conferences, they shared what little they knew, mostly about the first floor. According to awakeners, all the 100 towers connect to a single place. One could choose a class, either mage or warrior. From the second floor onward, the towers were filled with monsters, making each level more dangerous as they climbed. After clearing a floor, awakeners would receive rewards along with a golden ticket, a special item. This ticket only appears occasionally, if one is lucky. Awakeners can enter and leave the tower at will, but ordinary people need one of these tickets to step inside. At one point, a reporter asked the question on everyone's mind: does anyone know why these towers appeared, or why people would risk their lives fighting the monsters inside to climb them? No one knew the real reason behind the sudden appearance of these towers, but everyone quickly understood why people wanted to enter them. During a press event, one of the awakeners opened a small wooden box, and a stream of shining gold coins spilled out. The reporters were stunned. Just moments ago, they had been struggling under their boss's pressure, and now they were staring at real gold lying at their feet. In that instant, everyone realized the truth: stepping into the tower might be dangerous, but coming out could make you rich. Soon after, awakeners began selling their entry tickets for anywhere between 150 to 200 million won, and hundreds of people lined up for a chance to buy them. It quickly became a phenomenon. But not everyone was caught up in the excitement. Park Siguan, a 26-year-old man, was at a grocery store buying discounted onions, barely paying attention to the headlines. As the shop owner chatted about how lucky the awakeners were, Siguan just smiled and nodded politely. Later, checking his phone, he went over his expenses, tuition, rent, and bank interest. His savings barely added up to 12 million won. That was all he had managed to earn over several months. Seeing the ticket prices soar beyond his reach, he couldn't help but sigh as he looked up at the enormous black tower in the distance. Still, he told himself not to give up. There had to be a way to earn more and save enough one day. Looking at the bundle of onions in his hand, he thought that maybe if he followed some online trends or found a side hustle, things might turn around. He even started daydreaming, from a man planting onions to one day conquering the tower, becoming successful, and maybe even proposing to his favorite idol, Sarah from Moonlight Fairy. Encouraged by that thought, he smiled faintly and tried to stay positive. But just then, a swirling vortex began to form behind him, slowly expanding until it filled the air around him. As the shadow loomed over him and the wind picked up, Park Siguan turned around, sensing something strange behind him. A swirling black vortex had appeared, the same kind of gate that had once pulled the first generation of awakeners into the tower. Realizing what it was, Siguan's heart raced. His chance had finally come. Without hesitation, he stepped into the vortex, and in an instant, his surroundings vanished. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on the cold ground. Expecting to see the grand first floor of the tower, filled with marble halls, chandeliers, and magical equipment, he instead found himself in a dim, empty cave. The only light came from a small opening high above, where sunlight streamed faintly in. Confused, Siguan got to his feet and looked around. There was nothing, just stone walls, a shallow pond, and silence. In disbelief, he shouted, asking where he was and what was happening, but his voice only echoed back to him. Meanwhile, far away in another part of the tower, a dark silhouette with glowing purple eyes gazed into a crystal orb. Watching the sudden disturbance, she spoke softly to herself, noting that something within the tower had changed, and as the tower's manager, she needed to look into it. Sitting in the quiet cave, Park Siguan recalled the TV interviews he had once watched about the tower. In one, an awakener described the first floor as a vast, shining palace filled with shops and all kinds of items. She even mentioned buying potions whenever she could. Another awakener had said the most important place there was the training ground, explaining that anyone who wanted to survive had to sharpen their skills and prepare to face monsters. But as Siguan looked around, despair crept in. All he saw was a small pond, rough stone walls, and a faint shaft of light from the ceiling above. There was nothing like what others had described: no people, no shops, no training grounds. He wandered through the cave for an entire day, but there was nothing. Finally, exhausted, he could only laugh bitterly at the situation. Then, in the silence, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was already 6 in the morning, a full day had passed since he'd arrived. His stomach growled loudly. Reaching for his grocery bag from yesterday, he checked what was left: a bottle of water, 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 stalks of green onions, a few sweet potatoes, a pumpkin, and an apple. He grabbed the apple first and ate it quickly, but it barely eased his hunger. If only he had bought something more filling, he thought. Still starving, he started eating the sweet potatoes raw. The taste was surprisingly pleasant, sweet and crisp, though he knew he'd never normally eat them this way. Halfway through, a piece got stuck in his throat, and he coughed and gulped water desperately until he could breathe again. Lying on the ground afterward, he sighed in relief, at least alive for now. As he caught his breath, Siguan stared up at the patch of sky above. He had never had the time to simply sit and look at clouds before. But now, trapped in this cave, he had nothing but time and limited food. If no one came to find him soon, starvation was inevitable. The thought alone made him shudder. Forcing himself to focus, Siguan decided he wouldn't just wait to die. He had made it into the tower, he couldn't give up now. Looking at the leftover apple core beside him, an idea came to mind. He found a soft patch of soil near the pond and dug a small hole, burying the apple core inside. Then he split his green onions, keeping half for food and planting the rest. In separate small plots, he planted 3 cherry tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes, watering them carefully. Watching the small makeshift garden, he felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this was where his survival would begin, a future he could build with his own hands. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a loud, piercing sound echoed through the cave. The air trembled, the moon was being swallowed by darkness and turned blue. A lunar eclipse. The screeching continued to echo, like the cry of some enormous creature. Then, above the cave, something moved, a massive shadow sweeping across the light, followed by the sound of heavy, rhythmic wing beats. When Siguan looked up again, he saw a massive silhouette gliding across the sky, a dragon. Its dark scales shimmered faintly under the light, majestic and terrifying at once. The sight left him frozen in awe before everything went black. When he woke, the sound of his phone alarm echoed through the cave. Sunlight filtered faintly through the opening above. Checking the time, he realized it was still 6 in the morning, but 2 full days had passed since he'd lost consciousness. His back ached from lying still for so long, and hunger weighed heavily on him. As he sat up, something unusual caught his eye. Behind him stood a large plant, nearly as tall as he was. Siguan blinked in disbelief. It was the green onion he had planted before passing out. Somehow, it had grown to that size in just 2 days. Trying to understand, he reasoned that maybe the soil inside the tower had different properties, causing plants to grow rapidly. When he checked the other plots, he saw that the tomatoes and sweet potatoes had also sprouted, more than 50 small plants in total. It already looked like the beginnings of a tiny farm. The tomato seedlings were still young and needed light, but the oversized green onions were casting shade over them. Siguan decided to trim them, but the thick, fibrous leaves were harder to cut than he expected. Pulling them felt almost like uprooting small trees. After harvesting a few, curiosity got the better of him and he took a bite. Instantly, his mouth burned. It was unbearably spicy, like eating something on fire. Eyes watering, Siguan rushed to the pond and gulped down water until the pain dulled. Though his lips throbbed, his stomach didn't seem bothered, so he carefully set the remaining leaves aside to dry. He took out the remaining food he saved in the box and began to eat them. As he looked up, Siguan realized something odd about the sky. The sun never truly set inside the tower, it remained bright at all times. But occasionally, it was covered by a moon with a faint blue glow. This rare event was known as the blue moon, a phenomenon that briefly dimmed the light before fading away. Siguan remembered hearing that such occurrences only happened on the higher floors, from the 10th level upward. Yet he was clearly underground, and he had seen a dragon fly past not long ago. Nothing about this place made sense. After the tower appeared, one of the world's major guilds, the Phoenix Guild, achieved the remarkable feat of clearing the 37th floor. The information about the 31st to 37th floors, however, remains strictly confidential, tightly guarded by the top guilds. But the data on the earlier floors is available to the public. From the 2nd to the 10th floor, skeleton soldiers appear. Floors 11 to 20 are dominated by goblins, and the 21st to 30th floors by orcs. There are even rumors of giant spiders starting from the 31st floor, but no one has ever mentioned dragons, not even creatures remotely resembling them. Realizing this, Siguan's thoughts began to spiral. Nothing about what he was seeing matched what was known. If that really was a dragon, then where exactly was he? Could this be an undiscovered floor, one that no hunter had ever set foot on? The idea left him uneasy, a sense of isolation creeping over him. As he lay staring at the endless sky above, something wet suddenly landed on his face. Siguan blinked and sat up, startled. Rain? That couldn't be right. The Awakener's reports had always said the tower's climate was perfectly stable, without rain or storms. He wiped his face and looked around. A small white figure darted past in the distance. For a moment, Sejun's heart raced. Was it a monster? But as it came closer, he saw it was covered in soft white fur, shaped like a rabbit. It looked harmless, though the drool dripping from its mouth suggested where those drops had come from. He'd never seen a creature like this before. It hopped down from a ledge above, nearly 10 meters high, landing gracefully after briefly stepping on his head. Sejun just stared, too confused to react. The rabbit ignored him entirely and ran toward the onion patch, squeaking and waving its paws as if asking for something. "You want some onion?" Sejun muttered, half to himself. He cut off a piece of the green onion and offered it. The creature took it eagerly, chewing with delight, completely unfazed by the spiciness that had nearly burned Sejun's mouth earlier. "Go ahead, there's plenty," he said quietly. After finishing its meal, the rabbit stood upright, raising its small paws toward the cave entrance as if signaling someone. Moments later, another similar creature hopped down, this one carrying a straw hat and an apron. She handed the hat to the first rabbit, who put it on, while she wore the apron herself. The male held a small watering can, looking perfectly ready to tend the field. Sejun watched the two for a while before asking hesitantly, "Are you two a couple?" Both rabbits turned to him and let out a cheerful, unified cry in response, as if confirming it. And so, a rabbit couple joined Sejun in the quiet cave, the first companions he'd found in the mysterious tower. They really did look affectionate, enough to make Sejun wonder if he was the guest here, not them. At this point, it was starting to feel like the real main characters of this story weren't the struggling human, Park Sejun, but this hard-working rabbit couple. Soft sunlight filtered through the cave's opening, lighting up the patch of fresh onion leaves. The female rabbit, wearing a small apron, carefully trimmed the onions with tiny scissors, while the male, straw hat tilted slightly on his head, watered the seedlings with care. Once she was done, the male hopped over, gathered the freshly cut leaves in his arms, and carried them to the side like it was part of his daily routine. They worked so naturally together that the whole scene looked peaceful and complete, the two of them quietly tending the small field, their movements in perfect rhythm. Meanwhile, Sejun sat in the corner, quietly watching the couple at work, half amazed and half lost, and thought about how he ended up farming onions with a pair of rabbits. Was eating onions all day not enough? Now Sejun was being forced to watch what looked like a romantic movie play out right in front of him, except the stars were two rabbits. And honestly, who could he blame but himself? Yesterday, the rabbits had begged him to stay, looking up with those big round eyes and soft, pleading squeaks that could melt anyone's resolve. Ordinary people like Sejun stood no chance against that kind of cuteness attack. Their charm completely broke him. "Fine, I'll allow," he said, trying to act cool even though he was already won over. Still, he had to set some rules. "No work, no food. You can't just sit around," he told them, though there wasn't much to do here besides cutting onion leaves anyway. Before he could finish, both rabbits hopped into his lap. Their soft fur brushed against him, making him nearly faint from the overload of adorableness. When he calmed down, it hit him, he was being completely manipulated. These rabbits were far too dangerous. Sighing, Sejun accepted his fate. Then he noticed something odd. The tools the rabbits carried, they weren't normal. The male's watering can never seem to run dry, and the female's apron worked like a magic pouch, producing whatever tool she needed. Even the rabbits had better gear than he did. He wasn't sure if he should be jealous or just impressed. As he sat there lost in thought, the male rabbit waved, signaling that their work was done. Sejun checked around. The onions were drying well, though the potatoes hadn't changed. But the tomatoes caught his eye. The seedlings had grown much taller, more vibrant than before. He looked back at the rabbits, who were staring up at him expectantly, their eyes practically asking, "Well, did we do good?" Sejun smiled, nodded, and gave them a thumbs up. As soon as Sejun gave his thumbs up, the two rabbits jumped excitedly and began chattering to each other in high-pitched tones he couldn't understand. Before he could even react, they bolted forward like lightning, kicking up dust and startling him so badly he fell backward. When he finally gathered his senses, the pair were already huddled in a corner, busy with something. The female rabbit directed the male, who immediately began digging into the ground. Soon, he'd carved out a neat little burrow. While he worked, she hummed cheerfully, weaving a flower wreath and hanging it on a small wooden plank above the entrance. Just like that, a perfect rabbit hole appeared before Sejun's eyes, the couple's new home. The female proudly pointed at it, while the male slumped to the ground, exhausted from digging. Sejun couldn't help but admire the male rabbit's speed and effort, praising him with a smile. The male's ears perked up, clearly pleased, right until a small white paw smacked husband rabbit's shoulder. The female rabbit was blushing, flustered by the compliment directed at her partner. Sensing the tension, Sejun realized something was going on. Sure enough, when the female rabbit pointed toward the new burrow, the male froze in panic, covering himself as she dragged him inside despite his half-hearted protests. His pleading eyes met Sejun's one last time before disappearing into the hole, followed by muffled noises that quickly turned into soft, affectionate sounds. Sejun couldn't help but laugh quietly to himself. "Stay strong, my friend," he muttered. What a life. It hit him then, he was a 26-year-old man feeling jealous of a rabbit. That was a new low. Still, he pushed the thought aside and gave the couple their privacy. Lying back on a pile of onion leaves, he sighed, telling himself that having some company, even if it was 2 rabbits, was better than being completely alone. But just as he started to relax, a faint trail of black smoke rose near him. He sniffed and frowned. Was that from his armpit? Had he really gone that long without washing? Before he could dwell on it, a sudden burning sensation on his back made him yelp and roll on the ground. The pile of dried onion leaves had caught fire, sunlight had passed through the water bottle and focused onto the leaves. Once the panic faded, a new thought struck him. If that could happen accidentally, maybe he could do it on purpose. Necessity was the mother of invention, after all. Holding up the bottle, Siguan tried to concentrate the light like he'd seen in survival videos online. But the reality didn't match the tutorials. No matter how he adjusted, nothing caught fire. Frustrated, he smacked the ground. Then, a small spark flickered. Siguan froze. A tiny flame began to form where the sunlight hit. His eyes lit up in disbelief. Right then, the 2 rabbits emerged from their burrow, the male exhausted, the female looking satisfied, only to find Siguan crouched over a pile of leaves, blowing air into it. The male, mistaking his effort for distress, hurried over to help. Without hesitation, both rabbits began fanning the flame with their tiny paws while Siguan focused the light again. Together, their efforts worked, a small but steady fire came to life. Siguan cheered out loud. For the first time since entering the tower, he had warmth and light. Grinning, he cut a few onion leaves and placed them carefully over the flame. The rabbits watched curiously as he grilled them, eyes wide. When the first one was done, Siguan took a bite, and his whole body trembled. The taste was unbelievably sweet, nothing like the raw ones before. His eyes widened in shock and delight. This is amazing, he exclaimed, the flavor bursting through his senses like a rush of energy. Seeing his reaction, the rabbits hurried to try it themselves. The male quickly followed suit, grilling his own onion leaf and taking a cautious bite, only to let out a happy sound, his ears twitching in joy. The 2 of them exchanged excited looks, giggling as they ate. Go on, have more, Siguan said with a smile. We've got plenty. No meat, but these onions are more than enough. That night, under the ever-bright sky of the Black Tower, Siguan finally slept well, stomach full, heart warm, and a gentle fire flickering beside his 2 strange but loyal companions. The next morning, Siguan lazily stretched and got up, heading to the nearby pond to wash his face as usual. As he splashed water on his face, something caught his eye. The once barren garden was now covered in fresh greenery. The onions had been harvested, the tomatoes watered, and even the withered sweet potatoes had sprouted vibrant green vines. The rabbit couple had done a wonderful job. Siguan smiled in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered the night before. After managing to make fire, the 3 of them had crafted torches using onion leaves. The rabbits handled the cutting while he tied the leaves together and placed them around the cave. With light, it finally felt like a home. Since the pond was dark, he even set up a large torch there. Just as he was deciding where to place it, something stirred beneath the water. A fish suddenly leapt out, shooting straight towards Siguan's face. Startled, he dodged just in time, and the fish flopped onto the ground, wriggling helplessly. It was the first time he had seen a fish drawn to light. The magic of the tower never ceased to amaze him, everything here seemed to defy common sense. Now, not only did he have light, but also an unexpected source of protein. He quickly grabbed the fish, wrapped it in onion leaves, and placed it over the fire. The rich aroma filled the cave, making his mouth water. When the fish was done, he took a big bite. It wasn't fishy at all. The taste was incredible. As he ate, he heard faint sounds beside him. Turning, he saw 2 white rabbits staring, their round eyes fixed on his mouth as drool dripped from their lips. What? You guys like salty food too? He asked. They nodded furiously, clearly annoyed to be left out. Siguan laughed awkwardly. Of course, these weren't normal rabbits. Life went on quietly after that. Days passed until, one evening, the blue moon returned. That's when Siguan realized its cycle was 30 days. He tried to keep track of time with his laptop and power bank, but they'd long since run out of charge. In the end, he resorted to carving symbols into the stone wall to mark each day. 61 days had passed since he'd been trapped here, no electricity, no internet, but still surviving. It was largely thanks to the rabbit's steady routine. They always slept at 7 p.m. and woke at 5 a.m., helping him keep count. And then came a piece of good news. One morning, when the rabbit husband opened the door, a group of golden-furred babies hopped outside. Seeing the 5 energetic little ones, Siguan burst out laughing with tears in his eyes. They were irresistibly cute, tumbling all over him until he fell to the ground. Suddenly, his quiet days were full of noise and warmth. 5 new helpers at the farm, not bad at all. Though their parents looked exhausted, Siguan cheerfully offered to take care of the kids so the couple could rest. Carrying the fluffy bunch to the garden, he watched them play around the tomato flowers. None of them could stay still. They darted about, playing hide-and-seek while Siguan sat laughing. When they finally calmed down, he took the chance to pollinate the flowers manually, using a small stick. If only there were bees here, he muttered with a sigh. Just then, one of the baby rabbits buried its nose into a flower, imitating him. It ended up covered in pollen, sneezed, and fell backward. Siguan couldn't stop laughing. That moment alone made his day. He helped the little one up, still chuckling, but then froze. The tomato plant had begun to bear fruit. After all the work, they finally had their first harvest. Both man and rabbits danced with joy among the vines. The next day was the eve of the blue moon. As the afternoon sunlight dimmed, Siguan began to prepare. To avoid drawing monsters to the cave, he extinguished the main fire, leaving only a small flame hidden between rocks and blocking the light with stones. He even disguised himself with onion leaves wrapped around his head and body, though, frankly, it made him look ridiculous. The rabbit couple were busy coaxing their children into the burrow. Everything was ready. Siguan glanced at the sky, judging it to be almost time. He told the rabbit father to seal the door tightly. "If we make it through the night, we'll meet again tomorrow," he said, giving a thumbs up, partly to reassure the rabbits, partly himself. As darkness fell, the blue moon rose. Its cold light flooded the forest, and the distant howls of monsters echoed through the night. Siguan couldn't sleep. Every rustle made his heart pound. Despite all his precautions, hiding the scent with onion leaves, dimming the light, he couldn't shake the fear. He silently prayed that the night would pass safely. Then, a loud thud shook the ground. Siguan froze. Outside the cave, a massive red foot stomped down, shaking the trees. The heavy steps grew closer until a gigantic red bear appeared, its body glowing under the moonlight. It stopped right at the cave entrance, its shadow looming. Siguan's mind went blank. He stared at the creature towering above, saliva dripping from its jaws. Trying to stay calm, he reached slowly for his backpack to plan an escape. But as luck would have it, the bag wasn't zipped, its contents spilled out. A tomato and his water bottle rolled onto the ground. Siguan's breath caught in his throat. Sweat trickled down his face as he slowly raised his eyes, only to find the bear's snout inches away from his own. All the fear he had held back exploded at once. "Ah!" His scream filled the cave as the red bear roared back, foaming at the mouth. "This is it. He's done for." Facing that monstrous bear, Siguan thought his life was over. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed down on his face, but instead of fighting for survival, the old man was lying flat on the ground, snoring and drooling. The baby rabbits tried to shake him awake, but he didn't budge. "Mom. I'll wake up later," Siguan mumbled groggily, trying to push them away. The rabbit father, however, wasn't having it. No one touches his babies, not even the boss. Without hesitation, he swung a paw and smack. The sound rang sharp and clear. The slap was so clean that Siguan's cheek stung just from watching it. The next thing he knew, he was sitting upright, blinking in confusion. He looked around, dazed. The rabbit family had surrounded him, clearly thinking he was dead. They'd almost started mourning and choosing a new leader. Blinking at the bright sky, Siguan realized the blue moon had passed. Relief washed over him. The rabbit father stretched proudly, looking far more refreshed than Siguan himself. "Why do I always pass out during blue moon nights?" Siguan muttered. Every time, he'd wake up sore, dizzy, and nauseous, with no memory of what had happened. He strained to recall last night, the moment their eyes met, the bear's earth-shaking roar, and then, nothing. The memory cut off like someone had hit pause. Even the thought made his body tremble. The little rabbits noticed and jumped onto his lap, trying to comfort him, but his shivering wouldn't stop. Inevitably, spending the whole night out in the dew had made him catch a cold. Seeing that, the mother rabbit hurried to reignite the fire from the previous night, piling up dry onion leaves until the flames blazed high. Wrapped in a blanket of onion leaves, Siguan sat huddled before the warmth. A little while later, the mother rabbit even brought him a fish. Despite feeling drained, the hot meal and the presence of those little fluffy companions melted his fatigue away. Still, one thought nagged him: what if the monster returned? The only reason they survived was that the bear couldn't fit through the cave entrance. A smaller monster would have torn them apart. He clenched his fists. He had to survive. He had a family now, a little community that depended on him. Looking at the fish in his hands, he took a bite and told himself, "Eat. Get stronger." After all, his elders used to say, you need a full stomach to have strength. Only then can you find a way. But just as he was eating, one of the baby rabbits squeaked loudly, pointing toward the garden. Siguan turned and froze. A tomato was glowing, not red, but shimmering sea blue. At first, he thought it was a hallucination brought on by his fever. But when he went closer, he saw it clearly. The fruit was larger than any tomato he'd grown before, nearly the size of a golf ball, and pulsing with light. This came from heaven, he murmured in awe. He reached out carefully and plucked it. The moment he held it up, a sudden message flashed before his eyes. Congratulations. You have completed the task, harvest a fruit containing moon energy. Sejun's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Then another message appeared. Your achievement has drawn the attention of the tower management. His mind raced, was he finally going to be rewarded? But instead of praise, another line followed. The tower manager has detected an unregistered participant. Attempting to conceal system error. What? So I was here by mistake, he shouted at the glowing panel. You made me suffer 61 days in this crazy place and now you call it a system error? Just wait till I get out, I'll sue the whole management. Perhaps thinking he was getting too loud, the system abruptly muted him, making him even angrier. Then another line appeared. The tower manager is awakening you. Before Sejun could react, a green light spread beneath his feet. His vision blurred as the world around him shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he saw another message hovering before him. Assigned role, Tower Farmer, rank F. Farmer, he whispered. His heart sank. He'd hoped for something grand, maybe a wizard or knight. Instead, he got this. He and the rabbit family stood there frozen, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Then came another cheerful message. As a tower farmer, you are blessed with strong vitality, affinity with nature, and experience from harvesting crops. Sejun rubbed his temples. Explain this again, he muttered. Why am I being assigned as a farmer when I'm already farming? The system, of course, didn't answer. All it displayed was Park Sejun, level 1 tower farmer. No skills acquired. He could already imagine the future, the day he escapes, sitting in a studio in a crisp suit for an interview. The host proudly announces, here's the man who survived the tower. Then turns to him and asks, so, what's your awakened profession? And he'd have to say, I'm a tower farmer. He buried his face in his hands. This is humiliating. Still clutching the blue tomato, his anger flared. He almost crushed it in frustration, until he noticed the rabbit family staring at him, their little faces filled with concern. Sejun froze, exhaled, and carefully loosened his grip. They'd all worked so hard for this. The rabbits, the plants, even the stubborn onions swaying in the sunlight, it was the result of everyone's effort. Slowly, a smile returned to his face. All right, he said softly. If I'm a farmer, then I'll be the best damn farmer this tower's ever seen. As if in response, the tomato in his hand shimmered again. A circular light rippled across its surface, and a new message appeared before him. Item identified, E-grade magic tomato, blue moon variant. Contains trace moon energy. Grants plus 0.05 EXP upon harvest. An actual item. Sejun's eyes widened. It wasn't much, but to him, it felt like a huge step forward. Far above, within the tower's management sphere, someone was grinding their teeth, glaring down at the cheerful scene below, Sejun dancing hand in hand with the rabbit family, completely oblivious to being watched. Then, as if unable to let him celebrate, the system pinged again. New mission, deliver magic tomatoes to tower management. Reward, farmer's skill. Failure to comply will result in death. Sejun stared at the message in disbelief. Death? Seriously? You call that a mission? That's a threat. He sighed heavily, shaking his head. Can't even let a man enjoy his vegetables in peace. He shook his head in frustration, unwilling to accept what he saw, but the word death stubbornly remained on the screen, chipping away at his resolve. Reluctantly, Sejun bowed deeply, 90 degrees at least, offering up the tomato. He still very much wanted to live. The item vanished from his hand, signaling the mission's completion, and the window immediately shifted to display a new one. The sudden ease of it all made him lower his guard. Relax now, he clicked the receive button, earning a basic farming skill, seed planting LV.1, slightly enhancing the germination rate when sowing seeds. He wanted to curse, but his spirit had already wilted. He was a farmer, yes, but why give him something so trivial? Couldn't it have been a stronger skill? Still, he had no choice but to accept it. The next day, Sejun went out to harvest green onions again. Holding an onion torch, he approached the pond inside the cave. Drawn to the light, the frenzied fish leapt from the water, only to be smacked down by Sejun's swing. He had expected carp or catfish, but instead found something closer to a strange, cave-dwelling piranha. Ever since awakening, Sejun could now earn experience points. Each fish granted him 2 points, both food and progress in one strike. They were also the only source of protein in this place. After reaching level 2, he decided to slow down. The pond wasn't large, and overfishing might wipe them out entirely. He grilled the fish, calling out to the baby rabbits to come eat. The older ones could already finish a fish on their own, keeping him busy distributing the portions. The rabbit couple seemed especially pleased with the meal, chewing contentedly. Sejun had once seen something about these white rabbits online. They weren't some special breed of monster, just simple creatures known for farming. Maybe that's why there was no record of them in combat-related communities. Perhaps this family had lost their old home and wandered until they found him in his cave. When everyone finished eating, Siguan stood up excitedly. "Today's an important day for the farm," he announced. The rabbit couple immediately perked up. The long-awaited moment had arrived. The magical tomatoes had ripened, hanging heavily on their vines, glistening under the light. After weeks of watering and care, harvest day had finally come, and Siguan felt deeply moved. As he reached out to pick the first tomato, his hand trembled uncontrollably. The rabbits watched, holding their breath, as he carefully plucked the fruit. He raised it high, marveling at its vivid, ripe glow. The information window popped up. "You have gained 10 EXP from harvesting a ripe tomato." It wasn't just a crop, it was an item, carrying its own data. The fruit provided nourishment and an additional 0.1 experience point when eaten. Though it seemed small, Siguan thought, 10 tomatoes could add up to quite a bit. With new motivation, he began picking them one by one. The second, the third, all gave him points. But by the seventh, the message didn't appear anymore. That's when he realized only perfectly ripe tomatoes counted. Any slightly green ones yielded nothing. "Figures," he muttered, while the rabbits happily played around, ignoring his frustration. Still, by the end, he had gathered quite a few, enough to reach level 4. Excitedly, he brought one tomato to his mouth, ready to taste it. But then he heard rustling nearby. The rabbit family was staring at him expectantly, ears twitching. He froze, realizing he shouldn't eat alone what they all worked to grow. With a sheepish grin, he offered them their shares, coaxing them gently like a servant appeasing spoiled kittens. Only once everyone held a piece did he dare to take a bite. The ripe tomato was large in the rabbit's tiny paws, but in Siguan's hand, it felt like holding a small fruit. He bit down slowly, and within seconds, his eyes widened. He was no longer in the cave. Instead, he lay on soft, green grass beneath a bright, open sky. Yellow streaks burst into flower-like shapes above him, like fireworks. If the rabbits could talk, they'd probably ask whether that tomato was drugged, since their big brother was eating it while mumbling about how it smelled like grass. The tomato harvest was so abundant that even after eating their fill, plenty remained. The rabbit family had to dig another storage pit, lining it with freshly cut green onions. Each of the rabbit kids helped their parents, struggling a little with the oversized fruits, but Siguan noticed how much they'd grown. Being farm rabbits, they were naturally diligent, unlike him, who was already lying down, ready to sleep at this hour. Pulling his dried onion eye mask over his face to block the light, Siguan drifted off almost immediately. The system, however, had a strange sense of timing. It always appeared at the most inconvenient moments. While Siguan snored away, the window popped open again, buzzing like an alarm clock. The only one awake to hear it was the tower manager, furiously demanding more tomatoes. Half asleep, Siguan's hand automatically accepted the task reward without even looking. "See? If you don't expect anything, you can't be disappointed," he muttered. After harvesting so many fruits, all he got was a basic harvesting skill. He swallowed his frustration, but by morning, he realized the skill was actually quite useful. The tomatoes he'd picked too early had ripened overnight, thanks to his new ability. It was as if his touch itself accelerated growth. With that, his progress skyrocketed. He no longer had to wait for crops to mature before collecting them. But before he could relax, the system, again on behalf of the tower manager, sent another order: submit 200 tomatoes. He knew this day would come. Still, seeing it written out made him groan. There wasn't even a reward this time, it was pure exploitation. Grumbling under his breath, Siguan handed over dozens of tomatoes, tossing in a few half-hearted apologies. But that was only the beginning. Whenever the manager got the chance, he demanded more, sometimes 250, sometimes 300. By the end of the day, the quota had ballooned to 500 tomatoes. No room for negotiation. Siguan's temples throbbed as he stared at the number. 500? He clenched his fists and said flatly, "No." The tower manager froze, stunned that someone had actually refused. For the first time, Siguan felt truly rebellious. If the system could argue, so could he. The reply came instantly: the tower manager does not care. A farmer's duty is to plant and harvest. Stop complaining and hand them over. Siguan smirked bitterly. "Not my problem, is it?" he said, gripping a bunch of onions like a weapon. His voice trembled with frustration. "These fruits are the result of my effort. If the manager truly cared, he wouldn't demand this much." The system accused him of exaggerating, making a mountain out of a molehill, and that pushed him over the edge. His face twisted with anger. "Enough," he shouted. "Oh my goodness, this guy dares to defy me in my own tower," the manager fumed. Siguan ignored the flashing warnings, turning away to harvest onions with the rabbits. The system repeatedly reminded him of the punishment for refusal, death, but he refused to yield. Even after grilling fish and sharing tomatoes with the rabbits, the window kept popping up, slamming notifications in his face. The tower manager's patience wore thin. Was farming really that difficult? He wondered. Why complain when your job is to grow and harvest? Sejuan's face darkened, muttering that they forced him into endless labor without acknowledgement, tossing out tiny rewards while demanding impossible tasks. His voice trembled as he stared at the glowing window. What a terrible manager. Somewhere, in the tower's control room, the manager heard that comment. He froze, clutching his chest as if struck. His anger faded, replaced with guilt and disbelief. He gritted his teeth, expecting further curses, only to hear something else. Me, I'm sorry, though it wasn't clear who he was speaking to. The manager paused, dumbfounded, watching Sejuan casually munch on another tomato. Don't blame the sea for being salty, Sejuan mumbled between bites. If you want things fair and square, fine, take 5 tomatoes, and let's call it even. No more. The tomatoes vanished from his hand, and the tower manager reluctantly accepted them. Fine, came the curt reply. But this is the last time. Understood? The message faded from sight. Sejuan leaned back, smirking faintly. Sure. It almost felt like the tower manager wanted to apologize to him. For a moment, Sejuan found the manager rather cute. On the 91st day since Sejuan had fallen into the teleportation black hole, he once again encountered the blue planet for the 4th time. The dim eclipse light spilled across the crops. Wrapped in his onion leaf cloak and hugging a makeshift pillow, Sejuan leaned against the cave wall, dreading the coming night. He still hadn't gained enough experience, and the thought of hearing those horrible roars again made his stomach twist. Even after stuffing himself with tomatoes to boost his points, he couldn't shake off the anxiety, silently praying for dawn to come quickly. Then, something caught his eye. The light from the blue planet shimmered differently this time. It danced over the leaves and seemed to pierce through the green tomatoes on the vine, tinting them with a faint, toxic glow. Among them, one stood out, glowing blue-green like a gem. Sejuan froze. He had to harvest it quickly. But before he could move, he noticed another glow, this time from the sweet potato patch. It wasn't just random moonlight, it was deliberate, almost like the crops had been chosen. A strange hunch hit him. Sejuan stood up cautiously and ran to the field. Kneeling down, he pushed aside the broad sweet potato leaves and dug with his bare hands. The soil was cool and damp, and soon, he saw what he was looking for. Just as he suspected. The sweet potatoes had absorbed the moon's green energy. When he pulled them out, the system window confirmed it. Rank Moonlight Sweet Potato, infused with blue moon energy, increases physical strength, shelf life of 30 days, slightly boosts experience. Sejuan laughed in disbelief. The moment he pulled them up, another notification appeared. His harvesting skill had leveled up, granting him 50 experience points. He turned to the glowing tomato still hanging on the vine, gently plucked it, and held the 2 fruits in his hands, their faint blue hue reflecting in his wide eyes. He was overjoyed, until the secondary task window popped up again. Submit both the Moonlight Sweet Potatoes and green tomatoes immediately. Failure to comply will result in punishment. Once again, the tower manager was being pushy, demanding both crops separately as if competing with himself. Sejuan sighed deeply. To calm things down, he offered a basket of freshly harvested red tomatoes as a peace offering, hoping to appease the manager. But when the system insisted, Sejuan stood firm. He refused to hand over his rare finds. Finally, the tower manager relented, grudgingly. For now, Sejuan was free to keep his harvest. Good, Sejuan muttered, wiping his brow. I'll eat them myself, then. He tossed the glowing tomato into his mouth and bit down. Instantly, his body trembled. It felt like fireworks were bursting inside his head, wave after wave of flavor rushing through him, leaving him lightheaded and euphoric. This tiny thing, he gasped, eyes wide, is amazing. He quickly wrapped the sweet potatoes in onion leaves and threw them into the fire. He didn't have foil, but this would do. The scent rising from the flames made his stomach rumble. When morning came, and the light of the blue moon faded, Sejuan sat in front of the rabbit family, proudly holding out the roasted sweet potato. Steam curled from the leaf wrap, filling the cave with a delicious, earthy aroma. The rabbits stared, wide-eyed. The father rabbit quickly stepped forward, waving his paws as if to say, "PP." The family seemed disappointed but nodded in understanding. It took Sejuan a moment to realize, the father rabbit was letting him have it, since there was only one. His chest warmed at the gesture. He reached out to pat the rabbit's head gently, touched by the kindness. Of course, what they didn't know was that he'd secretly eaten one last night. Carefully peeling away the purple skin, Sejuan took a big bite, then immediately spat it out, screaming, "Hot! Hot! Hot!" He fanned his mouth desperately while the rabbit family watched in horror. But their eyes weren't on Sejuan, they were fixed on the steaming sweet potato that had rolled onto the ground. The father rabbit lunged to grab it, but 5 smaller golden paws darted out faster. Each rabbit kit seized a piece and stuffed it into its mouth eagerly. 2 seconds later, chaos. All 5 kits spat out their bites in perfect unison, eyes watering, mouth smoking, squealing in pain as they hopped in circles. Sejuan, clutching his throat, could only groan between wheezes, "I told you it was hot." The rabbit husband didn't get any pieces and was disappointed to the max. So the precious piece of sweet potato suddenly became a discarded item on the ground because it was too hot for anyone to eat casually. The next morning, Park Sejun announced that from today onwards, he would plant sweet potato sprouts, right when the baby rabbits were chewing on the sprouts. They looked up at Sejun in confusion, wondering if this human wanted to plant what they were eating. Indeed, he pointed at them, forbidding them from eating sweet potato sprouts from now on. It was shocking news. These rabbits, who had grown plump from eating sweet potato sprouts, were now forbidden to eat them. They either jumped on Sejun to express protest or lay on the ground sulking. Each rabbit had its own way, but overall, they refused. Out of options, Sejun had to bring out something else in exchange, super special snacks for the little ones. The baby rabbits had the same temperament as their mother. As soon as they heard about snacks, they were all in, their mouths watering, eyes sparkling with cuteness. So it was time to get to work. Sejun ordered each of the rabbit babies to carry a sweet potato sprout for the task. Passing by the mother rabbit cutting onions, he asked her to leave a large onion plant for future harvesting. He was aiming to plant seeds instead of existing plants, to see if it would activate any special benefits. On the other side, the baby rabbits, fueled by snacks, worked at full capacity. One dug holes, one carried the sprouts, and another planted them, completing the task efficiently. 5 baby rabbits plus their father helped with watering, and in no time, nearly 10 sprouts were planted, fresh and enticing. Unable to resist, one of the baby rabbits secretly nibbled on a sprout, only to get a swift tap on the head from its father. Park Sejun's blue tomato garden grew increasingly abundant, branches heavy with fruit. He harvested hundreds of them, gaining experience points and advancing from farmer level F to East, bringing the tomatoes close to the fire. Sejun meticulously prepared snacks for the young farmers on the other side. He peeked to see what Sejun was doing but vanished when Sejun turned back, more like spying for mischief than curiosity. So Sejun called the kids back from their break, excitedly introducing his exclusive grilled blue tomatoes, skewered on piranha bones, exquisitely crafted to make the fruit sweeter and juicier. Each rabbit got a plant, even their rabbit parents had a share, their eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to eat while still hot. Sejun had to stand up and caution them to blow on it to avoid burning their mouths. With a skewer in hand, observing the successfully grown potato sprouts, he used one hand to dig the ground, pulling out a mature plant yielding a bunch of swinging potatoes. These were grady potatoes, enhancing stamina slightly and aiding in fat reduction. Each plant yielded him 5 potatoes, totaling 15 of higher quality than the first harvest. Spotting a forgotten sprout on the ground, Sejun quickly replanted it, wasting no plant. After tending to the soil, the system prompted successful seeding, meaning Sejun needed to plant everything by himself to upgrade his skill points. He raised his hand to signal the little ones to stop, aiming to earn a few points on his own. In the tower's library, a bulky figure nestled among stacks of books, leaning toward the firelight. A black, sharp-nailed hand held a skewer with 20 blue tomatoes, roasting them over the blazing fire before devouring nearly all of them in one go. The mouth seemed to relish the taste, but immediately spat them out due to their bitterness. The black dragon's tail twisted uncomfortably, only realizing later that the bitterness came from the burnt outer skin with a bit of sweetness inside. It went back to its sphere to see what the farmer was up to. Realizing Sejun wasn't diligently working but lounging with the rabbit children, eating potatoes, no, it couldn't be. How could they eat potatoes without him? Aileen Fertani, the mighty black dragon, specializing in shaking down vegetables and fruits from Sejun and his little ones. It was quite bitter not being invited to dine together. Suddenly, a supplementary system window popped up out of nowhere. The task was to bring a baked potato to the tower manager with no reward, but refusal meant death. Suddenly, the potato he was chewing tasted much worse. Sejun decided to butter up the manager. Why not say so from the start? Now there's a potato threatening what? Or else, offer the reward, and Sejun will reconsider. A few seconds later, a system window appeared, activating an A-rank mission, still about offering a baked potato, this time with a reward related to his profession. The system's tone even sounded unusually pleasant, as if coaxing him, just give it already. Park Sejun raised his hand and selected the mission reward. A moment later, a message appeared. He had unlocked level 1 seed shop access, which allowed one purchase every 30 days. He jumped up in excitement, realizing it was similar to the shop awakeners often mentioned on the first floor. Without hesitation, Sejun activated the skill, opening the empty shop interface. Then he remembered, buying things required money. Like a true farmer, he wondered if he could trade vegetables instead. Perhaps feeling pity, the system granted him a single tower coin for free, almost as if it could read his thoughts. Sejun was taken aback. The system was unusually generous today. In the outside world, a single tower coin was said to be worth $1 million. The interface informed him that the shop offered 3 random seed types each day, but at his current level, he could only buy 1 type to plant. The catch was that each type came in a pack of 1,000 seeds, impressive in number but costly in market value. Siguan thought it over carefully, eliminating 2 options, red chili and cabbage, as they were less stable crops. That left carrot seeds. At the mention of carrot, the rabbit family's heads all turned toward him. He blinked, realizing they were reacting to the word. When he repeated it, their ears perked up, eyes gleaming with excitement. He leaned closer, repeating it again, carrot, and they nodded eagerly. The more he said it, the more excited they became, chattering and hopping around until one of them finally jumped up and lightly kicked him in the face to make him stop talking. Laughing, Siguan followed their wishes and purchased 1,000 carrot seeds. The transaction unlocked a small achievement, granting him 1 loyalty point. Every 100 points would allow him to level up once. A bright red seed bag appeared in his hands, its surface gleaming faintly. The entire rabbit family gathered around to admire it. Somewhere above, the tower manager's system recorded the transaction, probably pleased at the prospect of new crops to exploit. Still, with 1,000 seeds ready, Siguan and the rabbits began planting right away. Outside the cave, the grass swayed gently under the constant sunlight, and a brown bee hovered nearby. Seeing the lively group at work, she paused mid-flight as if deciding whether to get involved. The rabbits' small tails bobbed as they covered the soil over the planted seeds. Their cheerful chatter filled the air, and Siguan couldn't help but smile at the sight. A few days passed, but no sprouts appeared yet. Still, the rabbits lay near the field every day, waiting. Are they that obsessed with carrots? Siguan thought with a sigh. His own work for the day was done, time to rest and wake later to pollinate the flowers and trim the onions. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a faint buzzing reached his ear. He waved his hand to swat it away, but it only grew louder, circling persistently. Great, he muttered, just what I needed. Why was there suddenly an insect here, buzzing loudly and disturbing his rest? Right in front of Park Sejun hovered a large brown bee, its 2 glossy eyes fixed squarely on him. The baby rabbit sitting on his lap tilted its head curiously, watching the new visitor make soft, rhythmic buzzing sounds. Siguan hesitated, unsure how to react to the winged creature. For a brief moment, he found himself thinking that all the monsters in this tower were oddly cute, first the rabbits, now even this bee. He leaned forward slightly to take a closer look, but before he could do anything, a system notification appeared in front of his eyes. Warning, venomous bee detected. Approach with caution. Siguan froze. A venomous bee? The system could have mentioned that sooner. His expression stiffened as he slowly brought his hands together, trying to contain the situation, or at least brace himself. A venomous bee? Park Sejun quickly clapped his palms together in panic, looking around helplessly. He turned toward the rabbits, intending to ask what this creature was and whether it was dangerous, only to realize the rabbit parents had already bolted, carrying their 5 baby bunnies far, far away. Unbelievable, Sejun muttered, watching their fluffy backs vanish. Those cowardly parents really left me behind to be eaten by a meat-eating bee. Before he could even gather his thoughts, the system window blinked again. Information, venomous bee, specializes in stinging and consuming prey. Sejun's face went pale. A meat-eating bee? Why does it look so cute then? His heart dropped to his stomach. He waved his hands wildly to shoo it away, but the buzzing only grew louder. To him, the insect looked no different from a murderer hovering in the air, waiting to strike. His legs gave out, and he collapsed backward, flailing his arms, smacking anything within reach in the bee's direction. Whether he meant to attack or just surrender was unclear, but the moment the bee noticed the nearby tomato branches heavy with yellow blossoms, it stopped. Hovering for a second, it turned away from the terrified farmer and buried its head happily among the flowers. After a long pause, Sejun cracked one eye open. The brown bee was busily sipping nectar, looking entirely harmless, as if its earlier menace had been his imagina. He eyed the silent system window suspiciously. Didn't you say it was meat-eating? Doesn't seem so ferocious to me. The system, perhaps wisely, didn't reply. Then Sejun remembered, bees could pollinate flowers. Carefully leaning closer, he whispered, "Hey, we've got an entire field of tomato blossoms here. If you like them, go ahead and enjoy." Upon seeing the flowers, the bee brightened and dove in happily, savoring their nectar with obvious delight. So, in a stroke of luck, Sejun gained a pollinator and no longer had to manually pollinate using a poking stick. With some time to spare, he turned around and sulked at his timid rabbit family hiding behind a rock, the same ones who had abandoned him earlier, now peeking out without a clue. They fidgeted nervously, trying to act affectionate, especially the timid rabbit husband, who looked particularly pitiful. Meanwhile, the golden bee finished feasting on the flower nectar and flew toward Sejun. Startled, he instinctively stepped back, afraid she might change her mind and attack him. But instead, the golden bee gently landed on his dirt-stained white shirt, stretched her plump little body, and fell asleep on his stomach. Indeed, chubby ones often feel sleepy. Well, as long as she doesn't sting him, that's fine. Time passed. Sejun's tomato field flourished, and it had already been 120 days since he arrived in the cave. Every day, he happily tended the garden with the rabbit family, trimming fresh leaves while the rabbit children played around him. He would scold them to stop distracting him, but deep down, he enjoyed watching them run around. It was exactly how children should play. Seigen now looked like an old man sitting in his yard, quietly watching children at play. The golden bee, as usual, perched on his shoulder after finishing her morning feast. She had been visiting Seigen's cave for the past 2 weeks, coming in the morning to work and returning to the forest at night. The farm continued to expand, large enough for everyone to live peacefully together. Perhaps the golden bee no longer spent time with her own colony and preferred to stay here. Seigen didn't mind, especially when she shared her honey, letting him enjoy the most delicious honey-dipped onions. The rabbit family loved it too. Who knows, maybe tomorrow they tried dipping carrots in honey instead. Seigen chewed on a stalk of honey-coated onion, smiling contentedly. At first, he had been afraid of being attacked by the bee, but thanks to her, his garden had flourished, and he even harvested honey. A system window popped up just as he was about to bathe in honey, but when he turned to look, it vanished as quickly as it appeared. He didn't mind, he was already used to the tower manager's fleeting presence. Seigen's gaze shifted to his wall calendar. The blue moon was coming soon. Thinking back to the day the bear came to greet him, he still felt a faint chill down his spine. Park Sejun could only hope to survive through this lunar eclipse. Before the blue planet appeared, he gathered ripe tomatoes into a bag, packed his travel gear, and prepared himself like a guerrilla fighter ready for battle. Across the field, the rabbit family was behaving strangely, bustling about with a sense of nervous energy. Carrying a basket full of ripe tomatoes, Sejun walked over, planning to coax them back inside before the eclipse. But what greeted him was the entire rabbit family huddled together, embracing one another tenderly. "What's going on? You all look like parents sending your kids off to study abroad," Sejun muttered in confusion. Before he could make sense of anything, the rabbit couple turned to their 5 golden-haired children, whispered something, and then ran back to their burrow. They ignored Sejun's stammered questions, and just before disappearing inside, the couple turned back one last time, waved goodbye, and shut the door firmly behind them, locking it for safety. "Oh come on, what's this now? Why did you leave your children here?" Sejun complained, glancing at the darkening sky. "The eclipse is about to start." He barely finished speaking when the blue planet rose, sliding in front of the sun. The light dimmed, replaced by a faint, eerie blue glow that bathed the cave. A chill ran down Sejun's spine. He slowly turned around, only to freeze at what he saw. The golden-haired rabbit children were changing. Their soft fur bristled, their eyes turned blood-red, their teeth sharpened into fangs, and their tiny bodies swelled with muscle. Low growls rumbled from their throats. Sejun's scalp tingled. Just minutes ago, these adorable golden-furred children were bouncing around happily, and now they looked like miniature beasts thirsting for blood. He staggered back, ready to bolt. But before he could run, a brilliant light engulfed the children. The glow was so bright it forced Sejun to shield his eyes. When the light faded, the terrifying sight was gone. In its place stood 5 small rabbits with pure white fur, fluffy and clean, as if freshly fallen snow. All except one. The last one had black fur, standing out among the group like a bold ink mark on white paper. Sejun blinked in disbelief. What just happened? Don't tell me this is normal?" Apparently, it was. The 5 siblings gathered around his feet, chirping cheerfully as if to show off their new coats. Their once golden fur was now a sign of maturity. "It's already the 5th time since they were born and we're seeing this blue moon," Sejun murmured, kneeling down to take a closer look. As he did, tears welled in his eyes, half from relief, half from the overwhelming surprise. The rabbits tilted their heads at him, blinking blankly, not understanding why their human caretaker was crying. "Oh, this big brother isn't just cowardly, he's emotional too." The black rabbit beside Park Sejun tilted its head and hopped closer to comfort him. But before it could react, Sejun scooped it up and planted a quick kiss on its cheek. The poor thing froze in shock, its round eyes wide open. "They're just too cute," Sejun muttered, rubbing his face against the rabbit's soft fur. "Anyone would want to kiss them." As the crescent moon slowly drifted away from the sun, the light returned to the cave. The rabbit couple stepped out of their house, their faces bright with joy. Seeing Sejun sitting by the fire with their newly transformed children, they ran over. The whole family embraced warmly, clearly relieved and overjoyed. So that was it, they had known all along. Only Sejun had been left in the dark, completely fooled. Suddenly, one of the baby rabbits raised its tiny paw high. Out of nowhere, it made a strange sound and began digging into the ground with a small shovel. Sejun blinked in disbelief. Wait, where did that come from? Each of the young rabbits now held a small information board in one paw and their very own farming tool in the other. It turned out that after their transformation, the rabbits gained the ability to summon tools of their own. Even Sejun wasn't able to borrow or use them. He turned toward the black-furred rabbit, the one that didn't quite match the others. It was standing proudly apart, waiting for him to notice. When Siguan met its eyes, the rabbit puffed its chest and revealed a shining hammer, hoisting it onto its shoulder with pride. "What's this now?" "A hammer?" Siguan muttered, leaning closer. "Planning to build something?" The black rabbit only looked smug, showing off as if to say, "I've grown up too." Siguan crouched down to read the information board floating in front of it. Unlike the others, which listed farmer rabbit, this one read black warrior rabbit. "So you really are the neighbor's kid," he murmured, half amused. "Parents are farmers, siblings are farmers, but you, of course you'd specialize in combat." A few days later, life in the cave settled back into its usual rhythm. The young rabbits, now properly equipped, joined their parents in farm work, looking surprisingly professional with their miniature tools. The chubby ones busied themselves pushing baskets of ripe tomatoes for Siguan to sort and store. Watching them work so earnestly, Siguan felt a pang in his chest. Just the other day, they were noisy little troublemakers hopping around the garden. Now, each one had grown up. "It's kind of touching, isn't it?" he murmured with a sigh. But when he looked again, the black rabbit wasn't working, it was lying on the ground, flat and motionless. Although it was confirmed that the black rabbit was a warrior, it still spent most of its time idling around. To be fair, there wasn't much for a warrior rabbit to do here, no enemies to fight, no fortresses to defend, and certainly no need for a hammer in a peaceful cave. As Park Sejun wondered how to find it some work, the black rabbit's ears suddenly perked up. Gripping its hammer tightly, it turned and gestured for Sejun to follow. Curious, Sejun trailed behind as it hopped toward the small pond inside the cave. That's when it clicked, hunting could count as teamwork too. Before Sejun could even react, the black rabbit leapt forward, its eyes gleaming with resolve. The water rippled violently as a piranha burst out, bearing sharp teeth. Without hesitation, the black rabbit swung its hammer in a wide arc, slamming the fish straight into the cave wall with an echoing thud. The blow was majestic, the kind of strike only a true warrior could deliver. Sejun, however, just stared blankly at the poor, flattened fish sliding down the wall. The black rabbit looked uncertain for a moment, then turned around and gave Sejun a proud thumbs up as if to say, "Did you see that?" Sejun's face twitched. He couldn't decide whether to scold it or praise it. That evening, the family had minced fish for dinner in a strangely solemn mood. The other baby rabbits couldn't resist teasing their sibling, and the black rabbit's ears drooped low in embarrassment. From that day on, the young rabbits became more accustomed to their daily tasks, and the black rabbit's fishing skills gradually improved. It no longer crushed its prey completely, usually. By the 125th day, the seed shop reopened for another round of purchases. The system still allowed only one type of seed, but this time the options were fewer. 10 watermelon seeds for 5 tower coins. 50 pumpkin seeds for 1 coin. 200 corn seeds for 0.5 coins. Gone were the generous 1,000 seed offers from before. Sejun stared at the list in disbelief. Such rare seeds this time, and he barely had 0.9 tower coins left. There was no real choice, he could only afford the corn seeds. As he bought them, a twinge of worry crept into his chest. It had already been more than 4 months since he entered this place, and he still had no clear way to earn money. Other awakened players on higher floors made their living by defeating monsters and clearing the tower's chaos, splitting the rewards among their teams. Even so, they still earned far more than him. Another method was hunting monsters and selling their remains to merchants on the first floor. The third was completing missions for system rewards, but Sejun's tower management system had its own twisted logic. No rewards. Only demands. Endless requests for food and materials, always paired with the same threat: refuse, and die. Still, Sejun raised his head and asked the system a question, his tone flat but determined. "Are there any missions that give tower coins as rewards?" A window popped up almost instantly, displaying a short message about tower coins, something about how the tower management system would automatically provide them when he is old enough. Park Sejun frowned deeply. What was that even supposed to mean? He was already 26 years old, yet the system didn't even recognize him as an adult. "How old is the tower manager then?" he muttered under his breath. Naturally, the black dragon, who served as the tower manager, never disclosed its age. It only said in its usual smug tone, "You will receive your salary once you turn 300. Sejun's face darkened. 300? I'm a sweaty human, not some immortal lizard. If his pay would only arrive after another 274 years, then who would even use it, his great-great-great-grandchildren? And with whom was he supposed to have descendants anyway? He'd been living surrounded by vegetables and rabbits for months. Seeing that Sejun's complaints were valid and irrefutable, the system quickly changed the topic, pulling out a deck of cards as if nothing had happened. Fine, Sejun sighed, rubbing his temples. He gave up arguing, the tower manager's personality had always been unreasonable anyway. Turning back to the seed shop, he listened with mild annoyance as the system cheerfully listed his choices again. With only 0.9 tower coins, he could afford nothing but the corn seeds. Still, they seemed to be of good quality. Sejun sighed, pocketed the pouch, and turned to the rabbits. Alright, everyone. Let's make this count. The rabbits cheered, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of new food. To them, Siguan was the great provider, the one who brought them endless meals. His stomach, however, was rumbling long before the cooking even began. Still, with new recruits like the black rabbit taking care of fishing, the evening meal turned lively. Siguan and his rabbit family sat around the fire, enjoying the warmth and simple satisfaction of a good meal. That's when a golden honeybee buzzed in through the entrance, hovering near Siguan's face as if to greet him. Lately, more and more bees had begun appearing in the cave, spending less time in the forest. Siguan didn't mind, their gentle buzzing had become oddly comforting. But the peace didn't last long. The golden bee and the black rabbit suddenly turned alert, pointing toward the cave entrance. Their eyes sharpened. Moments later, something leapt into view. Siguan froze. It had the hands of a cat, long and flexible, like it was stretching lazily after a nap. A voice followed, awkward and nervous. "Ah, please don't misunderstand. I'm not some shameless cat thief here to s." The rabbits and the bee stiffened, ready for battle, and even Siguan's body tensed instinctively. He almost forgot that some creatures in this tower could talk. Before he could ask anything, the cat sprang down into the cave with a graceful somersault, landing neatly in front of him. Then, standing upright, it extended a paw, soft, pink pads visible, and smiled confidently. "Customer Park Siguan, correct?" it said with a polite bow. "I am Theo, a wandering merchant." Its tone was professional, but the sparkle in its eyes suggested mischief. Its movements resembled those of a performing cat, graceful, exaggerated, almost like it was putting on a show, but the most important thing to note was that it was an orange cat, padding confidently across the ground. "A merchant?" Park Siguan muttered, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. He'd heard rumors that awakened ones climbing the tower might occasionally meet merchants. But never, not once, had anyone mentioned that one of them could be a cat. And this wasn't just any cat. Those round amber eyes, the plump cheeks, and the tiny pink paw pads, it was an overload of cuteness. Siguan's heart pounded violently in his chest. He nearly swooned on the spot. But despite the adorable appearance, a deep instinct told him, this chubby fur ball must be a scammer. Meanwhile, the orange cat adjusted its collar and bowed with impeccable form. "I heard a newcomer has recently made a deal with the seed shop, Mr. Park Siguan, correct?" it said smoothly. Its tone was flattering, too much so. Siguan forced himself to stay calm, crossing his arms and pretending not to care. "So, you're here to say hello and pitch some deals, huh?" Theo nodded proudly, rummaging through the pouch slung around its shoulder. "I have many fine items, rare treasures, useful goods, you name it. All for a fair price." Before Siguan could even peek at what was inside, a loud gurgle echoed through the cave. Both of them froze. The sound had come from Theo's belly. "So much for being a cool merc." Flustered, the cat scratched its ears and chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, terribly sorry, Mr. Siguan. I haven't eaten anything all day, you see." Siguan couldn't help it, he made an evil laugh. The cat looked utterly pitiful, clutching its rumbling stomach while still trying to act dignified. Then Theo's expression suddenly brightened into a wide, radiant grin that stretched to his ears, looking so comically adorable that Siguan nearly choked. "You're Theo, right?" Siguan said, trying to hold back a grin. The orange cat blinked shyly, and its gaze suddenly locked onto something, a whole grilled fish that Siguan was holding out. The aroma of the golden-brown skin wafted through the air, and Theo's eyes widened, claws twitching, tail swaying. A thread of drool escaped before he quickly wiped it away and stammered. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly eat a customer's food." "Don't you want to, though?" Siguan teased, stepping closer and pushing the fish closer to Theo's nose. It'd be a waste not to. The smell was irresistible, sweet, smoky, perfectly cooked. The orange cat hesitated for only a moment before instinct took over. There was a sharp meow, followed by the sound of intense, enthusiastic chewing. Theo devoured it like he hadn't eaten in weeks. Within minutes, 5 grilled fish had vanished. He lay sprawled on his back, holding a fishbone like a trophy, purring contentedly while licking his lips. Siguan chuckled beside him. "You really were starving, huh?" Theo's ears drooped in embarrassment. He quickly stood, bowed deeply, and said, I don't know how to repay such kindness, sir. You're too generous." But Siguan just smiled, waving it off casually. "No need for that. Eat well, that's thanks enough." The orange cat's eyes shimmered with admiration. For a brief moment, the proud wandering merchant looked less like a con artist and more like a grateful stray that had found kindness in an unlikely place. Theo happily rummaged through his pouch, his tail flicking with excitement. This was going to be a good day, he could already smell profit in the air. Heh, he thought smugly, this trip will be worth more than just 5 tower coins. Park Siguan folded his arms and asked with a calm smile, "So, about payment? How about I give you 0.5 tower coins for those grilled fish?" Theo froze, his fur instantly puffing up. What? It's not free. There's nothing free in this world, he protested, voice rising in disbelief. Oh really? Siguan replied with mock sweetness before switching to a cold, threatening tone. So you plan to eat and run, huh? Theo blinked in confusion, then looked around, and his heart dropped. All around him stood Siguan's gang, a circle of glaring rabbit thugs, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Even the black rabbit was gripping its hammer, eyes glowing with fury. Theo's tail stood on end. Okay, I'll pay. Don't hurt me. Theo collapsed on the spot, while Siguan and his group were ecstatic, having easily tricked the naive cat out of its coin. On the other hand, Theo silently screamed in frustration. Damn it. I lost all my money before even making a single sale. I didn't even get to do business, and I'm already broke. Refusing to be defeated, Theo quickly pulled out its bag and laid it open in front of Siguan. Come, take a look, it said eagerly. With a dramatic flourish, the orange cat spread a purple cloth on the ground and proudly displayed 3 items. These are very popular on the other floors, it announced. There was a cup of water, a small portable fan, and a handheld hot pack, all priced at 5 tower coins. These are items from outside the tower, aren't they? Siguan muttered, as he and the black rabbit leaned closer, inspecting the items with curiosity. Theo puffed up proudly, mistaking their attention for admiration. Holding up the cup, Theo began its sales pitch. This one here has a preservation spell. You can pour something hot or cold inside, and it keeps the same temperature. Next, this fan. It has wind magic. Just press the switch in. Siguan stared blankly at the excited cat, then sighed. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Pointing at the items, he said flatly, these are all junk. Theo froze mid-sentence. What did you just say? It snapped, fur bristling. How dare he call my merchandise junk? This shows he's just some clueless customer, Theo muttered angrily. He can't even recognize true value. But Siguan remained calm, pointing to himself. I'm from outside the tower, cat. What? Theo felt as if lightning had struck it. Its ears drooped as it stared at him in disbelief. Patiently, Siguan explained, that cup is just a thermos. It keeps temperature because it's tightly sealed, not because of magic. And those fans and heat packs? They run on batteries. They only work for a few hours before shutting off. Each word stabbed into Theo's heart. It crouched down in disbelief, muttering, but Scarum told me they had magic. As if to mock it, the fan's tiny blades suddenly slowed, then stopped completely. Move, please. Move. Theo shouted desperately, kicking the fan in frustration. Siguan sighed. That Scarum punk scammed you, he said, shaking his head. Theo froze, then let out a heartbroken wail. I gave Scarum my heart. How could I fall for such a scam? Tears welled up as the poor cat pounded the ground. Scarum is a bad goblin, it cried, its voice cracking. Siguan couldn't help but smile a little. Theo's angry outburst sounded more cute than threatening. Amused yet sympathetic, he knelt beside the cat, gently patting its back. All right, he said softly. Tell me everything from the beginning. Theo tried to hold back its tears. Its voice trembled as it began to speak. It came from the 75th floor, a quiet, neutral area of the tower. One fine day, the cats in Theo's village had encouraged it to finally confess its love. So, gathering all its courage, Theo held a bundle of fresh fish and went to propose to the cat it had admired for so long. Meryl, a graceful white cat, elegant and proud, stood before him. But the moment she saw the fish, she recoiled. The smell disgusted her. Cheap, she hissed, batting the gift away. Theo froze, unable to believe that the gentle, soft-spoken girl from his dreams could act so cold. But still, he tried to smile, hoping love would overlook the humiliation. You should know your place, Meryl said sharply. Theo's ears flattened. Before it could respond, another voice caught through the air, smooth and mocking. It was Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. Dressed in a little suit and carrying a neatly tied salmon, he strolled in with a smug grin that made all the female cats swoon. A lady like Meryl deserves something fine, he said, offering her the salmon. Theo, still clutching his torn fish, muttered bitterly from afar, she only likes art, you fool. But his words rang hollow when Meryl's eyes sparkled at the sight of Oren's gift. Theo's heart shattered. Desperate, he ran to her and grabbed her paw. Meryl, are our memories meaningless? He asked, his voice trembling. The scene turned pathetic, like some melodramatic play, but Theo no longer cared. Meryl pulled her hand back, frowning. Memories? What memories? We only talked a few times. Don't act like we were lovers. Theo's voice shook as he protested, but we laughed together under the sun. You used to slap me playfully when I teased you. Are you insane? She snapped, eyes narrowing. There were no sunny days between us. Only storms. Theo stood frozen, unable to comprehend. Meryl's next words hit harder than any blow. It's not that I hate fish, she said, raising a claw and pointing straight at him. I just hate eating the cheap fish of a poor, ragged cat like you. Theo's whole body trembled. Each word tore deeper than claws ever could. His tears finally fell. The moment was over. Meryl turned away, walking off with Oren, leaving Theo standing alone. That day, something inside Theo broke. He packed up what little he had and swore to return one day, not for love, but for revenge. He dreamed of becoming a wealthy trader, someone others would respect. But dreams never matched reality. Theo sighed. That's why I'm suffering like this now. Siguan and the rabbit gang sat frozen, sweat beading on their foreheads as they listened to the cat's dramatic tale. But Theo wasn't finished yet. I used 50 silver coins from my lifelong savings, it continued miserably, to buy a business license and all the equipment I needed to become a wandering merchant. With the remaining 5 coins, Theo planned to buy a few items from a peddler to resell for profit. That was when he met Scarum. At that time, Theo was waiting by the counter when a green goblin approached, introducing himself as Scarum and boasting that he knew all the secrets of the trade. They soon ended up drinking together in a noisy tavern, served by a few glamorous bonny waitresses, very different from Siguan's simple, fluffy rabbits back home. Over mugs of frothy beer, Scarum leaned in with a sly grin. He claimed to possess rare items brought from outside the tower, trinkets collectors on higher floors would pay handsomely for. Theo's eyes sparkled with hope. Why was this goblin being so generous? Scarum immediately put on a brotherly tone. Because I like you, kid. Think of this as a senior helping a rookie trader. Then, when Theo hesitated, Scarum pretended to be offended. If you don't want it, I'll just sell it to someone else. Panicked, afraid to miss such an opportunity, Theo stopped him at once. Scarum smirked, handing him a folded map that supposedly showed the location of new customer who bought from the seed shop. Sell these goods there, and you'll make a fortune, he said, sliding the paper toward the naive cat. Of course, since this was confidential business information, Scarum made Theo pay for the drinks, which the cat gladly did. By the end of the night, Theo had spent everything he had. Not a single coin left. And with nothing to eat, he had wandered all the way here with an empty stomach. Crouching on the ground, trembling and defeated, Theo confessed the whole story, ending with how Siguan had taken his last few coins. Feeling guilty but also realizing how gullible the cat was, Park Siguan thought, this cat is both soft and foolish. Still, an idea sparked in his head. His face shifted as his thoughts turned sly. Wait, maybe there's a way to make some tower coins from this. But first, he had to calm the cat down. Theo, want another grilled fish? Siguan asked with a chuckle. Theo instantly refused, his tail puffing up. Are you trying to trick me again? You already took all my money. Who said anything about money? Siguan grinned. It's free. Even the ones you ate before, consider them a treat. Theo blinked, stunned. Free food? For real? That was when Siguan made his move. Pretending to be friendly, he said, why don't we work together? You've got trading experience, and I could use someone like that. Theo tilted his head, completely thrown off. You, still want to hire me? After hearing how pathetic I am? Pathetic? Not at all, Siguan said smoothly. You've got potential, Theo. You just had a bit of bad luck. Besides, he smiled, your story touched my heart. I think we'll make a great team. And just like that, on that strange day inside the tower, Park Siguan gained a pushover, no a partner. To show his sincerity, Park Siguan enthusiastically called over a few bunnies, saying it was time for Theo to broaden his horizons. Moments later, a leafy resort chair by the lake, complete with a garden-style setup, was ready. Siguan lay comfortably on the water-absorbing chair, while a bunny stood by, fanning cool air over him. Theo, unfamiliar with such luxury, sat stiffly, unsure if he should even blink. But Siguan had already switched to business mode. He started by reminding Theo that the items he brought earlier were all counterfeits, making the poor cat lower his head in embarrassment. Siguan smiled inwardly, this was the perfect moment to propose a deal. I'll give you my items to sell, Siguan began smoothly. You'll earn a commission, 3 to 5% of the sales revenue. Theo's tail flicked. 3 to 5%? What kind of joke was that? Did this guy think he could fool a cat who spent his life licking his own fur? Seeing the confusion on Theo's face, Siguan added cheerfully, of course, you can sell them at a higher price if you want. The higher the price, the more you earn. While the big boss was discussing business with exaggerated gestures, 2 bunny kids were busy grilling fish nearby, their delicious aroma filling the air. Theo's stomach growled. He frowned, calculating his options. Too little, way too little commission. He tried to act serious, but Siguan could already read his thoughts. Time to use the ace card. With a dramatic wave of his hand, Siguan summoned the bunnies over. They arrived, holding a tray of perfectly grilled fish. Our agreement doesn't stop there, Siguan declared grandly. I'll also give you an extra 10 fish. Theo's eyes widened. 10 grilled fish, golden, glistening, fragrant, laid out right before him. His paws twitched. He could practically taste it already. So, Sejun asked casually, are you ready to sign the contract now? Theo froze, torn between hunger and caution. No, not again, think, Theo, think. His tail shook as he tried to resist the temptation. But the smell was too strong. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Finally, he muttered, 20, make it 20 fish. Sejun's grin turned almost villainous. 20? I'll give you 25. He laid the fish on the table with a thud, and Theo's last shred of dignity evaporated. The cat's ears shot upright, eyes sparkling like a man seeing gold. And, Sejun added with mock generosity, you can eat as much as you want whenever you come to collect goods. Theo trembled from head to tail. As much as I want. Seeing the cat's dazed expression, Sejun leaned closer and emphasized each word, as much as you want. That did it. Theo's face melted into bliss, his front paws propping up his head as his imagination ran wild. The trap was sealed, the foolish cat had just sold himself to capitalism, grilled fish edition. I feel a bit bad, Sejun thought for a split second. But oh well, business is business. Then he asked brightly, Theo, do you have paper? The cat, still dizzy from excitement, quickly pulled out a sheet from his backpack. Sejun snatched it with lightning speed, scribbled a few lines, and sealed it with both of their fingerprints. Happy cooperation. Sejun announced, patting Theo on the shoulder. The cat sniffed around in delight, until a second later, a loud scream echoed through the cave. W8. What did I just sign? Too late. The contract had flown into the system and appeared before them with the title glowing ominously, Lifetime Distribution Contract. Even the name sounded cursed. The document clearly outlined their mutual benefits, but the truth was brutal, Theo was now bound to labor for life. His salary was indeed as Sejun promised, with a few special clauses. Clause 1, if Theo failed to sell 5 tower coins worth of goods per month, the contract would automatically terminate. Clause 2, all selling prices must be equal to or higher than Sejun's set price. Clause 3, Theo was not allowed to create or edit any clauses on his own. Clause 4, Theo must use his cute Naya accent when dealing with customers. At the bottom, Theo's paw print stood out like a death mark. Theo's whiskers drooped as he stared at the cursed document. There was no escape. In contrast, Sejun was extremely pleased. He had heard that contracts within the tower were among the most binding and indestructible documents. Once signed, there was no undoing them. Indeed, this one left no escape route for the cat. Theo slumped to the ground in despair. Why did he sign his first contract with this sly human? And that ridiculous fourth clause, using a cat's voice to greet customers. Just thinking about mimicking his Graner village accent made him burn with embarrassment. He thumped his tail on the ground in frustration, glaring at Sejun with his ears flattened. But Sejun only smiled, telling him he'd understand in time, and reached out to shake hands with his new partner. Theo angrily brushed it off, still fuming at the thought that he could be fired without compensation if his performance didn't meet the quota. The first clause made that painfully clear. Yet Sejun reassured him warmly, saying he trusted Theo, that sooner or later, he would become a top-selling trader, sales cat Theo. The flattery worked. Hearing praise from his boss was enough to melt away the cat's frustration, and his expression softened with pride. Watching Theo's satisfied grin, Sejun smirked inwardly. Winning over this gullible cat was too easy. But then Theo realized something. After signing the contract, Sejun hadn't even mentioned what he was supposed to sell. Tomatoes, Sejun said casually, leaving Theo momentarily confused. Ignoring the cat's skeptical look, Sejun plucked a ripe tomato from the vine and handed it to him for inspection. Theo checked it over, the quality wasn't bad, eating it even boosted MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes. He then asked what price Sejun wanted to sell it for, already estimating in his mind that 0.01 tower coins would be a fair deal, or maybe enough to scam a few newbie awakeners. But Sejun's reply stunned him. 0.05 coins each. Theo froze. Is this guy insane? That's 5 times higher than any reasonable price. No one in their right mind would buy that. Then a clever thought struck him, maybe this was his way out. If he couldn't sell any, the contract would be voided in a month. Until then, he could enjoy free grilled fish every day. Perfect plan. So, how many do you want me to sell? Theo asked. 1,000, Sejun replied without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than the rabbits brought out a large basket filled with tomatoes, and another pile of grilled fish wrapped in onions as Theo's weekly payment. Their speed and precision impressed Theo, but Sejun only watched calmly, more interested in how the cat planned to carry all of it. Without a word, Theo pulled out a magic item called the bundle. It contained preservation, expansion, and weight reduction enchantments, perfect for food storage. Tossing the cloth toward the pile, it unfolded into a glowing spatial portal that sucked everything inside. A moment later, it shrank back into a drawstring. Siguan and the rabbits looked on in awe, and Siguan couldn't help but comment, "That's quite convenient." Cheerfully strapping the backpack on, Theo turned to them. "I'll be back in a few days." With that, he hopped toward the mouth of the cave, waving goodbye to Siguan and the rabbit community below before disappearing from sight. A few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, under the clear blue sky, a hideous spider monster let out a thunderous growl. In front of it, a team of awakened fought fiercely. The knight at the front raised a shield, charging forward to draw the monster's attention while two mages on the right unleashed blazing fireballs in quick succession. As the flames struck, the knight seized the opening, swinging his sword in a swift arc that cleanly severed the spider's head. The monster's massive body crashed to the ground, and cheers erupted around him. He truly deserved his title, Phoenix Leader, Kim Dong-shik. His teammates rushed over, showering him with praise, but Dong-shik only sighed. He wasn't pleased by empty flattery. Striding over to the blonde girl, he frowned. "Jessica, instead of praising me, how about you focus on doing your job properly?" But Jessica only winked playfully. "Why so serious, Captain? You're cute when you're angry. Besides, I still like you." Dong-shik could only let out a bitter smile at her teasing when suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes behind them. Startled, he turned sharply, gripping his sword. "Who's there?" he shouted. The others tensed immediately, ready for another fight. But instead of another monster, a chubby orange cat poked its head out. Theo stepped into view, pulled back his hood, and greeted them with wide, innocent eyes. "Would you like to see some quality merchandise, Naya?" Dong-shik froze mid-swing, realizing this threat was just a traveling merchant cat. Before he could react, the girls on the team squealed with excitement. A talking cat! A merchant cat! Within seconds, a crowd gathered around, and Theo, seeing the reaction, gave a bright, charming smile. "Hello, my talented companions, Naya." His soft tone and cute gestures melted everyone's hearts instantly. The girls couldn't stop cooing over him. "Am I cute, Naya?" he asked, tilting his head, and their excitement doubled. At that moment, Theo finally understood why Siguan had insisted he use the cat voice for business. That human's craftier than he looks, he thought. When the crowd quieted, Theo got down to business. He proudly set down a large basket filled with plump, red cherry tomatoes in front of the Phoenix members. "This," he announced, "is the magic cherry tomato, Naya." The pink-haired mage leaned closer curiously, while another mage muttered in disappointment. "He came all the way here just to sell cherry tomatoes? I thought it'd be something valuable, like meat or bread. Tomatoes are everywhere outside." Theo flicked his tail in annoyance. "You humans are the foolish ones, Naya. This is completely different from the ones outside. Check its stats." The two awakeners hesitated but scanned it with their system window. Eating one cherry tomato increases MP by 0.01 for 10 minutes, the hat-wearing mage read aloud. "That's barely anything. It's worthless. Each one costs 0.05 coins, Theo replied confidently. The mage nearly choked. "What? Are you insane? I'd rather buy a weapon than waste money on this nonsense." He stormed off, leaving the others staring awkwardly. But the pink-haired girl blinked as another line appeared on the system panel. "Wait, eating one cherry tomato also reduces 10 grams of fat." The other awakened girls nearby froze. "What did you just say?" Moments later, they all crowded around Theo, confirming the same result. Eating 10 tomatoes burns 100 grams of fat in an hour. Their eyes sparkled. "We'll take them all." The girls scrambled to buy, arguing over who saw it first, while a burly male teammate, secretly self-conscious about his belly, joined in. "A tomato that helps with weight loss? I'll take 20. In mere minutes, Theo was surrounded by shouting customers. The chaos even caught Dong-shik's attention. Seeing everyone lining up to buy tomatoes, he hesitated, then awkwardly approached. "Maybe I should test one too." Meanwhile, back in the Black Tower farm, the system chimed, announcing Siguan's promotion. As he harvested another batch of ripe cherry tomatoes, he paused, thinking of Theo. "If I hadn't taken him in, that cat would have definitely fallen for fake awakeners by now," he muttered with a small smile. Hearing the system notification, Siguan nodded with satisfaction. The cherry tomatoes' fat-burning property would surely make them a hit among fitness enthusiasts, especially since they were exclusive to the tower. He plucked one fresh from the vine and took a bite. "Still so good," he murmured between mouthfuls. Even though he grew them himself, he couldn't help but savor every bite. Looking up toward the cave entrance, Siguan's face brightened. "My crops will definitely sell well," he said proudly. "If people on Earth knew about these, they'd go crazy for them." At that moment, on the 38th floor, Theo sat beside an empty basket, panting heavily with a few coins scattered around. For the first time in his life, he had sold out completely. Perhaps this was the moment the legend of the wandering merchant cat began. Back at the unstable farm, the carrot fields had begun to sprout. The father rabbit was excited, but Park Sejun looked thoughtful. Out of the 1,000 seeds he bought, only 700 had sprouted. The miraculous cherry tomatoes weren't much better, just 732 out of 1,200 seeds had taken root. The corn and sweet potatoes from the seed shop reached only around 60 to 70%. It seemed the germination rates were all similar. Sitting beside the carrot plot, Park Sejun sighed, wishing for more sprouts. Maybe the cave's soil wasn't fertile enough, or maybe his farmer level was still too low. Either way, he had to find a way to fix it soon. With Theo handling outside sales, the team at home needed to harvest as much as possible. As Park Sejun and the father rabbit discussed their next steps, a sudden noise made them turn. Above them, a bright torch spun in the air. The one responsible was none other than Black Rabbit, the little guy by the lake, swinging the torch to lure the fish below. Gripping his hammer tight, he leapt high into the air, striking down with precision. Within seconds, 5 fish lay on the ground. He caught the torch midair as he landed gracefully, his movements as fluid as a seasoned hunter's. Park Sejun gathered the rabbit family, amazed at the pile of fish and full of praise. The little black rabbit looked proud, making soft chirping sounds in delight. As Park Sejun stepped closer, he noticed the rabbit's body faintly glowing. It had leveled up. He had seen the white rabbits level up while farming before, but this was the first time he'd seen Black Rabbit glow. Park Sejun smiled, patting the little one's head proudly. He thought Warrior Rabbit wouldn't catch up to his siblings, but now he stood just as capable. Black Rabbit puffed out his chest and turned to the smaller white rabbits as if to say, "See? I told you I'm amazing." The others, unimpressed by his arrogance, still clapped half-heartedly to keep him happy. To celebrate his level up, Park Sejun generously gave everyone a short break. While they rested, he rummaged through his bag and pulled out the thermos he had bought from Theo. "Let's have some coffee," he grinned. Inside were several small packets of coffee powder. It seemed neither Scarum nor Theo had ever checked what was in it. If Theo had sold the coffee instead of the thermos, Park Sejun thought, he would have paid any price for it. That foolish cat had no clue what he was holding. Mixing the powder into a bottle, he used lake water instead of hot water or ice, making a simple Americano. Then, with a touch of honey from the bees, it became a honey Americano. The blend of sweetness and bitterness was perfect. One sip washed away all fatigue, leaving him refreshed. Park Sejun smiled contentedly and shared the rest with the curious rabbits. Black Rabbit volunteered to taste it first, but after one sip, his face twisted, and his body shuddered. The other rabbits followed reluctantly, each grimacing in turn as they passed the cup around. Park Sejun couldn't stop laughing. Apparently, rabbit tongues weren't built for bitterness. Their silent expressions of disgust only made him laugh harder. Then, his eyes caught sight of a familiar bee hovering near the cave entrance. "Hey, bee," he called cheerfully. The golden bee turned toward him, then flew back to the new beehive with excitement, as if showing off her new home. For a few seconds, Park Sejun just stood there, mouth open in surprise. "You moved here?" His heart filled with joy. No more lonely dinners, he couldn't have been happier. He danced around with the rabbits, celebrating the new arrival and even calling for a small party. But amid the laughter, a system message suddenly appeared. Deliver 10 cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. Reward, none. Refusal will lower the manager's favor. Park Sejun chuckled. The manager again? She must be desperate for tomatoes. Remembering how she used to threaten him, he decided to comply. Handing over 10 cherry tomatoes, he soon received a short message of thanks. "Ha, she even say thank you now," he murmured, his face bright with amusement. But then, his smile faded. His expression turned serious as he leaned against the stone wall and thought. "Why am I so easily swayed?" he muttered. "Just a little gratitude, and I'm already like this." At that moment, inside a tavern in the merchant travel district, a green goblin slammed his beer glass onto the table. "Why hasn't that damn cat come back yet?" Scarum snarled, his frustration echoing through the bar. His 2 goblin underlings, who had already heard him brag about tricking the foolish cat, couldn't understand why he was waiting for it. "What's the point?" one of them asked. "You said that cat was an idiot. Why worry now?" Scarum scowled, rubbing his temple. "Why hasn't it come back to the Merchant Guild to report its failure? How could it possibly sell that pile of junk?" "Are you worried?" the bearded goblin asked teasingly. "Worried? Ha!" Scarum waved dismissively. "But I can't ignore it either. If I meet that cat again, I'll make sure it owes me for life." He leaned back, smirking. "I'll buy it a glass of milk, offer it another job, lend it some coins for business, and trap it in a nice, deep spiral of debt. Once that's done, that cat will be my lifelong servant." His eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Instead of fear, his lackeys looked at him with awe. "You're a genius, boss," one said. "We should go find that cat right now," another suggested. But Scarum shook his head. No need. The prey always walks right into the trap on its own. The underlings nodded in admiration. Scarum, satisfied, pulled out his crystal tablet and checked the merchant ranking board. His grin widened. Finally. I made it into the top 1,000. Specifically, he was ranked 999th. He puffed out his chest, enjoying the flattery of his lackeys. Then, out of curiosity, he scrolled upward to see who was ranked higher. What the? His eyes bulged. What is this? Right there, several spots above him, was the name of the fat cat, Theo, ranked 982nd. Scarum froze, jaw hanging open. Then, his face twisted in fury. That miserable cat. He played dumb just to scam me. He slammed his fist on the table, shaking the glasses. If I ever catch him again, he's dead meat. Meanwhile, far away on the 99th floor, a cheerful voice rang out. I'm back, Naya. Theo had finally returned, but instead of Scarum, he greeted his real boss, Park Siguan, who was sharpening tools in the garden. Hearing the familiar voice, Siguan turned around in surprise, then stood up. Where have you been these past few days? Theo, misunderstanding the question, thought he was about to be hit. He quickly covered his head. I'm sorry. I won't play around anymore. Siguan blinked. What did you just say? Theo lowered his ears, trembling. I only played for 4 days. That made Siguan even more stunned. Wait, you said it would take at least a few days to sell everything, right? But you came back after 14 days. Meaning, you sold out almost immediately and then spent 10 days playing around? Theo's tail puffed up. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad, Naya. But instead of anger, Siguan's face shifted to disbelief. He placed a hand heavily on Theo's shoulder and said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes, if you don't want to see Partier's bad side, tell me everything. From A to Z. Theo gulped and, sweating profusely, recounted everything that had happened. The rabbits gathered around as he nervously explained his entire adventure from start to finish. When the story ended, Theo knelt on the ground, worried about his fate. Siguan, however, looked more impressed than angry. So you really sold out everything, huh? Seeing that the mood was calmer, Theo quickly took out a small pouch. Here are 50 tower coins, Naya. Siguan's eyes widened. It was the first time he'd seen a real tower coin. He examined it carefully before handing 2 coins back as a morale bonus. Good work, employee Theo. Keep this as motivation. Theo's eyes sparkled. Thank you, boss. But, why am I your employee, Naya? Shouldn't I be the sales cat, Theo? Siguan raised a brow. Still talking back, huh? Fine. You're demoted for now. But if you perform well next time, I'll restore your title and even increase your commission by 5%. Theo instantly perked up. Yes, sir. I'll reclaim my bestseller title, Naya. Amused, Siguan asked, by the way, did you really use cat language to sell products? Theo straightened his posture, switching into his best salesman mode. Of course, Naya. From now on, I'll always speak like this, Naya. Siguan chuckled, satisfied. Good. You'll understand soon, the grower's name also appears on the product board. So, next time you sell something, the whole tower will know who made it. Theo's fur stood on end. Naya, what? Realization hit him. Oh no. Naya. For beginner merchants like Theo, the system hid the supplier's name to prevent others from stealing their sources. That meant Siguan's name never appeared on the cherry tomato board at all. If the boss ever found out, the cat's life would be over. He wouldn't just be demoted, he'd lose his commission too. Seeing the terrified kitten freeze, Siguan quickly bent down and asked what was wrong. Covering his face with a towel, he quietly demanded the goods, then left. Rest for a few more days before leaving, he said. Why are you so kind today, brother? Theo wondered, but the cat's hands moved faster than a tomato packing machine, startling his rabbit colleague. There wasn't much time left. The only way was for Theo to earn 1,000 tower coins and level up to intermediate merchant rank to unlock the grower's name. That look of worry on the little cat's face didn't escape Siguan's eyes. He thought the golden-furred kid was just working hard out of dedication. Too bad that wasn't the case. Under the bright blue sky of the real world, a tall building stood. Inside, a group of men were chatting when the phone of a burly man, Dong Shik, rang. Seeing his daughter's message praising the cherry tomatoes, he was moved to tears. What's wrong, Mr. Dong Shik? His pink-haired colleague asked. Only then did they learn that his daughter had been struggling with weight loss lately, and yet she had happily texted him today. Proudly, Dong Shik credited it all to the cherry tomatoes from the tower. He regretted only buying 20 last time. The man beside him muttered that he didn't understand women's obsession with dieting, while another showed his phone wallpaper, a picture of his crush, saying that giving her cherry tomatoes helped them start dating. I still have a few left, said the pink-shirt man, immediately baiting his friends. They begged to buy some, even offering high prices. Before the situation escalated, Dong Shik stepped in and suggested they go up to the 38th floor to get more. His tone was so serious that everyone agreed without question. "Oh man, we barely rested and already have to fight monsters again," the pink shirt guy sighed, only to hear a woman's confident voice, "We're ready." A group of stylishly dressed women appeared, Jessica and her friends, looking more like they were going shopping than monster hunting. Their slim figures were all thanks to cherry tomatoes, and though Jessica claimed she wanted to train, she was really here for more diet goods. Dong Shik ignored them and rallied his team toward the Black Tower, vowing to buy a whole batch and become the perfect father in his daughter's eyes. Meanwhile, under that same blue sky, Theo walked away gloomily. "When will I have enough coins?" he muttered. It would take more than 10 more trips to reach his goal. As he brooded, 2 people suddenly blocked his path. It was the Phoenix Club. Jessica's group had been waiting 3 days, afraid Theo wouldn't return. "You were waiting here, for tomatoes?" he asked, stunned. But as they eagerly inquired about prices, the cat's merchant instincts kicked in. "The price has gone up," he declared. "How much?" Dong Shik demanded. Theo blurted, 0.07 tower coins each, not much at all. He immediately worried he had gone too far, but then a bag of money hit the ground along with an order for 200 tomatoes. The others followed, buying up everything in an instant. Theo hadn't even unpacked yet before it was all gone. As the Phoenix Club left, Dong Shik asked when he would return. "In 10 days, Theo replied calmly. "Perfect timing," Dong Shik said, reminding him to bring more next time. Watching the pile of gold coins gleam before him, Theo's eyes s. With these regular customers, reaching 1,000 coins won't be a dream, he thought smugly. "I'll level up before the boss ever finds out." Just then, 3 beautiful girls appeared out of nowhere. "Oh my god, how cute is this little cat?" one of them exclaimed. Theo puffed up immediately. "I'm not a cat, I'm Theo. A respectable young merchant." The long-haired girl laughed and introduced herself as Sua, explaining that Theo looked exactly like a cat she knew. "Exactly like?" Theo turned dramatically in a circle. "I'm one of a kind." Smiling, Sua pulled a bright red package from her pocket and tossed it to him. "Want some cat snacks?" she teased. "I only eat fish," Theo began, but one lick later, his eyes sparkled with delight. How can something taste this good? He devoured the whole pack in a flash, tail wagging. "Here, have more, if you'll take a picture with me," Sua said. Theo instantly jumped into her arms, posing proudly for the selfie. On the other side, her friends stared in disbelief. It was the first time they'd seen someone bring cat treats into the tower, but Theo was just too cute to resist. Later, Sua smiled at the photo on her phone. She and the little cat looked perfect together. Back in Siguan's cave, however, a familiar sight greeted him, a black rabbit's backside filling his view. While Theo handled business outside, the boss was busy training Black Rabbit. You might be wondering about the piranhas. Siguan had carefully blocked all the holes they could enter through, though he still felt uneasy. Thanks to consistent training, Black Rabbit had improved a lot. During the last promotion test, the rabbit had nearly drowned after leaping into the pond in celebration. The memory still made Siguan's heart race. Seeing that clump of fur float on the water had made him scream so loud the mother rabbit fainted, and even the fish had fled in fear. They almost lost a capable fighter that day. Now, remembering it still made him flinch, and the clueless duo nearby had the nerve to laugh. Siguan sighed and glanced at the 2 white rabbits who were still splashing around carefreely. Exhausted, he reached into his pocket for honey, but found only an empty bottle. Come to think of it, I haven't seen golden poison bee leave the hive in a while, he murmured. Just as he looked up, he and rabbits froze. The golden hive was surrounded by a buzzing swarm of tiny bees. Golden bee had given birth to countless offspring in such a short time. Ha! It's time to visit her and offer congratulations, but it feels wrong to go empty-handed, Siguan thought aloud. Should I bring flowers as a gift? While the newly born bees buzzed lazily inside their hive, they suddenly heard voices calling from below. 2 white rabbits, those with the same dazed expression as always, were waving at them enthusiastically. Siguan held up a branch of blooming flowers as a housewarming present, but the moment the bees noticed it, they instantly shifted into combat mode. Their wings flapped violently, eyes turned crimson, and the stingers under their abdomens glowed a sharp purple. Startled, the white rabbits bolted in terror, leaving only Black Rabbit, who grinned at the sight of a potential battle and summoned his hammer with a determined thud. The noise quickly reached the ears of the queen bee inside the hive. Outside, chaos broke loose. Young bees and Black Rabbit were clashing fiercely. The winged swarm showed no mercy, diving at anything that moved, ready to sting without hesitation. Siguan screamed, completely overwhelmed by the sudden madness. Then, from above, a massive silhouette appeared, hovering gracefully over the swarm. A queen bee, nearly 1/3 Siguan's size, spread her golden brown wings. She's huge, he stammered, frozen in disbelief. That gentle face, that familiar buzz, it could only be the cute golden bee, the little one he once knew. But now, she was a poisonous queen bee. The queen glided closer, her sheer size forcing Black Rabbit to drop his hammer in awe. According to the Tower Manager Guidebook, solitary bees were carnivorous creatures that hunted prey with venom. Normally, that much was common knowledge, but somewhere else, far away, Black Dragon was buried in study, flipping through ancient records. She found no mention of a solitary bee evolving into a queen. After fruitless searching, she closed the book and decided to ask her grandfather later. For now, the newly born venomous queen didn't pose any threat to Siguan or his farm. Still, her transformation was a mystery even the dragon couldn't explain. While Siguan and Black Rabbit stood stunned, the queen bee buzzed proudly, showing off her elegant new form. Gone was the small, cuddly creature that once perched on Siguan's shoulder, now stood a majestic mother bee, ruler of her own hive. Her transformation hadn't happened overnight. Back when she first found Siguan's cave, she'd gorged on nectar until full, then began to release a unique fragrance that made her hive's queen wary of her. Realizing she had gained the ability to lay eggs, the old queen's hostility grew, forcing the solitary bee to leave. Seeking safety, she discovered Siguan's cave, a perfect place to build her own hive, high on the ceiling and safe from danger. Alone, she endured the painful process of transformation, slowly maturing until the day she emerged as the dazzling queen they now saw. Even she seemed amazed by her own evolution, but Siguan, beaming, gently offered a tomato flower to celebrate her transformation and motherhood. It might have been a simple gift, but Queen Bee adored it, brushing against him affectionately. Though much larger now, she still acted the same as before, buzzing softly and nuzzling Siguan in thanks. Around them, the young bees calmed down and began clinging playfully to Siguan's arms and shoulders, slowly getting used to the rabbit family. Siguan smiled warmly. "I like you all too," he said, surrounded by buzzing wings and wagging tails, a peaceful moment in the heart of his ever-growing tower farm. From that day on, Siguan's small family had grown into a large one. A few days later, his cave was filled with commotion. The rabbits had banded together to wake him, one tugging at his blanket, another pulling his hair. Still half asleep, Siguan was dragged out of bed as the stacked rabbits kept chirping pee-pee, clearly trying to tell him something was happening in the carrot field. And indeed, they had a good reason. Under the pale glow of the moon, a single purple carrot stood out among the crops. Siguan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "They changed color overnight," he murmured. These carrots were still young, yet under the moonlight, they had ripened into something extraordinary. He chuckled at the excited rabbits. "Rascals, so that's why you woke me up? All right, let's dig it up and see." Pulling gently, Siguan lifted the plump purple carrot from the soil as the rabbits watched in awe. It was larger than he expected. The system chimed in immediately. Harvest skill level 2. Moonlight carrot, E+, enhances agility by 0.05 for up to 45 days. Harvest points, 70. Bonus, 20 experience points. It was a remarkable improvement. Higher grade crops could be stored longer and yielded far more benefits. Siguan, feeling grateful, handed the first moonlight carrot to the rabbits as a reward for their hard work. Their eyes lit up in delight. Sickle Rabbit volunteered to divide it, brandishing its sharp chisel like a master craftsman. With swift, precise movements, it sliced the carrot midair into perfect, equal pieces. The cuts landed cleanly in its paws, drawing Siguan's applause for the flawless display. Only Black Rabbit sulked, staring at its piece, the tail end of the carrot, and grumbled quietly about unfair portions. Amused, Siguan plucked a few moonlight tomatoes from nearby. After the moon's blessing, 5 had ripened. He offered one to the tower manager, asking if it could be exchanged for a new skill. To his surprise, the system didn't immediately reject him, it simply responded. "Request noted. A skill will be granted next time." Siguan blinked in astonishment. The dragon never said things like that. But before he could dwell on it, a shrill yell echoed from outside. It was Theo, fur bristling, eyes wide, frozen before a swarm of venomous golden bees glaring down at him. Having missed their birth, the poor cat didn't know these creatures at all. Startled, Siguan quickly lifted Theo and rubbed him against his face, calling out to the bees, "See? He's family. He's not dangerous." After a tense pause, the bees recognized their master's gesture and buzzed off peacefully, leaving Siguan covered in cat fur and sneezing uncontrollably. "Ugh, even wild cats are trouble," he muttered, rubbing his nose. Theo thanked him gratefully, but Siguan, still sniffling, tugged the cat's ears. "Why are the staff calling me brother now? Since when are we family?" Theo innocently replied, "Because you said we're all family, boss." Too trusting, this cat. Siguan sighed, then motioned for him to bring out the day's earnings before talking any further. This time, Theo proudly presented a pouch holding 75 tower coins. Siguan nodded approvingly. "Not bad. You've worked hard." But before the praise could sink in, Theo grinned and produced a second pouch, stuffed with even more coins. "And here's extra profit." I charged an additional fee of 0.02 coins per tomato since everyone wanted them so badly, he said, tail swishing with pride. He waited for Siguan's admiration, but instead, the farmer maintained a serious expression. 2 coins, he said flatly, tossing a small reward to Theo. The cat froze. T2 coins? Work harder next time if you want your best sales cat title back, Siguan replied, perfectly mimicking the tone of a stingy employer. Theo deflated on the spot, tail drooping. Of course, that was just an act. Inside, Siguan was impressed. If he hadn't already heard from the tower manager, who'd tattled about Theo raising the prices, he would have promoted him on the spot. But since the cat wanted to play merchant, Siguan decided to play the boss role properly, squeezing every coin like a true capitalist farmer. The sound of slurping nearby caught Park Siguan's attention. Turning around, he saw Theo chewing on a bag of cat snacks, completely absorbed in the taste. Whether walking on 2 legs or 4, no cat could resist such a treat. Siguan had always liked cats but never owned one back on Earth, so he had no idea what Theo was eating. What surprised him more was learning that a huntress had given Theo the snack after taking a picture with him. It tasted like chicken, though Theo's favorite was the salmon flavor. A cat eating snacks might seem normal, but this was the tower, such things didn't exist here. To bring items from outside, there were only 2 ways, through a black hole teleportation event like the one that brought Siguan here, or by awakeners who carried things with them when they entered the tower. However, there was a strict limit, they could only bring items totaling up to 1 kilogram in weight. Most prioritized useful items for climbing, solar-powered phones for communication, food rations, cigarettes. No one would waste their quota on cat treats. The thought sparked an idea in Siguan's head. He didn't yet know what it was, but he already felt proud of himself for being clever. His grin turned sly as he imagined ways to turn this discovery into profit, making Theo think his boss was eyeing his snack. Panicking, Theo clutched the bag tightly, suspecting Siguan wanted to take it away. When Siguan scolded him for violating their contract by accepting gifts from someone else without permission, Theo immediately let go, trembling at the thought of punishment. Don't be too disappointed, my sales cat, Siguan said, grinning. Let's go find new customers together, alright? Theo perked up when he heard the word sales cat. Siguan promised him the title for an hour. If he performed well in the next deal, he could keep it longer. Excited, Theo agreed right away. Siguan lifted him up, setting up a small merchant stall with a warm fire and a few helpers grilling fish. He placed Theo comfortably on his lap, peeling open another snack while preparing 2 fish on a leafy mat like a true chef. In between grilling, Siguan suddenly asked how Theo, a short-legged cat, had reached the 38th floor without fighting monsters. Theo raised a paw and explained seriously that he was a licensed merchant. The badge hanging from his neck came from the Wandering Merchant Association, requiring an annual fee but granting protection. As long as he wore it, monsters wouldn't attack him. However, that protection didn't extend to hunters, they would still get punched as usual. Theo proudly continued that Merchant Guild members could use shortcuts between floors, allowing quick travel, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach this place in just 5 days. Curious, Siguan asked which floor this was. The 99th, Theo replied casually. Siguan froze for several seconds, his mind blank. What? Theo gave him a pitying look, unsure whether his boss was slow or just in shock. For as long as he had been here, Siguan believed the tower only had about 40 floors. Learning that he was now on the 99th left him speechless. His mind refused to accept it. Theo, seeing his boss collapse in confusion, panicked and tugged at his cheeks until Siguan finally came to his senses. Still dazed, Siguan blinked and muttered weakly, Theo? Theo, however, was more worried about his weekly rewards than his boss's breakdown. Siguan's gaze drifted to the small campfire, realizing how far he had come. While hunters fought day and night to reach even the 40th floor, he, a simple farmer, was already at the 99th. Theo gestured with his paw, telling him to keep grilling because he refused to eat burnt fish. Siguan sighed, declaring that Theo's VIP merchant status was over for now. Theo hung his head in disappointment, his badge trembling softly. Siguan started daydreaming not far away, in a hidden part of the lush forest, a group of wounded, starving hunters huddled together, despairing over their fate. Suddenly, a pair of straw sandals stepped into view. It was none other than Park Siguan, the farmer-turned-merchant, and beside him, the famous merchant cat, Theo. As they arrived, the hungry hunters immediately stood up, eyes wide in relief and recognition. Their saviors had come. He tossed his hair like an idol, then sold the food and made a lot of money, so much that he felt like a billionaire. It was truly a beautiful, if somewhat unrealistic, dream. Siguan eagerly asked Theo again how he could also become a traveling merchant like him. But the cat looked at Siguan as if he were clueless and said, only creatures born within the tower can become traveling merchants, Naya. Siguan froze. It felt like the entire sky was collapsing on him, his dream shattered, his hope gone. Tears welled up and fell freely as despair swallowed him whole. Seeing his boss's reaction, Theo looked oddly pleased, trying to comfort him, but Siguan suddenly clutched his head, staring up at the sky and shouting, "Aya!" His voice echoed through the tower, making nearby rabbits and bees scatter in shock. Even the black dragon, lazily munching on grilled magic cherry tomatoes, heard the distant screams. It blinked once, then went back to eating. Theo, who had been sitting on a black rabbit's head the whole time, stared blankly. He had never seen his boss go crazy like this and just prayed Siguan wouldn't deduct his pay. After letting out all that frustration, Siguan finally calmed down. He accepted the truth: if he couldn't leave the tower, then he would live every day to the fullest. Meanwhile, outside the tower, in the United States, 2 magic cherry tomatoes were placed on an expensive white porcelain plate. A middle-aged man with blonde hair, looking every bit the corporate elite, turned to a dark-skinned woman beside him. "So this is the mysterious fruit hunters are raving about?" he asked. The woman, Jenny, CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals, nodded. "My brother from the Phoenix Guild got it from a traveling merchant. Try checking its status window, you'll see." The man, Michael Claren, vice president of Gagel Food Company, already knew he could read the item's details by holding it. Still, he seemed uninterested, only asking Jenny what she wanted to do with it. Jenny, unimpressed, reminded him, "You control 39% of the global food market, and you don't know a business opportunity when it's staring at you?" Michael's tone turned cold. "Watch your mouth, Jenny." Tired of arguing, Jenny waved her hand, summoning a large holographic display. Rows of data appeared, but one detail stood out: eating 1 magic cherry tomato could reduce 10 grams of fat and boost fat burning rate. That made Michael pause. He leaned closer, his interest finally sparked. Tower-grown items couldn't be analyzed for components, but Easter's research confirmed its weight loss effects. Michael slumped back into his chair. "Sounds profitable," he muttered. Still, he suspected Jenny wasn't being generous for free. Jenny was blunt. She needed access to the farming project inside the tower, the one Michael had failed to secure. Seeing his surprise, she smiled. "I also heard the board's about to pick a new chairman, and your father's health isn't looking great. Wouldn't this deal help you win their favor?" Then, with a sly grin, she held the tomato toward him. "So, does it look sweeter now?" Michael grabbed the magic cherry tomato and bit into it. "Incredibly sweet," he said, laughing, though even he didn't know if he was laughing at the flavor or the opportunity. "Got any more?" Jenny rolled her eyes. "No. You even ate mine. If you want more, go to the tower and buy it yourself." Back inside the tower, Siguan decided to focus on what he could control. He mapped out everything he knew about his surroundings. His cave still lacked many essentials, so he needed to secure his area. From Theo's reports, there were no monsters nearby, but farther out, one lurked. A massive crimson bear. Just the thought made Siguan's skin crawl. Memories of that night under the blue moon flashed vividly in his mind. Even Theo, normally cheerful, looked uneasy. The red bear didn't attack him directly, but its watchful gaze each time he passed was unnerving. "Naya." Siguan glanced at Du, who was resting beside the blooming magic cherry tomatoes, their flowers nearly ready to release pollen. He hoped the bees would multiply soon, enough to patrol the area and keep him safe at night. The thought of waking up one day to find himself halfway down a bear's throat made him shiver. So he came up with a plan: have the bees weave strong cords from onion leaves, tie them to a nearby tree, and use them to climb out if danger approached. It was a simple but practical idea. Siguan stood and called Theo over, ready to assign a new task. Siguan decided to give Theo a special task. He made it sound like a mission of utmost importance, one that only a capable merchant could handle. Could the proud traveling merchant cat manage it? "Of course, Naya." Theo replied confidently, tail flicking. The cat's face radiated 10-point credibility, as if it had just completed a world-saving mission. A few days later, on the 38th floor, several groups of hunters and explorers had set up camp, waiting for something, or rather, someone, to arrive. What else could they be waiting for but Theo's magic cherry tomatoes? They were ready to fight tooth and nail for them. Then, with a dramatic leap, Theo descended from above, performing a perfect somersault and landing gracefully before the crowd's awestruck eyes. "Here comes the traveling merchant cat," they shouted with excitement, rushing over. But this time, Theo didn't immediately unpack his basket. Instead, he rested a paw on his hip and said with authority, "From today, I'll be changing how I sell my goods, Naya." The crowd blinked. "What do you mean by that? Explain clearly." Theo lifted his chin proudly. "Starting today, I'll sell 500 magic cherry tomatoes as one batch, to the highest bidder, Naya. Those without enough coins can leave right now, Naya. The starting price is 35 coins. Meanwhile, deep inside his cave, Siguan was tending to the farm with the black rabbits, watching the young ones harvest blue tomatoes. Hearing the news, he realized Theo had brought the magic cherry tomatoes out and made them popular again. Someone must have bribed the cat to get access. Still, Siguan didn't mind, the demand had risen sharply, and since they held the monopoly, an auction was the fastest way to make a fortune. Besides, he was secretly pleased. This was Theo's chance to showcase his trading skill in front of everyone. After eating his fill, Siguan was about to get back to work when a secondary quest suddenly appeared. Quest: give the tower manager a magic cherry tomato honey smoothie like the one you drank. Reward: special professional skill. Refusing might anger the system, so Siguan sighed. He wanted to explain that juicing tomatoes was a tiring, time-consuming job, something better left for after work. But the system grew impatient, flashing multiple notifications in front of him. The tower manager requests it immediately. The reward will be upgraded to a super skill upon completion. Siguan frowned. Does he want a drink, or just to show off? Wouldn't it be faster to give me the skill and then ask for the smoothie? Still, the rules were the rules. Even the tower manager had to follow them. So, Siguan decided to indulge the request. If it meant getting a new skill, it was worth the effort. He picked around 50 ripe blue tomatoes, placing them on his palm. Then, taking a deep breath, he squeezed hard. The tomatoes squeaked, juice squirting in all directions. I swear, Siguan muttered, exhausted, this is the most artisanal smoothie making I've ever done. Next, the queen bees arrived, dripping golden honey into the juice glass. The process might have looked far from hygienic, but the result, a shimmering blue smoothie laced with honey, looked surprisingly appetizing. A glowing status window appeared. The smoothie vanished into light particles, absorbed instantly. From above, Siguan sensed the tower manager's excitement, almost like wings flapping eagerly in anticipation. Flapping wings, huh? Siguan muttered with a tired sigh. Even the manager can't resist a good drink. Inferring from the fact that the tower's traveling merchant was a cat, Siguan couldn't help but wonder what kind of creature managed this entire place. High above, the black dragon was happily slurping the smoothie through a straw, praising it to the heavens. Siguan chuckled. Well, as long as the manager likes it, he said, opening his reward window out of curiosity. Special professional skill acquired, level 1 beekeeping. Another skill related to his current work, but this one seemed much more refined. The system automatically opened the skill details for him. Beekeeping, LV.1. Can be used on all personal beehives. Increases obedience of bees toward the user. Expands foraging range, slightly increases the queen's egg-laying speed and honey production. Siguan's eyes brightened. Perfect timing. I was worried the venomous bees wouldn't listen when they left the hive, he muttered. He looked toward the ceiling, as if addressing a hidden camera. Thanks for the skill, manager. You're surprisingly considerate. The black dragon heard the faint voice from her crystal orb and froze. Did he just thank me? She thought, cheeks growing warm. Flustered, she fiddled with her straw, unable to respond directly. If you're that thankful, she murmured shyly, give me another tomato smoothie. Siguan rolled his eyes. Yeah, not happening, he said flatly. Then, suddenly acting as if he were about to ask something profound, Siguan raised his head. Hey, tower manager, he said seriously, are you a winged pig? The black dragon's expression stiffened. A barrage of floating notice boards instantly appeared before Siguan's eyes. Go to hell. Stupid. Meanie. All of them vanished one after another. Siguan blinked in confusion. What did I say wrong this time? Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Theo the merchant cat faced a stunned crowd. Everyone froze upon hearing that the magic cherry tomatoes would only be sold through auction. No. I can't buy blue tomatoes for my daughter today, one hunter muttered, despair creeping in. The team leader clenched his teeth, raising his hand. 41 coins. It's expensive, but Dongshik needs those tomatoes now, he said to his group. We'll just redistribute them later. Soon, others shouted higher bids, prices quickly climbing past 60 coins. Dongshik didn't have enough, so he borrowed from his team members, a full 100 coins. But then, Michael, the vice president of Gagel Food Company, casually doubled the bid. No one dared to challenge him. The first basket of 500 tomatoes was sold to Michael in an instant. Dongshik recognized him immediately, the big money hunter. Behind him stood a young man with dark skin and white hair, Chris, Ginny's younger brother. Why are you here? Dongshik asked, glaring. Chris scratched his neck awkwardly. Ah, my sister asked me to bring Mr. Michael to the merchant cat stall. That's all. Dongshik sighed. Great. Now even corporations are competing for tomatoes. Determined not to lose, he joined the next auction round. Starting price, 35 coins. 60. Dongshik shouted. 100, Michael countered smoothly. Theo immediately struck the deal, second basket sold. By the third basket, Michael didn't even wait for the cat to announce anything. He simply placed down another 100 coins. In total, 300 tower coins for 1,500 magic cherry tomatoes. Dongshik collapsed in defeat, staring blankly. So much for being a reliable father. Unlike others who came to the tower seeking profit, Michael had one purpose: to buy more magic tomatoes. Holding a ripe one in his hand, he admired its color and texture with a satisfied smile. "The quality today is excellent," he said, before signaling to his party to descend back to the first floor. As the traders left, two familiar girls approached Theo. He recognized them, the ones who had given him the reward soup earlier. "Oh, right, her name was Suha." Theo tilted his head. "It's Suha," she corrected with a laugh. She took out another reward soup bar and shyly asked, "Can I take another photo?" Theo was flattered but shook his head. "Sorry, Naya. Boss gave me another task. I need something called coffee." Suha tilted her head, confused, but rummaged through her bag and produced a small packet of instant coffee. Theo immediately asked for salt and pepper too. She blinked. "Salt and pepper? What's a cat going to do with that?" In reward for the task, Siguan had promised him the title of VIP sales cat for a few hours, complete with lap privileges and free snacks. For Theo, that was irresistible. Afterward, Theo agreed to take a photo anyway. He posed exactly as Suha asked, making her grin ear to ear. When they finished, Theo stretched out his paw to shake hands in thanks. The moment Suha touched the soft, cushiony paw, she couldn't resist stroking it a few more times. Theo blinked. "What are you doing, Naya?" Flustered, Suha quickly let go, then awkwardly offered 3 more reward bars just to touch it again. Theo tilted his head, accepting the snacks. "Why do humans like touching my paw pads, Naya?" Suha smiled shyly. "Because they're soft, and touching them brings good luck. Normal cats don't let humans touch their paws, but you're different." Theo stared blankly. He couldn't imagine humans being that obsessed with paw pads, or calling them lucky hands. Just then, Suha's friend approached, holding out her phone. "Can I take one too?" "The pepper you asked for was from me." Theo nodded proudly. "Of course, Naya. Pepper Lady deserves a photo too." It agreed to pose as a cute cat in the photo right away. As soon as Theo stretched out his 2 paws, he confidently asked people to rub his lucky hands. As long as they offered a small reward, they were free to touch him. All he had to do was extend his paws forward, and soon Theo was surrounded by humans eager to hug him. Like that, he will be provided the full VIP merchant cat service for 24 hours. But amidst all this attention, Theo suddenly remembered there was still an important task to finish. Suha sat quietly in a corner, typing a post about her meeting with the famous traveling merchant cat, attaching the photo she had just taken with him. That's when Theo suddenly jumped in front of her and asked what she was doing. He didn't realize she had already uploaded their picture to social media. Curious, Theo asked if she came from a place called South Korea, saying he recognized a familiar scent on her. With a smug look, he then smiled and asked for a small favor. Who could resist the charm of this silly, chatty cat ending every sentence with a soft Naya? Meanwhile, thanks to the growing number of bee colonies, Siguan's tomato fields had become livelier than ever, with honey production also increasing steadily. His beekeeping skill rose smoothly to level 2. For the past few days, Siguan hadn't seen the queen bee. It seemed she was entering a new breeding phase. The system soon allowed him to expand to 2 hives, letting him split the growing population. Siguan now needed proper containers to store honey, as the plastic bottles he had brought from months ago were no longer enough. Returning to his farm work, Siguan pulled a large carrot from the ground and called the rabbits for dinner. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the first carrot harvest since the Blue Moon event. Because of the abundance, each rabbit got one to enjoy. Mimicking Siguan's gestures, the rabbits raised their carrots high, as if offering them to a deity, hoping, perhaps, that their farmer wasn't a god of foolishness or poverty. Once finished, they sat around the fire and ate together. The carrot in Siguan's hand was much larger than those on Earth, with effects that improved eyesight, reduced fat by 10 grams, and slightly increased agility. Despite being only grade E, these carrots were more practical than most other crops. After the meal, they loaded the carrots onto a cart, wrapping them in onion leaves for storage. The total harvest reached about 700 carrots. When Siguan looked to the side, he saw the black rabbit sprawled out, pretending to be exhausted, when in truth, it was quietly nibbling on carrot scraps. The shed was already full, so Siguan had to stop harvesting. Status windows popped up, announcing that he had reached level 10 and unlocked a new mission. But this one was different. Normally, missions came from the Black Dragon, always related to food or drinks. This time, there was another notification about tower management, something unrelated. Since it was a level 10 player mission, Siguan needed to complete it to unlock his new attribute and advance to level 11. Unlike hunters who received monster hunting quests, Siguan's farming path had its own kind of challenge. The system asked him to expand his farm by 50 militas. For Siguan, it was an easy task, as his fields already allowed for free cultivation. Once completed, he received 10 tower coins and a new professional attribute as a reward. There was plenty of land available, but to count as cultivated ground, Siguan and the rabbits had to dig holes and plant seeds across the entire 50 milita stretch. By the end, they were so worn out they could barely move, let alone complain about the reward. Each newly expanded square meter granted Siguan experience points for planting, but now he was completely drained. Where was he supposed to find the strength to keep going? He gathered his tools and belongings, made a simple bed from onion leaves, bid the little rabbits good night, and headed back to his cave to sleep. But when the tired rabbits returned to their homes, they were unexpectedly stopped at the door. Their parents blocked the way, shook their heads, and shut the door tight. The sudden rejection left the 5 young ones pounding on the door, crying in confusion. It turned out that once rabbits came of age, they were expected to live on their own, a custom of independence. And now, exhausted and homeless, who was going to dig a new burrow for them? Feeling sorry, Siguan offered them space on his onion leaf bed. Naturally, the little ones agreed. Soon, each found a corner and drifted to sleep, snoring softly. 2 of them nestled on either side of Siguan's face, rubbing their warm white fur against his cheeks. It was cozy, and for the first time in a while, Siguan felt a gentle warmth in his heart. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Captain Kim Dong-shik was far less cheerful. Unable to buy any tomatoes, he knew his daughter's scolding was inevitable. As he sighed, Suha returned, and with her came Theo. Dong-shik immediately asked why the merchant cat was there. Theo had come with a request, asking if Dong-shik was the leader of the Korean players. Then, out of nowhere, Theo extended his paw and asked to form a contract. He handed over a pre-written contract. The document mentioned to give 50 million won to Park Siguan family in Sosa district, Bucheon, noting that Siguan was doing well inside the tower. As compensation, Theo pulled out a pouch containing 50 tower coins, along with 200 magic cherry tomatoes. Dong-shik shot to his feet immediately. Money was one thing, but cherry tomatoes were divine. Bringing this back home would make his daughter adore him all over again. Tears welled up at the thought, though he quickly regained composure and questioned who Park Siguan really was. If Siguan was doing so well, why hadn't he contacted his family himself? Was he a hunter? Why not leave the tower? Theo, of course, knew the truth, that his boss lived on the 99th floor, but that was a forbidden secret. So he made up a story. Siguan had saved his life on the 40th floor, and this was Theo's way of repaying that debt. Dong-shik frowned. Hunters barely reached the 38th floor, yet this man was already farming beyond that. If Park Siguan had truly advanced so far on his own, he wasn't just skilled, he was exceptional. Dong-shik began to plot quietly. If he could make contact with Siguan later, perhaps they could recruit him, or even monopolize the supply of these rare tomatoes. Deciding quickly, he signed the contract as Theo instructed. The system confirmed their partnership, marking it as valid even outside the tower. Before leaving, Theo reminded him to return after 10 days to report on progress. I, Kim Dong-shik, he said solemnly, will take responsibility for informing Park Siguan's parents. The next day, the rabbits proudly showed Siguan their new homes. He hadn't expected them to build so well, 2-story burrows with roofs made of onion leaves and compacted soil walls. Their craftsmanship was impressive, far more advanced than their parents' homes. They smiled proudly, showing off even a small resting area inside where they could nap between work. Siguan gently patted their heads in praise, and the rabbits beamed with joy. A few days had passed since they moved out, and though their speed wasn't fast, the scale of their homes was remarkable. To celebrate, Siguan invited the whole rabbit family to a small housewarming feast. They drank tomato juice and munched on carrots harvested from the farm. He poured tomato juice into cups carved from carrots, an idea he thought was genius. After drinking, they could just eat the cup itself, no need for washing or thermos cleaning. Watching the rabbit couple being so affectionate, Siguan couldn't help but find it strange. They looked like a loving pair, yet they were the ones who kicked their kids out. Maybe, they were planning to have more? Looking down at the young ones, Siguan teased them softly, looks like you'll have new siblings to carry around soon. Of course, the little ones didn't understand a thing. Just then, a system window appeared, announcing that a month had passed, and the seed shop had reopened. Perfect timing. Siguan had been wanting to expand the menu for his little family. He quickly opened the list to see what was available this month. Prices hadn't changed much. 100 potato seeds for 5 coins. 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coin. 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 coin. The word lettuce caught his attention, but he sighed, no meat to go with it. So the real choice was between potatoes and strawberries. He preferred strawberries, of course, sweet and refreshing. But practicality won out. Potatoes filled hunger better, and in the tower, that mattered most. After confirming the purchase, a brown canvas sack appeared in front of him, far larger than usual. It looked like a sack of rice dropping straight from above, and if he hadn't dodged fast enough, it would have flattened him. The startled rabbit couple jumped in surprise. Siguan quickly apologized, then bent down to pick up the scattered potatoes. They were big and healthy, with smooth skins and no blemishes, clearly high grade. Just thinking about roasting them or grinding them into flour made his mouth water. Tomorrow, he decided, would be for planting potatoes. Tonight, they'd rest. The rabbits, hearing about new food, immediately agreed with shining eyes. That reminded Siguan of someone, his employee still wandering outside. Has Theo finished the errands I gave him? At that moment, in the bustling trading district filled with creatures of every kind, from beasts to humanoids, Theo was hunched over a booth cluttered with bottles and cookware, searching for the items Siguan had requested. Holding a frying pan in one paw and a pot in the other, he clutched a few more things against his chest and asked the price. When the shopkeeper said 1.6 coins, Theo demanded a discount at once. The owner chuckled. Haven't seen you around before, you. For newcomers, I'll make it 1.5 coins. Theo frowned, his brow furrowing where there were no eyebrows. That's still too high. Lower it more, Naya. The owner refused flatly, saying any less would be a loss. Theo turned away. All right then. Guess I'll just buy it somewhere else, Naya. The moment he took 2 steps, the shopkeeper leapt forward to stop him, calling out, Fine, 1.3. Theo crossed his arms. 1.2, or we're just not meant to do business, Naya. Grumbling, the owner finally agreed. Theo set the coins on the counter and left immediately with the items. A moment later, the shopkeeper looked down at the coins, confused. They were marked with a paw print. What in the world? Theo, meanwhile, leaned against a wall outside, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face. It was the first time he had ever haggled like that, and not only did he succeed, but he hadn't been chased away or slapped. Proudly puffing his chest, he meowed, Heh. I did it, Naya. I'm a genius shopper. He still remembered Siguan's strict instructions before leaving. Always negotiate, no matter the price. If they refuse, walk away. If they stop you, offer a lower price and close the deal. Theo had studied those lessons seriously, and now, with one successful try, he was convinced he was born for business. While basking in self-praise, a familiar voice echoed from a nearby alley. Theo froze. It was Scarum, the trickster who had swindled him before, now sweet-talking another new merchant with that same special secret pitch. Theo's fur bristled. That lying scammer was at it again. He sprinted toward the voice, shouting the swindler's name to startle him. Scarum jumped slightly but quickly covered it with a grin, throwing an arm around Theo's shoulders. Well, long time no see. How have you been, my friend? That gear I sold you still serving you well? Theo shoved his arm off. Don't act close, Naya. You scammed me once already. Everyone, be careful, this guy's a fraud. Scarum scowled. Fraud? You wound me. I sold you quality goods for a bargain. Theo pointed to the poor newbie standing nearby. Don't believe him, Naya. That container isn't magical at all. It's just made with 2 layers inside to block heat exchange, it slows cooling, nothing more. Those were Siguan's words exactly, and now Theo repeated them confidently, exposing every detail of the scam. Scarum broke into a nervous sweat, fumbling for excuses. Theo ignored them and raised his voice, calling for the guards to arrest the cheat. Furious and embarrassed, Scarum snatched up his container, hissed an insult, and ran off. Theo turned to the new merchant, who thanked him profusely. Puffing out his chest, Theo introduced himself with pride, like a hero saving the helpless. I'm a wandering merchant, Theo, Naya. Be careful next time. Anyone watching might have thought a touching new storyline was beginning, a kind merchant cat meeting a grateful girl. But beneath the newcomer's green scarf gleamed sharp red eyes, the eyes of a fox. From the rooftops above, shadows leapt down, 3 dogs wearing dark hats, landing silently and kneeling before the fox. Didn't I tell you to eliminate all potential interference? The fox woman asked coldly. Agent Zirith, one stammered, we did search 100 meters around the area, no idea how that traveling cat slipped in. The others bowed, begging forgiveness. We failed our mission. Please punish us. Zirith, special agent of the Merchant Alliance's Secret Intelligence Division, sighed. Return to headquarters. You can start by writing me 100 apology letters. After giving the order, she turned away, her cloak fluttering. The dog shivered, realizing she wasn't joking. Zirith had been pursuing Scarum for months. Every scam traced back to him, yet he somehow possessed goods from outside the tower, something nearly impossible. They needed to catch him red-handed to uncover how he obtained them. Today had been their best chance, until that orange cat appeared and ruined everything. Find that cat, Zirith muttered. It has history with Scarum. Follow it, and we'll find our next lead. Unaware of the new eyes watching him, Theo happily strolled back toward the cave. Inside, Siguan was showing the rabbits how to cut seed potatoes for planting. Like this, he said, slicing one potato neatly into 4 pieces. The rabbit nodded and imitated him, clumsily but successfully dividing a potato. After moistening the soil and covering the seed, it looked up proudly. See? Perfect, Siguan said. From 100 potatoes, we'll get 400 sprouts. He chuckled to himself. Good thing I once watched a farming video while eating dinner back on Earth. For every square meter planted, he gained 10 experience points, not much, but steady progress added up. Once the field was done, Siguan invited the rabbits to dig up some sweet potatoes for dinner. But before digging, he asked, do you all remember what comes first? Their blank stares told him the answer. He sighed and reminded them to trim the potato sprouts before harvesting the tubers for replanting. The rabbits groaned, remembering the hard work. Then the black rabbit whispered something, and their eyes brightened, recalling how last time Siguan insisted on planting himself for bonus points. Siguan caught their looks and grinned. You think I'll plant sprouts again just for experience? No way. Farming's about timing, not greed. The rabbits' faces fell. They returned to work, splitting tasks between digging, carrying, and stacking sprouts. By sunset, sweat dripping from his chin, Siguan watched the system message appear. He had expanded his sweet potato field by 500 square meters. The experience points rolled in. The rabbits cheered, their mates joined, and soon the whole group formed two lines, swaying their hips in rhythm. Siguan blinked in confusion, until the system explained it was the harvest dance, a ritual of joy before digging up crops. As they broke into the soil, a burst of radiant light shot upward, blinding Siguan. What in the world? Inside the mound was a glowing sweet potato, its name read, Sweet Pumpkin Sun Potato. It had absorbed pure sunlight, granting the eater immunity to all colds for 24 hours while burning 1 gram of fat. Though only an E-grade crop, the system congratulated him on cultivating a new species. Siguan stared at the shimmering root, dazed. Great. I've managed to grow a potato brighter than my future. That afternoon, far away in the outside world, a black car pulled up near a quiet apartment complex. A man in polished shoes stepped out, Captain Kim Dong-shik. Carrying a large yellow gift bag, he stood before a nameplate reading Park Siguan. Siguan, the owner of the tower's favor, stood with the rabbits, stunned as he looked at the perfectly golden, fully ripe sweet potato. He was still shaken by the achievement of cultivating a completely new plant species. The system responded calmly, explaining that this was a new authority granted by the tower management. Anyone who wished to grow the seed would need Siguan's permission. He now held complete monopoly over this species. Even if he sold sun potatoes, others wouldn't be able to grow them for personal use. But Siguan's priorities were different. Instead of tasting it, he buried the potato right away. No matter how curious he was about its flavor, propagation came first. All right, let's dig up the rest, he said, and the rabbits cheered. The harvesting went smoothly. Each sweet potato plant was producing even more than before. Previously they yielded only 5 tubers at most. The rabbits kept dashing back and forth to finish the work. After the long day, Siguan decided to reward them. He grilled some piranha fish and wrapped sweet potatoes in fragrant onion leaves. Using a stick, he pulled the potatoes out of the fire, poked holes to release steam, and blew on them together with the rabbits until they cooled. When he split one open, golden flesh and a warm, smoky aroma spread immediately. The rabbits couldn't hold back their drool. Each held their half with both paws, eating greedily. Father Rabbit chewed so fast he nearly choked. The status window appeared, informing Siguan that the tower manager was drooling and waiting for their turn, yet still being patient until he finished feeding the rabbits. So Siguan sent 10 freshly grilled sweet potatoes as a gift. The tower manager accepted them with clear gratitude. There were still a few potatoes left. Siguan called over Sickle Rabbit after the rabbit finished eating. Meanwhile, in the manager's domain, her large dragon-like hand held a sweet potato that looked tiny in her grasp. Her black claws peeled it effortlessly before she popped the whole thing into her mouth. At that pace, all 10 vanished almost instantly. Shaking the empty plate and licking her lips, the black dragon wondered if she should ask for more. Then the image in the crystal ball caught her attention. Siguan was arranging something on an onion leaf. Each piece was spaced neatly apart. On closer look, they were slices of sweet potato, prepared for drying. Siguan was explaining the process to Sickle Rabbit, who was waiting for instructions. At the signal, the rabbit tossed a peeled sweet potato into the air and swung its sickle-like arm. The slices fell in perfectly even pieces, just the size Siguan needed. He couldn't help but praise Sickle Rabbit for the precision. Suddenly, a notification popped up, the dragon angrily questioning why Siguan was throwing away the very potatoes she was craving. Where was he tossing them? Siguan explained he was drying the pieces to make a new snack. The hot-tempered manager had never even heard of dried sweet potatoes. Ding dong. Inside an apartment, Dong-shik rang the doorbell. A voice called out, "Who is it?" "Is this Park Siguan's house?" he asked. Hurried footsteps came rushing to the door. A young man swung it open, and 2 middle-aged people appeared behind him in panic. "Siguan is back?" Realizing it wasn't him, they froze. "Who are you?" they asked. A moment later, Sejun's mother came out with a plate of fruit to offer the guest. Seeing the man in a formal, expensive black suit, she worried that such simple fruit might not suit his tastes. But Dongshik didn't pay attention to any of that. Sejun's father sighed first and asked why someone like him was looking for their son, and whether he knew anything about Sejun's disappearance. Dongshik then handed over a black business card, finally introducing himself properly as the leader of Team 5 of the Phoenix Guild Association. The moment he mentioned Phoenix, Sejun's younger brother, Sedol, shot up from his seat to examine the card. His eyes widened. Mom. Dad. He's a top hunter, Kim Dongshik. One of the country's representatives. Dongshik smiled modestly, but the family was visibly shocked. Sejun's father rushed to bring out the best melons they had, insisting on treating such an important guest. Dongshik grew embarrassed and asked them not to mind him so much. Sejun's mother anxiously spoke up. If you're a hunter, then is my son Sejun inside the tower? And when did that kid even go in there? His father added. Why hasn't he come home? Why are you here instead? Their worry grew heavier by the second. Dongshik took a deep breath and pulled a white envelope from his inner pocket. I came because Sejun requested it, he said, placing the envelope on the table. The moment the family saw the envelope, their faces drained of color. His mother started sobbing, and soon the whole family broke down in tears. Oh, Sejun, you ungrateful child. How could you die before your parents? Gray hair sending off black hair, how could this happen? Wait. Wait. Dongshik panicked, waving his hands. It's not a will. Sejun's father quickly opened the envelope and froze. Inside was a check for 50 million won. Dongshik explained, Sejun had to enter the tower urgently, but he's doing well. He asked me to bring this money home to you. Instantly, the room flipped from despair to celebration. His father puffed out his chest with pride, bragging non-stop about his son. His mother, still wiping tears, asked trembly. Then why didn't he come home himself? He's currently on a quest, Dongshik replied. He can't come out of the tower at the moment. It's normal, many hunters stay inside for long periods. There's nothing to worry about. After delivering Sejun's message, Dongshik turned to Sedol, who was staring at him like he was some heroic celebrity. Earlier, Dongshik continued, I heard your parents say Sejun went missing, meaning you didn't know how he entered the tower? Sedol nodded. Yes. Our family suddenly lost contact with him 5 months ago. We even contacted the South Korea Awakening Association, he added, but they said there was no hunter named Park Sejun. Maybe hunters use nicknames in there? Dongshik nodded. Yes, many enter under obscure nicknames. I'll check again through the guild. Seeing the Sejun family's relief and happiness, Dongshik could tell immediately, this was the first time they were receiving real news about their missing son. According to Sejun's family, he entered the tower about 5 months ago, yet there's still no official record of him in the association. This means he climbed up to the 40th floor entirely on his own. It's strange, ever since the tower appeared 10 years ago, no one has ever progressed that far alone in such a short time. So, in Dongshik's mind, the only convincing explanation is that Sejun must be a once-in-a-generation genius hunter. Sedol quickly uses the moment to ask if the Phoenix Guild has any talent development programs, only to get smacked on the back of the head by his father. His brother is risking his life in the tower, and here he is joking around, ahem. Being a tower hunter is extremely dangerous, and the association usually discourages families from having more than one hunter. Now that the situation has been explained and the family is reassured, Dongshik decides to take his leave, politely declining Sejun's family's invitation to stay for dinner. He mentions that after exiting the tower, he came to their house first, he hasn't even gone home to see his own family yet. After saying goodbye, Dongshik heads to his car. Only when he sits down does he release a long breath, relieved to see the system window confirming the contract's completion. It's finally done, now he can rest. While driving, he receives a call from his daughter asking if he's back in the outside world yet. Dongshik's face brightens immediately, she's probably expecting gifts again. And if she knew he brought back a basket of magic cherry tomatoes this time, she would definitely be thrilled. Meanwhile, outside life isn't the only thing changing every day, Sejun's cave is changing too. He checks on the tops of 3 carrot bulbs he placed in water, which have already begun to sprout roots. Satisfied, he returns them to the soil he prepared. Planting the carrot tops counts as sowing, so Sejun gains a few system points toward upgrading his farming skills. These carrot tops were left over from what the rabbits ate a few days ago. He noticed they were sprouting, so he planted them. They won't grow into full carrots again since the roots were eaten, but the tops will grow, flower, and eventually produce seeds. Watching the small shoots grow makes Sejun appreciate farming even more. It's work where steady effort always leads to visible results. While he's observing the carrots, the tower manager asks whether he has finished making the dried sweet potatoes. Curious, Sejun gets up to check, and the rabbits immediately trail behind him. The timing is perfect, the dried sweet potatoes are ready. Sejun picks up a piece and tries it on the spot. As soon as he bites down, he hears a satisfying crunch. The outside is crispy, while the inside still holds its natural moisture and sweetness. The moment Sejun and the rabbit gang taste the dried sweet potatoes, they're overwhelmed with simple happiness. Sejun quickly gathers the rest into his onion basket so he can snack on them whenever he wants. While he's busy eating with the rabbits, the tower manager appears, asking if he forgot something. She's clearly expecting her share, but Sejun doesn't immediately hand over the sweet potatoes. Instead, he digs through his backpack and tells her to wait. Normally, he brings food in a plain onion bowl, but today he wants to do something a little nicer. The manager doesn't mind, whatever Sejun gives, she'll eat it anyway. A moment later, he returns with a neatly tied bag of dried sweet potatoes, a small gift package he prepared. He proudly offers it, mentioning he once worked part-time in a packaging workshop. Even the tower manager should get something both delicious and properly wrapped. The system screen stays quiet for an unusually long time. Just when Sejun begins to wonder if something is wrong, a simple thank you message from the tower manager pops up. The response feels a bit subdued, and Sejun wonders why. A certain flying pig would have reacted wildly to something this cute. Meanwhile, the little black dragon holds the gift bag with trembling claws, too touched to even eat it. It's just dried sweet potatoes, but the neat wrapping has completely overwhelmed it. Sejun spends the rest of the day snacking with the rabbits, only to realize all 40 sweet potatoes he tried earlier have disappeared. Before he can think about it, the queen bee flies over, excitedly presenting him with a yellow lump. He doesn't understand what she's trying to say until the system informs him that he has received 2 portions of corn pollen, and that his bee mastery skill has reached level 2. It turns out his cornfield has entered its flowering stage. He had been so busy with other vegetables and crops that he didn't notice the corn, which takes longer to develop. Now the field is covered in blossoms. This is also when he learns that cornflowers don't produce nectar, bees only gather pollen from them. Curious, he tastes a bit. It's slightly bitter, but has a sweet, candy-like scent. When he thanks the queen bee, a cluster of worker bees quickly flies over and drops more pollen pellets into his hands. As if the day wasn't eventful enough, Theo finally returns after days spent wandering the tower floors. The cat looks excited at first, until it spots the queen bee's huge eyes staring back. Theo immediately backs up, ears raised, clearly intimidated. No matter how Sejun tries to calm him, they know you are on the same side. Queen bee smiles and quickly throws some pollen, its version of diplomacy, and proudly trots back to Sejun. But the moment he sniffs it, Theo sneezes violently and buries its face into Sejun's shirt. I hate pollen, meow. Hey, I only have this one shirt, Sejun complains, pushing the cat away. Queen bee giggles. Once the allergy passes, Theo proudly declares that it has completed the mission beyond expectations. When Sejun asks about contacting his family, Theo reveals the completed contract. The family has already received the money. In a few days, Theo will check in with Dongshik to confirm everything, which puts Sejun at ease. Not long ago, he was just a struggling young man unable to support his parents. Now, without them even imagining it, he's sent them 50 million won, while farming with rabbits inside the tower. One day, when he finally returns home, he'll tell them everything. He wonders how they'll react, Seedal teasing him endlessly, and his father, who loves gardening, probably giving him advice on soil nutrients. It's a thought that fills him with quiet anticipation. Maybe his talent for farming really came from his father. And when he thinks of his mother, he immediately remembers the huge pot of kimchi stew she always made whenever he came home. His parents had taken such good care of him. The memory hits him all at once, and a wave of homesickness rises in his chest. A small touch pulls him back. The black rabbit presses a paw on his thigh. When Sejun turns, he sees all the rabbits lined up behind him, the bees buzzing around, and Theo sitting nearby. What more could he ask for? He gently strokes the rabbits and bees, his expression softening. He may be far from home, but he has a family here too. And the cat, his loyal, overly proud employee, almost part of the family, even though it refuses to call him Mr. Sejun. Theo, ever diligent, opens its pouch to give a report on the auction finances. After deducting 50 coins for the contract fee and 14.2 coins for miscellaneous expenses, it has a total of 208.8 coins remaining. Remarkable. An entire bag full of tower coins, more than Sejun has ever seen at once. Theo pours them out along with the items it purchased, kitchen utensils. How long had it been since Sejun last saw anything from human civilization? The rabbits have no idea what these things are. They only know they're not edible, so they bat them around like toys. He picks up a cast iron pot. It's clearly made inside the tower, and basic information appears on the system screen, but there's no production history. Then he picks up something lying beside it, a dagger, also made within the tower. Sleek, sharp, and elegant. The status window shows only one detail, usable by those level 10 and above. Nothing else. Sejun holds it up and asks Theo where it came from. Theo, while handing a pinwheel toy to a rabbit, explains it came from the blacksmith's lottery corner, bought cheaply during a discount. Why would a blacksmith sell a dagger cheaply? And even if he meets the requirements, should he actually use something he knows nothing about? The tower manager interrupts with a warning: uncertified items can cause trouble. But today, the manager is feeling unusually generous and offers to certify it. Before Sejun can agree, a new task appears, automatically sending the dagger to the manager for certification. There's no standard reward. Instead, there's a bonus task: give the tower manager a package of dried sweet potatoes as thanks. Apparently, the reward is simply getting the dagger properly certified. It sounds suspicious already, and the system even tries to include a clarification that this isn't just the manager begging for snacks. But no one would believe that. Especially as the manager's status window is currently drooling, proving exactly the opposite. Sejun mutters under his breath. The manager just ate plenty earlier, how could it already be acting like it's starving? Regardless, Sejun can't use a weapon with unclear origins or effects, so he sends the golden sweet potato gift and receives the dagger back. This time, the full information is displayed. The dagger is forged from black iron or mixed with a small amount of mithril. That makes it heavier but extremely sharp if maintained properly. It's crafted by a grade B blacksmith and grants the user a 5% increase in speed. Sejun is stunned. This is a named weapon. Named equipment usually starts at 100 million won in auctions because of how rare and valuable they are. And Theo got it, from a random lottery corner. This cat was truly something else. Sejun had always thought Theo was just a simple, easily bribed cat. But no, he was a talented cat through and through. Far away, deep in the forest of the 99th floor, a small red bear cub swayed its round backside in a bush, nose twitching as it sniffed something delicious drifting from somewhere nearby. Back in Sejun's cave, while the cat and a chubby little rabbit were nibbling and licking their snacks, Sejun was testing the newly certified dagger. He gripped the handle firmly, trying to look like an experienced fighter, and sliced 2 neat lines into a pile of onion leaves. The leaves fluttered away dramatically, while the stems still remained firmly planted in the ground. Sejun burst into laughter, chest puffed out. How's that? Pretty good, right? That's some real skill. Rabbit Dad hurried to harvest the flying onion leaves, and Black Rabbit began directing the little white rabbits to clap and cheer for Uncle Sejun. The cave echoed with their tiny applause. Boss, do you like the dagger? Theo asked proudly. Sejun gave him a big thumbs up. It's incredible, Theo. You did great. It's sales cat Theo, meow. You promised to praise me an hour ago. Theo puffed out his chest, looking offended, which only made Sejun laugh and pat its head. Theo sighed dramatically and tapped Sejun's hand with a soft paw, deciding to forgive just this once. But next time? Absolutely not. People usually assumed cats were naive. Theo proved otherwise every day. Those paws, now officially golden paws, were dangerous. Sejun lost control and squeezed them. Your paws are too cute, he groaned, lifting the cat up into his arms. Black Rabbit quietly stared, feeling abandoned as the human suddenly shifted all his affection to the cat. Theo smirked. Boss, you're just a normal human. All humans must kneel before my adorable paws. With these golden hands, I'll never starve again. Now hand over the snacks, I'm busy. I don't have time to play. Sejun blinked. Something felt off. Was this cat trying to manipulate him? He narrowed his eyes. Black Rabbit laughing uncontrollably. I want more cuddles. Theo lunged and grabbed Sejun's pant leg, but Sejun turned away coldly. What a heartless boss. Fuming, Theo dove into its pouch and rummaged around. Fine. Look here, Mr. Sejun. He dramatically tossed several bottles, jars, and containers onto the ground. Sejun froze, jaw dropping. Wait, are these seasonings? Theo's chest swelled with pride. Of course. Do you see my talent now? Took some good pictures and got these. These are premium goods. Kneeling down, Sejun poured a bit of the white crystals into his palm and touched his tongue to it. Salt. Real salt. After nearly half a year without tasting anything properly seasoned, the sharp, salty flavor felt almost overwhelming. So salty, so good. And for a moment, he could have cried from happiness. The spicy kick of pepper hit his tongue, and Sejun almost burst into tears from sheer joy. Black Rabbit, who had never smelled pepper before, sneezed violently. Theo, always quick to take advantage of the moment, strutted over. So? How does it look? Do I deserve another 2 hours of VIP treatment? While the rabbits played with the new seasonings, Sejun scooped Theo into his arms and spun around in delight. 2 hours? How about 24, sweetheart? The chubby rabbit immediately dumped a handful of salt onto its carrot. He only cares about food. The next morning, a strange white smoke rose through the cave, accompanied by the sound of salt being sprinkled over sizzling grilled fish. Siguan, humming to himself, had the fish marinated and skewered with onion leaves, letting the scent drift into the rabbit's burrow. It worked. One by one the drowsy rabbits peeked out, sniffing curiously. He eagerly invited the rabbit family to breakfast and proudly showed off his newest dishes. It felt like a feast. Grilled fish on skewers, shredded sweet potatoes, roasted tomatoes, and the familiar rolled grilled fish, all transformed simply by the addition of salt and pepper. He handed each rabbit 1 or 2 skewers. The white rabbits chewed normally, but the pepper was far too spicy for them. Only Black Rabbit and Siguan enjoyed it without trouble. Siguan glanced at Theo, lounging lazily despite the strong aroma. He picked up another skewer and lifted the cat. "Oh meow, I want to sleep." Theo's fur puffed up in offense. "How dare you play with divine fish?" Apparently, Theo hated salted fish. It sulked until Siguan placed a plain grilled fish in his lap. Only then did Theo stop glaring. After breakfast, Siguan and the rabbits went to tend the tomato field as usual. But instead of picking tomatoes by hand, he used his new dagger. The moment he cut a branch, the system chimed extra experience points. He realized the dagger boosted not just agility but all his farming skills by 5%. Excited, he held out the freshly cut tomato branch for Theo to put into his bag. Theo stared, offended. Why was a sales cat carrying a bag like some assistant? Siguan didn't pity him. Even chairmen have to work. Theo blinked. "Boss, are you the chairman?" "What else?" "So chairman is a position above sales cat?" "Yes." Theo immediately slung the drawstring backpack over its shoulder with renewed dignity. "In that case, I've learned something important today. I'll go sell everything." In its heart, Theo quickly mapped out the fastest route to promotion. One day it would become chairman of this 2-member organization, and monopolize Park Siguan's lap forever. Before the cat left on its 10-day journey, Siguan reminded him not to forget the shopping list, and to stop by the lottery corner to choose something he likes. That talent for getting rare items shouldn't go to waste. Theo waved, disappearing into the cave entrance moments later. Siguan went back to harvest the ripe tomatoes. After only 6 cuts, the system suddenly awarded him 90 experience points. He looked down and realized he was holding magic grade D tomatoes. Their shelf life doubled to 60 days. Even better, eating one would reduce 20 grams of fat and give 0.2 experience points. Their sweetness, their benefits, everything had doubled. Then he remembered, this wasn't because of the dagger. It was because he himself had already become a grade D farmer. If Theo had been just a little later, he could have sold these for way more, Siguan muttered. But oh well. He offered one to Black Rabbit, suspecting these tomatoes would taste even better than before. Meanwhile, Theo was walking alone through the forest when he suddenly felt an odd urge to turn back. Far away, in the Black Tower, a hidden door opened. Light spilled into a room filled with glittering treasures. In the center stood a 1-meter column supporting a sparkling ice sculpture, the Ice Dragon, carved by Kaiser Fertani from a block of Penguin Kingdom ice. The statue, once perfect, now broken and thrown out of the place, to make space for something more precious. Siguan's bag of dried sweet potatoes. Aileen, the Black Dragon, gazed lovingly at the bag. Thanks to the permanent preservation spell, it would never spoil. She could admire it forever. It was a gift handcrafted by Park Siguan himself. She picked up her crystal ball, hoping to see what Siguan was doing. If he was cooking, she planned to ask for a piece. But instead, he was sleeping with the rabbits. Then should the great Black Dragon Aileen patrol the area today? Just as she prepared to leave, something changed inside the crystal ball. Siguan was napping with the rabbits when suddenly his window burst open. The system alarm blared, scolding him for sleeping at such a time. He groggily sat up, only to see a dark shadow peering down from the ceiling of the cave. A monster. Black Rabbit climbed onto his shoulder, staring sharply. The tower manager also tried to scare it away, popping up a panel that demanded it leave. The sudden window startled the creature, it slipped and fell. Siguan left the still sleepy rabbits behind and ran forward just as the red thing dropped into the cave. It didn't land on his head like the rabbits. Instead, it fell straight into his arms. He thought it was a dog at first. Then he looked closely, it was a baby crimson giant bear. Its round red fur was unbelievably soft, and its big eyes sparkled as it murmured, "Quang." Siguan froze. Was this the cub of that terrifying blue moon bear that once visited his cave? How could something this cute come from something so frightening? The little bear waved its paws, wanting to be put down, and Siguan carefully let it explore the cave. The tower manager scolded Siguan for catching the giant bear cub. How could he just let it fall like that? But Siguan had acted on instinct. Anyone would rush forward instead of ignoring a falling baby. The cave was as tall as a 4-story building, after all. A notification window popped up, urging him to drive the cub out immediately. Its mother must be nearby. Siguan hesitated. Should he really send the little thing out alone? Maybe keeping it here until the mother returned was safer. But then the window warned him, the red giant bear species was extremely gluttonous. If left here, the cub would eat all the food in the cave. Siguan didn't buy it. It was tiny, even smaller than the rabbits, how could it possibly eat everything? The bear cub toddled toward the startled rabbits. Then, out of nowhere, a round puff of red fur hopped forward, the warrior rabbit. It gently tapped the cub's head as a greeting. That was enough, the other rabbits slowly approached, and soon they were dancing around together. The bees flew out to collect honey, but their children immediately flared their wings, eyes glowing red in warning. The cub panicked and bolted back to Siguan, wailing. He hugged the frightened baby and waved to the bees, telling them it wasn't an enemy. The queen bee's children clearly disliked the cub, but because Siguan asked, she reluctantly blew a honey bubble. The cub accepted it, and the moment it tasted honey, its tears stopped. I knew it, Siguan laughed softly. You smelled the honey, didn't you? Bears liking honey is only natural. The system window grew impatient. Siguan still wasn't following instructions, so it forced itself right in front of him. A new mission appeared, drive the red bear cub out of the cave. Reward, job skill. Refusal, starvation. The warning panel even produced a low growl that terrified the animals. But Siguan couldn't understand why they were so determined to expel this tiny creature. It's so small. How much can it possibly eat, he muttered. The window explained that tower managers must remove monsters that threaten tower farmer. But Siguan only frowned. If it's really like that, then why did I fall into this cave that day, he asked quietly. Wasn't that also a mistake? The moment he said it, the air tensed. The bees and rabbits sensed something wrong. Even the black dragon watching through the crystal ball stayed silent, though annoyance flickered through her eyes. In the end she chose not to argue and withdrew. When the window finally disappeared, Siguan smirked in victory. How dangerous could one fluffy baby be? He lifted the cub to soothe it, only to realize it had already fallen asleep in his arms. He placed it on his lap and couldn't resist smiling. It was too adorable. So he decided, he'd keep it for one day and send it off tomorrow. Later, Siguan snored away, drooling slightly, unaware that the warm spot beside him was empty. The red bear cub was the first to wake. It wandered the cave by itself, exploring happily. Only much later did the black rabbit emerge from its burrow. Whatever it saw made its eyes go wide in shock. It stuttered, then shrieked. The scream triggered the other rabbits, and soon the whole warren erupted in panic. Half asleep, Siguan dragged himself over. But the moment he reached the commotion, he jolted awake. Potatoes, carrots, and onions were scattered everywhere. The food reserves beneath the onion leaf cover were completely gone. Only half a carrot with bite marks remained, and not far away, the culprit sat chewing loudly, munching on a carrot while an entire heap of wasted vegetables lay around its feet. The chubby red bear cub ignored the furious rabbits and even Siguan's rising anger, waddling straight back into the storage area to search for more food. The black rabbit finally snapped, grabbing its hammer to knock some sense into the little thief. When Siguan lifted the leaf cover, he saw the damage clearly, nearly a third of the potatoes and carrots had been eaten. Only the tomatoes were untouched. The rabbits scolded and started beating the cub until it panicked and ran crying to Siguan. Only then did Siguan realize his mistake. The cub had visibly grown. Yesterday it was rabbit-sized. Today it was 1.5 times bigger. Life inside the tower clearly worked differently from the outside. Thinking back to the tower manager's warning, regret hit Siguan hard. He should have listened. The system window appeared again, informing him that a red giant bear cub can eat 100 kilograms of food per day. Thankfully, the manager hadn't abandoned him for ignoring the warning. Siguan quickly apologized. He had assumed Aileen was just jealous that the cub would eat her food, but it turned out her warning was real. The window appeared again, insisting Siguan send the cub out. Siguan agreed. After all the destruction, he wanted it gone too. But looking up at the cave's high opening, he realized he didn't know how to send it out. Soon, the rabbits had woven onion leaves into a sturdy rope harness and tied a neat bow in front of the bear cub's chest. Preparations finished, Siguan patted the cub gently, assuring it that everything was secure. Above, the rabbits were already gripping the ropes, ready. Siguan shouted for the lift, and together everyone began pulling. The cub slowly rose off the ground, its round weight matching its round body. The entire rabbit team strained, and even the bees joined in, buzzing around and adding force until the cub was finally lifted. Only then did the cub realize what was happening. It flailed and protested. To calm it, Siguan placed a honey piece under its nose. The cub paused, sniffed, and accepted the offering. He spoke gently, "Go back to your mother. She has food." The cub finally agreed to leave. Siguan waved goodbye and muttered internally, "Please, don't come back." He waved warmly with the other hand for appearance's sake. The tower manager's mission completed, Siguan received a new skill, seed collection, which slightly increased his chance of getting good seeds during harvests. When the cub was gone, the rabbits hopped back down into the cave, all exhausted. Lifting that heavy baby bear had drained everyone. Morning hadn't even properly started, and Siguan was already starving. Siguan stared at the mess of vegetables scattered across the ground. The rabbit couple gave him awkward, guilty smiles. There was nothing they could do except return to eating tomatoes, just like in the early days. A few days passed, and life gradually settled back into its usual rhythm. Work resumed, and the cave bustled with the familiar routine. Then, one morning, the light at the cave entrance suddenly vanished. A huge shadow swallowed the sunlight. The bear cub stood there, waving down at them cheerfully, but towering behind it was its mother. Her massive frame filled the entire entrance, her eyes gleaming as she looked inside. Siguan's face drained of all color. Only 2 words slipped out. Mother bear. Damn it. Why was she here? Cold sweat trickled down his back. The white rabbits clung to each other in terror. Little Black Rabbit, though anxious, gripped his hammer tightly, ready to fight if needed. And his cowardly uncle was already imagining himself being eaten whole as punishment for lifting the cub, whimpering that he wasn't ready to die. Panicking at the thought of being eaten, Siguan fell to his knees, tears in his eyes. I'm all skin and bones. I only eat tomatoes. I won't taste good at all, he pleaded. Right then, a message came from the tower manager. The mother bear wasn't here to eat him. Stop overthinking, the manager said. This guy understood bear language too. What was he, some kind of giant bear in disguise? He seemed to know every language except the language of love, which Siguan had never even heard him mention. The real reason for the visit was simple. The red bear wanted honey for her cub. Just that? Siguan blinked. So she wasn't here to punish him after all. The mother bear let out a roar, snapping him out of his wild theories. Her gaze softened as she reached a paw toward the cave. Through the manager, she expressed her intention. She wanted to protect the area around the cave in exchange for honey. Seeing her massive claws gently touch the ground with no hint of aggression, both humans and rabbits felt their fear melt away. Losing a bit of honey but gaining a powerful guardian was an easy choice. The farmers gladly accepted the arrangement. The manager then instructed Siguan to climb onto the bear's paw, so he did. As he rose, Little Black Rabbit waved at him from below, looking like someone sending off an elder on a long journey. From above, Siguan gazed down at his garden, feeling a swell of emotion. Those crops had changed his life completely. Because of them, he was finally leaving the tiny, enclosed world he had been stuck in, and stepping into the true Black Tower. It sounded grand, even exciting, but the moment he arrived, a blinding light hit his face. He shielded his eyes. When he finally adjusted, he saw it, a massive ray of light rising straight into the sky, surrounded by mountains stretching endlessly across the horizon. The space before him was vast, far beyond anything he had imagined. Squinting, he tried to get a clearer look at the radiant structure. It's just a waypoint, the manager explained patiently. The only device that allows hunters to move between floors. Siguan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Siguan stared in disbelief. This was exactly what he needed. If he could reach that waypoint, he could leave the first floor and escape this strange place. But before he could figure out how to get there, the bear cub below cried out. Maybe it was jealous that he kept standing on its mother's hand. The mother bear understood and casually lowered her paw, dropping Siguan back to the ground. He immediately asked the bear to take him to the Pillar of Light, but she refused and shook her head firmly. That area wasn't part of her territory, and reaching it required defeating 3,000 monsters. Siguan stared at the distant teleportation pillar with regret. 3,000 monsters, just thinking about it gave him a headache. The mother bear then pointed toward the forest. Her territory ended there, at the border of the wilderness. Most monsters avoided this edge, but beyond it, she couldn't offer protection. While Siguan reluctantly accepted this harsh reality, the farm animals arrived. Black Rabbit carried Siguan's backpack up the slope. The mini red bear brightened instantly when it saw the little rabbit, running forward to hug him. Startled at first, Black Rabbit eventually patted the cub's head with a smile. The moment the queen bee appeared, the mother bear exhaled sharply, demanding honey. The terrified queen bee hid behind Siguan. Siguan quickly took out a bottle of top-grade honey. The bear cub, who had been enthusiastically licking Black Rabbit's face until the poor rabbit nearly passed out, suddenly noticed the scent. It rushed over and held out its paws obediently, waiting to catch the stream of golden honey. Seeing the mother bear quietly watching her cub devour the honey, Siguan offered her some as well. But she shook her head. Something so precious had to be saved for her cub. The two of them had struggled endlessly on this harsh floor of the tower, where survival was brutal and food was scarce. Because of that, the cub had grown up underfed, always thin, never growing properly. It wasn't until they reached Siguan's den that the cub finally began to gain weight. Siguan's mouth twitched at that thought. It had practically eaten all of his food stores and stayed skinny the whole time, dragging the entire farm into near famine in the process. The mother bear firmly believed that the queen bee's honey was what helped her cub grow. The timid queen bee, hearing this, hid behind Siguan. That made Siguan pause. If there was so little food out here, how was the mother bear surviving? The dragon manager answered simply, the big bear ate a lot. Then came the worst part, she had been searching for her cub for 3 days without eating. Siguan panicked. How can you take care of your cub if you're starving yourself? And besides, he couldn't have his future labor force collapsing before he ever got to benefit from it. So he immediately ordered Black Rabbit to gather supplies. Today, he would demonstrate his cooking skills. Black Rabbit handled the fish heads with practiced force. Sickle Rabbit chopped carrots in quick, precise motions. Everything was thrown into a large pot and set to simmer over a strong fire. When the soup was ready, Siguan sprinkled chopped green onions over the top. He tasted it, rich, warm, satisfying. The Rabbit brothers had also finished grilling fish and preparing side dishes. Soon, a whole table was filled with food, grilled fish, vegetables, and a steaming pot of tomato, carrot fish soup. The mother bear looked stunned at the sight, while the cub, despite being full of honey, drooled all over again. Siguan proudly introduced the meal. The ingredients were simple, but the results were nutritious. Eat well so you have the strength to serve me. I mean, take care of the cub, he corrected himself quickly. The cub couldn't resist and buried its face in the soup bowl. As Siguan watched with satisfaction, 2 massive, furry arms suddenly scooped him up. The other arm pulled the Rabbit brothers close as well. He braced himself, thinking she wanted the heaviest dish, but instead, the mother bear was hugging them. Tight. Very tight. It was her way of expressing gratitude. A bit too passionate, considering Siguan could barely breathe. That heartwarming scene appeared on Eileen's monitoring crystal. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the cub left the den, Aileen had been watching the mother bear carefully, afraid she might attack Siguan. Instead, she had only been desperate to feed her cub. The bond between the two bears moved the tower manager. He decided he would become their interpreter from now on. The incredibly smooth outcome delighted her. With the mother bear protecting Siguan, she had one less thing to worry about and more time to stay home and enjoy her meals. 2 birds with 1 stone. The black dragon was so pleased with herself she called it the brilliance of a genius. Her laughter echoed throughout the tower. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Investigation Bureau, Theo's file lay on a large, furry palm. The information was vague. Xerath connected the fox-like simplicity of the report to Scaram's earlier findings. This cat seemed like a clueless fool, yet the sheer volume of goods he handled said otherwise. The secretary dog entered with another dossier. Sir Xerath, after the theft from Grid's warehouse on the 55th floor, several items have appeared on the black market. Here is the list the director requested. Xerath frowned. She disliked Grid, a greedy landlord who squeezed the poor to enrich the powerful. Even so, these small cases annoyed him. Petty theft wasn't worth the director's time. Before she could complain more, the guard dog rushed in. The orange cat has been sighted on the 75th floor. Xerath shot to his feet, grabbed her cloak, and headed out at once. She would uncover the truth behind all of this, no matter what. Merchant Theo wouldn't escape her investigation. As the Bureau's top agent, she vowed to reveal everything. Back at Siguan's troubled farm, 3 days had passed since he signed the contract with the mother bear and her cub. He welcomed his 2 new workers proudly. That morning, he placed a bundle of food carefully onto the mother bear's paw before she left for patrol. Who else took such good care of their guards? Even the patrol staff received meals from him. Every morning she left to watch over the surroundings, while Siguan and the rabbits continued trying to cultivate the land outside the den. But progress was painfully slow. The soil here was nothing like the fertile earth beneath the den. Not even Little Rabbit's magical shovel made a difference. When Siguan knelt down to inspect it, he found the problem. Beneath the hard, dry top layer lay countless rocks. If he couldn't clear them out, farming would be impossible. As he worried over what to do, a loud rumbling sound echoed across the field. He turned to see the bear cub enthusiastically digging up the soil. Everywhere it moved, the ground flipped over like a freshly plowed field. The Rabbit brothers immediately grabbed a wheelbarrow and rushed over to collect the rocks it unearthed. The cub had unknowingly solved a huge problem for Siguan. With the soil finally overturned, everyone immediately got to work. After a tiring round of labor, the cub was rewarded with a large sweet potato and smothered with praise. Good job, baby. Siguan cheered, while the rabbit siblings continued picking rocks with full concentration. Watching the cub munch happily, Siguan suddenly noticed how much bigger it had grown in just a few days. If he had insisted on keeping the cub trapped inside the den, they all might have starved to death by now. Once everyone had rested, even the boss had to get back to work. Siguan planted a sprouting sweet potato. This land was far too barren for tomatoes, so he needed to loosen the soil first by growing tubers. It was a smart plan, and the simple act of planting boosted his farming experience. But just as he finished planting, the sound of frantic digging caught his attention. He turned, and froze. The sweet potato he had just planted was already gone, swallowed whole by the cub. The little bear looked up with big, innocent eyes that clearly said, "What? Did I do something wrong?" Siguan nearly fainted. "You ate it again, you menace." Thinking everyone was playing a game of hide the food, the cub had eaten the entire sweet potato patch. Not a single one survived. All of Siguan's and the rabbit's morning effort vanished into the cub's stomach. Realizing it messed up, the cub slumped in a corner, sulking. White Rabbit scolded it harshly, making the cub shrink back even more. Siguan sighed. He needed a way to keep the red bear still long enough to teach it how to farm, or at least stop it from destroying everything. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the Black Tower, Theo was making waves with another miraculous tomato auction. "I'm offering 1,800 cherry tomatoes today, 300 at a time." As soon as he announced it, the crowd surged in and began bidding wildly. The auction was a success. But when Theo counted the money, he noticed it was less than last time and sighed. If only a wealthy fool like before showed up again. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called him back. Dongshik approached, asking if Theo had completed their previous trade. After chatting a bit, he reminded Theo to pass a message to Park Siguan. Kim Dongshik of the Phoenix Association had already reassured his family, so they were no longer worried. Theo nodded. "Understood. But, why didn't you join today's auction, sir?" Dongshik grinned and pulled out his phone. "Because my daughter loves cats. I want a photo of you to show her." Then he handed Theo a bag of chili powder. A small gift. Koreans can't live without this. Before he could even finish explaining, Theo tasted it. 1 second later. A deafening shriek shook the entire forest. "My tongue hurts, meow." Later that day, Theo visited the Merchant Guild to upgrade his space bag, his tongue still throbbing. Truly, his own mouth had betrayed him. Even so, he strolled down the street happily. Now that his bag was larger, he could carry more cherry tomatoes. A wise investment, courtesy of Siguan's incentives. With a smug grin, he fantasized about earning 1,000 tower coins, becoming a mid-level smuggler, then a chairman. "By then, Siguan will kneel before me, Naya." His ambition soared. But before achieving greatness, he still had errands to run for Siguan. A delicious smell drifted past his nose, snapping him back. He followed it to a skewer stall and perked up immediately. "One, please," he said. "That'll be 1 tower coin," the fox shopkeeper replied. Theo didn't pay. Instead, he shamelessly bargained, "Discount, meow." The fox wiped sweat from his forehead. What kind of customer was this on his first day of business? Theo, meanwhile, happily strolled away with his cheap skewer, giggling. Suddenly. "Hello, Mr. Theo." A cloaked figure stepped in front of him. Theo stopped, startled. Looking closely, he realized it was the pushover fox who had been tricked by Scarum. She brightened. The chubby cat remembered her name. But inside, she was cursing. "This cat dares call me a pushover while I've been risking my life chasing criminals?" Still, she forced a smile. "My name is Zirith, a novice merchant." Theo blinked. "Why are you looking for me?" "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to thank you. If you're free, let me treat you to a meal." Theo refused instantly and waved goodbye, tail flicking. Zirith froze. A cat refusing fish? Impossible. If that trap didn't work, she would try another. "How about tea?" she tried. Theo's tongue still burned. He refused again. Zirith grit her teeth. "Fine. One more try. There's a famous dessert shop nearby. People wait years for a reservation." Unfortunately for her, Theo hated sweets. "Do I look like I want to get even fatter?" he thought, suspicious. "Why is this fox so persistent? Does she like me?" Zirith was losing patience. Who would have thought this foolish cat would be so hard to lure? If soft methods didn't work, then she had only one option left, despite how much she hated it. "Mr. Theo, please." The desperate cry echoed through the alley. Zirith suddenly dropped to the ground, making Theo jump in surprise. Even a secret agent had resorted to begging. The sight of the fox wailing pitifully unsettled Theo, and he reluctantly listened as she poured out her hardships. "Ever since I started practicing trading, I've always been cheated. I lack the instincts, the skills. Until someone rescued me from Scarum the Devil, I was nothing but a clueless fool." With perfect timing, Zirith switched to flattery, praising Theo as the kindest, most reliable cat she had ever met. Her eyes shimmered with exaggerated admiration. "I want to learn from you," she said, hands clasped dramatically. "I want to become a skilled trader, a top seller like you, Mr. Theo." Those words hit Theo right where he was weakest. Skilled trader. Bestseller. His ears perked up instantly. The chubby cat loved flattery, though he pretended otherwise. "Humph. Well, out of sympathy for your long journey, I'll share a little secret with you, he said grandly. Zirith bowed her head, tearfully grateful. But Theo had no idea he had just stepped neatly into the fox's trap. This trick always worked. A little humiliation in exchange for results, Zirith considered it a bargain. Theo motioned her to stand, whispering dramatically in her ear. Passers-by stared, making the cat flustered and the fox more amused. So, where will you be teaching me? Zirith asked with sparkling eyes. I need to stop by the smithy alley first, Theo said. Zirith blinked. A cat like him? In a forge? But she followed anyway. After a long walk filled mostly with Zirith's confusion and Theo's clueless humming, they arrived at a rundown shop with a 50% off sign barely hanging on its hinge. Theo pushed the door open. Is the owner here? He and Zirith entered as if the shop belonged to them. Inside, weapons lay scattered everywhere. Dust-coated items sat in piles, unsold, unappraised, unwanted. A junk shop, essentially. Zirith couldn't help thinking, this is where he shops. Theo approached the counter where the shopkeeper sat reading a newspaper. Are all the items here 20 coins? He asked. The fox watched skeptically, wondering what grand trading lesson would come from this shabby store. She remembered asking Theo earlier what he wanted to buy. He'd only smirked and said she'd find out soon. She thought maybe it was clothing, then they'd walked past every clothing shop. Then weapons, again, they walked right past the high-quality weapon shop. She had pointed at it, saying she heard they carried rare items. Theo didn't even look. I don't deal with trifles, he'd said. And now, here they were. In a glorified scrap heap. The shopkeeper didn't bother to lower his newspaper. Pick whatever you want. Most of these are unappraised, we don't know the price. If you buy something rotten from age, we'll forge it for you. The moment he finished, Theo slammed his foot on the table. Boss. Give me a discount, meow. Zirith froze. What was this? Her mind went blank. This cat's bargaining was more extreme than her begging. She had heard of bargaining in markets, never in discount shops. Today her worldview shattered. The owner, still reading his newspaper, simply nodded. Fine. 18 coins. Zirith already found this surreal. But Theo didn't stop. Reduce it a little more, meow. The owner sighed. 15 coins. No less. Theo slammed his paw again. 13 tower coins and I'll always come back to this kind, adorable, extremely handsome boss. The owner finally lowered the newspaper, stared at the absurd cat, and, amused, gave in. Fine. 13. Inspired by Theo's shameless persistence, he burst into laughter for the first time in ages. Theo celebrated triumphantly. Zirith, meanwhile, looked like she had just witnessed an alien civilization. The cat turned to her, hand on hip, whiskers twitching confidently. So? Learned anything yet? Still stunned, Zirith scrambled to clap and shower him with praise. Amazing. Truly amazing, Mr. Theo. So skillful. Even if she still didn't fully understand, she had learned one thing. Theo wasn't just stubborn. He was dangerously stubborn. Fox asked if he really intended to buy something here. Theo looked around the shop, searching for what he needed. He walked to a corner packed with various items and proudly dragged out a wooden crate nearly as tall as himself. Then, lifting his hat slightly, he showed the fox what he intended to buy. Inside the crate was a simple straw hat. No wonder Zirith was stunned. She stepped closer, blinking in disbelief, and asked why the cat had come all this way just to buy that. Theo tilted his head, clearly puzzled by the question. From his perspective, this was exactly what he had come for, not some random purchase. But, that's just a straw hat, Zirith said, pointing at it in confusion. It's not even a weapon. You can find these anywhere outside, it's just a cheap fake. Her words, however, drew the attention of the shop's owner. The blacksmith's brows furrowed as he asked sharply, Hey, little one, what's wrong with my merchandise? Zirith froze, panicking. Not wanting to cause trouble, she bowed her head and apologized quickly. But Theo flicked his tail in irritation and scolded her. You're being a nuisance, Naya. Her frustration welled up, but she dared not speak. She wanted to cry, why was she the one apologizing, when this so-called treasure really did seem worthless? Still, Theo didn't care what others thought. Let them say what they wanted. In his eyes, the prize he sought was already his. Holding up the hat proudly, he declared, I like this one. Let's finalize the deal, Naya. He genuinely liked it, from the moment he saw it, and since Mr. Siguan had told him he could buy whatever he wanted, Theo liked it even more. After completing the purchase, Zirith followed the self-satisfied merchant cat out of the forge. Her head hung low, still embarrassed from earlier. Then Theo stopped and turned to her. I've taught you everything you need to know, he said. My trading skills have been proven, Naya. You ask, I answer, I've done my part. Hope to see the name Merchant Zirith on the leaderboard soon. With that encouragement, Theo waved his paw, straw hat in hand, and turned to leave, heading back to Mr. Sejun's place right on schedule. Zirith stood there, a bit disappointed, but didn't try to follow him. It would have felt unnatural to tag along any further. Then, as Theo's figure faded into the crowd, an image flashed in her mind, Theo waving the straw hat he had just bought. Something about it looked familiar. Her eyes widened slightly. That hat, wasn't it the last item on the stolen goods list reported by Landlord Grid? She quickly shook her head. No way. Straw hats just look similar, that's all. How could a straw hat being sold openly in a forge possibly be one of the stolen items? And no one would dare buy stolen goods so openly, right? Even so, Zirith couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Inside the cave, Sejun shook a bundle of dried carrot flowers over the onion leaf basket he had woven. Black seeds pattered down inside. He reached in and estimated the amount, quite a good harvest this time. Humming happily, he planned to plant half the seeds underground and the other half on the surface. Since the baby bear now lived with them along with the rabbits, their carrot stock had to be reduced anyway, otherwise, the red bear would just sneak in and devour everything again. It wasn't a bad thing though. Everyone needed time to adjust to living together. Behind him, the black rabbit and chubby rabbit pushed a cart full of fish, squeaking pee-pee to urge him to think about today's menu. After a moment of thought, Sejun decided on fish soup. The sickle rabbits could catch fish easily with their excellent spear-like skills. For the pregnant mother rabbit, he would make a separate pot using cherry tomatoes, since her appetite had been low lately. He headed to the garden to pick fresh tomatoes. The moment his hand touched them, a status window popped up. His harvesting skill had increased by 5%, reaching level 4. From this level onward, the skill granted a new effect, turning fruits and vegetables into their perfect state for harvest, no matter if they were still green or already overripe. There was also a note, level 4 provided a very low chance of the skill rising even from using this effect. Even that tiny probability made him grin. Just imagining higher level crops and perfect harvest quality was enough to excite him. He still remembered the mouth-watering taste of a perfectly ripe cherry tomato. Realizing that progressing his job level further would unlock new abilities, Sejun got motivated again. But the loud squeaks of the rabbit couple reminded him of his priority, feeding the mother rabbit. He chopped a few carrot leaves as the final touch, then set a fragrant bowl of soup in front of the rabbit couple. He proudly announced it was pure fish soup infused with Sejun's overflowing love for Mom Rabbit, a simple dish of fish, carrots, and onion leaves, boiled until rich and aromatic. Seeing their joyful reactions, he urged Mom Rabbit to eat more. Her health was the most important. Their babies were farming so well already, Dad Rabbit should focus on caring for her. As Daddy Rabbit feeding his wife, she obediently drank the soup. Sejun smiled and assured Black Rabbit that soon, they would meet the adorable new siblings too. From above the cave, the baby red bear waved its paw, calling him up. Time to sow seeds. Sejun slung on his backpack, hugged his toolbox, and instructed the rabbits to continue helping. He approached the onion leaf rope, tied around his waist. After one last check, he tugged the line to signal he was ready. With surprising ease, the little bear pulled the rope and hoisted him upward. Sejun waved goodbye to the rabbits as he rose. Thanks to the short but powerful 6 legs, the baby bear finished the task in just a few steps. There hadn't been a huge rock at the cave entrance before. Mom Bear brought it days ago. Sejun only needed this natural lift machine tied to a rock, and the little bear's strength did the rest. Ever since the bears showed up, his routine had shifted, surface farming in the mornings. He looked up at the giant boulder towering above him. Hard to believe Mom Bear carried something that large alone. The difference in strength was terrifying. If this was a level 99 area, no wonder such monsters appeared here. He patted the cub's head in thanks. The bear happily nudged under Sejun's arm, though when he said it must have pulled faster today because it wanted to see him, the cub simply stared into the big backpack instead. A reminder that what it missed was food. Laughing awkwardly, Sejun opened the bag, filled with grilled sweet potatoes wrapped in onion leaves. He prepared them specially, since the cub had only ever eaten raw potatoes. The moment the bear tasted the first warm bite, its eyes sparkled and its mouth watered. Potatoes vanished instantly, one in each paw, stuffing its cheeks full. Sejun had to warn it not to choke, watching in both delight and worry as it tried to inhale the food faster than it could chew. There was no need to rush. After eating non-stop for a while, the little red bear finally reached the last sweet potato, but suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. With a spark of inspiration, it held the potato horizontally and bounded toward the front yard on all fours. Sejun watched curiously as the cub squatted down and began digging a small hole. "What are you doing now?" he asked, walking closer. The little bear turned proudly to the side, showing off its work, a grilled sweet potato neatly placed inside the tiny hole. With a self-satisfied nod, it patted the soil over it, clearly proud of its accomplishment. Sejun stared in disbelief. "Wait, don't tell me you're planning to plant grilled sweet potatoes in the ground and wait for them to grow so you can eat them later?" The bear nodded eagerly. At that, Siguan and the 3 rabbit siblings burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on the ground until tears streamed down their faces. The bear just stood there, confused, not understanding what was so funny. When he finally caught his breath, Siguan explained between laughs, "Sweet potatoes roasted with fire won't sprout, little one. They can't grow roots anymore." The red bear's ears drooped in embarrassment, which only made Siguan laugh harder. "It's that delicious, huh? If you want more, just say so. My garden has plenty," he said warmly, wiping the tears from his eyes. Just then, his hand brushed against something slimy. He froze and looked down, only to see a dead fish head staring blankly back at him. His face turned pale. Looking around, he noticed a few piranhas half buried in the dirt, their tails stiffly sticking up, the smell of decay thick in the air. The scene was equal parts grim and pitiful. With a heavy sigh, Siguan muttered, "Looks like I need to hold some extra lessons. I can't let this continue." The rabbit children quickly nodded in agreement, while the red bear tilted its head in confusion. It didn't understand what it had done wrong, it just wanted everyone to have good food every day. Before long, the rumble of its stomach echoed through the cave. Inside the hive, the castle of the queen bee buzzed with busy wings. The sunlight filtering through the entrance glinted off the golden combs, illuminating the queen sitting quietly in one corner. In her hands, she cradled something white, her expression solemn and conflicted as if weighing a difficult decision. Outside, just as the sky was clear and the breeze gentle, the little red bear suddenly rose to its feet, blocking out the light. Its expression turned serious, eyes glowing red as it faced the black rabbit holding a hammer. With fierce determination, the cub shouted, "Hiya," and charged forward. But the black rabbit simply smiled, almost cheerfully, as if greeting an old friend. The moment the bear lunged, the rabbit leapt nimbly over its head and landed behind it, tapping 3 quick strikes from neck to tail with practiced precision. Feeling triumphant, the rabbit raised its hammer, but before it could celebrate, the bear spun around and scooped it into a tight hug. Both cheered happily. The red bear stuck out its tongue, licking the rabbit's face affectionately before tossing it into the air like a toy. Watching this bizarre scene, Siguan sat speechless for a moment, unsure if they were training for combat or just playing in their own chaotic way. Below him, Chubby Rabbit pushed a cart filled with tubes of tomato juice, calling out "Pea pie" to get Siguan's attention. He gratefully took one, thanking the little helper. It was perfect timing, since he was feeling parched after a long day of farming. As he sipped, a familiar buzzing sound grew louder from the cave entrance. 2 bees flew out, circling him briefly. He smiled, thinking they had come to greet him before heading on patrol. But then he froze. The queen bee herself was flying out of the cave, her eyes fixed on him. It was unusual for her to appear at this hour. Siguan stayed quiet, watching as she approached, holding something green in her hands. That couldn't be right, the queen never left the hive outside mating season. Yet here she was, wings fluttering softly, gaze serious. When she reached him, she carefully placed the green object in his palm. Siguan blinked, taken aback by her solemn demeanor. "What's this?" he asked, but she gave no answer, only flapped her wings lightly, bowed, and turned away. Her 2 attendants followed her as she flew into the forest, leaving Siguan alone and puzzled. Unfolding the leaves layer by layer, he revealed a milky white cocoon nestled inside, its surface smooth and faintly glowing. The status window appeared before him. Queen bee's cocoon. Time until hatching, 10 days. Upon hatching, it will seek its first owner. Reading the description twice, Siguan finally understood. The queen had given it to him because her hive was still weak, too unstable to support another queen. If a new one were born now, the hive's power would split, leaving both queens diminished. Handing over the cocoon had clearly been a painful but necessary choice. Siguan sighed softly, his expression turning firm. "All right," he murmured, clutching the cocoon gently. "I'll raise you well." Standing up, he took a deep breath, accidentally jostling the white rabbit resting on his shoulder. Looking at the cocoon again, he whispered with a smile, "Be happy when you're born, okay?" His heart swelled with anticipation. 10 days from now, a new queen would awaken, and Siguan couldn't wait to meet her. A lot had changed back home, but Theo knew nothing about it. Humming to himself, he strolled through the cool forest, thinking about returning to the cave soon. The thought of Park Siguan bowing in admiration for his cleverness made him grin from ear to ear. Not only had he earned a bag full of money, but he also got to bask in the pride of being a skilled merchant cat. His smug mood was cut short when a red-furred rear end suddenly shifted near the cave entrance. Startled, Theo froze, fur bristling. "Who's there?" he shouted. The red bear cub turned around, Siguan's familiar bag still dangling from its mouth. Theo's eyes widened. Trembling, he pointed at it. "That's Siguan's bag. How did it end up out here? Wait, don't tell me, you ate him?" The horrifying thought made his legs give out. He collapsed dramatically to the ground, wailing in despair. The little bear, completely confused, just blinked at him. It had no idea why this cat was crying to the heavens and accusing the ground of injustice. Theo muttered shakily, I knew it. I felt a bad omen from the 38th floor onward. He clenched his paws. I haven't even enjoyed my full time as a VIP cat yet. Determined to avenge Siguan, his claws gleamed as he lunged toward the cub, only to pause, wide-eyed, at a movement above. Swinging down from the vine with a cheerful grin, Siguan landed in front of him. Oh, Theo! You're back already. Theo stared, stunned. Then, with a burst of emotion, he leaped forward, grabbing Siguan's cheeks and shouting, You're alive. Are you okay? Did it eat any part of you? He scrambled down to inspect Siguan's knees, worried from the wild swing he'd seen, then hugged him again in relief. Laughing awkwardly, Siguan patted the frantic cat. Theo, calm down. This little one didn't do anything wrong. He turned to the bear cub and gently introduced it. This is the baby of the giant red bear. It fell into the cave by accident, but now we're all friends. Its mother agreed to protect the area in exchange for honey and food. Theo blinked at the cub, still nervous, but finally exhaled and muttered, I thought it ate you, okay? You can't blame me for that. Siguan smiled, but then frowned slightly. Still, calling it the giant red bear's baby every time is too long. We should give it a name. He looked at Theo expectantly. Theo just shrugged. It said its name is Baby Bear. I don't think it has another one. Then I'll name it myself, Siguan declared proudly. The cub's ears perked up, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Acting mysterious, Siguan rubbed his chin and announced, Quang. Theo blinked. That's it? It's perfect, Siguan said. It shouts Quang all the time, so why not? There was a brief silence. Theo and the rabbit stared blankly for a few seconds before Theo sighed deeply on everyone's behalf. You really have no talent for naming. But the little bear, Quang, seemed overjoyed. It wagged its stubby tail and leaned into Siguan's pats, rolling on the grass in delight. Siguan, of course, took this as proof of his naming genius. See? It loves it, he said smugly. Theo climbed onto Siguan's head, grumbling. Let's forget the name. More importantly, about our business. He pulled out a heavy pouch of coins and dropped it into Siguan's hands. This time I completed the job perfectly. Sold everything. So, how much are you paying the shopkeeper? Siguan laughed. Including the previous batch too? Theo nodded quickly. Yes, yes. But first, I want my favorite snack as a reward. Curling comfortably in Siguan's arms, he waited eagerly as the treat was brought to his mouth. He purred in bliss as the taste hit his tongue, until something wet dripped on his head. Opening his eyes, he saw Quang drooling above him, nibbling on his snack. Theo's fur puffed up instantly. How dare you lick my reward? And sit on Siguan's lap while doing it. He wriggled in rage, preparing to strike, but before he could, a deep rumble echoed through the forest. Quang's loud wail shook the trees. The ground trembled. A roar, like a rocket taking off, blasted through the forest as a massive red shadow soared above the canopy, the mother bear. She landed with a crash that shook the earth, her paw slamming down hard enough to split the soil. Her fur burned crimson under the sunlight as she glared at the small group before her. Quang ran to her crying, and her fury intensified. Theo turned pale. Oh no, we're dead. He immediately shrank back, holding up his merchant's badge with trembling paws. Madam Bear. I'm just a traveling merchant. It's all a misunderstanding. The bear roared, the sound so powerful it blew Theo off his feet and sent Siguan's hair flying. Even the rabbits covered their ears in panic. Finally, when she saw her cub unharmed, the mother bear's anger subsided. She exhaled heavily and lowered her head toward Theo and Quang. Theo, drenched in tears and drool, bawled, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hit your precious child. The tense atmosphere slowly eased. Siguan stepped forward and gently explained, they were just playing around. No harm done. With another deep huff, the mother bear turned away, retreating into the forest. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Theo, still trembling, was lifted up by Siguan. Are you okay? That simple question broke the dam. The little cat burst into loud sobs, crying even harder as Siguan and the rabbits gathered to comfort him. The black rabbit licked his face softly, and soon all the rabbit siblings joined in, tickling him until he began laughing between tears. Watching the warm scene, Quang suddenly felt guilty. Its earlier crying had scared everyone. Ears drooping, it waddled closer and gently licked Theo's face in apology. Theo smiled faintly. All right, we're friends now. But promise me one thing, don't ever eat my snack again. That's my life, okay? Quang nodded, letting out a small quang of agreement. A wave of drowsiness soon swept over the group. Siguan yawned, then Theo, then the rabbits one by one. Even Quang let out a long sleepy grunt before curling up beside them. Later, the rabbit couple peeked out from the cave entrance, surprised by the sudden quiet. The male rabbit noticed Theo's straw hat sticking out of his luggage and gently placed it on Siguan's head to shade him from the sunlight. Then, with a smile, the couple joined the others, lying down near Siguan's feet. The sunlight filtered softly through the trees, falling across Siguan's peaceful face. His lips curled into a faint smile, as if he were dreaming the happiest dream of his life. In a place far, far away, where floating fragments drifted through space under a violet glow, it was clear this was no ordinary world, certainly not Earth. At the heart of that luminous expanse, several dark-scaled dragons gathered, their eyes fixed on a figure attempting to control a volatile surge of power. The energy sparked and hissed like high-voltage lightning, growing increasingly unstable until it suddenly erupted, forcing the man to retreat in frustration. Grinding his teeth, he cursed under his breath. The tower's gate still refused to open, no matter how much mana he poured into it. As his anger boiled over, a calm voice came from behind, his son, Anton Fertani, urging him to stay composed. But his father, Kaiser Fertani, snapped back, unable to hide his worry. His granddaughter, Aileen, was still trapped inside the Black Tower, and no one knew if she was safe. Realizing he had been too harsh, Kaiser took a deep breath. It had been 10 years since her last seizure. The medicine they fought so hard to obtain should have stabilized her by now. Yet, with the tower sealed and the emergency system unresponsive, anxiety gnawed at him. Still, Anton reminded his father that if the emergency signal hadn't activated, it meant Eileen's condition hadn't worsened, perhaps she was even fine. The dragons hovering above them nodded in agreement. They, too, were part of the Fertani clan, and their concern for Aileen had drawn them all to the top of the tower. The residence of the Black Tower's master was the core of the mana flow running through the entire structure. The dragons who maintained it also drew strength from that mana. Anton spoke again, steady and patient. The entire clan had built this ideal tower for Aileen because of her fragile health. They had risked their lives to find medicine for her. He understood his father's anguish. No one could bear to see their own daughter suffer, but panic would solve nothing. They had to believe in Eileen's resilience. Kaiser finally exhaled, his voice softening as he ordered the Fertani dragons to wait until the tower opened on its own. With a chorus of wing beats, they dispersed into the violet mist, leaving Kaiser and Anton alone. The predicted day of her relapse had passed, and yet, there were no signs of distress. Anton turned to his father quietly. Could it be, her dragon heart has improved? Kaiser's gaze fell upon the glowing stone embedded in the tower gate. Deep down, he wished it were true, that his granddaughter was healthy, perhaps even thriving. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Aileen was indeed living peacefully, lounging with a book in one hand and a basket of ripe tomatoes beside her. She popped 3 into her mouth at once, savoring their rich, sweet flavor. The fruit had evolved to rank D, their taste far more vibrant now. As she chewed happily, a sudden thump echoed in her chest. Startled, she froze, placing a trembling hand over her heart. My heart, it hasn't beaten once in over 200 years, she murmured in disbelief. Why is it suddenly moving, and drawing in mana? Then it struck her. The date. Today was supposed to mark the return of her illness, the seizure that came like clockwork. Yet she felt completely fine. She looked at the half-eaten tomato in her hand, eyes narrowing in surprise. Could it be because of these magic cherry tomatoes? Aileen recalled that crops cultivated by humans often possessed properties that allowed them to absorb and channel mana. Curious, she examined the tomatoes again, admiring their glossy skins and the faint glow of energy within. To her, they had simply been tasty snacks, but now she realized these small fruits might hold far greater power. She never imagined that something so ordinary could help heal a dragon's heart. Delighted, she popped another tomato into her mouth, humming with satisfaction. I, the black dragon Aileen Fertani, 200 years old, she declared proudly, have finally found someone worthy of my protection. Clenching her fist with renewed determination, she vowed to preserve this rare chance, this moment when her dragon heart had stirred again, even if only once. I must protect the tower's farmer, Park Siguan, no matter what. The mere thought of his name made her smirk. For a human to earn the attention of such a noble dragon, he should feel honored. When her gaze shifted to Siguan's image through the tower's monitoring orb, she couldn't help but giggle. The man was fast asleep beneath his straw hat. To think he found an unidentified treasure so quickly, he really is unstoppable, she mused. Meanwhile, Siguan himself was blissfully unaware of any treasure. Lying under the soft sunlight, he absent-mindedly scratched his nose in his sleep until a glowing system window appeared right in front of his face. He jolted awake with a shout, realizing the blue text had been hovering there for some time, repeatedly calling his name until he responded. The tower manager's stern message flashed. Warning, have you been informed about the risks of using unappraised items? Still groggy, Siguan blinked. Unappraised items? What's that about? He muttered, lifting the straw hat off his head for the first time. Father Rabbit stirred beside him, explaining that he'd found the hat in Theo's bag. The system could only identify it as an unappraised item. Siguan gently shook Theo awake for answers, but the cat merely rolled over with a few lazy meows and went back to sleep. Out of options, Siguan requested an automatic analysis from the system. The result popped up immediately. Item, Farmer's Straw Hat. Effect? Skill, Mother Earth's Protection, Level 1. Land owned by the user recovers fertility faster than normal. Siguan's eyes widened. It didn't say who created it, but the listed skill was remarkable. The system continued to urge him to have the hat officially appraised. When he sent it for evaluation, the process reached Aileen. She placed the straw hat on her table, spinning it lightly with her clawed fingertip before activating her appraisal skill. A soft blue light enveloped the hat, lifting it into the air as runes shimmered across its surface. When the information appeared before her, her eyes brightened. She laughed softly and sent Siguan a message. Congratulations, Farmer Park Siguan. You've obtained a valuable item. Immediately after, a new mission arrived on Siguan's screen. Tower Manager's Quest, offer crops imbued with blue moon energy to the Tower Manager. Reward, the straw hat. If he failed, the hat would be taken back, though, of course, it was originally his. Siguan sighed. That's just how she is. He needed blue moon crops anyway, so he accepted without complaint. Then, another notification appeared. Aileen Fertani requests a pinky promise. Reminder, the Tower Manager has revealed their true name to you. Appreciate the honor. Siguan blinked at the name, bewildered. Aileen Fertani. Why is she introducing herself now? He didn't see why she needed to make such a big deal about it. Apparently, the dragon did. Her voice echoed sharply through the system. Do you not realize how honorable it is to know the name of your tower's master? Do you wish to lose your hat, human? Yes, ma'am. You're right, ma'am. Siguan rep. It's an honor, really. Satisfied, Aileen extended her ethereal hand through the communication crystal, raising her pinky finger. Siguan mirrored her gesture, smiling wryly. I, Park Siguan, promise to offer my blue moon energy crops to Aileen Fertani. First promise with the Tower Manager, completed. The system chimed again as the hat was returned to him, its name now displayed in full glory. Artifact, creation of St. Patrick, blessing of fertile lands. The description explained that long ago, a saintly farmer named Patrick had created this hat. Only true cultivators could wield it. It was one of 10 legendary artifacts within the Black Tower, imbued with the skill Mother Earth's protection. Siguan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, this straw hat is one of the 10 artifacts, he muttered, turning the hat over in his hands as if to confirm it himself. He had never even heard of such things, graded equipment inside the Black Tower, with rank restrictions lifted just for him. A farmer. A grin spread across his face. Looks like I got something really good this time. Without hesitation, he placed the straw hat back on his head, convinced that its abilities would grow along with his own rank. Immediately, a flurry of system windows appeared before his eyes, one after another. Confirming identity, is Park Siguan a genuine farmer? Affirmed. Activating compatible skills. Lines of text filled the air like a cascade of light. Skill, Lands Protection LV.3 activated. Skill, Farmer's Body LV.2 acquired. Skill, Blessing of the Harvest LV.1 acquired. Each line was more unbelievable than the last. His heart raced as he read the descriptions. The soil in his territory would now recover faster than before, his physical endurance would increase, and several of his plots would soon yield a bountiful harvest. Siguan looked out at the still young crops in the distance, the barren ground waiting to be transformed. He could hardly contain his excitement. With this, I can expand my field so much faster, he murmured. He turned to look at Theo, still fast asleep, curled up and snoring softly, and smiled. I'll have to reward that little guy later. He reached down to pick up the cat and give him a light cuddle, but Theo's back legs kicked against his face in protest. The cat squinted at him, unimpressed. Stop it. I'm a male cat. Why are you pampering me like that in broad daylight? Siguan laughed, promising rewards for a whole week to calm him down. Theo froze mid-protest. A week? His ears perked up instantly. Forget what I said earlier. Siguan chuckled at the sudden change of attitude. Typical Theo, he said, lifting him once more in delight. The small commotion even woke up some nearby rabbits, who blinked lazily at the joyful pair basking in the morning sun. Days passed peacefully, until one morning, the cave was unusually quiet. The chubby rabbit chewed idly on some leaves, while the black rabbit paced, tapping its paws nervously. Siguan sat on the floor, legs bouncing restlessly. Theo, who was lounging on his lap, trembled slightly with every shake. Finally, Theo looked up, annoyed. Can you stop shaking your legs? My brain's about to fall out. Siguan froze, realizing what he was doing. Ah, sorry, he said quickly, holding the cat still to stop the motion. But the silence in the warren felt heavier than usual. Even the rabbits seemed on edge. Theo, however, didn't care much. All this waiting's useless, he grumbled. You should cook me some fish soup instead. But just as Siguan lifted him up to go, the door to the rabbit's room creaked open. Out came the sickle rabbit, gently pushing a small wrapped bundle, and his eyes shone with excitement. "How many?" Siguan asked eagerly. The sickle rabbit nodded, trembling with emotion. They had been waiting anxiously for this moment. Carefully unwrapping the cloth, Siguan gasped as 3 tiny bunnies came into view, so small they could fit in his palm. Their golden fur shimmered faintly in the light. Then came Pick's voice from behind. "Wait! Look again!" Turning, Siguan saw the father rabbit holding another 3 little ones, wriggling gently in his paws. "6," he exclaimed, laughing in amazement. The entire group crowded around, gazing at the newborns with soft smiles. Siguan couldn't help but feel nostalgic, like when he had first met first batch of baby rabbit. "We have to celebrate," he said warmly. "Let's make a big pot of fish soup for the mother." Before leaving, he beckoned Theo closer. The cat hesitated at the door, unsure. "Come on," Siguan encouraged. "This is the first time you've seen newborn rabbits, isn't it?" Theo nodded silently. The babies were unbelievably tiny, their closed eyes and trembling whiskers making them almost unreal. "They're smaller than my paw," he whispered. Siguan smiled. "Hey, Theo. You're an uncle now. Say hello, Uncle Theo." Theo blinked. "What?" Before he could react, Siguan gently placed the bundle of bunnies near him. "Take care of them for a second," he said. Completely flustered, Theo fished out a small treat from his robe and said in a childish voice, "Uncle gives you a treat. Eat it and make Uncle happy." The rabbits burst out laughing, eyes watering from amusement. Siguan chuckled too. "Theo, they haven't even opened their eyes yet. They can't eat treats." Realizing his mistake, Theo huffed and crossed his arms, but the glint in Siguan's eyes told him he'd seen the stash of snacks hidden in his robe. "You've got a secret fund, huh?" Siguan teased. "We'll forgive you today, but next time I might have to confiscate it." Theo groaned, tail flicking in defeat. Day 173 in the tower, 6 new family members were born. Far away, in the vast desert beyond the tower's domain, the land stretched out in golden waves beneath a blue glowing sky. From a distance, a massive gate shimmered faintly with azure light. At its center pulsed a radiant energy core, casting shadows across a gathering of muscular oxfolk. They stood in formation, listening to their commander's deep voice echo across the barren valley. "The blue moon approaches," he announced solemnly. "No more waiting. No more hunger." The soldiers stomped their hooves in unison, the ground trembling beneath their weight. The long wait was finally ending. "You go find them. In that barren land, bring back everything you can eat." The Minotaur King's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he looked down at his followers, who were trembling with excitement and anticipation. The order was given. The blue moon was approaching, the time of hunger would soon end. The Minotaur King, ruler of the 99th floor, prepared to lead his herd to plunder what the tower had to offer, while, far away, Siguan and his animal companions were still immersed in the joy of welcoming new life. Back in Siguan's cave, another diligent day began. The system announcement reported this week's harvest had increased by 50%, and bees buzzed around the blooming golden tomato flowers, a vibrant sight. Siguan realized that thanks to his straw hat skills, the flowers had bloomed more than usual, and even more bees were gathering to collect nectar. He crouched down to inspect the batch carefully, musing that the 7th blue moon was drawing near. Quang and its mother hadn't visited for days, perhaps preparing for it too. Siguan decided to make the most of the remaining time to get everything ready. Behind him came the sound of pee-pee and hurried Naya. Theo was chasing after the 6 mischievous golden-furred kits. He caught up to them and scolded in frustration, "You're all dirty. Don't play near the fire. Do you want to become grilled rabbits? Stay close to Uncle, don't run off." It was a funny sight, Theo, arms full, struggling to carry all 6 baby rabbits. Who would have thought that the same cat who once whined about chores was now a reliable babysitter? Siguan walked over with a grin, hands in his pockets, and asked how the job was going. The rabbit couple chuckled at Theo's complaints about exhaustion. Babysitting wasn't easy, but Theo puffed up his chest proudly. "Naya, I'm their uncle now. This much is nothing." Siguan and the rabbits exchanged amused looks. They genuinely appreciated Theo's help, a responsible uncle indeed. Siguan raised his thumb in acknowledgement, then called out as Theo led the little ones on a mini-adventure outside the cave. "Be back before dinner." By evening, the bees returned to their hives, sealing every gap to block out the blue moon's light. The rabbit family wrapped up their fieldwork and locked themselves in safely. Siguan's bag was already packed full, preparations complete. Theo, however, lingered outside. Siguan noticed him half crawling into a cloth bag and asked what he was doing. "This bag blocks blue moon's light, Naya," Theo explained, tail flicking. "Mine's small, so it only makes a little tent, but the fancy ones can open into full villas." Siguan blinked in surprise at such a feature. He rummaged in his pack and pulled out a small white cocoon. This, he said, handing it over, is the queen bee's cocoon. Keep it safe. Theo took it with both paws, eyes wide, and gently tucked it into his warm belly fur. Leave it to me, yeah, I'll guard it carefully. Just as he spoke, the sky began to darken. The blue moon was coming. Theo wrapped himself in a blanket and curled up. Siguan looked outside. Quang and its mother were nowhere in sight. He could only hope they were safe. Moments later, the ground trembled violently, a deep rumble echoing through the cave, like an earthquake. Then came a thunderous roar, raw and beastly, shaking the air. Siguan tensed. This was Red Bear territory. How could there be another creature's roar here? He stuffed a cherry tomato into his mouth and slipped on his leaf earmuffs, but the roaring only grew louder, fierce enough to make his eardrums ache. Then, as suddenly as it began, the noise vanished, leaving only the hollow sound of wind. What was that just now? Siguan muttered. It had sounded unmistakably like a bull's bellow. But before he could dwell on it, the glowing cherry tomatoes caught his attention, their color shifting to blue under the moonlight, not just one or two, but entire clusters. Perhaps it was the blue moon's stronger light, or maybe his hat's skill working in full effect. Either way, it was beautiful. And in the distance, something else shimmered, a field of blue corn glowing faintly. Blue corn? Siguan's eyes lit up. He had never seen anything like it before. Excited, he decided he would have to check it out once the blue moon passed. Maybe, just maybe, the corn too had absorbed the moonlight through the blessing of the harvest. The next morning, the world outside the cave was calm again. Theo stood on his hind legs at the entrance, glancing inside once more before urging Siguan to hurry up. When Siguan climbed out, Theo tilted his head. Mr. Siguan, yeah, why didn't we wait for the red bear mother and cub before coming up? What if there's something dangerous outside? How will we escape, Naya? Theo's tail twitched anxiously, but Siguan didn't respond right away. He couldn't ignore the strange animal noises from the previous night. I'll just take a quick look and come back, he said, picking up his bag. I want to make sure it's safe before harvesting the green fruits. Theo jumped up and down in protest, clinging to Siguan's leg, but eventually followed, trotting beside him as they headed away from the forest toward the distant silhouette of the Transmissi. The landscape stretched endlessly, and Siguan, looking small against the vast plain, soon came upon the sweet potato fields, torn apart, the ridges overturned. Scattered among the broken mounds were footprints so large that Siguan could only stare for a moment. Judging by the depth and width of the prints, whatever made them must have been enormous. Curiosity taking over, Siguan crouched on all fours beside one of the mounds, scooping up a handful of soil. Theo blinked, confused. Mr. Siguan, what are you doing, Nya? Let's go back. It feels unsafe out here. But Siguan's eyes brightened as he examined the soil, soft, moist, and rich. It retained water perfectly. This is good soil, he murmured. If I replace the sweet potato field with this, I can grow crops even faster. His mind filled with images of a wide, fertile farm. Yet reality soon set in. He had no farming tools, no carts, no tractors. He sighed, bending over and rubbing his neck. If I asked the shovel rabbit to move all this, it'd take 10 years. As he pondered, a familiar status window flickered beside him. What are you doing outside, Farmer Siguan? The blue moon had ended, but the message warned that danger might still linger. Siguan paused, realizing it was best to return. Hey, tower manager. Oh, sorry, Aileen, he said, glancing up. Are you all right after yesterday? Her reply was brief and rushed. I'm fine. Please return to the cave quickly. Her oddly impatient tone made Siguan chuckle. Why are you more nervous than usual, he teased, then laughed to himself. Ah, I see, she's waiting for the harvest results. When they returned, Theo threw off his robe and immediately curled up to sleep, completely drained from following Siguan around. Leaving the cat to rest, Siguan walked toward the glowing blue cornfield. The light from the blue moon had given the crops a strange new brilliance. As he picked a few ears of corn, a notification appeared. You have harvested D-grade stamina corn. Effect, increases stamina by 0.1 points. Siguan blinked, impressed. D-grade, not bad at all. His E-grade stats had finally doubled. He couldn't help but grin, wiping the drool from his mouth as he looked toward the tomato field. The blue moon's light had made them sparkle beautifully. He plucked one and took a bite. Yum, this is amazing. But just as he was enjoying the flavor, the tower manager interrupted. Farmer Siguan, did you forget something? Oh right. Siguan quickly gathered 5 ripe tomatoes into a tray and presented them. These are for you, Aileen. Thank you. I'll repay this kindness later. No rush, Siguan said with a grin. But don't make me wait 300 years, okay? Far above, in her own realm, Aileen gazed at the 5 blue moon tomatoes now resting in her claws. Even ordinary tomatoes from Siguan's farm filled her with anticipation, so these were almost too tempting to resist. Without hesitation, she tossed all 5 into her mouth at once. Their sweetness burst across her tongue. She wasn't sure if they'd heal her damaged heart, but they were undeniably delicious. Trying to focus, she directed the surging mana inward, tracing every flow back to her dragon heart. For a moment, she felt it, a faint throb. Then agony struck. A sharp, searing pain spread through her chest. Aileen gasped, collapsing, clutching at her heart as her vision blurred. She hadn't expected it to hurt this much. Back in the cave, unaware of her struggle, Siguan stripped the corn leaves and placed the kernels into a pot lined with stalks, covering it before lighting a fire beneath. The soft crackle of boiling water filled the space. Using Theo's pot made him chuckle. It reminded him of baking cookies during the holidays. Behind him, the rabbit's burrow was lively as always, though the golden kits were nowhere in sight. The adult rabbits chirped pee-pee, pee-pee, and pointed toward their home, explaining the little ones were sleeping with their mother. Siguan smiled and held up 8 glowing blue moon tomatoes for them to see. "Look at these beauties," he said proudly. "And there's blue moon corn cooking right now. We'll share it soon." The rabbit father picked up a tomato and chattered, "Pick, pick." He pointed at the blue moon tomato in his hand, then at Siguan, repeating, "Pick, pick." Siguan quickly understood. "Are you saying cherry tomatoes are enough for you?" he asked. "And you want me to eat the blue moon corn all by myself?" He was deeply moved by the gesture. Siguan reached out and patted the father rabbit's head. "Thank you. I really appreciate it." The father rabbit wagged his tail vigorously under Siguan's hand, clearly pleased. Meanwhile, the 2 sons, Black Rabbit and Chubby Rabbit, grumbled in disappointment as they continued chewing their tomatoes, their expressions full of protest. Siguan chuckled, then shook his head. "But I can't eat this alone," he said. "Let's have breakfast now, then harvest some corn and eat dinner together." At the mention of corn, the 2 rabbit brothers instantly perked up. Their eyes lit up, and drool practically dripped from their mouths as excitement replaced their earlier complaints. The tomato field swayed gently under the fading light while bees hovered tirelessly above, checking each blossom for the last traces of nectar. Soon the sun dipped, and it was time to eat. Siguan lifted the lid from the pot. Steam rose with a rich, sweet aroma. The blue moon corn glistened, perfectly cooked. He could barely hold back his excitement. The smell alone made him want to drool. Blowing gently on the hot piece, Siguan thought to himself that with the addition of the seasonal skill and the blue moon's energy, the flavor must be completely different this time. Holding it up eagerly, he invited each rabbit to enjoy a blue moon tomato for the feast, though the chubby rabbit had already finished his without anyone noticing. The siblings bit into their tomatoes with joy. Before, one tomato had to be divided among many of them, but now each had their own. Their faces lit up with happiness. The rabbit husband, holding 2 tomatoes, thanked Siguan and brought one back for his wife. Siguan didn't hesitate either. He bit into his with anticipation. It was delicious, every seed bursting with flavor. Siguan took a big bite and smiled brightly, unable to stop himself from praising how good it was. He kept munching happily under the admiring gaze of the surrounding rabbits. It was delicious, every seed bursting with flavor. As he absorbed the blue moon corn's energy, his stamina permanently increased by 0.1. But the taste was so good that Siguan hardly noticed. He devoured the rest quickly, even tossing the leftover cob straight into the fire. Wiping his hands clean, he joined the rabbits to harvest the remaining corn in the field. The quality boost from his straw hat made him even more satisfied. Every ripe ear could be harvested all at once. Curious about the difference in grade D corn, Siguan checked the system message. Stamina boosting corn. Effect: reduces 20 grams of body fat and increases physical strength by 0.2 within 10 minutes. The effect could stack up to 10 times per hour. Even for non-awakened people, it could still reduce fat and improve skin elasticity. Mom will love this, he thought with a grin. It worked even better for skin elasticity than collagen. Seeing the plentiful harvest, Siguan decided to send some home next time, along with other cave-grown crops suitable for those without awakened abilities, so his family could enjoy them too. Just then, the massive head of the red bear peeked into the cave, blocking half the sunlight. Seeing both bears healthy filled Siguan with relief. He climbed up quickly to greet them and poured honey into Quang's paw, even adding an extra share to make up for yesterday. The little one happily licked it up, while the mother bear watched with a warm expression. When Siguan mentioned he'd bring grilled fish next time, she seemed even more delighted. Meanwhile, Theo stretched and announced that he had to get to work. Siguan, surprised, turned toward him. The cat still looked half asleep. "Why not rest a bit longer?" he asked. But Theo shook his head. "A wandering merchant like me can't waste time sleeping." As the most dedicated of merchant cats, Theo pushed through his drowsiness to get back to work. Hearing Siguan's praise made him leap onto Siguan's shoulder immediately, asking to be taken to the merchant gate. Behind them, a familiar mouth tugged at Siguan's cloak. Quang lifted Theo effortlessly off of him. Theo waved, saying his goodbyes as the mother and cub saw him off. Siguan, too, had plenty of work ahead. Returning to the sweet potato field, he considered whether to replant the area. Far away, in the energy tower of level 99, the Minotaur King sat upon his stone chair, running his hand through a pile of soil brought for inspection. One ox after another presented samples, but each one was disappointing. Ox 1 brought only mud. The second one had only dry soil, so the Minotaur King laughed bitterly. What's this supposed to be? Mud and dirt? He stood up and pointed at the pile beneath his feet, scolding his subordinates for their ignorance. You brought back soil instead of food, how are we supposed to eat this? Boss, one of the oxen replied timidly, it's been a long time since there's been a single blade of grass or any vegetation left in our territory. The subordinate's words cast a heavy silence over the room. Even if we dig 3 feet deep, another added, we won't find a single root, let alone a tree trunk. The king sighed deeply and sat back down, his massive frame slumping helplessly onto the stone chair. Back then, he muttered, this entire level was covered in lush, high-quality grass, stretching endlessly across the land. In the Dark Tower, the Minotaurs had once been among the most powerful monsters, guarding the teleportation point. But when the Blue Moon's energy began to weaken, threatening to cut off the tower's supply, the king had ordered his herd to devour all the grass during the Blue Moon period to absorb as much of its power as possible. He hadn't anticipated the consequences. Once given free rein, the Minotaurs ate even faster than the grass could regrow. The once green plains turned barren, reduced to lifeless dirt and sand. Now, even the younger Minotaur's body showed signs of decline, their once solid muscles growing lean and weak. Without the nutrient-rich grass they had depended on, maintaining their immense strength became impossible. Tired of dwelling on regret, the Minotaur King barked out, Ox 3. Bring whatever you have found. Ox 3, known for traveling farther than any other in search of food, stomped its hoof nervously and stepped forward. Boss, it said hesitantly, even though I went farther, there was nothing to be found. No matter how much I searched, there wasn't a single sprout. The king sighed again, about to tell him it was fine, that returning safely was good enough, when something caught his eye. He suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed at Ox 3. Pushing aside his subordinates, the king stormed toward him with a grave expression, grabbing Ox 3's shoulders. Hey! What's that on your head? And what's that sweet smell coming from your horn? Huh? Ox 3 blinked, confused. It turned its head slightly and noticed a small sprout dangling from one of its horns, a potato sprout, clinging there as if by accident. It had no idea where it came from. Meanwhile, in the management tower, Aileen slowly opened her eyes, her head throbbing painfully. It seemed she had been unconscious for quite some time. As she sat up, her head bumped against the chandelier. Startled, she looked around. Why did the ceiling seem lower than before? The thought made her glance down. Her field of view seemed wider. Even the magic sphere in her hand appeared smaller than usual. She stood up slowly, realizing in shock, she had grown taller. Setting the orb back down, Aileen frowned, trying to make sense of it. How could she have grown so suddenly? There was no way she had hit puberty that quickly. Then she remembered the Blue Moon tomatoes, the ones with mana levels 10 times higher than normal, and how she had eaten 5 of them. Could that have caused her dragon heart to react, triggering this sudden change? Still, something felt odd. When she recalled the experience, she remembered the pain of her bones and muscles expanding, but also, her heart had started beating again. The sensation had returned. It might not be sustainable in the long term, but for now, Aileen was overjoyed. Cradling the sphere with Siguan's face reflected in it, she smiled warmly. The dragon's heart had truly stirred again, all thanks to that kind farmer's produce. Just then, her gaze shifted, she saw Siguan enjoying Blue Moon dishes with the rabbits, holding something that looked suspiciously delicious. Her eyes narrowed. Why didn't he share it with me? Determined not to be left out, Aileen searched the room for her grandfather's larger crystal ball to get a better look. But her now massive body got stuck in the doorway. Ugh! She roared in frustration, shaking the frame. That's my food. You can't leave me out, Park Siguan. Her voice echoed through the tower, though it couldn't possibly reach the 99th floor, where Quang was waving to bees buzzing over the nearly harvested cornfield. The shovel rabbit was piling up corn husks, while the golden-furred rabbits ran around helping their parents transport skewered corn to storage. Some corn was grilling over a large fire, others were steaming under Siguan's careful watch. Turning back to check on them, Siguan smiled proudly at the rabbit's hard work. He told the cart-pulling rabbit to gather everyone for dinner, then lifted one small bunny in one hand while adjusting the pot lid with the other. As soon as he opened it, a rich, fragrant aroma spread through the air, making the rabbit in his hand drool in. The corn was perfectly cooked. Just as he poured it all into a large bucket, a window popped up, a new mission. Reward, gratitude. But if the tower manager didn't get any corn, it would be angry. There's more coming, Siguan said with a chuckle. Wait a bit, I'll send both boiled and grilled ones together. Satisfied, the dragon's presence quieted. Siguan turned to show the rabbits where to place the freshly grilled corn. In no time, a long buffet of golden, steaming corn stretched before them, both boiled and roasted, ready to eat. Lifting a skewer, Siguan smiled. Thanks to merchant cat Theo's hard work bringing back the corn seeds, the whole family can enjoy a feast today. It was a pity there was no butter or garlic, but even so, everyone was happy. He sprinkled a little sugar on the corn, grilled it until it was lightly charred, and finished it with shredded cheese, letting the sweet and savory flavors melt together perfectly. He wondered who could have brought cheese into the tower, but as he searched through his backpack for the main character of this meal, his hand brushed against something familiar. A small packet of Korean chili powder. It must have been from Theo's luggage when he returned with the straw hat. That cat hadn't even mentioned where he'd gotten it from, truly worthy of losing his title as a proper merchant cat. Since corn was Siguan's favorite, he ignored the thought and quickly sprinkled chili powder over the corn already coated with sugar and melted cheese. A new message popped up from the system: eating this would make even the gods ecstatic. The combination of sweet, spicy, and cheesy flavors felt divine, as if it could lift him right out of the tower and back home. Siguan grinned with satisfaction, munching eagerly. Not bad at all, he thought. Guess all those YouTube cooking videos finally paid off. After savoring his masterpiece, he prepared 6 fragrant grilled corns and offered them to the tower manager. The task was completed, earning him a message of gratitude in return. Then, as he made another corn for himself, he noticed the rabbits had gone unusually quiet. When he leaned down to ask why, Siguan realized the reason: they were too busy eating. The whole family was enjoying the food, their faces bright with happiness. The rabbit couple carefully separated each kernel to feed their impatient children. Smiling, Siguan grabbed a wooden bowl and used a spoon to scrape the corn neatly, making a small pile of golden kernels just right for the little ones. Here you go, he said gently, setting the bowl down. Now your parents can rest a bit. The rabbit couple looked overjoyed. Siguan returned to his own corn, only to burst out laughing when the children came running back, proudly showing their faces, each one smeared yellow with corn. Some even rolled around pretending to be corn themselves. Their antics made Siguan laugh so hard he almost choked. Feeding the kids one by one soon made his back ache, but it was worth it. Still, he couldn't help but miss babysitter Theo. Ever since that cat left, the cave had felt strangely quiet. Later, Siguan brought corn, sweet potatoes, and fish to share with the bear family. Seeing the happy faces of both mother and child made him smile with satisfaction. Life in the cave remained peaceful. But elsewhere, the mood was far from calm. Someone slammed their hand on a table and cursed. Why hasn't Theo arrived yet? The young man had been waiting impatiently for days, prompting his puzzled friend to ask, didn't you already buy from him for your girlfriend? Why do you need more? Are you kidding? Another interrupted. Haven't you heard? The rich outside the tower are buying magic tomatoes at insane prices. One tomato's going for 500,000 won. If we don't stock up now, we'll never compete. Jessica raised her voice to get the team leader's attention. Captain, our supplies are running low. We can't stay here much longer. Dong Shik, the leader, stood up decisively. We'll split up. I've done business with Theo before, I'll stay here and wait for him. Jessica, take a team of 4 and proceed with the tower entry plan. Everyone nodded, though Suha seemed the most cheerful about staying behind. Dong Shik looked surprised. I thought Jessica would stay, not her. Suha laughed, flipping her hair. She said already got enough magic tomatoes and lost the weight she wanted. She give the chance to me. Dong Shik raised an eyebrow. Do you want to lose weight? You're fine as you are. Unless, he paused, squinting. You're buying magic tomatoes for someone else? Suha grinned and pulled out several soup packets. Nope. I just really like that cat and want to spoil him. Dong Shik could only nod in understanding. Well, fair enough. That cat's adorable enough to deserve it. And indeed, at that very moment, Theo was happily humming a tune on his way to the merchant's teleportation gate. He had traveled far, passing through countless floors. Below him stood a towering tree that reached toward the heavens, ancient and majestic, with crowds of merchants and travelers gathered around its roots. Every time he came here, Theo marveled at its size. It looked like the beanstalk from old legends, stretching endlessly into the blue sky. Blending in with the crowd, Theo walked up to the guard dog stationed at the gate. I'm a novice merchant, he said politely, requesting passage to the 38th floor. He didn't notice the glinting eyes watching from the shadows nearby. A small group huddled together, whispering. Is that really the cat from the painting? One asked. Hard to tell, another grumbled. All we know is, it's a cat. You can't draw a cat and expect anyone to know which cat it is. Blacksmiths are hopeless at portraits. I don't think he still has that straw hat, said Elko. But Elki shook his head. He must. It's probably among his belongings. He wouldn't just throw it away. Elko frowned. Still, why does landlord Grid want a cheap straw hat so badly? Elka, their clan leader, narrowed his eyes. That doesn't matter. Our job as mercenaries is to retrieve the requested item, not to question why. The 3 members of the Silver Wolf clan began tailing Theo quietly, unaware that someone else had overheard everything. From a distance, Zirith watched, her eyes sharp. She didn't understand why the Wolf clan was targeting Theo, or what made that ordinary straw hat so valuable that Grid himself wanted it back. Her instincts as a spy stirred. If I leave that clueless cat surrounded by wolves, she thought grimly, who knows what might happen. She decided then and there, she'd investigate and protect Theo. The next day dawned bright and clear. All the cave dwellers came to the surface to repair the garden destroyed during the Blue Moon night. With the strength of Red Bear and her daughter, the rough rocky ground was soon flattened into neat plots, ready for planting. Siguan distributed seeds from a small red pouch, 1,000 peanut seeds in total, for everyone to sow. After several hours of work, Siguan wiped the sweat from his brow, pleased with himself. Harvesting all the corn that morning had leveled him up to level 6. Then, the seed shop interface opened with new options: 1,000 peanut seeds for 5 silver coins, 100 turnip seeds for 0.1 coins, and 100 cucumber seeds for 0.2. Knowing peanuts could thrive in harsh soil and even enrich it, Siguan didn't hesitate. He chose the peanut seeds despite their price. The purchase earned him 106 experience points, enough to raise his farmer rank to a new level. A new notification appeared. Promotion achieved, Rookie Commoner Farmer. Rewards, 4 seed choices instead of 3. Privilege, purchase unlimited varieties of seeds under 5 tower coins. Siguan gaped at the message in disbelief. Because he had leveled up, the seed shop had too, upgraded to level 2. From now on, his future seed purchases would include higher grade options. Holding the new pouch of peanut seeds, Siguan's mind raced with possibilities. There were so many things he wanted to grow. He could hardly contain his excitement. And why stop there? He wanted to buy even more seeds, all at once, to transform the barren land into a thriving farm again. The harvested corn stalks and leaves were now useless, piled into heaps outside the cave. Quang and the rabbit family had been gathering them into bundles for compost. The little bear worked especially hard, carrying armfuls of leaves almost as big as its whole body, enough to cover all the newly planted peanut seeds. Siguan and the others covered the ground with corn leaves to reduce evaporation. Since there was no night in this place, the sun shone endlessly, and the soil would dry up quickly without cover. Once the peanut fields were secured, Siguan returned to the cave to shell corn. Besides eating, he needed to save some kernels for future planting to avoid buying new ones. Peeling the corn made him sweat profusely, but it had to be done. The seeds needed to be soaked in water and planted the next day for the new season. Then, a group of golden-furred rabbits appear out of nowhere, making cheerful pee-pee sounds. But Siguan noticed their eyes fixed on the corn, clearly tempted. Seeing their pitiful looks, he realized they were probably just bored. The adults were busy farming, and no one had time to play with them. That gave him an idea. Searching through his backpack, Siguan pulled out small pouches filled with dried carrot slices. The little ones, looking like a bunch of kindergartners, perked up immediately. "All right, everyone," Siguan said, kneeling down to their level. "Take these to the adults working in the field. And don't you dare eat them all on the way, got it?" The kids nodded eagerly and hopped off to deliver the snacks. Soon, they were already back, having distributed the treats to their parents and siblings. Watching their tiny figures bounce across the field, Siguan couldn't help but smile. Maybe he should ask Theo to buy some outfits for them next time. Kindergarten uniforms, sailor suits, maybe even little doll dresses, the thought alone made him laugh. If only he had a phone to capture the moment. Meanwhile, far beyond the rugged mountain range, Ox 3 trudged through the barren land. It had been searching all day for the strange object that had once hung from its horn but couldn't remember where it had found it. The blue moon's influence had clouded its memory, leaving only fragments. Earlier, when the Minotaur King had seen that strange thing, he had demanded to know where Ox 3 had gotten it. Near the border of level 99, Ox 3 had replied vaguely. The king's furious response had echoed through the hall. "How dare you leave Minotaur territory?" Flustered, Ox 3 had stammered that it couldn't remember anything clearly because of the blue moonlight. To test something, the Minotaur King had thrown a roasted sweet potato at it, something no one had ever seen in the 99th floor before. And the taste shocked everyone. "Moo, this is delicious," it mumbled with teary eyes. The sweetness deepened with every chew, filling its body with strange energy. The Minotaur King roared with excitement, saliva dripping as he exclaimed, "My muscles are being energized. This is incredible. You must bring more of this, whatever it is, back to the tribe." Grabbing Ox 3 by the shoulders, he shook it hard. "The survival of our kind depends on you. Go, and don't return empty-handed." So now, Ox 3 wandered nervously across the wild lands, searching for more of the miraculous food. But it had been a long day, and still there were no signs of anything edible. Worse, if it wandered too close to the Red Bear Mother's territory, it might not live to tell the tale. Just as despair was setting in, a sweet scent drifted through the air. Ox 3's nostrils flared, and it began to sniff eagerly. Following the trail, it soon came upon a field overflowing with vibrant, lush plants. The sight made its eyes widen in joy. Moo! It looks delicious. Without hesitation, it rushed forward and began devouring the plants. Oh la la, this taste. Sweeter than mother's milk. Ox 3 exclaimed, stuffing more into its mouth. It didn't know what kind of grass it was, but it didn't care, it was heavenly. Gathering as much as it could carry, it prepared to bring it back proudly to the Minotaur King. Surely, this time, it would be praised. But back in the Red Bear Forest, the mother bear suddenly froze mid-step. Her nostrils twitched, detecting a faint scent carried by the wind. She growled deeply, eyes narrowing with hostility. Dropping her cub to the ground, she glared toward the direction Ox 3 had gone, her expression darkening. That scent, it wasn't from her kind. Another species had trespassed into her territory. Meanwhile, far away, Aileen lay back in the adult hot spring, letting out a satisfied sigh as the warm water eased her body. Suddenly, Eileen's status window popped up, breaking her peaceful moment. Her expression darkened, this giant red bear always managed to disturb her at the worst times. Still, she checked the message, and her face stiffened in surprise. It was indeed urgent. Meanwhile, Siguan, unaware of anything, was still lying on his grass mat, sleeping soundly. Aileen poked him through the communication screen to wake him up. The message from the mother bear, reporting another monster near the cave, immediately jolted Siguan awake. Looking up, he saw the mother bear waiting above ground, urging him to come quickly. When he reached the peanut field, the sight made him freeze. The place looked barren, with only a few scattered corn leaves left behind. All the covering they had laid down was gone. Siguan ran his hand through his messy hair, baffled. What could have come and taken everything without leaving a trace? As he stood there, trying to recall whether he'd heard anything strange during the night, the mother bear let out several low growls. The tower manager interpreted them. It was likely those horned idiots, the same ones that had roared during the recent blue moon night. If that was true, they were dangerous creatures, not the kind to be taken lightly. Thankfully, the peanut plants themselves were unharmed. Siguan quickly told the rabbits to use tomato leaves to cover the soil for now. Beside him, the mother bear growled again, saying she would expand her patrol area starting today. Siguan thanked her but gently reminded her not to overdo it. The cub was still young and needed her strength more than ever. For now, at least, no one had been hurt, and that was what mattered most. Still, Siguan knew that if he wanted to protect the farm properly, he needed to grow stronger himself. The next day marked an important event. Near his hut, the rabbits carefully placed the queen bee's cocoon on a bed of soft onion threads, then returned to their fieldwork. According to the plan, the cocoon was due to hatch today. Siguan stayed close, keeping watch, since the new queen bee would recognize the first being she saw as her master. To avoid confusion, he ordered all 200 bees to stay inside the hive for now. Lying down beside it, Siguan munched on some dried snacks while waiting. Seeing the first queen bee patrolling with her swarm near the cave entrance made him feel more at ease. But as hours passed without movement, drowsiness crept in. He yawned, muttering that he'd just nap a little before welcoming the new queen. Beside him lay a small bouquet of tomato and sweet potato flowers, a gift for the newborn bee. But before he knew it, Siguan drifted off, snoring softly. Almost as if waiting for that exact moment, the cocoon began to stir. Its shell cracked slowly, light spilling out through the leaves like a glowing chandelier. A golden hand emerged, pushing the leaves aside, and the new queen bee crawled free. She took her first breath, flexed her tiny body, and tested the translucent wings on her back. Then, effortlessly, she lifted off and flew toward the sleeping human. Landing lightly on Siguan's chest, she stared at him curiously, unable to recognize what he was, yet somehow drawn to him. Her eyes sparkled as she took in the image of her new master. "BB," she called softly, poking his cheek, but he didn't stir. She grabbed the bouquet of golden flowers lying on his chest and held it up near his face, as if to help him smell it. Just then, the first queen bee appeared from below the cave. The two greeted each other with cheerful buzzing. The elder asked if she had found her new master, and the younger bee nodded eagerly. Excited to meet one of her own kind, the new queen flew circles around the elder, playing happily for a while Siguan continued to sleep through it all. After their little exchange, the young queen bowed politely to the elder, then returned to Siguan's side. She pressed her cheek against his, murmured BB one last time, and flew off to explore her new surroundings. Siguan, still snoring away, was only woken up when several status windows popped up in front of him at once. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced around and saw the empty cocoon. "Huh, she's already gone," he mumbled groggily. Elsewhere, on level 99, a massive hand spread out several corn leaves before the Minotaur King. "These were found near the border, right?" the king asked suspiciously. Ox 3 nodded nervously, presenting the small pile for inspection. But even at a glance, the king noticed something strange. This wasn't the wild grass of their level, and there wasn't nearly enough to share. That was because most of it had already ended up in Ox 3's stomach. The poor creature apologized, drooping its head. It couldn't help it, a minotaur's appetite was legendary. Still, the king sighed, it would have been cruel to bring back food this good and not let you taste it. He picked up the last remaining leaf and bit into it. The moment the sweetness hit his tongue, his eyes went wide, and he jumped up like a child seeing something magical. By the gods, this taste. It's overflowing with energy. His body surged with vitality. Laughing, the Minotaur King grabbed his subordinates by the shoulders and shook them enthusiastically. If we can find more of this grass, we can restore the boundless plain. Our clan can flourish again. But the thought troubled him, how could such grass grow in a place like this? Perhaps something, or someone, was behind it. Looking at the glowing energy stone beside his throne, he made a decision. Ox 3, he commanded, return there and mark the exact route to this grassland. If you can bring back this much, there must be more. And if someone planted it, find out who. Ox 3 hesitated, rubbing its eyes. Boss, may I sleep a little before going? I ate too much earlier, and now I'm sleepy. The king glared. You ate the entire clan's supply and still want a nap? Get moving before I split you in half. Under the same endless blue sky, far away on the 38th floor, Theo finally arrived at the Phoenix Guild headquarters. After his long journey, he waved proudly to the waiting group. Dongshik's team rushed over, anxious and annoyed. Theo! What took you so long? Hands on hips, the cat raised his chin confidently. Apologies, he said, but I brought something very special, the latest Grade D by tomatoes. Everyone gasped. Grade D tomatoes could be stored for 60 days, reduce body fat by 20 grams, and boost mana by 0.2 points. Even seasoned adventurers had never seen such a product. Theo presented a basket containing 2,000 tomatoes and declared that he would sell 400 at a time to the highest bidders. The auction was swift, the first batch went for 90 gold coins. Smiling smugly, Theo accepted 4 heavy pouches of gold, his merchant pride soaring. At this rate, he thought, he'd soon reach the level of a top-tier merchant. Then he wouldn't need to hide the identity of the farmer who grew these precious fruits. Still beaming, he turned to take a photo with Sua, who had been waiting excitedly. She lifted her phone, ready to snap a picture. But when Theo glanced around, he noticed something odd, the crowd was gone. Where did everyone go? He asked in disbelief. Sua giggled. You were too late. They couldn't wait any longer and had to leave the tower. Theo pouted. No one to welcome me? Unbelievable. Laughing, Sua took out a few snack tubes to cheer him up. His mood quickly improved. But soon, 2 hunters approached, showing Sua's photo of him, which had gone viral online, and asked if they could also take pictures with him. Theo blinked in surprise, then quickly switched into merchant mode, his eyes gleaming. Anyone who wants a picture, he announced proudly, must subscribe to this channel. He peeked at the account Sua had made, it was full of his photos, from smug smiles to close-ups of his chubby pink paws. The follower count had already surpassed 23,000. The photos were of him, but he couldn't imagine having more than 23,000 followers, or why there were separate pictures focusing only on his chubby, pink, meaty paws. Curious, he asked Sua why people wanted to take pictures with him after seeing those posts. Thinking Theo was upset, Sua quickly apologized for not telling him sooner. For a moment, Theo stayed silent. Worried, Sua leaned closer to the screen, her brows furrowed. Was he angry? Suddenly, Theo burst out, exclaiming loudly at the young girl. Of course you should apologize. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner, he said. But instead of being mad about her posting the photos without permission, Theo handed her the phone with one paw and struck a pose with the other, playfully demanding, hurry up and take a picture of me. Before Sua could even react, Theo began twisting and turning, tilting his head this way and that. His expressions shifted from cute to pitiful, then proud again, all while showing off his round, cheerful face and his plump, paw-like hands like fruits ripened at the start of the season. Each pose felt like it could be sold for gold. Sua instantly turned into a professional photographer, snapping away, adding little flash effects to make Theo's cat-like face gleam even softer. She took pictures from every angle, front to back and back to front, until her storage was almost full. Giggling as she reviewed the shots. Sua couldn't stop praising how adorable he looked, making Theo puff his chest proudly and smile, feeling rather handsome. Not only that, without anyone's instruction, Theo naturally took charge as if he were the star of a commercial. Anyone who wants to meet the most charming cat in the tower must come to the 38th floor, meow, he declared, raising a stubby pink paw and winking at the camera. And whoever gives the most treats will even get to see my exclusive hip-hop dance. That was the birth of influencer Theo, the most famous star cat in history. Sometime later, Theo was walking alone through the forest on his way home, carrying himself like a true merchant after a long and fruitful journey. He licked his fur contentedly, already thinking about the next photo shoot and how he should groom himself to look even better. The jingling of treat rewards echoed around him, making him grin. Look at me, he thought smugly, a merchant so classy I could sit in the chairman's seat. Chuckling at his own thought, Theo tilted his head back and laughed joyfully, his cheeks puffed with pride. Just then, a cold wind swept through, flipping his cloak. He quickly smoothed down his fur, irritated that it had messed up his neat appearance, only to notice two wolves staring at him from beneath the cloak's edge, their expressions dark and unreadable. A large shadow loomed over Theo. His playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cautious stiffness. His tail rose slightly in alarm as he stammered, "Wolves." The two wolves' jaws parted, their sharp fangs glinting as they crouched low, ready to pounce. Their claws dug into the ground, radiating enough menace to make Theo's fur bristle. Behind them, an even larger figure stepped forward, the pack's leader, Elka. Theo tried to meow and flee, but he froze in terror as Elka's gray-furred claw reached toward him. Compared to his massive size, Theo looked no bigger than a kitten. Trembling, he stumbled back as Elka bent down to meet his eyes. His voice was low but clear. "So, you're the traveling merchant who bought the straw hat from the blacksmith shop?" Theo, trembling all over, lay flat on the ground, unable to stop shaking. Raising his head timidly, he stammered, "What? What did you say, meow?" His slow response only made Elka's patience snap. He slammed his paw into the ground and roared, his voice echoing through the forest. "Answer me properly. What did you do with the straw hat you bought from the blacksmith shop?" The sheer force of his shout sent chills through Theo's fur, but it wasn't enough to make him faint, only enough to make him cry harder. "If you don't answer right now," Elka snarled, baring his fangs, "I'll tear you apart." Pinned down, Theo couldn't even twitch. His body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he whimpered in front of the towering wolf. He shivered like a machine about to fall apart, but Elka paid him no attention, growling again for an answer. Just as he raised his claws threateningly, something small and round suddenly dropped onto the ground with a soft thud. Elka paused, glancing down at the brown object lying in the grass. "What's this?" he muttered, leaning closer. A faint hiss followed. Smoke began to pour out from the acorn-like thing. Realizing what it was, Elka's eyes widened. A smell bomb. The wolves flinched as thick, nauseating smoke spread around them. One by one, they staggered back, coughing and groaning. "It stinks. It stinks so bad, my nose is burning," one howled. Theo blinked in confusion, covering his nose as the unbearable stench filled the air. "Wait, I didn't drop that. What's happening, meow?" He could barely think. Tears streamed from his eyes, not from fear this time, but from the awful smell. Then, through the swirling smoke, a shadow moved. A pair of sharp, amber eyes locked onto Theo's paw. A dark orange arm reached out from the haze. Despite the mask and cloak, Theo recognized it immediately. "Zirith," he yelped in disbelief. The fox glared and raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to stay quiet. While the three wolves were still coughing and clutching their noses, Zirith grabbed Theo's paw and pulled him away. "Run!" The two bolted through the smoke and into the forest. Branches whipped past them as they ran without looking back. Behind them, Elka finally regained his senses and turned to call for his siblings. But when he looked back, Elko and Elki were rolling on the ground, wailing. "Help us, Elka! Our noses are about to fall off." Elka sighed deeply, rubbing his gray-furred forehead. The mission was clearly a failure. Meanwhile, far away, Zirith and Theo were still catching their breath. Even the usually composed detective had to pull down her mask, relieved that the wolves hadn't followed them. Theo immediately turned to her with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. You saved me, meow." Contrary to her usual sharp tone, Zirith smiled faintly. "It's nothing. Consider it repayment, for the time you saved me." Her words made Theo's round eyes glisten with emotion. "You really saved my life. I have to repay you somehow. How about grilled fish? It's my specialty." Zirith blinked, then smiled slightly. This was her chance to stay close to him. "No need for that. How about letting me join you on your next journeys instead? I'd like to see your trading in person, just like yesterday." Theo's ears perked up, his tail flicking in delight. "Deal. Come along, then, meow." After thanking her again, he added cheerfully. "Let's go shopping now. I have to submit my application for an upgrade to intermediate merchant." Zirith nodded and began leading the way, saying she knew a shortcut that would get them there faster. But after a few steps, she suddenly froze and turned back toward him. "Wait, did you just say you're applying for an intermediate merchant license?" she asked, stunned. "But, you've only been a traveling merchant for a few months." Realizing what she'd said, Zirith quickly clamped her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with panic. Realizing she had slipped up, Zirith froze. Every word had already reached Theo's ears. The cat tilted his head, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "How did you know I'm a new merchant, meow?" he asked sharply. Ziritha's mind went blank. "Careful, don't reveal you're a Tower Challenge agent." She forced a calm look, but her silence only deepened Theo's doubt. He crossed his arms, tail twitching irritably. That's strange." When she still didn't answer, Theo's expression suddenly hardened. "Don't tell me, Did that fraud goblin tell you everything about me, meow? The accusation caught Xerath off guard, but she quickly went along with it. Yes. That goblin told me. Theo's fur puffed up. Ugh, that loose-mouthed scammer. Scaram's going to hear from me next time. Xerath raised both hands, defending herself. I didn't ask him anything. He just started talking on his own. Theo groaned, pacing in frustration, muttering under his breath about the goblin's flappy lips and zero sense of secrecy. Seeing his mood spiral, Xerath quickly steered the topic elsewhere. Anyway. I've been wondering, how did you even manage to gather that much money in such a short time? That's unbelievable. What exactly are you selling, Theo? Her tone was deliberately casual, but her curiosity was genuine. To her surprise, Theo answered honestly, cherry tomatoes, meow. Xerath blinked. Cherry tomatoes? She stared at him in disbelief, as if she'd misheard. Wait, those small, round, red ones? Theo nodded proudly. That's right. I sold 500 at once. Still stunned, Xerath tried to process the math. And that earned you 1,000 tower coins? Theo rummaged through his bag, wanting to show her one as proof, but sighed when he realized there were none left. Sold out. I'll show you next time. Even though it sounded absurd, his face showed no hint of lying. Xerath stood there speechless, watching the little merchant walk ahead, waving his tail like he'd just cracked the secret of wealth. She sighed and followed after him. Meanwhile, outside the tower, somewhere in the United States, one of Theo's cherry tomatoes had already reached a buyer. Michael leaned back in his chair, biting into the plump fruit with curiosity. So this is the D-grade tomato that really reduces 20 grams of fat, huh? Twice as effective as the grade E ones. He chewed thoughtfully. The flavor's richer too. Impressive. After swallowing, he turned toward his colleague. Jenny, did we get the results from planting these outside the tower? Jenny nodded and pulled up a report on her tablet. We ordered a sample pot. As you can see, they grew normally, just like the regular cherry tomatoes sold in the market. Michael frowned, glancing at the data. So, they lose their properties once removed from the tower. Figures. What about the experiment inside the tower? Jenny's lips curved slightly as she looked up. Did you forget who you're talking to? She said lightly. I'm the CEO of Ister, remember? Proudly, she went on to report, we sowed 100 grade E tomato seeds on the ground floor of the tower. 10 of them have successfully flowered and fruited, they're nearly ready for harvest. Michael's eyes widened. He burst into laughter, clapping his hands in delight. That's incredible. You've outdone yourself, Jenny. I should be the one thanking you, and Gagel's technology too. Jenny's smile deepened. That's not all. Soon, the fruit germination rate will reach 50% of the total seeds sown. Her confidence filled the room. Michael could hardly contain his excitement. When she asked about the Tower Farm investment project, he chuckled and replied, the board has already approved it. The Gagel company had begun recruiting awakened individuals, both for farming and defending their territories against monsters. Their numbers were growing quickly, and the company's future looked bright as the noonday sun. Michael felt a rush of pride. The long-awaited project he had dreamed of for years was finally becoming reality. It would bring immense benefits to him and to the company. He silently thanked the magical cherry tomatoes for lifting the food enterprise to new heights, though, little did he know, the true thanks belonged to the humble farmer Siguan, and his tireless bees and rabbits whose creations were slowly slipping into other hands. When Theo and Xerath arrived at the bustling shopping street, the cat wasted no time applying for a merchant upgrade. Moments later, a graceful deer clerk handed him a silver badge and smiled. Congratulations on reaching mid-level merchant status. Theo's tail flicked with pure joy. I'm a mid-level merchant now, meow, he exclaimed, holding up the gleaming badge. His eyes curved like crescent moons as he thanked the deer profusely. Xerath couldn't help but smile, offering her own congratulations. Without wasting a moment, Theo hung the badge proudly around his neck. Let's head to the market, I've got some important supplies to buy, meow. Xerath followed quietly, recalling what she'd heard about the exclusive market for mid-level merchants. It wasn't just any trading area, it was where seasoned traveling merchants showed off their real skills. Then there was the auction house, a place where rare goods from farmers and workshops were brought in to be sold. Wealthy buyers filled the halls, eager to bid on anything unusual. As long as you had money, the merchants would welcome you. A lucky deal there could turn a fortune in minutes, or end in ruin just as fast. Xerath wondered whether Theo's eccentric personality would survive such a competitive environment. It was nothing like the shabby shop they'd visited before. She was both nervous and curious about what kind of tricks this cat might pull next. As they walked, Theo suddenly stopped and pointed at a small wooden shop. We'll get what we need here, meow. Xerath looked up. The signboard read simply, General Goods. The shop looked plain, stocked with all sorts of everyday items, snacks, soft drinks, even toys. Inside, Theo quickly gathered what he needed: a handsaw, a roll of knitting yarn packed with needles, and an oversized pot with a pan to match. Laying them neatly on the counter, he began counting coins. Watching him, Zirith frowned. Wait, he's not buying for resale. The thought puzzled her. She had expected a wholesale purchase, but these seemed like tools, not merchandise. Isn't this not for selling? She asked cautiously. Theo looked up, his whiskers twitching. I already told you, I sell magic cherry tomatoes, not resell goods, meow. Zirith blinked. Magic tomatoes again? She wasn't sure if there was something wrong with the cat, or with herself for following him this long. She had imagined she would learn advanced merchant skills, but so far, all she had heard about was those mysterious tomatoes. Then the shopkeeper called out, that'll be 2.4 coins for everything. Zirith glanced at the pile and almost choked. 2.4 coins? For this junk? The pot alone looked barely worth 2 coin. It was clearly an overcharge. In her mind's eye, the storekeeper morphed into a greedy monster demanding payment, while Theo stood there like a warrior preparing for battle. Zirith held her breath. Will he fight back? Bargain? Maybe even unleash another outrageous scheme? But Theo simply meowed loudly, shifting into a pleading tone. Can't you give me a little discount, meow? Zirith nearly stumbled. That's it? He's just asking nicely? Last time, his shameless haggling had worked wonders, but this was the mid-level shopping street. The merchants here were veterans, not easy prey. The shopkeeper sighed dramatically, wearing a practiced smile. This is already wholesale price, friend. I'd lose money if I went any lower. Not a single coin of profit left. Zirith watched the exchange closely, convinced Theo wouldn't be able to knock the price down this time, not by half, not even by a fraction. The shopkeeper finally sighed, saying he could only lower the price to 2.2 coins, just a small discount to make it seem like a deal, hoping the customer might return to buy more later. Zirith didn't dare interrupt but knew exactly how this kind of merchant worked: shout an inflated price first, then act generous by dropping it, tricking the buyer into thinking they'd won. She hoped Theo wouldn't fall for it so easily, not agreeing to an unfair price just because the shopkeeper played it smart. Still, she worried the owner might get irritated and drive them out. Buy it or leave. After all, this was no fool, a seasoned businessman who had seen all kinds of customers. Just then, the sound of Theo's meow snapped her out of her thoughts. The cat had slammed both paws on the counter with 2 sharp claps. Without much talk or reasoning, Theo stubbornly demanded, lower the price, meow. Lower the price. The owner rubbed his temples, clearly flustered. I already told you, that's wholesale price. No one sells cheaper than this. Theo's tail flicked. Is that so, sir? Then let's go, Zirith. He turned and began walking toward the door, tail high and full of confidence. Zirith froze. Wait, you're giving up already? No more bargaining? The shopkeeper said that's the final price, Theo replied over his shoulder. Nothing left to negotiate, meow. Hearing this, the owner realized he'd encountered a tough one. Not wanting to lose the sale, he quickly called out, all right. Come back here. 2 coins, final offer. Theo glanced back with a knowing smile. 1.8, meow. Either you sell it now, or I'm leaving and won't come back. The shopkeeper hesitated for a long second, then gave in. Fine. 1 coin and 8 it is. Take it and go. Theo's expression brightened instantly. Thank you, sir. Coins exchanged hands, and Zirith just stood there, stunned. What did I just witness? The whole exchange had been nothing but meows, a few stubborn lines, and then a complete victory. The seasoned shopkeeper had fallen right into Theo's pace. The cat's carefree attitude and bold exit threat had somehow turned the situation around perfectly. In Zirith's mind, the image of the cat transformed, no longer just a chubby traveler, but a fierce warrior who had just slain a powerful monster. A true merchant's battle won with skill, not strength. She quietly reflected. I've had a noble upbringing, learned etiquette, strategy, logic, yet I've never won a single negotiation like that. If she had been alone, the moment the shopkeeper dropped the price to 2 coins, she would have thanked him gratefully, never daring to push further. Now she was starting to understand how Theo might have earned 1,000 tower coins selling cherry tomatoes. Maybe she was truly witnessing the techniques of a master merchant. Theo, unaware of her admiration, simply walked out of the store, tail swaying proudly. Come on, Zirith, let's go, meow. For him, the joy wasn't just from striking a deal, but from remembering Siguan's advice, always negotiate 3 times before paying. At first, Theo had been too nervous to even try. But now, following his human's words gave him the courage to act confidently. As they left the shopping street, the cobblestone path glowed under the fading light. Zirith finally stopped, saying gently, let's part ways here. It's getting late, I'll see you tomorrow. Theo blinked in surprise. So early, meow? Let's have dinner together. I'll treat you tonight. Zirith chuckled softly, shaking her head. Not today. I've learned enough for one day. Thank you for giving me the chance to reassess my own pride. Theo tilted his head, confused. What do you mean, meow? But Zirith only smiled, refusing to explain. Just, be careful of the silver wolves. Don't get involved with them again, alright? See you next time. With that, she turned and walked away, her white tail flicking behind her. Theo watched her go, muttering to himself, what a peculiar fox, meow. Still, exhaustion began to weigh on him. Days of travel had taken their toll. Stretching and letting out a long yawn, Theo started back towards Sejun's den, eager to eat and curl up for a deep sleep, preferably on Sejun's lap. Meanwhile, Zirith returned straight to her special agent office. She didn't even stop to rest before sitting down and pouring every observation from the day into her report. Only after writing page after page did she lean back in her chair with a sigh. That cat is more exhausting than a field mission. Her brief rest didn't last long. The door burst open, and a white dog assistant hurried in. Agent Zirith, the director's asking for a meeting. It's about the grid landlord theft case. Zirith rubbed her temples, already feeling the fatigue return. She handed the assistant a piece of paper. Tell the director I'll come soon. And give him this, my report on the traveling merchant Theo, currently under suspicion. Putting on her uniform, Zirith reminded herself to send a document to the street managers of the traveling merchants, instructing them to remove a certain individual from the monitored list. The white dog beside her, eyes bright with curiosity, flipped through the papers and asked if the person mentioned was the same cat who bought the straw hat yesterday. Sure enough, beneath Theo's picture were the captions, Negotiation Warrior, Deal Closer Master, Shopping Expert, along with a short note summarizing his day's activities. Zirith adjusted her hat and spoke in a trembling voice, it's been a long time since I've met a talented traveling merchant like him. Her tone carried genuine admiration, a stark contrast from her earlier disdain for the cat. Far away on the 99th floor, Sejun was busy spreading layers of corn husks across the ground. With the Red Bear assistant helping him move stacks of husks, he managed to cover most of the freshly sown area. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he muttered that this time, things might finally go well. The mother bear patrolled nearby, keeping any danger at bay. Looking over the day's progress, Sejun felt proud of the expanded plots of corn and cherry tomatoes. For the first time, it seemed possible to grow crops outside the den. But as he admired the work, he noticed one of the rabbits struggling with a watering can. No water seemed to come out. That watering can was supposed to function like a skill, endlessly supplying water, but now it failed to do so. As Sejun approached, he saw the rabbit's worried face. Before he could ask, the black rabbit appeared, clearly startled, as if it had seen a ghost. Another rabbit followed close behind, both eager to speak but describing things so differently that Sejun grew confused, until he finally understood what had frightened them. The lake, he asked. Sejun crawled into the cave with the two rabbits, looking down at the underground lake filled with moving shadows. Queen Bee, perched on his shoulder, leaned forward in curiosity and soon spotted the cause, a school of bright red-shelled creatures gliding beneath the surface. Freshwater crayfish, Sejun said immediately, realizing what they were. The black rabbit, unfamiliar with this species, must have mistaken them for dangerous invaders threatening the farm. And indeed, they were numerous, and quite large. Sejun leaned closer to the water, wondering if they had come from a hole at the bottom of the lake and, more importantly, how many could be caught. He couldn't help but imagine how they would taste, perfectly cooked, rich with flavor. Though he had never eaten crayfish before, he'd watched enough cooking videos to picture the dish vividly, and the thought made his mouth water. His enthusiasm was contagious, the rabbits began to drool just listening to him describe it. Come on, he said to the black rabbit, let's catch some. The rabbits and Queen Bee looked uneasy, there were simply too many of them. But Sejun was determined. Drawing his dagger, he spoke again about how delicious they'd be, motivating the black rabbit to pull out its magical hammer. With a determined pip-pip, it prepared to help. The group took positions, the rabbits and Queen Bee floated up to watch, leaving Sejun and the black rabbit to take charge. The crayfish didn't fear the light, they moved restlessly near the surface, sharp claws glinting. Still, for the evening's meal, Sejun and his companions were ready to work hard. Gripping his knife, Sejun dove into the water while the rabbits watched anxiously from the shore, eyes following the dangerous-looking creatures swimming below. As soon as the crayfish detected an intruder, they turned aggressive, rushing toward Sejun all at once. But Sejun wasn't a helpless farmer. With a few quick and precise strikes, he subdued several at once. A familiar ding echoed as a system message appeared. He had defeated the river crayfish and earned 30 experience points. That small reward brought a proud smile to his face. Black Rabbit, where's your support? Sejun called out. The little rabbit jumped up with its hammer and swung hard, sending one crayfish flying out of the water before it splashed back into the lake. The rabbits waiting nearby rushed to collect the ones that had been knocked out, ready to bring them to the sickle rabbit for preparation. The mother rabbit and her golden-furred child looked on with excitement, curious to see how the sickle rabbit would handle them. But when the sickle rabbit tried to cut through the crayfish shells, the sound that rang out was sharp and metallic, far too hard to slice. It turned helplessly toward Siguan, shaking its head while he stood holding two of the fallen crayfish. Right, Siguan realized, the sickle was meant for crops, not creatures with shells this tough. Let's try cooking them first, he suggested. Maybe the shells will soften after. The rabbits quickly gathered the rest of the catch while Siguan prepared the fire. He wrapped the crayfish in his versatile onion leaves, an odd but effective method, and placed them directly over the flames. Soon, a rich aroma filled the cave, making everyone's mouths water. Siguan hadn't smelled something so good in a long time. The rabbits, who had never encountered such a scent before, stood transfixed, noses twitching. After a while, Siguan took one out of the fire to check. The shells had turned bright red, glossy and beautiful, the perfect sign they were cooked. The system confirmed it immediately. Grilled crayfish wrapped in onion leaves, served with corn and tomatoes. The description mentioned a savory broth soaking deep into the meat, creating a rich, unforgettable flavor. Holding one up proudly, Siguan called the rabbits over. Watch carefully, this is how you eat a crayfish. He gripped the head and tail, twisted them apart, and revealed the golden flesh inside. The rabbits gasped in awe, eyes wide at the sight. Siguan's own excitement overtook them. The rich aroma filled the rabbits' den, making everyone's mouths water. They cheered excitedly as Siguan divided the crayfish, giving each of them a full piece. The moment they took a bite, flavor burst across their tongues, the tender, savory meat melting between their teeth. Watching their faces light up in delight, Siguan smiled and said with a teasing tone, "Remember this, rabbits in the tower aren't vegetarians." The little ones munched happily, and Siguan nodded in satisfaction. The dish didn't need any seasoning, the freshness alone was enough to make anyone content. Then he noticed the mother rabbit curiously inspecting the crayfish head, unsure what to do with it. Before she could toss it away, Siguan stopped her quickly. "Wait, don't throw that out, I need it." She blinked in confusion as Siguan pulled some meat from the tail and dipped it into the open crayfish head. "Here, look closely," he said. "See these organs inside? This is how professionals eat it." Lifting the piece, he admired the golden hue and murmured, "Oh my God, this is the real deal, flavorful meat and sweet marrow. How can anyone resist this?" Black Rabbit, standing nearby, watched as Siguan put the piece into his mouth, chewing slowly with a look of deep satisfaction. To the little one, his expression seemed almost too blissful. Was this really better than the meat? "Wanna try, little one?" Siguan asked with a grin, handing the crayfish head over. Black Rabbit sniffed it, nose wrinkling at the unfamiliar scent. It hesitated for a long while, then, trusting Siguan, finally took a bite. The instant flavor made its ears twitch rapidly. It froze, then began squeaking in excitement, eyes sparkling as if it had just discovered a new world. Siguan burst into laughter at the sight. "Easy there, eat slowly, there are plenty of crayfish heads for you." Soon, the whole rabbit family was busy eating. Chubby, ever the creative one, even mixed in carrots for added flavor. Siguan kept handing crayfish heads to Black Rabbit, who was now expertly cracking and sucking out the insides in one go, completely absorbed in its meal. Their cheerful eating sounds carried through the cave, enough to catch the attention of the red bear cub outside. From the entrance, Kung peeked in, letting out a few impatient grunts, drooling as the smell reached him. Siguan looked up and chuckled. "Wait a bit, I'll bring it up for you. Don't lean too far, you'll fall." Thankfully, the scent had called the bear before hunger drove it down on its own. When Siguan finally handed it a few pieces, Kung grabbed one whole crayfish, still in its shell, and bit straight into it, crunching loudly. Siguan's face twitched with surprise as he watched the bear chew contentedly. "Ah, is it good?" he asked hesitantly. Kung nodded with a muffled and reached for another. Siguan could only sweat and laugh awkwardly. "Guess even the shell's nutritious," he muttered, realizing the bear found the crunchy texture delicious too. Meanwhile, far away on the second floor of the tower, near the outskirts of a forest, a village burned under the night sky. Thick, black smoke rose with the wind as flames devoured wooden houses. Within the chaos, desperate screams echoed among the crackling fire. The inhabitants, skeletal people with hollow eyes, ran frantically toward the woods, scattering in panic. Some tripped or fell behind, only to be cut down without mercy by the approaching warriors. Heads rolled, some still faintly alive, until they reached the polished boots of a man standing amidst the carnage. Michael stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at a shattered skull beneath his heel. A smirk crossed his face as he pressed down, crushing it completely. He strolled forward through the smoke, calling out to the commander nearby. "Everything seems to be going smoothly here, doesn't it?" he said in a tone laced with mockery. The warrior, sheathing his sword, nodded respectfully and led him onward. "Yes, sir. We've mobilized all hired soldiers and have already wiped out over half of Skull Village on this floor." Michael frowned, unimpressed. "Only half?" he asked sharply. Caught off guard, the warrior quickly explained, "It depends on the sweep radius and the rank of the mercenaries, sir. Based on the current pace, the full operation may take a few more months." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the burning ruins. "A few months, We'll see about that," he murmured coldly. As he was speaking, Michael suddenly stopped when a window appeared in front of him, showing several unfamiliar faces. He explained that these were people indebted to his conglomerate, granted tickets into the tower and made to become awakening pretenders. They had now signed indefinite contracts to work for Gagel within the tower. Before turning away, he warned that these people would never be able to leave, so there would be enough manpower to expand the territory. "I'm only giving you a week," he added. "Focus on the farm area," he said. Who said making the rich happy was easy? It was miserable, almost deadly. Most people would need months for this work, yet this boss gave only a week. Up ahead, someone had been waiting for Michael for quite some time. Wearing a white vest, a researcher from the product development division approached, asking the director to check if the hybrid tomatoes were ready for harvest. If he wanted, he could taste one himself. Looking at the slightly misshapen cluster of ripe tomatoes, Michael finally smiled. It was finally time for harvest. He reached out and picked one, but his smile faded immediately. No information panel appeared. Even though he already expected this tomato might not be a magical item, he was still pleased that it had ripened. Curious about the flavor, Michael brought it to his mouth and took a bite, closing his eyes to savor it. Surely it should taste better than an ordinary tomato, right? But suddenly, his face went pale. A horrifying sound escaped his mouth as he doubled over, vomiting repeatedly. The nearby botanists froze, terrified, before rushing over to ask what was wrong. Michael raised his head, furious. "What the hell is this?" he demanded. But the researchers didn't understand until he plucked another tomato, held it up, and shouted, "This thing doesn't even taste like anything." Still confused, a few tried tasting it themselves, and immediately regretted it. Even the head of research, Orange Hair, was speechless. "We use the best nutrients available, how can it have absolutely no taste?" An assistant nervously opened the data sheet and read aloud, "Every ingredient was below the minimum standard, none even met the lowest threshold for market-quality fruit." Michael's anger erupted. He grabbed another tomato, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it furiously. But when he lifted his foot, what he saw left him speechless. The tomato had no seeds, only a thin skin and a puddle of watery liquid. Meanwhile, under the bright sunlight of the 99th floor, it was already evening in Siguan's cave. He lay lazily on a mat of grass, onion leaves covering his eyes, unaware that in his cornfield, a black hoof suddenly stomped down hard. Ox 3 had finally found the place he'd been searching for. After days of wandering, he flopped down and began chewing on a pile of corn leaves. Annoyed by the delay but delighted by the taste, he munched happily. "Oh my, this grass is so sweet," he thought, grinning. It seemed Siguan's field would once again lose all its leaves today. After the Skull Village cleanup, the mercenaries had left behind a few sturdier houses to serve as living quarters for Gagel Company's research team. In one of those empty wooden houses, a single bright red tomato sat on a white porcelain plate before Michael. He stared at it, muttering, "Seedless, no seeds." As the vice president of a food company, he knew that without seeds, there was no way to improve a plant's breed, making future farming nearly impossible. Among countless thoughts swirling in his mind, one memory surfaced, the one from 10 years ago, when Michael first entered the tower. Back then, he had just returned from work in a full suit when he was suddenly teleported inside and awakened as a swordsman. Confused but determined, he fought alongside strangers, adapting to the tower's strange world. During his early days exploring the floors, he often dreamed of discovering vast, fertile lands within the tower, places with mild climates, endless greenery, and an eternal sun. When he finally did find such soil, rich and moist, he realized that growing crops inside the tower could revolutionize the global food market. But that was before it happened. After rising to a certain rank, Michael was allowed to leave the tower freely. On his first return to the United States, he eagerly approached his father to invest in his dream. Everything seemed smooth then, his father's approval made the future look bright. Thus began the tower farming project, bringing in fertilizers, seeds, and advanced technology from the outside world. Thanks to his father's funding, Michael had the resources and workforce to pursue his vision. But soon, an unexpected problem emerged. After months of waiting, the land once deemed fertile yielded nothing at all. Why was that? Michael crawled over the barren ground, clutching at the soil in disbelief. Why hadn't a single seed sprouted? He cursed the heavens and the earth, unable to comprehend how much money had already been poured into this place. He had tried countless seeds throughout the year, carefully creating the best possible environment for germination. So why wouldn't anything grow? Why, dear heavens, wouldn't a single seed sprout? Before long, the national news channel released a shocking report. Research showed that awakeners might suffer from a temporary loss of reproductive ability upon entering the tower. It was said to be a side effect of the sudden influx of mana, and most individuals could only regain their fertility after surpassing the 10th floor. The news stunned not only Michael but the entire world, because everyone knew how difficult climbing the first 10 floors truly was. But what alarmed Michael most was that plants seemed to share the same fate. Their reproductive capabilities had plummeted, and imported seeds couldn't absorb or adapt to the tower's unique mana properties. Determined to find another way, Michael began consulting wandering merchants, hoping for a breakthrough. Perhaps, he thought, he could use seeds from crops native to the tower and enhance them. But when he asked one merchant about tower-grown seeds, the man blinked in surprise. Seeds, he repeated. I don't sell that stuff. It's all monopolized by a guy named Grid on the 55th floor. That revelation struck Michael like a bolt of lightning. At that time, he had barely reached the 10th floor himself. After burning through a fortune without a single result, he gradually became labeled as a useless son in his father's eyes and faced the cold neglect of the company's management. With no options left, Michael blamed his failure on youthful inexperience. Standing before the tower's massive gates, shrouded in shadow, he watched his dream of farming within it crumble completely. Yet deep down, he still couldn't give up. Now, 10 years later, the middle-aged Michael sat before a blue tomato, murmuring to himself as he wrestled with that same frustration. Suddenly, he stood up, eyes sharp with determination. Get all the hunters to the 38th floor immediately, he ordered the staff nearby. Without a clue what was going on, the team watched as Michael placed a large, heavy bag on the table. His tone was firm, resolute. Use this money. Buy every last magic-grade blue tomato from that wandering merchant. I don't care how, just bring them here. He stared at the failed blue tomato in his hand. If E-grade fruits didn't work, then he would move on to D-grade magic tomatoes and see the difference for himself. Maybe this time, the results would change. Maybe higher-grade seeds would yield a miracle. For the first time in years, hope flickered again in Michael's heart. As he crushed the seedless tomato in his palm, that fragile hope quickly twisted into ambition. This time, he swore, he would obtain D-grade magic tomatoes, no matter the cost. If he couldn't fulfill his dream back then, he would prove now that he was more than capable. Meanwhile, along the forest path leading to Siguan's cave, Theo was returning after his errands, unaware that many eyes were secretly watching his movements. Suddenly, he noticed long, dark green leaves scattered across the ground. Surprised, he approached and picked one up. These weren't onion leaves from Siguan's field, so why were they here? Tilting his head, Theo guessed they must have been blown in by the wind. He stepped closer, carefully gathering each leaf into a neat little bundle in his paw. While looking down, Theo didn't notice what was in front of him and bumped his head straight into a solid, black object. Ox 3, who had been happily chewing on the sweet onion leaves, turned with clear annoyance toward the intruder who dared interrupt its meal. Theo rubbed his sore forehead and looked up, seeing a large, blurry figure before it spoke through a mouthful of leaves. Hey, wandering merchant cat? Ox 3 asked in surprise. Theo immediately puffed up his fur, glaring. Hey, you! Where did you get what you're chewing on, meow? The Minotaur tilted its head, confused why a cat would question it over grass. Still, it pointed lazily into the distance and replied, I found it lying on the ground. It wasn't claimed, so I picked it up. Talking nonsense. Theo hissed, extending his claws and pointing accusingly at the Minotaur. Those are precious onion leaves that Lord Siguan always cherishes, meow. There's no way they'd just be lying around. In the cave, we use onion leaves as bowls, and even braid them into ropes. Theo jabbed a paw dramatically. They're so valuable we even use them as, he coughed, as toilet wipes sometimes. How dare you steal our treasured onion leaves? Ox 3 blinked, bewildered by the barrage of accusations, but quickly grew furious. Slamming a fist to the ground, the impact cracked the earth beneath it. Moo! Are you accusing a Minotaur warrior like me of theft? One who lives and dies by honor? I, a proud Minotaur, a thief. I won't forgive such an insult, even from a wandering merchant. The thunderous bellow shook the ground, its towering shadow completely enveloping the small cat. But Theo, refusing to back down, braced himself and retorted, meow, I'm not lying. If you're so confident, let's go ask Lord Park Siguan to see who's right and who's wrong. Fine by me, moo. Ox 3 snorted. I'd also like to meet this lord to confirm the owner of this delicious grass. So the unlikely pair set off together, Theo leading proudly, Ox 3 trudging behind, slowing its steps to match the cat's pace. The Minotaur, convinced Siguan had simply discarded the grass, followed without concern. After all, why else would such fresh, sweet leaves be scattered around? It even began congratulating itself silently for finding the source of the crop, eager to boast about its discovery later. Ox 3's eyes gleamed at the thought of meeting this mysterious planter. But it had no idea that, at this very hour, the lord in question was fast asleep inside his cave. Siguan's peaceful snoring echoed faintly. Drool glistened at the corner of his mouth as he lay sprawled across the grass mat. That tranquility ended abruptly when Theo came charging in and leapt straight onto his stomach. Gah! Sejun wheezed, nearly coughing up his dinner. Clutching his aching belly, he groaned as Theo's urgent meows filled his ears. Meow! Director, wake up already. You have to come with me right now. Still half asleep and wincing in pain, Sejun mumbled, well, what is it now, Theo? Standing proudly, tail flicking with self-satisfaction, the cat placed a paw on its chest. Meow, I caught a thief. A thief? Sejun blinked in confusion. Did someone actually steal something? He barely had time to process before Theo pulled him along toward the cave entrance. Climbing up the rope ladder, Sejun rubbed his eyes, only to freeze as soon as they emerged. A huge shadow loomed before him, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Sejun's face went pale. The Theo, is this, the thief you were talking about? Theo, standing boldly on Sejun's shoulder, leapt down and pointed at the towering figure. Yes, it's him. Catch him quickly, meow. Sejun just stood there, dumbfounded, staring up at the massive black minotaur. Theo, realizing the farmer didn't understand, hurriedly picked up a few onion leaves from the ground and held them up. Look, director. This black cow stole your onion leaves, meow. Starting to piece things together, Sejun took the withered onion leaf from Theo's paw and examined it closely. Wait, this isn't from the onions I planted in the sweet potato field, right? Before he could say more, Ox 3 quickly spoke up in its defense. I only picked it up from the ground. Why would anyone throw away good grass? Sejun frowned. How could perfectly good leaves just end up all over the ground? Just then, the system window appeared, identifying the creature before him, a black minotaur. Sejun immediately recalled what Kung's mother had mentioned, the loud creature that had caused chaos in his field after the blue moon night, trampling his neatly spread corn leaves. And now, here it was again, caught red-handed with his onion leaves. So this is the culprit, Sejun thought, narrowing his eyes. While Ox 3 stood there, anxiously trying to defend its honor, insisting that a warrior of the Minotaur tribe would never steal, Theo was having none of it. With Sejun present, the cat's confidence soared. Meow. Don't believe a word of it. Our house doesn't throw away grass, so that means it's stealing. Sejun, watching the exchange, couldn't help thinking, well, it's still just a cow, even if it walks on two legs. I wonder if it can plow or dig the ground. His thought was interrupted by Theo's impatient voice. Director. Tell this thief whether you threw away the grass or not. Ox 3's expression faltered when Sejun finally answered, no, of course not. Those are valuable leaves, I use them to cover the soil and keep it moist. The Minotaur's fierce demeanor immediately softened. Ah. I didn't mean to steal. I really didn't know, it muttered, clearly embarrassed. But Sejun didn't let it go so easily. Crossing his arms, he said flatly, then compensate me. 100 tower coins. What? Ox 3's eyes bulged. 100 tower coins? For grass? Are these onion leaves made of gold or something? Despite its protests, the massive Minotaur sat down helplessly, shoulders slumped, now looking more like a frightened thief than a warrior. Theo jumped in, raising its voice. Did you hear that, Moo? Quickly pay 100 coins as compensation, meow. It was hard to tell if Theo was acting as Sejun's assistant or a debt collector, but its loud meowing made Ox 3 even more nervous. After observing for a bit, Sejun asked casually, what do you think, Theo? If he doesn't have money, should he pay with his body instead? Theo blinked, ears twitching. With his body? That's right, Sejun nodded. He can work here every day. I'll pay him 1 tower coin per day until the debt's cleared. Ox 3 looked stunned. You want me to work here to pay off the debt? Of course, Sejun said with a shrug. But don't worry, I'll feed you well. You like onion leaves, right? I'll give you as many as you want. I'm not the type to exploit my workers. The Minotaur's eyes lit up. Before Sejun could even finish, Ox 3's tail started wagging, and it bellowed excitedly, spraying saliva all over Sejun's face. Moo. Deal. I accept. Sejun wiped his face, laughing awkwardly. Alright then, let's call that a contract. You start tomorrow. Ox 3 eagerly nodded, holding out its massive hand. Sejun grasped it firmly, and with that handshake, their contract was sealed. The system confirmed it with a chime, both parties were satisfied. Only Theo stood off to the side, completely stunned. So, if you don't have money, you can use your body to pay debts? Meow, as expected of the chairman, I've learned something new today. Curious and inspired, Theo pulled out a feather pen and a scrap of paper, carefully writing down this clever business strategy it had just learned. Meanwhile, Ox 3 cheerfully waved goodbye and left with a big grin, while Sejun smiled, satisfied. He had just secured a strong farmhand for free labor. He turned to Theo with a smirk. Good job catching the thief. Thanks to you, I got a new worker. Theo purred proudly, brushing against his leg. Meow, do you think I did well? Siguan chuckled. You did. As a reward, I'll extend your sales cat quota for another month. Theo froze. Meow, wait, what? Another month? Its tail drooped immediately. But I wanted a break. I deserve first-class service. Before Siguan could react, Theo climbed up his leg, tugging at his pants and meowing. Enough. Enough. Stop stretching my pants. Siguan shouted, stumbling to keep his balance. The next morning, a new day of work began. But this time, Siguan wasn't just a farmer, he had a proper helper. Standing by the lake with Black Rabbit on his shoulder, Siguan looked up at the sky. The crayfish gang, who used to just leap out of the water, were now flying above his head. All right, Siguan muttered. Let's deal with them. Black Rabbit leapt down, swinging its tiny hammer, slapping the flying crayfish one after another. In moments, the shoreline was covered in their twitching bodies. Siguan, satisfied, sheathed his knife. That's enough. Should be plenty for Red Bear and her cub. It seemed his tower life was finally starting to run smoothly, one onion leaf and one employee at a time. Siguan couldn't help but praise Black Rabbit. You did well. Your skills have been improving a lot lately. The little rabbit puffed its chest proudly, then suddenly began to glow with a strange blue light. Wait, that's evolution. Siguan exclaimed. This time, Black Rabbit evolved on its own. Its hammer floated into the air, shining so brightly that everything around it turned white. Then the light faded, it was still the same wooden hammer, but now with a sharper, chisel-like tip, clearly far more dangerous. Siguan was astonished, and even Black Rabbit looked at its weapon in disbelief. Surrounded by its rabbit siblings, it showed off the new form, while Siguan applauded enthusiastically. That's new. Didn't expect your skill to reach level 2. Amazing. Good job, little one. Proudly hoisting its hammer on its shoulder, Black Rabbit grinned at the praise. When Siguan said, from now on, you'll handle all the crayfish hunting, it confidently gave a thumbs up, enjoying the moment. With its upgraded skills and battle experience, Siguan could finally take a break from that task. But suddenly, the sunlight above dimmed, the massive figure of the mother bear appeared, her expression serious. She gestured for Siguan to come up. Alarmed, he quickly climbed up the slope to see what was happening. He couldn't understand her deep growls, so he turned to Kong. The cub pointed upward, telling him to look. Following the direction, Siguan spotted something surprising, a small beehive attached to the rock where he usually tied his climbing rope. He blinked. He had climbed up and down that spot countless times yet never noticed it before. As he looked closer, the queen of the hive poked her head out, seemingly curious about the commotion. When she saw Siguan, she let out a joyful buzz and flew straight toward him. Startled, Siguan took a step back, then recognized her. Wait, you're the second-generation queen bee. This was their first official reunion. Overjoyed, Siguan gently held her, rubbing her head affectionately. Where have you been? I looked everywhere for you. I was so worried. As if to answer him, the queen bee waved her small arm and summoned a few worker bees. Siguan realized she had gone off to start her own colony and had finally returned safely. Kong watched in awe, eyes wide with curiosity. Siguan smiled and introduced them. This is the second-generation queen bee, born not long ago. The little queen hesitated for a moment, then nestled comfortably atop Siguan's hat. Kong, fascinated, leaned closer. You must protect her well, Siguan said. If she's safe, she'll bring back plenty of honey for you. The queen bee then flew to Kong, rubbing her tiny head against his nose affectionately. They took a liking to each other immediately, a new friend for the bear cubs near the den. The mother bear, too, looked pleased. She wanted her child to have more companions. But before they could enjoy the peaceful moment, the ground trembled under the weight of heavy hooves. Ox 3 appeared, his deep voice booming. I'm here to work. Siguan waved back with a smile, but before Ox 3 could take another step, a massive paw slammed into the ground with a thunderous boom. The red bear's fierce eyes glared at the Minotaur, warning him not to come closer. The sudden roar almost made Siguan's heart jump out of his chest. Realizing who stood before him, the legendary monster of the 99th floor forest, Ox 3 instantly dropped his cheerful demeanor, standing cautiously. The air grew thick with hostility as the two beasts stared each other down. Siguan rushed between them. Wait. Don't fight here. Neither paid him any attention. The mother bear's aura flared dangerously, while Ox 3's grip on his axe tightened, his warrior instincts burning. Seeing that words weren't working, the mother bear pushed Siguan and Kong behind her, preparing to strike. The commotion drew attention from below. Theo and the rabbits poked their heads out of the burrow, confused. Normally, the area above was peaceful. Siguan, desperate to stop them, quickly grabbed Theo and placed him on his shoulder as he ran back toward the bear. Theo clung to his collar, completely lost. Meow, what's happening? Just stay still. Siguan panted. He climbed up and shouted, Red Bear Mom. Minotaur. Stop. Don't fight. But the two kept glaring at each other, ignoring him completely. The Minotaur's not an enemy. Siguan yelled. He's here to work. The mother bear growled lowly, eyes never leaving Ox 3. Theo translated quickly, she says he should go back to his cave, she can't forgive him for stepping into your territory, meow. Seeing she wouldn't listen, Siguan turned to Ox 3. Please, calm down. Just go for now. But the Minotaur's eyes burned with pride. I am a Minotaur warrior. If I back down, I lose my honor. Siguan felt a headache forming. The protector of his den and his new worker were about to destroy his farm. Kong, unaware of the tension, toddled closer asking for a snack, while Theo, turning away from the fight, urged Siguan to scold the clueless cub. At that exact moment, Aileen sent a message through the system, I want something to munch on, send snacks. Siguan groaned. Not now, Aileen. The mother bear and the Minotaur are about to fight. What? The Minotaur's there? Then solve it quickly, I'm hungry, came her annoyed reply. Siguan paced frantically, trying to come up with a solution. But neither side listened to him. Kong tugged on his pants, Theo whispered non-stop, meow, I'm hungry too, and Siguan's head throbbed in frustration. Then Ox 3 suddenly stomped hard, the ground shaking beneath them as he roared, ready to charge. The mother bear bared her teeth and responded with an earth-shaking roar of her own. Theo's tail stood on end. And meow, maybe we should just let them fight it out first, then talk later? Siguan turned pale. Absolutely not. He stood frozen in panic, Kong begging for food, Theo meowing in his ear, and two monsters seconds away from clashing right in front of him. The constant meowing echoed in Siguan's ears, wearing down his patience. Beneath his feet, the rabbits kept shouting, demanding to know what was happening, some even cursing in Pacopi, though Siguan was too overwhelmed to care. The message window floating beside him only made things worse, flashing repeatedly with the same line, make food for the tower manager. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, but his temper finally broke. His face flushed red as he shouted, voice booming across the farm. If no one listens to me, I won't give food to anyone. The outburst stopped everyone in their tracks. The two giants froze mid-confrontation. The mother bear, upon realizing she might lose her meals, went pale and hesitated. Ox 3 blinked in confusion, its voice trembling. What did you say? I can't eat. The smaller ones reacted even faster. Kong and the rabbits cried out in panic, and even Eileen's shocked voice echoed from within the tower. No way! Theo burst into tears, clinging to Siguan's shoulder as he sobbed. I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry. Siguan's expression remained cold. His body trembled with restrained anger as he glared at the two large beasts before him. When they noticed their food bowls overturn, they froze completely. Indeed, the power of food could make even monsters forget their pride. Sit down. All of you, Siguan commanded, his voice sharp as a whip. No one dared defy him. The mother bear and her cub knelt down, beads of sweat forming on their fur. The Minotaur sank to the ground, hands resting nervously on his knees. They all looked like scolded students caught skipping class. Even Aileen went quiet inside the tower, afraid to say a word, after all, she still depended on this human for food. After a tense silence, Siguan spoke again, his tone calmer but firm. If you two keep fighting like this, it won't just ruin the crops and land, it'll hurt everyone here. We're all living together. Act like it. His words seemed to ease the tension. Once things settled, Siguan let out a slow breath and clapped his hands lightly. All right. Let's make something to eat together. A good meal should clear this up. The what meal? The rabbits asked, tilting their heads. But as soon as they saw Siguan's familiar smile, the one that always appeared before cooking, their eyes lit up. It was mealtime, and that meant teamwork. Black Rabbit, proudly wielding its newly evolved hammer, dashed into the river, stirring up the waters filled with piranhas and crayfish. Lately, it had grown confident enough to handle them alone. On the bank, Sickle Rabbit swiftly sliced through leaves, piling them neatly, while Chubby Rabbit, drooling slightly, pushed a small cart loaded with corn. Its younger sibling carried bunches of onions to Siguan, who was already tending a large fire. He sautéed the onions until golden and fragrant, the aroma spreading through the air. Soon, the rabbits returned with the cooked ingredients, arranging everything on woven trays lined with onion leaves, grilled corn, smoked piranha wrapped in onions, and a side of charred onion garnish. The sight and smell were enough to make anyone's mouth water. The mother bear and Ox 3 both stared wide-eyed, drool gathering at their lips. The bear had tasted Siguan's cooking before, but never presented so beautifully. As for Ox 3, even the discarded corn leaves were a delight. Now, faced with an actual feast, it could hardly contain its excitement. What a feast, the Minotaur exclaimed, voice trembling with joy. Siguan watched them with a gentle smile. Eat slowly, he reminded. For him and the rabbits, this was just another simple meal. Still, he made sure to prepare one extra tray of grilled corn, just for Aileen. Now, the tower manager didn't dare demand anything. They would simply eat whatever Siguan gave them, and made sure to thank him sincerely afterward. Ox 3 started with the sweet stalks, savoring them with delight before reaching for a piece of grilled corn. Its expression was almost dreamy. After all, for someone like him, food this good might as well be a dream. And as Siguan knew all too well, dreams often came with monsters. Before Ox 3 could take a bite, a dark red paw swiped toward it. The mother bear's claws stopped just a meter short, her intent clear: she wanted that corn. And so, what began as a peaceful meal turned into a quiet tug-of-war of glares and growls. They were still eating, yes, but every bite looked like it might spark another fight. Siguan and the rabbits just sat there, watching silently. It was absurd enough to leave anyone speechless, but silence wouldn't fix it. Ahem. Siguan cleared his throat. Let's make something clear. No fighting, or there'll be no food. Both beasts froze mid-glare. Now, while you eat, listen up, Siguan continued, tone firm. This is Kung's mother. She protects the fields and the cave with her cub. And Kung's still small, so no one takes its food. Got it? His words were simple, but the sparkle in his eyes carried mischief. The mother bear huffed, clearly displeased but unwilling to argue under threat of losing her meal. As for this one, Siguan turned to the towering Minotaur, realizing he hadn't even asked its name. The Minotaur pounded its chest proudly. I am Ox 3. Minotaur warrior, Ox 3. All right then, Siguan nodded. From now on, Ox 3 will help with farm work. So, no fighting. Both beasts looked like they wanted to protest, but his next line cut them short. If you fight again, none of you eat. Understood? That settled it. Whether it was the fierce mother bear or the honorable Minotaur warrior, both shrank back in embarrassment. Thus, under the iron rule of food, an alliance was born, the bear and the ox, partners of peace. They even clasped hands awkwardly, exchanging a nod of mutual understanding. All for the cause, their eyes seemed to say. We're one big family now. They acted so convincingly that Siguan couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Theo, watching nearby, pointed out, Boss, look, they're even shaking hands. Then, satisfied, he stretched out lazily across Siguan's lap, claiming the most comfortable spot as usual. Ox 3 suddenly remembered something and turned to Siguan. So, what exactly should I do for farm work? Siguan absent-mindedly petted Theo, then glanced at the Minotaur with an expression that said, You really need to ask? He led Ox 3 to a wide stretch of land outside the cave, barren and dry, where the wind blew sand across the yellow ground. Here, Siguan said. You just need to till the soil beneath the surface, get it all turned over neatly before lunch. Ox 3 blinked. That's it? I just do that, and I get lunch? Of course, Siguan replied, half joking. Am I a capitalist exploiting you now? He thought to himself. Ox 3 didn't seem to mind. It nodded obediently, then crouched low, sniffing the earth. Siguan's eyes widened as he saw the Minotaur's horns suddenly extend, growing sharper and longer, 10 times their usual length. They weren't just decorations anymore, they looked like true monster weapons. Before Siguan could even comment, Ox 3 drove its horns straight into the soil. With a powerful push of its legs and arms, it tore through the ground in one motion, turning it over with remarkable efficiency. Food, almost time to eat. Work hard. Ox 3 bellowed cheerfully, sand flying in the air like a game. Siguan watched, astonished. He hadn't known a Minotaur could be this fast, or this useful. At this rate, farming would be easier than ever. By the time he turned around, Ox 3 had already tilled more than 10 meters. Meanwhile, the rabbits were pushing a cart full of onion bulbs, ready to start planting. They began with onions first. It was the simplest crop to manage, and for some reason Siguan felt that he needs to plant green onions more in the future. The Kung watched happily while Ox 3 flexed its muscles nearby, showing off to the little cub. The day's work had started well, and for once, peace reigned on Siguan's busy little farm. The rabbits worked quickly, cutting the fresh onion stalks down to their white roots. In time, each root would split into 2 healthy plants, doubling their yield. That was also why the rabbits hadn't brought up many onion bulbs at first. Later, everyone realized they could easily split the roots by hand. From one healthy bulb, they could grow 2, making it perfect for replanting. The system window appeared, congratulating Siguan on creating a 200 pion onion field, about 60 square meters, and rewarding him with 200 experience points. Thanks to Ox 3's plowing, Siguan had managed to harvest a large number of onion bulbs within a single day, enough to cover a small plot of land. He was thrilled. Under the tower's favorable conditions, the onion leaves were growing far faster than they would outside. Filled with hope for the future, Siguan imagined his fields expanding plot after plot until they became too vast to count. If he kept splitting the roots like this, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 16, the growth would multiply geometrically. It wouldn't be long before the entire area turned green. Watching the rabbits busily watering each bulb, Siguan realized he still had one major problem to solve before he could expand further. Water scarcity. The father rabbit tapped his paw on the watering container, deep in thought. Only he and his son had watering cans, and even together, their supply wasn't enough to cover the new fields. The water would run out halfway. This was also Siguan's biggest concern. There was only so much water stored in the container, and it clearly wouldn't be enough to irrigate the larger area. As Siguan pondered the issue, he suddenly noticed the father rabbit's body glowing faintly. The rabbit looked down, eyes widening in surprise, and then broke into joyful laughter. At last, its moment had come. The dull gray watering can it had carried since the first day it met Siguan began to shine, transforming into a radiant golden color. The father rabbit was overjoyed. It had. Not only had the can changed color, it had grown larger too. Siguan was astonished. He hadn't thought such a thing was even possible. A few days ago, the black rabbit had also leveled up, so perhaps it wasn't a coincidence. Maybe the watering can had reached its limit through constant use. As the father rabbit proudly shook the golden can, Siguan asked nervously if the water capacity had increased. The rabbit raised two tiny fingers with a cheerful pip. Meaning the water amount had doubled. Both of them celebrated the news with excitement. "Let's continue expanding the onion fields," Siguan said, and the father and son rabbits eagerly responded, ready to work. With enough water now, they could leave the rest to the younger rabbits. Days passed peacefully in Siguan's field. Ox 3 had long finished eating and was lying lazily in the shade, forgetting entirely about the Minotaur King still waiting for it. The tower's sky was bright and mild, like early summer, cool air, gentle breezes, and lush greenery all around. Today, for the first time, Siguan carried the golden-furred baby rabbits in a backpack to the surface to let them explore. The little ones were wide-eyed with excitement, curious about everything, showing no fear at all as they hopped out. Quang and Theo had been waiting for them. Siguan simply introduced Quang as the big red bear, since Theo already knew the little ones. Acting like a gentle big brother, Quang slowly approached them, sniffing curiously as if trying to understand what these tiny creatures were. Finding them irresistibly cute, he couldn't help but stick out his huge tongue and lick their soft golden fur. The startled babies squealed, their wet fur shining under the light. Quang's tongue was nearly the size of a rabbit itself, and though the little ones had never seen something so big before, they quickly realized it wasn't dangerous, just an affectionate, slobbery greeting from a friendly giant. The little rabbits soon found it fun and started playing even more. They all jumped onto Quang, making the big bear fall backward with a hearty laugh. His massive body quickly became a playground for the golden-furred youngsters, who bounced and rolled around in pure joy. Watching them get along so well made Siguan smile warmly. Quang really did seem good at taking care of the kids. With him around, the farming work would be easier. These playful little ones would be too busy having fun to disturb their parents at work. But Theo didn't share that sentiment. The cat crossed its arms, puffed its cheeks, and let out a loud snort. "Why worry? It's just the bear, right? I'm Theo, always here," it said with a confident smirk. Determined to prove its charm, the cat strutted toward the forest, calling out to the little ones. "Come on, kids. Uncle Theo will take you on an adventure outside the cave." The golden rabbits lying comfortably on Quang's soft red fur looked up for a moment. It sounded exciting, but they were too absorbed in their new toy, the big red bear, to care. They rolled and tumbled around on Quang's belly, completely ignoring Theo's grand offer. Theo's ears drooped. "Meow. Why did they forget about me?" it whimpered miserably. Just a few days ago, they had been clinging to it, and now they acted as if it didn't exist. Siguan wasn't too surprised. Kids get bored quickly. Today it's this, tomorrow it's that, it's just how they are. But Theo looked devastated. The cat clenched its tiny paw and struck the air in frustration. "I raised them. How can they be so indifferent now?" Seeing Theo so pitifully upset, Siguan picked it up and set it on his lap to comfort it. He didn't want the cat to lose any more weight from crying. "All right, sit here on the president's lap and have a treat. You've earned it," Siguan said with a gentle smile. As expected, Theo couldn't resist. Though still pouting, it accepted the lap seat and began nibbling on the treat, sulking quietly. Then Siguan remembered something. "By the way, Theo, shouldn't you be going down to the lower floors to trade? You've been here for a few days already." At that, Theo froze mid-bite. Its ears twitched, and the treat dropped from its paw. "I can't go anymore," it said flatly. Siguan blinked. "What do you mean you can't go?" After a moment of silence, Theo finally confessed. "That red bear's been playing with the rabbits all day, but who knows if it might accidentally step on one of them. Anyway, that's not it. There's trouble below." Siguan tilted his head. "Trouble?" Theo nodded grimly. "A pack of wolves is after me, because of this straw hat." "What? They're chasing you over this?" Siguan asked, genuinely surprised. Theo flicked its tail in annoyance. "Exactly, human. I didn't ask what's so special about it, but I was warned not to go down, or they'd catch me. It's chaos on the lower floors right now, no safe route left. Sejun examined the straw hat. It's just a farming item. It's artificial, sure, but useful only for farmers. Why would anyone else want it? Theo shrugged. The ones after it aren't farmers. I have no idea what they need it for. Putting the hat back on, Sejun mused aloud, maybe there are farmers on other floors too, but that's not important right now. Then he looked at Theo calmly. Don't worry. I've got a solution. Theo's eyes widened. Wait, really? You've got a plan? Yeah, Sejun replied thoughtfully. Tell me, Theo, can you hire mercenaries? Like, can someone hire Ox 3, the way people hire mercenaries? Theo blinked, caught off guard. Then its whiskers twitched in realization. Oh. That's actually not bad. Excited now, it sat up straight. Yes, mercenaries are a recognized job here. Only those born inside the tower can take that role, just like wandering merchants. Adventurers from outside can't. But according to the agreement between the Free Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association, freelance mercenaries can use merchant routes if they pay a fee. And non-mercenaries can temporarily use the same routes if hired under a merchant's request. I see, Sejun nodded. So if Ox 3 escorts you as a freelance mercenary, it'll be perfectly safe. I'll pay 3 times its usual daily rate, 3 tower coins per day. Theo froze, then jumped onto Sejun's thigh in disbelief. Taking off its hat, it placed a paw on Sejun's head. Human, are you secretly a genius? It asked, wide-eyed. Theo blinked in awe. His mind is extraordinary. I've never thought of that. Sejun smiled faintly, pulled out a treat for the clever cat, and placed the straw hat back on his head. Of course, Theo didn't refuse. It hugged the treat with satisfaction, nibbling on it while its tail swayed lazily. Little did Sejun know what the cat was really thinking. Theo planned to use Ox 3 as a model in the future, perhaps even as a bodyguard reference for itself. Outside Sejun's farm, the wind howled through a barren landscape of sand and dry rocks. The air was silent, save for the shifting grit. From behind a boulder, Ox 3 cautiously peeked out, eyes darting around nervously. And as it feared, a loud thud echoed behind another rock. A shadow loomed, another Minotaur, heavy-footed and brown-skinned, stepped forward. Hey, Ox 3! What are you doing here? The newcomer frowned, clearly irritated. I've been looking for you for 3 days. Her voice carried familiarity, but Ox 3 froze like a calf caught stealing feed. Moo, go somewhere else, he stammered awkwardly. Ox 4 squinted at him suspiciously. You look strange. What's with that face? Don't tell me you've been secretly eating grass somewhere, your face is glowing like you've struck gold. Moo, Ox 3's voice cracked as his face turned pale. He avoided her gaze, but that only made her more suspicious. Grabbing his shoulder, Ox 4 shook him so hard it looked like she meant to rattle his horns off. Spit it out. Whatever you've been eating, take me there. I'm joining too. Flustered, Ox 3 waved his hands. And no, it's nothing. You're imagining things. But Ox 4 wasn't buying it. I can see it written all over your face. Fine, if you won't tell me, I'll just report to the leader that you've been acting strange. Seeing no other choice, Ox 3 sighed heavily. Fine. I'll tell you. But you must keep quiet, alright? Satisfied, Ox 4 grinned. Now we're talking. Lead the way. The 2 Minotaurs set off together, trudging silently through the rocky plain and dense forest. When they emerged near Sejun's territory, the scene startled the farmer and the cat beside him. Sejun and Theo, both climbing down from a vine, froze in shock. Beside Ox 3 stood a brown-skinned Minotaur, tall, strong, and radiating confidence. Ox 3's face was drenched in sweat. He looked like a child caught sneaking snacks, trembling as if he'd risked his whole meal for this. Regaining his composure, Sejun stepped forward. So, you brought a friend? The newcomer raised her hand cheerfully. Hi. I'm Ox 4. Are you the one who gives food if we plow your fields? That confirmed it, Ox 3 had spilled everything. Sejun turned to him, who now wore the most helpless expression imaginable. Let me guess, Sejun said with a sigh, you told her everything? Moo, came the guilty response. Seeing the situation, Sejun crossed his arms in thought. Truthfully, he didn't need another worker right now. Farming wasn't urgent enough to justify more mouths to feed. Still, the cow's hopeful expression made him pause. All right, he said finally, I'll let you work here, but there's something I need help with first. Ox 4 straightened eagerly. Sure. What do you need? Sejun pointed to the kitten perched on his shoulder. Our esteemed wandering merchant, Theo, is currently being hunted by a pack of wolves. If you can escort Theo as a freelance mercenary, I'll pay 3 tower coins per day, triple the usual rate. Theo blinked, giving Sejun a pleading look as if to say, that's too complicated, boss. But before it could say anything, Ox 4 frowned and crossed her. No thanks. I don't like that kind of work. Siguan raised an eyebrow. You don't? But you were just asking for a job. She looked troubled, rubbing the back of her neck. It's not that. I just can't eat tower coins. Theo's ears perked up. You what? Even Siguan was baffled. You can't eat tower coins? He tilted his head. Who could eat that anyway? Still, he didn't press the matter further. Then how about this, 3 meals a day, plus snacks during breaks? Ox 4's eyes sparkled. She reached out and squeezed Siguan's hand eagerly. Deal. I'm simple, feed me and I'll work. Ox 3 immediately perked up. Moo. I want to go too. Siguan couldn't help but laugh. These guys really will do anything for food. Fine, he said with mock authority. Both of you can go together. 2 escorts sound safer than 1. To show his generosity, Siguan put his hands on his hips and declared, I'll even pack some food for your journey. The 2 Minotaurs gasped. Really? Overjoyed, Ox 4 rushed over to Ox 3 and hugged him tightly. Thank you for bringing me here. This place is amazing. Caught off guard, Ox 3 blushed under his fur, smiling shyly. Moo. I'm happy you came too. Siguan could only stare, dumbfounded. Oh, come on. Are they turning this into a rom-com just because of lunch? Theo snickered beside him. That day, Siguan didn't work under the cave. Instead, he climbed to the upper fields and harvested the entire batch of onion leaves. A large pile now sat before him, neatly cut and bundled. Looking at it, Siguan still couldn't help wondering, is this really enough? Theo tilted his head and muttered, wondering if the pay would be enough for the 2 big-mouthed minotaurs. Carrying his space backpack, he asked, Chairman, should I pack all of this? There's quite a lot. Is it enough? Siguan replied, glancing at the pile of onion leaves, already doubting if there was still space left for tomatoes. Proudly, Theo opened his bag, a green cloth that seemed ordinary at first. With a confident swing, he tossed it onto the pile. The cloth floated briefly in the air before transforming into a drawstring bag, instantly sucking in all the onion leaves. It landed neatly in Theo's paw. Siguan couldn't help but be impressed. You're discarding even more stuff today than usual. Theo grinned, clearly waiting for that comment. Adjusting the new merchant badge on his neck, still gleaming from promotion, he proudly announced, of course. That's because I've become a mid-tier traveling merchant, Merchant Theo, meow. With the promotion, his bag's storage capacity had increased too. This is new, Siguan noted. Mid-tier traveling merchant? The badge on your chest, did it change color, Theo? Theo's fur puffed up in mock irritation. Chairman, you only noticed that now? Siguan laughed and picked the cat up, rubbing his cheek gently. All right, even if you're a mid-tier merchant, you're still my kitten. Now get ready quickly. Seeing Theo pull his cheeks, Siguan added, I have a gift I want to send to the family. Do you know how to handle that? Theo gave a confident thumbs up with both paws. Of course. Leave it to me. Soon, the 2 towering Minotaur mercenaries stood by Theo's side, ready to escort him. The little cat waved energetically, shouting, Take care of yourselves, Ox 3, Ox 4. Protect me well. Siguan watched them go, smiling as the rabbit family waved goodbye. Only Black Rabbit managed to call out, the rest simply waved in silence. Then a sudden thought made Siguan pause. Wait, those 2 won't eat Theo if they run out of onion leaves, right? He chuckled nervously, hoping his plump cat would make it back safely. The merchant passageway was lively as ever, filled with travelers preparing for their next journey. Nearby stood Passageway Village, a resting stop for wandering merchants, its windows glowing warmly under the night sky. Down below, members of the wolf tribe were preparing their belongings. They had been stationed there for days. Elke returned from the market, carrying food for their chief, who waited half asleep on the balcony. How much do we have left? Elke asked. Almost all gone, boss, Elke replied quietly. Elko, who stood beside them, sighed. Chief, how much longer do we have to stay here? I'm tired of watching people come and go every day. Can't we go back to the 85th floor? Elka's sharp glare froze him on the spot. Go back? And let our tribe starve? Have you forgotten the situation? If we fail this mission, we won't receive food from Mr. Grid. The tribe's survival depends on this. Elko's ears flattened as he apologized desperately. I'm sorry, Chief. Please don't be angry. Elka sighed deeply, his voice softening. Elke, he said, give him something to eat. Elke, holding 3 golden chicken legs, handed one to Elko. Here. You'll need strength. After calming Elko, Elka turned to the chief again. You too, Chief. Eat something, even if you're mad. The chief reached out silently, but before he could take a bite, Elka's expression shifted. His ears perked up, his body stiffened. Without a word, he leapt onto the balcony railing, eyes narrowing as he looked down below. He had sensed a familiar presence, the merchant cat he'd been searching for. Theo had finally arrived, strutting through the busy crowd, completely unaware of the danger. The chief growled, "That's him. The cat with the straw hat." Determination flashed in his eyes. He would get the information he needed, no matter what. Down in the bustling corridor, other merchants noticed a stir. Murmurs spread among them as two massive minotaurs walked confidently through the merchant lane. They towered over everyone, their hooves echoing with each step. "Are those minotaurs?" one merchant whispered. "They've never worked as traveling mercenaries before. What's going on?" "They look like they're escorting someone," another added, eyes widening. "Who could possibly hire minotaurs?" Their questions were answered when a proud ginger cat stood before them, placing a paw over his merchant badge. "Are you looking for me?" Theo asked with a grin. The merchants blinked. "Theo, wandering merchant? What are you doing here?" Theo straightened up proudly. "I am wandering merchant Theo. And I've hired minotaurs as my personal freelance mercenary." He couldn't help but beam with pride, it felt good to finally say it aloud. The two dog merchants exchanged glances. "Wait, you hired them? Are you serious? I've never heard of a cat merchant named Theo before." "Are you lying, little one?" Theo's tail puffed up in outrage. "Lying? How dare you?" he hissed, turning around and shouting, "Ox 3! Ox 4! Come here, quickly!" But when he looked back, the space behind him was empty. The two minotaurs were gone. Theo froze, panic setting in. Where did they go? How am I supposed to prove myself if they disappear now? He frantically searched around until he spotted them at a nearby vegetable stall. Ox 4 was leaning down curiously at a trembling little mouse merchant who was in tears standing before her produce nervously. "What's this strange grass?" Ox 4 asked, fascinated. "It looks delicious," Ox 3 added, drooling openly. Ox 4 smiled gently. "Do you sell this?" But even their calm tone terrified the poor mouse, who fell to her knees and pleaded, "Please don't eat me." Theo rushed over, yelling, "Why are you two here? We've been looking everywhere for you." The minotaurs turned toward him, confused, as Theo planted his paws on his hips and scolded, "Hey! Aren't you two supposed to be mercenaries? Why aren't you protecting me but standing here instead?" Theo demanded, for puffed in irritation. Ox 3 bowed his head, embarrassed. "I'm sorry. We just found this thing interesting and couldn't resist taking a look." "Oh, really?" Theo asked, his tone soft but clearly judging. "Is this your first time coming to Passage Village?" Ox 3 scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Yes, it's our first time. Honestly, no minotaur has ever left the 99th floor before. Everything here feels new and strange." "I see," Theo said, his tail flicking thoughtfully. Then Ox 3 looked around curiously. "By the way, why is this place called Merchant Passage Village? I thought the tower's pathways were open to everyone born inside. Why are only wandering merchants allowed here?" Theo folded his arms, looking smug. "So you really don't know anything, huh? No wonder, you've never left the 99th floor. You're complete country bumpkins." Before the minotaurs could respond, Theo spotted a stack of crates nearby. A mischievous gleam flashed in his eyes. He quickly leapt up, 1, 2, 3 crates high, perching on the tallest one to meet their gaze at eye level. Clearing his throat dramatically, he began. "Ahem. Mid-level wandering merchant Theo shall now explain everything, from A to Z." The two minotaurs straightened, listening attentively. "Once upon a time," Theo began, "the tower's pathways were designed like the branches of a great tree, spreading from the first floor all the way up to the 99th. Each branch led to a different floor, giving everyone equal access to any part of the tower. But with so many paths, no one could tell which ones were safe and which were filled with monsters. Just like how each floor of the tower has its own dangers, the connecting paths did too. Traveling blindly was dangerous back then." Theo paused for dramatic effect, glancing proudly down at his audience before continuing. "In those days, a legendary wandering merchant, who later founded the Wandering Merchant Association, gathered powerful allies to clear out those dangerous routes. They identified the safe pathways and turned them into official travel routes. The Free Mercenary Association, which later became one of the tower's strongest groups, joined forces with the Magic Tower. Together, they worked to minimize danger, supplying equipment, manpower, and support through the association for exploration and trade. It was a massive collaboration." Theo lifted his paw and pointed to the bustling village around them. "And because these routes are maintained and managed by the Wandering Merchant Association, they became known as merchant passages. Hence, Merchant Passage Village." Finishing with a proud flick of his tail, Theo stood tall, radiating confidence as he declared, "That's the legacy we, wandering merchants, carry today." Ox 3 and Ox 4 clapped enthusiastically, their deep voices echoing. "Amazing. That's impressive, Theo. flattered, Theo smirked, brushing his whiskers. Of course. This is basic knowledge any mid-level wandering merchant should know. Then, lowering his voice, he added with a hint of pride, actually, it's all written on the very first page of the new Wandering Merchant Handbook. Theo chuckled inwardly, relieved that he had taken the time to read the Wandering Merchant Handbook. Thanks to that, he could now explain everything with confidence. As I said, Theo continued, raising his paw, everyone born in the tower can use the main pathways. But there are also paid routes, shortcut passages, reserved only for wandering merchants. Ox 3 leaned closer, curious. Paid pathways? Theo jumped onto the large Minotaur's hand, nodding proudly. Exactly. Only wandering merchants like me can use them. If we take the regular route, it'll take too long. But this village lies right at the center of those branching roads, the point where all toll routes meet. He hopped down from the Minotaur's palm and gestured for them to move. We only need to reach the 38th floor. So, we'll use a paid path to go down to the 40th floor, then switch to the regular route to descend further. It sounds complicated, Ox 3 admitted, scratching his head. Still, remembering Theo's skill in trading tomatoes for Siguan's farm, he decided to trust him. Theo waved his paw dismissively. I know, it's complicated. So, let's focus on what's important now. Ox 3's eyes lit up. And what's that? Theo gave a small smirk. Eating. That word alone was enough to light up both Minotaurs' faces. Their eyes sparkled, and their stomachs growled loudly. Without hesitation, they followed Theo into one of the alleys of Passage Village toward a fish restaurant, the cat's favorite spot. Theo didn't eat greens, but the Minotaurs weren't picky. As long as it was food, they'd eat it. The cat trotted ahead, completely focused on the scent of fish, unaware that from above, a shadow was closing in fast. A wolf leapt from a railing overhead, claws outstretched, aiming straight for him. By the time Theo sensed the danger, it was already too close to dodge. He barely managed a startled meow before the massive wolf landed hard, both paws slamming into the ground on either side of him with a thunderous thud. Theo's fur bristled, his eyes wide as the familiar scent hit him. This was the same wolf that had blocked his path before. Elka bared his fangs, growling low. So, we finally meet again, wandering cat. Theo trembled, crouching low on all fours, his body shaking uncontrollably. He didn't even dare to look up. Before the wolf could move, Ox 3 stepped forward and swung his massive fist. The ground cracked as his punch landed. Elka had narrowly leapt aside in time, claws digging into the dirt to keep balance. His golden eyes narrowed. A Minotaur. If that hit me, I'd be bedridden for half a month. Ox 3 straightened, unbothered, and stared at the wolf. Who are you? Theo pointed with his paw, shouting, it's him. That's the jerk who chased me before. Ox 3's expression hardened. So this is the one we're supposed to protect you from, huh? He clenched his fist. Then let's deal with him right now. Before he could move, two more wolves, Elko and Elki, jumped down from the railing, shouting, Chief. They aimed straight for Ox 3, but Ox 4 was already charging forward. Despite her huge frame, she moved with surprising speed, sliding across the ground beneath them. Her fist shot upward with crushing force, connecting with both wolves before they even landed. The impact sent them flying into a corner, crashing into a pile of crates. Nice one. Ox 4 grinned, flexing her knuckles with satisfaction. It's been a while since I got to use my strength. From a distance, Elka's face twisted with anger. He tried to rush over, but Ox 4 stepped forward confidently. So there are still 2 puppy dogs following you, huh? Even if there were 20, I'd still be fine. Turning to her partner, she shouted, Ox 3, keep Theo safe. Leave the rest to me. Ox 3 scooped up the trembling cat in both hands, holding him protectively. Got it. My teammate can handle it. Theo, peeking out nervously from between his arms, whispered, Hey, are you sure Ox 4 can handle them alone? There are still 3 of them left. Ox 3 chuckled, voice rumbling like thunder. Handle them? Who do you think we are? We're monsters from the highest floor, floor 99. These little dogs are no match, don't worry, Ox 3 said confidently. More importantly, he looked at Ox 4 with admiration, the hint of pride unmistakable in his eyes. Honestly, that soft-spoken one's strength surpasses even mine. Theo's ear twitched slightly. Oh no, he thought. He could tell what that red signal gleaming on Ox 4's black fur meant. The cat wagged his tail and shouted quickly, Ox 4, don't kill them, meow. That loud cry only made Ox 4 more excited. She cracked her knuckles, smiling broadly. Haven't tried it yet, so let's see if it works, she said, stepping briskly toward the wolves. Elka hurried to where his 2 younger siblings, Elko and Elki, were struggling to stand. All 3 glared fiercely at Ox 4 approaching them. Even so, just one of her earlier punches had done serious damage. Getting back up at all took everything they had. Elka checked on his siblings, but their condition looked bad. What now, tribe leader? One asked helplessly. Elka clenched his teeth. They had no chance of winning, but retreat wasn't an option either. If they failed to capture the wandering cat now, there'd be no next time. We'll all charge together, Elka commanded firmly. We take down that black ox at once. By now, every wandering merchant on the street had fled, leaving only Ox 4 standing calmly under the warm afternoon light. She looked completely unbothered, even playful, and beckoned the wolves with a grin. Come on, if you think you can handle it. Meanwhile, far away, in the peaceful calm of Siguan's farm cave, the sound of a comb brushing through fur was enough to make one drowsy. Chubby Rabbit, freshly groomed by Sickle Rabbit, stretched and chirped happily. It wasn't mere scratching, Sickle Rabbit's grooming was art. Every brush brought out a sheen that made the rabbit's coats soft and radiant. One by one, from Black Rabbit to Chubby Rabbit, each got a new, glossy coat that made them look proud and refreshed. Now it was Siguan's turn. Draped in a blanket like a cape, he closed his eyes, smiling in anticipation. Cut it a bit shorter this time, little brother. My hair's been poking my eyes lately, he said. Sickle Rabbit nodded firmly and went to work until a sudden puff of air came from behind. The red bear, curious, had leaned in too close and accidentally exhaled through its nose. The warm breath tickled Sickle Rabbit's whiskers, making him twitch and sneeze violently. Snip! When he opened his eyes again, a small white patch gleamed on Siguan's otherwise black hair. The rabbit froze. So, the hair had been sliced clean off, root to tip. Both of them stared in silent panic as Siguan, blissfully unaware, smiled peacefully, waiting for his cool new farmer haircut. Back in the passage village, Elka's voice echoed, resolute. We can't back down. If we lose Theo now, there'll be no second chance. The three wolves crouched low, muscles tensed. Elko and Elkie charged first, Elka following close behind. Ox 4 simply cracked her neck and waited, the same amused smile on her face. The wolves launched themselves forward, their bodies blurring in motion. Using her strong legs, Elka kicked off the ground, soaring above Ox 4's head, claws ready. But this was no reckless leap, he was baiting a reaction. While Elka drew attention from above, Elkie darted low toward Ox 4's leg. Caught off guard by the feint, Ox 4 couldn't react in time. Elko lunged in, clamping his jaws down on her arm while Elka came crashing from above, claws extended. Instead of scratching like a cat, Elka grabbed Ox 4's right horn, yanking hard enough to make her flinch. Using the horn as leverage, she twisted mid-air, hooked an arm around the Minotaur's neck, and bit down with all his might. The wolf's plan was simple and brutal. Once the bite hit the artery, blood would burst out, the prey would struggle for a few seconds, and then fall. The plan was perfect, except for one thing. Elka's teeth couldn't pierce Minotaur hide. It began to feel strange. The Minotaur's skin was so tough that Elka's teeth couldn't pierce it at all. He bit down harder, gnawing with all his strength, but it was useless. Feeling the wolf's desperate struggle, Ox 4 tilted her head slightly and said with mild surprise, "A Minotaur's skin isn't something you can tear so easily, just so you know." The moment those words left her mouth, her left fist swung sharply toward Elkie, who was biting her right arm. The punch landed straight and heavy, right before the horrified eyes of the tribe leader. Blood spurted from Elkie's nose as he cried out in pain, releasing Ox 4's arm. Before he could react, Ox 4 grabbed him by the collar, straightened up, and hurled him forward. Elkie slammed into a pile of stacked wood with a crash, groaning loudly. Elko immediately let go of Ox 4's leg and turned toward his brother, shouting his name. That single moment of distraction was all Ox 4 needed. Her powerful kick struck straight into Elko's abdomen. The blow folded him in half, knocking the air from his lungs before he was flung backward, landing flat on his back and unable to move. Now, only Elka remained, still clinging to Ox 4's back, teeth locked tight. But even that effort was in vain. He couldn't break the Minotaur's hide, no matter how hard he tried. His mind raced with worry. Both Elko and Elkie had been taken down with a single strike each. He couldn't let go now, not when everything depended on him. But his jaws and limbs, strained to their limits, couldn't resist the terrifying power coursing through Ox 4's body. With ease, Ox 4 seized Elka, yanked him down, and slammed him onto the ground. The impact shook the dirt beneath them. Elka lay there, moaning weakly, unable to move. The once proud tribe leader now looked no different from a helpless pup, pinned under the Minotaur's palm. One of Ox 4's hands pressed Elka's chest down, the other drew back into a tight fist, ready to strike like a meteor. Elka's heart trembled. No. Just before the final blow could fall, a memory flashed vividly through his mind, his old grandfather, gentle and gray, wrapped in the tribe's ceremonial cloth, speaking softly to him as a child. Elka, listen carefully. We are of the purebred Silver Wolf tribe. When we die and become spirits, we become guardians of our kin. His voice had been calm, full of pride. We are stronger than the other tribes, and through our ancestors' will, we sharpen our senses, our strength, and our instincts. Each generation inherits the spirit of the last and hunts even greater prey. Remember, our honor is the honor of those who came before us. Those words were so warm, so firm, that even the young Elka had listened wide-eyed, clenching his tiny fist. Yes, grandfather. For the honor of our ancestors. But as years passed, the land cracked and dried. Famine spread across the plains, and the proud Silver Wolf tribe faced hunger worse than any een. The elders argued endlessly, food vanished, and the western tribes began raiding one another just to survive. Then one night, their small village was attacked. Flames engulfed their homes. Elka cried as he watched his grandfather fall, and his father carried him away through the inferno. When Elka grew up and inherited the title of tribe leader, survival had become a bitter struggle. One day, his people gathered before him, shouting accusations. Is it true you're working for Grid? Are you not ashamed before our ancestors? How can you follow that lowly boar's orders? Elka remembered that day clearly, their anger, their disappointment. He had wanted to defend himself but couldn't. In the end, he could only say, we have no other choice. We don't even know if we'll survive tomorrow. We must think of our children. He stroked the head of a trembling cub beside him. For our children's sake, I will abandon my pride if I must. The ancestors will understand. And so, the wolf tribe took on dirty work, raiding, killing, looting, under Grid's command, doing everything they had once condemned, simply to live another day. Even knowing it was wrong, Elka could only whisper in the dark, Grandfather, you understand me? Right? Back in the present, Ox 4 lowered her fist. The dirt and pebbles clung to her knuckles as she stared at the unconscious wolf chieftain, still muttering faintly, for the children, for their future. Perhaps Elka had fainted from fear, the punch had landed beside him, not on him. Still, curiosity got the better of Theo. The cat crept closer, poked Elka's ear, and said softly, still unconscious, huh? Should I break their legs so they won't follow us again? Ox 4 asked, clapping her fists together. Theo jumped in alarm. Meow, wait. That's too much, he waved his paws quickly. It's highly punishable that they were after me, but breaking their leg is cruel. Anyway, I'm just a cat merchant, meow. When it came to matters like this, Theo always preferred letting Siguan handle the final decision. So Ox 3 and Ox 4 tied up the 3 wolves securely. Theo nodded, satisfied. Take them with us. Siguan will decide their fate. He smirked. This time's quite a catch. Wonder if they'll end up in the labor union. Meanwhile, far away in Siguan's cave, the farmer was happily humming a tune, completely unaware of the small bald patch shining on his head. The light reflected off it so brightly it almost glimmered on the sweat-covered heads of the red bear and hare. Papipi, what do I do now? The red bear had no idea how to fix bald spots either and quickly shook his head. Both of them stood frozen, watching helplessly as Siguan reached up to feel his freshly groomed hair. Huh. That feels, kinda he murmured, until his fingers brushed the bald spot. His eyes flew open. What? What the hell is this? Why is there a bald spot? Red Bear and the sickle rabbit clamped their hands over their mouths, unable to speak. When the queen bee flew over curiously, Siguan quickly lowered his head. The rabbit bowed deeply, apologizing again and again, while looked close to tears. But Siguan, sighing, just waved his hand. It's fine, everyone makes mistakes. Don't worry. He looked around. It's not like anyone else will see me anyway. There's only one human here, everyone else is monsters. He chuckled awkwardly, then put the straw hat on his head as an example. See? If I wear this, no one will notice it. Saying that, Siguan tightly gripped the hat's brim, ran to the edge of the forest, and sat down, sulking like a ghost. Seeing him like that, Kung and the sickle rabbit didn't know how to comfort him. When the mother rabbit came out and saw the scene, the owner sitting gloomily by himself, and her dejected son standing off to the side, too afraid to come close, she hurried over to ask what had happened. They thought she would start by comforting him, but upon hearing that her son had accidentally shaved the farm owner bald, the mother rabbit was so shocked she froze on the spot. Not wanting them to worry, Siguan swallowed his tears, pulled the straw hat lower in embarrassment, and turned away. It's okay, mother rabbit, he said quietly. The sickle rabbit rubbed against Siguan's leg, as if telling him to listen to his mom. A while later, the young man wrapped himself in a blanket of onion leaves once again, ready to use the VIP service of the cave's barber shop, but this time, the barber had changed. Behind Siguan, the mother rabbit rummaged through her magical bag and pulled out a pair of sharp grass-cutting scissors. She giggled cheerfully, testing them by slicing through the air to check their sharpness. At least this employee looked far more trustworthy, he thought, glancing at the odd shard lying on his desk, the same one that had caught his attention earlier. Meanwhile, Aileen was lying in her room, reading a red-covered book and enjoying her leisure time. She reached into the basket of onion leaves beside her to grab something to eat, but found the cherry tomatoes already gone. How could they be finished so soon? She muttered sadly, staring into the empty basket. Ever since she had grown bigger, her appetite had also increased, yet the food always felt insufficient. Thinking of Siguan's stern expression, Aileen didn't dare to ask for more, especially after last time's disastrous misunderstanding when she'd foolishly asked, "Are you a winged pig?" Feeling hungry again, the little dragon decided to go find her farmer. "I need some snacks, Park Siguan. Come out quickly," she called. Just then, something strange appeared on her crystal orb. She squinted closer. Beside Siguan, a notice board had appeared. The tower manager's message flickered into view, asking what was happening. At that moment, Siguan was busy working in his tomato field. Without looking up, he replied, "Is that Aileen?" "Oh, I thought something serious happened." But what had caught the dragon's attention even more than her empty tomato basket was the sight of what Siguan was wearing on his head. He took off the straw hat for her to see and explained, "My hair was getting too long, so I asked Mother Rabbit to cut it." "How does it look? Not weird, right?" He scratched the back of his neck, smiling shyly as he waited for her reaction. Aileen, however, could only stare in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she leaned closer to the orb. The farmer she saw looked completely different. His short hair made him appear sharper, cleaner, almost handsome. Her heart thumped wildly in her chest. For a moment, even the tower manager didn't respond. Siguan frowned, noticing the status window still open but showing no message. "Hello? Can you hear me? How's the haircut?" he asked, waving his hand at the screen. Aileen finally snapped out of it, hurriedly fixing her tone before speaking. "And no, it's fine. I just couldn't take my eyes off you," she mumbled. Her words made Siguan blink in confusion. Then a new message appeared on the system board. "There's nothing wrong." The manager simply couldn't stop looking. "By the way, please bring me some of those crayfish from yesterday." "Oh, so that's what it was," Siguan said, pretending to understand. He had thought it was something serious, but as usual, it turned out to be about food. He crouched down so his face was level with the small board and said softly, "But this time, you'll have to eat more slowly. The shrimp population has been dropping lately. Only 1 to 3 are left. And since there are shrimp, there are no piranhas." As he walked toward the food storage, he continued chatting with the system board beside him. "I've been eating just vegetables these days. I feel lighter already. Who knows, maybe it'll be good for you too." Siguan took out some clean corn from the basket woven with onion leaves and held it up. "Aileen, can you take tomatoes and corn instead?" he asked. When the text on the crystal board changed to "The tower manager thanks you," Siguan smiled and lifted the basket higher. "You're probably out of dried potatoes too, right?" he said playfully. After a short pause, another message appeared. Siguan blinked, hesitated for a moment, then asked again. "And what else?" The next line made him pause. "The new haircut suits you." Aileen quickly closed the notification board, as if flustered by her own words. Siguan tilted his head, still not understanding what the tower manager was trying to do. What's with her today? Does Aileen even know how to give compliments? He thought, scratching his cheek with a faint smile. Well, chatting like this was enough for now. He looked up toward the cave entrance where sunlight streamed in, straightened his shoulders, and reminded himself to focus on work. Meanwhile, the basket of onion leaves in Aileen's hands trembled slightly. To anyone else, it might have looked like she was cold, but her trembling came from excitement. The little dragon held the basket of corn like it was a precious treasure, staring at it with flushed cheeks as her heart pounded hard in her chest. Feeling uneasy, she pressed a claw to her chest. "Why is my heart beating so fast today?" she wondered. Is this some strange dragon illness? Before she ever tasted Siguan's tomatoes, her heart had never beaten like this. Yet now, over a basket of corn, it was racing uncontrollably. No, she shook her head, trying to chase away those foolish thoughts. After taking a few deep breaths, Aileen convinced herself that she was only surprised by Siguan's sudden change in appearance. That's all. She was just getting food from him. Nothing else. Now that she had it, she should simply eat. But when her gaze fell again on the basket of corn, she stopped. She remembered Siguan's words from earlier, eating these things is good for your body. A new idea sparked in her mind. She turned toward the bookshelf and began rummaging through stacks of red and blue books. I'm sure it's around here somewhere, she muttered. After a short search, her claws finally pulled out a thick, black-covered book with elegant golden letters acros. Timeless Recipe Collection. Inside were detailed illustrations and professional cooking notes. Aileen's eyes lit up. All right, she whispered, smiling to herself, I'll make something special for you, Park Siguan, with all my heart. Her face turned red as she hugged the book to her snout, hiding her expression as if confessing to him through it. Meanwhile on the 38th floor, followed by Theo's energetic voice. Hello, humans. I'm here, the merchant cat announced, his fur gleaming with excitement. It had been quite some time since Theo last arrived, and the awakeners immediately surrounded him, cheering. How many tomatoes do you have for sale today, sir? Tell us quickly, there are many waiting to buy. Theo blinked, startled by their enthusiasm. Why is everyone in such a rush today? He asked, then unloaded a large basket of tomatoes from his spatial pouch. Alright, let's get started. For auction in batches, each batch has 400 tomatoes, total of 3,600. What? The crowd gasped in unison. Normally, Theo only sold around 2,000 tomatoes, divided into 5 batches. This time, he had nearly twice as many. The auction began immediately. Starting at 120 tower coins, the first 400 tomatoes were quickly sold for 200. Within minutes, 4 batches were gone. Theo was just reaching into his pouch to take out another 2,000 tomatoes when a firm voice called from above. Wait a moment, wandering merchant cat. I'll buy all the remaining tomatoes for 1,600 too. A young warrior stepped forward, carrying a heavy pouch of gold coins, accompanied by a well-dressed man in a suit. Before Theo could answer, he turned toward the stunned crowd and asked with a grin, "No one wants to bid against Gagel, right?" No one spoke. Gagel's bid was far above the others. Theo nodded briskly, left the 2,000 tomatoes in 2 large onion leaf baskets for the warrior, sealed the deal on the spot, and happily took his leave. Company employees rushed to carry away the tomatoes, leaving behind a frustrated crowd. There's no more supply outside the tower, someone complained bitterly. We can't even buy them to resell anymore. Why does a big company have to monopolize everything? Dongshik arrived late, just in time to hear the murmurs spreading through the group. His team stood nearby, equally puzzled. Guess ordinary hunters like us will never get our hands on cherry tomatoes again, one of them grumbled. Damn it, I was planning to buy some as a gift for my fiancé's family before our meeting next month. Another chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. So, where are you sending out the wedding invitations? Dongshik didn't answer. He only stood there, quietly hiding a smile behind his hand. You're as sharp as ever, Theo, he thought. This means I can make another deal with Park Sejun up on the 40th floor. Before he could finish the thought, a loud shout erupted from the direction of Gagel's company workers. Everyone, come here. Look at these cherry tomatoes, one of them cried. The grower's name, it's actually showing now. The crowd gathered, curious. Printed on the label was a short, unmistakably Korean name. Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Dongshik rushed over, grabbed a tomato from the crate, and inspected it closely. The moment he did, a status window appeared before him, its contents making his eyes widen. Magical cherry tomato, grade D. Grown in the tower. Rich in nutrients, with a delicious, refreshing taste. When consumed, breaks down 20 g of body fat and increases stamina by 0.2 within 10 minutes. Enhances the consumer's sense of well-being. Effects can stack up to 10 times per hour. Shelf life, 60 days. Grown by Park Sejun. Dongshik stared at the description, stunned. He'd expected some random farmer, but the information was shockingly clear. A tower farmer with this kind of effect? Impossible. Meanwhile, the soldier leading Gagel's group barked out orders. Return to the guild camp on the 1st floor immediately. Find out everything you can about this Park Sejun. The moment they got back, the investigation began at once. Reports came in quickly. We have to get him on our side, the officer ordered. Contact the American Hunters Guild, tell them to go to South Korea immediately. Holding one of the magical tomatoes in his hand, the soldier couldn't suppress his grin. We've found something big. This information alone will earn us endless praise from the vice president. He laughed heartily, tossing the tomato lightly in his palm. Looks like a promotion's waiting for me. From afar, Dongshik watched the man laughing, thrilled by the open road to success, while the staff hauled away crates of 2,000 cherry tomatoes. A chill settled in his chest. Damn it. At this rate, I'm going to lose a valuable ally, and worse, Park Sejun's family might be in danger. To the wealthy outside the tower, cherry tomatoes were worth more than gemstones. If word spread that they were being grown inside the tower, people like Sejun would become prime targets, kidnapped or coerced to ensure those profits stayed in the hands of conglomerates. Dongshik frowned. Based on what Theo had said before, Sejun had never once left the tower. His only connection to the outside world was through that merchant cat. That means he probably doesn't even know what's happening out here. As he stood lost in thought, a familiar voice called out beside him. Ah, there you are, Mr. Kim Dongshik. I was just about to. Before Theo could finish the word find, Dongshik suddenly scooped him up and sprinted off. To anyone watching, it would have looked like the captain of a hunter team had gone mad and started stealing cats. Without a word, he carried Theo through a stretch of sparse forest, glancing behind to make sure no one had followed. Theo, startled and confused, wriggled in his arms. Well, what's going on? Setting the cat down, Dongshik leaned close and asked sharply, Theo, why did the grower's name suddenly become visible? It used to be hidden, right? So why does it now show both his first and last name? Theo blinked, still confused why Dongshik seemed so tense. Because I've become a mid-rank wandering merchant, he explained. Lower-ranked merchants have their clients' names hidden for protection, but at mid-rank or higher, full details appear automatically. Then Dongshik went straight to the heart of the matter, explaining what this revelation meant for Sejun's safety. Right now, the outside world is in chaos over those cherry tomatoes. Everything's been stable so far because the grower's name was secret. But now that Park Sejun is public, powerful people will do anything to monopolize that crop. They might threaten, or even harm, his family to get to him. Theo's tail drooped, his ears twitching nervously. What? Is it because of me? Because I ranked up? His voice wavered. This is a big problem. I'll get scolded by the chairman for sure. Seeing the cat's growing panic, Dongshik crouched down and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. I, Kim Dongshik, will protect Park Sejun's family, no matter what it takes, even if it means staking the honor of the Phoenix Guild. Theo lowered his gaze, his whiskers trembling, and quietly murmured, "Thank you." After a pause, Dongshik stood. Then we should move quickly. I'll return to the lower floors immediately. Only then did Theo remember why he had been looking for Dongshik in the first place. His eyes brightened, and he began rummaging through his spatial pouch. Ah, right. Before you go, there's something for you to deliver. He set down 2 neatly woven baskets filled with freshly washed corn and carrots. These are gifts from Mr. Sejun for his family, Theo said cheerfully. The trade terms are the same as before. Dongshik examined the produce curiously. When he picked one up, a translucent information board appeared before his eyes. Magic carrot, grade D. Increases vision and reaction speed for 10 minutes. Magic corn, grade D. Restores stamina and strengthens digestion. He exhaled slowly, awed. Incredible. These could shake the entire market if word ever got out. Noticing his serious face, Theo looked up anxiously. Is there danger again? Dongshik quickly composed himself and smiled reassuringly. No, nothing to worry about. Trust me. I'll make sure these reach Sejun's family safely. Theo's tail swayed lightly as relief softened his expression. Then I'll tell him. Thank you, Mr. Dongshik. Theo agreed and left 3 large baskets of vegetables for Dongshik before waving goodbye and heading back. Dongshik stood there for a moment, staring at the pile. Carrying them all by himself would be a struggle, but that wasn't what concerned him. As expected, he thought, looking at the baskets. I need to report this to the boss right away. At the entrance of the 38th floor's traveler's path, a group of minotaurs sat waiting for Theo's return. Several bundles of onions lay neatly packed beside them, and nearby, 3 tightly bound wolves growled in frustration, drawing little attention from the bustling crowd that passed. Elke and Elka, members of the wolf tribe, appeared resigned to their capture, all except their leader, Elka, who was still full of defiance. You miserable cows, he snarled, his voice echoing. You've thrown away your pride for such foolish orders. As the other 2 wolves kept chewing calmly on their ropes, Elka continued ranting. How could you lower yourselves to obey a petty wandering merchant? Do you have no shame? You follow orders like livestock, wait here, go there, pathetic. And what about the stories of the monster on the 99th floor? All eyes, aren't they? The minotaur known as Ox 4 tried to ignore him, though his patience wore thin. He turned to Ox 3. Should I hit him again? Ox 3 quickly held up a green onion to stop him. No, Ox 4. He'll die if you do. Just then, Theo came running up on all 4s, his bell jingling with each step. There's an emergency. We have to go, now. Ox 3 blinked, surprised. Why are you back so soon? What happened? Theo's tail twitched nervously. It's about Sejun's family. I'll explain on the way. Sensing the urgency, the 2 minotaurs didn't hesitate. They hoisted the 3 wolves onto their shoulders and began moving toward the 99th floor immediately. Elka was placed at the back, not because he was the strongest, but because his endless shouting made him unbearable to carry in front. Release me, you overgrown cattle, he barked. Ox 4 sighed. When we get back, it's going to eat mud again anyway, he muttered under his breath. Wait a moment. Theo suddenly called out, stopping mid-run. He darted toward a roadside stall. I need to stop here for a bit, he said, his eyes catching the glint of a small ring set with a violet gemstone. Picking it up, he asked the vendor, how much for this? 2 tower coins, the stall owner replied, then froze as 2 enormous shadows fell across the stall. He slowly looked up, only to see Ox 3 and Ox 4 towering over him, watching curiously. Terrified, the vendor stammered. Theo tilted his head innocently and said, Can you give us a little discount, please? With the 2 giant minotaurs looming behind the small cat, the man didn't dare say no. Outside the tower, far away in Seoul, the capital of South Korea, skyscrapers stretched across the skyline, home to powerful conglomerates and the wealthy elite. In one of those buildings, Kim Dongshik stood trembling from the biting cold, like he'd been dropped into the middle of the North Pole. Across from him, a deep, rumbling voice read from a sheet of paper. Park Sejun, 26 years old. disappeared without warning, rumored to have ascended rapidly to the 40th floor. His current whereabouts are unknown. Bundled in thick layers of sweaters, Dongshik could barely move, his breath fogging in the freezing air. The man reading, Han Taijun, former guildmaster of the Phoenix Association, now part of the Korean Awakening Society, lowered the paper, his eyes gleaming with amusement. So, he murmured, the farmer's making headlines in Seoul's tallest tower. A cultivator of magic tomatoes, rumored to be supplying the syndicates. Quite a tale. Cold mist from the massive freezer filled the room, turning every breath into frost. Yet Taijun lounged comfortably atop a block of ice, as if it were a throne. Dongshik's teeth chattered. Sir, are you all right? Taijun slowly lifted his white beard, flashing a grin of bright teeth. You ask if I'm all right? His tone sharpened, amusement turning into a spark of fury. Who do you think I am? He stood abruptly, slamming his foot down on the table. The ice and metal cracked apart with a thunderous bang. His hair, beard, and mustache blazed red like fire as his power surged, his voice echoing through the frozen room, the fury of a warrior reignited. Taejun's students froze in disbelief as their master's head suddenly erupted into flames, his face half consumed by fire, only his eyes and mouth visible through the roaring blaze. His fury shook the room. Just the thought of that boy hiding such talent all this time, only to break through to the 40th floor now, he snarled, the air crackling around him, it's enough to drive me insane. And I'm stuck in this freezer, licking frost off my fingers, while you ask if I'm all right? The flames surged even hotter. Kim Dongshik stumbled back, the heat unbearable, sweat running down his forehead despite the icy room. Everyone knew Taejun's temper. He was the man who had once reached the 52nd floor, though he never made it public. That's different. Taejun roared, voice like a lion's. Now tell me, Kim Dongshik, are you hiding something else from me? Dongshik quickly shook his head, terrified but determined. No, sir. Everything I know is exactly as reported. The title Tower Farmer is something completely unheard of, a job no one recognizes. Oh my, Taejun muttered, realizing the paper he'd been holding was already turning to ash. The flames dimmed, his hair and beard fading back to white as he returned to his seat, trying to regain his composure. He coughed lightly, pretending nothing had happened. Ahem. So? Dongshik simply sighed. He was long used to this old man's unpredictable temper. Glancing at the faint smoke curling from Taejun's arm, he asked carefully, Sir, the curse of the flames. It's spreading again, isn't it? Taejun blinked, then lifted his hand as if noticing the burn for the first time. Ah, that, he said with a grimace, his tone turning half serious, half annoyed. If not for this matter, I'd already be inside the tower myself. He frowned at Dongshik. So? You didn't come here just to watch your master suffer, did you? Dongshik finally spoke up, steady but urgent. I came to request help from the Korean Awakening Association, to protect Park Sejun's family. Since his identity as the cultivator of the magic tomatoes was revealed, the entire world has its eyes on them. I fear they'll be pressured or worse. Taejun leaned back, his fiery aura fading into calm confidence. Don't worry, he said, waving a hand dismissively. I already arranged a protection team as soon as I received your call. It'll be easier for you to oversee it, you know the family. He grinned slightly. We can't let such a national treasure fall into foreign hands. Rumor has it, several countries are already trying to contact him. Confirm that for me. Dongshik bowed deeply, overwhelmed with relief and gratitude. Exactly as I expected from you, sir. Thank you. Reaching into his bag, he took out a small basket filled with glowing red tomatoes. A gift from Park Sejun himself, he said respectfully. They may not be worth much, but I thought they'd be useful to you. A gift? For an old man like me? Taejun laughed heartily, his curiosity piqued. Ah, so these are the magic tomatoes I've been hearing about. Without hesitation, he plucked one up and popped it into his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, grinning with childlike delight. A waste to give a gift like this and not eat it right away. Seeing his master's fiery temper cool at last, Dongshik quietly took his leave. Later, he arrived at a small apartment complex, the home of Park Sejun's parents. As the family of three came out to greet him, their eyes widened at the sight of three large baskets overflowing with produce. The vegetables glowed faintly with vitality, bright magic tomatoes, sturdy corn, and crisp carrots stacked neatly to the brim. Seidao, Sejun's father, stepped forward, instantly recognizing them. Corn, carrots, and magic tomatoes, he said in disbelief. Aren't these the ones everyone's fighting over in the tower? Dongshik nodded solemnly. Yes. Magic tomatoes that aid weight loss and enhance stamina. Your son grows them. But right now, his name being revealed has caused quite a stir outside. Many are targeting him, and by extension, your family. Before Sejun's mother could speak, he continued gently, the Korean Awakening Association has prepared a safe residence for you in Hanam-dong. You'll be protected there. The parents looked stunned. Seidao, however, couldn't help blurting out, Hanamdong? That's where all the celebrities live. Amazing. Who's the neighbor? Dongshik smiled. My family and I live there. Seidao's excitement dimmed a little. Oh. Do you think maybe a girl group lives nearby? Chuckling, Dongshik played along. Do you like girl groups? Ever heard of LJSN? Of course. Seidao said immediately. Who in Korea doesn't? Dongshik's grin widened. Then you might know her. My daughter, Sarah, is a member of LJSN. If you're a fan, you're welcome to visit anytime. He showed them a photo, himself and a young woman taken on her high school graduation day. Seidao's jaw dropped. Wait, Sarah? The leader and main vocalist of LJSN? That's Sarah? He nearly shouted, trembling with excitement. She's a genius songwriter, even her looks are top level. Dongshik chuckled, nodding proudly. That's her. Realizing what this meant, Seidao immediately bowed deeply, again and again, as if before a divine being. Captain Kim Dongshik, please take me there. Before his parents could stop him, Seidao rushed forward, grabbing Dongshik's hands. I love you, father. Thank you so much. Why is he acting like this? Sejun's father asked, turning to his wife. She only smiled softly. He's worried about Sejun. That boy's always been so filial, she said fondly. He mentioned he's making money in the tower, but who would have thought he's actually farming there? Still, if he's working so hard, I wonder who's looking after that little one. At that very moment, Aileen was in her own world, carefully reading a cooking recipe while a large cauldron boiled before her. I'll add some wonderworking mushroom and a millennium-old dimensional starving demon, she muttered. Now, just a bit more seasoning. Her huge claw sprinkled a handful of spices. The liquid inside the pot immediately began to glow, lighting up the cave like a lamp. Aileen turned her head from the glare, but she wasn't alarmed, she'd expected this. When the light finally dimmed, she eagerly looked back. The glow had faded, leaving faint motes of color drifting above the cauldron. It was finished. Meanwhile, on the 40th floor, Sejun was witnessing sunlight spreading across his entire field for the first time. Unlike before, when only the cave entrance received light, now every part of the planting area gleamed under it. His onion plants, grown from seeds he'd collected 2 weeks earlier, were thriving. Black Rabbit looked up at him expectantly. We can harvest them now, Sejun said with a grin. He grabbed a long onion leaf and snipped it off, curious to see if it differed from those grown underground. But no status window appeared. Frowning, he muttered, is it because this isn't considered a fruit? Black Rabbit pointed insistently at the onion's root. Pika-paki. Following the hint, Sejun lifted the entire plant, roots and all. Instantly, a status window appeared. Detoxifying onion plant harvested. Due to level 4 harvesting, you've obtained a crop 1 grade higher. Work experience gained, plus 36 EXP. Harvesting mastery increased by 5%. Then came the detoxifying onion leaf, C+. A nutritious and flavorful onion leaf grown inside the tower. Activates liver detox function within 24 hours after consumption. Grower, Park Sejun. Shelf life, 135 days. Sejun's face brightened. Just as I thought. It's an item. So fruits or seeds really do trigger status windows. He sighed, half amused. I should have started planting seeds much earlier. Black Rabbit cheered, Pika Pippi, already imagining new dishes. Well, let's test it, Sejun said, taking a bite. He chewed thoroughly down to the root. The taste was mild, almost identical to normal onion leaves. He wasn't sure about the detox effects yet, but the idea of a liver-boosting ingredient made him smile. This'll be great for people who drink. Once I've grown enough, I'll start selling them. Just then, Chubby Rabbit appeared, waving eagerly. It was mealtime. Sejun followed the rabbits down to the cave pond, their main source of protein. But something was wrong. The water was calm and clear, too clear. The number of piranhas and shrimp had been dwindling lately, and even when Sejun tried using blood to lure them, nothing showed up. He sighed. Guess we won't have meat for a while. Chubby looked devastated. Meat was his favorite. Then, unexpectedly, a message window appeared. Sejun blinked. A message, from Aileen? The tower manager has prepared a 200-day anniversary gift for you. 200 days already, he murmured in disbelief. And she even prepared a gift? That's really nice of her. The task soon followed. Quest, deliver 1 magic tomato to Aileen. Reward, secret. That's easy enough. He handed the tomato over, and it vanished immediately. Moments later, his reward appeared before him, a huge bronze cauldron with sturdy legs, like a temple incense burner. Inside, a thick green liquid boiled ominously. Sejun's face went pale. What is this? Floating on the surface were unsightly ingredients, veined leaves, a cracked ribcage, a few black-nailed demon fingers, even what looked like a dead frog and a bee. He hesitantly opened the status window. Eileen's healthy soup, A grade. The first dish ever cooked by the great black dragon Eileen Fertani. Taste not guaranteed, but the effects are exceptional. Effect, survive consumption to permanently increase all stats by +3. Side effect, inflicts level C paralysis and level C acid poisoning. Siguan and the rabbits just stared, horrified by the smell. Did you really make this for me? He whispered weakly. The status window updated once more. The tower manager has fallen asleep from exhaustion after preparing the meal. Siguan sighed deeply, half touched and half terrified. She worked so hard, but this. Far away, Aileen lay in her bed, smiling in satisfaction as she watched him through a crystal ball. I put so much effort into it, so you'd better finish it all, she murmured happily before curling up to sleep. I'll listen to your review later. If you're not done eating by the time I wake up, I'll kill you. The dragon's snoring echoed right after the message appeared, and the notification window vanished. Siguan's expression froze, then twisted in panic. He jumped up, clutching the fading window and shouting, Aileen! Aileen, as if he could call her back through sheer desperation. The rabbits trembled, unsure what to do as their farmer began losing his mind. Siguan stared helplessly at the empty air where the message had been, then turned toward the still-boiling cauldron of green soup. He pointed at it weakly. Maybe I can get the rabbits to help me eat it. But before he could even finish the thought, the rabbits bolted in all directions. Even Chubby, who rarely bothered to move quickly, darted off like his life depended on it. Black Rabbit, usually loyal and calm, backed away too, his long ears drooping nervously. Seeing them all run, Siguan's heart sank. Tears welled in his eyes as he shouted after them, Don't leave me, guys. But they were gone. Even Queen Bee, who'd hovered nearby, sniffed the air and instantly retreated in disgust. As a creature who produced honey, the foul stench of that soup was a mortal insult to her refined taste. Left alone with the ominous cauldron, Siguan sighed in defeat. His voice trembled as he muttered, all stats up by 3 points, but level C paralysis and acid poison after eating it. It was tempting, too tempting. 3 points across all stats was a huge reward. But was it worth dying over? He crossed his arms and glared at the bubbling liquid, deep in thought. Seeing that Siguan wasn't forcing them to eat, the rabbits cautiously returned. Black Rabbit hopped closer and called out with a series of peepee sounds, gesturing animatedly toward the pile of green onions. Siguan blinked, then suddenly understood. Of course! The antidote-grade green onions. Chubby rolled a cart full of green onions toward him, stacking them beside his feet just in case. Queen Bee buzzed quietly from her perch on his hat, listening as he muttered, If I eat enough of these, the poison shouldn't kill me. Yeah, this could work. He grabbed one and chewed quickly. A new window appeared. You have eaten an antidote-grade green onion. May neutralize low-grade poison within the next hour. Exactly as he'd hoped. Encouraged, Siguan gripped the spoon in his hand and took a deep breath. All right, Aileen. Thanks for the meal. I guess. Black Rabbit stood ready beside him, cheering with excitement. Siguan scooped up a spoonful of the murky green liquid, bracing himself for the worst. The smell hit first, thick and acrid. The moment it touched his tongue, his entire face twisted. He spat it out like a firework, spraying the soup all over the unfortunate animals below. Queen Bee was the first victim. Chubby screamed as he became the second. Queen Bee shrieked and immediately vomited everything she'd eaten that day, glaring daggers at the farmer. Siguan didn't even notice, he was too busy scraping his tongue with both hands. Damn it. What the hell is this? He gasped. People say bitter medicine is good for you, but this is beyond awful. The system chimed coldly beside him. You have been poisoned by grade C paralytic toxin. You have been poisoned by grade C acid toxin. Aileen, you damn winged pig, he shouted, shaking his fist. In his mind, the mighty dragon transformed into a plump pink pig with tiny wings, stirring her horrific concoction while laughing wickedly. Ha ha ha. Who needs the tower farmer now? Driven half mad, Siguan slammed his hands on either side of the cauldron and lifted it up with trembling arms. Fine. If I'm gonna suffer, I'll at least finish it all. He tilted it to his lips and began gulping the soup down in huge mouthfuls. Sweat poured down his face, his muscles straining. Below, the rabbits watched in terror, thinking their farmer had lost his mind and was about to die in front of them. Every swallow was agony. His eyes squeezed shut, veins bulging at his temples, but he forced himself to continue. Just a little more. I can do this. Then, as he neared the bottom, something shifted inside the cauldron. Floating in the remaining sludge was a grotesque, half-cooked fish, its eyes open, staring right at him. Siguan froze. A beat later, his scream echoed through the cave as he hurled the cauldron away. It crashed to the ground, flipping over and spilling its contents straight into the pond. The green liquid spread rapidly, clouding the water with poison. Everyone stared in horror. "Oh my god!" Siguan cried, clutching his head. "I didn't mean to. I just, ah." The system chimed again. "You have consumed all of Eileen's healthy soup. All attributes increased by +3. You have killed a piranha, +2 EXP. You have killed a giant electric eel, +5,000 EXP. Siguan froze, face pale. What giant electric eel? He had no idea such a creature even existed under the pond. But sure enough, the poison water had killed everything inside. The once clear pond now shimmered green with toxins, lifeless and still. Chubby stomped his feet, jumped furiously with farting, yelling in protest, while Black Rabbit just sighed, too tired to react. Queen Bee hovered in disgust, refusing to go near the water. Siguan could only scratch his hat in shame. I panicked, okay? I didn't mean to throw it." He glanced at the pond. "We can't use this water anymore, but at least we still have the rabbit watering cans for drinking. The problem is..." His face grew grim. "The pit in the pond. That's where the shrimp and fish come from. The protein source for everyone." The system confirmed his fears. Most of the piranhas, shrimp, and even the giant eel were dead. Siguan sighed heavily. If there was a giant eel living down there, then there must be a whole ecosystem beneath the pond. The number of creatures surfacing had already dropped sharply in recent days, and now, thanks to his blunder, it might never recover. Siguan sighed, rubbing his chin. "I've been thinking about this problem for a long time, but still haven't found a solution. If I can figure it out, we'll have a steady source of protein from now on." The moment food was mentioned, Black Rabbit immediately forgot the earlier disaster and hopped up to the shore, ears perked in excitement. "Pick! Pick!" it chirped energetically, pointing at the pond and waving its little arms in quick succession, as if saying it had come up with an idea. Siguan blinked, taken aback. "Wait, you want to try swimming across the pit?" The rabbit nodded vigorously, face full of confidence, as if it only needed Siguan's approval before diving in. But the farmer shook his head. "No, that water is still poisonous. Even if you've eaten antidote onions, the pond's too small. If you get stuck in the pit, you might not make it back out. You could even die in there." He gently comforted the rabbit, understanding its eagerness but unwilling to let it risk its life. "Let's wait until the water's diluted more. Then we can think about it again, all right? It'll be fine." Standing before the rabbits, Siguan spoke firmly to reassure them. "We still have plenty of food stored, so we'll be fine for now. Let's stay positive." The rabbits nodded in unison, their spirits lifted once again. The sunlight streaming into the cave marked the start of another peaceful day. Far away, at the edge of the 99th floor, stood the waypoint, the Minotaur King's base, surrounded by barren, rocky land. The massive king sat on a golden throne, chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. But his face was clouded with worry. "Where's Ox 3? Has it ignored my orders?" he muttered, looking down at his subordinates, each marked with a large X on their chests. "Ox 1, has Ox 4 still not returned from searching for 3? Ox 1 bowed nervously. "That's right, Your Majesty. She hasn't come back yet. It's been a long time. I'm afraid something may have happened. Perhaps they wandered into the territory of the Red Bear clan, or the venomous bees. Both are dangerous areas. And if they went even further, where those terrible beings dwell, there'd be no bodies left to find." The Minotaur King's brows furrowed. "Ox 3 may be weak, but Ox 4 is no easy warrior to defeat." He rose from his throne, resolve hardening in his eyes. "Ox 1, he ordered, gather up to Ox 100 and remain here to guard the waypoint. I'll personally go search for them." As he clenched his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "This journey won't be easy." Meanwhile, back in Siguan's vast underground field, the harvest was in full swing. Piles of freshly picked green onions reached so high they almost blocked the light. It had taken the entire day, but the sight filled Siguan with satisfaction. "This should be enough to feed 100 minotaurs until they're full," he said with a tired grin. Kong, on the other hand, was simply overjoyed. The little bear cub leapt onto the onion pile, tumbling and rolling across the smooth stalks with glee. "Do you like it?" Siguan laughed. "It's as soft as a bed, isn't it? Take some when you sleep with your mom later." Just then, a notification appeared before him. "Harvest season overflow, level 1 wish activated." Siguan's eyes widened in surprise. The 70 pion, 230 square meters, onion field shimmered faintly as the message continued. Harvest rate increased by 50% for 1 week due to a bountiful season. The sprouts sparkled like lanterns, glowing softly across the field. Thanks to this blessing, the onions would grow much faster, enough for 3 harvests instead of 2. He smiled, remembering how much easier farming had become since his farmer attributes skyrocketed after drinking Eileen's soup. "Rabbit tongue," he called, "can you help me with this?" "Of course," came the cheerful reply. The rabbit's skills had improved greatly, and it was eager to assist. Just then, a message from the tower manager appeared. Have you finished the soup? Aileen. Yeah, I finished it all. It was great, and I even leveled up, thanks to you. Another message popped up. How did it taste? Siguan froze. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Was it bad? Came the next message. Panic set in. And no, it was delicious. Really, he stammered. The truth was, he had eaten the entire pot himself. Trying to sound casual, he added, actually, it was so good I couldn't stop. Almost immediately, another notification appeared. Then I'll make you another one. Siguan flailed. No, Aileen, no. He hurried to type, you said you were exhausted after making it. You don't have to overwork yourself for me. I like just talking with you like this, it's enough. I can cook, and I'd rather see you enjoy a break. There was a long pause. Then the screen showed a few dots of hesitation. Siguan sighed in relief. Please, let that work. While he returned to work, Aileen, on the other end, was melting with embarrassment. He really said that. She pressed her hands to her cheeks, face flushed. This Park Siguan, he's too much. Her heart pounded like she'd just received a confession. Laughing shyly, she punched a nearby stone pillar to calm herself. A moment later, another message popped up for Siguan. Okay. What's for dinner tonight? Seeing it, Siguan exhaled deeply, smiling. Crisis averted. But before he could respond, the ground suddenly trembled. The entire cave shook violently, the shockwaves knocking over the rabbits and even little Kong. The peaceful day had come to an abrupt end. Siguan looked around in panic. What's happening? The ground quaked beneath him. Mother Red Bear instantly went on high alert, pulling her cub close and growling fiercely as a massive shadow loomed over them. Tremendous feet crashed down onto the onion fields, flattening the sprouts under their sheer weight. The Minotaur King had arrived. He towered above them, gripping a colossal double-bladed axe large enough to wipe out Siguan's entire farm with a single swing. At first, Siguan didn't recognize who it was. He stared blankly at the giant figure. Another Minotaur, he whispered. Without warning, the Minotaur King opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening roar. The shockwave tore through the field, toppling nearby trees as though they were twigs. The roar was so powerful that Siguan and the rabbits covered their ears, crouching low and bracing against the ground to keep from being blown away. The only one who didn't flinch was Mother Red Bear, who stood protectively before her cub, eyes locked on the approaching monster. Siguan's heart pounded. Fear crawled up his spine as he stared at the massive creature. This wasn't like Ox 3 or Ox 4, this one was on a completely different level. Then the status window appeared before his eyes. Minotaur King, boss of level 99. Siguan froze. The boss, of level 99? Even the rabbits were trembling. Could this giant really be the ruler above Ox 3 and Ox 4? According to what the tower manager had told him before, the boss of level 99 was supposed to be a waypoint guardian, the anchor of the teleportation system, meaning he should never be able to leave his base. Cold sweat ran down Siguan's back. If that's true, then why is he here? In the tower's library, far away, Aileen flipped frantically through an old tome, trying to confirm what she knew. No, the rule says the guardian cannot leave his teleportation zone, she muttered. So how? Resting her hand on the orb, she hesitated, then tried to use the tower manager's authority. Summon the level 99 boss monster, Minotaur King. The orb glowed brightly, then dimmed. A message appeared. Command cannot be executed. Eileen's eyes widened in shock. What? Why not? Her hands trembled. The tower manager's power, it's not responding. But there was no answer. All she could see now were Siguan's status updates. She sent him a hurried message. I can't communicate with the Minotaur King. Why? She whispered helplessly. Back in the cave, the tremors grew stronger. The Minotaur King stomped forward, the earth shaking beneath each step. Siguan gathered the rabbits close, while Black Rabbit raised its hammer, ready to defend them. The Minotaur King roared again, his eyes blazing as he charged, crushing everything underfoot. The ground split as he came thundering toward them. Mother Red Bear stepped forward, standing tall between the monster and her family. Siguan's heart sank. No! You can't fight him, he's not someone you can handle, he shouted desperately. But the Mother Bear didn't turn back. She would never allow anyone to trespass on her territory, especially not someone threatening her cub. Her heavy paws struck the ground, cracking roots and scattering leaves. The Minotaur King lifted his massive axe, leaping high into the air. His shadow fell over them like a dark cloud, blotting out the light. He roared again, a sound so powerful it felt as if the air itself was splitting apart. The scars across his face twisted with rage. Everyone froze. There was no escape. Siguan and the others clung to each other, eyes squeezed shut, bracing for the end. No! Aileen cried, slamming her hands against the orb. Park Siguan. The axe came crashing down. A thunderous explosion tore through the cave, shaking the walls and scattering soil and rocks everywhere. Dust filled the air. But when Siguan opened his eyes, he realized the axe hadn't hit them. The massive weapon was buried in the ground several meters away. And the Minotaur King, instead of attacking, was kneeling, head bent down toward a familiar pile of leaves. He grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. Then another. The sound of loud chewing filled the air. Siguan blinked, completely lost for words. The Minotaur King chewed contentedly, drooling as he buried his face deeper into the pile, munching noisily and humming in satisfaction. Mother Red Bear stared blankly. The rabbits exchanged confused glances. After everything, the shaking ground, the roar, the terror, the mighty boss monster was eating leaves. The group stood frozen, watching him devour the pile they had gathered for bedding. When the Minotaur King finally stopped, he seemed to remember something. He stuffed the half-chewed leaves into his mouth, gripped his axe between his teeth, and with one massive scoop, lifted the entire pile into his arms. Wait, hey! He's stealing our leaves! Siguan shouted. But the Minotaur King didn't look back. He lumbered away with long strides, returning the way he came, his mouth still occupied with the axe handle. Within moments, the trembling faded. The cave fell silent again. Siguan stared after the retreating figure. So what was that even about? He muttered, baffled. The status window blinked beside him, Eileen's message appearing. I'm relieved you're safe. I'm sorry about your field. Siguan smiled faintly. It's fine, Aileen. Don't worry about it. He looked over the flattened onion fields and sighed. I guess it's really over. Then, gazing toward the direction the Minotaur King had disappeared, he murmured thoughtfully, maybe I should have visited the level 99 boss sooner. A new message appeared. Visited? What do you mean? Siguan crossed his arms, frowning slightly. Well, Minotaurs care deeply about honor, right? So their king must value it even more. He looked up, a small grin tugging at his lips. Maybe he came here not to fight, but to eat in peace. Aileen was taken aback, staring intently at the farmer smiling on the other side of the globe. The dragon began to vaguely sense his intentions and raised her large claws. Frowning, she muttered, Don't tell me I'm thinking right. Indeed, the farmer smiled innocently, remembering how he had destroyed his own field, devouring it greedily in the process. How many times would he have to make himself pay back for that? That evening, the table was lined with roasted corn, tomatoes, and onions. Yet compared to their recent meals, tonight's dinner felt rather plain. Siguan gathered his entire rabbit family and declared, Let's eat now so we can repair the field destroyed by the Minotaur King yesterday. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of golden-furred rabbits lay down in protest, rubbing their bellies and stomping on the ground, refusing to eat. They grumbled at their parents, demanding meat instead. Siguan sighed, sat down, and lifted a few of the misbehaving ones onto his lap. They were too spoiled, crying simply because there was no meat. Each one acted pitiful in their own way, but remembering their promise to help with farm work, they eventually sat down properly to eat. Look there, Siguan said, glancing at the red bear sitting next to the pile of onions and roasted corn, eating contentedly. Even the bear behaved well, without complaint. You'll all grow up when the blue moon arrives, right? He thought aloud. Do you plan to stay children forever? Finally, Siguan managed to convince the rabbits to eat. Satisfied, he praised, Very good, you must eat like this. This is how cute little white rabbits should behave. Then he turned to Kong. But the biggest praise goes to you, he said, patting the bear's head as it hugged a roasted corn to its chest. The bear behaved very well today, not picky at all. But as Siguan looked closely at the reddish bear, Wait a minute, why haven't you grown these past few days? Judging by its usual growth rate, it should have been bigger by now. Siguan anxiously felt its chubby belly, clearly, it wasn't lacking food. Or are you sick somewhere, he murmured, puzzled. Unable to find the cause of the bear's slow growth, he was suddenly distracted by a familiar voice calling from afar, a cheerful cry that echoed across the field. Siguan raised his head. Chairman. It was none other than Theo, the merchant cat, the mid-tier traveling merchant who had finally returned after a long trading journey. Seeing the waving cat, Siguan smiled and got up to greet him. But then he noticed some unfamiliar figures sitting on the shoulders of Ox 3 and Ox 4. Who are they? He asked curiously. These are from the Silver Wolf tribe, Ox 4 replied. The Silver Wolf tribe? You mean wolves? Siguan asked in surprise. Theo immediately jumped onto his leg, clinging tightly. They targeted me, Chairman. Ox 4 scared them so much they nearly fainted, and we didn't know what to do with them, so I brought them back for you to decide. Looking at the silent silver-furred wolves, Siguan wasn't sure what to say. Then first, let's hear why they targeted our merchant cat during his journey. Are they asleep? He asked. Ox 4 lifted a fist and said matter-of-factly, they were too noisy on the way here, so I had to use a bit of force. Ah, meaning they'll wake up soon then? Siguan nodded. He was about to continue when Theo, perched on his shoulder, noticed the desolate state of the field. Chairman, why is the field like that? The cat asked. Siguan followed its gaze toward the barren land, then turned back to Ox 3 and Ox 4. The Minotaur King came and went, he explained simply. At the name, both Ox 3 and Ox 4 froze in panic. Why did the commander come here? They exclaimed. Ox 3 turned to his partner. How did the boss know where we were? Even Ox 4 didn't know, looking equally anxious. We're doomed this time, he muttered. Seeing their frightened faces, Siguan waved his hand. Let's leave the details for later. You two must be tired after coming all this way. Sit down, let's eat. At the mention of food, both Ox 3 and Ox 4 instantly forgot their fear and cheered, praising the delicious smell from the table. 3 wolves remained sprawled out nearby, still unconscious. I want corn, Ox 4 said eagerly. Ever since eating onions, it had been content, but now, being able to choose what it wanted made it even happier. Meanwhile, Theo leaned closer to Siguan and whispered, Chairman, I have something important to tell you. Go ahead, Siguan said, intrigued. Theo began recounting what had happened during the trade, how things unfolded on the 38th floor. As Siguan listened attentively, neither of them noticed the dark shadow hovering. As it descended, both of them jumped in shock and turned around. From behind, Kung charged forward, swinging a heavy punch at the cloaked figure. But the wolf moved swiftly, leaping back just in time. The punch struck the ground instead, leaving a deep crater. If it had landed, the wolf's head would have been crushed. It was the first time Siguan had seen the red bear so fierce in battle. Kung, what are you doing? He exclaimed. But the bear didn't take its eyes off the attacker. Elka had escaped. Somehow, its limbs had slipped free from the ropes, and now it stood, fully unrestrained. Kung glared at the large hole in the ground, growling, Damn wolf. It was close, too close. Theo then noticed something else, the straw hat on Siguan's head was gone. Chairman, your hat. It's gone, he cried. Only then did Siguan realize it, but it was already too late. Behind him, 2 agile shadows rose, Elko and Elki, who should have been lying unconscious. Now, both stood behind their leader of the Silver Wolf tribe, their silver fur bristling as they formed an opposing faction before Siguan's farm. The 2 Minotaurs turned around at the noise, but it was already too late. All they could do was stand behind Siguan, watching the confrontation unfold. Elka pulled the straw hat from the human's head, holding it carefully in its small paw and murmuring a quiet thanks for letting it take the hat. The wolf leader declared that it had come all this way for that single item. Now that the goal was achieved, it would leave with its 2 followers. If it had been any ordinary hat, Siguan might have admired how swiftly the wolves managed to snatch it without him noticing. But that straw hat was an important farming tool for him. He stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the hat in the wolf's hand, unsure what to do. Everything had happened too quickly. Siguan touched his bare head in disbelief. Those wolves had actually stolen his hat. On his shoulder, Theo bristled with outrage, shouting that the dogs had only pretended to faint to steal it. Elka ignored the insult. With the entire Silver Wolf tribe's meal now secured, it quickly put the hat into its mouth. Calling for Elko and Elki, the leader ordered them to retreat at once. But before they could run, a massive foot slammed down before the wolf pack, halting them. A low growl rumbled above. The mother red bear glared down with fiery eyes, her large shadow swallowing the smaller wolves. Worry clouded Elka's face as it realized how dire the situation was. The bear was enormous, there was no comparison. Even the proud Silver Wolf leader didn't know which way to flee. With the hat still clamped in its jaws, Elka finally understood how terrifying the creatures of the 99th floor truly were. With a sharp thud, the mother bear stomped on the ground, making the wolves flinch and huddle together in fear. Her roar shook the air, powerful enough to strip fur from their hides. If she kept going, she might kill them all. Trembling, Elka dropped the hat to the ground and stood upright on its hind legs, raising its paws in surrender, eyes pleading for mercy. A moment later, the straw hat was back in Siguan's hands. Smiling in relief, he brushed off the dirt and checked it carefully. The edges were slightly damaged by Elka's bite, but still intact. Siguan was overjoyed to see it unharmed. The junior queen bee buzzed curiously around his head, wondering why he seemed so happy over such a simple item. Having retrieved the hat, Siguan looked at the wolves again, thinking about what to do next. The sight wasn't encouraging. On one side were the 2 minotaurs glaring menacingly, on the other, the mother bear still growled in anger. Ox 4 flexed her arms, asking if she should break the wolves' legs to discipline them. The bear nodded in agreement, rumbling lowly. Beside her, Kung's glare was sharp enough to pierce through the wolf leader. Siguan sighed. What am I supposed to do with all these angry beasts? Theo, ever the mediator, climbed onto Kung's leg and said, Chairman, the little bear suggests we eat the wolves. The cat's serious tone made it sound like a genuine proposal. Sijuan's eyes widened in horror. Eat wolf meat? He hurried over and patted the bear's head gently. No, Kung. We can't do that. Wouldn't you rather have some honey instead? At the mention of honey, Kung's eyes lit up, drooling instantly. The junior queen bee eagerly nodded and flew off to fetch some. The two of them left, their excitement calming the tense scene almost immediately. Theo clung to Sijuan's pants as the farmer tried to restore order. All right, everyone, Sijuan said, raising his voice. Calm down. Let's sit and talk. Surprisingly, they listened. Ox 4 sat exactly where she had been standing, and the mother bear followed suit. Only Elka seemed confused, wondering why such powerful monsters obeyed a simple human's command. Elka whispered, tribal leader, the merchant cat earlier called that human chairman. Is that a title used on this floor? Before Elka could answer, Elke suddenly screamed, it's the great black dragon. The black dragon really exists. How else could the monsters of the 99th floor listen to him? Elka and Elko exchanged uneasy looks. Though none of them had ever seen the dragon, every creature in the tower had heard the legend, the mighty black dragon that ruled the 99th floor. Still, Elka hesitated. Could this frail-looking human truly be that being? Hello, hello? Elka muttered to himself, lost in thought. He reminded himself not to drop his guard. Perhaps this was the dragon's trial, a test from their ancestors. This was the opportunity their forebears had spoken of. The silver wolf leader knelt, bowing deeply. We did not recognize the great black dragon, Elka said solemnly. We lowly beings have offended your subordinate. Please forgive our ignorance. Sijuan blinked in confusion. Great black dragon? Listening through the crystal ball, Eileen's voice rang out, startled. What? Then she burst into laughter. Ah, this is entertaining. Clearly, the wolves had mistaken Sijuan for the most powerful being in the tower. But wasn't that a convenient misunderstanding? Amused, Aileen quickly sent him a message. Sijuan looked down at the glowing notification, reading the new task. Tower Manager's notice, the Tower Manager has chosen to overlook the impersonation of the Great Black Dragon. Task, show the Silver Wolf tribe what the authority of the Great Black Dragon looks like. Reward, Eileen's pleasure. Failure, Eileen's disappointment. He reread the message several times in silence. From her end, Aileen assumed he was frozen. The message board kept blinking, urging him to continue the act. After a moment, realization dawned, Aileen was the true black dragon. Not some winged pig. He felt his cheeks warm in embarrassment. Still, he smiled to himself. So that's how it is, he muttered. Theo, not understanding what was happening, looked worried. Chairman? What's going on? Sijuan exhaled slowly. If Aileen wanted him to act the part, then he would. Crossing his arms, he mumbled, You say I'm the black dragon? Well, all right. Since you found me out, I won't hide it any longer. He straightened, his expression darkening with mock majesty. Kakik, indeed. I am the great black dragon. How dare you covet my belongings and threaten my subjects? I shall not overlook this. The air grew still. No one spoke. The three wolves trembled, eyes wide with terror and awe. From the crystal ball, Eileen's shocked voice erupted. Oh heavens, what is he doing? That's not what I meant. Theo clung to Sijuan's sleeve, bewildered by his sudden performance, while Sijuan maintained his regal expression. Calmly, he handed a treat bar to his loyal cat. Theo caught on immediately. Holding up the treat like a sacred token, he stepped forward, tail high. Chairman Park is indeed the great black dragon, and I am his faithful subordinate. Everyone, kneel before the black dragon. Elka quickly bowed lower, trembling as it spoke. Please forgive us, great black dragon. I, Elka, chieftain of the Silver Wolf tribe, have committed a grave sin. I offer my life in repentance, but please, spare my tribe. Sijuan smiled faintly. Stand up, he said, his tone gentle yet firm. I'll give you a special opportunity to earn forgiveness. Elka looked up in disbelief. Did you truly mean that? Sijuan nodded, holding up his hand. Yes. 10,000 tower coins. Sijuan declared, 10,000 gold coins, leaving everyone stunned. That was the bounty for taking the life of the wandering merchant cat. I'll forgive you if you can pay this amount. What? Elko and Elke exclaimed in disbelief. 10,000 gold coins? While the wolves gaped in shock, Theo's eyes gleamed. He turned to the chairman with curiosity. Is my life really worth that much? Of course, Sijuan affirmed calmly. You're the wandering merchant cat who distributes the products from my farm. Above all else, quick, bring out the contract. Theo was fine with that. He rummaged through his spatial pocket to find a necessary document. Beside him, Elko spoke up hesitantly. Great black dragon, we truly don't have that much money. Theo tossed the paper to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, ignoring their distressed faces. If you don't have money, then pay with your body instead. What do you mean, redeem ourselves with our bodies? Elko asked cautiously. Theo smiled and nodded. You'll have to work here to make up for it. Elko immediately reminded him, Chief, what about our contract with Grid? That was exactly what troubled their leader. The monsters of the Black Tower could only form one contract at a time. Now the chieftain had to think carefully, his entire tribe's survival depended on his decision. Leading his pack, Elka knelt before Siguan and said reluctantly, "O great black dragon, we cannot accept your offer." Why is that? Siguan asked, surprised. Theo, too, looked puzzled. You were ready to die to atone for your sins, and now you refuse to work? Before Siguan could continue, a message from Aileen popped up, her tone sharp and disapproving. The tower manager couldn't forgive anyone who refused the Black Dragon's offer. To ease the tension, Siguan knelt down beside Elka and asked gently, You must have your reasons. Can you tell me? Elka bowed deeply. On the 85th floor, where my tribe resides, a long drought has caused severe food shortages. Those strong enough became mercenaries under Grid's employment, and in return, he provides food to the 85th floor. The task he gave us this time was to retrieve a stolen straw hat. Now that we've learned it belongs to you, Great Black Dragon, the mission has failed. Grid will surely stop supplying food. While we work here for you, the young wolves in our tribe will starve. Please have mercy, let us repay you with our lives instead. Siguan finally understood. I see, and what's your name? Hearing their pitiful story, Theo's hostility faded. Perched on Siguan's shoulder, he listened quietly as the wolf replied, I am Elka, Great Black Dragon. Siguan smiled faintly. Elka, what do you think of this place? The wolves glanced around in awe, neatly plowed fields, rows of growing crops. This is your farm, Elka said softly. Then he realized what that meant. If this was a farm, perhaps the Black Dragon needed workers. Siguan reached out a hand to help him stand. I've added a new condition to the contract. Your tribe will owe 10,000 gold coins, but in return, I'll provide food for the entire Silver Wolf tribe while you work here. Elka froze for a moment. Siguan tilted his head. So, what do you think? Theo, from his shoulder, urged cheerfully, what's there to hesitate about? Elko and Elki immediately hugged each other, crying out in joy. Leader, we don't have to follow that damn pig's orders anymore, we're saved. Elka quickly called them to order and bowed deeply. Thank you, Great Black Dragon. We'll do our best. Tears filled his eyes, his tribe's pride and survival had weighed on him for so long. Now, finally, there was a solution that saved everyone. Even Ox 3 and Ox 4 looked pleased. No one was angry anymore. The entire group was at peace. Aileen watched the scene through her crystal ball, surprised by how Siguan's decision had brought so much joy. Her dragon lips curled into a faint smile. How adorable, she murmured. The status board soon displayed a message, mission complete. The tower manager was delighted, the title Great Black Dragon had risen in rank. Elka then stamped his pawprint on the contract, officially joining Siguan's farm. Siguan gestured to Theo. As written in the contract, this wandering merchant cat will manage you. You'll be under Theo's supervision from now on. Suddenly promoted again, Theo proudly pointed at himself. You must listen to me from now on. He strutted like a proper superior, leading the wolves to greet Ox 3 and Ox 4. They're your seniors. Be respectful, my employees. The wolves bowed politely, making Theo beam with satisfaction. Even Elka apologized to the Minotaurs. Everything was running smoothly, yet something lingered in Siguan's thoughts. Grid, the landlord they mentioned. He must be someone troublesome in this tower. Surely, there would be more conflicts ahead. Still, with the wolves now protecting Theo on lower floors, and the Minotaurs free to farm, Siguan considered it good news. While he was deep in thought, Theo approached, rubbing his stomach. Chairman, I'm starving. Give me some fish, and share with the wolves too. Lost in concern about the wolf tribe, Siguan had forgotten there was no fish left. He hesitated, unsure how to break the news to the excited cat. Moments later, the cave echoed with wails. Theo wasn't just crying, he was rolling on the ground. No fish? How could there be no fish? You cheated me, Chairman. Siguan frowned, unimpressed. I'm doing everything I can. Sickle, holding a hammer, warned, keep that up and I'll hit you on the head. But Theo kept sulking, threatening to quit if there were no fish. Siguan knew it was just an empty threat and ignored him, crouching by the pond to check the water. He asked, has the toxicity decreased, Black Rabbit? Are you ready to explore the new hunting ground? Gripping its hammer tightly, Black Rabbit nodded, full of confidence. As soon as Siguan gave the signal, it swung down with all its strength. Though the hammer looked wooden, one strike shattered the rock apart, sending fragments flying. The broken stone formed a large pile at the edge of the pond, revealing an opening just big enough for Black Rabbit to fit through. Well done, Siguan said. Now the passage is wider, you'll move more easily. At once, Black Rabbit ducked in, its small form disappearing below. This was also the passage used by the piranhas and crayfish. Hopefully, nothing unexpected awaited below. Soon, Black Rabbit resurfaced, gasping for breath. Siguan, surprised, asked, "What did you see?" Covering its eyes with both hands, it shook its head. Pika. The trip was short, it hadn't seen much. So it's completely dark down there, Siguan mused. That made things trickier than expected. Nearby, Theo was playing with the yellow-furred bunny cubs, laughing as they clung to him, one in his arms, one on his shoulder, another tucked into his pouch. Siguan called over, "Theo, do you have any items that can help Black Rabbit see in the dark? Something like a lantern?" Theo placed a bunny on his head and began rummaging through his bag. I don't think so, but let's see what I have. Because there was no night in the tower, Theo had never needed light-emitting tools. He wasn't even sure what one looked like. As he shook the bag, coins from tomato sales spilled out, along with random items he'd bought along the way, a box of canned fish that caught a bunny's attention, and a small purple gem that caught Siguan's. That's all the useful stuff, Theo sighed. Siguan picked up the purple stone. What's this? Oh, that? It's a gemstone necklace. The status board says, scratched gemstone necklace, unlimited use, grade E, origin unknown. That's all I know. Finding it strange, Siguan couldn't get any details from the system. He called Aileen through the tower manager channel and asked her to assess it, just as she did with the straw hat. The necklace vanished from his hand, replaced by 2 management notifications. Eileen's message followed. Good decision. Hand it over, it's the best option right now. Siguan was grateful that Aileen agreed to help. If the item had remained in his hands, he wouldn't have known what to do with it. As a token of appreciation, the farmer offered her a bowl made from an onion, filled with ripe, fragrant tomatoes. It vanished in an instant, and soon after, a completion notice appeared on the status board. It was a reward for completing the request to evaluate the light necklace. True to its new name, the necklace flew back into Siguan's hand in a completely transformed state. Its golden chain gleamed, adorned with bright, sparkling light, brand new, with no trace of the scratches it once had. Siguan examined it closely, pleasantly surprised. The appraisal had not only restored the necklace's appearance but also revealed its true nature, the necklace of light. Once an amber gem, it now shone faintly with a magical glow. Its details read: Amber stone enchanted with light magic. Limit of use, level 5 and above, mana 3+. Manufacturer, Magehorn of the Blue Tower. Grade C, skill, level 1 illumination, brightens the surrounding area when activated. The higher the user's level, the stronger the light. Oh my, this is exactly what we need. Siguan exclaimed in amazement. When activated, it could light up the surroundings. Black Rabbit perked up excitedly. The yellow-furred bunnies gathered curiously around them, making Siguan smile warmly. With this, we'll finally be able to see inside the pond tunnel. Theo pointed at himself proudly. So, does that mean I get more VIP time now? Siguan solemnly took the cat's pink paws in his hands and said, "These are truly golden hands." Theo blinked, wide-eyed, not quite understanding. When Siguan continued, the cat's ears twitched. From now on, Theo, you'll be our official sales cat. You won't need a time ticket anymore. Theo's eyes widened. Really? You mean, always sales cat Theo? Siguan nodded, lifting him up. Yes. I officially appoint you as sales employee Theo, responsible for distributing our farm's products. You've worked diligently all this time, sales cat Theo. The cat waved his pink paws in ecstatic disbelief. Really? I'm sales cat Theo forever. Ha! Sales cat Theo. As if that wasn't enough, Siguan added, to commemorate your promotion, I'll make you President Theo for the day. That was all it took for the cat to burst into a joyful dance, spinning in place with delight. Energized, Theo immediately raised a paw and declared, President Theo orders you to use the necklace and bring back lots of fish. Siguan laughed and agreed enthusiastically. The cave was soon alive with excitement over this small step toward a brighter future. Siguan activated the necklace, it emitted a soft, warm glow like a lantern. His eyes widened in awe. Wow! The light is beautiful. He removed the necklace string and said, the system says the higher the user's level, the stronger the light. Shall we test it on you, Black Rabbit? Of course, the little one wanted to try. Raising its paw, it chirped Pika, and proudly wore the necklace. Instantly, the glow brightened to near blinding levels, reflecting off the cave walls. Siguan shielded his eyes and stepped aside, half jealous, half amused. How does a rabbit outshine me in mana? Knowing it, Black Rabbit grinned smugly and puffed out its chest, clearly enjoying the victory. Well, Siguan sighed, chuckling, I'll admit defeat. What matters now is what's down that hole. He tied a sturdy rope around Black Rabbit's waist, carefully looping it again and again, 90 times in total. If you feel out of breath or sense danger, tug the rope twice. I'll pull you back immediately. The rabbit nodded earnestly, ready for action. Siguan, like a worried father sending his child on their first adventure, equipped the little explorer with a small dagger and pouch, since swinging a hammer underwater would be impossible. Black Rabbit accepted them, gave a cheerful wave, and leapt toward the pond. Siguan held onto the rope's end, calling after him, "Be careful." Taking a deep breath, the rabbit plunged into the black water, kicking powerfully as it descended into the cave's depths. The light from the entrance soon vanished behind it, but the necklace of light glowed steadily, illuminating its path. After swimming for a while, Black Rabbit spotted a faint glimmer up ahead. The tunnel widened into a vast underwater chamber. Without the necklace, it would have been pitch dark, but now the scene unfolded vividly before it. The cavern was enormous, water stretching endlessly in every direction. Strange root-like plants coiled along the rocks, some wrapping around glowing orbs that seemed to serve as the main light source here. Schools of fish, sharks, swordfish, and even small whales, glided around gracefully. It was like a submerged world untouched for ages. Then, among the floating shapes, Black Rabbit noticed something odd, several dead piranhas drifting aimlessly. Further off, a few catfish floated belly up, along with another creature it had never seen before, long, sleek, and massive. They must have died from the toxic green water, the rabbit thought. Taking advantage of the stillness, it swam toward a dead electric eel and drew the dagger. Holding the eel's head steady with one paw, it sliced along the belly with practiced ease. The sharp blade cut through with little effort, and suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst from within, like a hidden lantern. Startled, Black Rabbit paused, then leaned in closer. Inside was a block of glowing gold. "What's this?" It reached in and pulled the object out. The system identified it as core of the electric eel. Black Rabbit tilted its head, curious. "Is it edible? Maybe it's valuable." Then, imagining Siguan's proud voice calling it the unbeatable Black Rabbit, and Theo sulking in jealousy, it began to drool in excitement. "Ah, I'll get praise for sure." With air running low, it tucked the core into its pouch and tied the leftover onion rope around the eel's head, planning to pull the body up later to show Siguan. No one on the farm had ever seen an electric eel before. But just then, a sudden rush of water surged from behind. Black Rabbit's ears twitched, something massive was coming straight at it. It turned just in time to see a gaping mouth lined with rows of enormous teeth, charging fast. A shark. In an instant, Black Rabbit dodged upward, avoiding the deadly bite, but the violent current caught its small body and swept it away. It would have regained control quickly, if not for one thing. Its waist was still tied to the eel. Black Rabbit suddenly realized its belly was being pulled down along with the sinking electric eel. The air it had been holding burst from its mouth in a muffled scream, and it swallowed a mouthful of water. As its small body was dragged deeper, the eel's midsection split in two, tightening the remaining onion rope around its waist. But it was already starting to lose consciousness from lack of air. The shark that had attacked the eel kept biting at its tail, not realizing that the upper half was still tied to the rabbit. As darkness closed in, Black Rabbit used the last of its strength to tug the onion rope twice, hoping Siguan would understand the faint signal. Thankfully, Siguan, who had been gripping the other end of the rope, immediately felt the movement. "That's a signal. Pull him up," he shouted. He braced himself at the edge of the pond, calling for all the rabbits to help. Dozens of them rushed forward, gripping the rope and pulling together in rhythm with Siguan's commands. Though they were small, their teamwork was strong from long days of farm work. The golden ones even squealed like they were playing tug-of-war. Finally, the rope grew lighter, and they managed to pull Black Rabbit out of the water. But instead of his usual lively energy, the rabbit hung limp, his ears drooping, water streaming from his fur. Panic gripped Siguan as he rushed to his side. "Black Rabbit! Wake up!" He shook the small body, but there was no response. The air in the cave grew heavy with fear. Even the bees hovering above covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. Had they been too late? Theo looked lost, frozen beside Siguan, while the rabbit parents stood silently, trembling as they watched their child. In the corner, Chubby Rabbit hugged the golden kits close, trying to stop them from crying. The mother rabbit's sobs echoed faintly through the burrow. Siguan took off his straw hat and handed it to the queen bee, then knelt down again. He pressed his ear close, no breathing. He clenched his jaw. "I have to save him." Leaning down, Siguan was about to give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation when... Pfft! Black Rabbit suddenly spat out a jet of water right into Siguan's face. Siguan blinked, startled, then turned away coughing and sputtering. The water got in his eyes, nose, and mouth. He spat it out, grimacing. The burrow erupted with cheers. Rabbits jumped, the queen bee buzzed in delight, and even the usually calm sickle rabbit wiped away tears. The rabbit parents ran forward to embrace their drenched but breathing child. Siguan's eyes shimmered with relief as he smiled down at the little one. "Black Rabbit, you scared me." But the first thing Black Rabbit did after catching his breath was glare at him and grumble, "Pika Paki." The same words the mother rabbit forbade them to say. The mother didn't even scold him this time, she was too busy crying from joy. Siguan could only sigh, wiping his face. So that's how it is. You're angry at me for saving you? He muttered under his breath, I almost had to sacrifice my first kiss for you, you know. Then he sat back, regaining his composure. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive, even if you're ungrateful. As he wrung the water from his sleeves, Siguan frowned. Wait, why is the water so salty? The system responded instead of Aileen, that is seawater, Siguan. The black rabbit entered the Sea of Dimensions. The Sea of Dimensions, he repeated. It exists between the tower's layers. Dangerous creatures live there, so most travelers use safe routes. But sometimes, certain waterholes connect directly to it, like this pond. Siguan sat on the pond's edge, still processing. So that's why there were shrimp and saltwater creatures here, he chuckled softly. I was wondering about that. Turning to Black Rabbit, he asked, did you see any fish we could eat in there? The rabbit immediately brightened, rummaging through its pocket dimension. Wait, it said, then proudly held out a round, golden object that gleamed faintly. Siguan's eyes widened. That's the core of the giant electric eel? The system confirmed it, a grade A item, containing 1,000 years of accumulated energy. When absorbed, it granted the user the ability to summon rain and thunder, but it could only be used by someone with mana above 10. Siguan's name was already written below as the owner. So you really found it down there, huh? Siguan said with awe. That's amazing, Black Rabbit. Theo, perched on his shoulder, tilted his head. Is it tasty? Without answering, Black Rabbit grabbed the rope again and began pulling hard. Something heavy tugged back, then with a final heave, a massive head emerged from the pond, splashing everyone nearby. Siguan's jaw dropped. That's the eel's head? The other rabbits didn't know what it was, but they were already drooling at the sight. And with the pond's blockage cleared, countless shrimp and piranhas flooded into the burrow's pond, more protein than they'd seen in months. Siguan threw his arms up, laughing. We've got meat. We've got protein. The burrow erupted into celebration. Rabbits bounced around joyfully, the father rabbit proudly patted his son, and Siguan led them in preparing the meat party. The smell of roasted fish and stew filled the air as laughter echoed off the walls. Yet even in that warmth, Siguan's thoughts turned serious again. Sitting across from Theo, he frowned. If what Dongshik said is true, my family might be in danger. I need to know they're safe. Theo nodded earnestly. I'll ask him next time, Chairman. Siguan exhaled slowly, then smiled. Good. Let's also send him something as thanks. Meow. He likes cherry tomatoes. I'll send him some other crops too as a gift. Afterward, Theo asked for a snack as a reward, purring and rubbing against Siguan's arm. Siguan reached into his pocket, but the eel's course slipped out instead, catching the cat's attention. That's the thing the rabbit brought, right? What does it do? Siguan examined it again. It gives the user thunder and rain abilities. Probably something related to electricity. Theo recoiled instantly. Electricity? No thanks. My fur will stand on end. Siguan laughed, still admiring the golden glow. Still, it's amazing. Finally, a skill that's not just about farming. Theo rolled his eyes. You call that adventure? You barely leave the burrow anymore. But then curiosity struck him again. So, are you going to eat it? Siguan's face fell. I can't. Why not, meow? He sighed, slumping. Because my mana is only 8.5. I need at least 10 to absorb it. Theo burst out laughing, rolling on the ground. Mr. Siguan has no mana. How weak? Siguan clenched his jaw, glaring. Then tell me, oh mighty sales cat, how much mana do you have? Theo turned over on all fours, raising his furry butt towards Siguan, shacking it in mockery. No mana, he teased. It was true, but saying it aloud didn't make Siguan feel any better. Annoyed, Siguan planned to sneak up and put the necklace on Theo's neck, but the moment it made contact, the glowing necklace around Theo's neck, it vibrated and released a dazzling light. Even Kung, who was being cared by his mother, squinted one eye curiously toward the glow. When the light faded, Siguan was kneeling on the ground, looking utterly defeated. Oh my god, he groaned. Just thinking that everyone else has more mana than me already makes me feel worthless. Theo crossed his paws smugly in front of him, pretending to clear his throat. Meow. From today onwards, I'll protect you. Kung ran up, pointing proudly at himself as if to say, me too, which only made Siguan sigh in despair. Even you're joining in now? You can't eat that thing, you know, he muttered helplessly. Meanwhile, Ox 3 and Ox 4 were sitting happily, sharing piles of sweet onion leaves and chewing with obvious satisfaction. No matter how many times they ate this dish, it never lost its charm. Nearby, the 3 wolves were served 2 plates of grilled piranha wrapped in onion leaves. It had been ages since they'd had such a meal. Elka thanked the cart rabbit for pushing over the food cart, while the rabbit family was still busy munching on their own meal. When everyone finished eating, Siguan smiled and asked, "So, how was the food? Suited your taste?" He had worried the portions might be too small, but for the wolves, it was more than enough. They bowed deeply to him in gratitude. "Great Black Dragon," Elko said solemnly, speaking for the tribal leaders, "you've shared such precious food with us. It is a kindness beyond measure." Elka added softly, "It was truly delicious," his tone carrying a quiet heaviness that Siguan immediately noticed. "Why do you look so down?" Siguan asked. "Thinking about your tribe on the 85th floor?" Elka quickly lowered his head. "As expected of the Great Black Dragon, nothing escapes your eyes." Siguan smiled and waved it off. "Don't worry too much. You'll see them again soon. The blue moon's coming in a few days, right? You'll have to go down then anyway." He paused before adding, "If you help with the work here until then, I'll give you plenty of fish to take back for your tribe." Elka immediately knelt and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Great Black Dragon." With everything settled, Siguan turned to Theo on his shoulder. "Let's start cultivating and harvesting again. We'll need stock for the next sale." Theo, delighted to be the boss, flicked his tail and waved dramatically at his wolf workers. "Everyone, get to work," he commanded. The wolves responded enthusiastically with a unified, "Yes." Siguan glanced toward Ox 3 and Ox 4, still chewing on the last bits of onion leaves. "Finish up, you two will be leading the way tomorrow." The bulls blinked, confused. "Leading the way? Why us?" Siguan smiled mysteriously. "Because we're going to collect the debt from the Minotaur King." The bulls froze, jaws dropping, onion leaves falling from their mouths. "From the Minotaur King? The strongest monster in the tower?" Far away, at the glowing transition point of the 99th floor, the usually loud and rowdy Minotaur tribe was unusually quiet. Dozens of bulls sat together, solemnly eating piles of onion leaves. They chewed with great seriousness, as though each bite carried deep meaning. Moments later, they roared with joy, tears streaming down their faces. "How long has it been since we tasted real grass? It's so good." Their happiness couldn't hide the gloom on the Minotaur King's face. With his head in his hands, he muttered, "I've messed everything up." He remembered going to the border in search of Ox 3 and Ox 4 and finding the red-furred bear instead, along with piles of fresh, irresistible grass. Overcome by hunger, he'd lost control and devoured it on the spot, ignoring all dignity as a warrior. Now, shame consumed him. "I'm unworthy to be a Minotaur King," he sighed. Still, as he chewed a strand of grass, he realized something. It had clearly been grown and cultivated. And the memory of a white rabbit in a straw hat flashed through his mind. "So it was that white rabbit's field," he murmured. "And the red-furred bear was with them, how strange. But one thing was certain. I must repay them." He clenched his fists, determined. "Even if I only have an hour when the blue moon resets the transition time, I'll return and pay the price for what I took." The stones around him glimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if urging him on. Back in Siguan's onion field, another peaceful day began. The sun shone on rows of plump onions waiting to be harvested. With a single swing of his sickle, the sickle rabbit neatly cut down a dozen stalks at once, each stroke clean and precise. Beside him, Mama Rabbit worked with a large knife, methodical and steady, while the little yellow-furred rabbits carried away bundles of onion leaves bigger than themselves. In the tomato field, Papa Rabbit carefully watered the plants with Siguan's upgraded golden sprinkler. Under the cave, everyone was busy preparing for harvest. "Let's get as much done as we can before we leave," Siguan said as he picked a ripe cluster of tomatoes. The rabbits nodded eagerly and set to work. The queen bee couldn't help with farming, but she happily hovered nearby, watching. When Siguan handed her his straw hat to hold, she accepted it delicately. Moments later, as he harvested a bunch of tomatoes, a string of notifications appeared. He had harvested 9 magical ripe tomatoes. Experience points rose, professional skill increased, and then... Farmer's skill rank up, DC. What? Siguan blinked and read it twice. When did I even get close to ranking up? Another message appeared. As your rank increases, your unique job traits grow stronger. Your hidden talent is awakening. Siguan's eyes widened. Hidden talent? What's that supposed to mean? Then came the explanation. Nature-loving talent has awakened. Your connection with nature deepens. Communication with animals and plants becomes easier and clearer. Siguan scratched his head. So, I can talk with plants now? Or animals? Guess I should test it. He turned toward Papa Rabbit. Hey, Papa Rabbit, come here a second. The older rabbit, usually quiet and clumsy at expressing himself, turned, clutching his hat with a bright smile. Did you call me, Siguan? He asked clearly. For a moment, Siguan's entire world froze. His mouth fell open, eyes wide with shock. No more Pika Pika. He had actually heard Papa Rabbit speak. Siguan awkwardly turned back toward Papa Rabbit, pointing at him uncertainly. Come on, answer me again, he said, half doubting what he'd heard earlier. Papa Rabbit just blinked, clearly confused by the farmer's strange behavior. Before he could reply, Sickle Rabbit hopped over. Uncle Siguan, what's going on? Are you okay? Siguan froze. Wait, did I just hear that? He stared in disbelief. Oh my god. Sickle Rabbit can talk. No, wait, I actually heard him. For a whole minute and a half, Siguan stood stunned, then suddenly snapped back to life. Grinning, he scooped up the little rabbit and rubbed his cheek affectionately against the furry one. Oh, Sickle. Say it again, what did you call me just now? The young rabbit squirmed and pushed at Siguan's face. Ugh, uncle, stop it. Let me go or I'll cut you. Siguan laughed, setting him down. You better not. Do you want to make another bald spot on my head? And no more hitting me, either. Hearing him respond so naturally, Sickle Rabbit's eyes went wide. You understood that? Soon, the whole rabbit family realized it too. Papa and Mama Rabbit exchanged startled looks. He understands us, they shouted, calling the others to come see. Mama Rabbit, still not convinced, frowned suspiciously. My dear, she said to her husband, be honest with me. Are you sure Siguan didn't pick up something strange and eat it? The farmer froze mid-laugh. Wah, no. I didn't eat anything weird. He turned to Papa Rabbit in protest. You believe me, right? Mama Rabbit jumped at his reply. He really answered me. Her voice trembled. It's true. He can speak rabbit language. At that, a wave of excitement swept through the rabbits. Uncle Siguan understands us. He really does. Black Rabbit hopped forward eagerly. Uncle Siguan, I've been wanting to talk to you for so long. Laughing, Siguan crouched down, patting the little one's head. I know. Come here, Black Rabbit. You too, Water Rabbit, Shovel Rabbit, Chubby Rabbit, Sickle Rabbit, everyone. Let's finally have that talk we never could before. The whole rabbit family gathered around like it was a warm family meeting. Even the bees, hovering near Siguan's straw hat, seemed curious. The queen bee buzzed softly, landing near him. Hey, can you hear me too? She asked hesitantly. Usually, bees communicated through dances or vibrations, not words, but she wanted to test it. Siguan smiled and gently patted her tiny head. The bee closed her eyes in bliss. Of course, Queen Bee, he said softly. I can hear you perfectly. For a moment, the queen bee was too happy to speak. Then she tossed aside his straw hat and hugged his cheek tightly, exclaiming, Mr. Siguan. The worker bees followed, swarming around him like petals around a flower, nuzzling and buzzing affectionately. Siguan couldn't help but laugh, lying back on the ground as the bees clung to him. All right, I like you guys too, he said between chuckles. It truly felt like a day full of miracles. When the laughter settled, Siguan stood and brushed off his clothes. All right everyone, I have to share this good news above too, he announced. The old rabbit handed him back his straw hat, and the crowd gathered eagerly. As soon as Siguan put the hat on, a bright blue system window appeared before his eyes. Relic, St. Patrick's straw hat has been upgraded to Grade C. All related farming skill limits have been lifted. Siguan blinked. Wait, the hat levels up too? The notifications kept pouring in, Earth Mother's protection, Farmer's body, abundant harvest blessing, all enhanced. Then, a new message appeared. New skill unlocked, Growth Acceleration, Grade 1. Growth Acceleration, he read aloud. Active skill, speeds up the growth rate of 10 planted seeds over 1 week. No side effects. Cooldown, 10 days. Siguan's eyes widened. Wow, this is amazing. I can make crops grow faster than ever. Filled with excitement, he clenched his fists and turned to the rabbits. Everyone! I've got a new skill, and I have an idea. He led them out of the burrow into the sunlit field, where rows of leaves swayed gently in the breeze. Picking a spot, Siguan knelt down and planted a potato sprout, 2 small leaves stretching toward the sky. A flurry of system messages appeared as he worked. Potatoes and pumpkins have been planted. Rooting success rate increased by 10%. Level 3 planting proficiency slightly increased. Siguan placed a hand on the soil. Let's try it. Growth Acceleration, activate. The patch glowed warmly, like sunlight condensed into a golden mist. Skill activated, Growth Acceleration, Grade 1, dot. Growth of potatoes and pumpkins accelerated for 7 days. Before their eyes, the tiny sprouts began to stretch and grow, 2 leaves becoming 3, then 4, then 5, expanding by the second. Whoa, Siguan whispered, grinning. This skill's incredible. Until now, he'd focused mostly on onions, since potatoes and pumpkins were difficult to cultivate outside the burrow. But with this new ability, they'd root and mature faster than ever. He glanced at the leafy fields nearby. It should be fine planting them close together. But before he finished the thought, the onion leaves began to shimmer faintly, as if absorbing sunlight. Light spread from them to the potatoes, causing the sprouts to grow even faster, stronger stems, richer color, broader leaves. Soon, the entire field was glowing in waves of golden light. Another notification appeared. Good harvest energy from the leafy fields has enhanced nearby crops. Yield of potatoes and pumpkins increased by 50%. Sejun laughed in disbelief. 50%? Jackpot. He couldn't help but smile at his fortune. This was a true farmer's miracle. Just then, a loud roar echoed in the distance. Startled, Sejun turned, only to see a red bear flying toward him. Dad! Kung shouted, leaping through the air and landing squarely on Sejun, knocking him flat on the ground. The little bear's shadow completely engulfed him. Oof, Kung! What? Dad! Is what the black rabbit said true? You can understand me now, right? Pinned under the cub's weight, Sejun blinked in confusion. Wait. Dad? Kung licked his face affectionately, completely ignoring his expression. I knew it. You really can understand me now. Sejun groaned. Why do you keep calling me Dad? I never even dated. Before he could finish, the giant red bear approached, eyes wide in surprise. Kwang, do you really understand us? She asked, her deep voice trembling with awe. When Sejun nodded weakly, she let out a laugh of disbelief, then bowed her head politely. Amazing. Truly amazing. Thank you, Sejun, for accepting us, and for caring for my child. Her voice softened. As long as Kung trusts you, so will I. Sejun smiled tiredly beneath the still hugging cub. Heh. I guess I've been adopted, huh? And as the bears, rabbits, and bees all surrounded him under the warm sunlight, Sejun realized this was the happiest kind of family a tower farmer could ever ask for. She didn't roar in his face, so Sejun already felt relieved. Suddenly finding himself with a red-haired son, he happily patted the cub's face and neck. If you say so, then okay. I'll just think I have an adorable, chubby son. From now on, Kung could express whatever he wanted to his father. The little bear eagerly opened its arms and said, Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat honey and leaves, and I also want potatoes and fish. I really wanted to tell you this. Sejun smiled gently. Our Kung sure has a big appetite, huh? Then let's have something special today. The cub's eyes widened in excitement. What's special, Dad? Proudly, Sejun announced, we harvested new crops today, potatoes. After hyping it up a bit, he stepped forward and pulled out a large potato plant. Its roots were filled with plump potatoes of all sizes, still clinging to the soil, looking incredibly satisfying to see. It had been a long time since he could harvest something other than onions. Sejun smiled happily at the long, nutritious vines and quickly checked the item information. These were grade C power potatoes, grown in the nutrient tower, said to taste delicious. They were cultivated by a skilled farmer, enhancing both flavor and effect compared to ordinary varieties. When eaten, 30 grams of body fat would be broken down, and strength would increase by 0.5% for 10 minutes. The effects could stack up to 10 times within an hour. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 90 days. This will be our special dish today, Sejun said with pride. And what makes it even better is that it tastes best when cooked. As he said this, he lifted the wooden lid of the pot. Steam rose up, revealing the beautiful round potatoes inside. The large pot was filled to the brim with them. Even those who already knew about this tuber couldn't help but be amazed, let alone the little ones who had never seen it before. Sejun poured out the cooked potatoes into baskets and onto plates lined with onion leaves, while the rabbits pushed out trays of grilled piranha wrapped in onions for everyone to admire. Everyone, let's eat, he called out. The adult minotaurs and wolves laughed, eager to eat, while Kung jumped up joyfully, unable to contain his excitement. Behind them, the rabbits brought out grilled corn and more piranha, promising that this would be a feast to remember. Since the harvest of these plump potatoes, Sejun's farming diary had taken a completely new turn. He began increasing the variety of crops, and the swaying onion leaves were growing so well that the farmer felt like only good things were ahead. Even Aileen shared the same feeling. She sat alone with a basket of boiled potatoes, watching everyone through her crystal ball, feeling the warm and lively atmosphere fill her heart. Early the next morning, instead of the usual bustle of work on the farm, a small circle had formed, minotaurs, a red bear, and 3 wolves gathered as if discussing something. In the middle of them, Kung lay on the ground crying like a baby, tears streaming down his face as he wailed in dissatisfaction. The minotaurs looked at him like he was a strange creature, while the mother bear panicked, not knowing what to do, which only made Kung cry louder. I want to go. I want to go with Dad. His dad, meanwhile, was packing up neatly, standing among the rabbits and checking the supplies with Theo. You brought a lot of onion leaves, right? He asked. Yes, the cat replied, patting its pocket. I brought a ton. And the wolves' space pockets are full of onion leaves too. After finishing that, Siguan went back to where Kung had moved, now sitting up and crying instead of lying down, hoping it'd get him more attention. Siguan sternly shook his finger and called out, "Hey, why are you acting like a baby? Didn't Dad tell you what to do?" The little bear sealed its lips tight but still looked sulky. "Dad said I have to protect the bee sisters," it mumbled. The affectionate bee sisters clinging to Kung's head softly buzzed, comforting him, and the strict father asked again, "So are you going to keep making a fuss?" Kung sniffled and said, "No, I won't do it anymore. But Dad has to come back quickly, okay?" Siguan lifted the cub's furry face, speaking gently. "Of course. I'll come back as soon as I can. Can our Kung trust Dad and wait for me?" The bear's eyes sparkled with renewed trust. It immediately stopped crying and nodded firmly. The young bee queen smiled, brushing the little bear's arm, relieved that he wouldn't be alone in the cave. Elka approached and knelt beside Siguan's feet. "It's time to go, oh great black dragon. We'll escort you." "All right," Siguan replied. He had finished all his tasks here. After bidding farewell to the little ones, he climbed onto Elka's back with Theo. Compared to the large wolf tribe leader, Siguan looked quite small. This time, besides the company president and the cat president, there was also a small black-eared creature tagging along. Did anyone notice that? Theo jumped from Siguan's back to the gray wolves. Of course, the trip wouldn't be complete without Ox 3 and Ox 4. Siguan turned back and called for them to come along. The two nodded obediently and led the way, as no one else knew the route to the Minotaur King's capital. As they departed, Kung's figure waving behind them grew smaller and smaller. Black Rabbit and Theo lay on the warm fur of the wolf leader, thrilled about the great journey ahead. A few miles away from the red bear's forest and farm, the land became dry and barren. The low hills provided no shade, and the hot wind howled like a beast. In every direction, nothing could be seen except sand whipping into their eyes. Looking back at the path they had traveled, Siguan marveled at how quickly they had arrived here, almost in the blink of an eye. He sat atop Elka, straw hat on, higher than the rest. Black Rabbit and Theo were both covered up, dust clinging to their fur. Then, in the far distance, Siguan noticed something odd at the edge of the horizon. No, calling at the edge wasn't right. Those dark masses stretched far into the distance, layered thickly together. He squinted. Was that a forest? No, its color was too dark. Under the bright sky and across the pale, sandy ground, that place stood out ominously, bleak and heavy, almost suffocating. Ox 3 followed Siguan's gaze, his expression darkening. That land is where those bastards live. His tone carried a rare edge of hostility, puzzling Siguan. Which bastards? He asked. Ox 4 stepped in to explain, keeping her voice calm. There are several different territories on this floor, and level 99 is no exception. The place we're heading to now belongs to the Minotaurs. The one we came from is Red Bear territory. In that dark place, she pointed toward the horizon, is known as the lair of the Western corrupt beings. Siguan frowned. Corrupt beings? He didn't quite understand. Ox 4 looked away, as if trying to hide her distaste. Yes. We heard they weren't like that before, but now, it's different. Best not to ask too much about that place. It's dangerous, don't go near it. The warning tone was firm, even carrying the same prejudice as Ox 3's. Siguan decided not to press further, though he still found it strange. Why call them corrupt? I'll ask about it later. Just as he was lost in thought, something black suddenly shot toward his face like a jet of liquid. The force slammed into him, knocking him clean off Elka's back. His straw hat flew off as he hit the ground hard. The impact was no joke, it hurt. The group cried out in alarm, but Siguan couldn't immediately respond. He struggled to push himself up while the others rushed toward him. Ox 3 and Ox 4 looked the most confused. Did anyone do something? Elka hesitated, afraid to get closer. Oh my, where are the great black dragon's eyes, nose, and mouth? Siguan waved them off, assuring everyone he was fine. The dark substance slid off his face easily when he sat up, smooth enough to scoop up with his hands. At first glance, it looked like mud, but was it really? Now that his view was clear, Siguan saw what lay before him, a massive mudflat. Dozens of dark minotaurs were there, busily scooping handfuls of the strange substance and stuffing them. Now that he had a clear view, Siguan could see a vast mudflat stretching out before him. Dozens of dark-skinned minotaurs were busily scooping up handfuls of mud and stuffing it into their mouths. The sound of them chewing and smacking their lips was louder than the wind howling through the mountains. They all looked like they were starving to death. It seemed they had reached the Minotaur's territory. But Siguan couldn't understand, were they really eating mud? Was it because there was nothing else to eat in this dry, barren land that they were so excited to see grass? Theo, seeing the scene before him, immediately jumped onto Siguan's head, using the farmer's straw hat to cover himself. Ignoring the black rabbit's suggestion to go down, he muttered that he hated getting dirty, his 4 delicate legs couldn't stand the mud. Elka didn't know what to say. The company president was lying on his back, covered in mud, and he felt partly responsible, continuously apologizing to Siguan. Ox 4 stepped forward boldly and shouted, "Who dares to throw food at others like this?" From among the minotaurs that were hurriedly eating, one with healthy brown skin and stylishly dark yellow hair strutted forward. His tone was mocking, like a boastful youth revving his engine. "Oh my, look who it is, Ox 3 and Ox 4. Where have you two been? Making friends, huh?" He glanced at Siguan's group and sneered. "Ox 3, you brought toys this week? What's the point? Give them to me, I'll play with them." Before he could finish, Ox 4 punched him hard across the face, twisting his head sideways. The large minotaur's body crashed into the ground, his face buried in his but sticking up. Then, trying to stand, his hooves slipped in the mud, and he fell back on his rear with a loud thud, the sound echoing across the marsh. The other minotaurs stopped eating and looked up to see what was happening. Ox 4, silent and expressionless, used her full strength for that single blow. She didn't want to waste any more time on him, so she turned to the others and said coldly, "We don't have time for this. Let's go meet the Minotaur King now." Ox 3 looked at her with admiration, his eyes sparkling. To him, she looked incredible, powerful and unflinching. Siguan and Theo, on the other hand, stayed silent. Ox 4 was far too scary to comment on. Soon, a voice echoed from deeper inside. "Oh, leader. Ox 3 and Ox 4 have returned, and they brought strangers with them." "Strangers," the leader repeated, puzzled. Just as he wondered who they were, the sound of heavy hoofsteps approached his throne. Ox 4 stepped forward confidently and saluted. "We've returned, bringing guests from the Red Bear territory." Behind her, Elka lowered all four legs quietly. The attention of the gathered minotaurs immediately turned toward him and the small creatures accompanying him. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, surprise, and even hostility, but after all, they were from the Red Bear territory. Hearing that, the Minotaur King burst into laughter. "Perfect timing," he said. He had been troubled earlier, wondering how to visit the Red Bear's farm, but now the visitors had come to him instead. He greeted them warmly, saying, "Ah, the kind and gentle white rabbit farmer of the Red Bear territory." Then he paused, staring at the approaching figure in confusion. "Wait, what is this? Isn't that supposed to be a white rabbit? What species are you?" The Minotaur King was clearly puzzled. He had never seen a human before, always guarding the teleportation checkpoint. He thought he knew every creature that existed here. The farmer smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Park Siguan." Theo, perched on his shoulder, raised a paw and added proudly, "And I'm Theo, the wandering cat." "Meow." The Minotaur King leaned back in his massive chair, thinking for a moment. "Park Siguan, huh? A strange name for a strange species. Oh well, you must be exhausted from coming all this way. A few days ago, I tasted the delicious grass grown in your home. It was truly remarkable." He stroked his chin and continued, "It must be tough surviving here on the 99th floor with your weak strength. I don't know why you're working under that red-furred bear, but if you're suffering unfair treatment, then I, the Minotaur King, will rescue you from that scoundrel. It's my duty to protect weaker beings, so speak freely." Siguan glared up at the towering figure and replied sharply, "Minotaur King, I think you've got something mixed up." He raised a finger and continued, "First, I'm not working under the Red Bear. The contract clearly states that Red Bear and her cub are helping me. Second, I'm not here because of any unfair treatment. I'm here to get compensation for what you stole from my field 3 days ago, Minotaur King." Siguan crossed his arms and stared directly at him. "Unless your wish to become a thief." That single sentence shifted the entire mood from calm to explosive. The Minotaur King shot up from his throne, stomping his hoof hard enough to shake the ground. "What? Say that again." His roar was so loud it sent a gust of wind sweeping Siguan's straw hat off his head. But Siguan didn't back down. He grabbed his hat and shouted back, "If you're not a thief, then what are you?" Theo pointed, "You're a thief, meow." Siguan pointed at the Minotaur King and added fiercely, "Aren't Minotaur warriors supposed to have honor? Instead of being ashamed of what you did, you get angry the moment someone mentions it." The king's subordinates began murmuring nervously. "Wait, is that true? Did our leader really steal the grass we ate yesterday?" A wave of unease spread among them. The Minotaur King's face twitched, unable to let his people see him embarrassed like that. Finally, he coughed awkwardly and said, "Now, wait, there might be a misunderstanding here." He tried to explain, "As the guardian of the teleportation point, my actions are limited. I was in a hurry that day, and I didn't have time to return what I took." As he spoke, he became increasingly flustered, scratching his head. "I intended to pay you back, of course." Siguan didn't miss a beat. "Then let's settle it right now," he said calmly. "Let me use the teleportation point." The Minotaur King turned to look at the glowing magic stone arranged in a ring of stones behind him. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. "So that's all he wants, access to the teleportation point." He nodded and said, "Fine. If that's what you're here for, I'll allow it. Standing tall, his pride returning, the Minotaur King declared, for both your honor and mine, come here, Park Siguan. Siguan hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands together in delight. Finally, he thought, he agreed. Mr. President, Theo whispered excitedly. Siguan climbed the large stone steps alone, following the Minotaur King's lead toward the glowing blue light. Here, the Minotaur King said solemnly, this is the teleportation point. The blue light radiating from the teleportation stone looked almost unreal to Siguan. For a moment, all he could think about was that he might finally escape this tower. Captivated yet hesitant, he reached out his hand, feeling the gentle glow brushing against his arm. It was his first time seeing something so mystical up close, and he waited in awe. The process was simple enough, just touch the surface of the teleportation stone and think of the desired destination. Yet, instead of the magical effect he expected, 2 notifications appeared in succession. You have saved the teleportation point on the 99th floor of the tower. Downloading the list of saved teleportation points from other floors. The confirmation felt like it was taking forever. Then came the message that made his heart drop. You have no other teleportation points saved outside of floor 99. You cannot move to other floors. What? Siguan reread the message again and again, but it didn't make sense. Why can't I move? The Minotaur King stepped forward, crossing his thick arms, and explained patiently, it seems the stone doesn't recognize you because you weren't born in the tower. I'm not sure how you reached the 99th floor, but outsiders must register teleportation points one by one, from the first floor upward. Only then can you freely move between them. That's a rule set by the tower itself, a kind of limited invitation for beings from the outside. Since you only have floor 99 saved, you can't travel anywhere else. His explanation was simple and clear, but impossible to accept. Siguan clenched his fists, his shoulders trembling. Then, as if his strength had left him, he fell to his knees on the cold stone floor. Before him, the glowing teleportation stone shone beautifully, its light seeming almost cruel now that his last hope had vanished. I thought, he whispered faintly. I thought I could finally get out of here. The Minotaur King watched, confused. How could this human not know how the tower worked, yet somehow appear on its highest floor? Seeing Siguan kneeling there, eyes dimmed with despair, even the king didn't know what to say. Time passed in heavy silence. Theo, sitting beside his master, felt the stillness grow unbearable. He raised one stubby paw and called softly, Chairman. Siguan didn't cry, didn't shout. He just smiled faintly. I already knew, he murmured. Ever since I learned this was the 99th floor, I knew I wouldn't be able to leave. Still, it's different when you finally confirm it. He looked strangely calm now, acceptance washing over him. The Minotaur King approached, lowering his head slightly. Park Siguan, I'm sorry for your situation, he said solemnly. But I allowed you to use the teleportation point, and you've used it. So between you and me, there's no debt left to repay. Sure, Siguan replied with a small smile, standing up. Theo jumped onto his shoulder again as Siguan added, you don't owe me anything anymore. Satisfied, the Minotaur King turned to leave. But then Siguan's voice stopped him. Wait. Before you go, let me make you an offer. The king froze. His eyes narrowed, a low growl rumbling in his throat. What do you mean, offer? How dare you speak to me that way? Before the situation could escalate, Siguan gently set Theo down. Theo, he said, show him. The cat nodded, tugging open the drawstring of his spatial bag. In an instant, a cascade of fresh green onions poured out, spreading across the hall. The Minotaur King's jaw dropped. The flow of onions didn't stop, it piled higher and higher, forming a mound that covered 16 tiles of the grand chamber. The Minotaur subordinates were equally stunned. Their eyes lit up with hunger as the sweet scent filled the air. Oh! That's the same fragrant grass we ate yesterday, one exclaimed. It smells delicious. I can't hold back anymore, another shouted, tail flicking in excitement. Even the king, though trying to remain composed, couldn't take his eyes off the vibrant green pile. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. What is this? He asked, voice trembling despite himself. Siguan clasped his hands together and said calmly, a gift from a friendly neighbor who wishes to live in harmony with you. The king blinked, his mind spinning. A gift? He didn't understand why this human would offer something like that. Yet his eyes stayed glued to the onions, the aroma almost intoxicating. Siguan sighed dramatically and continued, still, I'm facing some trouble. We're currently expanding our fields, but we need a lot of labor. If the expansion succeeds, we can harvest onion leaves 3 times a day. He paused, letting the words sink in. The king's ears perked up. So, Siguan said with a friendly smile, how about we make a deal, your majesty? Theo puffed out his chest proudly beside him, as Siguan added with confidence, if you agree, you'll have all the onions you want, and I'll have the workers I need. The farmer's voice was calm but certain, like a merchant who already knew the deal was sealed. Meanwhile, far away at the farm, Kung sat at the edge of an empty field, the little bear gazing at the dusty horizon. He had been waiting all day for his father to return, but the longer he waited, the lonelier he felt. The junior queen bee beside him buzzed softly, trying to comfort him by patting his head with her tiny legs. Kung sniffled. Papa said he'd come back soon. The bee looked at him with gentle eyes, her wings drooping slightly. Then, faintly, they heard it, footsteps, growing closer through the dust. Kung's eyes lit up instantly, and even the bee turned toward the sound. Through the haze, a familiar gray-white figure appeared, Elka, the wolf tribe leader. On her back sat the farmer in his straw hat, smiling faintly in the sunset light. Who else but the farmer? As Siguan came closer, he spotted his lost son waiting for him and waved in greeting. Theo, still fast asleep on the wolf leader's back. Leaping down from the wolf, Kung ran toward Siguan with pure joy, shouting, "Dad! Dad! You're back," over and over again. Thankfully, the little bee could fly, otherwise, the way Kung barreled forward, anyone else would have been bowled over. All of Siguan's weariness disappeared at the sight of his son. Standing beside the wolf, he waited as Kung jumped into his arms. Siguan hugged the soft red fur and asked gently, "Did you behave well while I was gone?" The little one nuzzled against his father's chest, laughing mischievously. Kung didn't cry. Kung was very good. The bee and the other small creatures nearby waved happily, overjoyed to see Siguan back. Kung held onto his father tightly, then began to lick his face. The tongue, almost as big as Siguan's head, made him squirm to escape. Just then, the rabbit father appeared. "You're back early, Siguan. How did the discussion go?" Even the rabbit mother came out to greet him. Siguan set his son down and smiled. Everything went smoothly. Then, looking into the distance, he raised a hand and signaled to someone. Thud. 2 large hooves struck the ground, echoing through the field. To the rabbit's surprise, 4 tall black minotaurs appeared, each young, strong, and brimming with energy, unlike the calm ox 4 or gentle ox 3. As soon as they arrived, their chatter filled the air. One complained about being hungry, another asked if they were starting to dig here, while a third looked around curiously, marveling, "This is my first time here." Standing before the rabbit's burrow, Siguan introduced them. "These are the minotaurs who will help us clean and expand the fields. I've made an agreement with the Minotaur King to work together on reclaiming this wasteland." Their excitement seemed natural, but Siguan couldn't help noticing how Kung's eyes sparkled when he saw the massive creatures stretching and warming up their limbs. A minotaur stepped forward. "Siguan, we'll start digging from here. It's been a while since we worked, our joints are stiff and itching for action." Kung hurried closer, eyes wide in admiration. "Brothers and sisters, your muscles look so cool." The minotaurs chuckled at his innocent awe. The darkest one among them bent down, his deep voice rumbling. "You're Kung, right? Ox 3 talks about you a lot, so I know who you are." Another minotaur grinned. "You're braver than we heard, aren't you?" Kung puffed up proudly. "You know Ox 3? I'm very close to him." With that, he dropped onto all fours and ran ahead energetically. "Come on. I'll show you around the field. Let's go." His enthusiasm was infectious. The group of minotaurs followed after him eagerly, ready to start work. Watching them go, Siguan smiled. Kung really is such a cutie pie. Then, turning to the rabbits, he added, "Shall we prepare food for the minotaur workers?" Half asleep on the wolf's back, Theo raised a paw lazily. "Don't forget treats for me too, meow." Meanwhile, back in the minotaur territory, loud noises echoed across the rocky halls. Minotaurs were shouting and laughing, playing rock paper scissors with booming voices. One triumphant bull cheered, "Ha! I won. I'm going to work tomorrow," while the loser cursed and pretended to cry. Another ox, with a grin, shouted, "You 10, get ready. You're coming with me tomorrow." The bull with the cracked horns approached the Minotaur King, who stood watching his rowdy subordinates, chuckling under his breath. In a low voice, the bull said, "My king, it's been a long time since our place has been this lively, hasn't it?" Seeing that his chief didn't object, he continued, "If we help clean and restore those fields, the land will turn back into lush, green meadows instead of mud pits, right?" The Minotaur King nodded slowly. "Yes. And if that happens, none of us will have to eat mud to survive again." A faint smile crossed his face, though he quickly hid it from the others. "Yeah," he murmured, "being good neighbors isn't so bad after all." Floor 99 was about to become busier than ever. Bees were already flying tirelessly between the tomato flower fields and their hives above, filling large glass jars with fresh honey. Kung had grown up. If it wasn't allowed something, it wouldn't throw a fit like before, but its love for honey hadn't changed one bit. The little one watched in awe as golden honey poured from the bees' mouths into the jars, drool glistening at the corners of its mouth. Sitting atop Siguan's head, the queen bee buzzed proudly as Siguan praised her. "I didn't expect you to collect this much honey. That's enough jars to last quite a while." He had thought the bees wouldn't bring back so much, especially since they were busy preparing for the arrival of the blue moon. Down below, the chubby rabbits were already stacking the jars onto a cart to wheel away. At this rate, it would take 2 or 3 trips to finish moving them all. Satisfied that the day's work was done, Sejun looked up cheerfully at the queen bee and spread his hands. It seems our population has grown lately, hasn't it, queen bee? Only 3 jars of honey remain near him. Picking them up, Sejun called Kung over. Here, take a bit of this honey, but don't eat it all at once, okay? Waiting eagerly, Kung stretched out both hands to his father, his face beaming with joy. Sejun promised to pack some for Kung and his mother, enough for them to enjoy slowly over time. In the end, Kung got half a jar to eat, while the rest would last the family about a week. Seeing Sejun finish his tasks, the wolf tribe leader, Elka, hesitated before speaking. Ahem, great black dragon. I believe we should return and prepare to face the blue moon. Sejun immediately understood. Of course, he didn't want the wolf tribe anywhere near his cave during the blue moon, so he smiled and nodded. Of course. I've already prepared food for all of you. He led the wolves to a nearby clearing, where a mountain of high-quality food was piled up. With the black rabbit perched proudly on his shoulder, Sejun explained that the black rabbit had traveled to the endless sea several times to catch seafood for them. Beside the heaps of crayfish were grilled and steamed piranhas, carefully wrapped in onion leaves. Beneath them lay plenty of cherry tomatoes and spring onions rolling about. The 3 wolves stared in astonishment at the abundance before them. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Elka and the others bowed deeply. Thank you, Black Rabbit. The rabbit, pretending to be nonchalant, nodded slowly in acknowledgement, though his ears twitched proudly. As Sejun watched, he realized another problem. Wait, how will you carry all this food? Elka reached into his palm and pulled out a small backpack. It doesn't hold as much as MangaCap's travel bag, but we often use these simple storage packs. He tossed 3 of them into the air. The bags automatically flipped open, expanding as invisible space inside swallowed all the food. The mountain of supplies vanished in moments, divided perfectly into 3 equal shares. The bags sealed themselves and gently floated down into the wolves' waiting hands. They caught them effortlessly. Clearly, this was something they'd done many times before. With both the wolf and bear families now ready for the blue moon, Sejun saw them off at the cave entrance. The journey back to their territory would take time, and it might be days before they met again. The wolves, however, looked at Sejun with deep respect, making the farewell linger a bit longer. The food he had prepared would sustain their entire tribe for a full lunar cycle. Sejun stood waving for a long while, watching as the 5 figures disappeared into the forest. The once crowded cave felt strangely quiet. It's been lively up here lately, Sejun murmured to himself. Now that everyone's gone, it feels a bit empty, doesn't it? He sighed softly. Well, I should be preparing for the blue moon too. Yet his face held not only weariness, but doubt. As he turned around, the notification board appeared, its letters flickering with concern. What's wrong? You look troubled. Are you worried about the fields? Startled, Sejun scratched his head and admitted, maybe a little. The blue moon's getting closer. Even the black rabbit had gone back to his parents after saying goodbye to his uncle, leaving Sejun alone to talk with the dragon spirit. The board continued to blink rapidly. Didn't I tell you to trust me? Her tone was proud and full of confidence. You saw how I stood my ground and subdued the monsters last blue moon, didn't you? Yeah, that's true, Sejun replied awkwardly, not wanting to dampen Eileen's enthusiasm even though he couldn't fully shake off his worry. When the blue moon appeared, monsters fell into complete madness, a violent, uncontrollable frenzy. Under the eerie blue light, they turned into true beasts, attacking anything in sight. Even the normally sweet black rabbit, once caught in blue moon mode, could be a danger, even to Sejun himself. A month ago, during the blue moon period, Sejun had thought a lot about it since he saw the ox footprints trample his fields. He thought it was because the monsters here became violent, so he was always afraid. Everyone tried to minimize damage by hiding from the blue moonlight or staying away from the fields. The rabbit families hid in tightly closed houses. The wandering cat slept deeply in a tightly drawn space bag. But the fields on the ground were abandoned, with no defense whatsoever, only left under the moonlight. That's what worried Sejun most. If he expanded his farmland farther away, wouldn't there be a greater risk of monsters wandering over and trampling it again? As a farmer, he couldn't go out to defend the land himself. All he could do was share his worries with Aileen. Then, suddenly, the black dragon appeared through the crystal ball and said firmly, I will protect the fields. Sejun hesitated. He wasn't sure how Aileen would manage it. But when he recalled the black dragon he had glimpsed during the previous blue moon, he had a feeling it was her. If that was true, she must be powerful beyond imagination. Though uncertain, he didn't have a better option, so he smiled faintly and nodded. Okay, I trust you, Aileen. Seeing his expression ease, the black dragon looked at him proudly through the crystal ball. Just believe in the great black dragon, Aileen Furtani, and plant as many crops as you like. Leave the rest to me. But a promise once made had to be fulfilled. Rising from her seat, Aileen stretched her wings, her back arching as bones popped softly. She had spent too long in this small chamber, eating, reading, and chatting with Siguan through the crystal ball. Now, it was time to prepare for the blue moon. She pressed her hand against the wooden door. It creaked open slowly, letting in a shaft of pure white light that flooded the room. After so long inside the dungeon, even the faint sunlight felt strange. To reach the outside, she followed a spiral staircase upward until she reached the highest level, the rooftop of the towering tower. The roof was made of ancient stone tiles, and at its center floated a levitating stone encircled by 3 smaller ones embedded into the ground. It was the teleportation platform. The structure was far more advanced than those used by the Minotaur kings, and because of its height, the wind howled fiercely around it. This rooftop was located on a floating island, a land suspended above the tower itself. Around it stretched a small forest and a circular lake as clear as glass. A narrow stream flowed down from it, plunging into another small lake far below. The entire place belonged to Aileen, the domain of the Black Dragon. It wasn't bound to any floor because it hovered freely in the sky. Standing near the railing, Aileen looked out at the shimmering lake and sighed softly. It had been so long since she last felt the open air. Being a dragon had its comforts, but it also led to long, lonely confinement. Still, she was here for a reason. Turning back toward the teleportation circle, she extended her palm into the space between the 3 embedded stones. A glowing interface appeared, similar to Siguan's status window. With a flick of her wrist, another panel opened, connecting the teleportation controls to her own mana. "Well done," she murmured. "Everything is proceeding as planned." A large blue magic circle expanded, humming softly as lines of light descended into the air between the stones. Notifications began to appear rapidly before her eyes, and Eileen's lips curved into a confident smile. Finally, it was her turn to act. On the ground below, the sun still shone warmly over Siguan's tomato fields, but the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The rabbit farmers had already locked themselves indoors, fastening their doors and piling stones near their hearths to keep small fires alive. With just this much, the embers should survive, Siguan muttered, checking one last stack of firewood. Then, he heard crying and loud meowing outside. When he followed the sound, he found Theo clinging to a bundle of golden fur, his face wet with tears and nose buried in the soft fluff. The little fur balls squirmed in protest, their tiny paws pushing against his face. Seeing them grow up had made the Uncle cat emotional. But the blue moon was fast approaching, they couldn't linger here any longer. "Theo," Siguan called, walking over. "You should go hide in your space pouch now. Don't come out until it's over." The cat sniffled and nodded. "I'll do that, meow. But take good care of the little ones, meow. And if something happens, call for me right away." "I will," Siguan promised. Before leaving, he handed Theo a small white roll. The cat blinked in surprise, it was a bee cocoon. "Queen Bee left it this morning before flying off," Siguan explained with a chuckle. "She probably felt the hive was getting too big. I keep finding new cocoons in my hands lately." Theo gently tucked the cocoon into the soft fur around his belly and puffed up proudly. "I'll take good care of it this time, meow." Just then, the sky dimmed. The first traces of the blue moon began to rise. Siguan quickly covered the entrance to block the light and shouted a warning to everyone to stay wherever they were. But even the faintest beam of moonlight that slipped through the cracks reached his cave, and that was enough to change everything. The adorable golden fur balls, moments ago soft and cuddly, suddenly let out low growls. Their fur bristled, their eyes turned crimson, and their small bodies began to swell with muscle under the eerie blue glow. Their elongated hands and sharp claws, along with their threatening growls, were signs of the struggle raging within them. Siguan knew it was their way of resisting the transformation taking place under the blue moon's light, but watching it up close still made him uneasy. Though he had seen it before, getting used to it was impossible. Instead of hiding himself away and sleeping through the night like last time, he could only stand and remember how terrifying it had been when Senior Rabbit had first changed like this. Their cries filled the cave, but even that couldn't compare to the monstrous noise echoing from outside. Something was roaring so loudly that Siguan had to cover his ears in pain. Whatever it was, he had never heard such a sound before. Heavy footsteps thundered above, and curiosity got the better of him. He stepped closer to the dim light to see what was happening, wondering why Aileen hadn't arrived yet. But that single movement drew attention. The rabbits, caught mid-transformation, suddenly turned toward him. Their snarls stopped, their glowing red eyes locked on him with ferocity. Siguan froze. He had disturbed them during the transformation, and now every one of them looked deranged, like predators staring down prey. Why were they taking so long this time? He remembered the first blue moon, how quickly they had turned into white rabbits then. But now they were lingering in this violent state, and the longer it went on, the more anxious Siguan became. Surrounded by glaring eyes, he had no idea what to do except raise his arms to shield his face and scream. Then, a massive shadow passed overhead, obscuring the blue moonlight. The rush of great wings cut through the air, echoing like thunder across the night. Siguan's fear melted away in an instant as he recognized it. Aileen, he shouted in relief. The dragon had come, just as she promised. Outside, the ground shook as something enormous stepped near the onion field. What looked like a thick tree root slammed down, shaking the soil, but it wasn't a root. It was a leg, one of two belonging to a creature from the 99th floor, a branch ant. Its appearance was a grotesque fusion of a giant rooster and an ancient tree, its eyes blazing with violence as it prepared to trample Siguan's onions. But then it froze. The air trembled as the black dragon's shadow swept across the field, wings stretched wide beneath the blue moon. The branch ant shrieked in terror. It might be fierce, but it knew better than to face the black dragon. It turned and fled into the distance. Yet there was something strange about the dragon. Its head was faintly blurred, and its eyes lacked any life. It wasn't real. It was a 3D illusion. Far above, in her floating domain, Aileen laughed behind her control panel. Ha ha. What do you think of this, the glorious Aileen Fertani? She gleefully manipulated the magical interface, watching her illusionary self soar over the 99th floor. This is a high-grade illusionary control tool made by my grandfather. Perfect for managing the tower during blue moon nights when I can't leave my post. On her screen, the black dragon illusion circled powerfully under the glowing sky. Just look at her. Doesn't she look exactly like my adult form? I bet Siguan thinks I'm amazing right now. Amused by her own performance, Aileen guided the illusion to fly a few extra rounds, enjoying every moment of the attention. Down below, Siguan stood silently at the cave's entrance. The howling and roars that had filled the air moments ago were gone. The world was utterly still. Then, light burst from behind him. Siguan turned and saw the rabbits glowing faintly. The violent red faded from their eyes, replaced by soft white light that shimmered, then disappeared. Before him stood a group of pure white rabbits, larger, stronger, and calmer than before. They were no longer frightened or feral. They had become adults. Siguan's voice trembled as he called out, "You guys." He rushed forward and tried to hug them, but they wriggled away, complaining that his grip was too tight and they couldn't breathe. Others stared at him curiously, wondering why he was so emotional. Before Siguan could explain, a cheer erupted behind him. A soft purple light spread through the fields outside. He turned and saw faint glowing spots among the tomato rows and potato patches. The crops were shining, the blue moon's energy had transformed them. The rabbits bounced in delight, and Siguan smiled in relief. "Looks like this harvest will be something special," he said warmly. They began harvesting under the moonlight, and soon the scent of cooking drifted from the cave. Steam rose from the pot as Siguan lifted the lid, revealing the freshly cooked blue moon crops. He laid them neatly on an onion leaf tray, purple potatoes and bluish tomatoes that shimmered faintly. The baby rabbits gathered eagerly, eyes wide with curiosity as Siguan checked the system notifications that appeared before him. Sweet sun pumpkin potato, infused with blue moon energy. Strength potato, infused with blue moon energy. Magical tomato, infused with blue moon energy. He grinned proudly, laughing as he lifted the basket toward the system screen, showing off to Aileen. "This time we got 13 magical tomatoes, 3 strength potatoes, and 7 moon squash. Aileen, you worked hard. Please accept this reward." He reminded her kindly through the crystal ball, "They're still hot, let them cool before you eat." The tower system immediately sent Aileen a message, thanking her for managing the blue moon and even declaring that the tower manager wanted to take over her duties next time. Moments later, the onion leaf basket shimmered and vanished, teleported directly into Eileen's hands. Up in her chamber, Aileen lay on her back in bed, a warm cloth over her face. She had just finished controlling the illusionary dragon and was exhausted, but seeing the basket appear made her tail flick with joy. "He actually sent me food," she said gleefully, peeking inside. "Should I try it now?" She picked up a small blue magical potato, the one Siguan had grown himself, and put it into her mouth reverently. "Should I try the remedy for my dragon heart?" Chewing slowly, she savored its sweet, refreshing taste. Then her eyes widened. Thump, thump, thump. Her dragon heart began beating loudly, echoing through the chamber. "Oh my dragon heart's beating again," she exclaimed, pressing her hand to her chest. The flow of energy felt stronger and steadier than ever before. Just as she was basking in that warmth, another system message appeared with a chime. "Achievement unlocked, revival of forgotten dish, honey potato." "Honey, potato," she muttered, tilting her head. How could that even be a thing? Then she glanced at the crystal orb and froze. On the other side, Siguan was happily pouring half a jar of honey over a steaming potato, humming to himself. Her face turned crimson. He dared give me plain steamed potatoes while he's eating that? Unforgivable. But before her outrage could fully build, another message appeared. Reward unlocked, special professional skill available for the one who revived the forgotten dish. Aileen blinked, momentarily forgetting her anger. A special skill, for Siguan. She grinned. He really does attract good fortune. Down below, Siguan looked at the honey-glazed potato gleaming in his hands. Honey potatoes, these are actually amazing, he murmured. The blue moon's energy had made them even better, sweet, fragrant, and packed with mana. One bite permanently increased mana by 0.3. Potatoes with salt are good, but this is something else. He smiled and held out the skewers toward the rabbits. Here, you little ones should have the first taste. The baby rabbits jumped excitedly, but before anyone could grab one, a larger rabbit hopped between them and Siguan, blocking the food. Don't you remember what Dad said? It scolded. The others blinked, confused. What did Dad say? That all blue moon harvests must be given to Uncle Siguan, the rabbit declared sternly. What? We can't eat any, the younger ones cried, wide-eyed. Because Uncle is too weak, the rabbit said firmly, pointing straight at Siguan. It was a logical reason, but it hit like an insult. Siguan gave a sheepish smile, scratching his cheek. Well, that's true. I am weak. So, amid laughter and teasing, Siguan sat down and ate the honey potatoes himself, tears welling up as the rabbits surrounded him, cheering him on to eat and get stronger. They nibbled on regular potatoes and sweet potatoes instead, all smiling happily under the fading light of the blue moon. The sadness faded quickly as Siguan savored the soft, sweet taste of the honey potato. The texture had become smoother, the sweetness richer, leaving him quietly impressed. System notifications soon appeared. He had eaten a blue moon honey potato, permanently increasing his mana by 0.3 points. The flavor was so good that Siguan wondered if he might get addicted to it. But before he could take another bite, a new board appeared before him, unlike the usual notifications. It was a congratulatory message: achievement completed, revive the forgotten dish. Honey potato? Siguan frowned, chewing slowly. What's forgotten about this? It's just steamed potatoes with honey. Yet, the tower manager's message appeared next, congratulating him on this great accomplishment. A new task followed, offering a portion of honey potatoes to the tower manager in exchange for a professional skill. The rejection note was long and overly dramatic, but Siguan couldn't bring himself to decline. Just for adding honey, he muttered, still puzzled, but pressed accept anyway. After all, he was curious about the new skill. He quickly made another batch using regular potatoes, selecting a few nice ones, steaming them, and drizzling honey on top before sending them through the tower's delivery window. A moment later, the basket vanished, and a notification confirmed task completion. Professional skill acquired, cooking LV.1. Slightly enhances the effectiveness and flavor of dishes made from tower-grown ingredients. Siguan blinked in surprise. A cooking skill, for a farmer who spent his days working the fields? The system also displayed a list of registered recipes. So far, there was only one. Blue Moon Honey Potato. Slightly enhanced flavor. Permanently increases mana by 0.3 when eaten. Cooking LV.1 effect too small to display additional bonus. Profession title, Tower Chef and Farmer, temporary, 1 day. Grade, C. Scratching his head, Siguan smiled wryly. So I'm a chef now, huh? He decided to leave deeper thoughts for later and called out to the rabbit kids to help make more honey potatoes for everyone. Will you guys help me? Yes, sir, they replied in cheerful unison. Their eagerness made Siguan smile, obedient, skilled, and endlessly adorable. And so, in Siguan's farming diary, another simple yet bright entry was written. The 8th blue moon passed peacefully. But far above, on the 99th floor's western forest, the night had a different air. The silence stretched for miles, broken only by the restless wind sweeping through the trees. From the shadows, the branch ant, a centipede-like monster, crept back into its territory, relieved after being driven away by Eileen's illusions earlier that night. It moved carefully through the underbrush, comforted by the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. But then, something brushed against its leg, a root, moving unnaturally fast. The creature stumbled, landing hard on the forest floor. Before it could react, massive wooden claws reached down from above. A handmade figure of wood, no, something alive, grabbed it tightly. Branch ant writhed, but thick roots coiled around its body, piercing through the shell as if feeding on it. The leaves around darkened as the creature's strength drained away. Moments later, branch ant vanished completely, devoured by the pulsing root that sank back into the earth. A moment of stillness, then the roots shifted and grew spidery legs, moving with unnatural speed. A corrupted ant. It scuttled across the forest, heading toward the horizon. Behind it, dozens of red eyes glowed within the hollow trees, watching, whispering. Their gaze pointed in one direction, the friendly farmer's field. Meanwhile, Siguan sat quietly by the fire, waiting for his food to finish boiling. He didn't notice the faint sprout emerging from the ashes of burnt leaves nearby, a strange green life where nothing should grow. At that same hour, the wolf tribe had gathered in celebration after surviving the blue moon. Elka, their leader, handed out grilled fish to the young wolves, their tails wagging in delight. Elka, must you leave so soon? His wife asked softly. He nodded. The Black Dragon's orders can't wait. I'll return soon. After changing into his travel coat, he led his pack toward the passage to the 99th floor, waving goodbye to their families. The passage village bustled as usual until a cry broke the calm. Run! 3 gray rabbits darted through the crowd, panic in their eyes. Behind them, dogs chased fiercely, their red eyes glinting under the lingering blue moon's light. The smallest sister rabbit stumbled, its short legs trembling, and fell with a frightened cry. The older siblings hesitated, looking back in despair, as another brown dog emerged from the alley, bearing its fangs. The brown dog's shadow loomed over the gray rabbits, its size enough to make them forget how to breathe. Even if they tried to run, there was no way their small legs could outrun those beasts. Somewhere in the distance, the pitiful cries of the gray rabbits carried through the wind, reaching the ears of Elka, the gray wolf chief. His ears twitched. He turned sharply toward the sound, alert. The wolves around him looked confused. Chief? Are we not going? One asked. Elka didn't answer immediately, eyes narrowing in the direction of the faint noise. Meanwhile, the smallest gray rabbit trembled in the brown dog's grip, its neck caught tight in one powerful hand. The older sibling tried to resist but was held down under another's paw. You miserable slaves, the dog snarled, voice dripping with mockery. Where do you think you're running? Do you know how many floors we had to climb to catch you? Its companion dragged the younger rabbit closer, laughing cruelly. Daring to escape from us? You've forgotten your place. The 2 rabbits barely moved, one fainted, the other frozen in terror. The dogs found amusement in their helplessness. Maybe we'll have rabbit meat tonight, one sneered, lifting the smallest rabbit toward its mouth. But before it could bite down, something heavy struck its head with a sickening thud. The dog's face slammed into the dirt, the ground cracking beneath the impact. Elka's paw pressed down firmly, the gray wolf's eyes glowing with restrained fury. The dog whimpered, dazed by the blow. The gray rabbit was flung upward by the motion but fell safely into Elka's waiting claws. He carefully caught it, making sure not to hurt the tiny creature now lying limp and unconscious in his grasp. The other dogs froze. Then recognition hit. Elka? But, isn't he under Master Grid's command? They hesitated, fear mixing with confusion. The one holding the older rabbit stammered, we're only recapturing escaped slaves. If Grid hears you attacked us. Enough, Elka growled, cutting him off coldly. I don't care what that boar thinks. Leave, before my teeth find your throat. The dogs flinched at his tone. Seeing no chance of victory, they backed away, dragging their unconscious companion behind them. The 3 gray rabbits were left trembling on the ground, staring wide-eyed at their rescuer. Elki approached, hesitant. Chief, are we really taking them? Elka sighed, scratching his head. He hadn't meant to get involved, but seeing the terrified rabbits, there was no way he could walk away now. Leaving them means they'll just be caught again, he muttered. Fine. They're coming with us. Maybe the Black Dragon will find some use for them. Back at the farm, Siguan was busy gathering everyone. The fake Black Dragon, his affectionate nickname among the rabbits, had something important to announce. Standing proudly before Theo, Kung, and the second-generation rabbits, he declared, my mana has reached level 10. He closed his eyes, expecting applause. None came. The rabbits stared in silence, a few looking puzzled, others amused. Theo tilted his head, unimpressed. Chairman, the cat drawled lazily, is that really something to brag about, meow? Siguan frowned. Of course. Now I can finally use the core from that giant eel. He lifted a golden sphere gleaming in his palm. Watch closely, I'll gain a new skill. Theo yawned. Can I go to sleep now, meow? No. Siguan snapped. No one leaves until you witness greatness. He popped the golden sphere into his mouth and began chewing. It was greasy and strange, but he didn't mind. Tastes kinda like orange soda, he muttered thoughtfully. A notification blinked before him. You have consumed the eel's core. Learned, Rain and Thunder LV.1. Siguan blinked. Learned? Not acquired? Another message appeared, explaining that his mana was too low to activate either spell safely. Both Rainmaking and Thunder Calling were sealed until his mana capacity increased. What? Sealed? Siguan groaned, slapping his palm in frustration. Still, he tried anyway, concentrating all his mana. Dark clouds slowly gathered above him, forming a small umbrella-sized storm. He grinned. It worked. A polite clap came from Kung, while the others looked on in pity. Moments later, Siguan slumped to the ground, gasping. I used a third of my mana, for this tiny cloud? The rabbits chuckled, heading back to their work. Only Theo remained, stretching across Siguan's lap like a king. Don't feel bad, Chairman. You're still the chairman, even if you're weak, he said dryly. Siguan glared. That's not comforting, Theo. But Kung ran up, eyes shining. Dad. You look so cool. It's even shading us from the sun. Sejun's expression softened. Now that's more like it. He hugged the little one with a warm smile. Thanks, son. Theo flicked his tail. Yes, yes. Good for the sun not to blind us anymore. Now, move the cloud a little, meow. Sejun smirked. You're about to get a spanking instead. But before he could act, a booming voice echoed, we're back. Elka and his group returned, and with them, 3 trembling gray rabbits huddled at his feet. Sejun blinked. Who are they? The rabbits clung to each other, shaking. The smallest burst into tears and dropped to its knees. Please, please don't eat us. Their bodies were covered in scars, unlike the healthy, lively rabbits on the farm. Sejun turned to Elka, puzzled. Where? Elka opened his mouth to explain, but a clatter interrupted him. The gardening scissors dropped from the rabbit mother's hand. Both she and her husband stared wide-eyed at the gray rabbits, frozen in shock. The father's voice trembled. You guys are still alive? The gray rabbits turned toward him, eyes widening. Uncle, one cried. The next moment, the rabbits ran into his arms, crying and laughing all at once. Sejun and the others could only watch in confusion as the family reunited. When the emotions settled, the rabbits began to eat, ferociously. They devoured carrots and fish as if starved for days, barely chewing between bites. The mother rabbit only handed them water, too afraid to scold them. Slow down, you'll choke, Sejun urged gently. The eldest looked up, embarrassed, and whispered thanks to the great black dragon. Sejun chuckled. Just call me Sejun. Even Elka looked startled. You'd let them call you by name? Why not? Sejun smiled. We're all family here. Elka bowed awkwardly, changing his words mid-sentence. Understood. Sejun. Behind him, Elko and Elki giggled. See? He's not scary at all. Once things calmed, Sejun checked the system panel. It revealed the gray rabbit's unique abilities. The girl was an artist rabbit, the younger one a woodcraft rabbit, and the eldest, marked by a faint heart-shaped tuft on his chest, an architect rabbit. All 3 were craftsmen by nature. As Sejun pondered what to do with them, Theo curled up comfortably in his lap, munching on his snacks, unconcerned with the world. After the gray rabbits finished eating and the rabbit elders cleaned up, Sejun began to ask questions. When the young rabbits climbed to the upper floors of the tower to escape from the farm's exploitation, was it Elka who saved them from their pursuers? Sickle Rabbit gently wraps a blanket made of onion leaves around the female rabbit as she blushes while looking at him. So, which floor did you run from? Sejun asked, glancing at the architect rabbit. The architect rabbit trembled at the memory, looking as though he might cry in response to Sejun's question. From the 55th floor. Before Sejun could even react, the rabbit father shouted in horror. The sudden noise startled Theo, who was lying on Sejun's lap and nearly flipped over, but the rabbit father suddenly shook the young architect rabbit by the neck, demanding, What did you just say? You've been on the 55th floor all this time? Startled, Sejun shifted to hold Theo securely with both hands. The cat continued enjoying its treat reward, calmly watching the rabbit father shake the architect rabbit back and forth in disbelief. What about the kingdom then? The king, queen, and princess? What happened to the monsters? The father's voice trembled as he shook the poor architect rabbit even harder, his words spilling out in panic. Sejun had to step in, grabbing the father's arms and telling him to calm down. What kingdom? And monsters? What are you talking about? Sejun asked. In front of them, the mother rabbit held the gray rabbits back gently, helping her husband steady his breath. Though still shaken, the rabbit father slowly began to speak, his voice heavy with a pain that time hadn't erased. The 55th floor of this tower was once the kingdom of rabbits. The Red Ribbon Kingdom, he said quietly. Just mentioning the name brought a glimmer of sorrow to his eyes. The pain within was still deep, making Sejun hesitate to ask further. So it used to be a kingdom, huh? What about now? He asked softly, even though he already knew the answer. Theo had stopped eating, his ears perked as he listened intently. Decades ago, the rabbit father continued, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. Memories of the day filled his mind, the sky dyed red above the once lively kingdom. Though it had been long ago, the grief still felt fresh. The Red Ribbon Kingdom was home to countless rabbits. They lived in small wooden houses decorated with wildflowers on their roofs, with narrow stairways leading up to the palace on the highest hill. Young golden-furred rabbits roamed freely across open meadows, while the adults tended their farms, harvesting the fruits and crops grown on the fertile soil. Beyond farming, the rabbits were artisans and builders, masters of painting, sculpture, and craft. Their culture thrived through generations. Peaceful and happy, they lived in harmony, protected by a unique power bestowed upon their kind. Among them were the black-furred rabbits, warriors trained in combat and weapon mastery, defenders of the kingdom. But one day, everything changed. The warriors sensed something ominous approaching. A horde of winged monsters with cold red eyes appeared out of nowhere, blotting out the serene blue sky of the 55th floor. They descended swiftly, attacking the kingdom without warning. The rabbits were forced to flee, their fighting force too small to resist. The black rabbit warriors stood their ground, fighting desperately against the terrifying red-winged creatures, but the destruction came too fast. Darkness devoured everything. Fire and smoke replaced the once peaceful land, and the Red Ribbon Kingdom collapsed in an instant. The rabbit father's voice grew faint. The kingdom fell because of the sudden attack from those things. Amid the chaos, the king, queen, and princess disappeared. With no ruler left, our people scattered and fled to survive. The room fell silent. Everyone listened without a word. That's how we ended up here, the rabbit father continued. After losing everything, my wife and I wandered until we found this place. Siguan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So the two of you settled here on the 99th floor. No wonder it felt strange. This place isn't suitable for rabbits at all. The rabbit father gave him a sorrowful look. We thought the monsters had completely devoured the 55th floor. But, to think some survived after all. The carpenter rabbit added in a trembling voice, my family and the remaining rabbits couldn't escape through the tunnels. We waited for death at the hands of the monsters, but then, they suddenly vanished. And what we found after, wasn't salvation. It was Grid, Elka muttered grimly. The mention of that name made everyone's faces darken. Grid, the landlord who had tormented the wolf tribe for years. Elka clenched his fists. He's a wild boar, a cruel one, he said through gritted teeth. The architect rabbit nodded. He led a tribe of giant boars and declared himself the great landlord. He took over a ruined 55th floor. The rabbit's voice cracked as he continued. He turned our kingdom into a farm, forcing us to work, raising crops to feed others. We became livestock, not people. The two young rabbits broke into sobs. We couldn't take it anymore, the architect said, so we escaped, even though we knew it could mean death. But, we were saved. Siguan crouched down and spoke gently, rest now. You've all been through enough. As the black rabbit led the group into the cave to rest, Siguan turned to ask, can we lend them some beds? Watching the gray rabbits limp toward the cave, covered in scars, his heart ached. The parents were exhausted, and the children were bruised all over, clear signs of months of hardship. Touching his straw hat, Siguan murmured, that Grid must be the one who was looking for this hat, right? Elka nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. He's powerful, a rich figure who controls food distribution across the tower. Anger flickered in Elka's eyes. That foul, stinking pig used the situation to exploit everyone, he muttered, though guilt quickly followed. Even I once worked under him, trading labor for food. It shames me. Theo chimed in, it's okay, meow. Most of the tower's food passes through the merchant guild, meow. And I heard most of it comes from that landlord's farms, meow. Hearing that, Siguan turned to Elka, uneasy. That Grid guy, he can't reach this floor, can he? Elka shook his head. No. The 99th floor is too dangerous. No mercenary would dare come up here, no matter how much he pays. They're all cowards. Siguan let out a long sigh of relief. He gently placed the straw hat on Theo's head. Good. At least those rabbits are safe here. Meanwhile, on the 55th floor, Grid's massive castle was being rebuilt directly over the ruins of the Scarlet Kingdom's old palace. Inside, the wild boar sat on his throne, his red eyes blazing with fury. Before him, two brown dogs trembled as they gave their report. It was that cursed Elka, sir, one cried. He took the rabbits we were chasing, all of them escaped because of him. The other pointed to his swollen face. He even attacked us, sir. Look what he did. Grid's snarl deepened as he leaned forward. That wretched silver wolf. I knew he couldn't be trusted. Then, with a dismissive huff, he leaned back on his throne. Fine. Let him go. When the food in this tower runs out, that mutt will come crawling back to me. He turned toward his subordinates. The preparations, are they going smoothly? Yes, sir, one of the dogs replied, bowing low. Currently, Grid's forces were limiting food distribution to the lower floors by sending people to wander in block supply routes. Complaints from the residents of the Magic Tower were growing louder by the day. Even the Merchant Guild had started to speak up. But everything was still under control. If so, that's great, Grid said with satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. A cruel smile crept across his face, his sharp teeth gleaming behind his long, pointed tusks. Another opportunity was approaching, one that could make his ambitions a reality. Clenching his massive fist, he thought to himself that soon, the entire tower would be his, just like how he had conquered the 55th floor decades ago. This time, he wouldn't stop at one kingdom. The entire tower would belong to him. Grid's laughter echoed through the castle walls, the sound so harsh it made the servants' ears ache. But none dared to complain, for his power had grown too great. No one in the tower would risk standing against him now. Meanwhile, far above, Siguan's cave basked in the soft glow of morning sunlight. Golden rays danced across the ripening red tomatoes, gleaming with dew. He stretched and sat up, feeling refreshed after a long sleep. Beside him, Theo was still yawning lazily. Siguan picked him up and said, "Come on, merchant cat, it's already morning." Theo rubbed his eyes, half asleep, while Siguan walked to the pond to wash his face. But then, something strange caught his eye. A small wooden bucket filled with clean water stood beside the pond. Straight wooden planks supported in each structure, channeling water from the lake through bamboo pipes. Staring at the perfectly full bucket, Siguan was amazed. "Oh my, there's even a water scoop here," he exclaimed, spotting a bright red ladle next to it. Delighted, he scooped the cool water and poured it over his head, humming happily. It had to be the gray rabbit's doing. From now on, washing would be so convenient, he might even be able to bathe properly. As he massaged his wet hair, Theo called from behind, "Come and see this, sir." Of course, only food could fully wake up the sleepy cat. Siguan followed him to discover a brand new addition, a large, sturdy stone kitchen, freshly built and fully functional. Above, the mother rabbit stirred a pot of soup while the chubby rabbit moving onion leaves, shovel rabbit feeding the fire. Theo proudly pointed at the scene. "They're doing something fancy, meow." Siguan couldn't believe his eyes. The new kitchen was incredibly efficient, no longer just an iron pot hanging from a wooden stick, but a real stove. Nearby, there was even a smooth, round wooden table. His face lit up. "From now on, I can eat properly," he said joyfully, picking up a pair of chopsticks and a spoon. Beside him, Theo held up a large wooden bowl with pride. "Look at this, sir. Bimek, Bivik, and Byrek made me my own bowl. There's even my paw print on it." Siguan examined it, impressed by the craftsmanship. "Bimek, Bivik, and Byrek," he repeated. "They're the gray rabbit's name, meow," Theo explained cheerfully, lifting the bowl that was nearly the size of his head. "They keep making things for me to show their gratitude." Nearby, the sickle rabbit received a beautiful dark blue head scarf from the artist rabbit. Embarrassed, she scratched her head and said shyly, "This is a gift to thank you for taking care of me yesterday." They worked tirelessly, hands and feet never stopping. The new cloth was so well made that Sickle Rabbit decided to wear his right away. She looks at him wearing her handmade scarf with affectionate eyes. Just then, Siguan called the gray rabbits over. All three stood in a line, bowing politely. "Thank you very much for your care yesterday," they said together. "We know there are still many things missing, but we'll do our best to help in any way we can." Before the architect rabbit could finish, Siguan suddenly grabbed its hand with a bright smile. "Do you guys need a job right now?" "What?" the architect rabbit asked. His ears twitched rapidly. They really liked this place and wanted to earn their stay, so Siguan's words were just what they were hoping to hear. The cave glowed warmly under the gentle sunlight, just another day, yet it marked something special, Siguan's official announcement. He happily declared that Bimek, Byrek, and Bivik had decided to stay with them permanently. The three rabbits placed their hands before their bellies in gratitude while everyone clapped in welcome. The younger rabbits were especially excited to gain new family members. With these new workers joining his company, President Siguan prepared to deliver a speech. "With such a talented craftsman team," he said proudly, "our farm will surely flourish even more." The gray rabbits listened with shining eyes, filled with determination. "We can do anything," they chanted along with him, their enthusiasm contagious. Then Siguan knelt down and said, "First, could you build a house for the rabbits? The young ones are growing, they need more space. And you all need a proper place to live too." The second generation of rabbits had tried before. Some carried leaves, others dug at the ground, but no matter how hard they worked, they couldn't manage to make a decent rabbit hole. It was too much for them. The gray rabbits laughed kindly. "That's our specialty. Leave it to us." Hearing this, Theo immediately demanded to be carried. "I want a mobile home too, sir." Siguan chuckled. "Don't you already have your own pouch?" At first, he thought of declining their help to spare them extra work, but one of the gray rabbits suddenly joked, "Can we build a ramen building for you, made of instant noodles or something?" They all laughed. Truthfully, Theo didn't need a house, he usually slept on Siguan's leaf bed, or traveled with him on merchant trips anyway. Then the gray rabbits noticed Siguan's simple belongings, a bed of neatly arranged leaves with a blanket on top, a leaf-woven bag stuffed with more leaves as a pillow, his old magic tower backpack, and a single plastic water bottle. One of them blinked curiously. "Siguan, don't you have a home?" It was the first time anyone had asked him that. He looked around at his humble space, it wasn't much different from "I just sleep on these leaves," he admitted with a small smile. A young rabbit tilted its head. Then, why not build a home for Siguan too? The idea caught him off guard. A human-sized house would need far larger space than anything they had built before, and the cave wasn't big enough. But the architect rabbit's eyes gleamed with confidence. "Even if we can't build it inside, we can build it outside," he said. "There's plenty of wood we can gather ourselves." Excitement stirred in Siguan's heart. "Really? That'd be amazing, he said. I'd love to have a real home instead of rolling around on leaves every night. The thought made him grin. I've only expanded the farm until now. Having a proper place to rest indoors would be nice for a change. Besides, with the Minotaur, the mother bear and the gray wolves his safety is somewhat assured. He clasped his hands together, smiling brightly. All right, let's build it. What materials do you need? The gray rabbits immediately began discussing plans. Bricks, said the architect rabbit. And we'll also need fine sand or mud. Is there any on the 99th floor? Siguan thought for a moment. Around the cave and the farm, there wasn't much suitable material. But then he and Theo exchanged knowing looks, they both remembered a place. That same day, the Minotaur tribe on the 99th floor was surprised to see a human arriving again. But since their leader said nothing, none dared question it. Thanks to Elka, the gray wolf leader who guided them, Siguan and his companions reached the Minotaur territory to collect soil. Elka led them to the tribe's mud pit to inspect the sand and clay quality. The architect rabbit scooped up a handful, nodding in approval. Perfect moisture, and even some dried leaves mixed in. This will make excellent bricks. Siguan didn't know much about construction or pottery, but hearing the rabbit's confident assessment reassured him. Soil was abundant here, even more than greenery. The Minotaur king crossed his arms, towering before Siguan. Why do you need soil? That's our food, you know, he said sternly. Siguan nodded respectfully. He knew the truth, apart from the onions he provided earlier, most of the Minotaurs still survived by eating soil. That was why he came with a plan, to strike a new deal. Pinnock will teach everyone how to make bricks from the soil here, Siguan explained. If you supply the bricks to us, you'll be paid fairly in return with green onion leaves. Just hearing that, the Minotaur king immediately grasped Siguan's hand firmly and pounded his muscular arm with the other, eager to get started right away. If they could make high-quality bricks for Siguan and earn money, the Minotaur clan would have plenty of grass to eat from now on, no one would have to eat soil again. Having just made the decision with Siguan, the old Minotaur king turned sharply toward the oxen, grabbing large handfuls of soil and shouting, "Hey, Minotaurs! No more eating soil. Otherwise, we won't have enough to make bricks for the farmer now." The whole group turned back in shock, staring at their leader, wondering what they would eat now if not soil. That settled it. Siguan nodded, everyone would definitely be busy for a while. The two rabbits sitting on Elka's head couldn't help much, but they enjoyed each other's company, happy to have this rare chance to travel together. Last time, Sickle Rabbit couldn't go, now he was thrilled to venture far. Once the brick-making part was done, attention turned to wood. To get wood, they had to chop down trees on the 99th floor. Of course, the second-generation rabbits couldn't chop trees, and Siguan didn't have an axe or hammer big enough to fell them. Surprisingly, Kung proved extremely useful in this task. Though small, its muscles were powerful. Just wrapping its arms around a tree trunk and giving a light lift made the rabbits below cheer as the roots popped out cleanly. But how much wood could that tree provide? Then came the mother bear, she could pull out 2 massive trees with ease. Each time she did, she doubled Kung's effort, producing enough wood to build several houses for Siguan. Outside the expanding fields, the Minotaurs were using their strong horns as plows to dig long trenches, expanding and shaping plots for upcoming planting seasons. Their brute strength was perfectly suited for such heavy work. In stark contrast to their raw power were the rabbits, from the first generation to the second, patiently digging narrow paths, shoveling soil, and planting onion seeds. Now, besides the digging rabbit, there were 2 younger siblings, one using a hoe, another using a shovel to assist. Not far away, in the sweet potato field lush with green leaves, the rabbit father was watering alongside his children, using his magical watering pot to moisten the soil across the vast sweet potato field. The farm area had now expanded to nearly 3 times its former size. The long stretches of dark green sweet potato vines reached all the way to the foot of the stone mountains. After hours of farming and gathering materials to build Siguan's house, Kung could be seen training with the Silver Wolf tribe leader, Elka. Even though Kung's mother ruled over the dense forests in the Red Bear territory, the little bear gained valuable experience sparring with Elka, who had traveled through countless lands. Elka, as tribe leader, was more than happy to spend time with the playful cub, it looked more like a game than a lesson. Siguan couldn't join in, but he cheered from afar, encouraging them. After every round, Kung was rewarded with a jar of delicious honey to replenish his strength, perhaps Siguan worried the cub would lose weight from all the exercise. That alone made Kung thrilled to play with Elka all day. Usually, it only got a little lick of honey, now it had a whole jar to itself. Watching the little bear savor every golden drop, eyes glimmering with pleasure and gratitude, Elka felt his own curiosity stir. In all his life, the wolf tribe's meals had never included honey. Seeing Kung lick its lips so delightedly made him wonder what it tasted like. Then, suddenly, a jar of honey appeared before him, offered by Siguan himself, smiling brightly. Elka froze in disbelief, his golden eyes fixed on the shimmering contents, the sweet aroma filling the air. Realizing that Siguan truly wanted him to enjoy this precious honey, the wolf chief found himself unexpectedly moved, and perhaps a little charmed, by the farmer's gesture. With that settled, Siguan moved on to the upper fields, helping Cart Rabbit and Pouch Rabbit plant new sweet potato seeds on the freshly prepared plots, then harvesting the mature ones nearby. Lifting a vine gently, he revealed thick, healthy roots, 15 full tubers glowing with a soft light beneath the soil. A system notification popped up before him. You have harvested 15 sweet sun pumpkin potatoes. His farming experience slightly increased, his harvesting skill level rose by 1, his level 4 farming proficiency gained an additional 5%, and he earned 450 experience points. The promotion granted him 1 more skill point, though that hardly mattered compared to the bountiful harvest. Each vine yielded so many tubers, 15 from one plant, making this the richest harvest yet. The oddly named sweet sun pumpkin potato lived up to its title, combining the bright orange of pumpkins with the soft sweetness of potatoes. Most other vines produced 5 to 7 tubers each. He worked tirelessly all afternoon, sweat dripping down his face, feeling the unrelenting heat of the eternal sun hanging above the towering night tower. Standing under that blazing light for hours was exhausting. Since he couldn't block the sun itself, he decided to create shade instead. Raising his hand, Siguan used his modest magical ability to summon a small black cloud directly over his head. Cart Rabbit, noticing the sudden shadow, looked up in surprise. It was Siguan's new cloud. The system notified him that his cloud creation skill had greatly improved. Looking at the mountain of fresh vegetables harvested that day, enough to feed a dozen minotaurs for a month, Siguan wiped his face and muttered, "While we're building a house, we should also make a proper warehouse to store all this." Even though his crops lasted up to 60 days, he didn't want them drying out under the relentless sun. Resting beneath his personal shade cloud, now dark and rock-like, Siguan planned the next construction projects he'd ask the gray rabbits to build. Just then, Theo came walking up, waving a paw. "Hello, Chairman Park, meow." The neatly dressed merchant cat looked ready for travel. Siguan set aside his tools and turned to him. "Where are you heading down?" he asked. "I'm slowly making my way," Theo replied, adjusting his small merchant bag. Siguan asked if he had space left. "Would you like to take some detoxifying green onions? Maybe some hunters might need them." Theo, who never ate detoxifying onions himself, agreed to take 100 anyway, mostly because Siguan said so. The farmer promised him treats when he returned. Approaching the pile of vegetable leaves, Theo dropped his purple space bag and curiously sniffed one stalk. Immediately, his face twisted in disgust. "You," he groaned. The smell was unbearable, just one whiff felt like it burned away all taste buds. He turned to Siguan with an expression of pure betrayal. "Theo doesn't want to eat this stinky thing, meow," he declared dramatically, speaking on behalf of all cats in the universe. Siguan called out, "Hey, Theo! Come here now!" Theo hurriedly stuffed the pile of vegetable leaves into its space bag, afraid that if the chairman saw it criticizing the product, he wouldn't let it sell anymore, and that would be exhausting. Besides, Theo was quick partly because it was afraid others would eat its share of fish. It turned its head and shouted, "Hey, don't eat my fish," while quickly grabbing and stuffing various things into its space bag. Somehow, its hand ended up grabbing a sweet potato vine without realizing it had taken the wrong thing, stuffing it in along with some vegetable leaves and pushing everything to the bottom of the bag. Theo's disastrous mistake went unnoticed by anyone, not even itself. It just pulled the bag shut and ran to where everyone was gathering for the main meal of the day. The wolf chief, Kung, and the rabbit family were all present. Even the Minotaur workers eagerly stepped forward, excitedly awaiting the meal from Siguan's farm. It wasn't easy to come here, they had to win in gambling to earn the right to work on this floor. While the 99th floor always had golden sunlight shining down through drifting clouds, the 67th floor of the tower also had sunlight filtering through the dense forest, though it didn't always reach the moist grass patches where reptiles like to hide. Across the calm mossy lake, occasional reptile calls echoed. A green frog sat on a branch covered in moss, its belly bulging as it croaked continuously. It was enjoying a leisurely day when suddenly, an arrow pierced the back of its head and pushed through. The frog immediately fell into the water. The one who shot it down was a creature skilled in archery, with only 2 arrows in the quiver on its back. Its body was covered with hunter-like clothing, a few pieces of leather armor protecting vulnerable areas, and claws spread wide. Unexpectedly, it was a lizard person. Seeing its prey fall, it licked its lips in satisfaction, feeling the thrill of hunting its own dinner, a reward for its achievement. The forest on the 67th floor was already familiar territory to it, and with its skilled archery, it could bring down large prey like that green frog instantly. Leaping from a tree branch to a rock, then down to the other side of the pond, the lizard placed its muscular legs next to the fallen prey. Before retrieving its arrow, a red-armored insect flew straight toward it and landed on the green skin of the frog, sticking its proboscis in right before the lizard's eyes. It looked like a mutated beetle, its entire armor of fierce red color and its eyes full of vigilance as it glared at the one who had killed its prey. It sank its fangs into the frog's flesh and tore it apart, devouring it like it had been starving for ages. For the lizard, such an insect could easily be caught with one hand. But even when lifted up, the red insect refused to release its bite, stubbornly chewing until the end. As long as the meat was still in its mouth, it would continue eating. Finally, the lizard put the insect's head and upper body into its mouth, biting down with sharp teeth and devouring it with great satisfaction. Then, curling its tongue around the insect's lower body, it finished the rest quickly and neatly. Just before moving on to its main course, it noticed a peeled piece of frog skin still lying nearby. The insects of the same kind, watching from the tree branches above, quickly moved away in fear, but in reality, they weren't afraid at all. They fluttered their wings, signaling to one another. Just as the lizard swallowed the last leg of the red insect, a loud roar erupted from above its head. The sound grew louder and louder, like a giant fan spinning beside its ear. When it looked up, it saw a dense black swarm of red insects, millions of them, covering all the branches and trunks before it. Their numbers were overwhelming, and their glowing eyes were full of hatred. Lizards weren't usually their prey, but with so many of them, their sheer presence could strike terror into any creature. Maintaining tight formation, the swarm launched downward, wings flapping in unison, forming a terrifying whirlwind as they charged at the poor green lizard. The lizard stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, it had hunted one of these insects, and now it was their prey. One insect was an easy meal, but tens of millions were a storm of death. The lizard opened its mouth in horror but could only accept its fate. A powerful wave of earth and sand burst upward as the insects swarmed over it. Within moments, nothing was left, no trace of the green lizard remained, only a few wooden quivers and bows scattered on the ground. The red insects flew higher, above the tallest trees, blocking out the blue light of the 67th floor before disappearing without a trace. If someone hadn't witnessed the scene from the beginning, they wouldn't believe a creature had ever walked there. Not even a scrap of skin or bone remained. At that moment, Aileen was enjoying a deep sleep on her bed full of pillows when she suddenly heard her magic orb vibrating, accompanied by sharp beeps urging the black dragon to wake from her dream. Annoyed, Aileen covered her eyes and ears, but the more she tried to ignore it, the louder the ringing became. It was too noisy. Finally, the black dragon couldn't stand it anymore. She sat up, sighing deeply with regret. It had been her first good sleep in ages. "Why is this bell ringing now?" she grumbled. The magic orb on the table emitted a bright light, as if inviting her to look. Since she was awake anyway, Aileen reached out with her right hand to pick it up and used the Pimity ring on her left hand to confirm her identity and access the incoming information. As soon as the verification completed, dozens of notification boards burst out of the orb, as if they'd been waiting for her. Expecting something serious, Aileen quickly scanned them, but to her surprise, all the boards carried the same message, repeated countless times. When one board finally stopped for her to read, she froze at the number displayed. Over 5.312 million red locusts have invaded the 67th floor of the tower. What's going on? Why are there red locusts here? She muttered in disbelief. The black dragon reread the notifications over and over in panic. This wasn't supposed to happen. It couldn't be an invasion from outside the tower, could it? Thanks to her reading, Aileen knew that it had been over 100 years since the red locusts last appeared, when they destroyed the 55th floor. Her grandfather had barely managed to stop them back then. But that was decades ago. If it's happening again now, will she be able to handle it? Frantically, Aileen tried to call for administrative authorization and connect to the outer system, but the response came back, unable to connect. Her frustration grew. It can't be like this. Can't I open the path out of the tower myself? Before she could try again, purple warning screens popped up, reporting that 0.1% of the 67th floor had already been destroyed by the red locusts. Aileen froze. She had only taken a short nap, and now, everything was spiraling out of control. Within 2 minutes, another update flashed, 0.2 destroyed. The black dragon watched in disbelief as destruction spread rapidly. She could only think, what am I supposed to do? All I ever do is eat, sleep, and repeat. That day finally arrived, the day when half of the electric eel became a rich, fatty meal that made everyone's mouths water. Thanks to the skilled hands of Farmer Siguan and the rabbit family, the eel meat had been carefully carved into small, neat blocks that looked irresistibly delicious. The golden pieces were arranged on a bed of onion leaves beside the eel's body, ready to be cooked. Most importantly, a delicacy like this couldn't be eaten raw. For the first time since they settled in the cave, the mouth-watering sound of sizzling oil filled the air, the golden eel fat bubbling in the pan as it was flipped over and over. The moment the meat touched the hot surface, it turned golden brown and began releasing its own fat to cook itself. The scent of roasted fat filled the cave, rich and savory, making Siguan close his eyes and inhale deeply, savoring it with a long, contented breath. It had been so long since he'd eaten something fried in oil, especially pure fat rendered from a plump eel. Beside him, Theo stood watching with wide eyes as the farmer tossed a handful of onion leaves into the pan. While both of them were entranced by the scent, Sickle came running in with a large wooden bowl, calling out, "Uncle! Here are some sliced sweet potatoes and potatoes." Siguan scooped some eel meat into a bowl, thanked the kid, and took the bowl of sliced potatoes from him. He arranged the fried eels separately and warned everyone should stay away while eating, it's dangerous to get splashed by oil here. Black Rabbit blinked in surprise. Are you making another dish, Mr. Siguan? Isn't it already done? Meanwhile, Theo was trembling in excitement, gripping the skewer of eel meat in his paw, saliva dripping down his chin. He thought Siguan could do whatever he wanted, as long as he let him eat just these 2 pieces first. Sickle, unable to hold back either, immediately popped a few pieces of eel into his mouth, savoring the crispy flavor. But Siguan, as always, had an even better idea in mind. This one's even tastier than honey-glazed potatoes, he said with a grin. Black Rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief. Tastier than honey-glazed potatoes? That's impossible. Siguan chuckled and lifted a plate filled with neatly cut sweet potatoes, the main ingredient for his next creation. Ever heard of candied sweet potatoes? He dumped the cut sweet potatoes straight into the pan of sizzling eel fat. The sweet, nutty aroma of the oil mixed with the earthy sweetness of the potatoes, filling the air. Theo, who knew nothing about cooking, clung to Siguan's shoulder and watched, thankful that he hadn't thrown away the leftover eel fat. It was truly useful. It had been ages since Siguan had eaten anything other than grilled or steamed food. Now, with 2 chopsticks in hand, he flipped the golden sweet potato pieces carefully while muttering to himself about the steps he remembered. First, fry them until golden on the outside. Then pour in pure honey, the whole jar, and let the potatoes soak in it. After that, cover and simmer over low heat. He lifted the lid after a while, and each piece of sweet potato glistened in thick, shiny honey and golden fat. They looked perfect. A familiar system window appeared, 2 new recipes had been recorded. The second one was called Sweet Potato Stew, made with robust potatoes packed with the energy of the blue moon. 7 sweet potatoes had been fried until crisp, then mixed with roasted peanuts and simmered slowly until the sweetness and aroma fused completely. The system continued to chime. Siguan had achieved the forgotten dish achievement, Sweet Potato Stew. The recipe for candied sweet potato had reached master chef level, significantly improving his cooking skill. The rabbits couldn't take their eyes off the food. Just the sight and smell of the glossy, golden sweet potatoes made them drool uncontrollably. But the feast wasn't over yet. At Theo's suggestion, Siguan decided to try deep frying an entire fish. Normally, piranhas had very little fat and were only good for grilling or steaming, but now, with a pan full of eel fat, he wanted to experiment. He tossed the whole fish into the oil, fried it until all sides were crisp, and finally sprinkled shredded onion leaves over it. The result, crispy fried piranha. Theo's eyes sparkled as he stared at the fish, drooling. Siguan, though, looked puzzled as the system stayed silent. So, frying fish doesn't count as a recipe? What are the standards for that, then? To find out, he rolled up his sleeves, grabbed his spatula again, and started experimenting further, this time with candied regular potatoes. Cooking like this, discovering new recipes, was genuinely fun. Theo, eager to keep eating, suggested between meows, how about trying honey on the fish, meow. Soon, a whole line of dishes filled the tables. From minotaurs to wolves, everyone stared wide-eyed at the spread. Their mouths watered at the sight of the fragrant grilled eel, crispy fried fish, and steaming bowls of tomato juice. 2 large bowls of sweet potato stew sat nearby, their aroma spreading through the cave. Fortunately, the minotaurs mostly ate the onion leaves. If Siguan had tried to serve them the potatoes himself, they'd probably have bitten his hand off. The onion leaves were arranged in neat piles, and the minotaurs happily grabbed them by the handful. There was nothing better than a hearty meal after a long day's work. The wolf clan, on the other hand, were true omnivores. They devoured everything, meat, vegetables, stews, fried food, all of it. Each of them savored the unfamiliar yet incredible flavors. This meal took longer than any before, and not a single bowl was left unclean. Even the cat, Theo, kept licking until the bowls gleamed, then finally collapsed on Siguan's lap, rubbing his bloated belly and sighing, "I can't eat anymore, meow." He had eaten non-stop from start to finish, there was no space left in his stomach. Kung, meanwhile, was still happily dipping into a jar of honey for dessert. Seeing the cat's satisfied expression, Siguan chuckled. "You ready to go downstairs?" Theo nodded lazily. In a bit, meow." Too full. After a short rest and a stretch, Theo packed up his belongings and called out to the workers, "Let's go, meow." The wolf clan leader bowed respectfully. "Yes, representative." He was looking more and more like a capable manager every day. Before leaving, Theo noticed a tray of untouched food sitting beside Siguan and asked curiously, "What's this for, meow?" "Oh, that's for Aileen," Siguan replied, remembering how she hadn't answered any of his tower calls all day. When Kung tried to sneak a bite, Siguan pushed his drooling snout away. "I tried calling her earlier, but she didn't respond. Guess she's busy. The food's gone cold now." Theo tilted his head. "Maybe Aileen overslept, meow." Siguan shrugged. "If that's all, it's fine. I can reheat it later. Meanwhile, poor Aileen was still trapped on the other side of the system interface, struggling with endless error pop-ups. Oh no! I can't control anything. I only just restored the dragon's heart a little. How useless of me, she muttered to herself, eyes dim with frustration as the screen repeatedly flashed connection failed. I don't even know how to bring the system back to normal, she whispered. Despite Eileen's repeated attempts, the system refused to boot up or reconnect to the outside world. No matter how many times she tried, it simply wouldn't respond. Pitifully, she sat there, not knowing what else to do. No idea seemed to work, and all she could do was blame herself. Then, suddenly, an entirely different system board appeared before her, displaying a single line of text. 0.01% of the 67th floor has been devastated by the Red Locust disaster. Her system had completely crashed, unable to receive any new information. That same day, far away in the headquarters of the Central Directorate of the Merchant Passageway, the atmosphere in the main meeting hall was tense and heavy. A long rectangular table stretched across the room, and various creatures sat solemnly in their chairs, every one of them bearing an expression of deep seriousness. Each attendee was a powerful figure in the Black Tower. Presiding over the meeting, seated at the head of the table, was Mason, the head of the Fox clan and current representative of the Wandering Merchant Association. Beside him, one seat remained empty, reserved for Hannibal, the head of the Free Mercenary Association. Further down the table sat Iona, the hamster mage from the Mage Association Guild. Despite her small size, she sat comfortably on her cushioned chair, her presence alone enough to draw attention. She was one of the key figures invited to this urgent conference. Gathering leaders of such caliber required high-level security, and even the guard agent stationed at the room's corners stood at full attention. Among them was Xerath, who quietly observed everything while standing near a dog agent. It was her first time seeing the leader of the Mage Association in person. As far as she knew, the top 7 tower mages rarely appeared publicly, so it was highly unusual to see the heads of multiple factions gathered in one place. Clearly, something serious had happened. Mason was the first to speak. His calm but grim tone filled the room. It has been several days since the Red Locusts appeared on the 67th floor of the tower, he began. According to the information gathered by our Wandering Merchant Association, 2/3 of that floor has already fallen. The murmurs began immediately, but Mason continued, voice steady. Everything within the invaded area is being devoured. Currently, the lizard people are gathering around the outbreak point, attempting to protect themselves. But no matter how hard they fight, the situation looks grim. At that moment, the heavy doors opened, and Hannibal finally arrived. The tiger-headed mercenary chief took his seat and immediately spoke up. What about the merchant route? Is it still under control? And, is there any chance those things could spread to other territories? Mason frowned slightly. Sir Hannibal, you should know this, the Red Locusts are invaders from outside the tower. The merchant route doesn't allow outside entities to use it. The system has operated that way for generations, it's always been safe. Even so, his expression darkened. But, if the waypoint itself is occupied, they might try to infiltrate another floor. Hannibal leaned forward, his striped arms crossed. Then it'll be floor 68 next, and after that, floor 69. What are we going to do about it? Before anyone could respond, a merchant dog sitting across the table slammed his paw on the table. That's one of the tower's 5 main granaries. The Draken farm of the Lizard Kingdom is there, are we just going to lose it? The room fell silent for a moment. Mason exhaled heavily. That's precisely the problem. If this continues, it won't just be the lizard people's crisis. It could trigger another major famine. Gasps and uneasy whispers spread through the room. Leaders exchanged alarmed glances. If famine broke out again, the entire tower would fall into chaos. Then, amid the noise, a sharp voice rose, small but firm, coming from under the table. Have any of you forgotten what happened on the 55th floor, the destruction of the Red Ribbon Kingdom? The voice belonged to Iona, the hamster mage. Her tiny yet commanding voice echoed across the chamber, looking at the bewildered faces around her. At that time, she continued, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest food supplier in the tower. Our food reserves were distributed across multiple floors. When the Red Locusts appeared back then, they wiped the kingdom out completely. She paused, eyes narrowing. If that boar hadn't taken advantage of the power vacuum and seized the land, things might have gone differently. Before she could finish, Mason's calm voice interjected. That's not quite true. Greed was actually a good person. He's the one who rebuilt the food reserves of that destroyed kingdom. Iona's expression immediately darkened. She crossed her arms and gave a bitter little laugh. A good person? Please. It'll be a long time before he meets that standard. He's exploiting the rabbit tribe into slavery and monopolizing the tower's entire food distribution network. Hannibal's voice cut through her words. President of the Mage Guild, watch your tongue. You've gone too far. Mason tried to calm them both, but the tension in the room only grew heavier. The mix of fear and agitation among the attendees was spreading fast. What about the Great Black Dragon? Someone blurted out. Isn't the Great Black Dragon supposed to protect us? Another voice chimed in quickly, desperate. Yes, that's right. The Great Black Dragon will protect us. The meeting room erupted in overlapping voices, some pleading, others demanding. Calls for the tower management to intervene rang through the chamber. Iona pressed her tiny paws to her forehead, clearly exasperated. Her head was pounding. Among all these so-called leaders, she seemed to be the only one who understood the gravity of the situation. She climbed onto the center of the table, her voice rising over the noise. 200 years ago, even thousands of years ago, the Red Locust invasions happened again and again. It was only thanks to the Great Black Dragon that those plagues were eradicated each time. She stepped forward, her tone somber, the weight of history in her words. But the last time the Red Locusts appeared, for some reason, the Great Black Dragon didn't show up in time. The chaos had only been brought under control after half the kingdom's population had vanished. Every food reserve was destroyed, leaving the entire tower suffering from severe shortages. Looking at the raccoon tribe gathered before her, Iona reminded them sternly that some regions still hadn't recovered from those devastating losses. The appearance of the red locusts on the 67th floor had continued for several days, and once again, there was no guarantee that the Great Black Dragon would appear swiftly to resolve the crisis. The meeting room fell silent as Iona spoke, her tone sharp and resolute. They had to do everything possible to contain the situation until the Great Black Dragon arrived and intervened. If they just sat idly and waited, the order of the entire tower would inevitably collapse. With a determined expression, Iona clenched her fist and declared boldly, as the president and leader of the 7th Tower's Magic Association, under my command, we will dispatch 200 battle mages. Then, glaring at the other gathered tower leaders, she challenged them, what will the rest of you do? While the whole tower buzzed with tension and resistance against the invasion, Theo, on the other hand, was lying leisurely on a pile of hay with his feet up. He waited for the clan leader, Elka, to finish inquiring about the well-being of their village people, chatting with his wife and playing with his children a bit before beginning his trade downstairs. Watching Elka lovingly cradle her child, Theo tapped his tail impatiently against the hay and urged her, we came here for a break, how much longer do you plan to stay? Time's up already. Just then, a small, hesitant voice came from nearby. Excuse me, are you the Great Black Dragon? Startled, Theo sat up and turned toward the sound. He realized it was a group of wolf tribe children who had snuck over to take a look at him. They whispered among themselves, wondering about the strange creature before them, but where did they see anything black about him to mistake him for the Great Black Dragon? Still, Theo straightened proudly and introduced himself, I'm not the Great Black Dragon, but I am one of his most important subordinates. My name is Theo, a mid-level wandering merchant. The children, instantly fascinated by his dignified air, looked at him with eyes full of awe and admiration. The faithful underling of the Great Black Dragon, they whispered, their eyes shining. Their admiration made Theo's chest swell with pride. Pretending not to hear clearly, he cupped his ear and leaned forward, teasing, what was that? Say it again? The kids shouted the phrase once more, louder this time, and Theo burst out laughing. Good. I'll give you something delicious as a reward, he said, cheerfully fishing into his pocket. He pulled out a few skewers of grilled fish and tossed them to the delighted children, watching them jump excitedly to catch them. Amused and charmed, Theo reached into his pocket again, wanting to reward them with even more. But suddenly, his hand froze. He had grabbed something strange. Looking down, he saw that what he had pulled out wasn't more grilled fish at all, but a sun pumpkin potato. His face stiffened in disbelief. Oh my goodness! Why is this cursed thing here? He exclaimed loudly. His shout startled Elka, who came running, worried. What happened? She asked. Theo jumped up, startled, as if caught doing something wrong. He quickly rolled over and burst into exaggerated laughter, waving his hands. Nothing. Nothing happened, he said repeatedly, laughing in a suspiciously over-the-top way. Elka blinked in confusion but simply nodded and said, if you're done, let's go. Right, let's go. Theo replied quickly, trying to sound calm. He hurried to grab Elka's fur to signal her to move, silently cursing himself for his carelessness. I must have picked up the wrong thing from the onion bunch last time, oh, damn it, he thought. Anxious to get rid of the evidence, Theo urged Elka to move faster, let's hurry, to the 38th floor. Obediently, Elka began running downwards as Theo ordered. Meanwhile, far away on Siguan's farm, things were far from peaceful. The air was filled with chaos, onion leaves were flying everywhere, rustling frantically as farmer Siguan scoured the fields. Nothing here. Nothing, he muttered, panic rising in his voice. No matter how much he searched, he couldn't find what he was looking for. The ground was turned inside out from his frantic digging. His mind raced. Do I have to plant new ones? No, this was the only one I had left. Siguan grew more desperate, clutching his head and shouting in frustration. Where is it? The sun pumpkin sweet potato I picked up while harvesting the detoxifying onion leaves, where did it go? His neat, well-kept onion leaf piles were now a complete mess, scattered all over the ground like garbage. He felt as if he'd lost something priceless. After a moment of thought, suspicion dawned on him. Could it have been Theo, he muttered. That cat had been the only one to take onion leaves to trade. Maybe he had accidentally taken the wrong item. If that were the case, Siguan wouldn't be quite as heartbroken about losing the sun-faced red sweet potato sprout. Placing his hands on his hips, he sighed deeply, staring at the uprooted patch. That fat cat probably took it while I was busy collecting the onion leaves. Fine, but when he comes back, I'll teach him a lesson, he grumbled, plotting mild revenge. Just then, his system window suddenly lit up. The seed store is now open. The list of available seeds began to load. Ah, right. Today's the day the store reopens, Siguan realized, momentarily distracted from his frustration. I was so busy, I completely forgot. Let's see what's available this time. Before showing him the seed list, the system reminded him that his level was still ordinary, meaning the available seeds would appear at random. At this level, he could only purchase seeds that fit within a 5-tower coin limit. Soon, 4 tables of seed options appeared before him. At the top of the list was one flame bean seed priced at the full 5-tower coins, the most expensive option. Next came 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 coins, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 coins, and finally 100 Chongyang bell pepper seeds for 0.5 coins. Siguan's eyes went wide as he looked at the first item. A flame bean seed. I've never even heard of that before, he murmured. It was too risky to gamble all his coins on something unknown. Siguan had never been fond of gambling, so he decided to skip the strange-sounding seed and instead focus on buying strawberries, carrots, and Chongyang bell peppers. Although his curiosity lingered, he reminded himself that taking unnecessary risks rarely paid off. Familiar flavors were always safer than things he'd never seen or tasted. Besides, with more and more rabbits appearing on the farm, he would need plenty of variety in his crops to keep them well fed. Buying carrots, strawberries, and Chongyang peppers together now would be the smartest choice. The system quickly confirmed his decision with a series of crisp notifications. Purchase successful, 20,000 carrot seeds, 100 strawberry seeds, 100 Chongyang bell pepper seeds. 5 tower coins deducted from Park Siguan's seed bank account. Seed store points plus 50 total points, 56. Thank you for using the seed store service. 3 heavy seed bags materialized in Siguan's hands, each one packed full, their weight reminiscent of a successful harvest season. Feeling the familiar heft and smell of new seeds, Siguan finally smiled in satisfaction. Now, along with the sun-faced red sweet potato sprouts, he had plenty to plant for the new season. He dashed toward the sweet potato field, where Father Rabbit working on the fields. Hey, Dad Rabbit. I bought more carrot seeds from the seed store. Siguan called out. At the mention of those 2 magic words, carrot seeds, the rabbit's long ears instantly perked up in surprise and anticipation. Of course, what rabbit could resist carrots? Siguan handed over a small sack of seeds and grinned enthusiastically. Let's plant them now. Can I count on you to help sow them? The rabbit nodded eagerly, already full of energy. Looking out over the land, Siguan's gaze stretched far. The onion leaf fields, potato beds, and sweet potato patches now extended so wide they seemed to blend into the green mountains beyond. Since the Minotaur had come to help plow, the farmland had expanded greatly, gradually transforming into a true, flourishing farm. Meanwhile, far away outside Gangnam, on a clear and breezy day, a view of the Black Tower pierced the clouds, its towering silhouette framed by the modern skyline of Seoul's skyscrapers. Han Taijun stood on a rooftop, admiring both the distant cityscape and the magic tower gleaming against the sky. What a beautiful day, isn't it? He murmured. The retired hero was dressed casually, wearing flip-flops and loose clothes, hands clasped behind his back as he looked out with quiet nostalgia. Placing one foot on the railing, he sighed softly. It's been a long time since I left that freezer, and finally got to see the tower from afar again. He turned to the young man standing beside him. Do you see it too, Seuk? Cha Seuk, Siguan's student, bowed his head slightly in response. I don't know about anything else, but you shouldn't be outside right now, teacher. If you let your guard down, the fire curse might spread again. Please, go inside and rest. Taijun glanced at him, his expression turning dry. You always find a way to ruin the mood, don't you? Are you that kind of person? He said, half joking, half irritated. Seuk stayed silent, his respectful composure unwavering, though his teacher's complaint clearly left him at a loss for words. Taijun sighed. He was far too used to Seuk's serious, humorless demeanor by now. Deciding to move on from the conversation, Taijun switched topics. There's supposed to be a trade with a free merchant soon, right? Is Dongshik on the 38th floor now? Seuk nodded. Yes, teacher. Dongshik is on the 38th floor at the moment. He's been having a tough time conquering the boss there, the deadly tarantula spider. Apparently, it's made its nest right around the floor's waypoint, making progress nearly impossible. The poison gas emitted by the deadly tarantula spider was extremely difficult to neutralize, even with a specialized healing mage. It was said that no one could safely approach the spider's nest without an antidote made from the blood of the poisonous spiders themselves, a rare ingredient that could only be obtained from the servant guarding the nest. However, finding an alchemist skilled enough to create such an antidote was nearly impossible. Many adventurers had gone to the species known for dealing in poisons and antidotes within the Black Tower, only to be met with silent headshakes. In the end, most had no choice but to face the deadly spiders without any antidote at all. Hearing this report, Taijun guessed that the exploration team still hadn't made much progress on that floor. "And you're guarding Siguan's family while Dongshik is in the tower, right?" he asked. "Report to me, has anything unusual happened?" Just as his teacher had expected, Sihyuk began his report. Siguan's family had moved to the Hanamdong district. The three of them kept a steady daily routine and wished to live as normally as possible, just like before. Whenever they went out, they were always accompanied by bodyguards and avoided any unnecessary public appearances or discussions that might expose them or cause future problems. Recently, however, Sejun's younger brother, Seedol, had been approached by members of several foreign associations while spending time with friends. They had even sent attractive girls to get close to him, to ask about the situation inside the tower and to obtain his contact information. Fortunately, Seedol was cautious by nature. Together with his friends, he avoided drinking alcohol or associating with strangers, so the issue was resolved before it could escalate into anything serious. Taijun let out a deep laugh upon hearing that. "At least the boy's sensible," he said approvingly. But mid-laughter, his body suddenly stiffened, and a violent cough tore through his chest. He stumbled back several steps, clutching his ribs, his face twisting in pain. Alarmed, Sihyuk rushed toward him. But Taijun quickly waved a hand, fumbling in his pocket before pulling out a small, round red pill. "I'm fine," he rasped hoarsely, popping the cherry tomato into his mouth and biting down. A faint crunch sounded, followed by visible relief washing over his face. The pain seemed to subside almost instantly. Sihyuk blinked in confusion. "Was that a cherry tomato?" "Yes," Taijun said, exhaling deeply. "After eating this, suppressing the fire curse becomes much easier. It's truly useful, and it tastes good too. I'm sure it'll help many people in the future." He rested his muscular right arm on his broad shoulder, his gaze turning distant as he continued, "That Park Sejun, he's someone Korea shouldn't overlook." Turning back to Sihyuk, Taijun added, "I've already spoken to your senior, but remind Dongshik to bring Sejun to my office as soon as he leaves the tower. I won't go in there first." He gave a casual wave, then turned away, walking back toward the cold chamber, his freezer room. Despite his outwardly cheerful tone, Sihyuk couldn't help feeling uneasy as he watched his teacher's back disappearing into the corridor. Quietly, he muttered, there must be a way to break that fire curse on him. He turned again to gaze up at the black tower, standing tall against the bright Gangnam sky. Hope welled up in his chest. Yes, he thought. If Senior Dongshik can find even the smallest lead to curing it, he'll definitely uncover it. Speaking of Dongshik, at that very moment, he was locked in battle, facing powerful enemies that refused to relent. His face was tense and drenched in sweat as he swung his blade over and over. Each time he cut down one spider, another crawled out of the shadows to replace it. The fight had dragged on for hours. Damn it, he snarled between breaths. They just keep coming non-stop. In front of him, mages and warriors were battling a giant spider, its body pulsing with venomous light. Everyone, fall back. Donsik shouted. We'll regroup before we lose more people. Captain Donsik, above you, a voice cried out. The warning came too late. He barely had time to look up before a huge spider descended from the webbing above, its pincers poised just 10 centimeters from his head. Startled, Donsik turned, but his reaction was a split second too slow. A gloved hand suddenly shoved him backward, and a slender figure darted past him. Suha, his comrade, drew her sword and intercepted the attack head-on, blocking the spider's deadly strike. The impact shook the ground, and sparks flew as her blade clashed against the creature's chitinous pincers. Though she managed to hold her ground, a thin, smoky scar began to spread across her cheek, a burn mark from the spider's poison. Ignoring the pain, Suha focused entirely on the fight. With precise movements honed by countless battles, she twisted her sword, severing the spider's left pincer in a clean slice. Before it could counterattack, she reached for her waist and drew another weapon, a short sword glowing with faint green light. Channeling all her strength, she plunged it deep into the spider's soft underbelly, its only weak spot. The creature shrieked, thrashing violently, but she held her ground until its struggles weakened. Finally, the spider collapsed with a heavy thud, black blood spilling across the web-covered floor. Are you both all right? The team members shouted as they ran over. Donsik quickly checked himself, no injuries. But when he looked at Suha, she was pale, her breathing shallow. As soon as she sheathed her weapon, her body swayed. Donsik caught her just before she hit the ground. She's been poisoned, he shouted. Call a healer, quick. The healers rushed forward, laying Suha on the ground and pouring every bit of healing magic they had into her. But even as her wounds closed, the poison continued to spread beneath her skin. Her eyelids fluttered weakly, her voice trembling. The venom, it's burning. Dongsik tore through his belt pouch, searching desperately for an antidote, but there was none left. The poison's too strong, one healer said urgently. We can suppress it for a short while, but once we stop, it'll spread again. Damn it, Dongsik cursed. They'd already used up their entire stock of antidotes. It was too late to contact the alchemists now. What could they possibly do? Then, in that moment of despair, a familiar, casual voice broke through the chaos. Hey, isn't that Dongsik here, meow? Everyone froze. Out from the tunnel entrance, a round-eared figure strolled in, Theo, the cat merchant, completely oblivious to the bloody battlefield around him. He tilted his head curiously at Dongsik's exhausted, panicked face. Why are you here, meow? Shouldn't you be at the trading location? The trading post wasn't far from here, but since he hadn't seen Dongsik arrive as usual, the cat had wandered in to look for him, walking right into a war zone without realizing it. Oh, right, today is trading day, Dongsik muttered in confusion, his words stumbling. Theo didn't care for his explanation. Spotting the person lying under a heap of magic, the cat leaped onto Sua's chest and, unaware of her condition, asked cheerfully, Why are you sleeping on the road? We need to take a picture. Get up, meow. Suha, half-conscious from the poison and feeling something soft pressing on her, groaned faintly, heavy, but so soft. It's fine. She lifted Theo off her face, the cat patting her cheeks with its front paws as if to wake her up. Dongsik quickly explained, Theo, Suha is affected by the spider's venom. At the mention of the spider, Theo's fur stood on end, its eyes wide with alarm. It must hurt a lot. Are you okay? Just lie down, meow. Suddenly, Dongsik remembered, Theo was a merchant cat who knew countless places inside the tower. If this continues, she'll die, he said urgently. Do you know where we can find an antidote for spider venom? Theo rubbed Sua's cheek with its paw, thinking hard. There's no alchemist nearby. Wait a minute. Then it seemed to recall why it had come in the first place. The cat jumped off Suha, rummaged through its space pouch, and with a triumphant grin announced, I have this. It proudly held up a nearly half-height onion leaf. This is a detoxifying onion leaf, meow. Just hearing the word detoxifying made Dongsik's teammates crowd around. Dongsik carefully took the leaf, and a system message appeared before his eyes. Detoxifying onion leaf, extremely nutritious and delicious. Can neutralize D-level or lower poisons within 1 hour of consumption. Eating 10 or more can stack effects up to 1 hour. Grown by tower farmer Park Siguan. Shelf life, 60 days. Grade, D. Dongsik's heart raced. Could this leaf really neutralize the venom of the deadly tarantula spider? There was only one way to find out. Supporting Suha, he helped her take a bite. Fortunately, she was still semi-conscious, so she managed to chew it. And even before swallowing, her eyes flew wide open in disbelief. The venomous scar on her cheek vanished instantly, leaving no trace behind. My body feels so light. I've never felt this way before, she said, sitting up in astonishment. Seeing the miracle, Theo puffed out its chest with pride. Suha hugged the cat tightly, rubbing her face against its soft fur. Thank you so much, Theo. You saved my life. You're the best cat in the world. Theo purred smugly, pretending to be dignified. Ahem. No problem, meow. It extended its paw grandly. Just give me 5 tower coins, and I'll provide extremely cheap healing services. That's a special discount just for you, my underling, meow. Suha stared at him, half amused, half exasperated. You saved my life, and now you're asking for money? You really are a villain merchant. Meanwhile, Dongsik interjected, more importantly, Theo, where did you get this detoxifying onion leaf? Only then did Theo remember to explain. This is a new crop that'll be sold this time, meow. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. A new crop? Really? Dongsik's heart pounded with excitement. The underworld spider's venom was classified as E+, and this detoxifying onion leaf could cleanse poisons up to D level. With these, conquering the 38th floor might finally be possible. Holding the leaf felt like holding salvation itself. Now, he no longer feared the poisonous spiders swarming around the waypoint. Confidence surged through him, and he couldn't help but grin at Theo. Theo, you're the best golden cat there is. Theo blinked, uneasy under the captain's intense stare. Why are you looking at me like that, meow? Jackpot, Dongsik thought. It was the perfect combination of timing, opportunity, and luck. Just when everyone had been racking their brains trying to figure out how to break through the 38th floor, Theo had appeared with an incredible product capable of neutralizing the E+ grade poison of the monsters there. How many detoxification green onions do you have, Theo? Dongsik asked quickly. I have 100 detoxification green onions, meow, Theo replied proudly. Dongshik's eyes shone with delight. That would be enough for the entire expedition team. With these, the 38th floor would no longer be an obstacle. I'll buy them all, he declared enthusiastically. But before the trade could be sealed, a sharp, commanding voice rang out from behind them. Hold on. The voice cut through the air, stern and hostile. A group of warriors and wizards approached, their faces twisted with mocking smiles. Phoenix Guild, Dongshik muttered under his breath, recognizing them instantly. I was wondering why the wandering cat merchant hadn't opened shop yet, one of the Phoenix Guild's knights sneered. Seems you're doing something unethical, huh? Dongshik's expression hardened. He hadn't expected the royal knights and wizards to appear here of all places. How did they find us? Were they following us to sabotage our 38th floor conquest? Ignoring his bewildered glare, the Phoenix Guild members brushed past him and surrounded Theo. Hey, wandering cat merchant, one of them said with feigned friendliness. If you only sell to one guild, the others will complain. You'll lose a lot of customers that way, don't you think? Theo blinked and tilted its head, completely believing them. As a wandering cat merchant, the more Theo sold, the more Chairman Siguan would favor it, and its abilities were reflected in its total sales, which customers valued highly. Dongshik didn't want to interfere, but he couldn't hide his displeasure. Ridiculous, he thought. We can only buy cherry tomatoes and green onions from Theo. No matter what, people will come to Theo for these two things. Outside the tower, cherry tomatoes were already a hot commodity. And if people discovered that the green onions sold by Theo could detoxify poisons and help climbers reach higher floors, they'd go completely crazy. Seeing Theo caught in a dilemma, Dongshik decided not to step in. With so many witnesses, fairness and trust directly affected the reputation of the wandering cat merchant, and the Phoenix Guild clearly knew this. They were deliberately putting Theo in a tight spot, forcing it to comply publicly. After a moment of visible confusion, Theo suddenly brightened up and said, "Let's hold an auction as usual, okay?" Anyone opposed? Meow. Naturally, that suggestion was better than letting Dongshik buy all the cherry tomatoes and green onions alone. Soon, everyone agreed, it was the most reasonable solution since no one could stop Dongshik from purchasing from the wandering cat otherwise. With that, Theo rummaged through its space bag and declared, "Now I'll sell magical cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions, meow." It set down a basket full of green onions and another brimming with cherry tomatoes that bounced in rhythm as the baskets landed. First, Theo announced proudly, "I'll sell magical cherry tomatoes of C grade in lots of 500. I have a total of 6,000 tomatoes." The moment it finished speaking, murmurs spread through the crowd. It wasn't the quantity that shocked them, it was the grade. What? C grade? Someone exclaimed. That single piece of information was enough to ignite a storm of excitement. C-grade magical cherry tomatoes were a whole level higher than the D-grade ones previously sold, and the value difference was massive. An undercut-haired man quickly started the bidding at 350 tower coins. Instead of questioning the new grade, others immediately jumped in, shouting their bids one after another, 370 tower coins. 400 tower coins. The price kept climbing fast, 450, then 500, and soon 600 tower coins. Even members of Dongshik's own Phoenix Guild joined the frenzy, prompting him to look around urgently. "Everyone, we need a strategy," he warned. "We still need the green onions to conquer the 38th floor." But his words were drowned out by the bidding war and Theo's energetic calls of "sold, meow." All 6,000 cherry tomatoes, sold in 500-piece lots over 12 rounds, went flying off the baskets. The later batches sold for even higher prices than the earlier ones, a complete sellout. Watching the jubilant buyers carry away their baskets of magical cherry tomatoes, Theo cheerfully waved. "Thank you, everyone, for attending. I've sold everything I had, meow." Of course, what it meant was that it had finished selling the tomatoes. Next, the merchant cat reached into its magic bag again and announced, "Next will be the detoxifying onions for sale, meow. I have a total of 100 bunches, and I'll sell them in lots of 10 bunches each." The crowd buzzed. "So it's 100 bunches, not 100 onions," someone murmured. "One lot of 10 bunches can be used more than 10 times. Dongshik was determined not to let anyone else have these. He immediately shouted, 130 tower coins. His face flushed red with tension, it looked like he was ready to live or die for those onions. The younger man beside him was stunned by the intensity. A brown-haired knight from the Royal Knights Guild smirked, clearly watching Dongshik closely. He raised his hand and called, 135 tower coins. Dongshik didn't hesitate. He jumped straight past it, shouting over 20 coins higher to block the other bidder's path. His nerves were taut, waiting for Theo's confirmation. The cat lifted a paw and called out, "Anyone else bidding, meow?" Going once. Going twice. 3, 2, 1. Theo's paw dropped. Sold, meow. Dongshik exhaled heavily, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. He was smiling, a mix of regret over the steep price and satisfaction from his victory. It had cost more than expected, but missing out on the detox onions wasn't an option. Meanwhile, the royal knight was grinning slyly. It was clear he had guessed Dongshik's intention to keep buying more, and he already had a plan in mind. As soon as Theo lifted the next bundle, the knight immediately shouted a high first offer, 160 tower coins. Leaving Dongshik's 150 caught in his throat. That price, Dongshik couldn't match. The wandering merchant cat only cared about a good deal, so Theo nodded without hesitation. No more bids? Then sold to the bidder for 160 tower coins, meow. Playing the same tactic again, the royal knight quickly raised the bid to 170 tower coins for the third bundle, cutting off Dongshik's chance entirely. Dongshik had expected the knight to start again at 160, so he hesitated, thinking of offering 161, but it was too late. Theo slammed its paw down again. Sold, meow. This bunch is successfully sold. The higher the price went, the faster the onions sold, and the merchant cat couldn't stop smiling. After the third bunch was sold, Dongshik shouted out a desperate bid of 175 tower coins for the fourth. His face was red with frustration. After losing 2 bunches already, he couldn't afford to miss another, or his team would come up short. But before he could celebrate, a brown-haired man from the Royal Knight Guild immediately called out, 180 tower coins. Dongshik's voice caught in his throat. The bid was lost in an instant. The seller, Theo, was overjoyed. To show his gratitude for such a high offer, he picked up 2 bunches of onions and began performing a happy cat dance, spinning around with his tail swishing proudly. Never before had Theo sold a new product so quickly. Suha, watching nearby, erupted with cheers and laughter. They pulled out their devices to capture every adorable moment. Soon, their social media feeds would be overflowing with hearts and likes. Meanwhile, Dongshik stood there looking utterly defeated. The Phoenix Guild had managed to buy only one small bunch of onions, just 10 in total. It was all they could scrape together. His disappointment was plain to see. The Royal Knight members, holding their lush green onions, couldn't resist mocking him. What now, Dongshik? Seems like the Phoenix Guild can't even work with other guilds. No one even helped you bid. Their laughter was joined by the Mages Guild members nearby. We'll reach the next floor before you, one shouted smugly. Dongshik clenched his fists but didn't respond. Losing the auction hurt, but he wasn't the type to take it out on his teammates. Don't worry about it, he told them. The world won't stop spinning just because we're a step behind. Even so, the team's mood was heavy. Sorry, Captain, one member muttered. We were too focused on the magic tomatoes. We spent everything. Dongshik just smiled weakly. What's done is done. A little later, Suha approached him quietly. Captain, Theo says he has something to discuss with you in private. Dongshik followed Theo behind a large rock, away from the others. The cat had been waiting there patiently, tasked by the farm president, Siguan, to ask about his family's situation. So, Theo began, Mr. Siguan's family lives in Hanyadong? Dongshik corrected him, chuckling. No, not Hanyadong, Hanamdong. Theo blinked in confusion but quickly pulled out a notepad, carefully writing down the name so he wouldn't forget it lat. When the cat finished scribbling, Dongshik continued, the Korean Association is keeping a close watch on his family. Mr. Siguan doesn't need to worry, he's considered a national talent. Theo didn't seem particularly interested in politics. Instead, he rummaged through his pouch and remembered something. Ah. Mr. Siguan said I should give you a gift for protecting his family. Dongshik waved his hands quickly. That's not necessary. But his words stopped when Theo placed a large basket before him. It was filled with bright cherry tomatoes and perfectly arranged onions, so full that a few tomatoes rolled to the ground as the basket touched the floor. Mr. Siguan sent you 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxification green onions, Theo said proudly. Dongshik's jaw dropped. 50 onions. That was 5 times what he'd just spent his savings on. Each onion was precious, potentially life-saving in the tower's environment. For a moment, he was speechless. He finally managed to laugh and accepted the gift. Then I'll gratefully accept, for the sake of Korea's future. Theo nodded, tail flicking. Also, Mr. Siguan said that if you ever need more vegetables or fruit, he'll sell them to you at a discount. But keep this between us. Dongshik chuckled, his mood completely lifted. Deal, he said. I'll keep it a secret. Keeping a secret was the least of Dongshik's worries. What mattered was that he now had a special deal with Mr. Siguan, something that would make sure the fiasco at the auction never happened again. He still remembered that helpless feeling of not having enough coins to buy food from Siguan's farm. Now, with this arrangement, he wouldn't have to go through that embarrassment again. And since Siguan's family's situation was confidential, Dongshik figured their exchange of secrets was fair, both sides were entrusting each other with something valuable. It felt like the start of a stronger bond. After finishing his report for Siguan, Theo placed his small paws on his hips and let out a long, dramatic sigh, as if he'd been waiting all day for this moment. I have a secret item, he said mysteriously, lowering his voice. I can only sell it to you today. Interested? Dongshik blinked, caught off guard. A secret item? Theo's tone was so serious that Dongshik wasn't sure if he should laugh or be worried. But knowing Theo, he suspected some kind of strange cat merchandise was coming his way. Meanwhile, far away on the 99th floor, everything was peaceful. The Minotaur's massive hands moved with steady precision, laying bricks and spreading adhesive to raise sturdy walls. Others carried heavy boxes of bricks, tied securely with onion ropes, toward the house under construction. The architecture rabbit stood nearby, overseeing every step of the build. Thanks to the Minotaur's strength and skill, even the huge logs that Mother Red Bear had pulled from the forest were quickly carved into elegant roof beams. One of the architecture rabbits painted the outer walls while a Minotaur passed bricks one by one, following instructions perfectly. Siguan stood watching, amazed. He hadn't expected the architecture rabbit's design to become such a grand house. He could already imagine raising a family here someday. Beside him, Kung, the black rabbit, and the junior queen bee watched with wide eyes as the house took shape at an incredible pace. Another architecture rabbit nearby double-checked the plans, nodding in satisfaction. In just a few days, the exterior was nearly finished, faster than anyone had imagined. Pinnock, standing beside Siguan, smiled proudly, eyes closed in contentment. It's all thanks to the Minotaur's effort, he said. They work faster than expected. Anyway, Pinnock continued, pointing toward the house, the interior will take time. The three of us need to handle that part ourselves. We should start by deciding on the room layout you mentioned earlier. Siguan nodded and walked inside the new home with Pinnock and the black rabbit, already imagining the comfort it would bring. Kung followed behind, the junior queen bee perched on his head, mostly just curious and eager to be included. I want to put the bed right here, Siguan said, pointing to a corner. After nearly a year of sleeping on a mat woven from green onions, he longed for something soft and wide, something that made him feel human again. Just as he began explaining the design, a rustling sound came from behind. He turned and saw Kung awkwardly trying to squeeze through the small door. The entrance had been built for humans, not minotaurs, and certainly not bears. With the queen bee still sitting comfortably on its head, Kung had already managed to get both front legs inside before Siguan rushed over. No, Kung! You can't come in, he cried, pushing against the bear's shoulder to guide him back out. Kung stopped, looking down with a sad face. Why not? Siguan hesitated, trying to choose his words carefully. You're too big. The house might break if you go inside. Kung's eyes dimmed. Am I a bad bear? I don't want to break Dad's house. His ears drooped as he repeated softly, I'm not a bad bear, right? Being big doesn't mean being bad. Siguan sighed and gently patted his fur. No, you're not a bad bear. You're a very good one. But you can't come inside for now. How about you eat some honey over there while I check the rooms? Though still looking guilty, Kung obeyed. He sat down a little distance away, opened his honey jar, and quietly spooned some out while watching his father continue the work. But he couldn't enjoy it the way he usually did. Holding the jar with both hands, he whispered to the junior queen bee perched above, I want to go inside Dad's house and play. The little bee patted his head gently in comfort, but it didn't help much. Soon, Kung's sniffles grew louder, and his eyes filled with tears flowing in large streams. Kung kept sobbing, I want to be small. I want to sleep with Dad in that house too. The junior queen bee gently rubbed its head to comfort it, but nothing worked. The little bear's crying only grew louder, startling the bee sister. It cried for a long while, desperate and frustrated that no matter how much it wished, it couldn't become smaller. In an attempt to forget its sadness, Kung tilted back the honey jar and gulped it down like an adult drowning their sorrows in wine, a sight both pitiful and oddly funny. Then suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst from Kung's right arm. The glow was so bright that the junior queen bee froze midair in astonishment. Kung, equally confused, stared at its glowing arm with wide eyes. It had never experienced anything like this before. Across the site, Siguan was busy making a bed with the rabbits and hadn't noticed anything strange. The minotaurs were resting nearby, happily munching on crispy sweet green onions. Siguan pointed to a pile of materials and asked the architecture rabbit, Can we make a bed out of these? The rabbit examined them carefully, nodding with professional seriousness. If we layer green onions on top, the bed will be too hard, it said. The two discussed ways to make it softer and better for Siguan's back when suddenly a long-drawn dad echoed across the yard. Siguan turned, startled, only to be met by a small red blur flying straight toward his face. The object, round like a red ball, hit him square in the mouth, almost choking him. Before he could react, it bounced off his belly and crashed into a nearby minotaur, sending both the creature and a pile of green onions flying in all directions. The two rabbits froze, watching the chaos unfold as Siguan tumbled into the green onions, leaves fluttering everywhere, and his straw hat went spinning across the ground. Groaning in pain, Siguan tried to sit up. What was that? He gasped. No one answered. But then something wet brushed against his cheek, a small tongue licking him. Blinking, he saw a tiny red bear standing proudly on his chest, looking like a living plush toy. "Look at me, Dad!" Kong squeaked happily. Siguan could hardly believe his eyes. On the little bear's chest, 3 golden hexagons shimmered like a small pattern of honeycombs. But what stunned him most was its size. It had shrunk to fit comfortably on his chest. Kong, thrilled, raised its paws high. "Dad, look! I'm smaller now. I really got smaller." Still dazed, Siguan sat amid the pile of green onions, staring at the miniature bear. What happened to you? Why are you so tiny?" The 2 rabbits ran over, carrying his hat, equally shocked after witnessing the transformation. Kong didn't seem to care about the cause, it was just overjoyed that its wish had come true. When Siguan opened Kong's information panel, the name had changed. Giant Red Honey Bear. "Honey," he murmured, realizing the honey it drank must have triggered this change. The system gave no explanation about the glowing hexagons, but Siguan had a feeling it was an evolution, just like how the black rabbit gained a hammer or the architect rabbit developed new skills. "Can you turn back to your normal size?" he asked curiously. Kong nodded with determination, pressing its lips together. With a hum and a concentrated effort, its body suddenly expanded with a loud pop, so abruptly that the nearby black rabbit was flung into the air. "Whoa!" Siguan yelped, falling back again. He sighed, rubbing his head. "You'll give me a heart attack doing that." Still, he couldn't hide his amazement. "You can control your size now? That's incredible." Kong puffed up its chest proudly, now almost as tall as the Minotaur's. Brushing off dust, looked up at Siguan and said, "It seems the desire to stay small was suppressing its growth. Some young monsters do that when they fear growing up." Siguan blinked, taking in the explanation. Suppressing growth. Before he could ask more, Kong clenched its tiny fists again, and with another flash, it shrank right back to its small size, pressing its face against Siguan's leg and hugging him tightly. Looking up with sparkling purple eyes, it asked softly, "So I can go inside the house now, right? You can hold me like you do Black Rabbit and the cat?" Siguan froze for a moment, realizing what had truly been on Kong's mind. It wasn't about size, it was about closeness. The little bear simply wanted to be small enough to fit in his arms. Smiling warmly, Siguan lifted Kong and held it close. "So our Kong just wanted to be loved by Dad, huh? I'm sorry I didn't understand earlier." With one arm around the little bear, he picked up his straw hat from the architect rabbit with the other. "Come on, let's look inside the house together." Kong's eyes lit up with joy. "Really?" Siguan chuckled. "Of course. And we'll add another bed, one just for you." The 2 rabbits laughed happily as Siguan carried Kong inside. But then the little bear tugged at his face and whimpered, "Dad. I also want to go into the cave." "The cave?" Siguan blinked. Of course, it was that cave. The one where Kong had eaten through the entire food stockpile in one afternoon, then pretended not to know anything. Siguan exchanged a helpless glance with Black Rabbit, who immediately shook its head furiously. "Don't you dare say yes." The farmer hesitated, caught between his child's teary eyes and his rabbit's warning. Well, maybe." "Maybe?" Black Rabbit's eyes widened. "No maybes. That much food could feed my family for 6 months." Siguan scratched his cheek awkwardly, mumbling, "Right, okay, maybe not then." Before Dongshik lay more than a dozen large, plump, golden sweet potatoes. He had never seen anything like them in the Black Tower, so he asked curiously, "What are these?" Theo picked one up and held it out proudly. "This is called a pumpkin sun sweet potato, meow." Dongshik frowned slightly. He had never heard such a long and strange name. Was it a sweet potato, or a pumpkin? The moment he touched it, the system panel appeared. Item information. Pumpkin sun sweet potato. A mutated pumpkin sweet potato grown at the highest point of the Black Tower, where it absorbs intense sunlight and solar energy. Nutritious and flavorful. Upon consumption. Burns 200 grams of body fat. Increases fire resistance for 5 hours. Grants immunity to cold for 24 hours. Dongshik froze. His mouth fell open, wide enough to fit an egg. A food item that increased fire resistance? He wasn't shocked because of the 38th floor, there were no fire-based monsters here. He was shocked because of Han Tae-jun. Han Tae-jun was a living legend in Korea, a name every hunter knew the moment they entered the Black Tower. He was the first to reach the 52nd floor. The moment he stepped onto that floor, he encountered the guardian of the teleport point, a massive wild boar with 2 long tusks, its entire body engulfed in flames. The creature charged without hesitation. Tae-jun met it head-on. Alone. No team. No backup. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In the end, neither side won. Both retreated after suffering critical injuries. No one knew what became of the flaming boar. But Tae-jun returned with a terrible fire curse. Flames constantly burned within his body, so intense that even the doctors treating him were injured. Only powerful suppression spells could temporarily restrain the curse. Later, they discovered the only way to slow it was continuous spell casting, or lowering his body temperature to extreme levels. Since then, Taejun had lived in a frozen room, unable to return to the tower. The world believed he had retired. But Dongshik knew better. For decades, Taejun had stared out his window at the Black Tower every single day. He never gave up. And neither did Dongshik, his disciple, who had always searched for a way to lift the curse. Now, holding the pumpkin sun sweet potato, Dongshik's hands trembled. With this, we can finally let Master sleep peacefully, even if only for a while. And more than that. If we defeat the Guardian of the 52nd floor, the curse will be completely lifted. Han Taejun would return. The living legend would once again climb the tower. That alone would ignite the morale of countless hunters. Dongshik glanced at the basket beside him, filled with green onions mixed with cherry tomatoes. With these detoxifying onions, we can completely neutralize the poison on the 38th floor. We can begin immediately. He looked at Theo and smiled broadly. Thank you. I really needed these. Theo planted his paws on his hips proudly. Meow, it's nothing. As Dongshik handed over a large pouch of tower coins, Theo accepted it with a satisfied flick of his tail. Secretly, the cat sighed in relief. Good. No one noticed my mistake. Matter resolved. Meow. After chatting for a bit longer, Dongshik cheerfully stepped out of the forest and waved to his waiting team. Did you wait long? One of the sorcerers replied. Captain, we were about to head down and exit the tower. Without a word, Dongshik placed a massive basket of green onions in front of them. The team stared in disbelief. Is that what we think it is? Someone asked. Yes, Dongshik replied calmly. Detoxifying onions. Not just a few, dozens of them, mixed with cherry tomatoes. You got these from the merchant cat? Yes. Dongshik struck a confident pose. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you really going to leave now? Shouldn't we clear all the warp points before heading down? The team exchanged excited looks. Who would leave now? Without further discussion, everyone agreed. Dongshik peeled an onion, took a bite, and said, Let's go. The Phoenix Guild advanced to face the venomous spider ruling the 38th floor. This time, its presence felt far less oppressive. The guild members coordinated smoothly, guarding against its attacks while timing their bites of detoxifying onions. With blades drawn and confidence high, they charged forward. Phoenix Guild. Let's conquer the 38th floor. After parting ways with the team, Theo moved upward through the tower, passing the bustling merchant market on the 75th floor. Outside the square, crowds moved busily, carrying goods on their shoulders, mostly small, gentle monsters trading supplies. Suddenly, attention shifted toward a cobblestone road. 3 gray wolves in tribal cloaks walked in formation, escorting a tiny orange cat. Theo, long used to admiring stares, strutted proudly at the center, tail held high. Humming to himself as if leading a grand procession. Elka noticed and asked, You seem to be in a good mood, merchant cat? Theo replied cheerfully, Yes, I sold some good stuff today. Feeling generous, he announced, Wolves, today I'll treat you to something delicious, meow. The wolves eagerly thanked him, chatting excitedly about what they should eat. Elka suggested, I heard there's a good noodle shop nearby. Shall we try it? But Theo wasn't listening, something to his right had caught his attention. Elka watched as the cat started moving oddly, stepping forward with his paws stretched out as if touching something invisible, eyes closed in bliss. What are you doing, merchant cat? Elka asked. Without shame, Theo replied, Wait a bit, I feel something, meow. Following the strange sensation, Theo discovered a simple ring with a red diamond. It wasn't treats or roasted fish smell guiding him after all. Realizing it was what he'd been seeking, Theo quickly grabbed it. But at that very moment, a smaller hand reached for the ring, belonging to a creature half Theo's size, cloaked in black, with sharp, determined eyes. Theo clutched the ring close to his chest and hissed, Who are you, meow? This is mine, meow. The shopkeeper, an ordinary-looking dog, could hardly believe 2 customers were fighting over one of his items. The cloaked figure, a tiny mouse holding a staff, said firmly yet politely, You don't need that item. Give it to me. Thinking Theo was just some mid-level merchant cat, she stood her ground. Theo, holding tightly to the ring, refused. Who are you? I got it first, you little thing. Go away, meow. Her eyes narrowed. Repeating his words in an icy tone, she said, What did you call me, little thing? Her expression grew darker, but Theo didn't back down. When Elka approached, he froze mid-step. His face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. That mouse, she's the great archmage of destruction, Iona? He tried to convince himself he was mistaken. How could the great archmage just appear in a busy merchant market? But then he saw the staff in her hand, its deep purple gemstone glinting in the sunlight. There was no doubt. It was the Staff of Calamity, the legendary weapon forged within the tower itself. Why was Iona called the Great Archmage of Destruction? Because with a mere wave of that staff, she could level mountains, turning an entire region into flat land in the blink of an eye. If she raised it again, she could summon waves large enough to transform a river into a sea. Elka stood frozen, watching in horror as the cat argued loudly with such a being. Iona glared at Theo, her patience gone. Do you not know who I am? The air thickened with magical tension as she gritted her teeth. I was going to give you a chance to take back your words and actions, but now I'm in a bad mood. I'm tired. Stop messing with me, damn cat. She stepped forward, and a small vortex of wind began swirling around her. Raising the Staff of Calamity, her eyes shone dangerously. Apologize, with your life, she declared. Just as the magic gathered to strike, Chief Elka rushed forward, shielding Theo. Stop, Lady Iona, he shouted. This one is a servant of the Great Black Dragon. The violet aura around the staff faded instantly. Iona blinked, her tone shifting from fury to confusion. What did you say? A servant of the Great Black Dragon? Elka stayed silent as she descended, her staff returning to normal. The crisis had barely been averted. She looked at him sharply. And who are you? Bowing deeply, Elka replied respectfully, I am Elka, chief of the Silver Wolf tribe. Her frown deepened. Do you understand what you've just said? If you dare lie to me, you'll be guilty of impersonating the Great Black Dragon's servant, and you won't escape death. Choosing his words carefully, Elka swore, It's true, Lady Iona. I swear on the name of my tribe, I am not lying. Theo, still unaware of who she was, only noticed that the scary mouse suddenly relaxed at the mention of his boss's name. Puffing his chest out proudly, he declared, Yes, I am a servant of the Great Black Dragon, meow. I'm not lying, meow. Iona, now calmer, said coldly, If that's true, then prove it. Prove it? Theo asked, tilting his head. What do you mean, meow? It's simple, Iona replied, glaring. Take me to the Great Black Dragon. Theo's fur bristled. You mean, for free, meow, he shouted indignantly. Elka nearly fainted. His heart pounded as he realized the cat had no idea he'd just survived death, and now he was arguing again. Oh my god, Elka thought in despair, this dumb cat. Do you even know what you just said? If she gets angry again, we're all dead. He suddenly pointed straight at Iona's face and boldly declared, So if you want to meet the Great Black Dragon, you must pay me a price. Elka couldn't stop it in time. The chief of the Silver Wolf tribe stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, his face pale. He couldn't believe it, the great wizard of Black Tower was being pointed at by a wandering cat, demanding a price to meet its master. Yet, instead of exploding in rage at the disrespect, the mouse wizard's expression shifted, her lips twitched, then curled into a smile as if she were looking at a complete fool. Finally, Iona couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing, her voice almost cat-like in its tone. She lost all the majestic composure of a great archmage, laughing so hard that tears nearly filled her eyes. Wiping them quickly, Iona remarked between chuckles, You're very confident. I like your unwavering eyes. All right, she said finally, amusement still lacing her voice, What do you want? Hearing that the other party actually agreed to his terms, Theo's tail flicked with excitement. Earlier, you said your name was Iona, right? I've been buying some things to bring to the Great Black Dragon. But Iona cut him off sharply. You mean that ring you were looking at earlier is for the Black Dragon? If that's the case, I'll buy it for you. The wandering cat blinked, looking down at the small mouse in surprise. Really? He asked. Iona nodded firmly. Yes. And if you need anything else, just tell me, I'll buy it for you. In her mind, Iona was already calculating. If I can really meet the Great Black Dragon, this might be my only chance. That was why she was being so generous. Otherwise, who in their right mind could bargain with the Great Archmage herself? Theo, of course, didn't think that deeply. He only thought the other person was rather gullible. With just a few words, he could make her buy him whatever he needed. Laughing gleefully, he led the great wizard toward the lively marketplace on the 37th floor, filled with chatter and laughter. At a stall overflowing with bottles, the chubby cat pointed at a counter run by a black pig lady and boldly said, Give me 100 of these bottles. Then, without hesitation, he began picking hats from the neighboring stalls. This one, and this one, he said, choosing every color he could find. Elka followed in silence, watching helplessly as the cat lifted a straw hat patterned with flowers and smiled, calling out, Hey, don't you need anything here? I think this would suit your son, Elka. The wolf chief quickly waved both hands in refusal, anxiety written all over his face. That's all right, he stammered. The last thing he wanted was to spend even a single coin of the great wizard Iona's money. If they offended her, they'd be doomed. Meanwhile, Iona watched Theo try on one straw hat after another like he was enjoying a shopping spree. Her curiosity finally got the better of her. Didn't you say you were buying things for the Great Black Dragon? Do you really plan to buy this trash? She asked incredulously. The cat nodded eagerly, the straw hat wobbling atop his round head. Yes, these are all necessary items. And I want this one too. Pay for it. Iona's expression stiffened. Something was definitely off. Her fists clenched, and a large vein popped on her cheek, frustration radiating from her face. If she discovered that this fat cat was lying to her, she wouldn't let him off so easily. She opened her mouth to scold him, but Theo suddenly called out, Iona. Before she could respond, the cat plopped a pointed fabric hat on her head and cheerfully said, This hat suits you perfectly, wear it. Her words of reprimand froze mid-sentence. Blinking in surprise, Iona reached up and touched the soft hat. It really did suit her. The shape and fabric matched her robes perfectly. But she would never admit it. Folding her arms, she turned away and said stiffly, Thanks, but just so you know, we wizards don't usually wear hats like this. Theo didn't care in the slightest. Laughing heartily, he said, What are you saying? Go pay for the hat. Only then did Iona realize he hadn't bought it for her. Grinding her teeth in fury, she somehow resisted the urge to zap him on the spot. In the end, she sighed, giving in to the cat's carefree attitude. Approaching the stall owner, Iona asked, How much in total? Theo already knew the price was 20 tower coins, but even after all the things he'd picked out, he didn't say a word until he saw Iona take out a pouch brimming with coins. Here, take it, she said to the shopkeeper. But before the transaction could complete, Theo suddenly jumped forward. No, wait. I want you to give me a discount, right now. Both the black pig shopkeeper and the mouse wizard froze, staring at the cat in disbelief. Bargaining? Here? Theo looked at Iona like she was an amateur at shopping. Why are you buying things without bargaining, meow? That's unacceptable for a merchant. The shopkeeper glanced between them, then sighed and decided to lower the price to 18 tower coins. But that still didn't satisfy the wandering merchant cat. Theo clenched his tiny paw into a fist and growled, Still too expensive. Lower it more. The black pig, flustered and unsure how to deal with the relentless haggling, finally stammered, All right, 17 coins. But even that didn't fully satisfy Theo's relentless merchant spirit. The market square echoed with the sound of the cats bargaining for nearly half a day before the group finally left the stalls with their hard-won goods. Theo strutted proudly beside the 3 Silverwolf tribe members carrying crates of items, his tail swaying with satisfaction. A straw hat, similar to Siguan's, sat jauntily on his head. Raising it slightly, he thanked Iona, the diamond sponsor of the day's grand shopping spree, with an exaggerated bow. Walking behind him, the great wizard smiled faintly. If you truly plan to offer something to the great black dragon, she said, you'll need much more than this. Her tone was polite, but her mind was swirling with questions. What's with this cat? She thought. I expected him to demand something rare or powerful, yet all he asked for were trivial items, and even made me haggle to save money. Iona finally asked, Where's the great black dragon, expecting Theo to dodge or invent some excuse. Instead, he answered without hesitation, on the 99th floor. That answer only confused her further. The 99th floor? Not the administration space, which connects to all tower floors, she pressed. Aren't you just a wandering cat? How do you even know about such places? But Theo stood firm, his paws on his hips, his tail flicking with smug confidence. If you don't believe me, he said boldly, come and see for yourself. Though suspicious, Iona didn't push further. It might be her only chance to meet the great black dragon, after all. On the 38th floor, the air was thick with the stench of burnt webs and acid gas. Demonic spider carcasses littered the stone tunnel leading toward the teleportation point. The final spider screeched and collapsed before the advancing members of the Phoenix Guild, led by Captain Dong Shik, his sword and shield slick with venom. Sheathing his weapons, Dong Shik exhaled deeply. Around him, the guild members stared at the battlefield in disbelief, had they really done it? Then, as the realization sank in, someone passed him a green onion, their latest miracle crop, and the guild erupted in celebration. Dong Shik raised the green onion high like a trophy. Our Phoenix Guild has officially conquered the 38th floor, he shouted. Cheers and laughter echoed through the tunnels as exhausted hunters hugged and high-fived, some even crying from relief. Glancing at the faint glow of the teleportation stone deeper within the cavern, Dong Shik grinned and tightened his grip on the green onion. Let's go, he said. The teleportation point awaits. When his hand touched the stone, a clear notification appeared before all of them. Congratulations. You have successfully registered the teleportation point of the 38th floor. Would you like to proceed to the 39th floor? Their journey upward had finally resumed. Meanwhile, on the first floor, inside the headquarters of the Gazelle Tower Farm project, chaos had erupted. Vice President Michael, a tall man with golden hair, slammed his palm on the desk. What did you just say? The Phoenix Guild has conquered the 38th floor already? The subordinate nodded nervously. Why yes, sir. According to reports, it was thanks to a new crop called detoxifying green onion. Apparently, it greatly accelerated their progress. Michael's jaw tightened. Detoxifying, green onion? What kind of ridiculous name is that? He barked. We've spent billions on R&D, and they're getting results with onions? The subordinate could only lower his head, trembling under the weight of the vice president's frustration. If the director hears about this, he muttered, he won't stay quiet. Before Michael could respond, the laboratory doors burst open, and a red-haired scientist in a white coat shouted, Vice President. You need to see this. He led Michael out to the experimental garden, and what he saw left him stunned. In the center of the cherry tomato field, a monstrous plant swayed under the sunlight. It resembled a cherry tomato tree, but instead of gentle blossoms, it bore open-mouthed pods filled with rows of sharp teeth. Each bloom emitted an eerie screech, snapping at the air like a trapped animal. Michael's expression darkened. What is this? Jenny, one of the researchers, nervously asked, did the growth stimulants cause a mutation? Drawing his dagger, Michael knelt beside the nearest plant. If that's the case, it's gone too far, he muttered. When he grabbed the stem, the creature writhed and shrieked as though alive. With one swift motion, he slashed it cleanly at the base. At that instant, a glowing message appeared before his eyes. You have defeated a contaminated cherry tomato. You gained 27 experience points. Michael froze. Experience points, from a plant? Jenny's eyes widened. It must have mutated into a monster because of the tower's influence. It's not a plant anymore, it's alive. These things need to eat, not just absorb sunlight and water. The idea thrilled her. Before your eyes, when you start harvesting, look. Jenny pointed to a trembling branch sprouting from the ground right next to Michael's foot. The main body of the plant had been cut and was still bleeding sap, yet this new branch was already pushing through the soil. Although this cherry tomato field didn't develop as we wanted, they were regenerating. From her perspective, this was an entirely new discovery, something no one had witnessed before. Vice President, if we can continue to develop this, the very order of this tower will be rewritten by your hand. Michael looked around in amazement, realizing Jenny was right. Then he smiled with satisfaction. This is clearly our opportunity, he said, waving his hand toward Jenny. The hundreds of hectares of cherry tomato fields here will be transformed into the type of monster we just saw. This is the signal for us to replace this entire field with our surprising new invention. Squeezing the newly created monster in his hand, Michael's expression turned into that of a true businessman. If we can't grow magical cherry tomatoes, we'll just grow something else. The Experience Point Farm will surely become a massive business source. It was almost lucky their magical tomatoes had failed, otherwise, Siguan's cave farm would have been overshadowed in the market for this kind of product. Meanwhile, Siguan was enjoying a rare free day, staring at the bee cocoon gently twitching before him, its head slowly separating into segments like a blooming flower. His voice brimmed with excitement as he looked closely at it. This is the bee cocoon the poisonous bee gave me after the last blue moon cycle, he said eagerly, eyes fixed on it. He clenched his fists in anticipation as though watching a football match, cheering softly, come on, keep going, third-generation poisonous bee. A crackling sound echoed, followed by a blinding light from within the cocoon. The soft shell hardened like clay and shattered, revealing a fully formed poisonous bee breathing tower air for the first time. A system message appeared, you have successfully hatched the queen poisonous bee. The newly born queen recognizes you as its master. Your affinity with other creatures has increased. The third poisonous bee, smaller than the previous two queens, stared at Siguan curiously. He smiled warmly, greeting it while holding a bouquet of golden tomato flowers, a welcoming gift. The first and second queen bees buzzed above him, joyfully welcoming their new sister. The newborn queen's eyes lit up at the sight of the vibrant cherry tomato flowers, their sweet nectar serving as the perfect gift for her arrival. Afterward, the first two queens began teaching the new bee how to flap its wings and soar through the air. Despite being smaller, the third queen learned quickly. Siguan lay under an umbrella woven from green onion leaves, watching the three bees fluttering joyfully across the sky. The peaceful sight filled him with satisfaction. He leaned back in his green onion chair, closing his eyes and murmuring, nothing's better than this. Time to rest a bit and enjoy the peace. But just as he finished speaking, something thick and black splattered across his face, startling him. He shot up instantly, feeling the sticky substance dripping down. Luckily, his eyes had been closed, so when he opened them, he saw a red bear cub waving at him excitedly. Dad! Dad! Cried Quang, half of his face also covered in the same black liquid. Siguan blinked, speechless, as his mischievous son proudly lifted something nearly as big as himself. Dad, I found this in the pond. I've never seen it before. The farmer wiped his face, looking from his son to the strange creature in his paws, a squid, wriggling helplessly. A squid? In my pond? Siguan's eyes widened at the sight of several creatures whose fur was now completely black, familiar faces, yet strangely transformed. Among them, Sickle Rabbit was recognizable by the blue cloth tied around its head, stamping its feet in frustration. They were all darker than even Black Rabbit, each one glaring at Siguan as if demanding an explanation, though the scene was almost comical. The rabbits began cleaning the ink. Other rabbits helped them. Lady Grey Rabbit carefully wiped Sickle Rabbit's face, while Dad Rabbit handed towels to the other two. Mother Rabbit tried brushing off Black Rabbit's face, cooing, "Oh, my handsome son." But Black Rabbit quickly protested, "I didn't get any of that on me. This black is natural from birth." Siguan and Quang approached the pond and saw 2 or 3 squids darting swiftly beneath the surface. The red bear's eyes widened even more than Siguan's. He had never seen creatures like these before, but since they posed no threat, he gripped the one in his paws tightly. "They must have come from the endless sea through some hole in the pond," Siguan muttered, surprised there were so many. Quang nodded and explained, "Black Rabbit said he caught one while hunting near the pond because it looked weird, but it kept squirting black stuff everywhere." None of the rabbits knew what it was. Black Rabbit scowled at the squid in Quang's hand. "These things are strange. All squishy and slippery. I don't like them." Siguan chuckled inwardly. No wonder the rabbit was grumpy, they had no idea what a squid was. When he told them its name, the group repeated in unison, "A squid." Rather than explaining, Siguan smiled slyly. "It's really delicious. Do you want to try it?" Truthfully, he was the one craving it most. It had been almost a year since he'd entered this place, and he hadn't tasted squid once. The farmer chef inside him awakened. He began cleaning the squid, slicing it neatly into rings. Nearby, a pan of eel oil sizzled with chopped scallions and other spices, filling the air with a rich aroma. The squid rings were dropped into the bubbling oil, sinking briefly before floating up, gleaming golden and glossy. In no time, Siguan plated the dish and announced proudly, "The squid dish is done." The system chimed in immediately, "You have completed spicy stir-fried squid. Cooking level 2 slightly increased. Recipe registered." But Siguan wasn't done. He had also grilled a whole squid to perfection, its glossy skin shining temptingly. Another platter displayed squid rings and tentacles neatly arranged beside a bowl of vivid red dipping sauce sprinkled with roasted sesame seeds. The sashimi version looked simple yet irresistible. The rabbit's eyes lit up at the sight. Black Rabbit's ears flapped like fans, and his mouth hung open, drooling. Quang looked just as amazed, both of them exclaiming, "Wow!" They each took portions of all 3 dishes, but none were happier than Siguan. He took a bite of the spicy stir-fried squid, savoring the chewy texture and fiery flavor. "Ah, it's been so long," he murmured, thinking how perfect it would be with a bowl of white rice. The rabbit siblings each munched on a grilled squid, their faces full of delight. Quang devoured an entire plate of raw squid by himself, not even bothering with the sauce, just grinning at how delicious it was. Black Rabbit, tempted by the aroma, hurried over to steal a few pieces from Quang's plate. As it chewed, a spark of ambition flashed in its eyes. "If such tasty things exist in the endless sea, maybe I should explore it more seriously." The little bear laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide. Brother, let me go with you." Nearby, Dad Rabbit lovingly fed his pregnant wife, while Sickle Rabbit and Artist Rabbit, now a couple, enjoyed their squid together, ignoring the chaos around them. Watching Quang's excitement, Siguan asked, "Do you know how to dive?" The bear cub scratched his head shyly. "I don't know." Siguan's eyes gleamed, his voice suddenly full of enthusiasm. "All right, after we finish cleaning the field today, I'll teach you how to dive." "Of course," the child agreed. He exclaimed excitedly, not hiding his enthusiasm. After getting a bunch of stuff from the Supreme Witch Iona, Elka led 2 young members of the Silver Wolf tribe, carrying piles of things on their backs, straight to the merchant's path to return to the farm. Besides the cat on the chieftain's back, there was also a tiny hamster next to it. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise when he heard the chatter. Seeing a lot of merchants and all kinds of monsters buzzing in front of the entrance, but no one going inside, the tunnel was empty, not a soul in sight, all gathering outside, where 2 figures, one tall and one short, were announcing discontentedly. The high-speed passage itself stood empty, blocked off by 2 figures, one tall, one short, who were loudly announcing, "This high-speed passage is closed. Please take a detour." A raccoon official and a black panther from security stood guard, blocking the route. Immediately, murmurs of discontent rose among the crowd. Merchants shouted, demanding they move aside and reopen the way. Seeing the commotion, Theo poked his head down from Elka's shoulder and asked, "What's going on, meow?" Elka frowned. "I'm not sure," he admitted, signaling his subordinates. "Go find out what's happening." Then he turned back to Theo. "The path managers seem to be controlling traffic here. My men will get the details soon." Moments later, one of the wolves returned and reported, "Chieftain, I've asked around, they say red locusts have appeared on the 69th floor." "What?" Elka's eyes widened. "Red locusts?" Theo, not understanding, tilted his head. "What's that, meow?" Before Elka could respond, the tiny hamster beside him answered gravely, "They're pests known as the Shadow of Destruction." The great sorcerer's face turned serious, his voice carrying a note of warning. "Their appearance signals the beginning of a catastrophe." Theo's ears twitched. "Pests? Just bugs, right? Why would a few locusts be so dangerous, meow?" Iona only sighed. "That's how it is. These creatures exist to eat and destroy everything. They consume entire habitats and drive out every life form that lives in the tower." She glanced at the block tunnel again. Right now, the Magic Tower and the Mercenary Guild are likely controlling movement through these passages to deal with the red locust outbreak. Theo nodded slowly. "I see, meow." Iona didn't seem surprised at all. Clearly, she already understood the situation. "I was supposed to join the guild originally," she said, "but meeting the Black Dragon takes priority. Let's use the Lightspeed Passage instead." Theo blinked. "Meow? Isn't that a special route reserved only for high-ranking merchants? I'm just an intermediate one, I can't use that path." Iona bowed her head slightly, replying calmly, "It's fine. You're with me." Before the cat could question her further, little Iona pulled out a golden badge from her cloak. It bore the Merchant Guild's emblem and shimmered with a red tassel. Theo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Meow? Isn't that the golden badge? Only top-tier merchants have that. It's a symbol of authority, grants unlimited access to every shortcut route." The cat's demeanor instantly changed, his voice turned sweet and hopeful. "Iona, let's get along well, meow." Iona rolled her eyes. She wasn't foolish enough to fall for his sudden affection. The hamster, seeing Theo's expression, immediately tried to hide the badge. "I don't care what Theo's planning," it muttered, "but I'll refuse first." "Absolutely not." Meanwhile, in Siguan's endless green fields, another busy day began. The air was fresh, and the horizon glimmered with the green sheen of onion leaves swaying under sunlight. Siguan wiped sweat from his brow and sighed. "No matter how skilled I get, farming is still hard work," he muttered, glancing at the bundle of green onions tucked under his arm. The green onions had grown incredibly fast, their harvest cycles shortening each time. "We keep cutting and replanting them," he murmured, and before I realized it, the fields expanded to 2,000 pyong. He paused, thinking aloud, "That's about 6,600 square meters, right? I shouldn't even call this a field anymore, it's a green onion forest." Looking around, he noticed something strange. "Where's everyone? Usually, I see rabbits running around." Just then, a faint voice echoed from within the tall onions, panicked, high-pitched. "Pika!" Siguan immediately recognized it. "Sickle rabbit," he called, pushing through the dense stalks until he found the flustered rabbit. "What's wrong?" The little creature looked distressed. "Uncle, these green onions are strange. We can't cut them." Siguan blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, can't cut them?" He chuckled, thinking the rabbits were joking, and reached for one of the stalks. But the moment his fingers brushed the leaf, a sharp sting shot through his hand. "Ow!" He jerked back, clutching his palm. A thin line of blood appeared where the leaf had sliced him. "Uncle! Are you okay?" cried the rabbit siblings, hopping around in panic. Siguan stared at his palm in disbelief. "The green onion, cut my skin?" He crouched and tapped the leaf cautiously with one finger. It felt hard, almost like metal. "No way," he muttered, bending down to pull it out. Thankfully, the white root portion was still soft, letting him uproot the plant easily. Immediately, the system chimed with a series of notifications. "You have harvested the tough blade green onion. Achievement unlocked, creation of a new plant species within the tower. Exclusive planting rights granted. No one may cultivate this species without your permission." Then came the item description. Tough-bladed green onion. Due to continuous harvesting, this green onion has evolved by metallizing its leaves to protect itself. Its leaves are sharp and hard, reducing its taste and nutritional value. No edible effect. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Siguan. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade, C. Siguan squinted at the metallic leaves glinting under sunlight. "Just as I thought, a new species." But then he frowned. "What do I even do with it?" Turning the stalk over in his hands, he noticed how dense and firm it was. Suddenly, an idea sparked. He swung it lightly through the air, and the tough leaf sliced through nearby green onions with a clean swish. In an instant, more than 10 onions were cut neatly at the roots. Siguan's eyes lit up. "Perfect! I can use green onions to cut green onions." He laughed, delighted by the discovery. "This is faster than a sickle or scissors. I'll need to plant a whole batch of these." Just as he was admiring his new tool, a new system notification appeared before his eyes, this time, one that could only belong to the tower manager. "The tower manager tearfully requests to consult with you about their worries." Siguan blinked in surprise. "Huh? The tower manager wants to talk?" Siguan was stunned when he saw the message and instinctively called out, Aileen. But there was no response. She didn't answer when I called. I'm really worried, he murmured, staring at the flickering notification. Just as he finished reading it, he frowned and asked, Consult? About what? What's going on? Suddenly, something began dripping onto the message window. The translucent surface trembled as droplets slid down, forming small indentations like closed, trembling eyes. 2 large bubbles swelled in the center, making it look eerily like a dragon's face, one that was crying. What is this? Are you crying? Siguan asked in shock. When no reply came, his worry deepened. Aileen? A while later, the situation became clear. Siguan sat cross-legged on the grass, surrounded by the rabbit family, with Quang resting quietly on his lap. It turned out that the red locusts had invaded the 67th floor of the tower. The system notification confirmed it. The tower manager appeared, nodding solemnly, and explained that the invasion had caused the mother rabbit severe stress and dizziness. Those creatures, the red locusts, had entered the tower again. Just remembering them made the mother rabbit tremble. The father rabbit gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. Calm down, dear. It's not good for the baby in your belly, he whispered. Turning to the crystal screen, Siguan asked worriedly, Aileen, are they the creatures that destroyed the rabbit kingdom before? The tower manager nodded again. Seeing that, he continued, can you tell me more about what they're like? Far away, the black dragon's voice echoed in reply. A single one isn't dangerous, but when they begin to consume everything, their swarm evolves. The more they eat, the stronger they become. Once their numbers rise, they invade other floors through the waypoints. Her tone grew heavier as she added, if this isn't handled quickly, every living creature on the 67th floor will perish. Nothing will survive there, and if that happens, even this place won't be safe anymore. Though Siguan had never encountered them before, the description alone was enough to show how serious the situation was. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A swarm of locusts that evolves by devouring everything. Meanwhile, Eileen's projection appeared dim and unsteady on the crystal surface. Sitting on a stone floor, she spoke gloomily, her claws fidgeting. I have a problem. Something's preventing me from acting directly on the 69th floor right now. Dozens of notification panels appeared behind her, flashing repeatedly with the same message, cannot connect. They almost filled the entire space. She couldn't say much more, only offering a rough explanation and an apology. Seeing her troubled expression through the crystal, Siguan's face softened. Then, with hesitation, Aileen finally spoke, her voice timid and filled with guilt. I'm very sorry, but I need your help. Her small claws rubbed together nervously. Even though Siguan couldn't see the gesture clearly, he could feel her unease. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Aileen. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do it. Then he stood up, clenching his fists with resolve. You don't need to apologize. I'm the farmer of this tower, this is my home too. I can't just stand by and let it become unsafe. Looking down at the small creatures gathered at his feet, he added brightly, Theo, the rabbit family, the wolves, and even the Minotaur, if it's for the tower, they'll all help. The black rabbit was the first to respond, shouting the loudest among them, that's right, Aileen. Please trust the residents of the tower. Hearing that, warmth spread across Eileen's heart. Seeing Siguan surrounded by the rabbits, ready to face this together, eased her worry. She was still just a young dragon, burdened with responsibilities she didn't yet know how to handle, and with no one she could confide in. But now, instead of being blamed for her inexperience as the great black dragon, she was met with understanding, and that moved her deeply. Thank you, Siguan, she whispered, her eyes glimmering. And thank you, everyone. However, after his bold declaration, Siguan suddenly paused, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. But, how do we even solve this? I can't go down the tower. Just then, a very familiar voice called out from behind him. I'm back. Meow. Siguan turned around in surprise and saw Theo waving energetically. Delighted to see him return, Siguan smiled and was about to greet him, but froze when he noticed another figure beside the cat. It was a tiny creature cloaked in cloth, with 2 small ears poking out from underneath. The being looked up at Siguan, observing him closely. Theo grinned proudly and announced, May I introduce? We have a guest, Meow. The little figure stepped forward and spoke in a clear, polite tone. Nice to meet you. Without wasting any time, she looked up seriously and asked, Are you the great black dragon? What? Siguan blinked in shock, staring at the hamster who had just spoken so formally to him. Quang, hiding behind his father's leg, peeked curiously at the new arrival. It was his first time seeing such a creature. Iona, the hamster, met Siguan's eyes calmly. Before he could process everything, Siguan turned toward Theo and asked, Who is this, Theo? The cat excitedly explained, I told her I'm a subordinate of the great black dragon, but she didn't believe me. So I brought her here. See? I did a great job, didn't I, Meow? To prove her purpose, Iona bowed respectfully. Greetings, Great Black Dragon. I am Iona, President of the Mage Association. It's an honor to meet you. Still not fully understanding what was happening, Siguan looked puzzled. Fortunately, Eileen's message panel appeared again, providing an explanation. The tower manager says this little hamster came to visit but was delayed because of the red locusts on the 67th floor. If she's truly the president of the Mage Association, that means she's a high-level monster within the tower. Seeing Siguan's uncertain expression, Aileen sent another message. Just listen to her story first. That cleared things up a bit. Siguan nodded and said, all right, Iona. He cleared his throat awkwardly. We can't let a guest from afar stand outside forever, can we? Would you like a drink first? Siguan asked politely. A moment later, Iona was seated on a soft cushion made entirely of woven green onion leaves, facing a glass of bright red homemade tomato juice that shimmered under the light. It looked sweet and refreshing. For the president of the Mage Association, this was probably the strangest welcome she had ever received. Even though she was small, she always had her own seat at meetings, never had she sat on a vegetable before. The farmer across from her scratched his head awkwardly. Please, drink freely. It's nothing special, he said, clearly embarrassed. Around them, the rabbit family gathered curiously at the table, whispering and glancing at the little hamster guest. Theo, meanwhile, was staring at Quang, realizing in shock that the bear cub was the same size as him. Have you shrunk, meow? The cat asked, tilting his head. After a brief silence to shake off the awkwardness, Siguan spoke first. All right, Iona. You said you came here for a reason. What was it? The little hamster straightened up on her cushion and replied firmly, I have a request for the Great Black Dragon. Siguan, already suspecting what she meant thanks to Eileen's earlier message, nodded politely. Is it about the red locusts on the 67th floor? Hearing those words, Iona jumped up in shock. The Great Black Dragon knows about it. Then why hasn't she dealt with them? Siguan froze. He had only guessed that much based on Eileen's tearful tone earlier, something difficult she couldn't reveal directly. Unsure how to respond, he scratched his cheek and said hesitantly, there are many reasons. Before the moment could stretch longer, Theo's impatient voice broke in. President, I want a treat, meow. Quang immediately joined in, flapping his paws. Dad, I want some too. Their voices overlapped like noisy preschoolers, ignoring Siguan's quiet whisper of warning, we have guests. Iona watched the scene, eyes narrowing. Does the Great Black Dragon really live with these noisy creatures? The atmosphere felt far too casual, almost absurd. Is this truly the Great Black Dragon? And those words, President and Dad, what in the world did they mean? As Siguan pushed the two whining children aside in embarrassment, Iona found herself even more confused. Aside from his black hair, nothing about him resembled a dragon. He looked more like a human who had recently entered the tower. She couldn't sense any overwhelming power from him at all. But then, her sharp senses detected something else. From around Siguan, faint but distinct traces of the black dragon's magical energy were flowing. It was a power no creature in the tower could mistake, a unique energy impossible to hide, radiating softly from certain parts of his surroundings. Lifting the wooden cup Siguan had offered, Iona took a cautious sip, and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, what is this? She could feel a dense surge of magical energy flowing within the thick, sweet liquid. This drink, it's filled with magic. And it's delicious, she exclaimed, astonished. Seeing her reaction, Siguan brightened. It's good, right? That's honey cherry tomato juice, he explained cheerfully. It's made from magical cherry tomatoes grown by the rabbit farmers, mixed with honey from the poisonous bees. Intrigued, Iona peered into her cup again. Magical cherry tomatoes? Can I see them? The rabbit father, clearly proud, hurried to fetch a large bowl filled with nearly 10 of the red fruits. Here you go, miss, he said, smiling warmly. Iona's eyes flickered in recognition. Wait, are you from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor? The rabbit father smiled, nodding. Yes, Miss Iona. The Great Black Dragon, Mr. Siguan, allowed us to stay here. Curious, Iona picked up one of the tomatoes, and her system immediately identified it, magical cherry tomato. She stared at the panel in disbelief, this was a crop she had never seen before. Are there any other items like this, she asked. Of course, Siguan replied enthusiastically. There's the sweet sun pumpkin potato, the agile carrot, and the enhanced corn. Oh, and it's almost time to harvest the peanuts, too. Peanuts? Iona tilted her head. The word was unfamiliar to her. As they spoke, the others nearby grew noisier. Theo lovingly patted Quang's head, breaking his reward soup stick in half to share it. It was one of his most prized possessions, something he almost never shared, but today, he gave it all to the red bear cub. Seeing their friendship, Siguan smiled. Good job, Theo, he said warmly. he had also been researching ways to solve food shortages and develop new ingredients. Perhaps the reason the great black dragon's energy seemed so faint was because he had deliberately suppressed his power for the sake of the creatures living here. Realizing this, Iona covered her mouth and coughed lightly, trying to hide her surprise. How shallow she had been, she hadn't understood the sacrifice he was making for the tower, lowering himself just to protect others. When Siguan turned to continue their conversation about the red locusts, Iona suddenly bowed her head, her tone solemn. I apologize. My small self has failed to recognize the great black dragon's immense kindness. I have committed a grave sin. She pressed both hands on the table and bowed deeply. Siguan was taken aback but assumed it was just a formal gesture and didn't think much of it. Instead, he placed something on the table before her, a green onion that glimmered under the light. I think this might be useful. What do you think? He asked. It was something Iona had never seen before. Her system identified it as a tough green onion. She examined it carefully, repeating the name in disbelief. Tough green onion? Siguan nodded and began explaining. There's an old story from the Eskimos. They used to hunt wolves using nothing but a bloodied knife. They'd freeze the knife, bury it in the snow, and let the starving wolves find it. The wolves would lick the frozen blood eagerly, cutting their tongues on the blade without realizing it. Their tongues would go numb from the cold, and they'd keep licking until they bled out. It's a story I once read. Theo jumped up, his fur bristling. That's terrifying, meow. Elka, don't lick knives. I'll give you fish, so don't do it. I won't, the silver wolf chief replied flatly. Iona, however, found the story fascinating. An interesting tale, she said, smiling faintly. If we mix normal green onions with these tough ones, the red locusts won't be able to tell them apart. Once they taste these, they'll injure themselves trying to eat more. And since red locusts attack their wounded, they'll turn on each other. This could protect the waypoint. Her reasoning was sound, and Siguan nodded. That's clever, she added, gazing at him with newfound admiration. No wonder you're the great black dragon. You solve food issues, create new items, and even find ways to stop the red locusts. Siguan scratched his cheek, awkward and flustered. He might have created an irrecoverable misunderstanding here, being mistaken for a dragon again or being praised for something he hadn't intended. To test the idea, he decided to run an experiment. Since the tough green onions had just been harvested, he planted one next to a regular green onion in the soil nearby. We'll see how they react, he said. Iona, unbothered, replied calmly, if that's what worries you, don't be. I have a few of them with me. Siguan's eyes widened. You what? The little mouse waved her hand, opening a portal connected to her endless pouch. From within, she pulled out her magic staff, its gem glowing darkly. A swirl of mist appeared, and within moments, 5 restrained red locusts emerged, twitching with aggression. The sight alone made Siguan stumble back. The mother rabbit hid her face against her husband, trembling at the memory of what those creatures had done to their homeland. These are red locusts? Siguan asked, watching them buzz and writhe inside the dark mist. I captured them for research, Iona explained. Now they're yours to use. What does the great black dragon plan to do? After a brief pause, Siguan went to fetch 2 green onions, one regular, one tough, and planted them in 2 small patches of soil. He nodded to Iona. Let's test it. With a flick of her staff, the barrier vanished. The locusts, momentarily disoriented, soon regained their senses and began swarming toward the onions. They tore into the first stalks hungrily, devouring the regular green onions in seconds. Then, drawn by the gleam of the tough green onions, they lunged at the new stalks, and met their end instantly. The first locust was sliced cleanly in half. The second followed, then the third, until all 5 were shredded before they could even retreat. The tough green onion stood firm, untouched. Siguan watched the experiment unfold and cheered with delight. Amazing! It worked! The mutated green onion had sliced through the red locusts effortlessly. Judging from the scattered remains, it could have taken down dozens more without issue. Laughing in disbelief, Siguan was still admiring the result when the system window appeared before his eyes. You have achieved the outstanding farmer accomplishment by capturing pests using an item. Special privilege granted, pest capture points will now accumulate automatically. Siguan blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing. The system's recognizing my farming skills? And I can earn points by catching red locusts? That's incredible. There were millions of those pests out there. With this, he could help the tower and rack up rewards at the same time. Truly, everything seemed to be working in his favor. Meanwhile, far outside the tower, another person was about to receive equally good news. In a glass high-rise building, a hearty laugh echoed. Kim Dongshik, you really are my student. Taejun, dressed casually in a tank top and shorts, lounged on a sofa in his freezing cold penthouse, smiling proudly. Across from him stood his former disciple, Kim Dongshik, bundled in a thick parka against the room's icy chill. How did you manage to clear the 38th floor so fast? Taejun asked, leaning forward with interest. Dongshik bowed slightly. I came straight here to report to you, master. Is that so? Then you must have some good news. Dongshik nodded confidently. Of course. You always get information quickly, master. He reached into his bag and carefully pulled out a strangely colored, yellow-brown sweet potato. Taejun tilted his head. And this is? Behind Dongshik, members of the Phoenix Guild were grinning with excitement. Master, everyone's waiting for your return. Please come with us to the tower. A slow smile spread across Taejun's face. He had waited years for this moment, the chance to re-enter the Black Tower. All right, he said, standing up. Let's neutralize the fire curse within 5 hours. Back inside the tower, chaos had erupted on the 67th floor. An enormous swarm of red locusts, creatures feared by all monsters, had begun their invasion. They darkened the sky as they flew, each one large, armored, and relentless. The lizard men fought fiercely on the front lines, cutting down wave after wave, but the swarm was endless. Even with sharp blades and strong numbers, their defenses were strained. The ground was covered in shredded locust remains, but the tide kept coming. There are too many of them, someone shouted. If they reach the teleport point, they'll overrun the 68th floor next. Just when morale was breaking, a clear voice rang from above. Everyone, hold the line. The soldiers looked up to see a massive fireball spinning in the air. A small figure descended through the smoke, a hamster wielding a glowing staff. It's the mage Iona, someone exclaimed. Her eyes gleamed with power as she lowered her staff. The blazing orb shot downward, exploding in a storm of heat and light. The shockwave incinerated hundreds of locusts instantly, leaving the ground charred and silent. Cheers rose, but Iona's expression stayed firm. The explosion had thinned the swarm, not destroyed it. The surviving locusts scattered and regrouped, circling to attack again. Quickly! Iona shouted, pulling sharp green onions from her spatial pouch and tossing them to the nearest lizard warriors. Plant these along the front. I'll hold them off. Though confused, the lizard men obeyed without hesitation. 2 of them rushed forward, digging small holes in the soil and planting the onions about a meter apart. Iona floated above them, covering their retreat with bursts of magic. Faster! They're coming! The next swarm dived. The lizard men braced for impact, but instead of attacking them, the locusts swerved toward the newly planted onions. What followed was an eerie series of slicing sounds, crunch, crack, snap. As hundreds of locusts were cut cleanly in half. Those behind them flew straight into the same deadly stalks, unaware of what had happened. Black blood splattered across the soil. The ground soon became littered with twitching remains, piling up around the onion roots. A lizard warrior, staring in disbelief, yelled to Iona, "What is that thing?" Hovering in the air, the hamster mage smiled. "It's a gift from the Great Black Dragon." The lizard men exchanged bewildered glances. The Great Black Dragon? They had all heard the name, but none had ever seen him. Iona raised her staff high, shouting, "Everyone! Do not fear these creatures. Protect your people and strike down any that get through." Her words ignited their courage. The mages poured their energy into support spells while the warriors charged with renewed strength. Together, guided by Iona and the strange, miraculous onions, the 67th floor's defenders pushed back the endless red swarm, all for the tower's survival. Determination shone in everyone's eyes, all for the Great Black Dragon. While fierce battles raged on the 67th floor, the 99th floor basked under a clear blue sky. The cornfields were in bloom, signaling that the honeybees would soon produce their rich cornflower honey. Siguan watched the notifications pop up one after another. They weren't ordinary crop alerts but combat reports. His plants were damaging the pests. The system showed that the tough green onions were slicing through invading locusts and awarding him experience points as they did. He exhaled in relief and a little triumph. The experiment had worked. The mutated onions were cutting down pests, earning him rewards, and the new crop was thriving and ready for full harvest without issue. Nearby, the little bear Kung stood with determined eyes, flexing its short arms as it stared at the tough green onion in its paws. Siguan couldn't help but wonder if the bear was okay, watching as Kung hugged the onion carefully with its chubby arms, making sure to avoid its sharp edges while concentrating hard to split it in two. The bear's tiny mouth was tightly pursed, brows furrowed in deep focus. Then, a crisp ripping sound echoed through the field. Kung's face lit up. It had split the tough onion perfectly in half, both sides clean and even. It was an impressive feat for a first attempt. As Siguan stepped outside, Kung proudly raised one half of the onion and declared, "Dad, I split the green onion tough in half." Siguan smiled warmly and nodded. "Good job," he said, truly impressed. Looking at the little bear with affection, he explained that the tough onions were so durable that he'd been wondering how to divide them for replanting, and now, thankfully, they had strong little Kung to help. "I'm really strong, Dad. I can split them in one go," Kung said proudly. The bear loved being praised by Siguan, loved being helpful like everyone else on the farm, and loved even more the full jar of honey it would get as a reward for its hard work. Patting the bear's red fur, Siguan thought back to a few days ago, when he had traded a batch of tough onions with Iona to help strengthen the defense against the red locusts. Why trade instead of simply giving them away? When Siguan had stood before the gathered monsters, he'd suggested that Iona take the tough onions, explaining that without them, the tower would face great danger. He laid out all the harvested onions neatly before her. Iona nodded gratefully and respectfully. I am deeply grateful for the great black dragon's favor, she said, but if we do this freely, it could be considered resource misuse within the tower. As expected of the great mage, Iona proposed another solution. They would handle it as a formal transaction, using contracts to ensure fairness. Even Theo, the great black dragon's subordinate, agreed immediately. The commerce cat exclaimed that it was an excellent method. Siguan saw no reason to refuse. If both sides consent, I'm fine with it, he said simply. Iona explained further that even if they built a defensive barrier at the teleport point, the red locust population wouldn't increase, and if their numbers decreased, she would personally lead a sweep alongside other mages. Because of this, she wouldn't be able to return to the 99th floor soon and would instead issue the Merchant Guild's commission in Theo's name. While they discussed official matters, Siguan suddenly heard a crunching sound nearby. He'd been hearing it for a while but ignored it, thinking he misheard. Now turning his head, he froze. There was Kwang, holding an onion in one hand and half of a locust in the other. Siguan panicked. Oh no, come! You can't eat that. By the time he rushed over, half the locust was already gone. Siguan pried the bear's mouth open, frantically checking for any remaining bits. Did you eat it all? He asked. Kwang blinked innocently and mumbled through a mouthful, it's tasty. Before Siguan could respond, Elka, the silver wolf chief, approached and asked softly, may I eat these red locusts? Siguan turned to her in surprise, momentarily forgetting that they were all black tower monsters. Apparently, red locusts were considered a highly nutritious delicacy for them. He recalled that the farm rabbits never ate such things, and wondered if other creatures, like those that ate shrimp, octopus, or fish, might enjoy locusts too. After the meal, Elka looked toward the pile of tough green onions Siguan had prepared. I just need to take these to the 67th floor, right? Siguan nodded. I leave it to you. He helped pack the tough green onions into Elka's large backpack. Before leaving, she nodded respectfully. I'll be careful transporting the blade onions. I'll be back soon. A while later, on the 67th floor, after the lizard warriors' fierce battle with the red locusts, they began cleaning up the battlefield. The dead locusts were immediately put to use, eaten to replenish strength or stuffed into sacks for later processing. But there were far too many. Even after everyone had eaten their fill, countless mounds of locusts remained, piled high like two-story hills. The survivors wondered how to handle them all. Leaving the corpses unattended was too dangerous, the surviving red locusts would consume them and multiply even faster. So, the Silver Wolf tribe decided to transport the dead locusts, especially those killed by the tough green onions, to the 99th floor for proper use as food. They filled massive wooden carts to the brim and began hauling them upward. Their plan was to sell a portion of the locust meat for profit, using the earnings to rebuild the 85th floor, which had been damaged by the recent drought. The idea made Siguan genuinely happy. As he continued harvesting cherry tomatoes, he thought to himself, of course, the Silver Wolf tribe would take their fair commission from the revenue they helped generate. Everything was balanced, fair work, fair reward, just the way he liked it. Besides the tough green onions, there was another way to earn profits, meaning revenue was about to increase quite a bit. But before Siguan could relax, a small commotion unfolded nearby. Two chubby arms were waving a fan made of leaves. It was Theo, the cat, being scolded by the farmer. Hey, intern Theo! Can't you fan properly? There's no wind today. Caught off guard, the cat drooped its ears pitifully. My arms are too tired, meow. Can I stop being the fan cat now? Hands on his hips, Siguan lightly scolded, you haven't even fanned for 5 minutes. Because you took the sun's sweet potatoes, I have nothing to plant, don't you know? The sin of selling them is grave. Luckily, I was able to plant more by dividing the shoots, otherwise, we would have lost an entire crop. With every word, Theo's ears sank lower. Knowing the boss wasn't wrong, he meowed apologetically, I won't make a mistake again, meow. Then, suddenly perking up, Theo grinned and said, even though I made a mistake, it was still lucky that I sold the sweet potatoes to Dongshik, meow. The Phoenix Guild people were trustworthy, they know how to keep secrets. Puffing out his chest proudly, he tucked the leaf fan under his arm. Their eyes showed they really needed the sun's sweet potatoes. And with this deal, we can increase our credibility with them. So I'll definitely do my best. Siguan frowned. Making a righteous speech right after making a mistake, huh? 30 more minutes of fanning as punishment. Oh no, how can I do that? Theo wailed in despair, waving the fan furiously while pleading, I'm fanning really hard, look at me, meow. Siguan, pretending to be the stern boss, rubbed his shoulder and muttered, oh my, why are my shoulders so sore? That was all the cat needed to hear. Throwing away the fan, Theo dashed over, meow. Let me massage your shoulders. Siguan feigned doubt but turned around anyway, letting the cat press its front paws on his shoulders. Don't worry, meow. You shouldn't get sick, Theo said in mock seriousness. Trying to hide his laughter, Siguan wondered if he should tease the cat more, but just then, the system notification board popped up repeatedly. You have accumulated 1 experience point. Huh. But I haven't done anything, Siguan muttered. Then it hit him, it must be the ongoing locust battle. The tough green onions he had planted on the 67th floor were still cutting through the red locusts, earning him EXP even while he stood here. Another notification appeared. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Requirement, harvest 1,000 items completed. Level 21 reward, 50 tower coins. Siguan shouted with excitement, startling Theo, who fell backward. Amazing. I've reached level 21. All that accumulated experience, from farming and pest extermination, had paid off, and his leveling speed had skyrocketed. Clenching his fist in determination, he said to himself, all right, time to complete the quest requirement right away. If I keep leveling, my magic power should increase too. Just then, Theo leapt up, for bristling, now the one with his hands on his hips. What are you doing, meow? I was massaging you. Sit back down. I know, Siguan stammered. But the cat wasn't done. It jumped up, pressing its chubby paws against Siguan's cheeks. Your face has problems, meow. I should massage that too. Hey, stop that. Siguan tried to pull it off, squinting as Theo kneaded his face. Why do I suddenly feel so miserable? Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, deep in the rugged mountains, silence reigned, no birds sang, no wind stirred. In a shadowed clearing, a massive tree monster lay trembling on the ground. Its red pupils flickered weakly, the cracked earth around it showing signs of a fierce struggle. Then, thud. A colossal red foot came down, crushing it instantly. Its huge body split apart under the impact, sap splattering the ground. A towering figure stood over the remains, Mother Bear, her eyes blazing with fury as she tore the remaining limbs from the corpse. Even after defeating it, she growled several times, pulverizing the monster's remains in her claws. Tree monsters from the west, keep invading my territory. I'll have to increase patrols, she muttered, glaring at the forest's edge. Glancing up at the sun shining through the trees, she sighed. It's already time to head back. Not wanting to leave the body behind, she grabbed the largest piece of the monster's trunk, dragging it as she trudged through the thick woods. Time to go back to my little one, she murmured fondly. I wonder what Siguan's cooking today. Kung's probably eating something tasty again. Mama Bear needs that energy to keep protecting her territory. Heavy breaths echoed through the forest as she moved. Even though the Black Tower's sky was always bright, it still felt like a long, exhausting day. And elsewhere, someone else was panting too, but not from effort. In the grand dining chamber, the black dragon Aileen stuck out her tongue and fanned herself desperately. How spicy does it have to be to make a dragon pant like a dog? Before her were empty plates smeared with red sauce, the remains of Siguan's spicy stir-fried squid with green onions. Only a few streaks of sauce were left among the 5 plates scattered around her feet. Aileen grabbed a glass of tomato juice and gulped it down in one go, sighing in satisfaction. Nothing beats the burn of spicy food. Eating something hot and sweet really blows the stress away, she said, wiping her mouth. Lately, she'd been feeling unsettled and hadn't been eating properly, but today's meal had completely revived her. Every bite had been divine. The system automatically converted her delighted words into a message for Siguan, letting him know how pleased the tower's manager was. At that moment, however, Siguan wasn't relaxing. He was out in the fields, shoveling alongside the rabbit family and pushing harvest carts, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Even while working hard, he chuckled. I should be the one thanking her for enjoying the meal so much. Later, he planned to prepare sweet potatoes as dessert for Aileen. As he worked, smaller system windows began to pop up again. Your crops have damaged pests. You have gained 1 experience point. It had been happening often lately, constant notifications, all repeating the same messages. The tough green onions were still wiping out the red locusts. But their sudden frequency meant only one thing: the locusts were attacking again. How many of them are even left? Siguan wondered aloud. Why haven't they been wiped out yet? Aileen, overhearing through the orb, opened the system herself to check. Red locusts exterminated on 67th floor, 103,781. Remaining, 6,038,881,918. Increase, +7 since last hour. Even though the number was still enormous, Aileen remained optimistic. At least the number is going down steadily, she said cheerfully. Siguan smiled faintly. That's a relief. Honestly, I owe a lot of my leveling to those red locusts. If only I could help out on the 67th floor, he murmured while pulling up a ripe carrot from the soil. Hearing that, Aileen tapped her clawed finger on the orb. The crystal glowed, and a new panel appeared, a ranking board showing the contribution levels in the locust extermination. First place, Park Siguan, 303,113 locusts. Second place, Iona, 123,812 locusts. Third place, Tomorrow, Lizard Warrior, 11,929 locusts. The difference between first and third was overwhelming. Aileen smiled, the corner of her lips curling proudly, something she hadn't done in a long time. Though she lacked the magic to watch the 67th floor directly, the rankings told her all she needed to know. She told Siguan warmly, the effectiveness of your green onion blades is undeniable. If the red locusts are completely eradicated, I'll give out rewards based on contribution level, so keep it up. Siguan blinked, surprised. There are rewards too. For the extermination? Whether it was a quest or a bounty, he couldn't tell, but it sounded promising. Meanwhile, Aileen glanced back at the numbers. Even with billions of locusts left, she smiled faintly. The higher the contribution, the greater the reward, she whispered. Siguan turned back just as a plump carrot was ready for harvest. He grabbed it firmly and began pulling it out, while the chubby rabbit beside him drooled in anticipation. Contribution level means putting in more effort, right? He asked Aileen, applying strength to uproot the carrot. When the soil loosened, the system window appeared. Agile carrot, reduces 30 g of body fat, increases agility by 0.5 for 10 minutes, improves eyesight. Grown by Tower Farmer Park Siguan. Shelf life, 130 days. Grade, C. Even though he'd harvested agile carrots before, the sight still excited him. He handed one to the chubby rabbit and gave 2 more to the others. Here you go, grade C, eat slowly, okay? Your agility will increase, and you'll finish work faster. The little ones cheered. It was rare for Siguan to give them snacks right in the field. He bit into a carrot himself, savoring the faint sweetness, when he noticed Theo stumbling out of his nest, eyes half closed. Boss, I think I should head down now, the cat mumbled. You're awake? Going already? Siguan said. He let the rabbits carry the harvested carrots away and stood up. You're meeting elk on the 88th floor? Theo nodded. After dropping off the silver wolves on the 67th floor, I'll head to the 38th and collect red locust corpses. Siguan nodded and let him prepare, but couldn't resist teasing. Crossing his arms, he smirked. Be careful this time. Don't mess up the crops again. Theo snapped, fully awake. What kind of cat do you think I am? I only made that mistake once. I won't repeat it, meow. Before Siguan could add another jab, the artist rabbit called out in an unusually formal tone. Mr. Siguan. Both he and Theo turned. The artist rabbit spread its arms wide, eyes shining. The house is finished. Its proud expression made it clear this was its masterpiece. Siguan, Theo, Kung, and the rabbit family quickly followed to see. The house resembled a traditional Korean home, brick walls within a wooden frame, a carefully made thatched roof, and a small wooden door carved with delicate detail. No one would expect such craftsmanship from the gray rabbits. Inside was even more surprising, a stone kitchen with 2 cooking holes, each fitted with deep pots. There was even a ventilation opening to keep cooking smells from spreading. Theo and Kung were just as amazed, one because he'd never known what a house really was, the other because he'd never seen one this large. Wow! It's exactly what I requested. How did you even manage this? Before the rabbits could answer, Kung shouted excitedly, Dad! The floor is warm. He sprawled out on the floor, and the smaller ones immediately copied him. Theo rubbed himself along the warm boards, whining, Why do I suddenly feel so sleepy, meow? This is underfloor heating, Siguan explained, laughing. When you're tired, just lie down and it relaxes your whole body. Suddenly, pow! Wait, did I even explain how the heating system works to you? The elder rabbit explained that in the tower, there were clans that lived in houses with this kind of structure, and their group had been hired several times in the past to build similar homes. Because of that experience, it was easy for them to recreate the design here. After looking around inside, they stepped out to a small rest area. Siguan put on his shoes and joked to the little ones, I guess even monsters in this tower will be using floor heating and cooking pots now. Theo, meanwhile, had already begun scratching the wooden pillars like a proper cat. Kungnan spotted something unusual on the wall, 2 wooden shutters built into the stone. What's this? The bear asked. Siguan had never ordered this feature. Curious, Theo jumped onto Siguan's shoulder and slowly slid the shutters open. It was a sliding door, smooth and luxurious. Sunlight spilled in, revealing a tiny wooden room, and the sickle rabbit inside, pressed up against the artist rabbit's sister, cheeks flushed in embarrassment. The door slammed shut. You should knock first, it muttered in shame. Siguan instantly understood what he'd walked into. Face paling, he grabbed Theo by the scruff, covered Kung's eyes, and dragged everyone away at full speed. "Dad, why are you covering my eyes?" Kung asked innocently, as they stumbled into the yard. Theo just looked bored, he didn't understand the fuss. The two gray rabbits stared blankly, as if they'd never expected to find their sibling in such a situation. Siguan sighed mournfully at the house. "But that's my house." Kung, noticing his sadness, looked worried. Before Siguan could explain, a large figure stepped out from behind the bushes. Mother Bear had arrived. "You're late today," Siguan said, surprised. The little red bear rushed to its mother, completely forgetting Siguan's distress. Meanwhile, Siguan asked, "You've been patrolling more often, right?" Mother Bear nodded. "Things have been a little unstable lately." It dropped the tree trunk it was carrying. What looked small in its hands landed with a heavy thud, making everyone step back. "Ah, thank you," Siguan said uncertainly, not sure why she had brought it. Before anything more could be said, Theo perked up. "Mother Bear, are you returning to the forest?" "Take me with you, meow." She agreed at once, lifting him onto her paw. "It'll make the walk less boring." Theo waved as she carried him off. The others waved back. Left behind, Siguan stared at the old log. Maybe it could be used for furniture. The carpenter rabbit certainly thought so. Its eyes lit up, and it immediately began inspecting the wood. "It's solid," it said, hopping onto the trunk. "I'll trim it first." But just then, a faint red light glowed from the hollow. The rabbit froze. Before it could react, dry branches whipped out and wrapped around it. The log rose on its roots, for red lights flaring like eyes. The corrupted ant had only been pretending to be dead. Siguan and the others stared in shock as the rabbit was lifted by its neck, struggling weakly. Siguan drew his knife. "Let him go." But he had no idea how to fight this monster. Kung sprang forward. With a fierce roar, he leaped high, slashing down on the branch holding the rabbit. The branch shattered. The rabbit fell hard but escaped. The corrupted ant ignored it and turned toward Kung instead. New branches shot out, binding his limbs. Kung grew larger to resist, but more branches wrapped around him, sealing his claws. Still, the little bear bit into a branch with surprising ferocity, ripping it apart. Breaking free with one arm, he kept fighting, but the branches multiplied endlessly. He grew to full size, locked in a fierce struggle with the corrupted ant, two giants clashing with raw strength. Siguan stood frozen, knife in hand, not knowing how to help. Then a system window appeared. Startled, Siguan shouted for Aileen like a man calling for backup. She asked why a corrupted ant was there, but Siguan had no answer. "I don't know," he replied urgently. "It just sprang up." How was he supposed to deal with it? The solution did exist in the magic book, but if Aileen hadn't read it, even she wouldn't know. The dragon girl hurried after Siguan, frantically flipping through the pages, fingers rustling through them in a growing panic as she searched for the method. Finally, the message board popped up. The manager said the answer was simple: remove the carnivorous fruits growing inside the tree. But Siguan had no idea what a carnivorous fruit looked like, and there was no time to stand around wondering. The number of branches was increasing, and those wrapped around Kung were tightening and extending. Though Kung's full-grown size matched the ant monster, the little bear wasn't nearly as battle-hardened as his mother. All he could do was resist with pure muscle. Suddenly, his father's voice cut through the chaos. "Kung, shrink down." Kung didn't understand why, but he was obedient. In an instant, he shrank just as his father commanded. The branches couldn't keep up with his sudden size change, their grip loosening as Kung slipped free. The corrupted ant jerked in surprise, trying to trap him again, but before it could, Siguan was already there. He didn't even care that his precious straw hat went flying. Seizing the opening, he thrust his knife straight into the dark spot inside the hollow of the tree body. A shrill, furious scream erupted. The glowing red spots contorted. Siguan had no idea what exactly he stabbed, only that black liquid sprayed out. Gritting his teeth, he pushed harder, ignoring how terrifying the corrupted ant looked up close. The monster trembled violently, its glowing points gathering where Siguan's knife had pierced. He didn't know what was happening, he only knew he had to keep holding the knife in place. Then he heard it, a crunching sound. Whatever he was stabbing felt harder now, unlike the jelly-like sensation from before. When he pulled his knife back, Siguan saw he had pierced a sticky red fruit. It looked like a tomato. This must be the carnivorous fruit Aileen mentioned. The moment it came out, before he even had time to inspect it, the corrupted ant collapsed backward with a heavy thud. Siguan froze, still holding the fruit. It felt like he had just yanked the soul out of a body. Was it really that easy? "Is it over?" he muttered in disbelief. The corrupted ant hadn't resisted at all once he stabbed the fruit. But the notifications didn't lie. "You have eliminated the mutated corrupted ant's carnivorous fruit. You have accumulated 50 experience points." Behind him, Kung tugged urgently at his pants. "Dad, look, look!" What did he see? The two gray rabbits were still trembling and checking each other for injuries. Siguan wasn't ready to face anything new, but then he saw them. Shadows. Countless thin, spindly shadows approaching. One corrupted ant was terrifying enough, but now an entire swarm? We're doomed, Siguan gasped. It's a territory invasion. Mother Bear had barely left, and a new enemy already arrived, the mutated corrupted ants from the west, the ones she warned him about. The system gave only one line. This is the corrupted ants' small branch scout unit. No explanation. No strategy. The small mutated corrupted ant army made no noise at all. They moved like spiders, their thin legs tapping silently against the ground, advancing towards Siguan's field. Though each was only about the height of an adult human, their number was overwhelming. Looking out, Siguan couldn't even count them. Danger was seconds away. These intruders resembled the same dried tree monster from earlier. Holding the gardening knife tighter, Siguan realized with their size he would have to fight them himself. Behind him, Kong grew to full size again, becoming the giant Kong. The little bear clenched its fists and leapt forward, shielding its father. Siguan quickly turned to the two gray rabbits. Run! Call the black rabbits, the fighters. They obeyed instantly, gripping their axes in their mouths and sprinting on all fours, leaving the father and son to hold the line. Kong showed no fear. With a burst of strength, he jumped high, his massive body blocking the sunlight. The corrupted ants looked up, or whatever counted as looking, their glowing spots tracking Kong's movement. It was obvious he was the primary threat. Boom! Kong slammed down into the densest cluster of ants. The impact scattered them everywhere. The ground caved in under the force, and those that weren't flung aside stumbled, unable to stand. And that was only the beginning. With determined, furious eyes, Kong lunged forward. He swept his right paw through a cluster of corrupted ants, smashing them into pieces with a single slap. Cracking sounds rang out. He spun left, building momentum, and struck another approaching wave. Ant bodies flew apart mid-air, severed before they could react. Even standing still, Kong could fight off a large portion of them with just his claws. Siguan, after giving his orders to the gray rabbits, charged in as well. He gripped the gardening knife tightly and shouted as he slashed the nearest corrupted ant with all his strength. His reach wasn't long, and with the knife's size, he could only kill one at a time, but the blade was razor-sharp. It cut the corrupted ant cleanly in half with a single stroke. Black corrupted blood splattered from the cut, making two nearby ants hesitate for a split second. Siguan needed to think of his next move. He was only a certified farmer, he had never fought monsters like this, never been forced into a battle on this scale. The corrupted ants were slowly forming a ring around him. Where were they coming from? What did they want? No answers. But then a voice shouted from afar. Siguan. Black Rabbit and Sickle Rabbit came sprinting on all fours. Seeing them, Siguan immediately yelled. Stop them from stepping into the field. This was Black Rabbit's moment. It swung its right hand, a flash of blue light burst out, transforming into a hammer like Sailor Moon's transformation sequence. Black Rabbit's expression hardened. I am a warrior rabbit. The time to prove myself has finally come. It shot forward like an arrow, zigzagging between corrupted ants. Every ant the hammer touched either cracked apart or exploded with a gaping hole. Its hammer technique was overwhelming. From the outside, it looked like a streak of blue lightning weaving through the swarm. Then the rabbit emerged from the other side, both hands gripping the hammer, landing gracefully without even looking back. Black Rabbit, you're amazing. Siguan shouted in awe. Compared to him, who could only kill one corrupted ant with a sharpened gardening knife, Black Rabbit's power was on a completely different level. Everyone watching was stunned. Hearing the praise, the rabbit turned its head and posed with a wink, as if saying of course. Confidence surged. Now was truly its time to shine. But suddenly, a corrupted ant leapt higher than the rest, raising its spider-like leg, aiming to stab directly into Black Rabbit's head. Its sharp claw could have caused serious injury if it connected, but Black Rabbit couldn't dodge in time. Completely taken off guard by the sudden attack, he froze, staring in fear. Then, swish, something sliced straight through the corrupted ant from behind. The monster's movements stopped instantly. Thin, overlapping cuts appeared all over its body, and in seconds the entire thing burst apart into large and small pieces that thudded onto the ground. Black Rabbit stared, stunned, then looked up. His own brother had created that masterpiece with a single swing of his sickle, saving his life at the last second. Who would have imagined that Sickle Rabbit, who always squinted his eyes and worked silently in the fields, could fight like this? He landed in a cool, composed pose, completely different from his usual laborer look. Behind him, the shattered remains of the corrupted ant showed how incredible his speed had been. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, Sickle Rabbit tilted his head and reminded his brother, "Don't get distracted. It's dangerous." Black Rabbit didn't even dare talk back, he could only nod quickly. If his brother hadn't shown up, he would already be dead. Suddenly, shouts erupted from all directions. The second-generation young rabbits and the gray rabbits rushed in carrying whatever gardening tools they could grab, rakes, shovels, hoes, axes, yelling, "You bastards, get out of our home." The whole rabbit family charged into battle against the corrupted ants. Those with tools attacked in their own awkward styles, while those lacking confidence stuck close to their siblings and swung together. They were clumsy, but every rabbit fought desperately to protect their territory. Some rabbits who had no tools at all used their teeth to bite or punched with their bare hands. It wasn't very effective, but they still managed to deal some damage. Above the battlefield, 2 large swarms of venomous bees gathered. Led by the 2 poison queens, they buzzed loudly, aiming their poisonous stingers at the corrupted ents. Each sting was thick and deadly. 2 bees striking a vital point could kill a corrupted ent instantly. Siguan cut his way deeper into the enemy lines, with Black Rabbit, the bees, and Sickle Rabbit all following him. They never stopped fighting, but the corrupted ents only increased in number. Cut one down, and another stepped forward, fearless and constantly advancing. "Everyone, hold on just a little more, we've taken out almost all of them," Siguan shouted, clenching his fist. The rabbits were fighting just as hard as he was, all trying to defend the farm. "Uncle, behind you." Black Rabbit turned to agree, but suddenly screamed in panic. Boom! A massive root slammed into the ground. This one looked nothing like the smaller corrupted ents. The earth shook as the small ones scattered to make way for a massive group of large branch scouts pushing forward. Shush! Their eyes glowed yellow at first, but then, in a heartbeat, the yellow light turned into a fierce red. Their roar shook the air. The system message rang out: corrupted ents, large branch scouts. They towered over Siguan. His face went pale. The small ones had been numerous but manageable, but these were something else entirely. He had only defeated one large ent before, and that was pure luck. "No more fighting, run!" Siguan sprinted away as the huge corrupted ents thundered after him. Quang saw the desperate situation from afar and immediately rushed toward his father with all his strength. He was the only one large enough to confront the giant enemy. Driven by sheer determination, Quang charged straight in and headbutted the nearest large corrupted ent, clawing at its face to slow it down so Siguan could escape. "Quang!" Siguan shouted desperately, but Quang didn't look back even once. He pushed with everything he had. Steam puffed out from his nose as he growled, "Don't touch my dad." Siguan froze, helpless. Even at full size, Quang wasn't taller than the corrupted ent. He didn't stand a chance. Damn it. We can't fight those things by ourselves. Mother Bear and Theo had gone toward the passageway. The Minotaur King was far away on the wasteland. No help could reach them in time. A shadow loomed over Siguan. The corrupted ent behind him was already mid-leap. It was over. Siguan's eyes widened. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. Thud. A terrifying sound exploded beside him, followed by a gust of wind that forced Siguan's eyes shut. When he opened them, a massive figure stood before him, a towering monster with a long scar across its eye, holding a huge axe lodged deep in the corrupted ent that had almost killed him. The Minotaur King smiled down at him. "Are you all right, Park Siguan?" As if appearing like a god wasn't enough, he gestured behind him. The black Minotaurs came to help too. Ox 3 and Ox 4 were already smashing corrupted ents with their bulging muscles, roaring fiercely. Siguan felt hope rise again. Reinforcements had arrived. Then another rumbling roar echoed across the battlefield. Something barreled through the corrupted ents, scattering them like leaves. Mother Bear. She was completely berserk, ripping the nearest corrupted ent in half and stomping on a pile of corpses. "How dare you invade my territory and destroy Siguanim's fields? I'll tear every last one of you apart." Even the Minotaur King glanced at her casually. "That red bear looks pretty angry." Siguan quickly asked how they knew to come. The Minotaur King didn't answer, but a message popped up. The tower manager had contacted them. After Aileen explained through the communication orb, "I sensed ents heading toward you. So I called the Minotaur King and the red bear to help. I told you to trust me," she said proudly, puffing out her chest, even if Siguan couldn't see it. Feeling overwhelmed, Siguan whispered, "Aileen." His faith in the black dragon grew deeper. Rallying himself, Siguan raised his voice. "All right everyone, let's protect the field together." Quang shrank back down to coordinate better with the rabbits. Above, the bees glared menacingly at the invaders. Siguan promised, "Once this is over, I'll cook you all something extremely delicious." The battlefield went silent. Every monster's eyes gleamed. Even the Minotaur King drooled. His subordinates drooled too. Mother Bear pretended not to care, but the white steam puffing from her mouth betrayed her excitement. "Did you say food?" The young animals were buzzing with eagerness. Quang leapt up and roared, "Quang!" Black Rabbit grinned from his head. The motivation was clear: finish fast, then feast. "Charge!" Siguan pointed his knife forward confidently. The whole group surged ahead, Minotaurs pounding the ground, red bears thundering forward, rabbits and bees following behind. All for a good meal. The Minotaur King's hooves thundered across the ground, joined by the heavy steps of the red bear mother and her child. Together, their charge created an overwhelming force, the entire farm advancing fearlessly to show the invaders exactly who they were dealing with. Far away, in the 67th floor lizard tribe's dense forest, the scene was entirely different. The ground was littered with the bodies of red locusts, their foul stench drifting through the air. The once lush forest was now barren, even the distant mountains looked desolate. After parting ways with Mommy Red Bear, Theo and Elka had arrived here before continuing below. The moment they stepped into the wasteland, Theo froze, staring around in confusion at the devastated terrain beneath the Silver Wolf tribe chief's feet. "Isn't this the dense forest, meow?" the cat asked, bewildered. Elka sighed and confirmed, "This is the dense forest. Wherever the red locusts pass, everything becomes like this. They devour anything and everything." Theo watched the busy Silver Wolf tribe ahead. They were gathering branches, digging up soil, stacking stones, restoring the forest rather than collecting red locust corpses. Theo's whiskers twitched. "They really are terrifying. But what are we even doing here, meow? Aren't we supposed to bring back the red locust bodies?" The chief responded calmly. The Mage Guild had instructed them to clean up the devastated forest. Since most combatants had gone elsewhere to fight the red locust, there weren't enough hands, so they were helping with the cleanup. Elka seemed uneasy, but Theo was focused on a different matter entirely. "Do you get paid for this, meow?" he asked sharply. The chief shook his head. "No. It's not difficult work anyway." The casual response made Theo explode. "Are you a pushover, meow?" The veins on his forehead stood out as if the Silver Wolf tribe had committed a grave sin. Theo marched off angrily, leaving Elka baffled. "Where are you going?" the chief asked hesitantly. Without turning back, Theo snapped, "This won't do, meow. You follow me." The cat then whipped around, face twisted in fury. "I'm going to get us money, meow." Theo marched straight toward a tent marked with the symbols of the Free Mercenary Guild and the Tower's Mage Guild, clearly his chosen destination for demanding payment. The lizard warriors guarding the entrance were relaxed until the fierce-looking cat approached. Immediately, their expressions hardened. "You are not allowed in here," one of the yellow lizards said coldly. Theo glared upward. "Move aside. I'm here to see your leader, meow." "No one can simply enter," the guard repeated sternly. Annoyed, Theo placed one hand on his chest, one on his hip, his tail lashing. "I'm not just anyone. Call Iona or something out here right now, meow." The guard stiffened. No one casually summoned the great mage's name like that, yet this strange merchant cat had done so without hesitation. The lizard lowered his voice nervously. "Master Iona is busy. She cannot meet just anyone." Theo didn't care. He spoke louder, practically announcing to the whole region that he had the right to enter. "It's not like we don't have a relationship, meow. Iona and I have a very important relationship." His raised voice instantly drew monsters from everywhere, warriors, merchants, wandering creatures, forming a murmuring crowd around the tent. The rumor of the cat's important relationship with the great mage spread instantly. Theo ignored them all, standing proudly with hands on hips, glaring at the guards. Elka, following behind, wished he could sink into the earth. His head throbbed. What nonsense is this brat talking now? But Theo stood firm, fully prepared to cause an uproar. He was furious, he was determined, and above all, he believed he had every right to demand an audience with Iona. Elka, on the verge of fainting, crept closer and whispered urgently, "Sales cat Theo, what are you talking about?" Theo blinked at him in confusion. "Why do you look so shocked? Isn't it obvious, meow?" In Theo's mind, everything made perfect sense. He was Siguan's subordinate. Iona had bowed to Siguan. Therefore, Iona was also Siguan's subordinate. And since both Theo and Iona served Siguan, they were equals. Same rank. Same importance. No problem. He explained this to Elka with absolute confidence, ears twitching. But the more he explained, the more Elka's face wrinkled with horror, sweat dripping down his temples. Eventually, Theo snapped, "It's an important relationship, don't you get it?" The shout left Elka speechless. The onlookers buzzed even louder, whispering excitedly. Then, suddenly, the tent flap lifted, opened by the hamster familiar. Theo's eyes sparkled. Finally, Iona had come out to acknowledge him. But before he could step forward proudly, Iona pointed at him and shouted, "Stop saying things that cause misunderstandings." Her expression was stiff, irritated, clearly dragged out by the commotion he'd created. But Theo didn't mind. As long as he was taken inside, he had achieved his goal. Inside the tent, every pair of eyes turned toward the small cat, watching him with suspicion. The tent was hosting an important strategy meeting, so everyone wondered why Iona had brought Theo inside. The great mage noticed the questioning looks but didn't bother explaining. Instead, she focused on the cat. "Everyone here is preparing for the next attack on the red locust," she said sharply. Then she looked at Theo. "Why are you here? Is it about payment for the blade green onion?" Theo cut her off immediately. "No, meow. I came because of the wolf clan. Now that the topic was open, Theo's displeasure spilled out. Down in the forest, the Silver Wolf tribe was cleaning up the battlefield, clearing debris, stacking stones, even repairing terrain. But their contract only required them to collect the corpses of the red locust. Doing all the additional labor without compensation was unfair. Instead of snapping at Theo, Iona turned toward a green lizard with spines along his head. I've been on the battlefield the whole time, so I didn't notice. Sir Toro, what is this about? Toro, leader of the lizard tribe, froze. Well, he fumbled for an explanation, clearly flustered. Finally he said, our warriors are all fighting. Only the elderly and children remain in the tribe. They couldn't handle the cleanup alone, so we asked the wolves to help. Theo's eyes narrowed. Arms crossed, he lowered his voice, but made sure the entire tent could hear. That's not acceptable. I want compensation for the extra work, meow. Toro stammered, how much? Theo raised a chubby paw. How dare you make my subordinates work without my permission? Each wolf should get at least 1 tower coin. Now give me a total of 100 tower coins, meow. What? Toro slammed the table so hard it rattled. You greedy merchant cat. Theo didn't back down. He clenched his tiny fist, ready to fight. Toro's rage nearly boiled over, he was moments away from crushing the cat. No, Iona's voice cut sharply through the tension. Commander Toro. That cat is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Toro ignored her, still trembling with anger, so Iona repeated firmly. Don't forget who protected the 67th floor during the Red Locust Plague. And don't forget Blade Green Onion came from him as well. Toro's expression stiffened. Humility crept in. And Theo, instead of stopping, immediately added fuel. That's right. I'm a servant of the Great Black Dragon, meow. A merchant cat. But if I weren't here, think about the trouble you'd be in. So pay up. Toro had never been insulted like this in his life. Behind him, his lizard warriors whispered frantically, begging him to calm down. His fists shook from sheer frustration. But in the end, with his eyes squeezed shut, he surrendered. Fine. I'll pay. After the storm of shouting and tension, the tent finally quieted down. Outside, Chief Elka walked beside Theo, who was happily carrying a large bag of shimmering tower coins. He hummed cheerfully, head lifted high. Iona walked behind them silently until they reached the exit. Once again, the merchant cat had shown terrifying negotiation skills. Theo didn't feel the weight of the hefty bag at all. He skipped along, whistling, then turned to Elka. Hey! Great job! Take it, meow! Elka waved his hands wildly. No, no! We can earn plenty by selling the red locust. We're your subordinates, this is enough. Seeing his humility, Theo stuffed the bag into his space pouch and nodded approvingly. What sensible subordinates! Remember this lesson, never let anyone bully you. Mistreating the subordinates of the Great Black Dragon brings consequences. Elka bowed slightly. Yes, Director Theo. Theo then turned to Iona. Thank you. Because of you, everything went smoothly, meow. The Grand Mage smiled lightly. There's no need to thank me. I was on the front lines earlier, I didn't know all this was happening. I should be the one apologizing. Theo then gave orders confidently. Elka, take the others to the 99th floor. I'll go alone to the 38th. As Theo left, a strange thought surfaced in Iona's mind. The lizard tribe was known for its rigid principles, they never yielded anything to anyone. Yet today, simply with the name of the Great Black Dragon behind him, this reckless merchant cat had made them surrender an argument they normally would have fought to the death. Theo's reputation was going to spread far across the entire Black Tower after this. Whether the reputation was good or bad didn't matter. What mattered was the name behind him, the Great Black Dragon. Any force in the tower would hesitate to cross that. Iona frowned quietly, realizing just how far the influence of that foolish cat might go. In the Black Tower, who could surpass the forces standing behind Theo? That thought weighed on Iona's mind. She understood the truth of his tower, corruption ruled every floor, and food was becoming the most precious resource. Soon, food itself would become power. They absolutely could not allow fools like greed to rise uncontrollably. Her gaze drifted to Theo's bright, carefree expression. She could already foresee it, many factions would begin watching this golden-furred merchant cat closely. But she didn't voice any of these concerns. Theo, oblivious to her thoughts, placed his hands on his hips. Iona, we're leaving now, meow. But we'll be back soon. The Grand Mage didn't stop him. She simply asked politely, leaving so soon? Theo had work assigned by the president, so he waved a paw. Stay healthy, meow. Relieved to see her chaotic burden walk away, Iona waved back and watched him depart. Rumors would spread now, gossip always grew faster than wildfire in the tower. One rumor would become 10, 10 would become 100. Exaggerated stories would circulate everywhere, and sooner or later, everyone would hear of Theo, the outrageous merchant cat. Ding! Ding! In the silent fields, system messages suddenly popped up. Congratulations on leveling up. Congratulations on reaching level 22. You have earned 1 skill point. Siguan rubbed his eyes and sat up from the pile of dark, branch-like debris behind him. Adjusting his straw hat, he muttered, I only meant to rest for a bit, didn't realize I'd level up to 22. But how had he fallen asleep with all the noise? The Minotaurs were making a huge commotion as they cleaned the battlefield after crushing the Ents. Because of the size difference, Siguan and the rabbits couldn't help with the heavy work, they could only watch while the Minotaurs handled everything. Still dazed, Siguan stared at the mountain of dead Ents being dragged in. It felt like he had personally chopped down an entire forest. The Ent scouts, large and small, had attacked rapidly, but the tide turned the moment Quang's mother and the Minotaur King appeared. Even the baby bear, Quang, had knocked out countless Ents and brought them to Siguan to finish off, allowing him to absorb the kill experience. It caused his level to skyrocket. Once the battlefield was cleared, everyone agreed to build a defensive barrier using Ent corpses to prevent future sneak attacks. With the Minotaur's powerful axes, the logs were cut and transported swiftly, forming a sturdy fence around the fields. While resting, Siguan suddenly remembered something. Are they the corrupted monsters from the west that Ox number 3 mentioned? The red bear mother was chewing on an Ent branch and nodded. Yes. But they never dared enter my territory before. Lately they keep invading. I didn't think they could come this far. Hearing the crunching sounds above him, Siguan glanced up at the bear. Does that taste good? Quang's mother didn't answer, she just kept chewing, which was answer enough. Guilt flickered in her expression. Without the black dragon's warning earlier, she would have deeply regretted neglecting her patrol. Sorry. I should have checked more carefully. At Siguan's feet, the cub imitated its mother, chewing on a root. Siguan waved his hands quickly. No, don't apologize. The forest is huge. Patrolling alone is hard. And the venomous bees have increased a lot. I'll ask the 2nd and 3rd generations to assist you. The bear mother bowed her head slightly. Thank you, Siguan. Then Siguan remembered what puzzled him at the start. Why did the corrupted Ents come to our fields? One of them said something before it died. It is here. What does that mean? His thoughtful silence drew the attention of the black dragon. A message window appeared before him. The tower manager says these corrupted Ents behave like viruses. Siguan read the line twice. Like viruses? How? Aileen reclined comfortably on a thick, fluffy white pillow while flipping through an old book. She explained. No matter how many you kill, they reappear before long. Branch scouts are troublesome. If a mutated tree appears in their area, it tries to infect all healthy trees nearby. That's why the strong trees on the 99th floor have already been infected. Turning another page, she continued, if there's no target to infect, the Ents stay dormant. So the question is, why did they suddenly wake up? Something must be drawing them here. Do you have any clues? Siguan frowned, trying to recall anything unusual. Clues, huh? Let's think. Siguan listed every magical plant he grew, corn, tomatoes, herbs, and countless others. But no matter how he tried, his brain simply couldn't find the answer Aileen wanted. Instead, at the mention of edible plants, his stomach roared so loudly that even the red bear mother heard it clearly from above. Quang blinked in surprise. What kind of stomach growls that loudly? Looking at the bear cub, Siguan suddenly remembered, he had been so busy fighting and protecting the territory that he had completely skipped mealtime. I'm starving. Quang, who had just finished chewing an entire tree monster, perked up instantly at the word eat. Even before he could ask, Siguan suggested, shall we go eat now? Soon, in a deep pan made specially for the stove, pieces of fish sizzled in eel oil. The meat turned golden and crisp, filling the kitchen with mouth-watering aroma. Siguan used chopsticks to move the fried pieces onto a tray lined with green onion. Beside him, Scissor Rabbit stir-fried something spicy in another pan, the mixed sense making Quang lean forward like a curious child. The young bear, now well-behaved, didn't steal food, he just stretched to peek at what his father was cooking. The final batch of fried fish was for the hard-working Minotaurs outside. Quang carefully held the plate in both paws to pass it to Ox 3, who was peeking through the doorway with sparkling eyes. Outside, excitement spread immediately, everyone knew by smell alone that today's meal would be amazing. Soon, 5 trays of green onion piled high with food were carried out. It wasn't enough to feed every monster who helped defend Siguan's fields today, but the farm's storage was well supplied, so more dishes would follow. Ox 4 and a lighter hair-colored ox returned from the garden with huge bundles of fresh green onions. Gray rabbits, who weren't good cooks, sat on top of the Minotaurs' heads, watching them grill crispy fish. The smoky aroma drifted through the air. The white rabbit family had prepared 2 large trays filled with mixed potatoes. Today's special feast featured crayfish and generous piles of piranhas wrapped in green onions, stacked so high that they nearly spilled over. Around them were grilled corn, sweet potatoes, and cherry tomatoes. When Ox 3 and Sejun's group delivered the fried fish, the feast officially began. Nothing felt better than eating after a long day of battle. A few bites of green onions alone made the Minotaur's faces brighten, its crisp sweetness awakened their appetites perfectly. The rabbit couple sat together, flirting shyly as they munched carrots while sitting in the Minotaur's lap. Sejun ate beside Dad Rabbit, who was feeding his pregnant wife. Next to them, the Minotaur King was gulping down a huge cup of tomato juice, his first time trying it. The moment the flavor hit him, his expression exploded with delight, sparkling like 1,000 stars. The honey from the venomous bees made it even better. Sejun and the rabbit parents laughed. Across from them, Sejun asked Aileen if she was enjoying her meal. The dragon, already skilled at using chopsticks, had her mouth full. She always stuffed too much in whenever the food was too delicious, and fried fish was no exception. Suddenly, Quang tugged Sejun's sleeve. He pointed toward his mother, who had flipped her empty tray upside down. She had finished everything. The 2 trays reserved for her weren't nearly enough, and harvesting and cooking more would take time. But Sejun had a quicker idea. He stood up and walked over with Quang, calling the bear mother. "There's another dish you've never tried before." The moment he pointed toward the path, the dish arrived as if summoned. Chief Elka appeared, pushing a cart overflowing with protein-packed red locust, brought from below as a gift for the 99th floor monsters. The bear mother's eyes sparkled immediately. She stared at the pile like a child seeing her favorite treat. Elka greeted Sejun warmly and said, "With this amount, Bear Mom can eat as much as she wants." Without hesitation, the giant bear dug her paw into the mound, scooping up handful after handful. But right in the middle of this pleasant chaos. "Pick! Pick!" The rabbits suddenly squeaked in panic. Sejun looked down. The rabbits were gathered around the mother rabbit, who was clutching her swollen belly and writhing in pain. Dad Rabbit dropped his bowl of tomato soup in shock. "What's wrong? What's happening?" The mother rabbit forced out the words between breaths. "The babies. They're coming. They're coming out." Sejun's heart dropped. "Don't tell me she's giving birth right here?" There was no time to get her back to the cave. "Take her to my house. Hurry. Someone bring something soft, anything fluffy." The entire rabbit clan panicked even more. "Pick! Pick! Moo!" They squeaked and ran around chaotically. Sejun tried to calm them down, but every attempt only made them squeal louder. It took a long time before the house finally quieted. Time passed. Behind the closed door of Sejun's house came quieter, but still clearly labor-related, sounds. At last, the door opened. Sejun stepped out, and immediately Ox 4, Elka, and little Quang leaned forward with huge eyes. They had been waiting anxiously for news. In Sejun's arms, wrapped carefully in a straw hat covered with a cloth, were 3 tiny yellow fur balls, sleeping soundly, newborn rabbits. The adults gasped silently, their excitement held back so they wouldn't wake the babies. Inside, the mother rabbit had successfully given birth. Exhausted but smiling through tears, she held her husband's paw. The artist rabbit and the scissor rabbit were sprawled on the floor, worn out from assisting the labor. Joy spread across the faces of the tower's inhabitants, all thrilled to welcome the new lives, or perhaps simply happy to have 3 more workers for the fields. The yellow-furred rabbit babies looked especially sweet under the sunlight. On the 52nd floor of Red Flame Mountain, amidst barren rocks sticking out like stakes across an endless plain, hot winds roared through the air. The entire space burned like an oven, and anyone who lived here naturally had to be exceptionally strong. With its head and shoulders ablaze, the boar with a broken right horn glared at the man before it with its single remaining eye. The monster was much bulkier than the man, its bloated belly nearly swallowing its muscular legs, which peeked out from under a tattered cloth. The only one daring to face this creature on the 52nd floor was a retired man, Tae-jun, his silver hair fluttering over his cloak. Despite being clearly old, he radiated overwhelming presence. Although many years had passed and Tae-jun had changed, the boss of the 52nd floor chuckled mockingly. "Who do we have here?" "A human from outside the tower." "I thought you'd have died from my flame curse." Tae-jun stood with hands on his hips, staring calmly at the fiery beast. Knowing better than anyone just how sarcastic this monster was, he came fully prepared with his own counterattacks. "I had a really nice vacation these past few years. Thanks for that." Then, pointing at the boar's ruined face, he continued. "Looks like you've been enjoying life in the tower with just one eye, huh?" His sarcasm hit harder than any weapon, and the boar's face twisted in real hatred. "How much have you eaten? I can smell barbecue all the way from here." Just those few words were enough to push the Red Flame Mountain boss into madness. It raised its fire-covered claws, flames spreading down its arms, hatred boiling in its one eye. "Oink! You bastard! I'll make you regret coming back." It lunged, its massive body dancing violently across the ground. Explosions echoed, bang, bang, as fire and rocks scattered everywhere. From afar, only the massive burning back of the boar could be seen as it charged. But Taejun wasn't intimidated. In fact, he felt a spark of excitement. This wasn't much different from the battles of years ago. Seeing the beast flaunting its power, Taejun laughed. These tricks won't work anymore. I have Sweet Sun Pumpkin Potato with me. He pulled out a potato larger than his hand. Without even checking it, Taejun's eyes shone with confidence. With this, he was ready to dive into the boar's fiery domain. Without hesitation, he bit into the sun-sweet potato. Crunch. A few pieces flew off, but just 1/9 of the potato was enough. Instantly, a strange power filled his entire body. The fire curse within him was pushed out, expelled like smoke rising from a flame. Taejun clenched his fists and roared, breaking the curse that had bound him for years. Even the boar, the caster of the curse, stared wide-eyed. How did you? It had never seen anyone break its curse so effortlessly. Taejun didn't bother explaining. He kicked off the ground, silver hair and beard streaming bay. His silhouette blurred, but his eyes stayed locked onto the monster. The boar responded instantly, swinging its flaming claw with a fierce snort. It didn't know how Taejun had escaped the curse, but one thing hadn't changed from years ago. It wanted him dead. A towering wave of fire suddenly surged up, twice Taejun's height, descending like a mini-fire tsunami. Even without touching it, one could feel the scorching heat. Still, Taejun charged straight through without slowing. These minor attacks were nothing now. As the wave crashed over him, Taejun's shadow blurred, exactly like the time he had nearly been burned alive years ago. The boar knew this too. Seeing the blurred shadow, it burst into laughter. Oh ho ho! Become roasted meat. It even lifted its foot triumphantly. But then froze. The wave of fire now had a round hole through it. Inside the hole was none other than Taejun, twisting his body through the flames and shooting straight at the boar. A bright smile spread across his face. I told you it doesn't work anymore, didn't I? His muscular frame made the declaration even more convincing. When he closed in on the boar's bloated belly, the beast only managed 2 startled squeals before reacting. Its massive claws clamped tightly around Taejun, pinning both his arms to his chest. Flames surged from its limbs, burning toward Taejun's knees. Seeing the shock on Taejun's face, the boar grinned wide. I'll crush you so you can't do anything. It wanted to finish the job it had failed to do over a decade ago. But Taejun simply smirked back with a cold look. Looks like you forgot, it's been a long time since we fought. Amid the flying sparks, a green light suddenly rippled around the boar like watery waves. At the same time, a blue formation circle flickered to life around Taejun, cast without using his hands. Above the boar, countless star-like lights appeared, weaving in circles like a cosmic dance. The boar stared in stunned silence. All of this was Taejun's doing. He didn't hide it. But I'm a mage. The moment the blue light touched the boar's flabby face, true fear overtook it. Its squeals echoed, but too late. The star-like light sharpened into hundreds of thousands of glowing needles, beautiful yet deadly, piercing the beast's body like someone preparing meat for roasting. Eventually, the 52nd floor boss lay collapsed on the ground, its face charred black, its left tusk broken. The once fearsome red flame mountain boss looked pitiful, nothing more than a rag under Taejun's foot. He stepped on the massive, burnt-smelling body, completely enveloped in victory. Finally, it was over. He admired his trophy and soon saw notifications flashing in the sky. You have defeated the 52nd floor boss, Burning Wild Boar. The flame curse of the Burning Wild Boar is being lifted. The land burned by the Wild Boar's curse is being restored. Around him, it was like a curtain had been lifted. The fiery, dry fire mountain scenery vanished, replaced by the boss's corpse lying on a grassy field, the trees slowly recovering. Taejun felt a freshness in his body, like he had become young again. Seeing the persistent fire on his hand disappear, Taejun joyfully realized the fire curse was truly gone. So this floor had been cursed just like him. Once the monster responsible was eliminated, both people and the environment were restored. Hearing that, Taejun looked at the nearly intact sun-sweet potato in his hand and thought, just one bite had enough power to let me push through that terrifying fire wave the boar unleashed. He looked at it gratefully. I could do this all thanks to the sun-sweet potato. How can I repay this debt? At that moment, he heard the whining of a very irritable monster stomping through the newly grown grass. Grass is suddenly growing from the ground, meow. It's uncomfortable to walk on, meow. Looking toward the voice, Taejun saw an orange cat with a bit of white fur, walking on its hind legs, stepping through the tall grass and staring at him like he was some strange creature. But before the cat could speak, Taejun shouted excitedly. Wandering cat merchant. His joy was understandable. Since retiring, Taejun had defeated the boar immediately after entering the tower, and now encountering a cute, harmless monster made him genuinely happy. Seeing his excitement, Theo became cautious, narrowing his eyes and meowing suspiciously. What do you mean by that, meow? But the merchant cat's tone changed instantly when it pointed a claw at the potato in Taejun's hand. Oi, old man. Where did you get that thing? Yeah. The thing was, of course, the sun's sweet potato. Taejun looked at the cat with the affection of someone admiring a precious child. Despite Theo's odd behavior, he wanted to tell it everything. Moments later, the two sat together, Theo beside him, its right ear flicking non-stop. Meow, so you're Dongshik's master? Theo asked, eyes widening. Then it added innocently, he brought the sun's sweet potato for his master. What a fine disciple, meow. Taejun burst into loud laughter. Ha! That's right, I really am proud of my Dongshik. Looking down at the wandering cat who knew his student, he asked. You said your name was Theo, right? I was able to get rid of the flame curse thanks to you. Thank you. I owe you. I shall not forget this kindness. Theo didn't care about the sentiment. Instead, it looked at him and made a strange request. Meow, then repay that debt now? Taejun blinked, confused. How was he supposed to repay it? Seeing his confusion, Theo's cunning expression surfaced. Raising its paw pad, the cat said. Make a contract with me, yeah? Taejun didn't agree right away. He was a legendary hunter, after all. Crossing his arms, he looked at Theo with amusement. A contract? Ha. In the tower, contracts are binding magic. I don't want to be constrained to you. Theo shot back immediately. Meow. Didn't you say you wanted to repay your debt? Become my underling. Taejun ignored this, arms still crossed, turning his head away while replying coolly. I don't want to. This forced Theo to change tactics. No longer arrogant, the cat clung to Taejun's arm, whining. Become my underling, meow? Taejun smiled kindly and extended a finger toward the cat. How about this? Let's become friends. If anything happens, this grandpa will grant your request, as a friend. Theo's interest shifted immediately. Friends? You'll grant any request, meow? Taejun nodded proudly. Ho ho. Anything Theo wants. Since we're friends. But Theo had already prepared its next move. Putting its hands on its hips, it declared. All right. Then, competent old friend, follow me to the 38th floor, meow. Friendship or not, Theo still acted exactly like a master ordering a subordinate. Perhaps in its mind, only the title changed, its behavior didn't. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, smoke billowed. Under a wooden lid, bubbling sounds grew louder, pushing upward. When it finally opened, fragrant steam burst out. Anyone nearby could smell the fresh sweetness of vegetables soaking into their bones. Even Siguan, who ate delicious, clean food every day, was amazed. Oh my, smells tasty. Turning to the little rabbit at his feet, he asked. It's been boiling for almost 12 hours. Should be done now, right? The rabbit nodded obediently. The main ingredient was red locust meat, something Siguan had never cooked before, so he depended on the rabbits to tell if it was done. He reached out for the little rabbit to sprinkle more salt. Dozens of red locust dishes waited for Siguan to show off his cooking skills. A pile of neatly prepared meat promised a massive, protein-rich feast. Earlier, after watching monsters eat red locust so happily, Siguan grew curious and decided to try cooking it. Though its appearance was intimidating, protein mattered more. Quang was already drooling, clearly unbothered by how scary the raw meat looked. The cleaned red locust boiled in the broth, making Siguan's mouth water. Thanks to this high-protein ingredient, Siguan created red locust soup, which the system immediately acknowledged. The achievement first boiled red locust in the tower has been achieved. Cooking skill has increased by 3. Looking at the fatty red locust pieces floating, Siguan felt excited. Seems like no one has ever cooked red locust in the tower before. He had peeled off the hard shell, cut out the flesh, and boiled it. That was the only way to eat it, the hard outer skin was impossible to cook. Siguan cupped his hands around a cooked piece of red locust meat, palm-sized, and tried to take a bite. But the moment his teeth touched it, he couldn't bite through it. He tried again, lifting his head to tear it apart, but the meat was tougher than natural rubber. Struggling, Siguan finally tore off a piece, which shot into his mouth. He lost balance and slammed his head against the stone wall with a loud thud, startling the red bear. The noise was so loud that Black Rabbit hurried through the small animal door. What happened? Seeing no one but his uncle rolling on the ground holding his head, Black Rabbit understood Siguan was hurt. But what bothered him more was the dry, impossible-to-bite meat. Just then, a notification appeared right in front of Siguan's face. You have acquired red locust meat. Trace amounts of poison remain in the red locust meat. You have been poisoned, classy neurotoxin. Detoxification activated. You have been detoxified. Only then did Siguan realize there was poison inside the meat. He glanced at Quang, who was about to eat the leftover piece Siguan couldn't chew, and muttered. Had it not been for the detoxifying green onion, I could have died. Quang didn't take a bite. Instead, the bear laughed smugly. Dad, you can't eat this delicious thing? I pity Dad. How weak are your teeth? Siguan glared at the bear. You chew tough blade green onions like candy. Of course you can eat this. After several failed attempts, Siguan finally made red locust soup with smaller pieces, easier to digest. This time, he carried a bowl into the next room for the rabbit couple. Mother Rabbit, time to eat. Father Rabbit rushed over excitedly to take the food, while Mother Rabbit held a small bag with the 3 soft yellow fur balls inside. The aroma and Siguan's gentle instructions made the couple smile warmly. Something tender is good while recovering. Cool it down and eat slowly in your room. They thanked him profusely, already knowing the soup would be delicious. Thanks to this dish, Siguan unlocked a new achievement. You have created the first red locust soup, the first combat food in the tower. The system explained that thinly sliced red locust meat, combined with detoxifying green onions and power-enhancing potatoes, when simmered for a long time, resulted in a nutritious, flavorful dish. The detoxification-ifying green onions not only neutralized the toxins in the meat, but also tenderized it, extending the dish's shelf life. After eating for 30 minutes, strength increased by approximately 5.1 upon consumption. Strength points increased by 0.1 with the level 2 cooking level 2 effect. And due to the combat food effect, it will keep you full for 3 hours. Prepared by Tower Farmer Chef Park Siguan, the dish had a 30-day shelf life, grade C+. As he stirred the soup in his hand, Siguan marveled at the system notification close by, which even added the unusual title, combat food. It sounded pretty cool. Behind him, Quang naturally had his own share, and the rabbit family freely divided the large pot of soup Siguan had cooked. Siguan scooped a spoonful into his mouth to test the flavor, not knowing what to expect, and suddenly shot up with an expression of utter astonishment, causing everyone behind him to stare. Seeing his father suddenly trembling, Quang asked, Dad, what's wrong? Siguan's face remained frozen in shock, his hand shaking as he pointed to the contents of his bowl. It tastes like chicken. Even he couldn't believe his own words as he said them, his face glowing with happiness, a tear forming at the corner of his eye. Happiness alone couldn't describe what he felt. How long had it been since he last tasted chicken? However, Quang had no idea what chicken tasted like. All he had in his hand was a half-eaten chunk of red locust meat, and now he wanted to know what chicken was, to make his father so joyful. But Siguan obviously had no chicken to show, so he simply patted the bear's short red fur and gently explained, something Dad really likes. Quang didn't mind. If Dad likes it, I like it too. On day 235, Siguan's diary gained a new, excited entry, I've discovered a strange tower version of chicken meat. Just that simple fact made his days feel more peaceful and joyful, like the 3 generations of honeybee queens huddling together on their onion leaf roof. The farmer's joy spread everywhere, making even the creatures around him feel relaxed and happy. One more bowl. Quang, do you want some too? Yes. Siguan gulped down the entire bowl of soup as if he'd never tasted anything so wonderful in his life. His throat moved up and down as he savored every drop of the refreshing broth and every bit of red locust meat that tasted like chicken, filling him with pure exhilaration. Ha! He slammed the bowl onto the table with a loud bang, wiping his mouth with his arm like an uncle who had just downed a cold beer on a hot summer day. The hot soup warming his throat made his whole body break into a sweat, but the sensation was indescribably satisfying. Ding! The system popped up as if sharing his excitement. You have consumed combat food, red locust soup. Strength plus 5.1 for 30 minutes. Satiation maintained for 3 hours. Sprawled across the porch with his arms spread wide, he sighed in satisfaction. This is the first time I've tasted anything close to chicken in the 8 months since entering this tower. I ate everything. Even the chubby rabbit who had eaten some of the red locust meat flopped down beside him just like Siguan. Full and content, they lay there breathing heavily, completely agreeing with the uncle's satisfaction. Artist Rabbit had already cleared away all the other dishes the rabbits used, leaving only Siguan's empty bowl behind. Quang peeked inside, finding not a single drop left. Dad, I enjoyed it a lot too. Now full and satisfied, Siguan suddenly felt like something was missing. Raising his hand, he murmured, Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Then it hit him. And right on cue, a message board appeared sharply in front of him. The tower manager asks if you have finally remembered her. Siguan froze. Oh, Aileen, huh? Now he remembered, and it was something very important. Aileen, meanwhile, had completely lost her patience. Her dragon hand gripped the orb tightly as she glared into it, trying to hold back her frustrated voice. You were eating so well without me, weren't you? The rabbit watched Siguan suddenly sit up, scratching his head with a pale face. Realizing what was wrong, the rabbit quickly scampered away. Siguan laughed awkwardly. Well, How long have you been watching me? That innocent question enraged Aileen even more. Even though Sejun couldn't see her, she was pointing her claw directly at the orb, scolding him furiously. From the very beginning I informed you that the ends were coming. I even rewarded you for exterminating the red locusts. You're too much. Eileen's grievances burst out all at once, her dragon eyes twitching as 2 tears formed. Sejun didn't even need to hear her tone. The words on the system board were more than enough to realize he had absolutely messed up. He panicked, sweating profusely. If Aileen became unhappy, she could take back anything she gave him in an instant. So he yelled urgently. Aileen. This is a misunderstanding. I was actually going to make a special soup, only for you. His frantic voice and desperate expression instantly caught the dragon's attention. Aileen paused, blinking as if confused by his sudden sincerity. A special soup? Only for me? Putting on his shoes, Sejun spoke quickly. Yes. I made this one just as a test. I found out the red locust has a small amount of poison, so I was experimenting to see how to detoxify it while improving the flavor. He nodded earnestly. I've always been thinking of you. Anyone with a brain would know Sejun was shamelessly lying. But to Aileen, it sounded like he was genuinely comforting her. The dragon's face turned pink, her eyes sparkling like a girl hearing a confession. Hugging the orb with both hands, she whispered shyly. You've always been thinking of me? By the time Sejun stepped into the kitchen and lifted the wooden lid of the pot, Eileen's anger was gone. Relieved, he worked more calmly. Wait a moment, I'll make the soup for you now. Gently placing the orb onto a red cloth cushion, Aileen tapped it lightly, then lay down some distance away, resting her body on the cold stone floor. Her eyes were fixed on the orb, full of anticipation. Her posture clearly said she didn't want to lose whatever she was watching. Softly, she whispered. Okay. I'll wait. Her cheeks reddened even more as she murmured. While watching over you like this. But the system mischievously changed her statement. Instead of displaying her gentle words, the notification Sejun saw was. The tower manager says she will wait while watching you with her eyes wide open. Sejun blanched. A chill ran down his whole spine. I'm dead if I mess this up, he muttered. A special soup needed special ingredients. Green onions, carrots, and magical cherry tomatoes were already prepared. Every slice of his knife carried pressure. Stirring the pot, he listened to the bubbling, letting the aroma fill the air. He tasted a full ladle cautiously, then again. Only after finishing the ladle did confidence return to his face. I think it's done. The huge pot of sparkling soup looked so appetizing that even Aileen, watching through the orb, would be drooling. The system chimed. Achievement unlocked, first combat food, red locust cherry tomato soup. Cooking level 3 proficiency increased greatly. Recipe registered. A food information board appeared. Combat food, red locust cherry tomato soup. Thinly sliced red locust meat. Detoxifying green onions. Magical cherry tomatoes. Simmered for a long time to harmonize effects. Green onions detoxify and tenderize the meat. Shelf life, 30 days. Strength plus 7.1 for 30 minutes. Satiation for 3 hours. Rating, C+. Holding up a full, gleaming bowl toward the orb, Sejun said proudly. I added your favorite cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes. You've waited long. Here, take a bowl. But the bowl didn't disappear. Instead, the message appeared. Give me everything. Sejun blinked. Another message appeared. All of it. Realizing she wanted the entire pot, Sejun reacted quickly. Okay. I'll pack everything. Since he had no container large enough and handing the whole pot would be rude, he scooped the soup into a clean onion basket. Moments later, the basket full of steaming soup appeared in Eileen's hands. The warmth, the aroma, the sight, everything delighted her. She stopped looking at Sejun entirely, focusing on the soup. Ah! Such a tasty smell. She sniffed deeply, then whispered. Let's try it. The moment the soup touched her tongue, her eyes widened. She lifted the whole basket to her lips and poured the entire thing into her mouth in one go, swallowing powerfully. Her long tail swished wildly like an excited dog as she laughed in pure delight. This is so delicious. Her wings fluttered, her cheeks reddened, and her whole body trembled with joy. You have consumed combat food, red locust cherry tomato soup. Strength plus 7.1 for 30 minutes. Satiation for 3 hours. Adding her favorite cherry tomatoes, cooking it while thinking about her, Aileen felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. Her face burned red. Her heart thumped. Her tail swished nonstop. The dragon heart isn't calming down. What should I do? It must be because of the mana increase. Definitely because of that. Finally, after a long while of rolling around in joy, she heard Sejun calling her. Aileen? Aileen? Are you listening? How was the soup? Do you feel better now? At last, the message board popped up. The tower manager says she enjoyed the soup and that it tasted quite good. She didn't express even half of what she felt, but that was enough to make Siguan sigh in relief. He scratched his head and apologized. Sorry. I really didn't forget about you earlier. I just couldn't help it. It's been so long since I tasted something that good inside the tower. Holding a large basket loaded with golden roasted sweet potatoes, Siguan cheerfully held it out to Aileen. Please don't be angry. Here, take these dried sweet potatoes. You can snack on them. A message board suddenly appeared in front of him, making Siguan jump back. The tower manager apologizes for losing her temper. She says she acted that way because she felt neglected. Siguan waved his hands frantically. Huh. There's no way I'd ever neglect you, Aileen. Things weren't like this in the beginning. He hesitated, then continued softly. The only reason I've been able to live peacefully and happily in this tower is because of you. I'm always grateful. That single honest sentence made Aileen's dragon heart thump wildly. Clutching her chest, cheeks burning pink. She stared at the image of Siguan inside the magic orb. Sedge. Siguan, his words lingered in her ears like a spell, making her heart itch non-stop. She gathered her courage to send him a reply, but instead of her message, a new quest notification appeared before Siguan. Quest, treat Aileen to dried sweet potatoes. Reward, enlightenment of 1 talent. Talent enlightenment? Isn't that incredible? Siguan blinked in disbelief. A normal hunter has to struggle like crazy to awaken even 1 talent. Are you really allowed to give me something this valuable? Through the orb, Aileen smiled shyly. I used a little of your contribution from the eradication, and some of my own power. It's a reward you deserve. And you'll definitely like it. The basket of roasted sweet potatoes in Siguan's hands blurred and vanished. Aileen received them. Quest complete. Then a familiar blue notification window appeared. As a reward for completing the quest, one of your talents will be enlightened. Talent awakened, landowner, talent, landowner, a special talent that only a farmer with a vast field can possess. You can designate up to 30 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use their own job skills. Whenever a tenant farmer uses a skill, the landowner receives 1% of the reward. The larger your farm becomes, the stronger this talent grows. Landowner. Siguan reread it with wide eyes. A unique talent, one only he possessed in the entire Black Tower. I can designate tenant farmers, and get 1% of their rewards? He immediately called Quang over. The little bear waddled over happily, wondering why his dad needed him. Siguan opened the tenant list and saw 30 small boxes labeled Tenant Farmer 1, 2, 3. After hesitating, he dragged out the Tenant Farmer 1 box, and it actually moved. He dropped it on Quang's head like sticking a label on him. A new line appeared, Quang has been designated as Tenant Farmer 1. The little bear couldn't read. But he felt something on his head and wiggled excitedly. Dad! Something popped up above my ear. Let's try something. Crossing his arms, Siguan called, Quang. Bring me, about 100 cherry tomatoes. Yes, Dad. Quang knelt dramatically, as if receiving a grand mission, then blasted off like a rocket. The wind pressure nearly knocked Siguan over. And his straw hat flew off. Notifications rolled in, tenant farmer is using LV.4 harvesting. Landowner receives 1% reward. Landowner's harvesting proficiency increased slightly. Experience plus 1.5, Siguan stared. Ecstatic. So even if I don't harvest myself, I can still gain experience. Even just a little. This talent is amazing. With renewed excitement, he looked at the vast fields. We need to expand the farm even more. Black Rabbit, lying outside with his legs crossed and belly full, groaned. Uncle. I'm so sleepy. Can't we rest? Siguan ignored him. He dragged Tenant Farmer 2 and slapped it onto the rabbit's head. Black Rabbit's face twisted. He wasn't sure what it meant, but it definitely wasn't good. Come on. If you lie down after eating, you'll turn into a cow. A Minotaur munching onions in the distance twitched his ear. Why are you talking about us? But before they could start harvesting, a razor-sharp sound cut through the air. Without warning, a corrupted ant slashed into the tomato field, then another, then a whole swarm. Sharp legs swept through rows of plants, crushing entire plants underfoot. Red eyes glowed murderously as they tore through the field. Siguan and Quang immediately lit a massive log. The drywood caught fire quickly, blazing hot. At Siguan's signal, Quang hurled the flaming log like a missile. It crashed in the middle of the swarm, boom, throwing wood and ant bodies everywhere. The small corrupted ants caught fire instantly, stumbling and collapsing. Siguan's knife skills had grown sharper, he cut through the burning ants cleanly, no hesitation. But the larger ants were tougher. Fire barely worked on them, and they could jump to crush enemies. This time, however, they were jumping to dodge. Black Rabbit was too fast. Hammer smashing roots and skulls one after another. And Mother Bear. Her massive paw crashed down, thud, flattening a corrupted end in one blow. Even giant ants were helpless against her brute strength. Siguan adjusted his straw hat, impressed. These guys are monsters. A smaller ant suddenly lunged at him. But Siguan reacted instantly, slash, cutting it down. The battle continued until every corrupted ant was defeated. Thanks to Mother Bear, the field wasn't completely destroyed. After the last battle, Siguan asked Mother Bear if she would consider moving closer to the farm. To sweeten the deal, he offered her a pile of neatly cooked red locusts. With our alliance with the Minotaur King, our patrol territory shrank. If you stay near us, it's safer. And we can have this protein every day. Mother Bear agreed instantly. Back in the present. Boom, another huge corrupted ant fell. Mother Bear had already stacked all the defeated monsters and declared the area clear. But the field was a mess. Siguan sighed. How are we supposed to clean all this? Fortunately, a group of minotaurs, having lost rock paper scissors, showed up to help with the cleanup. While picking up debris, Siguan groaned, because of these things, the new field is ruined. I didn't even get to use my landowner ability properly. Siguan approached a corrupted ant still twitching on the ground. Its roots were burned, it couldn't stand. Its blood-red eyes glared at him with hatred. You ruined my field. He stomped its face. Once. Twice. Grinding his foot angrily. Die, you bastard. Meanwhile, on the 52nd floor. After restoring the area's greenery, Taejun leisurely walked out of the boss room. Theo perched on Taejun's head, happy not to walk. Where are we going? There's no path. Taejun put Theo down. You came here from outside the tower. Didn't Dongshik register the waypoint on the 38th floor? Theo tilted his head. Then how did you get here? I came through Linjen. Theo froze. What? Linjen? You mean the dimensional fragment fruit? That thing wasn't made inside the Black Tower. It's illegal. Theo proudly declared he would report it to the Passage Control Bureau, but Taejun only nodded calmly. He pulled off a vine-wrapped bag, revealing a huge green linjen, snake-like eyes, leaf-like neck, branch legs burrowing into the ground. It looked like a beast, not a fruit. Theo hid behind Taejun, terrified. Why does it look like a snake? Taejun shrugged. It doesn't live long. If we don't use it now, it'll wither. Use it? Never. I'm not touching that illegal thing. Taejun held up 2 treat packs. How about these? Theo raised his chin proudly. You think you can bribe me with just... Taejun tossed the treat packs toward the linjen. Theo leaped instinctively, grabbing them before they hit the ground, completely forgetting dignity. He didn't notice the smile on Taejun's face. 2 treat packs were enough. The cat had been caught. The treats slipped from Theo's hands from the strong suction, dropping straight into Linjen's mouth. Taejun followed right after, sliding down while laughing. Both of them fell into a deep hole. After passing through the shining gate, they headed to the 38th floor of the tower. Ever since Dongshik registered the waypoint there, the area had quickly become the Phoenix Guild's main camping ground. They set up tents, gathered supplies, and used it as their base whenever entering or exiting the tower. Suddenly, Dongshik heard footsteps trampling the grass. Startled, he turned with his team to see who was approaching. When Taejun emerged from the brush, Dongshik froze in shock. Taejun appeared without sending any prior notice, smiling brightly as if nothing was unusual, and Theo was with him. Dongshik immediately fired off questions. How had the cat reunited with its master? What happened to the flame curse? Had his master defeated the wild boar? Taejun expected the barrage, and with a calm smile said, You have too many questions. Thanks to the sun's sweet potato, defeating that boss was easy. Laughing, he continued. I met Theo on the 52nd floor. We became friends, so I brought him here. But despite Taejun's explanation, Dongshik sensed something was off. Theo looked like he had barely survived a crisis, nothing about it seemed easy. Hugging himself in disgust, Theo muttered. Never throw me into another plan again. Dongshik immediately understood and stared wide-eyed. Master, how many linjens did you use? Those are rare. The whole country doesn't have many. Calm down, Taejun reassured him. We had more to check than just the wild boar. Taejun turned to Theo. If I ask you something, will you answer? Theo's face went blank. What is it? With a gentle tone, Taejun said, I used several linjens to check everything from the 40th to the 52nd floor. I also asked tower residents if they'd seen any hunters besides me. It wasn't easy finding them on every floor. But their answer was the same, they haven't seen anyone from outside the tower except me. As he crouched down, Theo's pupils shrank. The cat clasped its hands like a guilty child, ears drooping. Taejun's shadow fell over him, making him even more nervous. I'm asking you one question, Taejun said quietly. Where's Park Sejun? Theo began sweating. This was the one secret he could never reveal. Well, meow, he stammered. His mind went completely blank. If he slipped, everything would be exposed. Meanwhile, Sejun was busy harvesting tomatoes in the farming cave. After the corrupted ants destroyed the expanded field above, this cave was the only place left where he could gain experience. With Harvest LV.4, the system kept chiming, you have harvested a higher grade crop. Your job experience has increased greatly. Harvest LV.4 proficiency has increased by 5% due to skill increase effect. You have gained 290 experience points. Sejun looked delighted at the B-grade magical cherry tomato he had just picked. With a bit more progress, he could consistently harvest C-grade and higher. Behind him, rabbits loaded dishes into a green onion basket and began pulling it up the shaft. Uncle Sejun, the last dish is going up. Got it. I'll be right there. But Sejun suddenly sensed something odd. Near the back of the cave, past the tomato fields where no plants grew, he stopped. He remembered the corrupted ant writhing even after its roots were cut. Something was luring the ants, could it be inside the cave? Then he noticed the ashes in the cooking area. The fire had gone out. He touched the ashes, cold. This fire had never gone out since the day he lit it. Concerned for the rabbits, he prepared to relight it, when he noticed something under the ash. He brushed it aside and froze. A small plant had grown underneath. How could a young plant survive under constant fire? As he stared in disbelief, a clear voice echoed directly into his mind. Master, you finally noticed me. Sejun stiffened. The voice wasn't heard, it resonated inside his head. Small footsteps tapped the ground as a tiny spirit appeared beside the sprout. She was the size of a seedling. Wearing a dress of clustered white blossoms, with bright red hair and long, elf-like ears. I've been waiting for you. My name is Flame, she said with an adorable bow. I am the apple seed you planted, master. Sejun stared speechlessly. Was this the soul of the apple tree? So, you're the tree the ants were looking for. Flame joyfully twirled. Yes, master. As she realized Sejun accepted her, she grew even happier. Sejun asked the obvious questions, her name, her appearance, how a plant was speaking. Flame stretched up proudly. Because I am a flaming red apple tree. I'm transmitting my thoughts directly to your mind. And this appearance. I made it to look nice for you, master. Do you not like it? Her leaf ears drooped sadly. No, I like it, Sejun panicked. You're adorable. Comforted, Flame explained everything, how she began sprouting but was forced underground by the heat of the perpetual fire. She extended her roots deeper and deeper, traveling through soil and stone. Eventually she discovered cold, flowing groundwater infused with magical energy, which allowed her to survive the extreme heat above. She grew her roots for what felt like ages, alone in the darkness, waiting for the day she could finally see sunlight. And now that I've met you, master, I have no regrets. Sejun felt guilty. I lit a fire right on top of you. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Flame said brightly. Because I became stronger. Look! Instead of blooming, a small flame burst from the tip of the seedling. Sejun stared. You can control fire. Flame put her hands on her hips proudly. Of course. I'm a flaming red apple tree. Sejun praised her, making her beam with pride. She promised to grow quickly to help him. He gently stroked her leaf ears. Don't overwork yourself. Just grow healthy. That's all I want. Flame giggled, hugging her leaves. She loved being petted and felt deeply cherished. Maybe I can keep that other root a secret, she thought. Because in truth, one of her roots had reached the endless ocean below the tower. It had adapted to saltwater, grown enormous, and become home to countless sea creatures, so large that even dolphins looked tiny beside it. But master must never know, she told us. Please keep it secret. Meanwhile, on the 39th floor, Theo was cornered. Where's Park Sejun? Taejun repeated. Theo panicked, then finally shouted, I can't tell you. Taejun didn't understand. Why hide it? Park Sejun is receiving worldwide attention back on Earth. He is incredibly important to us outside the tower. As the leader of the Hunter Association of South Korea, I need to know where he is and whether he needs help. Realizing he might have sounded too forceful, Taejun softened his tone. Theo, please. Theo was overwhelmed. Finally, he rummaged through his spatial pouch and pulled out a paper contract. Sign a contract, meow, he said firmly. promise to keep everything secret. To always speak the truth to Theo, and give your life if you break it. Taejun agreed instantly. Dongshik panicked, but Taejun ordered him to sign as well. Inside the Phoenix Guild's tent, they completed the lifebound contract. The system registered it and then dissolved it into light. Taejun placed a hand on Dongshik's shoulder. I, Han Taejun, swear to speak the truth and keep all secrets. Only then did Theo begin. Honestly. Siguan is not on the 40th floor, meow. He told me to say that whenever someone asked. Dongshik asked, then where's he? Theo pointed straight upward. I can only say. Siguan is in a place so high that humans cannot even imagine reaching it. He cannot come down. Dongshik gaped. How high? Above the sky? Theo didn't elaborate. After sending Theo off, Dongshik still couldn't believe it. Master, do you think he was telling the truth? Taejun replied calmly, what do you mean? Dongshik frowned. Even strong hunters struggle to surpass certain floors. That's why even with Lin Jin, the Phoenix Guild must clear every floor. So how can a farmer be somewhere no hunter can reach? Yet Theo said Siguan is even farming crops up there. Doesn't that sound like nonsense to you, Master? I think Park Siguan might actually be somewhere around the 60th floor. What if he's being held captive or isolated by some monster up there? Before Dongshik could ramble further, Taejun calmly interrupted. It must be all true. It was clear Dongshik didn't believe a word of it, so doubts continued pouring out of him. But Taejun wanted to clarify the matter once and for all. According to the description of the sun sweet potato, it absorbs sunlight from the highest point of the tower. You've seen that potato, haven't you? Besides its unique appearance, it's the only item of its kind. Dongshik admitted its uniqueness. But still wasn't convinced until Taejun continued. Based on the phrase highest point of the tower, where do you think that is? Dongshik froze. His mind suddenly putting the pieces together. The highest point of the tower is the 99th floor, right? Exactly, Taejun concluded without a shred of doubt. Even though we don't know the reason. I believe Park Siguan is indeed on the 99th floor right now. He looked up toward the sky, even though the 99th floor was nothing but a vague concept from here. That day, the name Park Siguan was mentioned quite a lot, and Siguan felt his ears itch. Scratching lightly, he wondered, is someone talking about me? Right now he was out in the fields, harvesting blade green onions with the rabbit family, busy as always. Theo's hometown, Granor Village, had a magnificent stone palace, the residence of Israel, the richest family in the village. Normally, cat families lived in small homes like most tower-dwelling monsters. But the wealthy were the same everywhere, large, luxurious mansions. Inside the reading room, Israel sat behind a pile of papers, speaking seriously to his son, Oren, who was laughing with a pretty white-haired cat as girlfriend on the sofa. I heard that the war with the red locusts on the 67th floor is lasting longer than expected. They say there might be a food shortage, similar to the Great Famine decades ago. Although irritated by the scene of his son flirting, Israel continued. That's why food imported into Granor Village has nearly doubled or tripled in price recently. It's becoming a real headache. Israel had been speaking for a while. But the two were so busy tickling each other that they were only now stopping their giggles. The old cat's brows wrinkled in anger before he suddenly slammed the table. Are you even listening, Oren? The pretty girlfriend clung to Oren in fright. With one arm wrapped around her and legs crossed, Oren grumbled, my heart almost dropped. Of course I'm listening. What's there to worry about with a war? We've got plenty of money. Babe, I'm scared, his girlfriend whispered timidly. Ignoring his father's growing fury, his whiskers stiffening upright, Oren turned all his attention to comforting her. My baby kitty was scared, he cooed. Not caring about Israel at all. Israel jabbed a claw at him. Are you still going to fool around at your age? If you don't go to the merchant district right now and buy food, I'll disown you. If Oren had any fear, he wouldn't be the village's most reckless playboy. Naturally. Oren refused, and Israel actually had him thrown out of the house. The iron gate slammed shut behind him like a declaration of disownment, leaving Oren outside with a bag full of money. Fuming, the young master stood in the middle of the street and cursed. That damned old man. Does he think I can't do something so simple? I'm Oren. What's so hard about buying food? He grabbed the bag of coins and stomped off, shouting for his two lackeys to follow. As long as we've got money, we're fine. I'll need a porter, follow me. But Scarum, the sneaky green goblin hiding behind the wall, had overheard everything with a greedy smile. Nothing thrilled him more than wealthy fools. The food market on the 75th floor was always bustling, vendors calling out. Customers coming and going, shelves packed. This was Granor Village's largest and most diverse food market. In the distance, a capybara was haggling over a potato. Even with the ongoing food crisis, fresh meat still filled the stalls. Oren went to a butcher's stand and tried to buy a piece of meat for 1 tower coin. The seller shook his head. 1 coin won't do. It's 3 coins per piece. With only 1,000 coins from his father, Oren felt the price was outrageous. He then moved to the fish stall managed by a white goat shopkeeper, only to discover a single fish cost 4 tower coins. No matter how sweetly he bargained, the price wouldn't budge. 4 coins meant 4 coins. After circling the entire market and finding nothing affordable, Oren clutched his head and screamed, "What is going on? Why is food this expensive?" His 2 followers already knew. Only Oren was clueless. One whispered, "Brother Oren, it's because of the ongoing war. Some merchants on various floors have started hoarding food instead of releasing it to market. That's why prices have soared." The black cat thumped his tail irritably. Damn those wandering merchants. He had no idea how war affected supply, blaming was easier. Then, ears twitching, Oren had an idea. Why shop at the market? Why not go directly to the farms? Why didn't I think of this sooner? He clapped his hands. "Everyone, let's go to the merchant guild. I'll become a wandering merchant." The kids stared blankly. Becoming a wandering merchant wasn't something you just did. But Oren, overflowing with confidence, even encouraged them to join. He'd sponsor them. He imagined himself doubling or tripling his money and piling up mountains of food. "My father will be shocked. I'll multiply his 1,000 coins tenfold with my merchant skills." As he fantasized about fame and glory, ha ha. "The next famine will make me legendary." Oren and his cool entourage. Scarum stepped forward. Dressed neatly, he bowed. "I am Scarum, a wandering merchant. You want to become wandering merchants?" "Yes?" Since Scarum looked respectable, Oren didn't hesitate. "That's right." "So what?" "I overheard your story," Scarum said smoothly. "And I have something very interesting. Do you want to double your money?" Oren's eyes widened. Smirking slyly, Scarum opened his hand. "Ever heard of goods from outside the tower? Rare items you can't find anywhere else?" Oren was hooked at once. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tower, Theo went to the commercial area to buy spices ordered by the chairman and a few blankets. The dog shopkeeper handed over a box full of nails in various sizes, one more item to meet the endless demands of the cat's master. Every time Theo went out, he searched for rare items to bring back for Siguan. Today's shopping list was long. While walking, Theo spotted a small roadside weapon stall. Only a few items were displayed on a wooden board, but something about them caught the experienced merchant's eye. He rose on his toes, rummaging through the goods. Then picked up one and asked the lazy shopkeeper, who was reading a newspaper, "How much is this, huh?" Before the shopkeeper could respond, a loud mocking voice came from behind, clearly raised to attract attention. Oh my, who do we have here? Could it be Theo, the one who fled Granor village in the dead of night? Oren, now proudly wearing his newly earned low-tier wandering merchant badge, wasted no time bullying Theo the moment he saw him. Theo turned and recognized the familiar face, instantly panicking. "Oh Oren, what are you doing here?" His voice shook, nothing like his usual smooth merchant tone. And then he noticed the low-tier merchant badge on Oren's chest. "So you became a wandering merchant now, huh?" Oren puffed up his chest, wanting Theo to get a good look. "That's right. A kind goblin helped me." With a smug expression, Oren leaned close. He said some stupid cat made a lot of money. "So I gave it a shot." Then he noticed Theo's silver badge, and his expression twisted. "You're already a mid-tier wandering merchant. You got ahead of me, didn't you? How much did you make from those goods from outside the tower?" Theo froze. Goods from outside the tower. He immediately knew which goblin Oren meant. "Don't tell me you bought from Scarum." "Oren, you're a scum, but that guy is the father of scum." Spreading his paws, Theo yelled, "Hand it over. Give it to me. I'll take care of it." Of course, Oren shoved his paw away angrily. "What's wrong with you? I've heard everything, you ungrateful cat. Scarum helped you, but you lied to the passage management office, calling him a scammer so you could take all the outside tower goods yourself." "What?" Theo couldn't believe it. "That's not true, you're the one being tricked, dummy." But Oren refused to listen. Pointing a claw in Theo's face, Oren sneered, "Know your place. Just like when you confessed to Meryl, even though you were nothing but a lowly beggar, Theo." Theo stepped back to avoid being scratched, but he didn't look scared. He only sighed hearing his old lover's name. "How's Meryl doing?" he asked politely. Oren assumed Theo was desperate. "I don't know who that woman is." A lackey behind him answered honestly, "The day you left, Meryl dumped Oren." Theo chuckled. "She said she didn't like him." "Who told you she dumped me?" Oren snapped. "I dumped her." Theo patted his shoulder kindly. "Meryl's always been fickle. Don't take it to heart. Who needs your pity?" Oren shouted, mortified. For a notorious playboy, getting dumped was unacceptable. With a puffed chest, Oren declared, "We're going to sell these goods from outside the tower to the Minotaur King on the 99th floor. He loves items from outside the tower. I'll build a relationship with him and make the strongest figure in the tower my supporter." Theo stared blankly. "If I gain a supporter, it'll be easy for someone like me to become a great wandering merchant. A nobody like you could never dream of that. Let's go, everyone." "Yeah, go ahead," Theo waved casually. "Good luck." Once Oren was out of sight, Theo burst into laughter. "That idiot. Good luck. See you on the 99th floor." The 99th floor was once again under siege by corrupted ents of all shapes and sizes. Until the root monster causing the spread was found, this problem would continue for a long time. The farmers were already used to these battles. Behind the bear family stood a fortress built from the remains of countless corrupted ents. The red bear mother and cub stood outside, full of fiery energy, ready to face the horde. No minotaurs came to help today. Only the key members of the farm stood on the battlefield. Siguan stood atop a pile of dried tree corpses, looking down and roughly counting about 50 small corrupted ents and 20 larger ones. They looked fiercer than ever. Suddenly, Siguan realized they were targeting Flame. She was the only magically imbued tree in his farm, which must have drawn the monsters from the west. Whether it was Flame or not, Siguan had to protect his fields. He lifted a bowl of red locust tomato soup, made from a system-certified recipe, the way one might drink before heading into battle. He called out to everyone to drink and prepare. Siguan, the black rabbit, and the red bear mother and cub drank their soup in one gulp. Quang was given an entire basket of soup, which looked like a teacup in the bear mother's hands. The system notification appeared. "You have consumed combat food, red locust soup. Strength increased by 7.1 for 30 minutes. Satiation maintained for 3 hours." Siguan wiped his mouth with satisfaction. "Thanks, second poison queen bee." Behind him, the queen bee quietly collected the empty wooden bowl. "Let's go show them what we can do." Siguan drew his dagger, standing behind Kung, while the black rabbit gripped its hammer with determination. With the bear mother behind them, the rabbit squeaked confidently. Under Siguan's command, the 4 of them charged forward together, immediately clashing with the corrupted ents. Quang, now fully grown and battle-hardened, fought in perfect sync with his mother. He could defeat individual monsters on his own, while also guarding Quang from behind, together forming a terrifying duo against the larger corrupted ents. Siguan and the black rabbit stood about 5 meters apart, hacking at the smaller corrupted ents with precise dagger swings and hammer strikes. Though the smaller ones looked insignificant, they were incredibly agile, forcing Siguan and the rabbit to stay sharp. After so many battles, Siguan was no longer afraid of the chaos. His movements were sharp and decisive, cutting down 2 or 3 corrupted ents at once as if it were nothing. The black rabbit's skill had also improved noticeably. Its hammer blows were now powerful enough to halt even the advance of large corrupted ents. The heavy bam. Bam echoed through the battlefield as it smashed another big corrupted ent right beside Siguan, nearly making him jump out of his skin. Before he could steady himself, the carnivorous tree's malicious eye flashed, and a large root was launched directly at Siguan. It moved too fast and was too close for him to dodge. Shocked that these monsters could jump and attack with their roots, Siguan froze. Claw attack. Something sliced past his cheek. Instinctively, Siguan shut his eyes. When he opened them, Theo was already in front of him, having severed the flying root in a single clean slash. Theo's eyes glowed like a warrior's. And the cat charged at the corrupted ent with a furious roar, "I won't let you off, you bastards." With its eyes shining like headlights, Theo became a nightmare. It leapt, claws flashing, and shredded the massive corrupted ent into pieces at unbelievable speed. When it landed, nothing remained but fragments of bark. Siguan stared, thrilled and stunned. Theo didn't even look tired. He rushed over to thank the cat for saving his life, but Theo was already grumbling, "Chairman. Who the heck are these guys, huh?" Flustered, Siguan tried to explain everything at once. "As soon as I went downstairs, these bastards barged in. They're corrupted trees. Also, I found an apple tree spirit named Flame in the cave." Too much information at once made Theo scowl. "Can't you explain things one at a time? What's the rush?" Swoosh. A small corrupted tree spirit leapt at Siguan. His rambling had made him drop his guard, and fear jolted up his spine. He was still a farmer. He didn't have the instinct of warriors. But again, Theo moved first. With a single upward swipe, the cat cleaved the tree spirit into several clean pieces. Theo didn't even blink. Big tree spirit or small, none stood a chance. Siguan still trembled, biting his lip to stop himself from yelping. Regaining his composure, he and Theo stood back to back. They agreed silently to finish this fight before talking further. Theo entered full battle mode. Sharp-eyed and calm, he tracked every movement. But instead of charging, he plunged his head into his spatial pouch, rummaging through it. Oh right. I brought something that might help. Take this. Sejun glanced back, confused and annoyed. Didn't we say fight first and talk later? What are you doing now? But when he looked, Theo was grinning, holding out a tightly wrapped item. Judging by its weight and shape, it definitely resembled a weapon. Theo's glittering eyes confirmed it. This item caught my eye, you know. Understanding instantly. Sejun shouted, Aileen. He handed the weapon to her through the message board. It disappeared and reappeared in her hands through teleportation. Aileen immediately formed a blue appraisal sphere around it. System messages popped up, the tower manager has used appraisal on the axe. Quest completed. And a cherry tomato vanished from Sejun's hand. Light shimmered off the metal as the item's true form was revealed, a flawlessly forged, polished metal hatchet. Its wooden handle fit perfectly in hand, and the mithril blade gleamed as if it could slice anything effortlessly. System messages followed, you have obtained the Great Warrior Wuka's throwing hatchet. Sejun grinned. The name was ridiculous, but the power was real. The item details appeared, crafted by legendary dwarf warrior Wuka of the Redstone Dwarf tribe rating, a material, mithril balanced for long-distance throwing remains sharp 4. Extended periods requirements, level 20+. Strength 15+, mana 15+ would split LV.1, splits wood cleanly with minimal effort retrieval LV.3, automatically returns within 10 seconds from up to 300 meters. Sejun admired it. Great Warrior Wuka's throwing hatchet, huh? Just then, a corrupted ant grabbed the black rabbit tightly, immobilizing it. The rabbit squeaked desperately, pick pick. There was no time to think. Sejun gripped the hatchet and hurled it with all his strength, so hard that his straw hat flew off. The hatchet sliced through several small ants and struck the large one dead center. Crack! The tree split cleanly in half. System messages flashed, attack increased by 1.5, wood split LV.1 activated, you have successfully split wood. Corrupted ants counted as wood. The massive trunk split apart. And crashed down with a thunderous boom. Flattening nearby ants. Black Rabbit landed safely, stunned. Even Quang stopped mid-fight, wide-eyed. Dad split that whole tree. In one strike? Quang exploded with pride and excitement. Dad! You're amazing. You're not a weakling anymore. Fueled by joy, the bear cub launched himself back into the fray. Hammering corrupted ants like he was dancing. Sejun himself was shocked. What power? Named items really are something. Another notification appeared, you have defeated a corrupted Ent's large branch scout. Plus 500 EXP, thrilled. Sejun hugged Theo and smothered the cat with kisses. Theo. This little orange cat is amazing. Theo struggled helplessly. Let me go. This is a battle. Not cuddle time. Before he could finish, a massive shadow loomed overhead. A giant corrupted Ent jumped to crush them. Confidently, Sejun raised a hand. Retrieve. The hatchet jerked free of the tree, spun rapidly through the air, sliced the giant corrupted end in two, and landed perfectly back in Sejun's hand. Theo finally understood why the chairman was so affectionate. He grinned. Sejun and Theo stood together, unafraid. You're all going to die, Sejun declared. Chairman Park. I'll back you up. Meow, let's go. Theo the Mighty. They charged fearlessly. With claws outstretched, Theo charged alongside Sejun. Both were brimming with excitement, showing not a hint of fear toward the glowing red eyes ahead. The battle had only just begun. How much time passed was unclear. By the time it ended, piles of rotting wood were stacked throughout the area, remnants of the corrupted Ents that had fallen. The Minotaurs arrived soon after to help with the cleanup, swinging their massive hatchets and chopping the remains apart like winter firewood. Some swept the ground clean while the original fighters had already descended into the cave below. Sir Sejun, we're almost finished cleaning up, moo. I'll head back to plow the fields now, moo. The voice echoed down from above as Sejun splashed water on his face, washing away the grime of battle. With their sheer size and strength, the Minotaurs had completed the work far faster than expected. Sejun wiped his face and smiled. Take it easy. Then he collapsed onto a nearby rock with a groan. Ah, my body. Everything hurts. Fighting all night really takes it out of you. He looked less like a young fighter and more like a worn-out old man. Combat was far more exhausting than he had imagined. With a bit of free time, Sejun opened his status window to check his condition. When he saw level 25 next to his name, his eyes widened. I leveled up again? Only then did he notice his talent description. Easygoing criminal. Friend of nature. Landowner. Aside from his title as a C-rank tower farmer, his stats, strength, endurance, agility, and mana were all hovering between 13 and 17. Nothing extraordinary, but each point reflected real effort. What thrilled him even more was his skill growth. Seed sowing, harvesting, and beekeeping had reached level 4. Cooking was now level 3. Seed storage and gathering were level 2. Rain and thunder remained at level 1. That was more than enough to make him grin from ear to ear. Hugging himself awkwardly, Siguan muttered. Who would have thought an easygoing criminal like me would have a status window this good? I'm doing pretty well, huh? Park Siguan. I'm proud of you. He paused, then chuckled to himself. I almost want to kiss myself. At that moment, a message appeared right in front of his face. Me too. Siguan froze. Huh? He turned around sharply as the text stretched into a long, distorted blur. What was that, Aileen? Did you just say something? The message board shook violently, making Siguan frown. Soon, it was replaced by 2 new notices, one from the tower manager stating there was nothing to worry about, and another suggesting a possible system error in the status window. If you say so. Even so, Siguan felt uneasy. The system and status window had never malfunctioned before. Scratching his cheek in confusion, he decided to rest a bit longer before returning to the fields. Meanwhile, the rabbit clan had already begun their daily chores, carefully watering rows of cherry tomatoes. While everyone else worked, this was leisure time for the wandering merchant cat. Theo strolled toward the far end of the cave, waving his paw casually. Hello. You must be Flame. I've heard about you from Sir Siguan, meow. The small spirit standing beside the apple tree had grown slightly taller. She greeted Sir Theo politely, only to get lightly smacked on the head. Wow, I really can't hug you, huh? So interesting, meow. Theo's tail flicked with excitement as Flame dodged quickly. Annoyed by the cat's persistent teasing, the spirit snapped back, sending a small spark flying straight into Theo's chest. Meow. Theo jumped backward in surprise. Flame retreated to the apple tree, shouting. Please don't touch me. Don't. Theo's fur had nearly been singed. He quickly stepped back, eyeing the sprout-like leaves as if they might shoot flames again. So cool, fire comes out of her leaves. He lowered his voice. Sorry. I won't tease you like that anymore, meow. Spirits didn't hold grudges. Although Flame crossed her arms and pouted, she accepted the apology with a small huff. Theo then pulled a plump fish from his spatial pouch. Could you grill this for me? I want grilled fish, but Sir Siguan is busy. Flame's expression brightened immediately. That's easy. With a quick flick of her arm, a flame shot from the apple tree's sprout and wrapped around the fish. It sizzled as if drenched in oil. Theo nearly leaped out of his fur and dropped it. When he picked it up again, the fire had vanished, leaving behind a perfectly grilled fish with a rich aroma. Oh, amazing. Fresh and tasty, meow. As Theo munched happily, his tail swaying back and forth, Flame watched with delight. Being useful and praised made her stand a little taller, giggling softly with her arms crossed. Just then, Siguan approached. Theo, don't bully Flame too much. Theo replied through a mouthful of fish. I didn't, meow. Look, she even grilled this for me. Seeing the perfectly cooked fish, Siguan smiled warmly. I'm proud of you, Flame. The little spirit nearly burst with joy. It's nothing, really. Suddenly, an unfamiliar notification appeared, one Siguan had never seen before. The cooldown time of Growth Promoter, Level 1, has ended. Oh. Siguan remembered, it was the skill embedded in his straw hat. Perfect timing. He knelt beside Flame and asked gently. Can I use my growth enhancement skill on you? Flame blinked in surprise. You're going to use such a precious skill on me? Of course. You're still small. You need to grow strong and become a proper tree. Flame bowed deeply. Then I'll gladly accept it. Siguan smiled, charmed by her politeness. You're really adorable, Flame. Raising his hand above the apple sapling, Siguan saw a soft light spreading from his palm and enveloping the young tree, a clear sign that growth enhancement level 1 was being activated. As he waited, he wondered. Should I try using half the power meant for a crop harvest? But unexpectedly, the system chimed, the apple tree possesses immense growth potential. Use the growth enhancement power of 10 crop harvests on the apple tree. Huh. Does that mean, use all of it? Before Siguan could decide whether to accept or decline, a powerful force pulled him toward the sapling. Golden light burst around the tree. Its leaves spun gently in the air. And Siguan had to brace himself with both hands on his knees just to avoid being dragged right into the glowing trunk. The light intensified as the full power of 10 harvests poured into the tree. Siguan clenched his teeth in worry. Why does it feel like all my mana is being sucked out? Fortunately, the result came quickly. The small sapling rapidly grew into a young apple tree with several healthy branches. The skill's effect had also strengthened Flame, the apple tree's spirit grew larger, glowing with energy. Wow! Master Siguan, look at me. My body is full of energy. Flame cheered excitedly. But Sejun wasn't in the mood to celebrate. He collapsed backwards like someone who had just had the soul drained out of him, startling both the spirit and Theo. What's wrong, Sir Sejun? Are you okay? Did you get hurt because you used your power on me? Flame asked anxiously. Though his eyes were sunken and his face pale, Sejun quickly waved her off. No. I just fought a bunch of corrupted ents earlier. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Seeing this, Flame clasped her hands together in an earnest gesture. Then please allow me to help ease your fatigue, Master. Sejun blinked in surprise. An apple tree can relieve exhaustion? Without answering him directly. Flame bowed her head and brought her hands together. A white flame ignited behind her, surrounding the apple tree. Then she raised her finger and pointed toward Sejun. The flames coiled into a beautiful ribbon and floated toward him like a gentle river, slowly wrapping around his body. Startled, Sejun froze, but the flames weren't hot at all. Instead, he felt a cool, refreshing sensation flooding every pore of his body. As if cold spring water was flowing through him. Looking down at his tingling hands, he muttered, "What is this? Why do I feel so light all of a sudden? Is it because of this white flame?" Seeing Sejun engulfed in fire, Theo yelled in horror. Sir Sejun is on fire. Meow. I can't go near him. But Sejun quickly realized the truth when the system chimed, "You have been enveloped by purifying flames. Effects last for 3 hours. The purifying flames will burn away impurities and improve your physical condition." Oh. This is amazing. Purifying flames? Flame, you're incredible. What a magical tree. The little spirit smiled proudly. I'm happy I could help you, Master. Curious, Sejun asked, do you have any other abilities? To his surprise, Flame nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Besides the purifying flames, there is also the friendship flame. The friendship flame allows you to control fire temporarily or strengthen the power of flames. What? Sejun pointed at himself. So I can use your abilities too. Just imagining using these powers against the corrupted ents made him excited. Sejun was determined to deal with them thoroughly. Suddenly Theo jumped onto him, shaking him urgently. Meow. Don't just focus on flame, look at me too. I have something important to say. Someone named Han Tae-jun has discovered you're not on the 40th floor, meow. What? Sejun's face went blank. A moment later, his jaw dropped. What did you just say? Inside the cave, after listening for a while, he repeated in disbelief, Han Tae-jun? Han Tae-jun, the strongest hunter in South Korea? He stared at Theo. And you're friends with someone like that? No wonder he was surprised. Theo proudly lifted his chin. But don't worry. The three of us have signed a confidentiality agreement to protect your secret. Sejun nodded slowly. That was good. But another thing puzzled him, apparently. Dongshik was Tae-jun's disciple. It was complicated, but ultimately helpful for Sejun's family in South Korea. Being indebted to both of them was not a problem. He could keep supporting them through crop sponsorship. Watching Theo grooming himself comfortably, Sejun thought, this kid. His success might have started as coincidence. But creating such high-level connections just by selling sweet potatoes and pumpkins, is this something a simple wandering merchant could do? After Theo finished licking his fur, he suddenly looked up as if remembering something important. I have a request, Chairman Sejun, meow. A request? Sejun blinked. Theo usually only asked for treats. The cat's expression turned serious. Do you remember why I became a wandering merchant? Sejun answered. Wasn't it because someone named Oren stole your girlfriend? That's right. Theo's face scrunched angrily. I saw that jerk in the market, and now he's become a wandering merchant too. He got tricked by Scarum and even had the nerve to call me a scoundrel. Theo's fur puffed up. Oren is bringing useless junk from outside the tower and is heading to the 99th floor to meet the Minotaur King. This was even more shocking than the previous news. After finishing, Theo jumped onto Sejun's lap, tapping his chest with both paws, eyes big and pleading. Mr. Sejun, please give that guy a lesson for me. Please. Meow. Theo's expression was devastatingly pitiful. Sejun sighed and cleared his throat, trying not to give in too quickly. So the wandering merchant carrying goods from outside the tower is on his way here? Theo spread his tiny claws and clung to Sejun's scarf, clearly meaning yes. A slow, wicked smile appeared on Sejun's face, the same smile he had when he recruited workers for the capital. This is getting interesting, he murmured. Without knowing the 99th floor terrain, anyone would get lost in the desert between the Bear Mother's forest and the Minotaur territory. Meanwhile, the brown cat Oren and his two subordinates trudged through the blazing desert with no trees or landmarks. Their tongues hung out, panting heavily. No matter how mild the Black Tower's climate was, wandering for hours under the scorching sun made the journey unbearable. Wiping sweat from his chin, Oren stared at the distant mountains with confusion. What's wrong with the 99th floor? Why is there nothing here? His cats nodded miserably. Resting his arm on the shoulder of the light brown cat, Oren asked, "Do you want to eat something?" "I'm starving." "There's nothing to eat here, mister." "Oren," the cat replied flatly. "And we can't buy anything either. After paying for merchant registration and buying Scaram's goods, plus the money we wasted on alcohol, we have nothing left. That's why we couldn't buy essential travel supplies." The third cat collapsed dramatically. "We're going to starve to death." "Sob sob, stop crying." Oren snapped. "As long as we sell the goods, we'll be fine. Do you think I can't earn 1,000 tower coins here? Go and ask the Minotaur King for food and water. He should treat merchants well." "How far is it from here?" he demanded. Checking the map Scaram gave them, the brown cat replied. "About 2 to 3 days of walking." "What?" Oren's tail shot straight up in shock. Just then, their ears twitched, a faint clinking sound echoed in the distance. A chubby rabbit pushed a cart toward them, bottles clinking softly inside. A thinner rabbit followed with a huge basket. Their cries soon became clear. "Water here. Sweet. Pure water. Fresh water for sale. Pick." Under the sunlight, a dozen bottles sparkled beautifully. The 3 starving cats ran toward them like salvation had arrived. "Hey! Give us some water." The cart rabbit lifted a bottle and smiled. "Half a tower coin per bottle." "What?" Oren's eyes bulged. "Why is it so expensive?" The rabbit shrugged. "It's very hard to get water here. Can't you see? Nothing grows here. Do you expect water to appear from nowhere?" He wasn't wrong. There wasn't a single blade of grass around. Oren drooped. They were desperately thirsty, but had no money. The rabbit asked casually, "Are you wandering merchants? Guests of the Minotaur King?" Oren straightened proudly, adjusting his badge. "That's right. We're on our way to sell rare items to the Minotaur King." "Oh. Distinguished guests." The rabbit bowed. "Then you may buy on credit." Oren's eyes sparkled. But instead of giving them water, the rabbit handed each of them a paper. A promissory note. If you don't pay within 3 days, the price becomes 10 times higher. "What? Isn't this a scam? 10 times? The rabbit crossed his arms. "The 99th floor is harsh. Many people run away without paying. Otherwise, you can pay with your bodies." Oren wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Do you think I'd ever pay with my body? Fine. I'll sign." He scrawled his name dramatically. After the contract was registered by the system, they packed all the water into their spatial bags, leaving 3 bottles to drink immediately. As they left, Oren waved confidently. "See you in 3 days to collect your money." The rabbit took out a carrot and munched cheerfully. "Pick. May wealth come your way." Next day, the 3 barefoot cats dragged themselves through the same barren land. Empty water bottles littered the ground behind them. Oren drank the last drop. "Ugh. Just drinking water is making me hungrier." He reached for the remaining bottle his companion was clinging to. "No. That's my last water." Oren snatched it anyway. "Give it. You must listen when I speak." The cat cried pitifully, but Oren drank most of it. Then the other cat suddenly shouted. "Oren! Look! Smoke! Green leaves! A structure in the distance. A restaurant." As they approached, the smell hit them. The smell of grilled fish. Their stomachs growled violently. 4 rabbits greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome to Rabbit House, the only restaurant on the 99th floor." The servers wore neat green and yellow uniforms and handed them menus. Delicious aromas wafted from the sizzling grill. As soon as the cats sat, they yelled in unison, "Grilled fish! Give us grilled fish!" "Me too! Me too! 2 fish!" The owner stepped forward and held out his hand. 1 tower coin per fish. 1? Oren nearly fainted. The owner showed them a familiar-looking contract. "If you cannot pay within 3 days, the price becomes 10 times higher. Or I have to pay with my body, right?" Oren muttered. But hunger defeated pride. "I'll sign. Bring us 10 fish." System notifications popped up, 3 contracts registered. The grill master swiftly skewered 10 fish, roasting them skillfully. The smell was intoxicating, crispy skin, juicy flesh, perfectly cooked even without seasoning. The cats drooled uncontrollably. When the fish were finally placed on green onion-lined plates, the group immediately dove in. Each had 2 fish at first, but their insane eating speed forced the kitchen to keep grilling more. The sound of munching filled the air. As the cats devoured fish after fish, their appetites only grew. Bring out all the fish you have. It seemed the restaurant hadn't seen customers this enthusiastic in a very long time. The staff worked non-stop, grilling more fish as fast as they could. The owner even added fragrant squid skewers to the grill, sending an even richer aroma drifting through the entire place. Oren sat there smiling blissfully, eyes closed as he chewed a piece of squid. Never in his life had he eaten anything so delicious. The three of them kept eating, stacking up an entire mountain of plates lined with green onion leaves, until they were absolutely stuffed. The restaurant even laid out a green onion mat for guests to rest on after eating. The three cats flopped down on it, ignoring the staff who were cleaning up. They stretched out comfortably, grumbling with satisfaction. We're so full, my belly's about to burst. Oren lazily stared up at the ceiling of green onion leaves above, sleepiness washing over him. Still, a tiny part of his mind reminded him of their mission. We need to go sell our goods to the Minotaur King, beside him. The two cats yawned in unison. Oren, brother, can we rest just a little? I'm so sleepy. With their stomachs full, their eyelids grew heavy. Even the black cat began squinting. Oren gave in. All right, just a little nap. Only an hour. But sleep overcame them instantly. After such a long journey and such a hearty meal, they were exhausted. None of them noticed the rabbits quietly cleaning the restaurant around them, then gathering near the sleeping cats. Good night, you guys, one rabbit said softly. Holding his girlfriend's hand with one paw and waving with the other, the rabbit whispered. Sleep well. The cat's steady snoring filled the air. Another day passed on the 99th floor. Sunlight shone down directly on Oren's face, making him squirm and roll over uncomfortably. The entire rabbit house had already been packed up and removed. Oren rubbed his aching eyes and slowly sat up. Why do my eyes hurt? Still half asleep, he didn't look around immediately. But his younger brother did, and froze in terror. Oh, Oren, brother. We have a big problem. Oren blinked sluggishly and looked up. A massive minotaur face was staring down at him, so close he could feel the hot air snorting from its nostrils. Oren screamed in pure terror. The minotaur's fur was wrinkled and its expression fierce, making Oren want to leap 10 meters straight into the sky. When he scrambled to look around, he realized something even worse. They were surrounded. 3 gigantic minotaurs towered over them from all sides. The shock was so overwhelming that all 3 cats sat down on their own tails without realizing it. They had heard stories before. Stories that minotaurs were the strongest monsters in the tower. Now they knew those stories were true. One minotaur stepped closer and spoke in a deep, booming voice. Are you the ones searching for the Minotaur King? Tears streamed down Oren's face as he shakily held up his badge. We are wandering merchants. Please don't hurt us. His 2 companions clung to their own heads, trembling so badly they couldn't speak. Oren's voice shook as he continued. We have the wandering merchant badge. The Minotaur stood so tall that it seemed to block out the sun. Then, to Oren's shock, the Minotaur spoke again. Follow me. I will take you to the Minotaur King. Oren's fear immediately melted into relief and excitement. They were going to meet the Minotaur King directly. Incredible luck. The Minotaur's domain wasn't far. As they walked, the ground shifted from bare desert to ancient stone. Ahead, a stone pedestal with glowing blue horns lit up the path. Standing before the glowing light was a majestic figure with enormous horns and a billowing cloak. The entire Minotaur domain looked solemn and intimidating. 2 lines of minotaurs stood in formation, welcoming the wandering cats, who were struggling to gather enough courage to enter. A fierce wind howled through the area, making the Minotaur King's presence even more overwhelming. Placing one hand on his staff, the Minotaur King's voice thundered, Are you the ones searching for me? The Minotaur King? The force of his presence was so crushing that the 2 cats behind Oren couldn't even keep their eyes open. All 3 bowed their heads. Oren's earlier bravado vanished completely. One snap of the Minotaur King's fingers could kill them all. But trembling, Oren forced himself to speak. Yes, Minotaur King. We traveled from afar to sell you rare and hard-to-find items. His legs shook violently as he opened his bag. Here. These are items from outside the tower. The Minotaur King lowered his head. Items from outside the tower, you say? Then I shall have an expert verify their authenticity. He dramatically swept his cloak aside. I am pleased that he is here today, the great black dragon. The cats huddled together in panic, expecting some enormous fearsome dragon to emerge. Instead, stepping forward with his hands on his hips and a familiar grin under his straw hat, was Siguan. Oren's eyes nearly popped out. The great black dragon, is this guy? Under his straw hat, Siguan raised an eyebrow. I am the great black dragon, Park Siguan. I can appraise rare magical items. Lies hold no power in front of me. Bring your items here. Oren scrambled to obey. Yes. Yes, Great Black Dragon. His two henchmen were still frozen, confused why the dragon resembled a human so perfectly. But Oren was inwardly thrilled. If the Black Dragon likes our items, we're saved. I might even rise to the top of the tower. He dumped out the contents of his bag. Lint roller. Nail clippers. Old lighter. Paper clips. A small police siren toy. A pencil case. Siguan stared silently at the pile of random junk, then at Oren, who clutched his bag pitifully. That's all, Great Black Dragon, Oren whispered. Siguan picked up the lint roller with a tired expression. This was trash. How did Scarum even get this junk? Before he could think further, Oren blurted out excitedly, as expected of the Black Dragon. You immediately spotted the most valuable treasure. This is a lint roller. It has magic that removes dust and fur. How much does it cost? Siguan asked dryly. Oren pressed his paws together and answered carefully, 50 tower gold coins, from behind him. The henchman whispered, didn't he buy that for 5 coins? Brother Oren is fearless. Oren grew bolder. So? Will the Great Black Dragon buy it? It is a rare magical item. Under his straw hat, Siguan let out a deep sigh. Then he looked Oren dead in the eyes. I told you, lies do not work on me. He peeled off the sticky sheet and held it up. This is not magic. It's just sticky paper. These items are common on Earth. In other words, he crushed the sheet. This is trash. Oren's face went pale. No. There must be magic inside. The Great Black Dragon must have made a mistake. He slapped his paws over his mouth too late. A thunderous boom echoed. The Minotaur King slammed his massive hand into the ground, shattering stone and sending Oren flying. How dare you accuse the Great Black Dragon of lying? Dust swirled violently, and the cats collapsed in terror. But while everyone focused on the Minotaur King, no one noticed Siguan standing stiffly. I nearly passed out. That scared me more than them. Oren scrambled, shaking uncontrollably. No. Of course the Great Black Dragon is correct. Forgive me. His henchmen ducked with their paws over their heads. Oren's mind raced. Damn you, Scarum. You scammer. But survival came first. Please. Spare our lives. Unexpectedly, Siguan nodded calmly. I will spare you. However, you've collected quite a debt, haven't you? Oren blinked. How do you know? Siguan crossed his arms. I run several businesses in this tower. Everything you ate and drank belonged to me. Before Oren could process this, the water rabbit and restaurant rabbits stepped forward. Rabbit Scythe held a paper and pen. Multiplying your water and food by 10. Your total comes to 500 tower coins. There's also lodging fees and wilderness cleaning fees. He finalized the number with a flourish. As for bricks, the total is 100,000. Oren's eyes bulged. Bricks? What bricks? The Minotaur King leaned down and repeated, if you cannot pay money, you must pay with your bodies. Oren felt a shiver run down his spine. He was dragged to the brick-making grounds. There, Minotaurs worked tirelessly, pressing mud into molds, stacking 18 bricks at a time, carrying them away with wooden yokes. Some even produced 6 bricks at once with larger molds. Oren stared, horrified. Siguan pointed at the gigantic bricks. As per your contract, you owe 100,000 mud bricks. You can make about 10 bricks a day. So it will take 10,000 days. And during that time, you'll incur more debt for lodging and food. In short, you'll be making bricks forever. The 3 cats collapsed. Forever. Brickmaking. No rest. No food except debt-increasing rations. They knelt before Siguan, begging with all their might. Please. Great Black Dragon, spare us. We'll do anything. Just don't make us make bricks. Siguan crouched and looked Oren in the eyes. Very well. I'll give you one chance. Oren grabbed onto the hope instantly. And that was the moment he unknowingly sold himself into the service of the capitalist dragon. Among the businesses I run, the head of distribution is in need of helpers for a few tasks. The job includes following him around, carrying goods in your bags, and selling them. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? You'll repay your debt by working as interns in our farm's distribution department for 10,000 days. What do you think? While the cats were still sniffling at the idea of a 10,000-day sentence, Siguan raised a finger and mentioned the benefits. I'll give each of you a grilled fish every day. Just hearing that, Oren immediately agreed. He eagerly responded, yes, we'll do it. Black Dragon. At this point, they didn't care that 10,000 days was more than 27 years. As long as they didn't have to make bricks, that was enough. The group bowed deeply at Siguan's feet, thanking him over and over as he prepared to draw up a new contract. The capitalist trap forcing Oren to choose between 10,000 days of brick-making with the Minotaurs or 10,000 days as a paid intern was clear as day now. Yet the cat still felt relieved. As Siguan pulled out the contract from Rabbit's scythe, Oren comforted himself, thinking, working for 10,000 days is definitely better than being a brick worker. His mood brightened. The job wasn't much different from a wandering merchant's. And he'd be able to solve his food problem too. To him, it even felt like a stroke of good luck, after all. He would be working directly under the Black Dragon. Oren pressed his paw print onto the contract after his two underlings had signed. Even if the mighty Black Dragon was as terrifying as the devil himself, they had no choice but to sign. Good. The contract is complete. Congratulations. You are now officially interns. Siguan stored the contract in the system, officially adding 3 new employees at a dirt cheap price, just 3 grilled fish a day. But the cats didn't know that at all. Still nervous, they asked, so, what do we do now? With the introduction of the chairman and the company finished, it was time for their direct boss to make an appearance. Siguan looked at the spot where the cat had just stepped and said, the head of distribution will explain your duties. Let me introduce you to him. A shadow suddenly leapt up from the ground, landing lightly on Siguan's shoulder. The cat spoke on behalf of the chairman. That's me, Theo, meow. His grand entrance didn't need any flashy effects. He simply perched on Siguan's shoulder with calm confidence. But what he didn't expect was that Oren's rude attitude was exactly the same as always, even with the Black Dragon standing right there. The spoiled brat, who had always looked down on Theo, pointed his claws at him and shouted furiously, Theo, you runaway beggar. What are you doing here? With the contract signed and the protection of the Black Dragon behind him, Theo had nothing to fear now. He leapt off the chairman's shoulder and smacked Oren on the head. You're interns now. But you don't show a shred of respect to your leader. The two cats moved so fast that Siguan couldn't even react before Oren was left with a swollen bump. Staring at Theo in alarm. The other 2 cats were completely stunned as they heard Theo proudly introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. Interns. I'm the head of distribution and the Black Dragon's first subordinate. Theo instantly regained his smug, superior expression, placing a paw on his chest in an overly grand gesture. Therefore, you will listen to me from now on. Understood? Theo crossed his arms and barked. Answer me. Of course, Oren refused to comply and stayed silent, but the 2 trembling cats behind him immediately bowed down and stammered in unison, we understand. Boss Theo. Theo's shameless, triumphant laughter echoed across the sky. Ha! Oren, clutching his scratched forehead, turned pale. Damn it. Who would have thought there'd be someone worse than the devil himself? Having just received his new recruits, Theo led the 3 of them straight to a vast field of cherry tomatoes for immediate orientation. Interns, this is where you'll be working from now on. Understood? They looked at the endless field stretching across the horizon and felt their spirits collapse. From now on, you'll be harvesting cherry tomatoes to sell. Understood, meow. Follow me. Understood. Oren, looking half dead already, dragged himself after Theo, while the other 2 replied blankly, yes, sir, after all. This was still better than making bricks. Seeing Theo stride forward confidently, shoulders raised with pride, Siguan couldn't help but feel satisfied. The little cat had finally gotten back at someone who constantly caused trouble for him, and on top of that, Siguan now had extra hands to carry farm products. Arms crossed, he muttered to himself, with more subordinates carrying bags, transporting goods will be much easier. He turned toward the large figure standing beside him. Thank you, Minotaur King, for accepting this troublesome request. The Minotaur King crossed his massive arms and replied formally, there is no need to thank us, Park Siguan. We merely followed the order given by the Great Black Dragon through the status window. He didn't mention that the Great Black Dragon had given them no explanation beyond one line, do as he says. The Minotaur King continued. We have also been granted permission to address you as the Black Dragon. Above all, we are neighbors, so we help each other. Receiving proper gratitude would be nice. I did thank him, didn't I? Siguan wondered silently. But the Minotaur King said nothing more, except that a thin trail of drool was quietly running down from the corner of his mouth, dripping into his thick beard. Ah. I knew it, Siguan thought. He's already drooling just from being near the field. Suddenly remembering something, Siguan pointed to a cluster of green crops. Since you're already here, why don't you take some green onions and cherry tomato plants with you? The Minotaur King sprinted off toward the greens without even looking back, shouting, thanks, Park Siguan. Call me if you need anything. Watching his giddy excitement, Siguan felt a bit embarrassed. I really should have sent them something earlier. I've been so busy I forgot. Just as he was about to return to work, a loud commotion echoed from the cherry tomato field. recognizing Theo's furious voice. Siguan hurried over. Theo was pointing at a green tomato in the brown cat's paw, scolding fiercely. You're not supposed to pick the green ones. Meow. Then he pointed at another cat who had somehow picked tomatoes without any stems. Theo roared, if you pluck them without the stems, the value drops. Meow. The cats didn't dare talk back. Theo, paws on his hips, shook his head dramatically, as if he was utterly disappointed in their incompetence. You three can't do anything right, meow? You don't know the basics of harvesting, huh? You're all so stupid, huh? Sit down here. I'll show you how to harvest them properly. The three cats crouched down with miserable faces, even Oren was too depressed to argue. First day selling themselves to capitalism. And it's already like this. The future looks doomed. Watching Theo puff up proudly in front of the new staff, Siguan clicked his tongue. Just like a frog that can't remember being a tadpole. Still, it wasn't often that Theo felt this happy, so Siguan decided to let it slide. But he definitely had to keep an eye on him. Theo continued lecturing the three cats, and they didn't dare talk back. Even the pampered troublemaker of the cat village stayed silent. And the more Theo talked, the more excited he became, laughing loudly with his head thrown back. I'm invincible. Meow. A new day broke over the bright cherry tomato field. Yellow flowers clustered among green leaves. And the ripe red cherry tomatoes shone beautifully, completely opposite to Oren's sulking face. The black cat picked the tomatoes carefully, placing each one gently in its palm while lost in thought. Its movements were slow, almost delicate, as if it was scared of bruising the tomatoes. But really, it just couldn't stop thinking about how Theo turned out to be a subordinate of the great black dragon, while it had somehow ended up as Theo's subordinate. A tomato snapped off the vine, and Oren stared blankly up at the sky. And here I am, stuck as Theo's intern. Basically a slave. 10,000 days, humans might call it around 27 years, but who knew if a cat could actually pay off a debt like that? What if it ended up taking several lifetimes? Smack. An orange paw suddenly whacked Oren on the back of the head, hard enough to make it stumble. What was that? Oren grabbed its head and spun around, fury rising, only to see Theo standing there with hands on hips, looking just as fearsome. Hey! Intern Oren! Why are you spacing out, meow? Didn't I tell you to come quickly when I call, meow? Theo barked. Still stinging from the slap and flustered by the yelling. Oren forgot its fear and lunged forward, grabbing Theo's cloak and yanking hard. What the hell? You bastard. Theo didn't resist, not because he was scared, but because backup appeared instantly. The silver wolf chief suddenly stepped out, baring its teeth at Oren, casting a huge shadow as if ready to tear the black cat apart. Knowing he had support, Theo flicked his left ear arrogantly, pretending not to hear clearly. What? What did you say? Repeat that. I'm the representative of the distribution unit and a direct subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Are you challenging me, Theo? Oren froze. Elka. Realizing there was no real danger now, stiffly turned away but threw in some forced flattery. No, Theo. Boss Theo. There was a bug on your shoulder. I was just brushing it off. I'd never grab you by the collar. Theo didn't buy a word of it, but he let it slide. With a final sneer in his hand still on his hips, he reminded Oren, ha. Remember that. Behave yourself, okay? Meow. Oren nodded frantically, nearly crying. Yes. Of course. Theo turned to the two brown cat interns. Hey. Are you guys done preparing? Yes. Boss Theo. We packed everything just like you said. He opened the system board with their contract details, nodding as he checked things off. Intern Mark packed the fastest. Intern Jeff responded first. I'll shorten each of your contracts by 1 day. The two brown cats lit up with joy. Really? Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Oren hadn't heard anything about its own contract being shortened. Panicking, he pointed at himself. And me? I finished too. Theo raised his voice. You, Intern Oren. Took the longest. Your contract is extended by 1 more day. Oren collapsed in despair, wanting to scream but not daring to. Its ears drooped as it sobbed out loud. Just then, Siguan walked over. How's it going? Is Theo ready to go down? He only addressed Director Theo, completely ignoring the crying Oren. Theo puffed up proudly and answered. Yes. We're ready to go. Then he quickly complained, but these cats' bundles are the old type, so they couldn't pack much. Siguan smiled softly and said, they're your interns. Handle it as you see fit. If they perform well later, upgrade their bundles little by little. Got it, Theo replied, then suddenly remembered something. Oh. Chairman Siguan, where are you going? It was a normal question coming from Theo, who'd seen how fragile Siguan could be, especially with plant monsters roaming around. But Siguan cheerfully answered, I'm heading to the western forest. Theo blinked. Western forest? Isn't that where the plant monsters came from? The group continued toward the border between Quang's territory and the farm. Theo led the team, consisting of the 3 cat interns and 3 silver wolves as escorts. Siguan was fully equipped and brought Quang and Quang's mother along, planning to say goodbye before they separated. At some point Theo hopped onto Siguan's shoulder and pressed his cheeks together with both paws, forcing him to look straight at the cat. Are you sure you'll be okay without me? Won't it be dangerous, meow? Answer me, Chairman Siguan. Theo demanded, squeezing harder when Siguan didn't immediately answer. Siguan blinked, face squished flat. Didn't you see who's standing right here? Quang and his mother are coming with me. Isn't worrying this much kind of insulting to them? Quang transformed into his original form, arms crossed and pouting. What do you mean? Are you saying I can't protect father properly? Siguan knew Theo was just worried, so he didn't get mad. He adjusted his straw hat proudly. Besides, I have my secret weapon. Remember? I told you before. Hearing that, Theo finally let go and jumped down, twisting less dramatically than usual. Yeah. I'm not worried. It's just, you're heading straight into the Ant Forest, meow. The interns kept quiet, they had no idea what the Western Forest held. Even Chief Elka joined in. Director Theo. Does this sound interesting to you? Theo flinched. Siguan noticed. Before he could tease him, Theo loudly shouted, No! No! It's not interesting. I'm genuinely concerned. Okay? He definitely sounded like he was trying to hide excitement, but Siguan cut him off. Hurry and start working. The new interns are all here, show them what a proper sales cat looks like. Theo had no choice. With hands on hips, pretending he wasn't excited at all, he finally said, Fine. I'm going. He looked back at Oren's group, who were speaking with the Silver Wolf tribe, and once everything was ready, Theo waved goodbye to Siguan and the mother bear. You must be careful. Theo reminded them again. Quang, now on all fours, reassured him, I will protect father. Don't worry. Siguan added, have a safe trip, everyone. Theo led the 3 interns and the Silver Wolves downward, beginning their long trading journey. After they left, Quang asked, shall we go now? Siguan nodded. Yes. Let's head to the western forest. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Sunlight faded until the air turned thick with gray mist. Even the grass wasn't green here, it had a dark, eerie color, and the vegetation looked warped. The group stayed close, fully alert. Siguan glanced around. This forest is way gloomier than I expected. Look at these trees. They look like they died screaming. Many strange trees surrounded them, creepier than regular ants. Walking beside him, Quang grumbled, covering his nose. They smell weird too. Suddenly, the mother bear stepped forward, sniffing the air, her low growl vibrating in her chest. There's an enemy ahead, she warned, lips curling to reveal her teeth. Siguan looked around but saw nothing. Enemy? Why? I don't see anything. At that moment, low growls echoed from deeper within the forest. The forest was too dark. What's going on? I really can't see anything, he muttered, stepping forward, only for Quang's massive hand to stop him. Only mother can sense them. Don't move, Quang warned. A thick tree root that had been half a meter away suddenly ripped out of the ground with a sharp snap, rising toward them. Siguan jumped back. Whoa, don't scare me like that. Then, out of the fog, a wet, slimy slurping sound echoed. From the grotesque holes in the tree trunks, pale, root-like tendrils slithered out, twisting like living ropes. One by one, all the tree ghosts ahead sprouted the same tentacle roots, advancing at once. The forest erupted with a hissing chorus, like thousands of snakes slithering over dry leaves. As they drew closer and visibility improved, the system confirmed what they were facing, corrupted rotten gardens. Some were between the sizes of the ones that had attacked the farm, but far worse to look at. Their trunks were half-rotted, strings of decay hanging from them. And the closer they came, the stronger the putrid smell became. Quang, who had been covering his mouth the entire time, gagged. Father. I don't feel good. Siguan didn't dare turn around. His own face had already gone pale. What are these things, zombie trees? They had gotten too close without realizing it. Without warning, the nearest zombie tree lashed out, firing its tendrils with startling speed. Moldy green and wet-looking, the roots shot straight for them. The mother bear reacted instantly, smashing one apart before it reached Siguan. He froze, realizing that if she had been a heartbeat slower, he would have been skewered. The trees redirected immediately, aiming at the largest target. Tendrils shot out in dozens, coiling around the mother bear's neck and arms. She struggled. Her right arm already wrapped tight 3 times, the roots pulling and tightening. Mother bear! Siguan shouted, panic rising. Quang stepped forward, but even he hesitated. Not knowing where to strike. Realizing they had no time, Siguan snatched the brim of his straw hat, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Guess I'll have to step in. He threw aside the hat, something he would never normally do, and grabbed the 2 weapons strapped to his waist, his gardening dagger and Wooka's warrior axe. Then, with a soft whoosh, a small flame flickered to life over his head, hovering just above his hair like a lit candle. Holding his weapons, Siguan crouched low. Readying himself, confidence rising. All right, time for my secret weapon. The flame of friendship, thud. Quang's huge paw suddenly smacked down on his head, extinguishing all his momentum. Dad? Quang frantically rubbed at the flame, puffing and blowing, trying to put it out. Father! Your head is on fire. Stop! Stop! That's a buff! Siguan yelled. Quang froze, staring at the unburning flame in his hands. Only after confirming it wasn't hurting him did he slowly pull back, still bewildered. With the flame flickering atop his head, Siguan clanged the dagger and axe together, causing sparks to fly. He swung his arm sharply, scattering those sparks toward the trees. This is how you use it. The sparks exploded into fire midair, swelling instantly into a roaring flame. It shot forward like a blazing wave, racing across the ground. The flame latched onto the zombie tree's roots, spreading faster than expected. The corrupted ends writhed violently, tendrils retracting into their hollow sockets as the fire consumed them. The eye-like holes in their trunks melted into collapsing slits. One by one, the trees toppled and burned, turning the forest into a sea of flames. Siguan pumped his fist. Yes! They're burning! He grabbed his straw hat, slapped it back onto his head, and shouted, Mother Bear! Quang! Retreat! Now! The 2 bears exchanged confused looks. They had already won, but Siguan's expression said everything. If we stay any longer, the fire's going to spread to us. The mother bear scooped him up onto her back, and together with her son, bolted out of the dark forest. Behind them, black smoke rose high into the sky, thick enough to stain the clouds. Only when they finally stopped running did Siguan let out a shaky breath, gripping his straw hat with trembling hands. Damn, that was way too close. That flame spreads a lot faster than I thought. The western forest was gloomy, but the trees were so rotten and dry that the flames spread even more fiercely. Holding his straw hat down with one hand and gripping Quang with the other so he wouldn't fall off, Siguan called out, Quang's mom, a bit faster, please. Just then, Quang shouted, Father, look ahead. Siguan quickly raised his head. He assumed they were near the exit since nothing had blocked their path earlier. But another cluster of zombie trees with pale green, decaying bark had already gathered in front of them. They clumped together, rushing toward the group in a wave. Their tendrils were the biggest threat. Once they got close, it would be impossible to avoid being tangled. The mother bear suddenly lifted her head and asked, Siguan, can you still use the skill from earlier? Yes, I can. Why? He replied quickly, but she didn't answer. She only continued running, glancing toward her son. Quang, get ready. You can do it, right? Quang's brows knitted into a determined line. Yes. I can. Not knowing what was about to happen, Siguan saw the zombie trees getting dangerously close and immediately rubbed his 2 weapons together, shouting, Burn, baby. Burn! He scraped them several times until sparks flew, preparing to unleash the same fire as before. Let's go, flame of friendship. But before he could follow through, a heavy thud behind him made him turn slightly. Quang, who had fallen a few steps behind, suddenly sprinted forward and jumped. He leapt onto his mother's back, then launched himself again, bounding over Siguan's head in 3 swift steps. Siguan was stunned, staring at Quang's huge shadow passing overhead while the mother bear kept charging without slowing. Quang wasn't aiming for the zombies. He was aiming for the flame Siguan had just created. Twisting in midair, Quang slammed both palms into the fire with enormous force. The compressed flames blasted forward like a pressurized jet, shooting straight into the horde of zombie trees blocking their path. A deafening roar followed as the explosion burst outward. The flame multiplied in power, turning into a massive inferno as the orcact effect amplified it several times over. The forest trembled as the blasts continued. Zombie trees collapsed and shattered, flames and thick black smoke rising high, so high that the Minotaur tribe at the teleportation point turned around in shock. They stared at the towering column of smoke. Even the Minotaur king rose to his feet, demanding, what's happening? No one had an answer. Under the clear sky, the rabbit farmers also froze. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the smoke rising from the west. Father Rabbit instantly recognized the energy. That's the flame of friendship. Siguan said he'd be using it. A weak voice interrupted them. Guys, we're back. Siguan stumbled out of the forest, covered from head to toe in ash. His white shoes were blackened, his gray pants smudged, and even his hair had soot clinging to it. Despite that, he forced a tired smile. We survived. The mother bear's red fur was singed, and Quang had already reverted to his small form, trotting toward the rabbits. Siguan downed a full bottle of water, washed his face and hands, and recounted what happened. I really thought I was dead. If not for the flame, we would have been crushed by those trees. Flame's voice rang out joyfully. I'm so glad I could help, Master Siguan. Quang was still drinking honey at Siguan's feet, exhausted. Satisfied that everyone was safe, Father Rabbit quickly scolded him. You were far too reckless. Burning the entire western forest? Anyone would be terrified hearing that. Siguan gave a sheepish smile. What else could I do? Those Ents invade our territory every night. And I wanted to test the flame's power too. I just didn't expect it to be that strong. He yawned widely. Well, at least they won't be invading tonight, right? Hopefully, we can sleep well. Right then, 2 system notifications appeared. Beekeeping level 3 proficiency fulfilled. Beekeeping skill has leveled up. Siguan blinked. Beekeeping? Why did that level up? Before he could figure it out, 3 queen bees fluttered over, greeting him cheerfully. Siguan immediately asked. What just happened? One of them stepped forward to answer. Master Siguan, you may now choose a type of flower to make honey jelly from. Honey, jelly? Siguan's eyes widened. Is that something I unlock when level increases? The bees nodded proudly. Yes. It's a super delicious, super soft jelly that enhances your talents. It enhances my talents? Siguan was stunned. Meanwhile, in the black magic tower, beneath the rocky cave ceiling, stood a massive stone structure, far too large for human use. In the hot spring chamber, a soft rustling echoed as a fluffy bath sponge scrubbed against the dragon's scales. A girl's relaxed voice followed. It was Aileen. Enjoying her rare day off. Holding a basket filled with tomato soup, she sat comfortably in the steaming water, sipping it leisurely while soaking. The pool was enormous. Steam drifting across the pale blue surface. After gulping down the entire basket of soup, Aileen stretched her wings with satisfaction. Ah! Drinking red locust tomato soup while bathing is just perfect. Her wings spread behind her, and she noticed how easily she could control them today. Huh, my body feels lighter. Did I grow a bit? My wings seem bigger too. Thinking about her rapid growth, she leaned against the edge of the bath, resting her chin on her hand. If only my dragon heart would mature faster, then I could finally leave the administrator area. Just imagining that made her large tail swish excitedly in the water. The thought of flying majestically under the blue moonlight made her cheeks turn warm. If I show Park Seo-joon my polymorph form, she muttered. He'll probably fall flat on his back. As soon as she said his name, the orb beside the pool began to vibrate gently. Eileen's eyes lit up. A few days ago, Seo-joon had mentioned testing the apple tree's ability. Maybe today was the day. She stepped out of the bath, dripping water everywhere. Not even bothering to dry off, and walked toward the orb while holding a towel. He said something about the flame of friendship. Should I check on him? She felt cheerful until suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain tore through her chest. Aileen gasped, collapsing to the stone floor with a heavy thud. Her body convulsed as she clutched her chest. My body, my dragon heart, it hurts, it hurts. The pain was overwhelming, threatening to consume her completely. No. I can't faint here. She clawed weakly at the ground, trying to pull herself forward, whimpering as the agony intensified. Help, help me. Her breathing grew labored, and her body became so heavy that she could barely move forward. Her trembling dragon arm reached out toward the glowing orb, but she couldn't quite reach it. In her mind, only one name echoed. Park Seo-joon, help me. She called out, but he couldn't hear her. Gradually, her vision blurred, the image in front of her becoming hazy. Aileen collapsed, barely 2 meters away from the orb, losing consciousness before she could touch it. She lay there for a few seconds before the orb suddenly flashed wildly, emitting continuous ringing sounds like an old-fashioned phone. The system panel displayed an urgent message. The tower manager's life is in danger. The Black Tower's emergency system had been activated. The system was now requesting assistance from the last person to contact the tower's administrator, and the image of that person appeared in the orb. Park Seo-joon, still unaware of the dragon's plight, was sitting and laughing with some kids on the farm. It was a cheerful day in the field, as the bees were busier than usual today. The first-generation queen bee hovered above, ordering them to gather as much nectar as possible from the golden cherry tomato field, since more nectar was needed for a new item. The buzzing of the bees was soothing to the ears, and once each bee had collected enough nectar, they worked in 2 teams under the leadership of the first and second-generation queen bees. The second queen bee collected honey from her crew, forming it into a thick block and trying to shape it into a small square. Very quickly, one of the bees managed to make one. They proudly showed their tiny jelly blocks to the queen bee, while the ones who hadn't learned yet gathered around to watch how it was done. It seemed like each one had to make a block of jelly by themselves. On the bustling and cheerful field, the queen bees worked happily, flying around Papa Rabbit, who was watering the garden while drooling at the sight of what they were doing. The system panel appeared in front of Siguan, detailing his special job skill, Beekeeping Level 4, with the following features. Having a beehive that can use beekeeping skills, a slight increase in the working range of the bees, a slight increase in the queen bee's egg-laying speed, a slight increase in the bee's honey collection speed, a slight increase in honey quantity, and a slight increase in pollination rate. Since the system notification, there were now some new lines added. You can produce special honey jelly with unique effects. Currently, honey jelly can only be made using nectar and pollen collected from a single type of flower. The current number of beehives is 3 out of 4. Siguan read the new lines over and over, muttering to himself, honey jelly. The bees ahead were spreading out all over the cherry tomato field, while the black rabbit lay down with its legs crossed, taking a cozy nap next to the rock where Siguan sat. Siguan was both amused and contemplative about the effects of a honey jelly, thinking, could it enhance talents? Previously, Siguan knew that, generally speaking, it was very difficult for an ordinary hunter to awaken their talents. But honing that talent and developing it to a higher level was an entirely different matter. As for Siguan himself, he knew that for people like him, those who didn't even have a sorcerer talent, it required enduring extreme hardship and persistence over a long period to accomplish anything. And to become true craftsmen, you couldn't just solve it through sheer effort alone. Siguan understood why one's talent in the tower was so crucial. But here, the system was saying he could enhance his talent just by eating honey jelly. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, finding it hard to believe. As expected, this black tower is full of surprises. Quang, who had no idea how many bottles of honey he'd already downed, looked up after hearing something about honey and jelly from his father and eagerly asked, eat what? Just as Siguan was questioning the effects, the first queen bee flew over with a handful of golden blocks. Master Siguan, the honey jelly is complete. Quang, seeing the wobbly jelly, burst into excitement. His expression matched Siguan's perfectly. The first queen bee handed over so much jelly that the farmer had to use his straw hat to hold it. Nearly a dozen blocks were placed inside, making Siguan exclaim, wow, so much. At his feet, Quang's mouth was already drooling, and he eagerly called out, Dad, that smells so sweet. I want to eat it. Siguan lifted the straw hat high to let the second-generation queen bee drop the large batch she was carrying, while shaking his head at Quang. No. Call the rabbit brothers over here. We'll all eat together. Of course, the little bear agreed right away, standing up quickly and shouting, I'll be right back. Don't eat without us. The little bear ran off on all fours to gather the rabbit siblings. While waiting for Quang to return, the queen bees took the opportunity to make some more honey jelly. Siguan agreed. I'll check the status of the honey jelly in the status window. The system recorded the full name of the item as Poison Honey Bees Cherry Tomato Honey. The pollen and nectar from magical cherry tomatoes had absorbed many nutrients from the tower, which were skillfully processed by the poison bees through their unique method. This created honey with a delicate aroma and flavor. The sweetness was maximized by concentrating the honey. When consumed, man-related talents are slightly enhanced. Producer, Tower Farmer Park Siguan. Grade, C. Shelf life, 1 year. Siguan gaped, astonished. I can't believe this stuff can enhance man-related talents. Is it because the jelly is made from magical cherry tomatoes? The black rabbit jumped onto the rock, clinging to Siguan's hand to peek at the contents inside the straw hat, while Siguan sighed deeply. But I don't have any man-related talents, so eating this won't enhance anything. That's a bit disappointing. If we made jelly from the flowers of other crops, could those jellies enhance talents unrelated to mana? Just then, Quang ran up excitedly. I've called everyone over. Behind him, the rabbits had gathered, including the golden-furred ones, led by their parents. It looked like a festival. Siguan quickly counted and saw that everyone was there. No one was missing. So he stood up with the brimful straw hat in hand. We'll share 1 jelly per person. This is the first time the bees have made so many. After giving each of Quang and the rabbits a jelly, there was still quite a bit left in the straw hat. Siguan picked one up for himself, eagerly anticipating the taste. What will it taste like? Holding the jiggly jelly with both hands like it was a treasure, Quang said to the rabbits, I'm going to eat it very sparingly. The black rabbit laughed and replied, that tiny thing? I bet you'll gobble it up in 1 bite. Quang realized the black rabbit was right and immediately reached out to Sejun for another jelly. I need more. But Sejun laughed and said, no. We still have to share with Aileen too. Looking at the jelly in his hand, Sejun suddenly remembered that Aileen loved magical cherry tomatoes. She would surely love this cherry tomato honey jelly as well. Suddenly, he raised his voice and called out, Aileen. Hey, are you listening? Oi, Aileen? Usually, whenever there was a new dish, he'd get a message from the tower administrator right away. But today, there was nothing. After calling out a few times, the system panel finally popped up right in front of him, making him both happy and surprised as he exclaimed, Aileen. But it wasn't a message board. It was an urgent notice. The tower manager, Aileen Fertani, is dying from a dragon heart rampage. Sejun was shocked. He quickly scanned the message and clenched his fists, urgently shouting, what do you mean? Is Aileen dying? His shout caused him to drop the straw hat full of honey jelly, startling the rabbits, who froze and stared wide-eyed at him. Even Chubby Rabbit, who was about to pop a jelly into his mouth, paused. Everyone stopped eating and looked towards Sejun. He anxiously looked at the notification, which had now shifted from blue to deep red. Black Tower Mission. Please calm Aileen Fertani's dragon heart rampage. Reward, Aileen Fertani wakes up. Failure, Aileen Fertani dies from her dragon heart's rampage. The system immediately popped up another urgent board. Please choose an item to help tower manager Aileen Fertani. What? Sejun had never heard of a dragon heart being able to kill Aileen. He questioned the system. What is this thing that's causing such wrath? Meanwhile, the rabbit family beneath Sejun's feet became noisy. Peck peck. Is Aileen really going to die? What's going on, Dad? Is Aunt Aileen sick? The system displayed small windows answering Sejun's questions, explaining that the reason for the dragon heart rampage was that Aileen had absorbed an overwhelming amount of mana that her hardened dragon heart couldn't handle. More terms Sejun didn't understand. He scratched his head in confusion. Hardened dragon heart? She absorbed mana her talent couldn't handle? He quickly pieced it together, and as a possible reason dawned on him, he raised his hand to cover his mouth in panic. Don't tell me. Is it because of the food I've been giving her all this time? Sejun's face turned pale as he became increasingly certain that it was all his fault. The realization hit him so hard that he collapsed onto the rock below, muttering, no, no. Aileen. His distress terrified the rabbits and Quang, who quickly gathered around him to ask what was wrong. At that moment, Sejun could only turn to the system board for help. He yelled at it. Status window. What should I do? How do I save Aileen? The system displayed 3 large dots, as if speechless, then brought up the same panel again, making Sejun fall silent. Please choose an item to help tower manager Aileen Fertani. Suddenly, the status window added a sentence. You have an item that can do that. That sentence hit Sejun like a lifeline. His eyes widened. In his panic he looked to the side, and there, pushed right up to him without him realizing, was the straw hat overflowing with honey jellies. Quang and the entire rabbit family were holding out their own jellies to him as well, saying all at once. Take ours too. Even the little yellow-furred ones held theirs up with trembling hands, followed by their older siblings and parents. Every single one of them offered everything they had for Aileen. Sejun gathered every jelly into his straw hat, not wasting a second, and shouted toward the system board. At once, each honey jelly floated upward with a sharp buzz and vanished one after another at lightning speed. Not a single piece was left. A blue message appeared, quest has been completed. The Black Tower system then delivered the tiny jellies straight into the mouth of the unconscious Aileen. She didn't know what it was, only that something sweet touched her tongue. Instinctively, she closed her mouth and swallowed. The pain crushing her heart slowly faded. Warmth spread across her limbs. The violet mana inside her was wrapped in a strange stabilizing power. Her breathing eased. Sweat stopped pouring from her body. Her temperature rose as the mana began circulating properly again. A system panel appeared only for Aileen. The tomato honey jelly made by the poison honey bees has slightly enhanced tower manager Aileen Fertani's hardened dragon heart talent. The enhancement has prevented the dragon heart from going berserk. Sejun did not see any of this. He kept yelling at the system in panic, is Aileen okay? Tell me if she's okay. His anxious face reflected in the orb. Finally, a new message appeared, yes. Tower manager Aileen Fertani's dragon heart will not go berserk, for the time being. For the time being? What do you mean? Sejun snapped, leaning forward. The system answered immediately, she is stable for now. However, if tower manager Aileen Fertani's talent does not develop further, there is a risk of another rampage. Only then did Sejun let out the breath he'd been holding. He sat down, put the straw hat back on his head, and exhaled shakily. She's safe for now, he told the little ones. Quang leaned against his leg, peering up at him. Sejun patted the cub's head gently. But deep inside, worry for Eileen's hardened dragon heart gnawed at him. There has to be a solution, there has to be. Far away, in the land of the dragons, beneath the shimmering nebula that glowed with countless stars, the dragon clan gathered anxiously around the portal stone. The stone suddenly shone brightly with a loud hum. A blue panel appeared overhead, transmitting Black Tower emergency system activity records. Eileen's father and grandfather both stiffened in shock. The emergency system? Did Eileen collapse? A call for help from the tower? But the portal didn't activate. Eileen's grandfather frowned at the stone. No. There was no direct call for me. If Eileen contacted either of us in a crisis, the emergency portal would open. She always reaches me through the management area. The system only locks if someone else is called for help. They knew this system well. They had handled Eileen's outbursts many times. But if the system hadn't summoned them, it meant someone outside the dragon clan was contacted. Eileen's father cursed and reached for the stone, then froze as he realized something. If the system was transmitting records, the rampage was already over. Several overlapping system panels appeared in front of them, listing the entire series of actions taken during Eileen's outburst. Eileen's father scanned the charts and sighed in relief. She's alive. And her condition looks better than before. The mana flow is stabilizing. But when he looked back, he realized his father wasn't reacting with relief. He was shaking. No, he was trembling with fury. All three of his blood-red dragon eyes flared. His claws extended. His hair rose like a storm of writhing serpents. The mana around him exploded outward like a shockwave. Eileen's father jumped back in fear. Father? What's wrong? His father's roar shook the nebula. The last person she called was Park Siguan. His voice was pure murder. Eileen's father paled instantly. Oh no. We are in terrible, terrible trouble. He scrambled to calm him. Father, wait. Maybe that person helped Eileen. Isn't the important thing that she's safe in? But before he could finish, the giant dragon foot slammed down with a thunderous crack. The ground trembled. The nebula shook. And the enraged, three-eyed dragon was no longer listening. Eileen's father had turned pale, frozen by fear. Park Sejun was asked to help, but not me. Before he could speak, Eileen's grandfather fully transformed into his colossal dragon form, roaring so loudly the ground trembled. Eileen's father flinched and raised his hands in surrender. Who is it? Who dares steal my granddaughter's heart? I cannot forgive him, Park Sejun. Seeing his father roaring like a wild beast, Eileen's father panicked. Father! Please! You're humiliating us in front of the neighbors. But no matter how he pleaded, the enraged dragon didn't calm down. Soon the other dragon families poked their heads, attracted by the noise. Yet none of them looked surprised. There he goes again. That old man loses his mind whenever it's about his granddaughter. He's completely become a fool for her. They chuckled among themselves, unaware that someone else was listening. A dark-scaled dragon hid behind a massive rock, eyes glinting with scheming interest. The Black Tower, huh? This might be the perfect opportunity. While the outside was in chaos over Eileen's sudden collapse, the dragon herself was still asleep in the hot bath. Her heart attack had passed, her breathing was steady. After a while, her brows tightened, and she let out soft murmurs before suddenly jerking upright with a gasp. What? I'm still alive? Still dazed, she looked down at her limbs and felt the clarity of touch. Then she stared at the heart thudding firmly inside her chest. What happened? And what about the dragon heart? Her gaze drifted toward the softly glowing orb placed neatly on the red carpet. Before she could even ask, dozens of notifications burst open in front of her eyes, as if held back, waiting for her touch. You have consumed honey jelly. Tower farmer Park Sejun has completed the quest. And many more unfamiliar messages. It took her a moment to piece everything together. Sejun. So I called him at the last moment, she muttered, cheeks reddening. How embarrassing, as the tower manager, the mighty black dragon always wanted to help Sejun silently. To show him she was powerful enough to grant him anything he desired. Yet in the end, she had revealed her weakness to him. But the danger had passed. And now she wanted answers. She asked the orb how Sejun stabilized her dragon heart and what this honey jelly was. Judging from the notifications, his beekeeping level must have unlocked a new farming product. Just hearing the name honey jelly sounded sweet enough to make her regret something. I ate it while unconscious. I didn't even get to taste it, enhance his talents. Perfect for her condition. Eileen straightened, clearing her throat. Ahem. Eileen Fertani, the great black dragon, must show proper gratitude. That is the dignity of our pretentious Fertani family. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she looked toward the corner of the room, where a shimmering pile of gold coins and chests sparkled. Beautiful treasures stacked high, with rare weapons sticking out between the gold. She dove into the pile. Rummaging through familiar items, Apophis, Gibolg, Excalibur, every famous weapon imaginable. But all of them were for warriors. Nothing for farming. She eventually pulled out a tiny fruit skewer-like staff and frowned. Leaving the treasure vault, arms crossed, she muttered, there must be something. Something useful for Siguan. As she walked, she stopped abruptly. Under the hexagonal skylight stood a massive, perfectly carved black dragon statue, so lifelike it felt as if it might spread its wings. It wasn't modeled after her, but an older dragon. Eileen's expression shifted, then bloomed into a triumphant grin. Siguan will definitely like this. At the farm, the midday break had turned everyone into a pile of sleeping bodies. The green fields shimmered under sunlight. The rabbits sprawled on the wooden floor. Quang snuggled beneath Siguan's arm. Siguan himself snored under his straw hat. A faint ting woke him. A message shimmered on the board, the tower manager thanks you for saving her. It took him a few seconds to realize it was Aileen. He quickly sat up, whispering anxiously, Aileen? Are you okay? Black Rabbit perked up beside him, the only one noticing he was awake. Another message appeared, saying her body had recovered thanks to him. Siguan sighed in relief. Ah. I figured out why you like cherry tomatoes so much, he said softly. Did my fields put pressure on your heart? Did I make things harder for you? Aileen denied it immediately. The seizures normally happened every 10 years, this one simply lasted longer than expected. Thanks to the honey jelly, her dragon heart had recovered slightly, delaying the episode. Oh, good. Siguan relaxed, remembering how terrified he had been when she collapsed. Then he remembered something. Aileen. Take more of this, the poison honey bees made more honey jelly. I think it helped your heart. But a notification appeared, stopping him. The tower manager feels ashamed receiving constant help. She wishes to repay the life debt first. Repay it? How? Siguan muttered. A new mission appeared, shout Aileen toward the sky. Reward, something very big and very good. Siguan blinked. Is that dangerous? Aileen didn't know. So she told him to do it far away, outside the house. Quang immediately chimed in, Dad. You can't doubt Aunt Aileen. Still confused, Siguan followed the instructions. He and the rabbits walked 50 meters away. This should be fine. He inhaled deeply, cupped his hands, shut his eyes, and yelled, Aileen. The little ones watched like it was a festival. Nothing happened. No notification. No tremors. Siguan scratched his cheek. Was that enough? Then, ding. Quest completed. Reward gained, Eileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain. Huh. Before he could process it, a massive black shadow plummeted from the sky, so huge it swallowed the sunlight and darkened his entire face. The sudden shift in light made Siguan instinctively look up. Beside him, Black Rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief. The shadow was far too close. Run, he shouted. They scrambled to flee. Siguan's legs tangled beneath him, nearly sending him face-first into the dirt, but before he could get far, an enormous black dragon statue crashed down beside them with a deafening boom. The impact surged through the ground like an earthquake, the shockwave knocking dust into the air. The statue hadn't fallen directly on top of them, Aileen had good aim, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. What is that? Siguan stammered, dropping his straw hat as he half-crawled, half-scooted away. It wasn't just huge. The area around it had a 3-meter radius, making the entire structure as big as an actual fountain. No wonder Aileen insisted he shout far away from the house. If this had landed even a little closer, his home would have been flattened. A sudden hiss echoed from the statue's mouth. A stream of clear water gushed out, pouring gracefully into the carved basin below. A system window popped open, Eileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain commissioned by Great Black Dragon Kaiser Fertani to celebrate Eileen's 100th birthday. Crafted from premium black marble by the Dwarf King and his craftsmen, modeled after the Great Dragon himself. Eyes made of enchanted magic stones. Personally imbued by Black Dragon Anton Fertani. Abilities: creates water independently or draws water from any source within 10 kilometers. Grade S skill, water creation level 50. Additional stats, all beyond Siguan's understanding. The fountain filled rapidly, the soft trickle of water echoing crisply as everyone stared, spellbound. It really is big and good, Siguan muttered nervously. But when Aileen says big, she means gigantic. Another notification appeared. The tower manager believes this will reduce your watering time. Oh. Siguan nodded. She was right, his fields had grown massive, and the rabbit's tiny watering cans were barely keeping up. Thank you, Aileen. But why are the other fountain skills censored? Aileen responded through system messages. She didn't know either. The one who gifted it, her grandfather, never explained the details, and she had never used it. So how does it make water? Siguan asked aloud. 2 more messages answered. No usage limit. Installable item. Control system included. Oh. He reached out and channeled a trace of mana. Something immediately materialized before him, a floating controller, like a miniature game console with tiny wings that kept it hovering at eye level. The magic fountain controller. He could adjust water pressure, direction, range, and even move the statue itself. He grabbed it, amazed. I can control the statue? Really? He pressed the blue buttons with both thumbs. A soft grinding hiss came from the dragon's head. The stone neck began to move. Slowly turning in the direction Siguan nudged. Oh, he tested it again. Up. Down. Side to side. Even the arms and legs could move. Turning this gigantic stone statue into an obedient puppet. That's awesome. Quang tugged excitedly at his pants. Dad. Are you moving it? Black Rabbit hopped in place. I want to try too. Piak. Getting the hang of the controls, Siguan let the kids guide him. For little fingers pointed left, the statue's enormous arm copied the motion. Pointing dramatically. The kids squealed, dancing around. The dragon statue mimicked them perfectly, right leg planted, left leg raised, arms waving. Its massive stone body surprisingly nimble. Laughter echoed everywhere. Until, the statue suddenly lowered its head and let out a deep, rumbling roar. Eek! The kids jumped in fright. Gray Rabbit tried to run. But Quang reacted faster, battle instincts kicking in, and slapped the statue square across the face with all his strength. Crack! Everyone froze. A horn snapped clean off, shattering into black fragments on the ground. Quang stared at his own paw like it betrayed him. Siguan stared at the broken horn like he'd witnessed murder. Back in the Black Tower, Aileen sat wrapped in a green onion pattern blanket, sipping a warm drink on her fluffy bed. Suddenly, the orb beside her flashed violently, far brighter than usual, buzzing with urgency. She tapped it with her claw. The light died down, revealing a danger alert. What happened? On the farm, a message window popped up behind Siguan. The tower manager asks what happened. Siguan looked around like a thief caught in the act. Ah, Aileen? He forced a shaky laugh. Ha ha. His left hand subtly supported the dragon's head. His right rested on his hip, pretending to pose casually. Though his body was twisted awkwardly. No, nothing's wrong. The statue is just so cool, we were, taking a closer look. The kids joined in with stiff, unnatural smiles. Gray Rabbit had both hands behind his back, giggling a forced piak, making Aileen assume they were simply playing. Siguan quickly changed the subject. Ah. Aileen. Aren't you hungry? Want something tasty? Yes. Aileen was instantly distracted. She didn't notice the dragon horn, now sloppily glued back together. The rabbit architect hit his hammer behind him, standing perfectly still. Aileen settled back, happily accepting a huge bowl Siguan had brought, mountains of carrots, sweet potatoes, and regular potatoes. Chewing loudly, she smiled. It's nice that Siguan likes the fountain. Meanwhile, Siguan wiped sweat from his forehead. It's nice she didn't notice. Now comfortable with the controls, Siguan used the dragon statue like a giant watering can, walking it through the fields to sprinkle water evenly everywhere. Meanwhile on the 67th floor, cleanup from the red locust attack was nearly complete. The Silver Wolf clan gathered the chopped bodies onto carts while the Lizard clan replaced blade green onions to prepare for any return. Most wolf children stayed in the village, except the chief's son. Elka's son had begged to join the cleanup, and Elka agreed. Don't go too far, son, he warned. Many warriors were around to protect him. But as the boy wandered near the onion fields, Elka's wife whispered anxiously, experience is important, yes, but is it safe to bring the children here? Elka placed a hand on her shoulder. It's safe now. They're fixated on eating blade green onions. And we've already subdued the ones nearby. Their behavior is predictable, they swarm, they move in groups. And we know their timing. He pointed to the lizard warriors surrounding the fields. The lizard men harvest only when their guards rotate. If anything happens, they'll protect us. Don't worry. His wife smiled softly, trusting him. Their son, meanwhile, found a whole red locust corpse, completely intact. Dad. Mom. Look. There are so many perfect ones here. He held it proudly, unaware it was still alive. And behind him, the sky darkened into a deep crimson. A massive swarm of mature red locusts surged forward like a living storm. Son. Elka and his wife screamed, horrified. They were too far. The boy froze, unable to run. mouth hanging open. Then, swish, swish, swish. A blade sliced through the air, cutting the locust cleanly into pieces. A lizard warrior dashed forward, armored head to toe. Landing between the boy and the swarm. He caught the sobbing pup, who trembled in terror. Everyone, run, the warrior roared. The red locusts are changing their attack pattern. Above them, a forest of red wings flooded the sky, millions of locusts swarming like a raging storm across the 67th floor. And beneath the blue moonlight, a black shadow swept gracefully across the sky, a black dragon, soaring. Siguan no longer hid inside the cave like he used to. Now he could sit comfortably on the porch and enjoy the night sky. From there, he could clearly see a dragon flying graceful circles through the air. He let out a relaxed breath. Wow! Aileen is so pretty. Is it already the 9th blue moon? Next to him, several baby bunnies slept in messy piles. Leaving only Quang awake and quietly admiring the night with his father. Then Siguan remembered someone else watching the scenery. He turned to the side of the house. How's Quang's mom doing? The mother bear licked her lips, 2 lines of drool dripping down as she nodded. Yes. Thanks to Eileen's power. The influence of the blue moon has disappeared. It's much easier to stay sane now. As expected of the tower manager, she's so aggressive. Her admiration clearly wasn't for the dragon. It was for the giant pile of cooked locust meat stacked in front of her. Siguan sighed in relief. Good. Now they just needed the blue moon's energy to start sinking into the crops. Just then, the bunny couple rushed in excitedly. Siguan. Some of the crops have already turned blue. He quickly put on his straw hat. Perfect timing. Let's harvest. Together with the rabbits. He headed into the vast cherry tomato fields, checking the areas glowing faint blue under the moonlight. Because everything was soaked in moonlight. More fruits than usual had absorbed the blue moon energy. One thick cluster of cherry tomatoes had turned a deep blue and hung so heavily that he couldn't resist plucking them. As he loaded the harvest into the nearly full cart, he couldn't help but stare. Wow, there's so many blue moon cherry tomatoes this time. A second-generation bunny sprinted over. Uncle! The blue moon energy is affecting the cornfield too. It's almost ready to harvest. What? Really? Curious, he followed the bunny. It didn't take long to spot what he was looking for. The corn stalks were tall enough to be visible from afar, much easier than the tomatoes. 2 of the corn cobs shone with a soft blue glow. Since Aileen couldn't eat cherry tomatoes while stabilizing her dragon heart, he decided to send these 2 to her instead. At that exact moment, the message board popped up, announcing the tower manager had finished her patrol and was exhausted. Siguan smiled softly. Aileen, you worked hard. You must not be feeling well. Get some rest. Here, take these 2 blue moon stamina corns instead of tomatoes. The corns vanished immediately. The board updated, the tower manager thanks you. She says she wants to sleep now. Of course, Siguan whispered, and turned back to the field. Day or night, he planned to finish every bit of harvesting. Suddenly, a strange shimmer caught his eye. One corn wasn't glowing blue, it was glowing red-orange, surrounded by a soft swirling buzz of energy. Curious. Siguan snapped the cob off the stalk. The red color had tinted the corn's silk into a coppery brown. The moment it touched his hand, multiple notifications appeared. You have harvested an exploding stamina corn. Your job proficiency has increased slightly. Your harvesting skill level .4 has improved slightly. You gained 30 experience points. You have earned the achievement for creating a new variety within the tower. The description continued, exploding stamina corn, a new variety. Its kernels expand several times their size when heated and explode. Eating it burns 30 g of body fat and increases strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. Effect stacks up to 10 times per hour. Also makes your hair fuller. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade, C, Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Siguan. More notifications followed. No one may plant exploding stamina corn without your permission. You have created 3 new varieties within the tower. Rumors of you have spread within the Food Supply Association. Siguan trembled, not because of the strange name, but because of the effect. It makes your hair fuller. His knees collapsed to the ground. He held the glowing red corn reverently under the moonlight. Tower, you're the best. Quang's small voice interrupted him. Dad? What are you doing? Siguan quickly snatched off his straw hat, exposing his messy, thinning hair. Quang, what do you think of my hair? Not cool, Quang responded instantly. That was all it took. Siguan shot back to his feet, raising the corn dramatically. We need to expand the cornfield immediately. Starting tomorrow. Everyone focuses on this new variety. The bunnies had no idea what was going on. Quang even tugged his sleeve. Dad, please calm down. You look even less cool. First. Siguan scraped off some of the bright red kernels to save as seeds for planting. Then the name finally sank in. Exploding stamina corn, exploding. So it explodes when heated. How do we even eat this? After staring at it helplessly, he decided, I should ask Flame. He climbed down into the cave where a patch of blue moonlight fell. Heading straight for the young apple tree, and froze. Flame was standing underneath, beaming, the apple tree now over 1.5 meters tall with lush green leaves. Master. Master. Look! I grew. Siguan blinked. You grew this much? Is it because of the blue moon? Yes. After absorbing the blue moon energy, I felt a huge surge inside me. Flame spread out her tiny hands proudly. I gained 3 new abilities. Though the tree grew greatly, the flame spirit was still adorably tiny. Siguan crouched. Really? What kind? First, this. The flame of protection. She created a small blue flame that hovered near the tree. Then floated over and wrapped gently around Siguan's body. He felt no heat, only a warm protective flow. A notification chimed, the flame of protection will protect you for the next 3 hours. Flame put her hands on her hips proudly. That flame will protect you. Master. Siguan placed the blue flame, now about the size of 2 fingers, on his shoulder. You're amazing. Thank you. Oh, can you help heat this corn? It's a new crop. Exploding stamina corn. I don't know how to eat it. Flame took one look and nodded like she'd seen it before. Oh. I know this. When you want to eat it, you heat it without tearing the leaves. She showed him how to wrap the leaves tightly. Tying the top with a strand of corn silk. Hold it like this. You won't feel the heat, the protection is working. With a sharp haya, Flame raised her hand. A normal flame formed from the apple tree leaves, turning into a spiraling band of fire wrapping around the corn. Then, pop. The entire husk puffed up like a balloon. The fire dissipating instantly. Siguan stared at the smoking corn in his hands, completely stunned. It really puffed up like a balloon? Flame giggled. Now open the tip a little. Full of anticipation, Siguan carefully loosened the tied silk and peeled the husk back slowly. Inside, there were no kernels and no cob anymore, everything had transformed into freshly popped, fluffy, fragrant corn. The warm aroma filled the cave immediately. His eyes shone. Wow! It's popcorn. Amazing! His voice echoed through the cave as he called out for Quang. Siguan grabbed the salt jar, sprinkled it generously, mixed the popped corn, and took a bite. It's so crispy and savory. Quang nodded vigorously. Delicious. Black Rabbit had sparkling eyes. Pick. Nice and salty. Even White Rabbit ate with her ears twitching in delight. The effects of the exploding stamina corn activated immediately after they swallowed. Siguan reached out to pat the baby bear's head, and blinked. Why does your fur look nicer? Quang, wide-eyed, pointed at him. Dad. Your hair looks fuller too. Siguan snorted. Rubbing Quang's head. Who taught you to lie like that? Huh, thump. 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 A heavy drumming noise rolled through the cave. Siguan jumped, dropping the popcorn as a wave of instinctive dread washed over him. What was that? Didn't Aileen put all the monsters to sleep? The bunnies looked around nervously. Then the giant face of Mother Bear pushed through the entrance. Siguan, you need to come out. Quickly. Something serious enough to panic Mother Bear? A cold knot formed inside Siguan as he climbed out. Outside, chaos was forming. An entire army of corrupted Ents was advancing, coming from every direction he could see. But this time, they weren't alone. 2 new types had appeared from the western forest as reinforcements. There were poison mist flower attack soldiers. Carnivorous flowers rooted on rotting logs, their heads swaying with toxic vapors. And beside them were sticky flower attack soldiers. Huge mouth blossoms filled with pale purple, razor-like thorns. Quang had called Siguan because the numbers were overwhelming, large and small Ents all marching together. And now new specialized attackers joining them. The whole mass pressed forward relentlessly. Siguan and the bunny clan stepped outside with torches, anxiety tightening their chests. Quang instantly grew larger to stand protectively between his mother and father. Siguan muttered bitterly, I thought we'd get a break this time. Why show up during the blue moon? There was no choice. He tightened his grip on his torch. We'll have to fight ourselves. Everyone. Get your weapons. Fire was the only thing that could completely destroy corrupted Ents. But before they could even charge, splat. 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 The sticky flowers snapped their mouths shut and spat purple liquid with terrifying accuracy. The glue hit the torches dead on, knocking them out of every hand. The bunnies' torches flew, and the purple glue splattered across their palms. It felt disgustingly sticky. What is this? It won't come off. Siguan struggled to peel it away. But it clung stubbornly. Sickle Bunny stared at his ruined torch, grimacing. Ugh, gross. Meanwhile, a creeping purple fog began spreading toward them. Siguan stepped back cautiously, squinting to study it. Black Rabbit leaped in panic. Uncle! Don't touch that. He kicked Siguan squarely in the stomach, hard enough to send him flying out of the mist's reach. It didn't hurt, thanks to the flame of protection. But Siguan stared wide-eyed. What is that? Black Rabbit answered while retreating with the others, hammer in hand. It's poison. That mist comes from the toxic mist flowers, it's deadly. And it's spreading. The haze thickened steadily. They still had distance, but they were quickly running out of options. Siguan hated the thought. All kinds of things keep showing up. I'm so done with this. Dad! Look! Quang shouted. But Siguan had already heard it, the deep, earth-shaking stomp that rattled the ground. A massive figure pushed through the corrupted horde. A giant corrupted end appeared, its body towering like a skyscraper of twisted wood. Its bark was paler than the others, but it radiated far more danger. For glowing blue eyes burned within the hollow of its trunk, and its root-like limbs stretched forward like commanding arms. It had absorbed blue moon energy. It was at least 20 times larger than a normal corrupted ent, its long, spider-like legs holding its enormous frame as it advanced. Siguan's face went pale. They can absorb blue moon energy too. Quang had never seen such a monster. Mother Bear glared nervously. Siguan. I don't think defeating that one will be easy. His voice came out weak and hollow. I think so too, it was huge. Too huge. One stomp could flatten everything, the fields, the house, their entire home. And behind it were countless more ents. We can't win, he whispered. His chest tightened as he looked toward the cherry tomato fields glowing softly in the moonlight. Is it really ending here, after everything we've done? The bunny's hard work. His own endless efforts, all of it flashed before him. Artist Bunny trembled, clinging tightly to Sickle Bunny's hand. Sickle Bunny's own hands shook, but he held her firmly. I'll protect you. Don't worry, he whispered, voice cracking. Whoosh, a powerful wind blasted from behind them, blowing Siguan's straw hat off. A deep voice followed. I will help you. Siguan spun around, and froze in disbelief. The black dragon statue was moving. Not just moving, speaking. Its stone eyes glowed faintly as it stepped toward them like a living dragon. Did he really hear that? Black Rabbit's eyes popped wide as the statue announced proudly, I am the great black dragon. Anton Fertani, Eileen's father. Everyone stared at the statue as if reality had cracked open. Siguan stammered, Eileen's father. Why was a dragon's parent here? Why was he a statue? Why could he move? The rabbits cautiously picked up Siguan's straw hat, too afraid to get close. Anton continued calmly. This statue is infused with ancient golem magic. Originally, it was meant to activate if Aileen was in danger. However, the teleportation portal could not be opened. We cannot enter the Black Tower or exert authority properly. He lowered his giant stone head slightly. But we retain control over this statue. When it awakened and moved to the 99th floor, I sensed a distant signal beyond the tower, and learned that you saved Aileen from her dragon heart rampage. The statue bowed deeply. Thank you. Siguan panicked, waving both hands as he grabbed his hat. No, I just did what I had to. Really? Anton continued with solemn seriousness. You may have realized it already, the Black Tower is not being properly managed. So I would like you to lend us your strength. Siguan stood there blankly, repeating the words under his breath. Help? What kind of help? Siguan couldn't believe what he had just heard. His field was moments away from being overrun by ents. Yet this towering black dragon statue wanted his help? Anton nodded calmly, as if none of the chaos mattered. I want you to take over the management of the tower in Eileen's place. Siguan nearly jumped. Me? Managing the Black Tower? He hurried to explain, shaking his hands. I'm just a farmer. I don't have any special abilities. I can't even leave the 99th floor. And I definitely can't stop those ents. Even under the dark blue glow of the moon, the overwhelming number of advancing corrupted ents was clear. Their eyes glowed red. Their bodies pulsed with poison, and the giant one in the middle kept marching forward, its steps shaking the ground. Black Rabbit shouted, Uncle! They're coming closer. Instead of stepping in, Anton spoke calmly, You can handle this. We will assist you as much as possible. Do not fear. We, Siguan repeated blankly. Things were already confusing, and now this? The statue didn't answer, its head tilted up like a rooster about to crow. Then it suddenly bent down, stopping right in front of Siguan as a thunderous voice boomed, Park Siguan. I am Kaiser Fertani, Eileen's grandfather. Siguan fell backward in fright. Kaiser grumbled right in his face, I can't even see my granddaughter because of you. If it were up to me, I'd crush you with a single finger. But unfortunately, you're important. So you can't die. The rabbit family hid behind Siguan, trembling. He stammered out, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't know, I'm sorry for the trouble. Surprisingly, Kaiser's expression softened into a mischievous grin. You're much more polite than I expected. Then his demeanor shifted. With a powerful motion, the dragon statue spread its stone wings and shot into the sky. The gust was so strong the rabbits clung to each other, and Siguan barely kept his straw hat on. Up above, the statue hovered like a real dragon, glowing, ancient, and overwhelming. Kaiser surveyed the battlefield and declared, these rotting weeds will be the first to go. A cold blue glow spread through the statue. Power gathered at its mouth, compressing into a violently swirling orb. Then, boom. A beam of light shot down. The moment it touched the ground, everything vanished in its brilliance. The shockwave tore the land apart. Smoke and fire erupted upward. The earth cratered into a bowl 5 meters deep. Cracks splintering outward like a meteor strike. Not a single corrupted ent survived, only dust remained. Back at the management tower, the ceiling shook hard enough to crack. Aileen rolled over in her sleep and mumbled. Siguan, completely unaware her grandfather had nearly blown up the floor she ruled. Down at the farm, Mama Bear shielded Siguan with her paw while Quang protected the rabbits. Siguan stared blankly at the devastation. That wasn't magic. That was a natural disaster. Before he could fully process it, Kaiser returned, his voice echoing, Park Siguan. Go to the place where those weeds died. There is something useful for you. Still confused but with no reason to refuse a dragon's order, Siguan, Quang, and Black Rabbit climbed down into the smoking crater. Heat radiated from every direction. At the very center, something glowed softly, like a small seed sprouting pure mana. Quang pointed excitedly, Dad, look. It's shining. Siguan picked it up. His system interface popped open immediately. You have acquired corrupted Ent's enhanced seed. A seed infused with blue moon energy. Upon consumption, plus 10 to all stats, permanent. If planted, grows into a powerful corrupted Ent. Grade A, shelf life, 100 years. Siguan's mouth hung open. An A-class item, from that thing? A heavy thud landed beside him, the dragon statue again. Kaiser's voice rumbled, eat it, Park Siguan. Your fragile body will become a little stronger. The dragon's shadow loomed over him, powerful enough to blow apart mountains. And now it was calmly telling him to eat a monster seed. Kaiser's voice rumbled behind Siguan as he examined the glowing seed. If you leave it alone, it'll grow into that monster again. Eat it and get rid of the threat now. It made sense. All he had to do was put it in his mouth and swallow. But the very thought made his stomach twist. He stared at the seed, pale, and glanced up nervously. Eating a corrupted seed doesn't feel right. Kaiser blinked. What's not right about it? Just open your mouth and toss it in. Simple. Just as Siguan was about to argue, he asked timidly, can I cook it first? Kaiser froze. Cook it? Did you say you know how to cook? When Siguan nodded, Kaiser leaned forward intensely. Do you have that cooking with you right now? Siguan didn't notice the misunderstanding. He reached into his bag. No, but I have cherry tomatoes I was planning to eat. Before he could say more, Quang climbed back up the crater, leaving Siguan and Black Rabbit with the dragon statue. Kaiser eagerly extended his massive paw. Where? Let me see. I need to check if it's dangerous. Siguan hesitated. How exactly are you planning to check? By tossing it in my mouth, of course. The statue opened its stone jaws wide. And Siguan watched in disbelief as Kaiser emptied the entire handful of tomatoes inside. The statue didn't chew, it didn't need to. The statue's mouth is a teleportation device, Kaiser explained. Anything it swallows gets sent directly to me. The stone mouth closed with a satisfied motion. And outside the tower, a notification popped up. Moments later, a few shiny red tomatoes dropped into Kaiser's waiting claw. He stared at them, pleased. So these are what made Eileen's dragon heart race. He sat there analyzing the tiny fruits, completely forgetting he was still piloting the dragon statue. Meanwhile, Anton stood before a boulder with multiple floating screens showing old footage, Siguan's farm, the rabbits, the bears, the crops, and the many edible items he'd cultivated. One scene caught his attention, Quang happily devouring a cooked red locust. Monsters and humans alike were eating them. Red locusts usually arrived in swarms. But they were dangerous pests, not something that should appear out of nowhere. Anton frowned. When did the red locust invade the tower? And in such quantities? If even their remains were reaching the 99th floor, this infestation must have started long before. Yet somehow, Siguan had figured out how to cook them into food. Food that monsters relied on now. Food that helped stabilize Eileen's dragon heart. A tower farmer. An occupation he himself didn't fully understand. Was this young man truly the key to helping Eileen? He was deep in thought when Kaiser suddenly came running, toward him. Anton. Anton quickly dismissed the screens. Father, what's wrong? You're the head of our family. You should maintain your dignity, look at this. Kaiser shoved the tomato forward. Anton blinked. It's a cherry tomato. What about it? This is the fruit the tower farmer gave Eileen, isn't it? Anton tensed. Yes. What about it? Is something wrong? Kaiser's eyes sparkled like a child. It's incredibly delicious. Anton nearly lost his balance. You ran all the way here, to say it tastes good? It's delicious. Kaiser repeated proudly, thumbs up. Back at the crater, the dragon statue had gone still. Siguan called out, poking it lightly. Lord Kaiser? No response. No movement. It looked like an ordinary statue again. Did they really just stop moving after getting those cherry tomatoes? With the ants gone, Siguan decided it was best to gather everyone and head home. But he noticed Quang and Black Rabbit still huddled together, whispering over something. Guys? Let's go. Black Rabbit turned, ears drooping. Uncle. Quang is being stubborn. Quang spun around, eyes bright. Dad. Can I take this home? He pointed at a massive tree branch, actually a piece of the enhanced corrupted ent, from the blast earlier. The system identified it as a corrupted ent's enhanced branch. Siguan shook his head gently. It's way too big. We can't carry that. Quang's ears drooped. But it even has a name. Just when Siguan tried to comfort him, a scraping noise made him turn. Quang had lifted the entire huge branch. Siguan shouted, Quang! I said. But before he could finish, the branch shrunk, compressing into a perfect rod-sized weapon for the bear cub. Black Rabbit's jaw dropped. Siguan stared blankly. It shrank. Quang puffed his chest proudly. Dad, look! It's an item. The system window displayed, corrupted ent's enhanced branch, a branch strengthened under the blue moon. Size changes with mana infusion. Siguan sighed, defeated. Well, with it this small, he couldn't forbid it anymore. Quang hugged the staff like a treasured new toy. And in his usual boldness, raised it with a grin. Black Rabbit brother. Let's fight. Black Rabbit's eyes lit up. Peek. Let's go. The bunny leaped with his wooden hammer. Quang raised his staff. The clash rang out through the fields. Siguan watched them like a tired dad watching two energetic kids. The white rabbits eventually rolled over and fell asleep, unable to understand any of the fight moves. Then a silver wolf appeared from the distance. Sir Siguan. Elke had returned with his tribe. Behind them, 3 carts full of red locust were being pushed by 2 younger wolves. Siguan quickly put on his shoes. Fixed his straw hat, and beamed. That's a lot. Good job. He hopped over while adjusting his laces. Hey, didn't Elke come with you? Elke nodded. He rushed to the magic tower to visit Lord Iona. She wasn't on the battlefield. Hearing that the mouse wasn't on the battlefield, Siguan's eyes widened. Was something happening on the 67th floor? He remembered that Iona had been there since the Red Locust battle began. From Elke. He learned that while the entire Silver Wolf tribe had been gathering Red Locust on the 67th floor, the Locusts suddenly changed their attack pattern and launched an ambush. Judging by Elke's expression, the situation had been serious. Siguan was stunned and grabbed Elke's large face with both hands, pulling him down to inspect him up close. Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? Realizing how much he'd worried Siguan, Elke softened his voice. Everyone is fine. Thanks to the lizard warriors and the mercenaries. He looked a little embarrassed at having his face held like that, but pushed through it to continue his report. The red locusts are attacking so intensely that the blade green onions can barely be seen anymore. Their bodies are piling into literal mountains, pressing the grass flat. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the locusts continued to throw themselves at the blade green onion fields just to stack more bodies. One reason the 67th floor hadn't fallen was because the onions were being replanted non-stop, slowing down the invaders. Fortunately, with so many red locusts already dead and covering the fields, it seemed unlikely they could break through the waypoint yet. Even so, they had contacted the magic tower to request assistance, just in case. For now, no critical damage had occurred. Hearing that, Siguan let out a breath and released Elke's face. Still, he crossed his arms, troubled by the thought of those terrifying omnivores. The red locusts struggled to climb to higher floors, but if they spread downward instead, they would leave behind only barren land. The tower had 99 floors, but there were still so many places that needed guidance and protection. His thoughts drifted to the village of Passage, the place where the buildings looked like modern human houses lined neatly in rows. The village stood next to the merchant path. Recently renovated, and the tallest building at its center was a strangely designed tower with stairs leading upward. In truth, it was a gravity magic tower, its bizarre structure supported by no physical principle at all. Inside its lowest floor, the voice of the Silver Wolf chieftain, Elka, echoed in disbelief. What? Iona isn't here? He had come all the way down only to miss her. Where was he supposed to look next? The witch at the reception desk glanced at the system board and answered confidently, "If you'd like to leave a message, I'll pass it to the magic tower master when she returns." Elka anxiously asked when she would be back. He carried urgent news from the 67th floor. Behind him, 2 young wolves watched witches flying by on brooms, looking completely unfazed while their chieftain grew more distressed. But the receptionist could only shrug. She didn't say when she'd return. She's always busy, everyone knows that. Elka switched questions. Did she say where she was going? The witch tapped her chin. Oh, yes. She said she'd be heading to Graner Village. At the name, one of the young wolves behind Elka stepped forward, worried. Chief. Is that the place I'm thinking of? Exactly, Elka replied. It's Boss Theo's hometown. Speaking of Theo, he was currently strolling down a path, looking unbearably pleased with himself, humming La 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 in a tune no one recognized. His face shone with joy, enough to draw glances from passersby despite his small body. His elation came from the group of followers trailing behind him. With a prideful flick of his tail, he barked, "Hey, in turn! Why aren't you following properly behind me?" Meow. He resumed humming, but every time he turned to face the cats, he shot another command. The 2 gray cats answered quickly, "Yes, sir." Except the black cat, Orin, who ran ahead instead, shoving through the busy street. "Sir Theo, wait for me." In his frantic rush, Orin didn't notice that he collided with someone smaller than himself, his backside smacking directly into someone's forehead. He went down hard, teeth clacking painfully as he hit the ground. As he sat up, eyes watering from the impact, he clenched his fist and glared at the one he'd hit. "Why are you standing around blocking people's path?" It was obviously his fault, but Orin wasn't the type to reason. Acting like an entitled young master, he snapped at the tiny figure he'd just knocked down, completely unaware he'd just sent the tower's grand mage face first into the dirt. The small mouse girl shot back immediately. "You're the one who tripped over me while running. How dare you get angry?" Orin bared his teeth, ready to explode. Does this little rat have a death wish? He had no idea who was under the cloak. Iona, usually calm, had never been this furious. Who in the tower would dare call a grand mage a little rat? Her cheeks puffed with anger, tension sparking like fire between them. Orin leaned in, growling, confident this mouse had wandered into trouble she couldn't escape. That was when Theo's voice cut through the air. "Orin! What are you?" He was about to scold the black cat, but froze mid-sentence. "Wait, isn't this Iona?" Iona's expression softened instantly when she saw him. "Yes, Theo. We meet again." Orin shrank immediately. He didn't even like Theo much, but the decades-old debt chained him to obedience, so if Theo knew this mouse, then... "Boss Theo. You know this hamster?" he whispered. "Of course," Theo said proudly. "We have a special relationship, meow." Iona nearly yanked her hand out from under her cloak in frustration. No matter how many times she corrected him, Theo always introduced it exactly like that. People were bound to misunderstand. Theo ignored that and asked, "Did something happen?" "Meow?" Iona shot him a pointed look. Orin understood instantly. His brain connected the dots with lightning speed. Before anyone could speak, he was already on his knees, bowing so hard his forehead nearly cracked the pavement. "It's my fault. I wasn't looking. I apologize." His desperate wailing startled the 2 gray cats behind Theo. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I acted rudely. I beg for forgiveness, Lord Magician." His panic was so intense that Iona's anger vanished. She stood there, thrown off by how quickly he broke down. Theo stepped in. "Iona, my underling is a fool, meow. Please overlook it this once, meow." Caught in the absurd scene, Iona gave a reluctant nod. "All right. For Theo's sake, I'll let him off." Orin's head shot up immediately. Thank you so much." 3 giant tears rolled down his cheeks. Not acting, genuinely terrified. While he wiped his face, Theo, focused only on Iona, asked, "Where are you headed?" Iona replied, "I'm on my way to Graner Village. I need to meet someone there." "Graner Village?" Theo echoed. "That's my hometown." Then, unexpectedly, she asked, "If you're not busy, would you like to come with me?" Theo pretended to consider it. There wasn't much in Granner he cared about anymore, only painful memories. Besides, he had work for the chairman. But Oren knew this was his chance. He stopped crying instantly and grabbed Theo's arm. "Boss Theo, let's go. I need to deliver urgent news to my father. Please." Theo found Oren's eagerness suspicious. He brushed him off. "Nope. We need to get to the 38th floor and sell our goods, meow." But Oren refused to give up. "If we go to the village, I'll give you 1,000 tower coins. You know how wealthy my family is, right? And we can show off how successful you've become. Imagine if that stuck-up Meryl saw you now. She'd regret everything." Theo hesitated. The thought of showing off to the girl who dumped him. Yeah, that was tempting. "Fine. Iona. I'll come along, meow." No one was happier than Oren. He fist-pumped the air. If he could reach the village, he'd make his father pay off all his debts and escape Theo forever. Iona, who had been watching everything carefully, finally asked the important question. Theo tried to look unfazed when Iona asked him, "Who's Meryl?" He waved a paw as if it were nothing. "Oh, no one. Don't worry about it." But the pleased grin on his face completely gave him away. Even while turning his head aside and pretending to be professional, his mind was already running wild, imagining how Meryl would react when he returned a successful cat, finally proving himself. "You shouldn't have left me. Now you'll regret it when you see how well I've done." The thought alone made him almost skip as he walked. Oren silently prayed Theo would stay trapped in his fantasies. Because once they reached Granner, that confidence would shatter instantly. Oren hid a smirk. As the richest young cat of the village, coming home meant everything to him. "Just you wait," he thought. "Back in Granner, you'll be groveling under my paws again." Theo pretended to be excited for the journey, and Oren pretended not to be. Iona saw through both of them. Her ears twitched in irritation. Still wondering who Meryl was to make both cats act so strange. Theo, eager to show off, walked ahead with Iona. "Is this your first time there, meow? Granner Village is beautiful and peaceful. You'll love it." He had no idea that Oren was staring at him with a smug, plotting grin. Just waiting for the moment Theo's illusions would crumble. But the closer they came, the more obvious the truth became. A black crow perched on a rotting wooden sign that read "Welcome to Granner Village." The sign leaned so far sideways it looked ready to fall. Beneath it, the village stretched out in a sight so bleak it stunned them into silence. Cats of all ages lay weakly along the roads, their faces sunken with hunger and despair. A heavy stillness clung to the village. Kittens clung to their fathers, crying, with no one strong enough to comfort them. Stripped bones lay on the ground. Almost every villager looked painfully thin, their fur dull and patchy. The houses were worn down and neglected, roofs sagging, walls cracked. Mothers and children huddled together just to endure the day. An old Tom struggled past with a cane, each step slow and heavy. Even the fish stall, the pride of the village, was empty. Not a single fish left. The barrels were covered in cobwebs, and the shopkeeper could only sigh. Still wearing the apron he used back when he had work to do. Theo's heart sank. He had never imagined he would come back to see his village like this. What happened here, meow? Everyone looked too starved, too fragile. He saw Jeff, the gray cat who had come with him, staring blankly at the scene. Theo hurried over. "Jeff. What's going on, meow?" But Jeff shook his head. "It wasn't like this when we left." Before they could speak further, a bowl slipped from someone's hands and clattered against the ground. Jeff turned immediately, and froze. "Jeff? Is that you?" An older, frail-looking cat stood there with a child wearing a shirt far too large for him. "Mom?" Jeff's eyes widened as he rushed forward to grab her hand. "Why are you so thin? What about my brothers?" His mother burst into tears. "My boy, where have you been? Do you know how everyone searched for you?" Jeff swallowed hard. There would be time to explain later. For now, he needed answers. "What happened here, Mom?" Still crying, she told him between shaky breaths. Monsters that looked like frogs had appeared in Zenka Lake, destroying the fishing grounds. The young men had gone out to fight them, but most barely survived. The survivors were now lying around the village, thin and wrapped in white bandages. The outside food prices had shot up too high for the villagers to afford. Granner was starving. Theo frowned. "Frog monsters? Aren't there usually only one or two around the lake, meow? They're weak." Jeff's mother shook her head, trembling. "That was a long time ago. Now, the lake is crawling with thousands of them." Theo's eyes widened as she continued. "A few weeks ago, the Mercenary Association had arrived, but for reasons no one understood, The monster's numbers only kept growing. Hearing this, Iona stepped in. Where are the mercenaries now? She glanced down only to see the small mage mouse asking. But still answered, they're at Israel, the manor of Oren's father. Theo didn't hesitate. He opened his spatial pouch and began digging through it. Then, without warning, he dumped out a massive pile of fresh piranha. They spilled onto the ground like a river. Jeff's mother stared at the fish in disbelief. Eat this first. Meow, Theo said gently. Villagers rushed toward the pile. Fish. There's food. The two gray cats, Jeff and his companion, were stunned speechless. Theo turned to them. Already guessing what they were thinking. Don't worry. This is your intern benefit, meow. But if you run away, I'll extend your contract by 2 years. Meow. The gray cats bowed their heads, touched. Yes, Boss Theo. Thank you, sir. Theo left them to distribute the fish and looked around sharply. Oren. Let's go to your father. But Oren was nowhere to be seen. He had slipped away during the commotion. Theo's eyes twitched. That little, he ran ahead. He tricked me back into Granor, Iona pushed past him. We'll catch up. By then, Oren had already sprinted halfway across the village, aiming straight for his lavish home at the edge of Granor. His tail strained behind him as he ran. Once I get home, that contract means nothing. I'm free. But before he could savor the victory, a shadow fell over him. Something huge swooped down from the forest. Elka, the chief of the Silver Wolves, lunged directly at him. Claws gleaming. Oren froze, eyes bulging. If those claws hit, he'd be dead. He rolled desperately aside, but Elka's attack missed him on purpose, landing exactly next to him. Close enough to make him scream. Elka towered over him. You! Why aren't you with Boss Theo? Did you run away? Oren trembled so badly his fur quivered. And no, sir. There's trouble at home, lies. Elka lowered his head, breathing heavily over Oren. Where's Boss Theo? Answer, or I bite. Before Oren could squeak out a reply, another voice cut through the forest. Sorry, but that might be a problem. A massive black wolf charged out, jaws wide. He almost bit Elka's neck. But Elka dodged just in time. The new wolf landed in front of Oren, shielding him. A black wolf? Elka muttered in disbelief. The newcomer wore armor, was larger than the Silver Wolves, and carried himself with a seasoned warrior's confidence. Oren lay cowering under the wolf's legs, clueless about who this savior even was. Elka prepared to fight, only to hear his subordinates arrive. Chief! We found Lord Iona. They stopped mid-sentence when they saw the black wolf. What's a black wolf doing here? That's what I want to ask. The black wolf glared at them. What's the Silver Wolf tribe doing here? Seeing an opportunity, Oren scrambled up and bowed desperately. Please help me. They're trying to kill me. He didn't even need to beg. The wolf answered plainly, relax. I was asked to pick you up. Oren blinked. Picked up? An escort? For him? His ego inflated instantly. He strutted past the wolves, tail high. Thanks. I'm going home. Step aside. Elka snarled. We're not done with him. The black wolf planted himself firmly. No. That kid is the son of the mansion's owner. My boss owes him a favor. I'm here to bring him back. That only irritated Elka further. Move, or we fight. The black wolf rose on 2 legs, towering over them. Oh? Come on then. The black wolves are stronger than any of you. He smirked. I'm Harp, right hand of Chief Hagel. I could handle all 3 of you alone. He barely finished his boast when flames erupted around him. He burned like a torch, fur scorched, body blackened, before collapsing in a smoking heap. The Silver Wolves stared in shock. Iona walked up calmly behind them. I attacked because I sensed something suspicious. Apparently it was Iona's magic, despite being a tiny mouse, and she looked ready to unleash another spell if the black wolf tried anything further. Theo walked up behind her and immediately praised her. Well done, Iona. Without you, Elka, Elki, and Elko would have been in serious trouble. Meow. The 3 Silver Wolves straightened up and shouted together, Boss Theo. Lord Iona. Theo was always particular about protecting his subordinates. And seeing that arrogant black wolf lying burned and defeated put him in a faintly pleased mood. What are you even doing here? Shouldn't you all be heading back to the 99th floor? He asked. Elka replied, we came to meet Lord Iona. Something happened on the 67th floor. People in the magic tower told us she'd gone to Granor Village, so we followed. We didn't know you were with her. In a way. It's lucky we found you both. The hamster's voice piped up instantly. Is something unusual happening on the 67th floor? Elka nodded, but I own a cut-in first. Let's put that aside. We have more pressing matters. Only then did Theo remember why they came, quickly asking, right, yes. Elka. Did you see Oren anywhere? If the hamster hadn't reminded him, Theo would have happily wandered into more small talk. That was just who he was. Elka glanced at the charred black wolf lying nearby, tongue hanging out, and finally answered, we saw that cat running away. We tried to catch him. But the black wolf interfered. Everyone immediately understood, Oren must have had protection. His father was wealthy, after all. And if not for Iona's magic disabling the black wolf, things could have gone very differently. Iona pointed ahead. Let's go. Follow this path, we're heading to the mansion of Granner Village. That road led straight to Israel's mansion, Oren's father's home, standing proudly at the forest's edge. Calling it a mansion, however, was modest. It was closer to a castle. Built in an old-fashioned three-story style, it was sturdy, spacious, and impressive despite being scaled for cats. Inside, the living room's aura was far from warm. A black wolf with a stern face sat on the largest sofa, making the room feel colder just from his presence. His left eye was blind, crossed by 2 deep scars, proof of countless battles. His hardened expression made it obvious he was no ordinary warrior. This was Hegel, chief of the Black Wolves and a veteran free mercenary. The room stayed silent until Israel finally spoke. Harp is late. I told him to pick up my son at the village gate after hearing he'd returned with some suspicious company. His doubtful tone was quickly dismissed by Hegel. Wait a little longer. He's my right hand, he does not fail. With the chief speaking like that, Israel nodded and held his silence. Moments later, the living room door swung open. Oren burst in, shouting, Father. He skipped greetings entirely and rushed forward. Israel, keeping calm yet visibly annoyed, stepped toward him. Oren, where have you been? You return only now? What about Harp? Did you see him? The barrage of questions hit Oren before he could catch his breath. Now that Israel saw him up close, he noticed how thin his son had become. Where's the food? Why have you come back with nothing? Oren thought bitterly. If only you knew. Just making it home alive is already a miracle. He instantly switched into a dramatic display, clutching at his father and bawling. Father! When I reached the merchant village, I was swindled by a goblin working with Theo. I lost everything. Trying to separate truth from hysterics, Israel asked, Theo? The naive yellow cat, the childhood friend you always fought with? How could someone that kind swindle you? Before Israel could continue, Oren dropped the sobbing act and shouted. Kind? He's an evil monster. I told him I needed food for the villagers, but he forced me into a contract and made me work like a slave. And someone else is behind him. He leaned forward dramatically. He calls himself the Black Dragon, but he has no wings or horns. He even tricked the rabbit tribe into serving him with threats and lies. With every word, Oren twisted the truth, turning Theo into a tyrant and the rabbits into a tragic oppressed tribe. As for himself, he painted himself as the brave soul exposing evil. Bang! The living room table split in half. Both Israel and Oren jumped in shock. Hegel had slammed it with his fist, eyes blazing. You'd better not be lying, he growled. Even Israel was stunned. What did the table do? But Hegel didn't care. Rage poured off him. Impersonating the great black dragon is a crime worthy of execution. As expected of a warrior tribe's chief, he would never ignore such an offense. Oren, seeing the momentum shift, immediately doubled down. I'm not lying. He really calls himself the Black Dragon. Inside, he felt a thrill. So this really is Hegel, the legendary chief father always talked about, the tribe that worships the great Black Dragon. He didn't know why Hegel was here. But it was perfect timing. He knelt, clasping his trembling paws in a pitiful display. Lord Hegel, please defeat that wicked Theo and the mastermind behind him. Anyone who impersonates the Black Dragon and commits such vile acts deserves punishment. A few exaggerated pleas were all it took. Hegel stood up immediately. Lead the way. I will judge this myself. Before Israel could even question the situation, Oren realized he had successfully manipulated everything. A sly grin crept over his face. He had Hegel on his side. His revenge plan was ready. But just then, the living room door opened again. Sir Israel. There is a guest at the entrance. Oren didn't need to hear more. He knew exactly who it was. He rushed to his father and whispered, perfect timing. I'll greet them first. Then, lowering his voice even more, he asked, Father, that thing, in the warehouse. You still have it, right? Israel blinked. Confused, then realized what he meant. Wait, you don't mean, he, Oren chuckled, already plotting. That thing was exactly what he needed right now. This was his home turf. After all. Outside, Theo stood at the entrance, calling politely, almost like a debt collector. Orin. Orin, meow. Come out here. He stood there for a while with no response. The silver wolves lifted their heads, staying alert, while Theo wondered, why isn't anyone answering? Not a single cat is coming. Elka, growing impatient, suggested barging in. Theo put his hands on his hips. That would be rude, meow. Formal customs mattered to him. But talking about manners to Orin would make most cats roll laughing. The young lord behaved more like a street thug than a noble. The wolves tried to convince Theo otherwise. But finally the mansion door creaked open. Orin walked out slowly, fully dressed in a fancy new outfit, smirking as if he were royalty. Just the thought of you lowly bastards following me all the way here makes me want to applaud, he sneered. Welcome to my mansion. Theo's ears twitched in disbelief. To be exact, it's your father's mansion, not yours, meow. But Orin scoffed. It'll be mine soon enough. What do you know? Not only was he leaning on his father's status, he was using it to talk down to Theo and the silver wolves. You treated me like a slave, didn't you? He taunted. Here, you won't be giving me orders anymore. He pointed downward at the ground beneath his paws, making it clear. This was his domain, and he had no intention of letting Theo walk in as the boss. But to Theo, Orin was nothing more than a clueless cat who had no idea how tower employment contracts worked. You're still an intern bound by contract, Iona reminded him flatly. Contracts made in the tower have absolute authority. If you don't fulfill them, the punishment is severe. Orin stared blankly. Sighing, Theo opened the contract and read aloud. If you don't come here immediately, the contract will be extended another 30 days, okay? For all his loudness, Orin still feared tower contracts. He was about to panic until he remembered he was standing on his own land. Clearing his throat, he tried to play it cool. Ahem. May I take a look at that contract? Just to double-check what it says. Theo raised a brow. If you want to check it, open your own status window. Who's going to bring the contract to you, meow? Embarrassed, Orin blurted, I just wanted to see if it matches mine in case there's a mistake. He moved casually closer, pretending to act relaxed. It'll only take a moment. Theo, unsuspecting, opened the contract again to show him. That was all Orin needed. Hidden behind his expensive clothes was a small green vial. In one swift motion he uncorked it, grinning wickedly as he splashed it toward Theo. Elka's sharp ears caught the sound of the cork. Boss Theo. The silver wolf lunged forward, but it was too late, Orin had already thrown the liquid. Theo froze in shock. Unable to dodge at such close range. But just before the green fluid struck him, it splattered against a glowing blue barrier that formed around him, sliding harmlessly down. Both of them stared. A protection spell, activated right before impact. Orin hadn't expected that. He had calculated his angle, the distance, everything. Yet the shield blocked him completely. Theo's shock turned into fury. You bastard. You were going to dump that on me? Wind split around Orin's ears as something shot toward him. Elka had already launched himself. Orin barely rolled aside in time, tumbling across the floor until he slammed into the staircase, wailing in pain. I failed, he cried, furious and humiliated. Not far from him, the hamster calmly held up the now empty vial. A contract nullification potion, she said. If you spray it on someone's status window, their contract manifests physically. Then you can cancel it. You had something so valuable, and now it's wasted. Elka's attack had been nothing but a warning. If he had meant to hit Orin, the cat wouldn't be breathing. Orin snapped back, shut up. Theo cut over him instantly. Oh, you're a real menace, Orin. And just so you know, this contract doesn't just extend 30 days. Got it? Cornered and desperate, Orin acted without thinking. He grabbed the little hamster, yanking her into his grasp. Iona looked surprised, but not terrified, even as Orin's claws pressed closer. Everyone, stay still. Orin barked. His voice trembled behind the bravado. If you don't nullify the contract, this little rat dies right here. Theo stared at him, stunned that Orin would actually go this far. Outside the barrier, Elka growled, you do know you'll die instantly the moment you harm Iona, right? Orin wasn't brave, just terrified. Life, hunger, and death scared him more than reason ever guided him. But with his back against a wall, he forced out a crooked grin anyway. Kakik, don't move. You think I won't do it? Why would I pull something like this if I didn't have a backup plan? His claws pressed closer to Iona's face. Lord Hagel. Get out here and crush these idiots. The room tensed. Hagel's name alone made the silver wolves brace themselves. But nothing happened. No footsteps. No door creaking. Not even a breath. Hagel? Oren shouted louder, panic creeping in. Lord Hagel? Come out. Still nothing. Iona, amused, tilted her head. So you were relying on Hagel to fight for you? Shut up. Oren snapped, but then his voice caught. His body wouldn't move. What? Why can't I? Move? He was frozen mid-threat, claws suspended uselessly. Iona calmly slipped out of his grip, landing lightly on the floor. I cast a paralysis spell, she said. You won't be moving anytime soon. She reached for her staff, though she didn't even need it. Did you really think I was weak because I'm small? Her voice sharpened. And her eyes glowed like cold fire. I am Archmage Iona, leader of the Magician Association. And you will pay the price for undermining me. And betraying Theo. Oren couldn't speak, but the terror in his eyes said everything. Only one Archmage existed in the tower, and she was standing right in front of him. Even Theo and the Silver Wolves eased their stance, as if preparing to witness something they might never see again, Iona's real power. A few minutes earlier, before Oren reached for her throat, he had still been desperately shouting toward the house. Lord Hagel. Do something. Attack them. Now. But as each plea went unanswered, his confidence had begun to crumble. What started as a bold command slowly faded into a shaking whisper of Hagel's name. Oren kept shouting, voice cracking with panic. For crying out loud, even my father's in there. Why does this feel like yelling into a haunted house? Lord Hagel. Get out here and deal with these people. His cries echoed through the mansion. Upstairs, Hagel peeked out from a window, stiff with panic. Damn it. The brat doesn't know. He stayed still, silently sweating. Israel, confused by his behavior, approached him. Lord Hagel? My son is calling you. Why won't you respond? Oren's shouts rang out again. Israel glanced out the window, then instantly understood why Hagel was frozen. That's the head of the Magician's Guild, Israel whispered, horrified. My son is doomed. Hagel knew he was already in deep trouble. Oren had only said he needed help dealing with some idiots related to the Black Dragon. He never mentioned Archmage Iona being there. So Hagel stayed hidden, right until the moment Iona paralyzed Oren. Now that the brat had called his name repeatedly, silence was no longer an option. That damn cat. He's made a fool out of me. Iona lifted her staff toward Oren, already aware he'd been calling for backup. Hagel, I know you're in there. Stop hiding and come out. A large red shadow shot out through a side door of the mansion. In the blink of an eye, Hagel stood before them. His intimidating presence filled the yard, yet the moment he appeared, he collapsed to all fours, frozen rigid, not daring to speak. Elka's eyes widened. The Black Wolf clan chief? Why is he here? Theo glanced up at him. You know him? Yes. He's a high-level freelance mercenary. Famous. But what is his connection to Lady Iona? It was clear from the way Iona's tone sharpened that the two were far from strangers. Hagel bowed deeply. I humbly greet you. Lady Iona. The mouse woman's voice softened slightly, though it still carried authority. It has been a while, Hagel. Now explain what exactly is happening here. She pointed toward the black feline frozen mid-twitch. You were attempting to kill me, your employer, because this brat told you to. Weren't you? Both Hagel and Oren panicked at the accusation. And no, certainly not, Hagel sputtered. I didn't even know you were here. He tricked me. His stance made it obvious, the two knew each other, and Hagel stood far below her in rank. Theo and Elka exchanged glances. So Lady Iona is the one who hired Hagel? Is this who she came to meet in Graner Village? No one expected the situation to escalate this far. But anyone familiar with the tower knew the Archmage's reputation. Oren's fate was sealed. Israel burst out of the mansion, desperate. Oh heavens. I never imagined the Archmage would come to a place like this. I'm Oren's father, he said quickly when Iona looked his way. Without another word. He smacked his son on the head in a frantic attempt to soften Iona's anger. You fool. How could you cause such, before he could finish? Iona pointed her staff at him and froze him in place, just like his son. Too noisy. Stay silent until I'm finished, she said sharply. Leaving the rigid father and son behind, she turned back to Hagel. Hagel, I heard about your failure on my way here. The task I assigned you was not completed. He had no excuse left. Yes, we failed to subdue the frogs. The Silver Wolves observed quietly. Theo, as usual, talked first. Ah, the frogs swarming around Lake Zenka? Iona nodded and began explaining. Recently, we detected an abnormality in the tower. A different world force is leaking into the center of Lake Zenka. The Frog Queen's eggs increased massively. Ordinarily, Graner Village's cats could manage the overflow. But this surge threatens to wipe out all aquatic life on the 55th floor. We needed to intervene. Turning to the wolves, she continued, I should have handled it myself. But the magic tower is busy containing the red locust plague on the 67th floor. So I entrusted the task to Hegel. Her glare sharpened. And the results speak for themselves. Hegel lowered his head. We arrived on schedule, but thousands had already hatched. We tried. But underwater combat is, no excuses, Iona snapped. You should have moved faster. Investigated earlier. This was a simple task, enter the underwater cave early and destroy the eggs. That's all. And now the villagers suffer because you failed. She grew louder. Each word striking harder. You're hopeless. Hegel shrank lower with every sentence. Iona didn't let him continue. You should have acted before they hatched. Hegel, she shouted. Then her fury erupted. She shot into the air, a storm of flames swirling into existence around her. A massive fireball grew overhead, drawing in the sky's light until shadows blanketed the village. Excuses are crimes, she roared. All of her sweetness vanished. Her eyes blazed. And a ring of fire hovered above her head. Take your punishment. You and those ungrateful cats. Below, even frozen stiff, Oren and Israel trembled uncontrollably. Tears streaming down their faces. Elka panicked. That kind of magic will hurt all of us. Theo slammed his paws against the barrier around him. It kept him safe. But if Iona unleashed that spell, everything outside it would be ash. Iona! Stop! Can you hear me? She couldn't. Lost in rage, she kept feeding power into the fireball. Its heat scorching the ground. Theo shouted louder, still no response. A faint cracking sound came from the barrier. It was weakening under Iona's magic. There was a chance. Up above, Iona completed the massive fireball. Vanish into the flames. Just as she threw her arm back to hurl it, a figure suddenly stepped on Elka's back and launched upward. It was Theo. He shot through the air, sparks grazing his fur, his eyes locked on Iona. She noticed him only when his face appeared inches from hers. Theo, she breathed. But his strength ran out mid-air, and he began to fall. In a desperate move, he grabbed at her staff. His claws caught the handle, dangling him in place. Iona gripped the staff with both hands to stop it slipping. What are you doing, Theo? She shouted. Theo's entire body swung beneath her like someone clinging to life. I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall, meow. He finally got his other paw onto the staff, clinging tighter. Iona glared down at him. You're a cat. Falling from this height won't hurt you, will it? She wasn't wrong, but Theo was far from reassured. It's not safe, meow. If you fire that spell, everyone down there will get caught in it. Theo yelled, clinging desperately to Iona's staff. When she didn't seem moved, he shouted again in panic. Are you really going to make me face danger alone, meow? Iona finally looked at him, and in that tiny moment of eye contact, her anger softened. No, she said quietly. The fury in her eyes vanished. Then she glanced up at the gigantic swirling fireball she'd created. And added the most absurdly simple reason, because you're the servant of the Black Dragon. Theo froze, shocked speechless by how casually she said it. Before he could even react, Iona snapped her fingers. The massive fireball instantly shrank, then burst apart in midair with a deep boom, exploding backward into harmless sparks. Within moments, the entire catastrophic spell unraveled as if rewinding time itself. The sky cleared. Everyone below gasped in relief and awe. Iona gently floated down and lowered Theo with her. Her expression was bright and cheerful now, as though the terrifying outburst from moments earlier had never happened. Theo, too, was laughing nervously, easing back into his usual swagger. Hegel, meanwhile, stood in complete disbelief. Had that ordinary orange cat really stopped Iona? And made her cancel a spell that could wipe out a village? Elka recovered first and wiped sweat off his forehead. You scared the life out of us, boss Theo. I never knew you'd jump off my head like that. Theo puffed up proudly. If it weren't for you, Elka, I couldn't have reached Iona, meow. Then, wiping his brow, he muttered with relief, phew. I almost missed out on Oren's 1,000 tower coins. Meow. That line made Iona stare wide-eyed. You stopped me. For a few coins? But to Theo, that quest reward had suddenly become the most important thing. No. Meow. I need to get more money from that brat who disobeyed orders. Meow. Israel and Oren, now unfrozen, crying with relief, were too scared to argue. Theo's eyes sparkled with greed as he whispered conspiratorially to Iona, what do you say, meow? Want to join me in looting that bastard's treasure? Perfect punishment. Meow. Iona giggled. Let's go. With a flick of her staff, she dispelled the freezing magic on the father and son, and the looting began. Inside Israel's mansion, everyone gasped. Even Theo and Iona were stunned. Silver wolves lived like nomads, and grander villagers like Theo were used to simple homes. But Israel's estate was grand. Luxurious, filled with glittering display cases and antique treasures collected for generations. Wow, this is perfect for looting, Theo cheered. Elka and the wolves rummaged through treasures while Theo perched on top of Elka's head, directing everything into the spatial bag like a tiny tyrant king. Elka, take all these. We'll sell everything in the merchant village. Meow. Israel could only clutch his head in despair. Money didn't interest Iona, but the shelves of ancient magical books did. How are there this many rare magic texts here? She whispered, enchanted. Israel explained, I have a hobby of collecting ancient books. Please. Take any you want. He expected her to take one or two. Instead, Iona immediately unleashed her magic on the shelves, pulling out dozens of priceless volumes with sparkling eyes. Oh my! This is the compilation of cage birds. And, Lagna Dragon Treatise. And, oh heavens, Fundamentals of Magic, First Edition. Kaya. Theo hopped down beside her, proudly clutching an expensive necklace, only to drop it when Hegel suddenly approached. Lord Theo, Hegel said seriously. Theo nearly jumped out of his fur. Me? What? Why? Dropping to his knees, Hegel lowered his head all the way to the ground. Please. Accept the Black Wolf tribe as your subordinates. Theo yelled so loudly the whole estate could hear, meow. Why? To him, the Black Wolf tribe was still terrifying. Why would they want to work under him? Meanwhile, far above on the 99th floor, the floating island was peaceful. Inside the manager's space, Aileen stretched lazily after a long nap. That felt great, she yawned. I wonder what my beloved Siguan is doing. She summoned her crystal orb, but instead of showing Siguan, it buzzed violently. The orb's blue glow shifted to red, and hundreds of overlapping warnings burst out. You have 1,000 unread alerts. Please review them. Aileen scowled. I ignore the thing for one day and it starts nagging me? Ugh. What's the big deal? She brushed the alerts aside. Aileen, ever the irresponsible dragon, didn't bother reading a single warning. She simply hit delete all, tossing every alert into the trash. I don't have time for this. I need to find out where Siguan is. With the red glow gone, the orb floated between her hands. Show me what I want to see. This time, the orb didn't just display an image, it projected a wide aerial view of Siguan's farm. Rows of crops stretched endlessly across the screen. Thanks to my dragon heart recovering. The projection is much bigger now, she said proudly. But even with the expanded view, the farm was so vast she couldn't spot Siguan anywhere. She checked left, right. Zoomed in and out. Still nothing. The house was empty except for the red-haired bear cub running around outside. Everyone must have been out working. And Quang was practicing martial arts with a stick. Aileen giggled, amused by the cub swinging it around so seriously. But then she paused. Her eyes narrowed. Quang spun the stick faster, handling it with surprising skill. A notification popped up beside her, Quang waving at her. Did you sleep well, Aunt Aileen? Then came Eileen's question, what is that suspicious-looking stick you're holding? Oh, this? Quang lifted it proudly. It's a branch from a mutated tree that absorbed blue moon energy. Aileen nearly choked. A mutated tree that absorbed blue moon energy? That thing actually appeared? She shot off several questions, then suddenly remembered the important bit. How did you defeat it? Quang's eyes sparkled. Oh. We met your father and grandfather through the stone statue you gave us. He waved his paws excitedly. Grandpa appeared in a flash, then whoosh. He flew up. He was so cool, going bam bam, shooting beams and taking down the monsters. Eileen's eyebrows shot up. Through the stone statue? I sleep one night and I'm completely out of the loop. But the confusion quickly melted into joy. Grandpa did that. She grew excited just hearing grandfather's name after so long. Back in Granner Village, Theo froze at Hegel's sudden kneeling plea. The cat stepped back in shock. Thinking Theo hadn't heard him, Hegel repeated loudly, Sir Theo. Please accept the Black Wolf clan as your subordinates. Theo stammered. More panicked than when he first saw the one-eyed wolf. Why so sudden, meow? Elka quietly approached to eavesdrop as Hegel explained slowly, for generations. Our tribe has revered the Black Dragon. If we serve someone connected to the Black Dragon, even the dragon's underling, we gain the greatest honor possible. He pressed his hand over his chest. So please. Sir Lord Theo. Ah. So that was the reason. Theo's fear vanished. His usual smug confidence returned. He crossed his arms, paused dramatically. And then, nope. Hegel jerked upright, stunned. Calling Theo Sir Lord had officially backfired. Theo squinted at him like a picky landlord reviewing a broken appliance. Didn't you fail to complete Iona's task and make her angry, meow? That's incompetence. I don't need useless underlings. Hegel lowered his head further. We have no excuse. But didn't you also take Oren as your underling? He gestured weakly toward Oren, who was still crying in the corner. Oren is different, meow. His family is rich. Elka, deciding this nonsense wasn't his problem, turned to leave with more loot. Theo shouted, is everything taken, meow? Hegel replied, yes, Sir Theo. Good. Take everything to the village and share it with the cats, meow? As Theo began walking away, Hegel called desperately, Sir. Sir Theo. Theo sighed long and dramatically, pretending to be annoyed. I'll stay here a few more days, meow. During that time, find me something I like. If I like it, I'll accept you. Meow. He added mischievously, and that includes all your underlings. Despite his scarred eye, Hegel saw clearly, this was a chance. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Sir Theo. We will not disappoint you. For almost everyone, it was a beautiful day. Except Oren and his father. On the 99th floor under the clear sky. Siguan carefully examined the demon tree seed. Under sunlight, the blue sheen glimmered beautifully. This looks like something that would give me stomachache, he muttered. But the dragon told him to eat it. Still hesitant, he asked Flame for her opinion. She inspected the huge seed and said, I sense dark energy. See? Dark energy. And they want me to swallow this? What if it corrupts my body? He grimaced and asked, can you purify it with the flame of purification? If I do. And we plant it, Flame clenched her fists. A pure ant will be born. I'll try. Siguan placed the seed on a cushion in a basket of green onions. Flame summoned the flame of purification, a roaring wave of white fire. When it faded, a notification appeared. The seed, purified 1%. Nice. Flame. It's working. Flame beamed with pride. There were still 99 more rounds to go, but she was excited. Siguan asked, can you keep the flame going longer? Flame answered. My power will recharge in a few days. Then I can purify again. He patted the apple tree branch affectionately, making Flame giggle. Then, ding. A notification popped up. Not from Aileen, the seed shop had opened. Siguan's eyes sparkled. It only appeared once every 30 days, and he'd been so busy he nearly forgot. He grinned. Ready to browse. Park Siguan's grade, normal. 4 types of seeds will be offered at random. You are allowed to use up to 5 tower coins at your current grade. With no limit on seed types. 4 boxes appeared in front of him, each showing the price and name of the seeds available that month. The first option was 50 black bean seeds for 5 tower coins. The second was 100 radish seeds for 1 tower coin. The third, and most expensive, was 25 pumpkin seeds for 5 tower coins. And the cheapest per quantity was 500 onion seeds, also for 5 tower coins. Even though Siguan had made plenty of tower coins selling his produce, the prices still made him freeze. What? Why is everything so expensive now? He remembered that 100 radish seeds used to cost only 0.1 tower coins. The price had jumped tenfold. One of the gray bunny kids tugged at his sleeve. Peek! It's probably because of what's happening on the 67th floor, Uncle. Huh? Siguan blinked. The battle against the red locusts? What does that have to do with seed prices on the 99th floor? The bunny explained patiently. Back when the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell, the tower's entire food supply collapsed. Since the 99th floor was the biggest food producer, the famine hit every floor hard. People starved, and the memory of that time was still strong. So when news spread about another big battle, the second bunny added, everyone started panic buying food. But that's not the real problem. The real problem was greed. The great landlord on the 55th floor, someone who had profited massively during the last famine. A man who owned countless storages and far too much wealth. He's probably hoarding food again, the bunny muttered. Peek. When everything runs out, he'll sell it for insane prices. Siguan sighed. So the price hike already reached us. His farm kept him self-sufficient, so he hadn't felt the effects until now, when the seed shop practically slapped him with the bill. The only real solution was clear, the battle on the 67th floor had to end. But his green onion blades weren't nearly as effective anymore. He needed a breakthrough. But for now, he had to make a decision. What should I buy? Black beans, too few recipes. Radishes, good, but not versatile on their own. Pumpkins. similar to carrots and sweet potatoes, which he already had. Onions, they worked with almost everything. He tapped the last option. You have purchased 500 onion seeds. 5 tower coins have been deducted. You have earned 50 seed shop points. Current total, 106 seed shop points. Access to seed shop level 2 will unlock in 30 days. A small red pouch tied with ribbon dropped into his hands. Just the simple weight of a new seed pouch was enough to make him grin. Onions help remove fishy smells and add sweetness. They go well with almost any dish, he explained as Flame listened with sparkling eyes. Flame couldn't eat. But she still reacted like a child hearing about candy. It sounds delicious. Before he could plant the new seeds, a message from Aileen popped up. She'd heard from Quang and quickly asked, "Did you really meet my father and grandfather?" "Yes," Siguan replied. "Through the stone statue you gave me." Her next question came fast. "Where's that stone statue now?" "It's outside." After we dealt with the corrupted Ents, the signal cut off. Before he could continue, a deep voice boomed from above the cave. "Park Siguan, are you inside?" He looked up and saw a dragon silhouette, the stone statue again. It sounded exactly like Lord Kaiser. Eileen's message popped up in a panic. "Go up." "Huh. Hurry." Another notification. Then another. And another. Ting, 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 ting. "What now?" he muttered, irritated. "I'm already climbing. There's a limit to how fast I can go." As he neared the cave entrance, the stone dragon's head came into full view, staring down at him. "Park Siguan, quickly." "Coming, Lord Kaiser." Siguan shouted, climbing faster as the notifications continued to hammer his screen. But this time, the messages exploding across Siguan's screen weren't meant for him. Eileen's excitement practically shook the status windows. "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa! I missed you so much." A flood of blue messages filled his vision until he couldn't see the cave wall in front of him. "Aileen! I can't see anything. Move the windows." Blinded, Siguan slipped on the green onion rope and lost his grip. For one terrifying heartbeat, the world froze. Then gravity rushed in. He plummeted, only for a massive claw to suddenly clamp around his ankle, halting him inches before the ground. His body swung helplessly as Kaiser hauled him back up. But the dragon didn't bother turning him upright. He simply held Siguan upside down like luggage. A new notification blinked beside him. The tower manager asks if you're okay. I'm alive," Siguan managed. Kaiser lifted him until they were eye to eye. The stone dragon inspected the notification windows floating chaotically around them. "These windows. Are they Aileen?" he asked. "Yes, Lord Kaiser," Siguan answered, pushing aside overlapping messages one by one, trying to read them through the mess. Most of them were just Aileen yelling at him to climb faster. "Aileen," he groaned, "why did you send all of these to me? Why not directly to your grandfather?" Before she could answer, Kaiser pulled Siguan closer and burst into loud, dramatic tears. "Aileen, my dear granddaughter. Can you see your grandpa? It's been so long. Are you hurt anywhere? It's such a relief to hear your voice again," still dangling head down. Siguan felt like he was being rubbed against a stone file. "Lord Kaiser. You're made of stone. It hurts. I feel like my face is going to get scraped off." The dragon continued his emotional reunion anyway, completely ignoring the protests. His screams echoed through the cave. Far below, Father Rabbit picked up a straw hat lying on the ground. "What's that screaming? And should I return this to the owner?" Mother Rabbit just shrugged. "Probably nothing important." Their golden-furred kids toddled after them, helping with chores. To them, the distant yelling was just another background noise of the 99th floor. Eventually, Lord Anton took control of the stone statue long enough to stop the chaos. Siguan was finally set down, upright this time, and Anton cleared his throat. "Our real bodies aren't here. Aileen can't send messages to us directly." Father Rabbit climbed up the slope and returned Siguan's straw hat. Knowing his habits well, the rabbit placed it firmly on his head, because Siguan would never willingly go without it unless forced. After returning the hat, Dad Rabbit returned to the cave. Anton continued. "Even if Aileen can see us and hear us, she isn't able to speak to us through the system. She can only communicate indirectly, through you or through monsters who receive status messages." Siguan adjusted the brim of his hat and muttered. "This feels unnecessarily complicated. We're busy enough just trying to survive. Who has time to be everyone's messenger every 2 minutes?" Aileen typed rapidly from her end, eager after so long without contact. "So, the tower gate isn't opening because of some internal system issue? I thought it was because I wasn't strong enough." "Well, it's half correct," Anton said. "If your magical power were greater, you'd be able to unlock more administrator functions. With your current strength, some systems are beyond your reach. That's difficult, Aileen admitted. So then what do we do? Siguan asked. Is there another way? Something so the two of you can connect directly without me acting like the middleman? Anton let out a slow sigh. First, we need to assess the tower's condition. We have no choice but to check each issue and solve them one by one. He turned back to the orb. Aileen, have you noticed anything strange happening in the tower? When she didn't reply, Siguan nudged her. Finally she said, how would I know that? Anton pointed at the crystal orb. You can check through the orb. Are there any alarms or signs of abnormal activity? Any unusual colors? Well, there were some colors. Red and blue, Aileen answered casually. But I moved them all to the trash. Both Anton and Siguan froze. Trash? She had thrown the tower's alarms into the trash. Aileen blinked at their horrified expressions. What's with those faces? Anton could only rub the back of his head awkwardly. Well, never mind. Let's just investigate this slowly. It was clear it would take a long time before Aileen's dormant powers fully awakened, and before she could reunite properly with her father and grandfather. Meanwhile, down in the cherry tomato fields, the rabbit family continued working cheerfully. Since Anton couldn't speak to his daughter directly, Siguan had become the unwilling messenger between the dragon and his clueless daughter. While Siguan munched on a mix of cherry tomatoes and corn, Anton was explaining the absolute basics to Aileen. When you switch to administrator mode, make sure to read every green notification. Those are extremely important. Anton even used a claw to draw diagrams on the ground. Siguan listened for a while. If he understood it, surely Aileen could too. Still, he asked to be sure, Aileen, are you getting all of this? She nodded right as Father Rabbit arrived with a glass of what looked like honey tomato juice. It might take a while, the rabbit said gently, handing it to him. Siguan took a sip. Aileen claimed she understood, but she didn't ask a single question. He scratched his head, unsure if she truly absorbed anything. Trying to clarify, Siguan asked Anton, what's the deal with the green alert? Anton explained. Green alert appear when a species of monster in the tower is at serious risk of extinction. Siguan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that even the tower's management needed to monitor the survival of monsters. But it made sense. Anton continued calmly. The tower's balance is more important than anything. Our job is to maintain harmony so most monsters can survive. That made Siguan think of something else. What about people like me? Humans who enter from outside. The red locusts also invaded from outside. Are people like me also managed like intruders? Anton almost laughed but answered seriously. No. Red locusts invaded without permission. They're like viruses that grow on the tower. But humans enter with permission. Only a few ever get in. Most people live their whole lives without knowing what the tower truly looks like. Siguan blinked, remembering he had originally refused entry but somehow ended up here anyway. Anton added. Humans fighting monsters and carrying treasures out of the tower, those are all actions allowed by the tower. So you don't have to worry. Unless humanity disrupts the tower's balance, there's no issue. So far, human power hasn't been nearly enough to impact the tower. Siguan laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Ha, yeah. That's true. He had no mana at all, after all. Even the rabbits mocked him for it. Then a new notification appeared. The tower manager says there is a big problem. Siguan stiffened. What happened? Aileen had finally found a green notification after digging through piles of messages. The last line read simply, danger. Blue carp and Lake Zenka are critically endangered. Her face filled with panic. She had accidentally trashed an urgent extinction alert. Siguan felt a chill. How did things get this bad without her noticing? Anton turned to his daughter, voice firm. Aileen. Do you remember what I just explained? No matter what, only Aileen could address the problem. Anton had no choice but to trust her. Following her father's instructions, Aileen lifted the orb. Crystal orb switched to administrator mode. Immediately, dozens of stable notifications appeared, confirming the switch. Next, she declared. Appoint a middle manager. Holding her hand above the orb, she announced, candidate, Tower Farmer. Park Siguan. The orb spun through letters like a lottery wheel until his name appeared at the end. The appointment was finalized. A notification appeared in front of Siguan. The tower administrator has appointed you as a middle manager to prevent the blue carp and Zenka Lake on the 75th floor from going extinct. You have obtained the mid-level manager stigma. A soft blue light glowed on his left wrist. A tiny black dragon symbol appeared, like a freshly inked tattoo. Anton explained. That mark is proof of your authority as a tower middle manager. Show it anywhere in the tower, and you won't be obstructed. Before Sejun could fully grasp the situation, another notification appeared, teleporting to the 75th floor, Zanka Lake, in 1 minute. I'm leaving immediately. Sejun shouted. He understood the urgency. But shouldn't there at least be training? I've never even left the 99th floor before. How can I suddenly be reassigned? He looked desperately at Anton. What if I have to fight something dangerous? What if that place is a death trap? Anton quickly said, wait, let him bring subordinates. Aileen. Check through administrator mode. Behind the orb's light, Aileen frantically scrolled through an overwhelming list of admin commands. Searching for the option to assign subordinates. Aileen finally located the correct setting. The system did allow a middle manager to bring subordinates. But only if she designated them herself. Her eyes brightened. If she was allowed to pick, then she'd pick the best. In her excitement, she tried to assign every powerful monster on the 99th floor, the rabbits, the minotaurs, even Kwang's terrifying mother. If Sejun was going, she wanted to fully arm him with an elite escort. Reality struck fast. A cold notification appeared, you cannot appoint them. The tower manager's mana is insufficient. Aileen froze. Why didn't it say that earlier? At the same moment, Sejun received a similar window. The tower manager is lacking mana. Teleporting to the 75th floor Zenka Lake in 10 seconds. Cornered. Aileen frantically scrolled through the options again and chose the 2 strongest individuals she could think of, Kwang's mother and the Minotaur King. Surely 2 would be possible. But her mana was even worse than she thought. A red X appeared over both portraits. Still impossible. Meanwhile, Sejun was spiraling into despair. Aileen. There are only 5 seconds left, he yelled, clutching his head. How is he supposed to survive on an unknown floor alone? Panicked. Aileen skimmed through the portraits one last time, then, in a frantic swipe, her claws slipped and tapped 2 completely different pictures by accident, Kwang and Black Rabbit. Somehow, the system accepted them. Both of them were officially registered as subordinates of the middle manager. Down in the green onion fields, Kwang and Black Rabbit, innocently harvesting, suddenly saw a notification float above their heads. Subordinate 1. Subordinate 2. Before they could react, a bright light swallowed Sejun, and then the 2 kids. In a single flash, they were torn away from the 99th floor. Anton could only sigh and look upward. Good luck, kid. First time teleporting between floors. The notification rang. You have arrived at the 75th floor, Zenka Lake. Sejun blinked, only to realize he was falling from the sky. He landed with a painful thud, while Kwang and Black Rabbit, still holding their green onions, dropped down gracefully as if it were nothing. Dad. Are you okay? Kwang cried. Uncle, where are we? Black Rabbit asked. Groaning, Sejun sat up. The pain faded a little when he saw the kids' worried faces. Good thing you 2 came. This is the 75th floor. I've been appointed as a middle manager. We're here to prevent the blue carp from going extinct. Black Rabbit's eyes widened. Piak. You actually left the 99th floor? Kwang, on the other hand, pointed eagerly at Sejun's wrist. Dad, there's a picture on your arm. The fresh middle manager's stigma glowed faintly. Zenka Lake. A new notification appeared, investigate the cause threatening the extinction of the blue carp. Before starting, Sejun pushed aside the leaves and stepped out of the forest, only to be stunned by the scenery. Zenka Lake stretched out like an endless turquoise sea. Sunlight reflected off the water, casting a soft blue glow on everything around them. This place is beautiful, he breathed. The kids were just as overwhelmed. Dad. There's so much water. Payak. It's huge. Realizing this was their first time ever seeing another floor, Sejun felt something warm in his chest. We can start the mission in a bit. How about we play first? Kwang and Black Rabbit instantly dropped their green onions and sprinted toward the water, diving in with excited shouts. Sejun kicked off his shoes and followed. They splashed, laughed, and swam under the warm sun. At one point, Kwang puffed up into his large form, pretending to be a lake monster and sending waves toward the others. Sejun nearly choked on water trying to dodge him. Hours passed like that, floating on the lake, resting on Kwang's huge belly, letting time slow down. But eventually the sun hid behind clouds, signaling the end of their break. Sejun built a fire and dried their clothes. His white t-shirt dried fast and stayed soft. Black Rabbit fluffed his fur proudly, while Kwang sprawled on the ground and whined, Dad, I'm hungry. Sejun rubbed his stomach. Yeah. I didn't bring anything either. We left too fast. Let's look around, maybe there's a village nearby. Black Rabbit, energized again, slung his green onion over his shoulder. Payak. I hope the people here have tasty food. Kwang followed eagerly, and Sejun hummed as they walked through the trees, ready to search for food, and eventually, Clues about the blue carp. Sejun hummed, la la la, his excitement rising with every step. If they found a village, he could register the 75th floor waypoint. Then traveling between the 99th and the 75th floors would be easy. But reality hit him, literally. Bam! He slammed into something invisible. Hard enough that his nose nearly caved in. Clutching his face, he crouched down with tears in his eyes. Ow, ow, ow. There's a wall? Quang and Black Rabbit, walking behind him. Confused, Sejun checked the system. Your range of activity cannot exceed Lake Zenka. Oh, come on, he groaned. A transparent barrier marked the edge of Zenka Lake, blocking him from exploring the rest of the 75th floor. Frustrated, he smacked the barrier, watching ripples spread across its surface. I finally left the 99th floor and you lock me up again? Really? While Sejun despaired, Quang, starving and cranky, punched the barrier repeatedly, shouting, I'm hungry. Someone give me food. Black Rabbit, calm as always, pointed toward the lake. Why don't we try catching fish, Payak? Sejun, unable to vent his anger on the barrier, kicked the nearby bush. Oh, come on. The universe punished him immediately. Arg! My foot. He grabbed his leg and hopped in agony. Black Rabbit pointed. Uncle. Something flew out of the bush. That monster probably hurt you. But Sejun was too busy groaning to care. Quang and Black Rabbit crept forward to investigate. Loyal as ever. Quang bellowed, I'll scold it for hurting Dad. But before he could swing, Sejun snapped his head up. Quang, wait. Too late. Quang had already lifted the monster. It wasn't a monster. It was a pineapple. Quang squinted. What's this thing? The three of them sat by the forest edge with their prize. They cut it open, revealing fragrant yellow flesh. One bite later, all their frustration melted away. The fruit was incredibly sweet, with just the right amount of tartness. Sejun savored the familiar taste, a reminder of the outside world. For the two kids, born on the 99th floor, it was a brand new flavor, and their sparkling eyes said everything. So sweet. Quang shouted. And kinda sour. Black Rabbit nodded. There might be more around here, Payak. We'll look later, Sejun said. As a skilled farmer, he trimmed the pineapple top properly. I'll take this back to the 99th floor. If it roots, we can grow our own. Black Rabbit looked impressed. Quang looked hungry. Dad. I want more. Sejun laughed, until a sound behind him froze the smile off his face. Plip, plop. A large, webbed foot stepped onto a rock. A massive blue frog-like creature, walking upright, stared straight at them. A frog, right? That's a frog? Sejun muttered, not believing it. The creature croaked once. Strangely cute. Then the system chimed, you have found one of the causes of the blue carp's extinction. Middle Manager quest activated. Eliminate all 2,291 frogs in Zenka Lake. Are you kidding me? Sejun yelled. 2,000 what? I can barely handle one. As if in response, dozens more frogs rose from the lake, then dozens more behind them. A whole army. They stomped forward in unison, towering over Sejun's 1.8-meter height. Their presence alone made the ground vibrate. That's why the carp are going extinct, yeah. That makes sense, Sejun muttered in terror. Quang and Black Rabbit quickly prepared their weapons. Even without knowing what these creatures were. The danger was obvious, their instincts screamed it. The frogs opened their mouths, and roared. Their faces twisted. Eyes turned blood red. Teeth lengthened into jagged fangs dripping with slime. Then they all jumped at once, tongues whipping forward like spears, arms reaching out like tentacles. Sejun grabbed his axe. He waited, just a little closer. Fortunately, Quang moved first. With a roar, he transformed into his huge form. His enlarged stick swung once, boom, and smashed a whole wave of frogs from the sky. Black Rabbit leaped, hammer raised, and shattered the tallest frog midair. Quang followed up with another wide swing, clearing the mid-range enemies. They absolutely could not let the frogs reach them. With the upper ranks handled, Sejun sprinted toward the front line to block the closest frogs. These things were no joke. Their tongues whipped at him like springs. Two of them nearly slapped the straw hat off his head. Nope, nope, nope. Sejun ducked, clutching the hat. Who knew what toxic garbage those things carried? He tossed Wuka's axe. It spun through the air, slicing cleanly through the front line before circling back into his hand for another strike. Take this. By the time the axe returned, the low-level frogs were in pieces. Quang and Black Rabbit jumped down beside him, alert, breathing hard, ready for round 2. Humph, Sejun said, pointing at himself. I live on the 99th floor. I'm not scared of a few frogs. The system chimed twice. You have defeated 4 frogs. You have gained 2,000 experience points. Siguan tightened his grip on the axe. Come at me. I'll turn all of you into experience points. With the 2 kids standing behind him, Siguan declared confidently at the advancing frogs. It didn't matter that their kind had already been beaten to death, these frogs clearly hadn't learned anything. They charged forward without hesitation. All right, move out. Black Rabbit, Quang. Siguan waved his hand, giving the order. The 2 kids shouted in response, their voices echoing together. Only 3 beings from the 99th floor were about to face dozens of frogs from Zenka Lake, part of a mission that would eventually require defeating all 2,291 of them. While Siguan was fighting for his life on the 75th floor, Theo, on the same floor, was having a very different kind of experience. The cat was snoring loudly on an enormous, fluffy bed with a thick mattress. The room around him was luxurious from top to bottom, expensive furniture, high-end decorations. A quiet atmosphere that practically encouraged sleep. Theo was out cold. After a deep, satisfying snore, Theo slowly opened his eyes and stretched his limbs. His yawn was so wide it almost brought tears to his eyes. Such a good sleep, meow. It's been so long since I slept on a soft bed like this. Then he mumbled, but still. Siguan's lap is better, meow. He said it half-heartedly. And if he stayed there any longer, he'd probably fall right back asleep. Just then, a gentle knocking came from a large wooden door, softly tapping. As if checking whether Theo might already be awake. Theo glanced at the expensive sofa, then lazily turned toward the door. Without saying a word, the door opened by itself. There stood in turn Oren, now acting surprisingly polite. He looked at Theo with respect and bowed slightly. Boss Theo, are you awake? He asked, arms folded, expression serious. Theo sat up and replied calmly, your bed is pretty good, meow. I'll give you that. Oren nodded immediately. It is my honor. Boss Theo. Hands clasped in front of him like a well-trained servant, Oren continued, Boss Theo, I've prepared your meal. Would you like to eat now? Theo paused. A meal? Already? And not just any meal, it smelled like something only the rich would eat. Inside the room, a large white plate held a beautifully grilled fish. Arranged so elegantly that any cat on earth would be powerless before it. Though Siguan always fed Theo the freshest grilled piranha on the 99th floor. This dish, made by a mansion's professional chef, shined with a whole different level of luxury. The moment Theo saw it, his eyes sparkled. Salmon. And a high-quality grilled salmon at that. At this point, Oren might as well have been a proud restaurant manager. Behind him, 2 cat maids carried utensils respectfully. Before leaving the room, they invited Theo to enjoy the special dish prepared for him. Theo picked up the fork and spoon, politely thanking them. Oren stepped back, satisfied. Ready to wait on him. Please let me know if it's not enough, he said sincerely. This mansion's hospitality was a solid 10 out of 10. Theo took a bite. And immediately grabbed a much larger piece, savoring the buttery texture. Then, surprisingly, he extended a piece toward Oren. Do you want some? Meow. Oren quickly waved his hands, refusing in panic. His overly respectful attitude was almost strange, like whatever happened in front of his house earlier had shocked him so much that he'd undergone a complete personality upgrade. A few moments later, only the salmon bones remained. Theo had cleaned the entire fish, head included. That alone proved how much he adored the dish. Humming a tune, Theo walked down the polished stone hallway, passing ornate wallpaper and lavish decorations. Even though this place was nothing like his old cave or the simple cat village houses, he had adapted instantly. It's been a long time since I ate this much, Meow still picking his teeth. He reached the end of the corridor and stepped into the living room. The moment he entered, he froze. Hegel, leader of the Black Wolf clan, stood with his head bowed low, trembling. In front of him, Iona was standing on top of a table, pointing sharply at his face. What did you just say? She shouted. You haven't even confirmed how many frogs there are right now? Hegel shrank back, voice small. We currently cannot determine which underwater cave the Frog Queen is using. When we find it, we'll report to you immediately. His answer eased Iona's anger only slightly. She lowered her voice but her displeasure was clear. You're not doing anything properly. Hegel just bowed deeper, accepting the scolding. At that moment, Theo stepped forward. Hands clasped behind his back. Iona, don't be angry, meow. Her expression changed instantly. She greeted him warmly, her previous fury evaporating. Theo flicked his eyes toward Hegel. It'd be wise not to expect anything from a talentless underling. Meow. The cat's comment was sharp enough that Hegel immediately straightened in panic. I'll make sure to prove my ability. Iona sighed, adjusting her dress. Her whole body radiating exhaustion. Oh my, Theo tilted his head. Iona, did you not sleep well last night, meow? You look exhausted. Her brows tightened. She waved her hands in frustration. There's no time to sleep. We need to deal with those frogs quickly. But she didn't notice Theo reaching out. He grabbed her under the armpits and lifted her straight up. Theo, what are you doing? The great archmage panicked as Theo suddenly lifted her. No one in the Black Tower would ever dare to touch her without permission. But for Theo, she was light as a feather, and from the look in her eyes, she knew he had done it deliberately. The cat placed Iona gently into the familiar green cloak he always wore, patting her softly. It's okay. Sleep a bit in my hoodie, meow. If something happens, I'll wake you right away, meow. Iona tried to push at Theo's neck in protest. But her hands slipped straight into his unbelievably soft fur. Her argument died instantly. I can't sleep. I have insomnia. Her unfinished words melted into the fluff. Her cheek pressed against Theo's fur on instinct, and the warmth and softness washed away all her stress and panic. She didn't even make it to counting 10. By the count of 3, her eyes were already drooping. Her thoughts drifted like clouds fading in the wind. Her head began to tilt to the side. Barely conscious. She mumbled, all right, just a little. I'll be in your care, Theo smiled, satisfied. Don't worry and sleep well, meow. But Iona didn't hear the end of the sentence. She was already snoring softly in his hoodie, deep, exhausted sleep. Hegel watched from behind, relieved yet bewildered. He opened his mouth as if to suggest putting Iona in a proper bed, but Theo immediately denied him with a shake of the head. No, meow. You go do your job. Patting softly on his paws, Theo walked toward the exit, Iona gently bouncing inside his hoodie. Just before leaving the room, something popped into his mind. Theo stopped, turned around, and called out to Hegel. Yes, the wolf answered. Theo raised his left paw, pointed 2 claws at his own eyes, then pointed directly at Hegel. His expression narrowed into a dramatic glare. I'm watching you, meow. Though clearly meant to be playful. Hegel froze as if struck. Then, realizing Theo was testing him too, he stiffened. We should go to Zenka Lake right now, he barked hurriedly. As the door closed behind him, another figure appeared. Elka, the Silver Wolf clan leader, had been searching for Theo. Upon seeing him, Theo lowered his voice so he wouldn't wake the sleeping hamster. How did it go in the village, meow? Elka reported quietly, we've distributed food and supplies. But, the villagers want to meet you. They're waiting now. Judging by the wolf's expression, he seemed reluctant. He probably should have informed Theo first, but the cat didn't pay attention to that. Me? What's up with that? Are there cats in the village who need something from me? Theo stepped outside Oren's family's grand castle, only for his eyes to widen. Not 1 or 2. Nearly 100 cats from Granner village were gathered outside, completely silent and waiting respectfully. Theo froze. What's going on here? Meow? Elka stayed silent, unable to find the right words. The group of cats slowly stepped forward, paws clasped, eyes sparkling with admiration. It's Theo. It's really Theo, they whispered among themselves, overwhelmed, before one of them gathered the courage to shout, Theo. Please take us under you. We want to learn how to become wandering merchants like you. The crowd surged forward with excitement, and without Elka blocking them, they would have swarmed Theo instantly. After staring in disbelief, Theo finally responded with a single flat word, no. Meow. Then he turned around with an annoyed expression as if nothing happened. Why does everyone keep saying they want to work under me, meow? It's too troublesome. I already have enough subordinates. Elka hesitated, then urged him gently, at least listen to them. To the villagers, you're a hero. Theo blinked. A hero. Meow. Elka explained patiently, rumors have spread. With just 1 tower coin, the rising yellow star of the merchant world climbed to the 99th floor alone. Earned the trust of the great black dragon. That's you, Theo, the golden cat. To the villagers, Theo had become a shining symbol of success. Someone with wealth, status, connections, almost mythical. Theo's eyes widened. What? Really, meow? Elka nodded. Yes. And now with the blue frog crisis. You saved the village from famine and soothed Lord Iona's wrath. That alone is legendary to them. The wolf continued, expanding business will require manpower. Please consider taking them in, for the sake of Lord Siguan, the great black dragon. Theo listened silently. Thanks to Elka, he finally understood the situation outside. Not only was he not angry, he felt touched. Thank you, Elka, meow. You're a very loyal subordinate. I'll consider it. But before Theo could say anything else, a loud commotion burst from the lobby. A gray and white cat in a fresh green dress was struggling with the guards, desperately trying to enter the castle. She shouted as she fought to break free. They didn't know who she was, so they were dragging her back outside. And Theo turned sharply toward the noise. She thrashed around but refused to leave. Seeing Theo standing not far away, she raised her voice confidently so everyone could hear. I know Theo well. Not only did she know him, she even made him pause for a moment when he saw her. Meryl, is that you, meow? Theo asked. Unable to step closer, because anyone would understand the feeling, seeing an ex and suddenly having all the awkward memories rush back. But Meryl didn't wait. She immediately sent 2 guards aside and ran straight toward Theo as fast as she could, throwing herself at him in a dramatic embrace. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, calling his name. I missed you so much, she said, clinging stubbornly. Theo had to use both hands to pry her off. Panicking as he asked what she was doing. Meryl frowned at him, keeping her hands glued to his shoulders as she whined softly, Theo. You came back to Granor Village without even telling me. I'm so disappointed. She continued, confident and dramatic. I knew you'd come back after doing this and that. Achieving all these things just to impress me. Meryl extended a claw and pressed it into Theo's palm, her eyes warm with affection. You like me the most. I'll accept your feelings. Her blue eyes were full of passion, her cheeks flushed with determination. Theo didn't respond, he looked like his mind had completely shut down. Meryl calmly slid her arm inside Theo's hoodie, once again calling softly, Theo? She pushed the green hood so far back it was about to slip off his shoulders, until another, much smaller hand blocked her. Iona popped her head out from inside the hoodie, staring coldly. So, you're Meryl. Before they could even exchange greetings. Meryl let out a long, terrified scream and flung the hamster away. Theo heard the sharp cry next to his ear and panicked, realizing Iona had been knocked off him. While Meryl trembled, shouting, I hate rats so much, Theo and Elka rushed past her. The orange cat hurried to Iona, who had already hit the ground hard. Her face scraped, her eyes shut tight. Theo asked if she was okay, but Iona, calm as always, replied, I'm fine. Theo's concern immediately turned into anger. He rounded on Meryl. Meryl, what do you think you're doing? She curled up, trying to explain pitifully, Theo, why are you mad at Meryl? You startled me. Why are you worrying about that little rat? Hearing that, Theo lost it. His voice rose sharply. You obviously attacked Iona. Go apologize. Right now. Meow. Meryl covered her face, muttering that she was sad and didn't want to be scolded, but Theo wasn't having it. Iona is hurt more than you. Meow. If she were a normal cat, Meryl would have apologized. But she was Meryl, a cat who loved emotional games and was used to others begging for her attention. So her weakness lasted only a moment. Then her expression changed. The muscles in her forehead tightened. Seriously? I can't stand that thick Granor dialect anymore. Her voice shifted completely as she spread her claws. Don't you understand? This Meryl, the beauty of Granor Village, is telling you she's willing to accept you. Elka sensed something was wrong. He stood immediately, claws unfolded, alert. He didn't want to interfere in Theo's romantic mess, but he was ready if something happened. Meryl stepped forward aggressively. Dump that rat and come here. You dumb yellow cat. Theo was speechless. Elka was horrified. Is this how girls in Granor flirt? Even for Granor standards, this was unbelievable. Theo was so shocked his mouth hung open and refused to close. Even he had never witnessed a romantic disaster as twisted as what was unfolding in front of him. He couldn't even bring himself to jump in and stop it. Right then, something familiar appeared in front of Meryl. A purple glow gathered at the top of a staff. The light sharp and dangerous. Its owner, calm and composed, raised it toward Meryl while softly calling her name in warning. I didn't think you could win Theo's favor like that. From under the hood, Iona watched her closely, giving Meryl a brief moment, 2 seconds at most, to calm herself. But Meryl kept advancing, claws out, breath heavy. Instead of getting angry, Iona smiled faintly. Besides, Theo and I are already significant to each other. You know? With that, a purple whirlwind spiraled up the staff and blasted forward toward Meryl. No matter how fierce she tried to look, she couldn't react in time. Iona's magic struck her cleanly, pushing her back with force. White rings of light exploded outward. Theo could only stand there, staring down at the tiny hamster who had just unleashed enough power to level a small house. Then, boom. The purple light shot straight past Meryl, pierced through a corner of the castle wall, and blasted outside, tearing away a smooth chunk of stone. When everyone looked back, there was a giant hole where the wall had been, wide open to the sky. The wind roared through the ruined wall, blowing dust and debris across the room. Naturally, there wasn't a single trace of green dress left. Meryl had vanished completely. Theo, who had been standing behind Iona, had been blown off his feet and lay sprawled on the floor in shock. After a long moment, he finally managed to squeak out, "Meryl." Meryl flew away. Meow. Clan leader Elka had seen archmages fight before, but even he stood there with his mouth hanging wide open, unable to form a single word. The cat and the wolf both looked ready to faint. Meanwhile, Iona quietly closed her eyes and collapsed right at Theo's feet. Her tiny face bumped into his leg. But she didn't even try to get up. Instead, she burrowed into his fur, clinging to him and rubbing her cheek against the softness as if settling into a pillow. "I'm so sleepy, just a little longer, okay," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Knowing her, if he said no, she might cast another spell out of pure instinct. But at this moment, Theo only smiled, soft, warm, gentle. As if all the chaos earlier meant nothing at all. He scooped Iona up with both hands and placed her carefully on his belly so she could rest more comfortably. Patting her lightly, he spoke in a tender voice. "Sleep well, Iona." On the outskirts of the commercial district on the 75th floor, rows of boarding houses were packed tightly together. Merchants on long journeys stayed here, choosing rooms ranging from comfortable and refined to simple and cheap. Among the buildings stood a two-story stone lodging, the attic also converted into a cramped living space. In that dim attic, a green goblin counted a small pile of gold and silver coins poured from a cloth bag. It was Scarum, the infamous swindler. Yet now he was stuck in this shabby attic with barely 5 coins to his name. He clicked his tongue in frustration. How much did I even make this time? Those inspection bureau guys have been way too alert lately, can't trick anyone anymore. If he'd made anything worthwhile, there was no chance he'd still be cramped in this dusty attic. Thinking about past successful scams only made him angrier. He slammed his fist on the door behind him. "Hey! Get serious and bring me something valuable." Whoever was behind the door didn't respond. Not a single sound. Scarum sighed, put on his trademark hat, and got ready to head out on another hunt for gullible victims. Maybe I should check if there's a big fish around today. He didn't get the chance. A deafening explosion blasted through the attic wall. Scarum instinctively ducked, barely avoiding the flying debris. When he looked up, a huge hole had replaced the wall. The small round window had shattered completely, letting in a violent wind. In the center of the attic, something white twitched under a pile of straw. Scarum froze. Slowly, a white figure rose from the straw, trembling with rage. A voice cracked out, furious and shaking. "Theo! And that little rat Iona too. Those insolent bastards." It was Meryl. She had been blasted all the way from the mansion to the 75th floor outskirts by the Archmage's spell. Still shaking with anger, she grabbed a fistful of straw and crushed it. "How dare they humiliate me, Meryl, the most beautiful cat. I won't let this go." Before she could shred all the straw in the attic, Scarum cautiously approached. "Hey! Miss White Cat over there. What did you just say?" Meryl swung her head toward him, glaring. Scarum had already caught Theo's name and was eager to dig deeper. "Could you explain that in detail? I happen to have a very interesting plan." A scheming glint flashed in his red eyes. Even though Meryl wasn't a naive merchant, he couldn't resist the potential opportunity. Meryl frowned at his outstretched hand. "Who are you?" With that one question, she stepped straight into the goblin's trap. Later that afternoon, Hegel, the chieftain of the Black Wolf tribe, arrived near Lake Zenka to receive a count of the frog population. As soon as he arrived, he asked, "Did you confirm the numbers?" "Yes, sir. But the population has dropped drastically since yesterday." Hegel's brows furrowed in confusion. No one has even suggested a plan yet. Why would the numbers suddenly drop? Before the subordinate could answer, another wolf rushed over. "Chieftain Hegel." Seeing how panicked he looked, Hegel asked quickly, "What happened?" "Sir, please come with me. There's something you need to see." Hegel followed him to the far side of Lake Zenka, and froze. Green frogs were scattered everywhere. Dozens sprawled across the ground. Some lay face down, others belly up with their white undersides exposed, a few with their tongues hanging out. Many floated lifelessly on the lake's surface. What? What happened? Are they all dead? Reporting this to Iona without an explanation would be dangerous. Even the subordinate who found them had no idea what caused it, which was why he had dragged Hegel here. Once Hegel had taken in the scene, the subordinate pointed toward the distance. "Chief, look over there." Not far to the north, past a gentle mountain ridge, a pillar of white smoke rose into the sky. Lake Zenka had always been frog territory. No other monsters dared stay nearby. Frogs hated heat and fire, so who was burning something here? Hegel immediately ordered, "We're going to investigate." Half an hour earlier, on the edge of the forest, Siguan and the 2 young wolves lay exhausted after clearing out a mountain of frogs. Piles of frog corpses surrounded them, no one bothering to move them. The ground was torn and cracked from the battle. The air was still. Siguan sat with pineapple stuffed inside his straw hat, slowly chewing in an attempt to regain a bit of energy. Quang and Black Rabbit each held a piece of pineapple. But the spark in their eyes was long gone. Their cheeks were sunken, their faces pale. Siguan chewed his pineapple wearily and asked the system. How many have we taken down now? The answer shocked even him, 1,150 frogs. There were still more than 1,000 left, but they had wiped out nearly half. Exhausted, Siguan leaned against a fallen tree and stared hopelessly at the sky. We've been chasing them all day without a single proper break, or real food. Next to him, Quang whined pitifully. Dad, I'm hungry, this is too hard. At his feet, the young rabbit warrior squeaked weakly, nearly out of strength. The frogs had peaked, they were now too scared to approach and were scattering in all directions, making them impossible to hunt efficiently. Even so, the three of them had nothing to eat except pineapple. Siguan lifted his last piece and offered it to Quang. Want it? But Quang recoiled as if Siguan were holding a ghost. Covering his eyes, the little one burst into tears. No! No more pineapple. I want meat. Siguan's heart softened immediately. Oh, my Quang has grown up. Fruits aren't enough for you anymore, huh? All right. I'll go to the lake and catch some fish for you. He took one step, ding. A system warning appeared. The fish population in Lake Zenka is unstable due to frog activity. If a middle manager consumes fish from the lake, the blue carp will face a greater risk of extinction. Siguan froze. What? So we can't eat anything? Is the entire lake seriously just frogs and blue carp? What are we supposed to eat then? The system, of course, stayed silent. Just then, Quang tugged at his leg. Dad. I have an idea. What is it? Quang pointed at a nearby frog corpse. It took Siguan a moment to process it. And then, the red locusts were edible. So why not the frogs? He grabbed Quang and shook him joyfully. You little genius. Black Rabbit perked up too, staring at the frog meat with growing hope. Siguan dragged one of the frogs to the base of a tree. Using Wuka's axe, he butchered it neatly into bite-sized pieces. Selecting the thighs for their perfect mix of lean meat and fat, he wrapped the pieces carefully in detoxifying green onions, ensuring that any potential toxins would be neutralized, and even if there weren't toxins, the onions would enhance the flavor. Once wrapped, he placed the meat on a sturdy branch and grilled it over a fire. Soon the air filled with the rich aroma of roasting meat. Siguan laid the finished pieces on large leaves and divided them into 3 portions. All right. Let me present, frog and green onion roll. Black Rabbit stared in disbelief. Quang practically danced in excitement. Dad. You're the best. Even the system chimed in, achievement unlocked, frog and green onion roll. Recipe registered. Cooking proficiency increased. Cooking level raised to 4. Special effect added, smooth movement in water. Detoxification onion nullifies the poison present in the frog meat. The dish was now officially recognized as a C+ grade creation. What caught Siguan's eye was the special effect. Smooth movement in water, does that mean we can swim better? This could be perfect for chasing frogs that escape into the lake. Quang snapped at him, annoyed. Dad. Stop thinking, eat. Siguan blinked, embarrassed. Right. Let's eat first. He took a cautious bite, recalling the time he'd chewed through red locust meat like rubber. He braced himself, but the frog meat was nothing like that. It was unexpectedly tender, juicy, and rich. Each bite fell apart easily. A soft sweetness lingered beneath the savory flavor. Even the thighs, usually the toughest part, were delicate and easy to chew. The 2 kids sparkled with delight. This is amazing. It's so good. It looked like this dish had instantly become their new favorite. Siguan found it surprisingly impressive too, soft, moist, with a clean finish. The system chimed again, you have consumed a frog and green onion roll. Effect gained, smooth movement in water for 30 minutes. That was just a test bite, Siguan said. Eyeing the next pieces. 3 more pairs of frog legs were already prepared. He took a well-roasted thigh for himself and handed another to Quang. Now that we've confirmed the flavor, let's start the real meal. Quang, who needed at least 10 frog thighs to feel full, grabbed his portion eagerly. Even the rabbit was nearly finished with his first piece. Just as Siguan brought the next bite to his mouth, a thunderous shout split the air. Stop! A massive black wolf burst out of the trees. Moving with terrifying speed, it slammed Siguan's frog meat clean out of his hand, sending it spinning through the air. Quang clutched his frog leg defensively like a treasure. Siguan stared, stunned. He wasn't used to having food smacked out of his grip. But this wasn't a fight over food. Hagel wasn't here to steal a meal. He was howling in panic. Hagel's warning came too late. The frogs are poisonous. You mustn't eat that. His intention was sincere. But his fierce appearance made him look like an attacker instead of someone trying to help. Before Sejun could explain, Quang instantly transformed into his giant form and slammed into Hagel's stomach with full force. "Stay away from my dad," he roared. Sejun barely jumped out of the way, his heart nearly leaving his body from the shock. Hagel was sent flying, crashing into a tree with a heavy thud. The young red bear, towering and furious, cast a massive shadow over the black wolf chieftain, his temper flaring. Gripping his weapon, Quang growled, "You dared to interrupt him while he was eating. I'll beat you up for that." Hagel staggered to his feet, more startled than wounded, trying to understand why a red bear was here in the first place. But before another clash could occur, Sejun hurried in between them. "Quang, stop. Calm down. Let's talk first." The red bear glanced back at him. Sejun explained the situation immediately. "This black wolf isn't our enemy. He's just trying to warn us about poison." Hagel, watching all this, felt something strange. And then he saw it, the black dragon mark on Sejun's arm. His eyes widened, and he instantly lowered himself to the ground. "My apologies," he said, bowing deeply. "I failed to recognize someone as great as you. I am Hagel, chieftain of the Black Wolf clan. I pay my respects to the great black dragon. Park Sejun." Sejun froze. "Wait, what? Why are you calling me Black Dragon? Do you know me?" Far away, in the luxury mansion, Theo's right ear twitched. The orange cat lifted his head, sensing a faint pull from somewhere. "What's wrong?" Iona asked. "I feel something far away," Theo murmured. "Something that makes me want a bit of jelly." "So you're just hungry," Iona muttered, hopping off him. But she still held out her hand. "Fine. Let's go where this feeling is pulling you." Whether it would lead them to Zenka Lake, neither knew. At Zenka Lake, the surface was still. Ever since Sejun's party had wiped out most of the frogs, not a single one had appeared. Sejun and Quang sat on a rock, watching the quiet water. Finally, small ripples broke the surface, and sluggish-looking frogs rose up. Moments later, the calm shattered. A burst of water exploded upward, and several frog corpses were carried ashore, held firmly in the jaws of the Black Wolf clan. Riding on the chief's head was Black Rabbit. When Sejun saw them, he stood at once. "Welcome back. How's moving through the water?" Black Rabbit hopped down. "Swimming and holding our breath is so much easier now. I even caught frogs hiding between rocks. But even in the deep water, there were no more." Sejun opened the system window. 1,850 out of 2,291 frogs eliminated. Over 500 missing. Where could they be? He wondered aloud. "I believe they're hiding in an underwater cave," Hagel said, shaking off water. "Long before. We tried to locate the Frog Queen's lair, but failed. It's too deep, and we lack the strength to reach it." "Even after eating the frog rolls?" Sejun asked. "Even then," Hagel said. "And we can't be certain there's air inside the cave." While the adults spoke, Quang hugged Black Rabbit, licking the water off him affectionately. The two acted more like siblings with each expedition. Then rustling echoed from the bushes. "Boss Theo, wait. Please slow down." Theo emerged, round and plump as always. "Why are you so slow?" "Something here is pulling me strongly, meow." Sejun blinked. "Theo? You're here?" Quang and Black Rabbit ran to him excitedly. "Big brother Theo." Theo looked up, and upon seeing Sejun, ran to him in pure joy. "Mr. Sejun. It's really you." Iona and the Silver Wolf chieftain appeared behind him, the hamster lounging on his head. Theo jumped straight into Sejun's arms. "I missed you so much." "Meow." The wolves stared in disbelief as the orange cat clung to the human with absolute affection. As the group settled, they discussed their next step. 500 frogs were still unaccounted for. The underwater cave was their only lead. Iona explained that the wolf scouts had searched repeatedly but never found anything. The lake was simply too vast and deep, and her magic was limited underwater. Then she suggested a reckless idea: we could increase the lake's temperature and boil all the water. "No," Sejun said instantly. "That would kill the blue carp and every other creature here." Theo licked his treat stick. "Is destroying things your speciality, Iona?" "It is not," she shrieked. The two immediately devolved into a loud argument while Elka, the Silver Wolf chief, sighed in resignation. That's when the system window popped up. "The number of frogs. It's increasing," Sejun said. "It just went from 2,291 to 2,293. Both Theo and Iona stopped fighting, staring at him in shock. "How can the number go up?" Black Rabbit asked. "Payak? Are more eggs hatching?" No one knew. But whatever the reason was, they were running out of time. If we don't move quickly, we're doomed, Siguan urged. At that moment, Theo raised a paw. Siguan, there's something I haven't had the chance to tell you. Since we haven't met for a while, meow. The orange cat pointed at the lake's blue surface. I've been feeling a pull toward this lake, meow. It's strange, even I don't understand it. It wasn't a cat's usual curiosity. The sensation wasn't playful or faint, it was something deeper. Something neither Theo nor Iona had been able to interpret. So it's not Siguan you were reacting to? Iona asked. Theo shook his head slowly. At first, I thought it was the chairman, meow. But now that I'm here, the pull is coming from the lake. And it's incredibly strong. He tapped his stomach with confidence. I think I know where the cave is. I can feel it in my guts. This is real, meow. Even if it sounded ridiculous, no one had a better lead. The black wolves had searched the lake countless times and found nothing. If Theo sensed something, it was the only clue they had left. Siguan carried the plump cat in his arms while Iona stood atop his head, directing the plan. My magic shield can keep oxygen inside for 15 minutes, Iona said. So the team entering the water will be Siguan, myself, and Theo as the guide. Quang, Black Rabbit, and Elka will join as support. The others will guard the lake. Hegel bowed respectfully. We'll surround the lake and make sure nothing escapes. Please be careful. Just as the group prepared to begin, Theo stiffened. Sweat formed under his fur. Siguan, are we really going into that water, meow? His voice grew tiny. The previous confidence evaporated instantly. Siguan blinked. Well, yes. You're guiding us. No. Theo flailed, kicking his paws wildly. What if I drown? I hate water, meow. I hate it. Siguan tried to calm him. But the cat only trembled harder. Its hind legs curled up, its tail tucked between them. And its paws covered its eyes like a child refusing to look at a nightmare. No one had the heart to drag it in like that. Iona floated down gently. Theo, you have me. Don't you trust me? Theo peeked through one eye. I do, but I'm too scared, meow. Iona smiled warm and sure. Then don't worry. I won't let a single drop of water touch even the tip of your fur. So trust me, and help us. Theo's trembling softened. His ears drooped, but he nodded. All right. I'll try, meow. He climbed onto Siguan's shoulder, trying to look brave. Good. Let's go complete the quest. Quang and Black Rabbit shouted, yes. Let's go. Iona lifted her staff high. Form a sacred barrier to shield us all, magic shield, activate. A bright purple circle formed beneath their feet, expanding into a large sphere. It grew bigger and bigger until even Elka had plenty of room to move. Then Iona lifted the massive sphere into the air. They soared upward, past the treetops, nearly brushing the nearby mountain peaks. Black Rabbit and Quang screamed excitedly, while the wolves below shouted farewells. Take care. This is amazing. Siguan marveled. Now we're going into the water. But just then, Theo leapt onto Siguan's face and latched on like a starfish. I knew it. This is terrifying. I can't do this. Let me off. Meow. Save me, meow. Siguan's voice came out muffled under the cat paws. Theo, wait. The sphere jolted, tilted, spun, then plunged straight down into the lake. A geyser of water exploded upward. The black wolves stared in horror. They'll be fine, right? One asked. I hope so, Hegel replied, completely unsure. Inside the sphere, Theo refused to let go of Siguan's face. Quang and Black Rabbit tried to peel him off, tugging his tail, calling his name, but the cat was locked in pure panic. Iona finally called out cheerfully, Theo, no need to be scared. We're already underwater. Theo slowly lifted his head. His eyes were full of giant tears, yet he finally calmed enough to listen. Once it detached, Siguan could finally breathe. He looked around, and gasped. They were already halfway into the lake. Light filtered through the water in shimmering beams. Schools of fish glided around them, curious but unbothered. Everything was serene, beautiful, and vast. Iona's barrier held perfectly, dry, breathable, and warm. Theo, now recovered, suddenly perked up. Fish, they looked delicious, meow. A cat terrified of water, yet obsessed with fish, now that was Theo. Siguan held him up. All right, guide us. Theo closed his eyes, spread his paw forward, and concentrated. It's ahead, that way. Meow. They followed his guidance. Up, down, deeper, forward. Soon, they passed what looked like a moss-covered stone bridge or an ancient archway, something old and man-made. At the end of the path, the group stared in astonishment. Buildings emerged from the shadows, an underwater village carved into the walls of a submerged valley. An ancient city hidden beneath the lake. Elka remained composed. Theo nearly fell over. I've lived here all my life and never knew about this, meow. Suddenly. Black Rabbit pointed. Pick! Look! A green frog swam past, carrying a blue carp in its mouth, slipping into a rocky crevice without noticing them at all. Siguan and Iona exchanged a glance. That was enough. They had found the cave. Iona aimed her staff toward the direction the frog had vanished. And the water sphere drifted silently after it. They followed the trail until a square opening came into view overhead, sunlight streaming through. Carefully ascending. The sphere surfaced in a smaller, hidden lake. Ahead stretched a stone tunnel. Its far end glimmered faintly in the darkness. Iona dissolved the water shield. And the group stepped onto solid ground. The air here was breathable, separate from Zenka Lake, yet they moved with caution. I feel a really strong pull from that way, meow. Let's hurry, Theo said from Sejuan's shoulder, pointing down the dim passage. They progressed in a tight formation. As they approached the end, the distinct rib-biting of frogs echoed through the tunnel. Outside stood a stone gate, and beyond it, a sight that made everyone freeze. Below lay hundreds of green frogs gathered in a vast cavern, all facing a massive, brilliantly colored frog at the center. Piles of blue carp were stacked before it. Offerings brought in by smaller frogs. Behind the giant frog were rows upon rows of tightly packed eggs. They had found the lair. That's the frog queen, Sejuan murmured. It was far larger than he expected. Theo hopped down for a better look, just as the queen began her meal. With a lazy sweep of her enormous webbed hand, she scooped up carp and swallowed them whole. Her blood-red eyes drooped with satisfaction, until suddenly, she shrieked. The piercing cry sent her underlings scrambling back in fear. Iona observed quietly. So that's what happened. She's trapped down here because of her enormous body. Her minions bring her food, but ever since you all arrived and disrupted them, the offerings have decreased. She's furious. That explained the unrest above ground. The queen cared nothing for her own frogs, only for the lack of carp. Theo leaned close to Sejuan. The pull, it's coming from the queen, meow. Sejuan blinked, startled. Not the cave, her. But as Theo leaned too far, he slipped. Sejuan lunged to grab him, catching his cloak, but stepped onto loose soil and lost his balance as well. Both tumbled toward the cavern below. Elka cried out, but Iona reacted instantly. Her staff flared with violet light, wrapping Sejuan and Theo in a slowing spell. They drifted down safely. Theo trembled with relief. We're alive. Sejuan pushed himself upright, breath unsteady. Even for him, that fall had been close. Only Iona remained unruffled. It could have been worse, she said. And now, they've noticed. 1,000 red eyes snapped toward them. The earlier commotion had exposed their presence. We're caught, meow, Theo whispered, shrinking back. The queen screeched again, an unmistakable command. The frog army surged forward. The Silver Wolf chief and his young warriors leapt into the fray. Sejuan's group followed instantly. Elka felled a frog with a single, clean strike. Quang, now full-grown, swung his staff and toppled several at once. Black Rabbit darted through the chaos, hammer flashing. We pushed through. Payak, the rabbit yelled. A new notification flashed before Sejuan's eyes. Quest update, cause of blue carp annihilation discovered. Eliminate the mutant giant frog queen. 0/1 Sejuan steadied his hat. Resolve hardening. This is it, the final objective. He charged forward with Theo clinging to his shoulder and Iona flying overhead. Quang cleared a path with powerful swings. Sejuan and Black Rabbit cut down the frogs that leapt at them. Elka held the rear, preventing them from being surrounded. Whenever the path clogged, Iona unleashed a brief violet gust that scattered enemies effortlessly, one spell clearing a dozen at once. Amid dust and chaos, Sejuan and Theo reached the queen. No matter how big you are, Sejuan growled, I'll bring you down. He hurled his axe with all his strength. It spun through the air, only to bounce off the queen's hardened belly. The weapon flew upward and embedded in her enormous hand. Unbothered, the queen pushed down the axe as though it were weightless. Sejuan stared, shocked. It didn't even scratch her. Before he could move, she slammed her hand down where he stood. The cavern shook violently, kicking up a cloud of dust. His hat flew off into the air and dropped onto the ground. For a long moment, no one saw Sejuan. Uncle! Sejuan! Elka and Black Rabbit shouted, panic rising. The blow had been powerful enough to crush a boulder. But then, the queen's hand stopped. It trembled violently, unable to press down. Beneath it, thick red fur braced the weight. Quang stood there, teeth clenched, holding back the giant frog's crushing force. Theo dangled from Siguan's arm beside him, wide-eyed. Below them, even Iona paused, impressed. She hadn't even used her magic yet, and Quang had blocked the strike alone. Everything had happened in an instant. Realizing what saved him, Siguan shouted. Voice trembling with relief, Quang. The young bear only gritted his teeth harder and offered a determined, confident smile. Any guy who dared to mess with his dad would pay the price. With a fierce shout, Quang gathered all his strength, twisted his body, and struck the frog queen with a blow powerful enough to feel like a star exploding. The queen, already off balance, toppled backward. She was simply too massive. Once she leaned back, she couldn't stop her own weight. This was their opportunity. Iona called out to Siguan, who immediately understood. He tightened his grip on his dagger and steadied himself, while Theo clung firmly to his shoulder. The orange cat's eyes reflected the same determination as its owner. Its paws gripping Siguan's jacket without hindering him. With a long yell, Siguan charged forward. Above him, Iona pointed her staff downwards. Light spread out sharply. Her face tense with concentration, she had to be precise. The dagger in Siguan's hand glowed with a deep purple enchantment, startling him. His body swayed slightly as if he were holding fire. If Theo hadn't yelled into his ear, Siguan, don't get distracted, meow, he might have lost his focus. The stomach. Meow. Theo said quickly, jabbing a paw toward the swollen pink belly of the frog queen. That was the softest spot. That was their only chance. Regaining his clarity, Siguan gritted his teeth and swept the dagger in a wide arc across the queen's belly. The purple blade sliced from left to right with a loud sizzling sound. The frog queen could only stare, unable to react. Then the light burst outward, blinding, overwhelming, like someone had torn open a bag packed with 1,000,000 glowing bulbs. Siguan was struck by the brightness and couldn't even blink. Even Iona, who was casting the spell, was so startled that she reacted a bit slower than usual. She swung her staff again, casting a shield around Siguan and Theo. Quang, shrinking down instantly, dashed inside in time to avoid the blast. A violent wind exploded through the cavern. Everyone had to turn their heads away. Elka and Black Rabbit were protected by another powerful barrier. The Black Rabbit even laughed, it had never been through a storm this intense. A thunderous explosion echoed, the barriers flickering from the shock yet still holding. The frogs panicked, watching in terror as their queen erupted in a massive blast. Many fainted instantly, their pale green skin fading away as the light engulfed them. When the dust settled, not a single frog remained. Shards of light drifted through the air. The frog eggs below, protected by the terrain, remained intact. Everyone was stunned. How could a single slash cause such a devastating explosion? The tribe leader picked up Siguan's straw hat and hurried over. Are you okay, Siguan? Thankfully, everyone was safe, thanks entirely to Iona's quick intervention. Placing his straw hat back on, Siguan looked forward, and Theo did the same. Where the frog queen once stood was now a strange stone fragment emitting a faint green glow. It had odd symbols carved into it. That's what was pulling me in. Meow, Theo said. Siguan stared at the item, uncertain whether it was dangerous or not. He was about to inspect it when Iona stopped him. Siguan, don't get any closer. A strong energy is still pouring out. It's dangerous. I'll use appraisal magic. Her eyes glowed mint blue as she activated the eyes of truth. She touched her staff to the fragment, letting her magic intermingle with the stone's glow. An information panel finally appeared. A fragment of something unknown. Fragment 9. Grade, unknown. Overflowing with divine energy. Iona frowned. This is the first time I've ever seen an item like this. The divine energy is overflowing, probably why the frog queen mutated. She must have swallowed the whole thing. Siguan finally understood, that explosion was the divine energy bursting outward. If Iona's barrier had been even a second slower, they all would have been erased. At that moment, a notification popped up for Siguan. You have defeated the frog queen. You have reached level 30. New quest, plant a new type of crop that has never been cultivated before. Reward, unlock level 31. 500 tower coins. But something bothered him, the frog queen was only one cause of the blue carp's extinction. There was more to uncover. Iona suggested they leave the cave first. As they turned to go, the strange stone suddenly emitted another burst of green light from its edge. Theo jumped forward, shielding Siguan and telling him to stay back. With Quang, the Black Rabbit, and the tribe leader, he inspected the area. They found a single frog egg glowing faintly. Quang pointed excitedly. One frog egg is shining. Iona explained that when a frog queen dies, one egg becomes the next queen. The wolf tribe leader insisted they destroy all the eggs. But Iona disagreed, normally the frogs weren't dangerous. Their population explosion was likely caused by the divine fragment. Elka raised another concern, even if their numbers dropped, they would still keep eating the remaining carp. Siguan agreed. We need to give them another food source. Are they carnivorous? Iona replied. No, they eat fish that are easy to catch and also search other food sources. He pulled out a pineapple crown he had saved. Let's plant these. He planted the crowns, and Black Rabbit watered them. Notifications popped up. You have planted a pineapple crown. Rooting chance increased, planting level 4. Pest chance decreased. If pineapples took root, the frogs could eat them instead of carp. Outside Zenka Lake, pineapples were everywhere, enough to feed every frog. More notifications appeared. Job quest completed. Level 31 unlocked. 500 tower coins acquired. Theo stared at him in awe. Siguan, are you a genius, meow? After sealing the divine fragment, Iona made sure no energy leaked out. Quang proudly lifted the sealed stone. Dad, look! I'm strong enough to carry it. Siguan praised him and gathered the group to move on. But as soon as they left the lake, chaos greeted them. A crowd of cats from Granor Village had followed Theo all the way here. As soon as they saw him, they knelt. Please take us under you. Theo was shocked. Siguan had never seen so many cats in one place inside the tower. Before Siguan could ask, Theo confronted them. You followed me all the way here. Meow. They bowed deeper. We want to follow Theo to the end of the tower and receive your teachings. A notification appeared. Second part of the quest, prevent the cats of Granor Village from hunting blue carp for 1 year. Theo explained grimly, if they can't fish for a year, they'll starve. So I'll take them all under me. If they become wandering merchants, your quest can be completed. They'll help sell crops too. Siguan agreed at once. But Theo, can you handle 33 wandering cat merchants? Theo puffed out his chest. Of course. Don't you trust me? Meow. Contracts were handed out. The cats eagerly stamped their paw prints one by one. While Siguan checked each contract, Quang sat behind a rock chewing a grilled frog thigh. Watching joyfully. The wolf tribe leader stood quietly, unsure. Until Theo called him. Hagel. The wolf stiffened. Thank you for protecting Siguan, Theo said sincerely. It is my duty to serve the black dragon, Hagel replied. Theo folded his arms. We need help escorting the cats to the 99th floor. If you're interested. Would you like to come with us, meow? I'll take all of the black wolf tribe under me. Hagel's ears shot up. His face went bright red. Really, Sir Theo? Thank you. We will serve you with everything we have. Just like that, Theo gained not only 33 new merchants but an entire wolf tribe. Siguan smiled proudly. Theo had grown into a real leader. And with that, Siguan completed his first middle manager quest. And with the 75th floor in Zenka Lake finally restored to peace, a series of notification panels appeared. You have completed the middle manager quest. Reward, 15,000 experience points and 1,500 tower coins. Then the most important message popped up in front of Siguan, giving him 30 seconds before he would automatically return to the 99th floor. Fortunately, he had already packed everything neatly, 2 large bags tied and ready, just waiting for this final moment. After reading the notifications, he quickly turned to the little ones who were eagerly waiting. The quest is finally over. We're heading back the same way we came. Quang. Time to go home, lift the stone. Tiny as he was, Quang didn't even need to transform. He lifted the large divine fragment wrapped in Iona's barrier above his head effortlessly. I got it, he chirped proudly. Next, Siguan gave instructions to his trusted sales manager. Theo. Register all of them as wandering merchants and head to the 99th floor together. Theo puffed up confidently. Leave it to me, meow. I'll take everyone along and even sell goods on the lower floors too. Everyone, follow me, meow. Behind him, 33 cats raised their paws high in perfect unison, determined and ready to begin their grand journey. Once Siguan finished giving orders, Elka spoke up. We'll make a stop on the 67th floor with Iona to gather more red locusts before returning to the 99th floor. Siguan agreed immediately and bid farewell to Elka and Iona. Black Rabbit, let's go. Only a few seconds left. Black Rabbit was still stuffing pineapples into bundles to take home. Wait, Uncle. There's one more pineapple, but a rustling noise came from the nearby grass. When Black Rabbit turned around, a fluffy white creature approached, speaking gently, Excuse me. I'm here to meet Lord Iona. It was a pure white rabbit, snowy from head to toe, wearing a mage's outfit. One hand held a thick book. The other pushed up a pair of round glasses. A large red ribbon sat behind her head, matching her bright crimson eyes. The moment she looked at Black Rabbit, her words froze. Piu, a blush spread beneath her white fur. Black Rabbit, despite being covered in black fur, showed a vivid red blush that was impossible to miss. He stood frozen, completely stunned by the sight of this ribbon-wearing rabbit. Without knowing when, the two had stepped closer, only an arm's length apart, gazing at one another. Hearts pounding, as if wrapped in a soft, blooming magical field. For them, the moment felt eternal. For everyone else, it was barely a second. Piu-piu. There you are. Iona's voice broke through the air, snapping the two back to reality. And at that exact moment, ding! The system chimed. The countdown hit 0. One by one, everyone was teleported to the 99th floor. Siguan vanished first, disappearing in a blue streak. Theo's cloak fluttered as the gust faded. Next. The dazed black rabbit was swept away, leaving behind his half-packed pineapple bundle. The white rabbit blinked, confused and suddenly alone. Seeing her lost look, Elka explained gently, they've safely returned to the 99th floor. Piu? Teleportation magic? She asked, startled. Iona landed gracefully beside her. Theo took the chance to ask, Iona, who is this rabbit? Meow. This is my disciple, Iona replied, proud and calm. I called her here for some matters. I meant to introduce her to Siguan and Black Rabbit, but our timing was off. Theo was stunned, he had no idea the Archmage even had a disciple. The white rabbit bowed politely. Nice to meet you. I have heard much about you. I am Piu-piu, last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Beautiful, intelligent, graceful, no wonder Black Rabbit froze at first sight. Meanwhile, teleportation magic sent Siguan and his companions back to the 99th floor in perfect condition. Even the divine fragment Quang carried remained protected, though when it landed, it hit the ground with such force that it left a long crack. Siguan, still unaccustomed to teleportation, took a few breaths and looked out over the familiar scenery. We're home, he breathed, a mix of joy and disbelief. We're really back on the 99th floor. Usually he'd take any opportunity to leave this place. But after returning from afar, he found himself surprisingly nostalgic. Before he could enjoy the moment, something slammed into his chest. Uncle! Black Rabbit clung to his shirt like a debt collector, shaking him frantically. Uncle! Who was that rabbit back there? Siguan tried to calm him. I don't know. We only saw each other for a few seconds. And stop shaking me, my pineapples. The pineapples scattered everywhere, but Black Rabbit didn't care. His mind was overflowing with thoughts. Siguan watched him quietly. Then spoke gently, she seemed familiar with Iona. We can ask when they come to the 99th floor later. But judging from Black Rabbit's expression, waiting was absolutely not an option. The kid muttered to himself, remembering, she said her name. Piu-piu, Siguan blinked, realization dawning. Black Rabbit, is he? The little one's face was redder than a chili pepper. Sparks of first love. Finally. Before Siguan could tease him, a voice called, Siguan. A whole rabbit family approached, parents, children, gray rabbits, carrying soup, grilled fish, roasted corn. Behind them floated the queen bees. And even the minotaurs came along. Quang's mother rushed forward and hugged her son tightly. Welcome home. You did so well. Everyone surrounded Siguan at once. We missed you. Moo, the minotaurs said. We prepared so much food, moo. Bees perched on Siguan's shoulders, chirping and buzzing. Golden-furred kids climbed into his lap. His heart warmed. How did you all know I'd be back today? He asked. Rabbit Father answered, Aileen told us. She said that while she can't see other floors directly, she can estimate based on quest progress. Oh. I see. Siguan smiled. Then Aileen herself appeared on the status window, her familiar voice speaking warmly. Welcome back, Siguan. You did a great job on your first middle manager quest. Are you hurt? Wait, did you lose weight? Was it difficult? Her barrage of questions almost knocked him flat. Siguan laughed and grabbed a bowl of soup. The mission wasn't too hard, but 3 days felt longer than I expected. We only ate pineapples the whole time, I thought I was going to die. Pineapples? What's that? She asked. I found them on the 75th floor. You have to peel the husk. I'll prepare some later for you to try. He handed the soup to Rabbit Father while little ones crawled all over him. The older ones had already started the party. Aileen watched eagerly. Siguan realized how much he had missed chatting with her. This is nice, he said softly. I missed you. Aileen. Really? She stuttered. Yes. I was bored not seeing your status window. Aileen, did you miss me? Silence. Siguan thought it was a connection issue. Aileen? Hello? But on her side, Aileen held her crystal orb, face red and heart pounding. Of course I missed you. There's no way I didn't. She tried to send her message, but only 2 words made it through, me too. Siguan blinked in confusion. That's all? But before he could ask, a booming voice shook the floor. Park Siguan. You're back. Kaiser's shout almost made Siguan's heart jump out. Aileen screamed, startled, and accidentally crushed her crystal orb. Smoke drifted out as the images faded away. No. No, no, no. I used too much strength. She stared at the broken pieces in horror. From that moment on, she could no longer send messages, but Siguan, still recovering from Kaiser's shout, didn't even notice. You scared me, Kaiser. Siguan hissed. Kaiser snapped back. You ungrateful brat. You didn't even greet me first. Now raise a toast and start the party. I even made tomato juice for you. The words didn't match his menacing posture at all. You made tomato juice? Siguan asked suspiciously. The baby rabbit peeked inside the wooden bucket Kaiser held. It contained tomatoes, leaves, stems, flowers, roots, basically the entire tomato plant blended into sludge. Siguan's face twitched. What tomato juice is this? Kaiser, how many crops did you steal while I was gone? Kaiser exploded. Steal? How dare you accuse the great black dragon? Siguan pointed at him. Wipe the tomato juice off your mouth first. I didn't steal. I just ate a little while helping harvest. That's still stealing. The rabbit family immediately tattled. Uncle. Uncle. Lord Kaiser tore up the entire tomato field. He pulled up the whole plants. Siguan glared. Kaiser sputtered. Cornered, the dragon finally slammed his fist down. Fine. I ate them. So what? I am the great black dragon Kaiser Fertani. Don't forget your place, Tower Farmer Park Siguan. Right then, Eileen's message appeared. Grandfather. Did you steal and eat Siguan's crops? Perfect timing. Kaiser panicked. Ha. Of course not. I didn't steal, I only ate to eat them. What does that even mean? Aileen scolded. Even I can't eat the crops freely. Do you know how hard it is to grow them? Cornered again, Kaiser trembled. Aileen, now, let me explain, I hate you. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Her voice struck him like lightning. Kaiser froze, devastated. Aileen? Aileen? What do you mean you won't talk to me? But she didn't respond. Helpless, Kaiser turned to Siguan. Park Siguan. Say something to her. I might, Siguan said calmly. If you agree to do me a favor. Kaiser wanted to refuse but couldn't, his granddaughter was watching. Fine. I'll do it. Just say it already. Let's go eat, Siguan smiled. Everyone's already started the feast. They joined the others. The star of the night was the pineapple. Golden, fragrant, mouth-watering. Aileen received half. Kaiser got the other half, barely bigger than half of his claw. He held it delicately. The rest went to the little ones. With one pineapple enough for the rabbit family and Siguan. Siguan looked across the fields. In just 3 days, everything changed. The crops are the same. But the landscape, the gray rabbits had rebuilt the fountain, dug a canal, and restored water to the soil. Meanwhile, Kaiser synchronized Eileen's new crystal orb with the statue frequency, letting her send messages again. From then on, he doted on her nonstop. You're not mad at me anymore. Right, he asked her. She wasn't, but she made him promise one rule, he must ask Siguan's permission before eating any crops. And so peace returned to the 99th floor once more. Kaiser agreed immediately. Anything his precious granddaughter asked of him, he would do without a second thought. Seeing the dragon in such a good mood, Siguan approached and asked, So, did you make up with Aileen? Still embarrassed about scolding Siguan earlier. Kaiser cleared his throat and muttered, Thanks to you. Ahem. So, what's the request? Kaiser asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and eagerness. Can you appraise an item? I found something on the 75th floor. An item, you say? Without even seeing what it was, Kaiser's expression hardened. Siguan led him toward the edge of the fields. Near the forest's border, where a stone wrapped in a protective barrier lay on the ground. I found this inside the Frog Queen's belly in Zenka Lake on the 75th floor. A stone found inside a Frog Queen? Kaiser was intrigued. And who created the barrier around it? Siguan was just as surprised by the question. He thought only a tiny number of tower creatures were capable of high-level magic. Kaiser should have known. It was Iona, the magic tower master. She said it was dangerous because divine power is leaking out of it. That alone was enough for Kaiser to understand the situation fully. Using a claw, he grabbed the stone along with the barrier, examining it closely. This is high-level magic. Even the creatures of the tower would struggle to handle this. Impressive. Step back. Siguan immediately obeyed, giving the dragon space. Kaiser held the barrier gently, as if inspecting the flow of power within it. Then, suddenly, a blinding flash burst out, like watching a needle pierce a water-filled balloon in slow motion. A moment later, Kaiser set the stone down. The barrier had vanished. Divine power continued to drift gently around the stone, illuminating the runes carved into its surface. At that moment, the system recognized the item. Fragment of the Sacred Monument. Ninth fragment of the Sacred Monument. Divine power emanates from it, benefiting the surrounding environment. The more fragments collected, the stronger the divine power becomes. Great, Sejun stared at the description, completely baffled. Divine power that benefits the environment? An S-grade item without any special abilities? What even is this? The explanation doesn't help at all. Kaiser remained calm. You cannot compare this to ordinary items. This is a sacred item. A sacred item? Sejun still didn't grasp it. Like, some kind of altar? Kaiser continued examining the stone, voice grave. This is an artifact of the great creator god. Divine power improving the environment already sounded strange. But hearing that it was connected to the creator god was even more unbelievable. Sejun stared blankly at Kaiser, looking completely lost. The dragon went on. I've been searching for traces of the creator god across dimensions for ages, but I never imagined the answer would be right in front of me all along. Inside this tower. Did I miss something? Why does it feel like something's lacking? The thought nagged at Sejun. He quickly called out, Lord Kaiser. I don't understand at all, could you explain it in a way I can actually follow? Ah, right. Kaiser sighed. As if only now remembering that Sejun was just a short-lived outsider with no grasp of cosmic matters. Fine, fine. Beings like you have short lifespans, so you wouldn't know. Aileen. Pay attention too. This is important. Aileen brightened immediately. Despite her playful personality, she had been studying the tower seriously lately. Kaiser thought for a moment, then began from the start. We dragons were born to serve the creator god. Pride filled his voice from the very first sentence. Following the creator's will, we maintain the peace of the world and the balance of the dimensions. Under his divine power, dragons flourished. That era was so magnificent that even now we call it the creator god era. In a dimension completely separate from the Black Tower. Beneath a sky filled with shifting colors, stood the palace of the creator god. One day, the creator summoned all dragons and asked something none of them expected. If I disappeared, could you maintain the world using my power? The creator god didn't appear in a fearsome form. He looked like a slender man with long hair, wearing only a golden band. His approachable nature meant the dragons never needed to perform rituals in front of him. A blonde dragon responded, puzzled, Creator God. Are you having unnecessary thoughts again? The creator sat upright instantly. I'm asking what if it happens? Another dragon protested. That's impossible. This world belongs to you entirely. A world without you is unimaginable. The one who spoke next was Kaiser Fertani, the black dragon, kneeling with the others. When Kaiser spoke, the dragons knelt more deeply, showing absolute sincerity. The creator laughed. Kaiser, you're as rigid as ever. Kaiser closed his eyes quietly, already used to such remarks. You all have the ability to handle it. Aren't you doing fine even now? But the dragons dismissed his words. He often made unpredictable comments, and they assumed this was one of them. Sometimes he created new beings, like tiny winged creatures curled inside glowing orbs, delighting the young dragons. They adored his creations, and peaceful days continued. To dragons, the creator god was passionate, strict, sometimes whimsical, sometimes terrifying, but always powerful. They had grown used to his divine presence like they were used to the air. But the one thing none of them imagined. The creator god does not lie. The day he truly disappeared arrived. A massive explosion shook the sky. Lightning struck the land where the creator once lived. The ground split, fragments shot into the air. It was the monument of the creator god. Kaiser, alongside his son and countless dragons, witnessed the impossible. Dark energy surged. The entire dimension trembled. What is happening? Could the creator god really have disappeared, leaving us behind? No. I don't believe it. Panic and denial filled the dragons. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Kaiser commanded. Creator God left us monuments for this very moment. We must secure them. If we succeed, but he never finished. A deafening explosion erupted overhead. Every dragon looked up in horror as the colossal monument shattered, fragments crashing like meteorites. No dragon could stop it. The dimension was collapsing. Even Kaiser clung to his trembling son as shockwaves tore the world apart. We can't live up to the creator's expectations. All they could do was watch as the skies turned to fire and the land crumbled. What was the destructive entity that shattered the monument? Where did it come from? What did it want? No one knew. They only sensed the overwhelming darkness behind it, a force bent not only on destroying the monument, but annihilating everything. The dragons fought endlessly to defend what little remained. By the creator god's lingering power, they eventually discovered the tower within the collapsing dimension. They learned they could send remnants of life from dying worlds into it. After the destruction, countless fragile creatures died. The tower became a refuge for the survivors. Kaiser continued, I have searched for traces of the creator god for a very long time. And now, after 3,000 years, wait a second, Siguan suddenly interrupted. Kaiser glared at him, looking ready to smack him. What is it, Park Siguan? I was getting to the important part. Siguan waved his hands frantically. Sorry. It's just. I have a question I can't hold back. Earlier, Kaiser mentioned sending life from destroyed worlds into the tower. Something about that terrified Siguan. What did you mean? Does that include humans? It is exactly as I said, Kaiser replied. This tower was designed for worlds destined for destruction. When calamity comes, the tower selects survivors and allows them entry. So, those who aren't chosen can't enter? Siguan asked, voice shaking. The place I was born, Earth, it appeared one day and that's how we entered. Kaiser's expression softened. Unfortunately, if your kind fails to overcome the trials, your world will be destroyed. Siguan froze. It felt like lightning struck him. His face drained of color. Aileen was equally stunned. She covered her mouth, unable to speak. Siguan managed to force out a trembling voice. No one told us, no one said the tower was, to save survivors from a catastrophe. Meanwhile, on the 75th floor. In the wandering merchant's village, Theo stood in front of 33 cats. After the Zenka Lake incident, the Silver Wolf Clan and Black Wolf Clan members, Theo's subordinates, were gathered and waiting for orders. Since there were so many cats, Theo climbed onto a chair to speak from a higher spot. Has everyone finished registering as wandering merchants, meow? Anyone missing? He called out. A unified response followed. Yes, we've all completed it. Among them were Oren and his 2 former lackeys, though, at this point, the 2 lackeys were far more trusted by Theo than the spoiled rich cat. Good. Jeff. Take the cats and go with Elke and Elka to collect the red locust corpses, Theo instructed. Jeff froze. Me? The high pitch in his voice came not from reluctance but pure disbelief that Boss Theo was entrusting him with such a major task. Am I really allowed to do that? He asked timidly. Theo hopped down, placed both hands on Jeff's shoulders, and stared into his eyes with absolute sincerity. Jeff, I trust you, meow. You've always been hardworking. You never abandoned the village. You took responsibility and cared for the cats, meow. Thanks to you, everyone here could become wandering merchants. The cats all raised their paws enthusiastically in agreement. Jeff's low-tier merchant badge glinted. And surrounded by the approval of the others, and the trust of Boss Theo, emotion hit him in a sudden wave. He dropped to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Boss Theo, I'll serve you for the rest of my life. Theo grinned awkwardly as he scratched Jeff's head. He had subordinates before, but this kind of dramatic loyalty was new even to him. Iona, despite being busy, stayed to watch the whole scene. Standing quietly, she smiled warmly. Truly happy for the little cat. Soon after, only Elko, Hagel, and a few others remained in the merchant village. Under Jeff's lead, the trainee cats, along with Elka and Elke, were collecting red locust corpses. Oddly enough, Theo assigned Jeff other tasks but kept Oren with him. Let's go too, Theo said. And don't forget your bundle, meow. Oren quickly slung the bundle over his shoulder, fully prepared to follow the big boss. You've gotten pretty good at managing your subordinates, Iona remarked. Theo stood proudly with his hands on his hips, chin tilted up. Meow, I'm a growing cat, after all. I'm amazing, right? You would be, Iona replied, if only you didn't say that. Theo's pride deflated instantly. He bared his fangs playfully. Aren't you being too much? Meow. While the big boss and the grand archmage bickered, 2 subordinates whispered. Pew, what exactly is their relationship? I'm not sure. I've never seen Master Iona talk like this with anyone. Their conversation stopped when Theo perked up at Iona's mention of accompanying him to the 38th floor. You'll really go with me, meow? You're not heading to the 99th floor with Pyupiu? And what about the 67th floor? Elka said the red locust are acting strange. Meow. Elka lifted both of them in his palm and placed them atop his head. No matter where they chose to go, the silver wolf would carry them. No need to split up, Iona said. That behavior change is good news. Good news? How? Theo asked. Iona explained patiently that locust species evolve based on their population size. There weren't only red ones, yellow, green, blue, and even purple existed. But when their numbers fell, their color faded and strength weakened. They regressed. As Elka and Hegel walked through the merchant village, all creatures on the roadside stared in awe at the towering wolves. Locusts have infinite gluttony, Iona continued. They must constantly move for food. And that's their weakness. If they can't find new food, they starve, cannibalize one another, and decline until they're gone. So the behavioral change means they've begun regressing? Elko asked. Exactly, Iona answered with a smile. The red locust threat is under control. I won't need to intervene. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, clouds hung low as lizard warriors inspected their blade green onions after yet another locust attack. Red locust corpses lay everywhere, so plentiful that it was impossible to avoid stepping on them. A yellow lizard warrior stomped a carcass and grumbled, I'm sick of these red locust. Sure, they're tasty. But eating the same thing every day is tiring, plus their non-stop attacks. Another lizard ran up urgently. General Tomorrow. It held a locust corpse with a panicked expression. Please look at this. There's a blue patch on its head. Following the gesture, Tomorrow saw the bluish streak. His eyes widened, and excitement surged. At last. Their numbers must have dropped to around 5 billion. They turned green when they hit 3 billion, right? The surrounding warriors gathered, spirits rising at the long-awaited sign of progress. We're close. Just a little more and we can reclaim this land. Their cheering halted when a new voice arrived. A wild boar in elegant clothing, accompanied by followers, approached. The boar smiled politely. General Tomorrow, you've worked hard, he greeted. This was Tarek, leader of the large wandering merchant troop, Cha, acting under orders from Greed. Tomorrow immediately hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Tarek. What brings you to such a dangerous area? Tarek spoke calmly, hands folded behind his back. Many lizard men have sacrificed themselves for the tower. I came to express gratitude. This is a small gift from my master, Lord Greed. He unwrapped a cloth bundle, revealing a shimmering gold bar, one that glowed even under the dim sky. The tower's coin gold guarantee medal? Tomorrow asked. He accepted it but looked bewildered. Tarek explained. You can exchange it at the Merchant Association's bank for 10,000 tower coins anytime. It's essentially a high-value promissory note. Tomorrow was stunned. How could I accept something so valuable? With Lord Greed, you can, Tarek said smoothly. He sees you as a hero who protects the tower from the red locust. He wishes to support you. And will also contribute greatly to rebuilding the 67th floor once this is over. Lord Greed, said that? Tomorrow's eyes lit up. Tarek could see the general falling neatly into his plans. Tomorrow quickly tucked the bar into his chest armor, as if afraid it might disappear. I would like to repay this kindness, he said. What can I do for Lord Greed? Nothing difficult, Tarek replied, smile unwavering. Would you join us for tea in our tent? We'd like to talk. Your warriors are welcome too. Tomorrow agreed immediately. Tarek led him away like an old friend, accompanied by 4 warriors. Hearing that a grand feast had already been prepared, the lizards exclaimed in joy. I'm starving. This is exciting. Finally. Something other than these red locusts, but none of the lizard warriors realized that the 2 brown dogs who had accompanied Tarek earlier were no longer following the group. Instead, the dogs quietly slipped away, smirking as they confirmed the field was completely empty. They opened their backpacks and dumped out piles of fresh meat, fish, and heaps of bright, fresh vegetables. The spatial expansion in their merchant bags let them pour out far more supplies than normal, forming massive mounds at the bottom of a ravine. The 2 dogs grinned wickedly from above, watching food pile up into a literal mountain. Whatever they were planning, it clearly wasn't good. Meanwhile, the passageway village, nestled beneath an ancient forest of towering trees, bustled with life. Cool, fresh air flowed through its streets, and sunlight filtered gently between massive branches overhead. Amid the crowd, instead of the usual monster merchants, a green-skinned man who was obviously trying to remain unnoticed suddenly approached 2 dog merchants, pulling out a shiny brass tube. He held it up so the sun caught its surface. Look at this. It's enchanted with preservation magic, perfect for long-term food storage. Interested? Scarum pitched the item enthusiastically, but to everyone else it looked like nothing more than a plain metal tube. One of the dogs raised an eyebrow. What's so great about this? Just when Scarum seemed about to fail, a soft, sweet voice floated from behind. A fluffy white cat, Meryl, stepped forward and clung to both dogs' arms at once. Brothers, if Meryl can't sell this, Dad Scarum will hit me. Please? Won't you buy it? For me? Her big blue eyes shimmered with tears, her expression heartbreakingly pitiful. The dogs froze, completely thrown off. When Meryl wiped her eyes sadly. The dogs glared at Scarum. So this goblin is your dad? And he hits you? Scarum panicked. She's adopted. I don't hit her. We just play around sometimes. She's a jokester. Meryl's sparkle-eyed, trembling lip act made everyone around feel bad for her. No one cared about the useless item anymore, her cuteness alone was overwhelming. The golden dog glanced at the black dog, blushing slightly. A moment later, they both hurriedly shoved money into her hands. Meryl beamed, waving happily as she thanked them for buying not just 1, but 4 tubes with such enthusiasm. Her bright smile alone made the dogs feel their purchase was worthwhile. As the two walked off, Scarum hissed, "What was that about me being your dad?" Everyone misunderstood. "Oh my, but you sold the item, right? Here's your cut." Meryl's tone instantly changed as she faced the goblin, no trace of sweetness left. "Why is my share only 2 coins?" Scarum muttered. Scarum grimaced. "Each tube costs 5 tower coins. Give me more, I'm the one who sold them. You don't even know how to sell properly. Be grateful I gave you anything." He tossed the 2 coins at her irritably, muttering under his breath. He pocketed his portion while Meryl slipped all her money into her purse. She reminded him sharply, "You promised to help me get revenge. When will that happen if you're stuck selling junk like this?" "Just wait. The time will come," Scarum answered vaguely. But he suddenly went quiet when a familiar figure passed by, a massive silver wolf with a cat riding on its head. Recognizing them instantly, both the goblin and Meryl dove behind crates, panicking. They stayed hidden until Theo and Iona passed, not noticing anything strange, though Theo did pause, feeling like he heard a familiar voice. After the wolves left, Meryl and Scarum peeked out, panting. "That cat isn't fit to become a noble," Scarum grumbled. Meryl, irritated, muttered, "And why is that hamster sticking so close to him? Ugh, unbelievable." Only now did Scarum really look. "Wait, isn't that hamster Iona? The leader of the Magician Association?" Meryl blinked. "What? That little thing is the association leader?" Scarum nodded. As someone who hung around the merchants often, he knew all the big names. After all, Iona was one of the leaders of the 3 major associations that upheld the tower. Meryl, however, was only focused on revenge, and her frustration deepened. And who are those small fries behind him? That's Orin too. And who's that rabbit with the ribbon? The rabbit sitting beside Orin, riding on the black wolf, was buried so deeply in a thick book that she hadn't noticed anything around her. Orin didn't dare interrupt her reading either. Scarum followed Meryl's pointing finger and suddenly hesitated. Then he slowly sat down behind the crates and rummaged through his pocket. "What? What are you looking at?" Meryl asked. He finally pulled out an old sheet of paper written in ancient script. The moment he unfolded it, a sly smile spread across his face. He had been right. It was a confidential wanted notice issued by Greed, an old bounty list. The red ribbon tied around the rabbit's ear was unmistakable. It was the symbol of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's princess. And the image beside it, young Piupiu, matched perfectly. The bounty listed the Red Ribbon Princess with a reward of 10,000 tower coins. Earlier, Theo had heard Iona mention that Piupiu was the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom and was shocked. "I heard the whole royal family was eaten by the locust during the invasion, meow. Why didn't you tell me she survived?" He whispered frantically to Iona while glancing at the 2 small rabbits perched on Hagel's head. "They weren't eaten, Theo," Iona sighed. Her tone turned serious. "The royal family wasn't devoured. They were murdered." Theo nearly jumped in shock. Even Elka, the Silver Wolf chief, stiffened at the revelation. Iona continued explaining. "A few decades ago, during the locust invasion of the 55th floor, the Mercenary Association, the Wandering Merchant Association, and even the major figures from the Magic Tower had gathered in the Red Ribbon Kingdom to protect the rabbits. Just like now. The meeting room back then was filled with key leaders from almost every major organization in the tower. Because of her small size, Iona had to stand on her chair just to get a clear view of the map. Lucius, the Mercenary Association's leader at the time, said, "Tomorrow we divert all our forces here. We must protect the fields." But someone across the table spoke coldly, "Protecting food is important. But once the locusts start multiplying, things will get far worse. According to your plan, the kingdom will be left undefended while the locusts attack." Iona, who had been much younger back then and serving as the vice leader of the Magician Association, spoke slowly. "The queen is inside the kingdom, so there shouldn't be a problem." Pointing outside, the little hamster explained that a barrier was protecting the entire area. At that moment, even the red locust swarm wouldn't be able to pierce through the divine power of the moon. And naturally, it was the Magician Association members who had constructed that barrier. Everyone looked up at the clear blue sky streaked with white lines, proof that the barrier was still solid and active. Its effectiveness was unquestionable. Suddenly, the leader turned toward Iona. I heard you haven't slept at all since the locusts appeared. The goblin leader nodded. You're remarkable, someone added. That's why we can rest safely here. Lucius agreed. All right, let's end today's meeting here and gather again tomorrow. Everyone approved eagerly. With all the major figures of the tower cooperating, dealing with the red locusts didn't seem too difficult. But Iona couldn't have predicted that while everyone was focused on defending the rabbit kingdom, there were others quietly waiting to profit from the chaos, and that a dark scheme was already in motion. After the meeting disbanded, everyone returned to their rooms. The corridors fell silent, sunlight spilling through the windows. The Red Ribbon Kingdom had prepared a warm room for Iona, complete with a tiny wicker basket perfectly sized for a hamster. Exhausted from maintaining the barrier, she fell asleep instantly. Then suddenly, she jolted awake to the sound of frantic footsteps. Dozens of them. Her instincts screamed danger. She leapt out of bed, threw on her cloak, and rushed to the door. Outside, rabbits of all colors were fleeing in panic. She grabbed the nearest white rabbit. What's happening? The barrier collapsed. And the locust, Iona didn't need the rest. She already understood, the locusts had invaded. Her only concern now was the king and queen. The palace was filled with heavy footsteps. She, along with Lucius, several rabbits, and others who had attended the meeting, hurried toward the grand hall. When they pushed the doors open, the sight before them froze everyone in place. Light from the balcony illuminated a boar wearing a cloak, holding the motionless body of a white rabbit. At his feet lay another white rabbit, surrounded by piles of lifeless red locusts. The red curtains fluttered, carrying the metallic scent of blood. Everyone gasped the same name, Grand Merchant Greed. Greed said nothing at first. He simply set down the rabbit's body, placed 2 white cloths over its face, and then spoke solemnly, the king and queen were killed in the locust ambush. By the time we arrived, they had already passed. They left this for me. He held up a rolled document tied with a red ribbon and sealed with the royal emblem. At first, no one recognized it in the backlight. Then they did. A land deed. Lucius and the other leaders rushed forward in shock. Iona backed away, dread twisting in her chest. She already understood, they had been fooled. She sprinted out of the hall, and behind her echoed Greed's nauseating voice, as everyone can see. The king and queen entrusted the little princess and the entire kingdom to me. Though it's a heavy burden, I, Greed, will take full responsibility. A brave black rabbit shouted in protest. Stop lying. There is no way the king and queen would entrust the kingdom to a wild boar merchant. You're not even a rabbit. He only managed to say one sentence before Greed's subordinate slammed his head into the floor with a sickening thud. Even Lucius couldn't stop it. The hall fell into terrified silence. What could a rabbit do against a wild boar? Greed, unfazed, raised his short pid claws. Anyone else? Behind him, 2 massive wild boars stood ready to strike. No one spoke. He then asked, where's the princess now? Greed's dark expression didn't resemble someone entrusted with royal duty. And no one realized Iona had already escaped down the corridor, running as fast as her short legs allowed. She clutched a small pouch where 2 yellow ears peeked out. That was why the little princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom had been on Greed's wanted list since the moment she was young, because Iona had fled with Payu Payu in her arms. The timing of the barrier collapse and the locust invasion was too perfect. Too deliberate. Iona was certain, Greed orchestrated everything. Even now, Payu Payu being alive was proof that Iona had succeeded in saving the princess. But many questions from that day still haunted her. The land deed had been sealed with the royal family's power. Greed must have planned to act as Payu Payu's guardian, waiting for her to grow up so he could manipulate her and use her as a puppet ruler. But now, Payu Payu was a bright, knowledgeable little rabbit who could discuss magic and history with monsters. Completely unlike the future Greed had planned. Later, the locusts ravaged the kingdom left without its monarchs. After the locusts disappeared thanks to the tower managers, Greed used the land deed, which he couldn't even open, to seize control of the 55th floor and act as its landowner. Just retelling the story made Iona clench her tiny fists. He's truly detestable. Theo blinked. I had no idea Greed was this bad, meow. But how is he still the landowner if he can't even open the deed? Meow. Elka answered, he bought influence. Wandering merchants, mercenaries, Greed knows how to get people on his side with money. Iona added. Recently we learned he placed a bounty on finding Payu Payu. Now that she's old enough to inherit, he's desperate. Theo suspected as much and asked. So you wanted to introduce the kid to Siguan for that reason, meow? Iona smiled and nodded. Yes. After we request the Black Dragon's protection, we will rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom, properly, under the true princess. Of course, the new kingdom would operate independently under the real princess's authority. And with her vast knowledge, Iona believed Piupiu was more than capable of ruling it. Meanwhile, far below the upper floors, where monsters were active only during daytime, the second floor of the tower was deep in nighttime. Two new hunters, still in their casual clothes, walked side by side, discussing the fastest ways to level up. I'm telling you the truth, one insisted. Has your entire life been a lie or what? This is top secret info my mom got from the association. But getting experience just by giving people money? That doesn't make any sense. He didn't get to finish. Both of them stopped at the sight of a man in a formal suit standing a short distance ahead. The moment the two approached, he bowed deeply. Welcome, new hunters. I'm Harrison, a level coordinator. Whoa, a level coordinator, the two gasped, practically glowing with excitement. One of them elbowed the other. See? You really are hanging out with the right guy. Harrison smiled pleasantly and beckoned them forward. We've been waiting for you ever since receiving a call from the madam. Please, this way. They followed him eagerly until their eyes nearly popped out at the scene before them. A massive field, stretching toward the horizon. Lit up so brightly it looked like daytime. Welcome, Harrison announced proudly, to Gagel's Experience Point Farm. The hunters stared at the strange yellow, petal-like monsters swaying across the field. They looked like flowers, but moved like animals, and were rooted in place. We get experience points from killing these, one asked. Harrison drew a dagger. A new plant-type monster the company discovered. Our research team has successfully bred them in bulk. Each one gives you 33 experience points. He slashed a nearby monster, which hissed sharply. A notification popped up, plus 33 EXP. There are about 4 monsters per pion of land. How much would you like to invest? Seeing Harrison handle them so easily, the two hunters exchanged a look. Then, without hesitation, they grabbed gasoline cans and began dousing the field. A moment later, flames roared across the land. Dude, we're literally leveling up by burning flowers. This is better than winning the lottery. Laughing like maniacs, they burned through 100 pion in a frenzy, watching their experience bars skyrocket. Far above, on the 38th floor, the usual trading post for Theo's 99th floor goods, a small village had formed. Hunters had pitched tents, chatting loudly. Elka peeked out curiously. So, these are the humans? The ones entering the tower? It was his first time seeing humans. Their appearance was strange to him. While Oren quietly folded his ears back in fear. The black cat whispered that he was absolutely terrified. These creatures looked too different. Theo, however, was ecstatic. More hunters meant more customers. From behind a bush, the orange cat burst out, waving. Hello, meow. Welcome, meow. The hunters immediately lit up. It's Theo. Theo's here. But then, thud, a massive shadow landed right behind him. The Silver Wolf tribe leader appeared abruptly, towering over the crowd. The hunters froze, startled and unarmed. His deep growl made them flinch even harder. Theo blinked, then turned to Elka with a sharp frown. Elka! These humans are our customers, meow. What are you doing scaring them, meow? The mighty wolf stiffened. Confused, embarrassed, and now being scolded by a tiny cat, he lowered his head. Theo clapped once. Don't be scared, meow. He's my subordinate. A very, very cute doggy. Elka stared at Theo in disbelief. Cute doggy, but the cat gave him a meaningful glare. Give them some service. Elka froze. Service. Theo repeated, louder. Service. After a painful internal struggle, the wolf dropped onto his back, tongue out. Belly exposed, like a giant puppy. Gasps, then squeals erupted from the hunters. He's adorable. He's huge. Can I pet him? Theo's merchant instincts kicked in immediately. 1 tower coin per touch, meow. Despite the price, the hunters rushed in. They petted, stroked, and cooed over the enormous wolf. Elka's tail wagged helplessly as tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. My pride, my tribe's honor, but the money, seeing that Oren was being ignored. Theo gestured dramatically. Over here, meow. Let me introduce another adorable staff member. This is Oren, my wandering merchant subordinate, meow. Oren froze like a statue. Theo repeated, Oren. Realizing he'd missed his cue, the black cat straightened up, raised a paw like a lucky cat, and shouted, Nice to meet you, meow. I'm Oren. Meow. The ladies melted instantly. Photos were taken. Pets were given. Theo, of course, noted it down. 1 tower coin per pat, meow. Orin tensed at first. But once they scratched his chin and complimented his cuteness, he broke into a wide, pleased grin. Finally, Theo clapped his little paws together. And now, meow, let's begin today's main event. Our upgraded crop bundles are ready. Let's start the crop auction, meow. The hunters cheered and rushed over to prepare for the auction. Standing beside Theo, Orin placed a huge basket of cherry tomatoes next to another filled with sweet potatoes, the first 2 items up for auction. Today, we'll be auctioning off 5,000 C-grade magic cherry tomatoes and 5,000 C-grade strength sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, along with 10,000 D-grade detoxifying green onions. We'll start with batches of 500 each, meow. Oh! Strength sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, that's a new crop, someone shouted, and excitement spread. But another voice responded. We'll save that one for later. Alright then, let's begin with 500 cherry tomatoes, meow. As Theo's voice rang out, bidding erupted instantly. The price climbed from 500 tower coins to 700, the air heating with competition. Above them, a white rabbit and a hamster hovered in the sky, watching. Iona blinked, surprised. When Theo works, he shines just like his fur color. Pyupia giggled mischievously, hiding behind a thick spellbook. I didn't know you could make that kind of expression. Master. Iona jumped. Pyupiu. Don't tease your master. Her tiny fists clenched as her cheeks turned bright red. Falling quiet, Pyupio hesitated, then spoke in a softer tone. Master, am I allowed to feel emotions like that? She didn't look at Iona, knowing she shouldn't push such a sensitive topic. Since you saved me. All I've ever done is study, train, wait, and keep running toward rebuilding the kingdom and helping the suffering people. Thinking of all those years of struggle. The book in her hands suddenly felt heavier. I know I still have a long way to go. My hope is small. But sometimes my determination wavers and she couldn't finish, but Iona understood. The hamster gently placed her paw over Pyupiu's hand. Pyupiu. You don't have to carry everything alone. Being honest about your feelings isn't shameful. Is the black rabbit on your mind? Pyupiu's cheeks instantly turned red. Her left ear twitching twice like it was nodding for her. She tried to hide it but the sweetness on her face was obvious. What about him? I only saw him for a few seconds, her confused reaction only made it clearer. Iona smirked. Oh my, you're not being honest at all. In that case, I won't talk about the black rabbit anymore. Pyupiu panicked. Wait. What black rabbit? But Iona turned away, teasing, too late. I'm not telling you. Pyupiu's face burned red. Master, that's too much, Iona smiled. Planning to tease her student a little longer, until she noticed a familiar shadow emerging from the bushes. It was the pretty cat, Meryl. Her glossy fur shimmering as she waved sweetly at Iona. She must have been waiting here for the Archmage's attention from the very beginning. Iona's expression hardened. Just seeing that cat made her blood pressure spike. She shot forward, landing in front of Meryl in a flash. Meryl smiled politely. The two had met before. Though Iona's disdain back then didn't allow Meryl to act too warm. So, you're Meryl. What are you doing here? Iona asked coldly. Meryl giggled behind her paw, batting her blue eyes. Oh? You remember my name? I'm honored. But Iona wasn't in the mood. Just looking at her face irritated her. Are you planning to harm Theo again? Iona snapped. Meryl's sweet expression instantly soured. She flicked her paw in disgust. Ha! I'm not interested in that stupid yellow cat anymore. Since I found you, her claws flashed dangerously, though her meaning was unclear. Iona frowned, confused by the contradictory aura. Before she could react, Meryl suddenly reached into her pocket and pulled out a white sphere engraved with symbols. Iona instinctively prepared to counter, but it was too late. A beam of white light burst out, enveloping her. It didn't shock her, it pushed her upward and expanded into a glowing barrier. A white seal appeared as the sphere activated. Iona wasn't injured. But she knew immediately, she was trapped. She reached out to summon magic, but the spell vanished like smoke. No matter how she tried. She couldn't gather even a trace of power. Meryl burst into crazed laughter. Ha ha. You can't use magic inside there. Now you're just an ordinary hamster. Serves you right. Up above, Pyupia panicked and rushed straight toward her master. She flew down so fast that even Iona's warning came too late. The bushes rustled, and Scarum, the deceitful goblin who had been lying in wait, burst out. He blocked Pyupia with ease. In his hand was another white sealing sphere, the same one used on Iona. He mimicked Meryl perfectly, releasing the white light. Pyupia was swallowed by it, tumbling like a falling pebble, her book flying from her grip. She hit the ground. face flushed in pain. Iona screamed her name, but Meryl and Scarum only smirked. By the time Pyupiu staggered up, the two dark figures had already closed in. To them, Pyupiu was no longer Iona's disciple, she was the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, wanted by greed. Ha ha ha. 10,000 tower coins. Ours. Their laughter echoed through the forest. Pyupiu realized with horror, they weren't here for Iona. They had come for her. Carrying the sealed hamster and rabbit over their shoulders, they left carelessly, satisfied with their prize. Just as they disappeared, Zirith stepped out from the bushes. Shocked. What just happened? Why is Lady Iona here? Still confused about whether she should chase them, she heard a familiar voice nearby. Theo returned cheerfully with Orin and Elka. We sold really well today, meow. Today's profits are thanks to the white wolf and the black cat. Elka still had the helpless, bullied look from earlier, while Orin chuckled. I'm seeing you in a new light, Orin. You really do have talent as a merchant, meow. The black cat beamed. No, Theo. It's all thanks to your teaching, meow. As they walked, a strange fox hurried toward them. She called out, Theo. Theo blinked in surprise. Zirith? Long time no see. Did you see the party I brought with me, meow? I told them to wait here but they're gone. Zirith hesitated before answering, I think I just saw your party get kidnapped. Back on the 99th floor, farming continued as usual. But those not farming were anything but calm. Aileen clenched her fists. Grandfather, grandfather. You're a dummy. Why didn't you tell me that? On the screen, Kaiser looked embarrassed. Huh? Didn't I tell you? It was written in chapter 1 of the basic tower history, you dozed off again instead of studying, didn't you? Initially, that was the truth everyone in the tower knew. Those short lifespans had made most forget that history, but he still remembered. Aileen, however, struggled to absorb the explanation. The dragon switched to scolding. I didn't even know about this. Is there any way out of it? At this rate, Siguan's home is going to be wiped out. Even when mentioned. Kaiser looked down at Siguan, who was being comforted by the whole bunny family in Quang, and suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Quang could only see that his father was upset. His small face scrunched up as he asked, Dad, do you have another home besides this one? The black rabbit intervened. Seeing that Kaiser was not in the mood to answer directly, he explained, he's talking about Siguan's hometown. Where Siguan's whole family, grandmother and grandfather, still live. After a moment, Siguan asked again, Lord Kaiser, what do the trials of the calamity mean? They're the disasters like the locust invasion on the 67th floor right now, the black dragon replied. They're minions of destruction. Since they haven't appeared on your planet, Earth, it seems they were trying to get there but found a rift in dimensions and were forced into the tower. In this situation, we can consider it a stroke of luck, somehow, time brought them here. This issue worries the farmer immensely. Humanity had only climbed to the 38th floor so far. Even the powerful monsters on the 67th floor were struggling against the locust. But if the locust appeared on Earth? Siguan's mind flashed with the worst-case scenario, millions of locusts over red quartz, the blue sky entirely covered. They'd be annihilated in days. Seeing Siguan lost in thought, Aileen asked her grandfather, is there any dimension that won against the trials? They've traveled countless dimensions over thousands of years. There must be at least one. Kaiser shook his head. No. Not even one has been found. I've searched in every way. But even we, the dragons, don't know exactly how to overcome the trials. We've barely found a fragment of the creator. Hope flickered and died. Aileen could only sigh helplessly. Oh, suddenly, Siguan interrupted. No. It's not that there's absolutely no way. He stood, optimism radiating from him, surprising the dragon. Is there a way? What way? Kaiser asked. Siguan leaned on his arms confidently. There's a very important difference between the destroyed worlds and this one. Kaiser's face twisted. Aileen couldn't understand either. They all asked the same question, what difference? It's because the tower farmer, Park Siguan, is in this world. He patted his chest, revealing the black dragon symbol on his hand. At their feet, the bunny family in Quang, though not fully understanding, smiled confidently. If the green onions we cultivated defeated the locust on the 67th floor, then this time there might be a new variable, a difference from the current dimension. Siguan pointed at himself, signaling, I am that differing variable. Meanwhile, Theo's group gained a new companion, Zirith. The fox grabbed the tuft of fur on Elka's head tightly while the silver wolf chief darted around like a bird. Theo's voice almost drowned in the wind, but Zirith still caught it. Didn't you know where those two were heading, meow? Theo asked. Zirith replied calmly, I knew. If I didn't, where could Elka have gone? They must have headed to that rotten root inn in the passageway village. That place is one of Tarek's businesses, the wandering merchant under Greed's control. They made contact there yesterday. They're clearly up to something. Theo's eyes narrowed. How do you know all that, huh? Xerath realized she'd probably said too much. Her original intent wasn't to reveal her surveillance. She had been watching the Chow merchant troop, currently fighting the locust on the 67th floor, and noticed they were contacting Scarum, so she followed them. But that part was top secret. She forced a laugh to cover it up, saying nothing more. Yet Theo grew suspicious. Don't tell me you're trying to work under Greed through Scarum, meow. That guy's a devil. Don't hang around those nasty bastards, meow. Xerath was stunned. Why did everything suddenly turn out like this? But Theo's words were possible, so she simply went along. I only just realized now, there's no one like Theo. My savior. With sincerity, she even clapped to convince Theo. He snorted in approval. Xerath breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, both glanced sideways. The Silver Wolf chief had stopped, catching his breath and signaling that they'd reached the passage entrance. Before them lay a patch of deep green forest dotted with pale white boulders, the merchant path on the 38th floor. They were on a high ledge and needed to descend to reach the passage. Theo told Xerath he needed to meet a companion waiting there, a high-ranking mercenary who would be useful. Xerath wanted to know more, but Theo didn't rush to explain. Elka was already descending, and soon they'd meet. Lying asleep on a large rock outside the entrance was the Black Wolf chief, Hegel, looking completely relaxed. He paid no attention to the merchants entering the passage, though they stared at him, wondering why a wolf was sleeping there. Theo jumped down and waved. Oi, Hegel. We're here, meow. The chief immediately stood. You're here. Did you sell a lot of crops? Only then did Hegel notice the familiar cloaked figure next to Theo. As if she were a stranger. The mercenary immediately recognized her. Xerath, expecting Hegel to speak about her identity, broke into a cold sweat, silently hoping Hegel would play along. When Hegel caught on, he quickly adjusted. Ah, yes, that's Xerath, a very close friend of the Wandering Merchant Association leader's son. Ha! Hegel's sycophantic smile looked ridiculous. Xerath, however, remained polite. Hello, Hegel. Both sides exchanged forced smiles until Xerath whispered, I'm on an undercover mission. I see. Hegel was about to ask more, but Theo interrupted, what is it, meow? Do you know each other, meow? Their awkward, embarrassed smiles mirrored each other, silently saying, yes, we know each other at a basic level, nothing serious. Hegel scanned the group and noticed something off. Where are Lord Iona and Pyupiu? Theo spoke quickly. Almost forgot, they've been kidnapped. The shocking news hit Hegel. Don't joke like that. Who could kidnap Lord Iona? Xerath nodded. It's true, Hegel. I witnessed. Theo added, it was Scarum and Meryl, meow. They're heading to the Rotten Root and to meet someone named Tarek, meow. Can we get support from strong individuals at the Free Mercenary Association, meow? Hegel frowned. Tarek? Isn't he the wandering merchant under Greed? This is going to be tough. Elka nodded. Theo, even within the Free Mercenary Association, there are many factions. Most are economic factions, working solely for money. They follow whoever has money. Greed is currently one of the wealthiest in the tower. Just like in the past, most of the mercenaries in the association probably have connections with Greed, the cat said. So what about the magical association? Well, that isn't any better either, Hegel replied. Greed has planted his subordinates in more places than I expected, the Black Wolf continued. Even the magical association is likely compromised. This way won't work, and that way won't do either. Theo groaned, holding his head. Meow. Does that mean there's really no other way, meow? Xerath squinted at the orange cat. As an experienced agent, she had already considered many solutions, it was just a matter of whether to share them or not. Finally, she spoke up. Theo, I have an idea. But can you trust me this one time? She looked completely serious. Given the dire situation, Theo had no choice. The warm sun shone down on the passageway village, its houses peaceful and serene, a stark contrast to the gloomy slum area where dilapidated homes barely saw sunlight. Most residents were poor, drunk, elderly, or unemployed. Yet among those shabby houses stood the Rotten Root Inn, the destination of Scarum and Meryl. Each carried a heavy load as they reached the wooden door, and Scarum knocked 4 times in a broken rhythm. A wooden panel slid aside, revealing a pair of mischievous, beady eyes staring intently. Business, the goblin asked in one word. We got the item and came to see Tarek, Scarum replied immediately. Next to Scarum, a white cat carried a similar load but remained silent. The goblin added, the bug? A clear code between them. Scarum sounded worried as he responded, his tone not matching the question. It likes rotten root. The wooden panel slid back, hiding the goblin's gaze, and the door was pulled inward, leaving Scarum unable to conceal his nervous excitement. "Let's go," Scarum said to Meryl, and the two stepped inside. Around them, many shady characters lingered. Only the goblin at the door, a large green orc, remained still. The others, mercenaries and large men, sat drinking beer, yet kept their eyes fixed on the newcomers. Even when Meryl climbed the stairs, their gaze followed her with unwavering attention. On the second floor, a man in an expensive red cloak waited. "Scarum, is it? You better not disappoint me this time." Sitting on a sofa was an overweight pig holding a cigar. His smile seemed gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable threat. Scarum, not daring to delay, casually let the cloak on his shoulder drop. "Certainly not, Tarek." As instructed, 2 pieces of cloth were revealed, each enclosing a magical containment sphere with Pyupiu and Iona trapped inside. The smiles on Scarum and Meryl said it all, they had just received a hefty reward. Tarek leapt from his chair, moving closer to examine the spheres. "As per your command, the seal captured these 2, Scarum explained. Tarek's attention shifted to Pyupiu, the white rabbit. "Princess Pyupiu, how have you been lately? You've grown into such a beautiful rabbit." Pyupiu had no idea who he was or how he knew her name. Tarek ignored her confusion and turned to Iona, keeping a fake smile while Iona's obvious disdain burned brightly. "And here's the leader of the magical association, Iona." The hamster's cheeks flamed. "Tarek, you disgusting pig." Before she could finish, an external force struck the sphere, forcing it downward. Iona was stomped repeatedly as the pig vented his rage. "I've been lenient, yet you can't even read the room? You're nothing but a harmless hamster who can't use magic anymore." Luckily, the sphere held, allowing Iona to endure the onslaught. Tarek finally stopped, taking the cloth his servant brought over, slightly easing his temper. Scarum and Meryl stepped back, only following because fear of the pig's wrath left them no choice. "When you said you saw the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, I thought you were lying. Yet you completed the mission perfectly. Lord Greed will be pleased." Scarum flashed a flattering smile. "In that case, could you introduce me to Greed?" Tarek replied with a fake smile, "I'll think about that. Give them 10,000 tower coins." His underlings quickly prepared the money, sending Scarum and Meryl on their way. The mercenary dog shoved them out, while Scarum still lingered, hoping for a chance to meet Greed. Meryl didn't care, the glittering gold coins in her hands were enough. Only the Tarek group remained. The pig glanced at Iona's scratched body as if nothing had happened. "Where were we?" "Oh, Iona, thinking of the deals you ruined makes me want to crush you, but not now. Princess Pyupiu, I am Tarek of the Chow Wandering Merchants Troupe. Lord Greed has searched for you for decades. Now, you should stop wandering and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom." "No," Pyupiu snapped. She didn't even know who this fat pig was, but his treatment of her master and his false sweetness revealed all she needed. "Greed isn't my patron. I won't have my parents' mortal enemy as my patron." Tarek merely mocked Iona. "Seeing Princess Pyupiu think that way, the magician must have brainwashed you deeply. That incident back then was just a stroke of bad luck, wasn't it? Lord Greed is virtuous, managing the kingdom and protecting the people. He prevents tragedies like the one on the 55th floor from recurring on the 67th. Iona laughed loudly. "Ha! You really thought no one would know that bastard was using his power to control the 67th floor? Things won't go as you planned, the locust numbers are decreasing." Tarek's laughter rang out. "You think we're just sitting back, waiting to fall into ruin? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a mercenary dog entered. The locust's color has switched back to red. Tarek's sly smile returned. "No need to hide anymore. We're feeding the locusts. The red ones will evolve into purple. This place will fall under Lord Greed's rule once the food runs out. Princess, you should marry Greed and hand over control of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Even as an innocent rabbit, you'd want to save your people, right?" Pyupiu stubbornly refused to reply. Tarek turned to the Grand Mage. "First, Iona, it seems I have no choice but to eliminate you. Then the magical association will be ours. You're extremely dangerous to Lord Greed's plans." 2 mercenary eyes fixed on Iona. Once she had magic, none would dare approach. Now, powerless, even the mercenary dogs loomed above, grinning cunningly. One scooped up Iona's sphere, bringing it toward his gaping teeth. Before he could bite, the wall beside him exploded. A leg smashed into his face, knocking him sideways. Theo had arrived, kicking the mercenary dog right in front of Tarek. "Don't you dare mess with my precious magician, meow," Theo shouted. Iona looked up from the sphere, delight flooding her face. She had never longed to see the orange cat more than now. Theo lay back, spreading his arms and legs to catch the sphere. The moment their hands met felt like an entire movie, even though it lasted mere seconds. The dog had been sent crashing into the opposite wall, leaving Tarek and the remaining mercenaries gaping in shock. An orange cat had just kicked a dog and smashed a wall, yet Theo looked perfectly fine. Tarek's shouts went ignored. The cat was busy freeing Iona and Pyupiu, constantly asking the two how to unlock the spheres. Oi, do you know who I am? I'm Tarek, leader of the Chow Wandering Merchants Troop under Greed. How dare you touch what belongs to me, the future great wandering merchant? I'll make sure you can't set foot in the wandering merchant industry. Hey, are you listening to me, you lowly yellow cat? Tarek's voice boomed, forcing Theo to turn and glare at the fat pig. Shut your mouth. I'm holding back my urge to kill you, meow. Knowing this would not end easily, Theo stood tall. You want to know who I am, meow? Fine. Listen carefully, pig. Pointing at himself with a short, confident thumb, Theo declared, I am Theo, the orange cat, a wandering middle-class merchant. A gust of wind blew, fluttering his cloak, adding a perfect touch of charisma. His voice echoed through the room, I am a middle-class wandering merchant who will become a great merchant. And also me, Theo, the golden cat, meow. Tarek froze, eyes wide like a warthog caught off guard. 3 seconds passed before he pressed his lips together, then burst into laughter. He tilted his head back as if the ceiling itself were the funniest thing he had ever seen, his belly quivering with the force of his guffaw. When he finally calmed, he shook his head and sneered. Whether you call yourself golden or yellow, you're still just a yellow cat. Stepping back, Tarek commanded a brown mercenary dog beside him, teach this brat a lesson. The dog advanced, low chuckle escaping, kee. Its tongue licked out, revealing razor-sharp fangs. I shall tear you apart piece by piece, ha, tremble in fear. Theo merely narrowed his eyes, smirking. I am not scared, meow. The dog froze, thinking it misheard. Theo repeated, eyes widening, my subordinates are far more terrifying than you, meow. Before the brown dog could locate them, 2 shaggy wolves leapt down, Elka just behind Hegel. Calm and collected, Hegel's battle-hardened presence contrasted starkly with Elka's fierce grace. In a blink, Hegel's jaws clamped onto the dog's neck, slamming him to the ground. Elka moved to guard Theo, watching the chaos unfold like a Hollywood action scene. Hegel bit precisely, releasing swiftly to leave a deep gash. The dog lay motionless. Tarek's smile vanished. What? How is there a black wolf here? And you? Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe? You've been enjoying Lord Greed's kindness all this time, what are you doing here? Rage flared at the mention of greed, but Elka remained eerily composed. Shut your mouth. Elka, the one who once ate scraps from that disgusting wild boar, is dead. I am now Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe, protector of Theo, the golden cat who will become a great wandering merchant. Hegel stepped forward, massive scar across his face, introducing himself, I am Hegel of the Black Wolf tribe. Theo crossed his arms, staring at Tarek. Hegel's tone became icy, if you touch even a strand of Theo's fur, we won't let it slide. Tarek hesitated. Physically, he was nothing more than a fat boar. Anger and confusion churned. Why would wolves serve a mere cat? You think you can oppose me without consequences? I could make sure you never leave this place alive. Elka's eyes narrowed, voice low and deadly. I shall tear apart that oily mouth of yours so you stop spouting nonsense. Tarek realized instantly, these weren't threats, these were promises. A cold breeze drifted through the hole in the wall, snapping him back to reality. His guards were gone. He had no combat abilities. Only his mouth remained. With forced arrogance, he said, I should thank you for blowing off the roof. You see, this slum is my territory. Marksman fire. But silence answered him. The wind whispered through the hole, the empty streets confirming his isolation. 10 pairs of eyes stared at Tarek, waiting for his next move. A figure in blue appeared behind the wolves. It's no use. This area is our territory. Your subordinates have been captured by our association's inspection bureau before they could act. Zirith, the fox in a police uniform, stepped forward. Tarek's face turned pale. I am Zirith, agent of the inspection bureau. You are hereby placed under arrest for kidnapping, unlawful confinement, intimidation, and more than 8 other criminal charges. Tarek stammered. What? How? Where's your proof? I'm a kind merchant, those guys barged in and caused the ruckus. How do you plan to capture me? There is proof. A calm voice echoed. It was Iona, freed from the sphere, holding a ring adorned with a peculiar red gem. This is the evidence. A gruff voice emanated from the ring, no need to hide. The truth will be revealed. The locust will multiply again if fed. Tarek's face broke into cold sweat, he heard his own words replayed. Everything will turn into a wasteland, this place will fall under Lord Greed's rule. Princess, marry Greed, hand over control. Tarek shouted loudly, that's a lie. Iona interrupted, voice firm. Magic doesn't lie. You may doubt me, but I cannot use magic outside the sphere. Yet this artifact preserves memories, storing everything inside. The seal cannot stop it. Her tiny finger pointed at Tarek like a hammer striking his face. Just surrender quietly. You will face the association's court, along with greed. Tarek was speechless, teeth grinding. Agents swiftly restrained and hauled away his guards. When they touched him, he roared. No! This can't be. We invested so much. Lord Greed won't forgive. His protests faded as the agents dragged him away. Theo turned to Zirith, who bowed respectfully. Thank you, Theo. You bought us time to locate all the marksmen. Oh, it was nothing, meow. Theo tilted his head, curious. I must say, I'm surprised to learn you're a secret agent of the Inspection Bureau, Zirith. She laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry. I had no plan to deceive you. Theo smiled, clapping her shoulder. Let's get along well, meow. Swing by the 99th floor sometime, I'll introduce you to Chairman Park, meow. As Theo moved toward Iona and Pyupiu, ready to leave, Zirith didn't stop them. But one thought lingered, Chairman Park, what kind of person is that? Theo noticed Iona's scratches from Tarek's stomping. When he asked if she was okay, she simply smiled, saying she only needed rest and would recover. Theo didn't press, he only remembered that she had borrowed a ring from him at Oren's mansion. A foresight she likely knew she'd need. Hagel's voice broke through his thoughts, astonished. Unbelievable. Magic even Lord Iona can't handle? No one could have predicted the events of that day. But one thing was certain, the artifact that created the magic blocking sphere was no ordinary item any tower monster could wield. I can feel the energy of a dragon from it. Oren, startled, asked, a dragon? You mean the black dragon's energy? Iona denied it immediately. No, no, no. It feels completely different from the black dragons. I'll have to take this to the 99th floor first. She continued, now that we know greed is targeting Pyupiu, we need absolute protection from the black dragon. Elka said that the necessity of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's revival had become even clearer. Hegel agreed and said, it is time for us, the wolf tribes, to join forces and help. Then a guard dog spoke up. Lord Iona, we've captured 2 suspicious people. Another bulldog dragged Scarum and Meryl forward as they struggled. I told you, I don't know Tarek at all. Meryl shouted. Yes, we were just loitering around, the other added. Both of them froze when they saw Theo standing in front of them, wearing a blank expression full of disgust. Seeing their faces, Theo smirked. You both are coming with us to the 99th floor, meow. Meanwhile, unlike the chaos in Passage Village, things were peaceful on the 99th floor. Aileen was eating honey jelly with a happy face, grinning brightly. Kia, it's so tasty. The honey jelly made from peanut flowers had a slightly nutty and savory flavor, unlike the cherry tomato honey jelly. Siguan felt relieved hearing that she liked it. He added, it's almost time to harvest the nuts too. You can boil them, fry them, and do all sorts of things with them. Aileen said with concern, your cat friend is in danger. Aren't you worried? Is it okay to eat so leisurely? Siguan replied calmly, I have to focus on what I need to do right now. Worrying won't solve anything. He added, and I have a plan too. Aileen replied, tell me. I'll help as much as I can. Siguan thanked her. Let's wait until Theo arrives. Let's not rush. Do you want more honey jelly? Then a new system notification popped up. Tenant farmers have created 100 pion of cherry tomato field. You have obtained 200 EXP. The size of the farm has reached over 30,000 pion. You have developed from a landowner to a wealthy landowner. Siguan exclaimed, wow, it's already over 30,000 pion. The fields have gotten vast. My talent also leveled up. Another panel appeared. Talent, wealthy landowner. An acquired talent only a farmer with over 30,000 pion of farmland can possess. You can designate up to 100 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use the landowner's job skills. When tenant farmers use the landowner's skills, the landowner receives a 3% reward. You can designate up to 5 guards to protect your farm. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the owner, you can receive 50% EXP from enemies defeated by the guards as a reward. Siguan was shocked. I can select guards for the farm and get 50% EXP too. It's not like I'm stealing EXP, so letting guards handle fights would be convenient as well. He quickly called Quang and the Black Rabbit. Then he selected them as guards. Both of them looked confused as they stared at the panel above their heads. What is this? They asked. Siguan replied, Quang, you'll officially become a guard that protects this farm. Quang was excited. It sounds cool. I'll do it. The Black Rabbit was not impressed. I have to become a guard on top of being a tenant farmer? Then another rabbit shouted to Siguan, Uncle, Flame is calling for you. Siguan and the kids went into the cave to meet Flame. Siguan asked, Flame, you called for me? Master, she replied cheerfully. The final purification is complete. Unlike before, the seed now looked peach-colored, and a system notification appeared. Purified Ent's enhanced seed. The seed of a corrupted ent that absorbed the energy of the blue moon has been purified. The seed has been enhanced by the energy of the blue moon, the corrupted energy has been purified, so resistance to corruption has increased. Upon consumption, all stats permanently increase by 15. If left on the ground, the seed will germinate and grow into a powerful end of purification. Shelf life, 100 years. Grade, A+. Siguan took it and examined it. It looks fine now. Quang said, the color looks so pretty. Flame asked in a concerned tone, Master, are you going to eat it? Siguan said doubtfully, I do covet the stats, but I'm not sure about the eating part. Flame, with her fingers crossed, said that the child wasn't a bad one. It used to be kind but was contaminated. Siguan smiled slightly, understanding her worries. Don't worry, I am a tower farmer. I should naturally plant the seed, right? Then he planted the seed nearby, and the system chimed. You have sowed the purified Ent's enhanced seed. Proficiency of sowing, level 4, has increased significantly. Due to the effect of proficiency increase, level 1, the proficiency of harvest, level 4, increased by 5%. The proficiency of sowing, level 4, has been fulfilled and leveled up. The power of the purified Ent's enhanced seed began activating and rapidly growing. Siguan and the kids watched with anticipation as the soil glowed. Then Aileen asked, wait, what if it grows into an extremely big tree? Siguan was shocked. What? Then he thought she might be right and started digging, but 2 leaves were already sprouting from the ground. Siguan was shocked. It's growing already. Quang bulged bigger as the sprouts struggled to come out of the soil. The black rabbit's eyes widened at the sight. Then it came out, what looked like a green chicken chick with branch-like horns. This thing is a powerful purification ent? Siguan was shocked. Siguan and his group just stood there, frozen. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. That thing, was that really supposed to be the powerful purification ent? Only Quang seemed to notice something off beyond its ridiculous appearance. He stayed tense and cautious. Siguan stared hard. It's smaller than I expected. Just a moment ago, he had been terrified it would smash the entire ancient cave. While everyone was still confused, the creature's eyes slowly opened. Inside them shimmered a strange, golden light, mysterious and solemn. To show it wasn't some harmless chick, it stood up, 2 chicken-like legs popping out of the ground. 2 tiny wings emerged. Then it stretched its whole body like something that had just woken up from a long nap. Every movement was surprising, but nothing seemed threatening, so Quang shrank back to his smaller form. Where are you going? Siguan asked as it wandered off, but it ignored him completely. The moment it stepped out of its planting hole, it started searching for something. Its steps made a dry crack-crack sound, like twigs tapping the floor, and its whole body swayed side to side like a baby chick learning to walk. Then it suddenly froze. It had spotted Flame, who had been quietly standing by her apple tree, saying nothing. The purification ent went pat-pat-pat straight toward Flame on its twiggy legs, like a chick running to its mother. No, don't eat the apple tree. Siguan panicked, afraid it might hurt both the tree and the spirit. But Flame looked more nervous at his shouting than at the ent. She didn't seem scared of it at all. Master, don't come here, she yelled. This little one isn't bad. At this rate, Siguan looked more like the villain than the ent. The purification ent skidded to a stop in front of Flame, pressed its 2 feet together, and bowed its head like a greeting, eyes squinting happily. Siguan fell silent. Just a second ago, the creature looked ready to attack. Now it was as gentle as a pet. Not only gentle, it rubbed its big fuzzy head on Flame affectionately, like it had known her forever. Flame brightened instantly, patting its green fluff with delight. Master, don't worry. It's okay, she said. This little one isn't bad. It was just protecting me. Protecting you? What do you mean? Siguan crouched down to examine it up close. He had 100 questions. The ent looked up cheerfully, wiggled its tiny wings, and said, Ent protect. Ent protect world tree. What's a world tree? Siguan asked the black rabbit, the one best at figuring things out, but the kid only shook his head. Not in my dictionary, uncle. Quang asked if it was something edible. Right then, a system window popped up beside Siguan. The world tree was a mythical tree containing abundant energy, something Aileen had read about in an old book. It blessed those it acknowledged with endless prosperity. So what about this ent? Siguan asked. Aileen read from the system, the purification ent was originally a guardian of the world tree, but long ago it was corrupted by evil energy from outside the tower. She didn't know much else, she'd only ever seen a corrupted tree before. So, if it's guarding Flame, is that because Flame is the world tree? Siguan asked. The ent spread its wings and gave a loud cry, as if confirming it. Flame gasped. Me? Are you saying I'm the world tree? No way. I'm just an apple tree. I'm definitely not some legendary tree. She didn't even realize her roots reached deep into the ocean, already something unbelievable. Aileen quickly checked the system since she was the tower manager. According to the records, the tower did not currently have a world tree. The system showed a simple message. World tree condition not fulfilled. Still, maybe the ant saw potential in Flame. Maybe it believed she could become the world tree one day. Siguan was completely confused. All he saw was a thin apple sapling, barely as thick as his wrist, and a tiny apple spirit. Sure, Flame was powerful, but imagining her becoming a world tree? Hard to picture. Flame was just as overwhelmed. I'm just an ordinary apple tree. But Siguan wasn't having it. You never know until you try. He immediately ordered the two kids, Black Rabbit, Quang. Bring the watering rabbits and clean water, quick. The two rushed off instantly, pat pat pat, without hesitation. Then Siguan anxiously turned to Flame. Are you cold? Hot? Do you need more sunlight? If you need anything at all, just tell me. I'll come pat your head often, alright? Flame was flustered from all the sudden attention. Then he faced the purification in. You'd better protect my Flame properly. Got it? The ant instantly understood. It circled the apple tree, eyes squinting in joy, repeating. Purify. Protect. Protect. Siguan smiled, patting the apple tree like he was patting Flame's head. Grow big and strong for us, Flame. Even confused, Flame basked in her master's attention, grinning happily. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor. The locusts had turned purple. Millions of purple locusts, fed by the wild boars, had multiplied to the point that the blade onions could no longer hold them back. General Tamuro's lizard warriors had gathered a few surviving blade onion roots for seed and fled. They had only gone to Tarek's tent for a quick meal, and when they returned, disaster had already struck. Tamuro ordered a full retreat. But the last warrior couldn't outrun the swarm. Locusts clung to him, biting with needle-like mouths. If the silver wolf hadn't appeared right then, slashing the locust off him, that warrior would have been torn apart. Elky hacked the locust away using a blade onion stalk, but the green onion tip corroded instantly, as if dipped in poison. Purple residue clung to the onion tip before drifting away like dust. Elky shuddered. The buzzing grew louder, clouds of purple locusts swarmed in, blotting out the sunlight. Weapons were failing. The wounded warrior couldn't run. Just as things were about to turn fatal, spheres of light exploded into the swarm. Boom! 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 Elky's vision went white. He dropped down quickly but was unharmed. Burnt locust bodies rained down. Elky! Over here! Elko shouted. Behind him were silhouettes of cloaked magicians. If they hadn't arrived, Elky would have died. Elky grabbed the wounded warrior and bolted across the blade onion field on all fours, purple locust chasing behind. With a powerful leap, he crashed through the protective magic barrier the mages had erected. The moment the wolf crossed, someone yelled. Magicians, attack! Brilliant magic circles flashed, beams of every color shot forward like a deadly rainbow, blasting the locust into pieces. Elky, are you okay? Warriors shouted as they rushed over. Others surrounded the lizard warrior, whose skin had turned purple with venom. Elky was fine, but confused. Why were the locusts purple? The lizards were clueless too. By now, the locust should have degenerated into blue locust. Should we plant more blade onions? Elko asked. But the green onions now shriveled the moment they touched the locust. Pointless. Poisoned. Useless. The lizard warrior writhed on the ground, face dark purple, drifting into delirium. Medics could only dull the pain. Purple locust venom had no cure. We're done for. The poison's too strong. It'll contaminate everything. Killing them splashes poison on us. We can't fight without magic. Our warriors might as well be useless. Elky felt dread settle in. Their numbers were shrinking. At this rate, the 67th floor would be devoured. Then someone called softly. Sir Elky? It was a group of brown cat trainees under Theo, carrying bundles of detoxification green onions. We brought some detoxification green onions from the 99th floor. Do you think they might help? They asked nervously. Wolves were scary, after all. But the moment Elky heard the word detoxification, his eyes lit up. They immediately fed the lizard warrior the detoxification onions. The warrior grimaced. It hurt, but he chewed. And then, the moment he swallowed, the symptoms disappeared. He recovered instantly, staring at his hands in disbelief. The detoxification green onions worked. The whole group cheered as the wounded warrior stood up, completely free of the purple patches. They handed the bundle of detoxification onions to the lizard warriors, and Elky told everyone to treat the injured immediately and prepare to move. Kiddies, let's go. We have to get this news to the 99th floor. These detoxification onions are the only thing that can turn this war around. They rushed. The purple locusts had evolved and no longer feared the blade onions like the red ones did. Once they finished devouring the field and turned on the mages, even the magical barriers wouldn't last. Meanwhile, Elka and Hagel reached the forest on the 99th floor. Oren rode on the Black Wolf's back with Meryl and Scarum, while Theo sat on the Silver Wolf chieftain's head. Ow! Why'd you poke me? The Green Goblin shrieked. Even tied up, the black cat behind him jabbed him with a staff. Don't try anything stupid. You're hiding something, aren't you? I'm not hiding anything. Stop accusing me. Scarum yelled. Oren didn't need to say a word. Hagel growled a warning. You're riding on my back, Goblin. I can feel every move you make. Scarum went silent instantly. Oren reached into Scarum's shirt pocket and pulled out a key. The Goblin rushed to explain it was just a house key, but Oren took it anyway and shoved it into his bundle. If it really was just a house key, Scarum didn't look happy to lose it. All the noise made Theo glance back. Nice work, he said. His voice woke the small hamster girl in his hood. Iona blinked awake. You're up, huh? She hopped onto Elka's fur and realized they'd arrived. Theo grinned. Yup. We're on the 99th floor now. Thanks to that lightning speed tunnel, we got here in no time. Thank you, Iona. No need to thank me, she smiled. It was the right thing to do. She was fully rested and ready. This meeting with Lord Siguan was too important to be half asleep for. Elka suddenly called out, Sir Theo, I see Lord Siguan over there. And he wasn't alone. The rabbit folks and Quang were gathered around a bright green creature. Purification Ent. It was about the same size as the other farm beasts, practically blending into the farm itself. This was its first time exploring, and it looked around with quiet curiosity. Mama Rabbit fussed over it like a toddler, one wrong step and it might fall over. Lord Siguan. Theo called. Siguan looked over, smiling at their return. This time, everyone noticed a new person with them. Black Rabbit recognized her instantly. Paiupiu had seen him staring since the moment she stepped in, but she only lowered her head politely and followed her master, leaving Black Rabbit frozen, cheeks bright red from a single nod. Sickle Rabbit elbowed him. What's wrong with you? You know that pretty lady? Black Rabbit straightened up fast. And no. We just met for a moment. Theo and Elka went to inspect the unfamiliar green chick. Ent. Protect, it said, which made no sense to Theo. Quang explained it was an ent that guarded the world tree flame. Meanwhile, Siguan greeted Iona and the rabbits. They all glanced at the pretty rabbit girl beside the Grand Archmage. Yes, Lord Siguan, Iona said. This is my disciple, Paiupiu. The girl bowed politely. I'm Park Siguan. Just call me Siguan, he replied. So, what brings you here? You're not here just to say hello, right? Paiupiu blinked, startled at how direct he was. Yes. I've come to ask for your help. Iona stepped in. Paiupiu is my disciple, but she's also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. She's here for your immediate protection. Huh? Siguan jerked back, nearly falling. Someone asking him for protection? And behind him, the rabbit family froze in fear at the words last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The most shocked were the older rabbits who had fled the kingdom when it fell. Without hesitation, every rabbit there knelt before Paiupiu. Princess, we didn't know you survived. Please forgive us for failing to recognize you. Paiupiu panicked, unsure what to do, until Mother Rabbit cried, You've grown so beautifully. As one of your people. I'm truly moved. It was the first time Paiupiu's identity had been revealed openly. Her voice remained gentle. Everyone, please stand. There's no need for formalities. The rabbit couple and the gray rabbits approached with teary eyes, while the youngsters, born on the 99th floor and unaware of their nation's downfall, just stared in confusion. Mother Rabbit, still crying, held Paiupiu's hands tightly. Siguan finally asked Iona, so, protect her from what exactly? That, Iona said, is a long story. Taking advantage of the tearful moment happening off to the side, Iona explained the entire situation to Siguan. Once everyone had calmed down, Theo settled comfortably on Siguan's lap like always, listening as Iona finished. Oh wow, that must have been really hard on Paiupiu, huh? Siguan said, glancing at the girl with sympathy. She was just a baby back then, Iona added. Paiupiu blamed herself for being too weak, but all the rabbits immediately cried out together. No, it wasn't the princess's fault. It was greed, he's the one we can never forgive. We have to save the captives still suffering over there, and avenge the queen and king, the rabbits declared, burning with determination. Only Quang and Purification Ent were off to the side, paying no attention. Then Iona handed Siguan a flat object. After the kidnapping incident, we collected solid evidence. We can use this to strike back at greed. Siguan took it and looked down at the two captives, who were still tied up with Oren standing behind them holding a staff. They looked so pitiful it was almost funny. So, they used this thing to kidnap you and Paiupiu, he asked. We'll deal with interrogations later. He examined the object. It was something he'd never seen before, decorated with a dragon emblem. Siguan had a dragon mark too, but his was black. This one was white. Just then, Aileen sent a message, sounding irritated. That thing isn't supposed to be here. What do you mean? Siguan asked. Aileen was confused herself. She recognized it immediately. It was the white dragon's insignia. It belonged to her other grandfather, Kellyan Mavra. Wait, her other grandfather? Siguan stared at the seal again. So that's how it is. He turned to the tied-up pair. Did they use this sigil to attack? Yes, Aileen replied. Siguan, what do you want to do with them, meow, someone asked. Scarum immediately dropped flat on the ground. Please spare me this once, Black Dragon, he begged, ignoring Meryl and pleading only for himself. Meryl quickly blamed Scarum. I was just following his orders, Black Dragon. Siguan didn't answer either of them. Instead, he asked Aileen, does this white sigil belong to the dragon who manages the White Tower? A system message appeared. Correct. The dragon clans each represent a color, black, blue, silver, and so on. A dragon's belonging cannot be brought into another tower without permission. These items are extremely powerful. If misused, they can disrupt the tower's balance. Aileen grew uneasy. If this was really her grandfather Kellyan's seal, then things were even worse. Siguan was clueless. Why? Is there some special reason? Aileen hesitated. My grandfather and grandfather Kellyan are actually... Before she could finish, a deep voice suddenly boomed. Hey, Park Siguan. A massive stone statue came walking over like it was nothing, calling out to him, not to continue the conversation, but to say, I'm hungry. Got anything to eat? Kaiser didn't care who Siguan was with or what he was doing. He just barged in, terrifying everyone around him. The Black Dragon? Iona gasped. The moment she spoke, Kaiser's gaze snapped to her. Hegel immediately dropped to his knees and shut his eyes. We greet the Black Dragon, he sta. All the rabbits on the farm already knew Kaiser, but Piu had never met him. She froze, wide-eyed. Kaiser's attention locked onto little Iona, barely the size of his claw. Judging by your energy, you're the child who cast the protection spell on the monument fragment. Impressive. Iona bowed quickly. Thank you, Black Dragon. Only then did Kaiser notice the unfamiliar faces. None of them had enough magical presence to interest him. What is all this? He asked Siguan. It hasn't been that long and you already have this many visitors. Planning a party? He clearly had no idea what was going on. Siguan awkwardly held out the object. Kaiser casually looked at it, then his expression changed instantly. The enormous dragon leaned so close his stone body cast a shadow over Siguan. Park Siguan. Where did you get that? Why are you reacting like that? Siguan tried to calm him, but Kaiser's voice sharpened. Answer. Now. Trapped in Kaiser's claw, Siguan blurted, I got it from that goblin and the white cat. They used it to attack our people. The two culprits shrank in terror. Kaiser dropped Siguan and turned to them. You used that? Residents of the Black Tower dare to bring a white tower belonging here? His roar shook the entire area. Sweat poured from Scarum and Meryl. Spare us. We were wrong. But Kaiser didn't care. His claw began glowing with energy, forming a dragon-shaped specter behind him. His humanoid form cracked with power, revealing the true force of the Black Dragon. He pointed at Scarum and uttered one word. Exterminate. To the others, it looked like he just tapped Scarum's forehead. To Scarum, it felt like nothing happened. Then... Pop. Scarum exploded into ashes. Silence. Shock. Horror. Even Aileen was stunned. Meryl stared at the ash pile, trembling, and tried to crawl away, but collapsed in panic. Kaiser was already aiming his claw at her. Kaiser! Lord Kaiser, stop! Siguan yelled, running forward as every creature rushed to intervene. He didn't know why the white emblem enraged the dragon so violently, he just knew he had to stop him. If you kill her too, we'll never find out how that thing got in here. It doesn't matter, Kaiser said coldly. They're tainted with white energy. Tainted things must be exterminated. Move, Park Siguan. Even if you're the one in the way. The claw lit up again. Siguan froze. Would Kaiser actually kill him? At that moment, a system window popped up right in front of Kaiser's eyes, blocking his view. It wasn't even filled with text yet, but Kaiser was instantly furious. Aileen. Don't interfere. You know how much I despise them. Instead of calming him, Aileen snapped. You're the one who needs to stop. If you don't, I'll cut off your communication right now. What? Aileen, wait. Before he could finish, Aileen flooded the air with blue system panels, activating administrator commands. She had never worked this fast in her career. Kaiser saw she wasn't bluffing. He backed off immediately. Aileen wasn't finished. She needed to protect her crush. What if the old man got annoyed and poked Siguan's forehead next? I'm blocking you for now. Crystal ball, cut the stone statue's connection. A pop-up appeared. Would you like to block this connection? Aileen hit yes without hesitation. 1 second passed. Kaiser, not hearing a response from his granddaughter, called out in confusion, Aileen? Still no reply. A moment later, the light vanished from his dragon eyes, like a television shutting off. Kaiser had been forcefully logged out, leaving behind nothing but an immobile stone statue. Siguan cautiously called out to him while the surrounding monsters froze, unsure if they should breathe. Who else besides Siguan, the lunatic farmer himself, would dare confront Kaiser? The silence made it clear, the dragon wasn't coming back. He couldn't respond even if he wanted to. Siguan finally exhaled when a message notification floated beside him. I turned off the stone statue. He won't be able to connect for the time being. Once he calmed down, he finally asked, why was Lord Kaiser so furious? Do dragons normally fight like, life or death? Aileen sighed, her voice thick with resignation. It's a long story. Dragons used to have close relationships with different clans. Before I became tower administrator, I studied with dragons from many families. Grandfather Kellyan and my grandfather were once inseparable. People envied how close they were. Her tone darkened. But then something happened. Because of that incident, their relationship shattered. Since then, even a trace of each other's power can trigger a war. White dragons and black dragons, once best friends, now sworn enemies. Memories seem to weigh on her. I wonder how Brother Ajax is doing. It's been hundreds of years since I last saw him. Siguan had no clue who Ajax was, but hearing her call him brother only deepened his confusion. He swallowed the question and cleared his throat. Anyway, to calm Lord Kaiser down, we should investigate this emblem, right? Orin dragged the trembling white cat forward. Meryl's tail was curled into a knot, her whole body shaking. After watching Scarum explode, she didn't even need interrogation, tears were already streaming down. To the end of the day, Meryl was just a small-town girl with slightly better looks than other cats. If even a wolf would be scared, how could she not be? Outside the Black Tower, a deafening boom suddenly echoed. The stone platform where the two black dragons had been standing was struck by a tremendous force. Metal clattered against the ground, followed by a sharp, irritated hiss. Kaiser Fertani stood amidst the wreckage he himself had caused. His head was bowed, more consumed by his own fury than by the destruction around him. By the time his son arrived, there was nothing left to salvage. Father, what happened? Kaiser turned to glance at Anton, but only barely, not even bothering to reply. Anton grew more alarmed. Did something happen with Aileen? Why does the device look like this? I got angry and destroyed it. Kaiser hadn't yet talked about the part where he found the white dragon's emblem inside the tower. Instead, he only muttered about how he had no idea when Aileen had studied the tower system, but she had cut the connection at a critical junction. Clever little brat. She really is my granddaughter. By this point, Kaiser's voice carried an amused chuckle. His anger had subsided. Anton, however, was pissed. Okay, fine, she's smart, but why the hell did you take your anger out on the device? Do you even know how much that thing is worth? Kaiser didn't care. Just find the person who made it and tell them to fix it. More importantly, the white bastard's item had been found inside the Black Tower. Seeing his father's face still contorted with rage, Anton immediately understood. It must have been Kellyan, huh? At the mere mention of the name, Kaiser's expression twisted further in pure annoyance. That's exactly it. He's been spreading his power by letting the residents of the tower use items infused with his energy. Kaiser growled, his rage barely contained. He knew I would discover it, and yet he still left behind such an unpleasant gift. Too furious to stand still, he turned on his heel, but not before giving his son an order. Anton, summon the black dragons immediately. Anton quickly stepped in. Father, what are you planning? Do you really intend to start a war? Kaiser's wings flared open in response, but he still spoke as if his son might not understand otherwise. Anton, this is war. A war between the white dragons and the black dragons. How could I ever forget what that bastard did in the past? This time, I will make sure he pays the price. Without waiting for another word, Kaiser spread his wings and took off, completely ignoring his son's calls from below. Anton knew his father far too well. Once the old dragon decided something, he would see it through to the bitter end. There was no stopping him now. All Anton could do was stare blankly as his father fully transformed into a black dragon and shot into the cosmos before him. A bloodstorm would be coming soon. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, though the fields looked peaceful, the atmosphere was anything but relaxing. Meryl had been crying non-stop, her every word drained of energy from sheer terror. I don't know anything, she cried. Scarum met Tarek, and Tarek gave him that thing. I just used it. Please spare me. Iona confirmed it. She's telling the truth, Siguan. Tarek said something similar when we were captured. Then Tarek might have contacted the white dragon, Siguan asked. Iona shook her head. No. It's far more likely that greed gave it to him. Greed's wealth and intelligence network, that's not something one man can manage alone. I always found it strange. Meanwhile, Quang, now in his giant form, was tossing a tiny tree into the air with childish joy, while poor Elka looked ready to scream. He was supposed to be at an important meeting, not babysitting wildlife. Siguan nodded slowly. Then I'll have to investigate greed next. Just as he prepared to dig deeper, Black Rabbit noticed exhausted Princess then raised a hand. How about we rest first? Everyone must be exhausted. Siguan also noticed Pyupia looking pale, swaying on her feet. After all that had just happened, of course she was terrified. He sighed. All right. Everyone rest. We'll continue after dinner. He turned to Black Rabbit. Can you take Pyupia home? The group began to disperse. Iona slipped closer to Theo. I'll go back into Theo's hoodie now. Theo brightened instantly. If Iona wanted his hood, she could have it forever as far as he was concerned. Meryl, meanwhile, was dragged away by rabbits. Anywhere was fine, as long as it was far from black dragons. Before leaving, Iona gave her one last warning. Using items from another tower is a grave crime. The punishment is execution. Even if we spare you, the association won't. Prepare yourself. Then she hopped into Theo's hood. Theo watched Meryl cry into her paws. Not knowing how to comfort her, he mumbled, she looks kind of pitiful. Can't we let her go this once, meow? What's this? Feeling sympathy for Meryl? Iona teased. Theo flailed. No. I'm not. Back at the confiscated loot, Orin spoke up. Lord Siguan, what do we do with this bundle? Siguan stepped forward. There might be clues. He rummaged through the bag, metal clinking as trinkets spilled out. Scarum had a lot of human items. But he never interacted with humans. How did he get them? They couldn't ask him, he was now a smear on the ground, so they had to figure it out themselves. Eventually, Siguan pulled out a strange, old key. Is this really a key? Theo nodded. Scarum said it was his home key. Wandering merchants keep their homes inside their bundles. Right then, a system alert appeared. The owner of the subspace prison key has disappeared. The key will be reassigned to Park Siguan, the tower farmer. Another notification followed. Summoning the subspace prison. Before anyone could react, a colossal door slammed down from the sky with a deafening boom. Everyone jumped out of their fur in shock. A towering wooden door stood before them, stone steps leading up to it. Ancient, oppressive, ominous. Iona narrowed her eyes. That's spatial magic. A subspace. A dimensional prison used to confine criminals or protect treasure. Siguan inserted the key. It clicked. He pushed the door open. Inside was nothing but darkness. Theo followed. Orin refused to step foot inside. There's nothing here? Theo frowned. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Siguan, over there. A faint rustle. Siguan squinted and saw a winged figure curled in the corner, arms over its head like it expected a beating. Theo shouted, Who are you? Identify yourself, meow. The creature recoiled. Please don't hurt me. Siguan knelt. Calm down. I won't hurt you. Slowly, the creature stepped into the light, a small bat-like being with fluffy fur, teary eyes, and wings wrapped tightly around its chest. My name is... Bat. It sniffled, staring up at them like abandoned furniture given life. Are you, my new master? The tiny legs pattered nervously against the wooden floor as its eyes welled up again. Even Theo was stunned. What's your deal? I've never seen anything like you. Bat blinked innocently. Isn't it only Master Scarum who can open this prison? Since you opened it, you're my new master, right? Siguan introduced himself carefully. I opened it, but, who are you? Why are you here? Bat stared at him like he'd asked the dumbest question in existence. Then it puffed its wings and answered timidly. I am a golden bat, named Bat. I've been waiting here for my master since the day I was born. Theo inspected him. What? You're a golden bat? Where's the gold? You're filthy. When was the last time you washed? Bat tilted his head, genuinely confused. Washing? What is that? Theo gagged. Siguan, this thing is disgusting. Siguan could smell it too. Who knew how long the creature had lived here without ever bathing? How long have you been trapped here? Siguan asked. Bat blinked again. Trapped? I wasn't trapped. He smiled innocently. I was born here. I grew up here. This new master was strange, but Bat wanted to make a good impression. I'll give you a gift, it said proudly. I received this from Master Scarum. It's delicious, so I saved it. It rummaged under its left armpit and pulled out something completely rotten, a shriveled fruit, dark brown, covered in mold, releasing a foul stench. Siguan, a farmer through and through, had never seen anything like it. His face turned pale. Even Theo flinched, horrified by the bat's offering. It's completely rotten. What even is that? Theo muttered. Bat, however, held it with both hands as if it were a treasure. Doesn't it look delicious? I'm getting it to you, master. If you eat that, you'll get sick. Have you been eating things like this whole time? Siguan raised his voice, unable to contain his shock. Bat's eyes immediately filled with tears. Its ears drooped as it hugged the rotten fruit tightly. This is Bat's treasure. I got it as a reward. It's really delicious. Noticing Oren peeking behind the stone door, Siguan firmed his tone. You can't eat this. Bat, right? First, let's go outside. How have you even survived in here? Go, outside? Bat froze. Master Scarum had insisted the outside world was deadly, a place where small creatures like it would be eaten alive. Siguan calmly explained, it depends on the situation, but the outside isn't as scary as you think. Scarum lied to you. The bat was so shocked that it dropped the rotten fruit. The words struck deep, its trust shaken. Bat, I'm from a small race too. Living in this dark place is a waste. Outside is beautiful. You don't have to eat rotten fruit. You can eat fresh fruits and vegetables. Bat picked the fruit up again, holding it like a treasure, though confusion and temptation flickered in its eyes. If you like fruit, Siguan continued gently, I have cherry tomatoes I grew myself. They're sweet and fresh. Want to try? Sweet. Bat's resolve wavered. Well then, what are you waiting for? Step outside. You'll see. Siguan stood up and gestured for it to follow. But Bat trembled. Fear held it still, its whole life was built on the belief that the outside world meant death. Iona extended her tiny hand and smiled. If you're scared, hold my hand. I'll protect you. Bat didn't know that the tiny creature speaking was the most powerful archmage in the tower. It only saw someone small like itself who wasn't scared of it. Maybe the outside wasn't that terrifying. Hesitantly, Bat reached out. Iona clasped its hand immediately. The rotten fruit slipped from Bat's hand and was left behind on the stone floor as they stepped out. Sunlight flooded its eyes, forcing them shut. Having lived in near darkness its entire life, it took time for its vision to adjust. When it finally opened its eyes, the sight made them shine, an entire world glowing under warm sunlight. A gentle wind brushed its fur. Everything here felt alive. How do you feel? Iona asked. The smell, it's completely different from the prison. Of course. The wind is warm too. Feels nice, right? Siguan barely noticed the scent, and Iona was used to it, but Theo groaned loudly while pinching his nose. Meow. This smell is weapons grade. Grooming can't fix this. Bat, unaware of its own odor, simply looked around with awe. So, what should I do now? It asked timidly. Siguan's expression turned serious. I have many questions about the prison and about you. But first, we need to do something important. Theo clung to Siguan's pants, begging silently for the bat to be told to bathe. Thankfully, Siguan got the message. The most important thing right now, take a bath. Then eat. Bath and meal, concepts Bat had never experienced properly. On the 99th floor, no one ate alone. Eating meant sharing with family. Siguan introduced Bat to the rabbit family, the wolf clan chiefs, and Quang and his mother. They inspected the golden bat curiously, then instantly covered their noses. Under the clear blue sky, a burst of white steam shot up. The Great Bath Festival had begun. A bucket of water was dumped onto Hagel's head first. Quang laughed while Mama Bear chased after Elka, who tried to escape washing like a terrified puppy. Nearby, the architect rabbits had already built a brick hot spring, simple, heated by firewood, and warm enough to bathe without getting cooked. Food trays were placed near the bath, along with glasses of cherry tomato juice. Quang floated in the water contently. Bat was already mimicking the rabbits, soaking happily. When Siguan handed Bat a glass of cherry tomato juice, it copied Quang and sipped through the straw. Its eyes widened. This was the best thing it had ever tasted in its life. Quang let Bat sit on his head, the bat laughing while watching Rabbit face full of smoke. Joy, it was something it never felt in the prison. Next to the bath was the tub where Elka, the wolf chief, was soaking. Though it was a bit small for him, with his head and tail sticking out, it was still far better than being grabbed by Mama Bear and forcefully drenched. Just look at his blissful expression, especially with 3 diligent attendants scrubbing him down. Iona and Theo were sleeping together in the house peacefully. Meanwhile, Black Rabbit was sneaking away with Piu silently, crossing behind the wooden house without anyone noticing. Were they running away together? Inside Siguan's house, Theo stretched lazily. Quang scrubbed the purifying tree like a chicken. Baby rabbits decorated their sleeping father with kernels, making their mother laugh. Sickle rabbit and artist rabbit flirted openly. Bat Bat played with the other rabbits, blending in comfortably. Outside, Siguan stretched beside Iona, both watching the peaceful scene. I hope that little one settles in, Iona said. Siguan, what about the prison? Right, the next job. Siguan summoned the subspace prison. With a heavy thud, the wooden door with stone frame crashed into place. He wasn't scared anymore. So I can summon it anywhere, he asked. Yes, Iona nodded. It's bound to you now. Then I'll clean it and use it for storage. Siguan, Iona said quickly, if you allow it, I can upgrade it. Expand the space, clean the interior, add lights, build shelves, even decorate it. Really? You can do all that? Siguan knelt and patted her head. Iona froze, no one in the magic tower dared touch her. Shock turned into warmth. Her cheeks reddened as she hid her face with her cloak. Q. Siguan, you are truly a kind dragon. Before Siguan could respond, Iona hurried inside. I'll be busy upgrading it. Call me if you need anything. The door shut and darkness filled the prison. A light orb appeared as Iona hovered, golden magic lines spreading across the walls and bricks. Away from Siguan and the rabbits, who were lounging comfortably during their day off, the carrot field stretched out in peaceful silence. Under the shade of a lone tree, a single untouched carrot lay forgotten. Black Rabbit and Pyupiu had slipped away from the bustling crowd, seeking a quiet place to enjoy their meal. Did it suit your taste, princess? He asked. Pyupiu's eyes curved into gentle crescents as she smiled. Yes. It's been so long since I last ate a carrot. Compared to the ones I had as a child in the kingdom, this is 100 times more delicious. Her smile faded slightly as she released a small sigh. While I was running from greed, training under my master, and living safely, so many others were suffering. The rabbits who are still trying to revive the forgotten crops and preserve their pride, I feel ashamed when I think of them. Seeing her expression darken in guilt, Black Rabbit immediately stood up in protest. That's not true, princess. You've worked so hard to fight greed and protect your people. You've been training for this very reason. You are becoming stronger. Her smile returned, soft and grateful. Thank you for saying that. But even so, there are things I must face. The truth is, I once turned my back on my people in order to survive. As the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, I must take responsibility, no matter the cost. She clenched her fist. Determination, sorrow, and duty all mingled in her eyes as she looked up at the sky. Black Rabbit glanced sideways at her, wanting to say something more, but hesitated. Instead, he looked out across the carrot fields. I was born on the 99th floor. Honestly, I don't know much about the Red Ribbon Kingdom. But through my parents and the other rabbits, I can feel what they long for. A quiet stillness settled between them as they stared out over the fields. Then, suddenly, Black Rabbit stood up, fists clenched. Princess, what is it you long for? Pyupiu blinked in surprise, turning toward him. Sunlight glimmered faintly across his fur. My instincts tell me that you want to return, he continued, voice steady. That you want to reclaim the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. The conviction in his voice hit her harder than she expected. Her eyes trembled behind her glasses. Had anyone ever spoken to her dream with such certainty? Had anyone ever treated it as something real? While she was still stunned, Black Rabbit smiled and turned fully toward her. So, princess, please continue to lead us with your bright smile. Then, without hesitation, he knelt down on one knee, looking directly into her eyes. Here, they call me Black Rabbit. But my real name is Payak. He continued quietly but firmly. I heard that rabbit warriors can become knights who protect the kingdom. I want to defeat greed, reclaim our homeland, and bring happiness to you, princess. Will you allow me to become your knight? Pyupiu's heart pounded. Looking into Payak's earnest, sparkling eyes, she saw trust, a future, a dream. She placed her hand gently over his. Of course. Their hands clasped tightly, and Pyupiu's heart whispered a truth she could no longer deny. He is my knight. Payak. The sunlight warmed both of them as their faces slowly, instinctively leaned closer. When suddenly, a big red blob popped into view. What are you two doing here? Payak scrambled back like a thief caught in the act, face blazing. Quang. How long were you watching? You're slow to notice, the little bear grumbled, pouting. Beside him, the tiny chick tree hopped up and down. Ent protects. Ent wants to become knight too. Quang waved it off. Anyway, hurry. Everyone's been looking for you. What happened? Black Rabbit asked. Before Pyupiu could even rise, the panicked chick shouted. Lots of cats. Lots of wolves. Quang grabbed the chick's head to calm it down. What the chick is trying to say is, before we can even defeat greed, the 67th floor might collapse. Dangerous, the chick blurted again. Locust. That single word made Black Rabbit's ears stand stiff. He grabbed Pyupiu's wrist, and they sprinted back toward Siguan. The moment they arrived, Black Rabbit yelled, "Uncle!" Ah, perfect timing, Siguan said, wiping his hands. I was about to take a break and talk. But Black Rabbit immediately noticed the chaos around them. Rabbits rushed back and forth with basins and bottles of water, handing them to exhausted cats sprawled on the ground as if they had crossed a desert. Even the 2 silver wolves near them were licking up water with desperate gratitude. What happened? He asked. Elky answered immediately. Where's Iona? She's busy, Siguan said. If it's something related to the magic tower, you can talk to Pyupiu. The wolf turned to the princess at once. As I told Siguan earlier, the locusts on the 67th floor have turned purple. They're releasing poison. The blade green onions are withering. We're being pushed back with no way to counter the toxins. Pyupiu's face drained of color. This is much faster than expected. Thankfully, Elky continued, the detoxification green onions do work against the purple locusts. So we rushed here for support. I see, Siguan said. He understood quickly. When they turn toxic, blade green onions stopped working. But the detox ones still work. That's one positive at least. He pointed at Theo. Theo, pack as many blade and detox green onions as you can. Fill half the cat's bags. Got it, meow. Then he turned to the rabbits. Distribute all stored food to the rest of the cats. A young rabbit ran to him carrying his wrapped weapons, his gardening knife and warrior axe. Siguan tied them at his waist and asked Aileen. Any unusual tower activity? A blue panel popped up. Aileen checked rapidly, then frowned. Nothing strange, wait. A green panel blinked into existence. Aileen, what's this? Her eyes widened. Siguan, this is rare. It's a special mission. Mid-level administrator quest. Prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs in Navia Swamp, 67th floor. Siguan's jaw dropped. That's the floor with the locusts. Yes, Aileen confirmed. Then, more alerts exploded. The tower administrator has appointed you as a mid-level manager. You will be transported to the 67th floor in 30 seconds. Choose your subordinates. Chaos surrounded him. Cats scrambled to finish packing. Wolves stood ready. Rabbits waited for orders. Eileen's voice turned serious. Siguan, this time, I won't be able to help you at all. Grandpa can't help either. The locusts are an external threat to the tower, it's a different situation. She added quietly. You also can't take too many strong monsters from the 99th floor. Siguan only smiled confidently. Aileen, I already told you. This world is different. Because I'm here. Because my crops are here. Trust me. Theo returned with the cats. Behind them, Quang bounced excitedly. Dad. I ate a full meal. I can use lots of strength. Pyupiu stepped forward. Siguan, I'll assist with my magic. Black Rabbit immediately puffed up. If the princess goes, I'm going too. So it wasn't concern for Siguan at all, just loyalty to Pyupiu. Siguan smirked. Selection complete. With Theo perched on his shoulder, Siguan declared boldly. All right, let's go to the 67th floor. The 30 seconds vanished. Blue light swallowed them whole. Darkness. Wind. Falling. What? Siguan yelled as he crashed into murky water, Theo landing directly on his back. He surfaced with Quang and the rabbits, coughing. Muddy water. Theo had already scrambled onto Siguan's straw hat, clinging for dear life. Siguan. Move carefully. I'm about to fall in, meow. The swamp stretched around them, a dark rainforest soaked in moisture. Black Rabbit helped Pyupiu up like a proper knight. Then. Snap. A giant purple locust clung to a tree ahead. You uncle, Black Rabbit whispered. Siguan turned, and froze. Not one. Not 10. Hundreds. Hundreds of glowing purple eyes filled the darkness, each one fixed on them. The swamp was infested, every inch crawling with purple locusts. Then, all at once, they took flight. The swarm twisted upward, spiraling into a massive vortex of purple wings, a living tornado closing around them. Quang tightened his grip on his staff. They were trapped in the eye of the storm. A notification chimed. Find and eliminate the cause threatening the jewel frogs. Siguan stared at the wall of swirling purple insects. What the hell is this system talking about? It has to be these guys. But survival came first. He roared. All right. Let's charge in. Let's go. Weapons were raised. Theo sprang from the straw hat. The rabbits braced themselves. Pyupiu readied her magic. The purple swarm closed in. For the Black Tower. Siguan bellowed. And they charged. End of Season 1.